Chapter 1 by Mingqian. Qi Xing is a beautiful fox who is looking for a big cat lover. But after finding one, she realizes her lover has two personalities. Neither personality knows about the other, and both are trying to figure out Qi Xing's affair partner. On Qi Xing's personal information form, Canine Family is filled in. Being part of the canine family doesn't necessarily mean he is a dog. After all, foxes are also part of the canine family. Everyone thinks Qi Xing is a fox spirit. Because he is beautiful, and not in a proper way. How should it be described accurately? Anyway, it's just a fox face, features always slightly upward, eyes slant upward at the corners, eyebrows meeting above the bridge of the nose, naturally upturned lips, an angular face, eye corners, mouth corners, lip peaks, chin, even ears are all sharp but never look mean. Instead, they are full of a feminine beauty. The face carries many natural rosy hues, pale pink blush at the outer corner of his eyes, cherry red lips, cheeks with a thin flush of rouge. This appearance is exactly what a fox spirit should look like. Qi Xing is quite upset though. Shit, I'm not really a fox. But many people don't believe him. Ultimately, if a demon is too good looking, they can't possibly be a dog. Because dogs are loyal and honest people must not be good looking. This is the public's logic. Looking so pretty, who would be straightforward, said a colleague. I would definitely go out every day and corrupt wealthy gentlemen if I had Qi Xing's face, said another colleague. Today, Qi Xing wore a navy blue with light pink peak lapel long-sleeved coat. His hair was styled neatly, as fluffy and lively as a fox tail, coupled with upward slanting peachy eyes, making him look more like a typical seductive fox spirit ready to suck life energy from others. A funny colleague asked, "What's wrong? Little Qi, going on a date today?" Qi Xing glanced up, going to a blind date. Everyone was surprised. A great beauty needs to go to a blind date. In their view, Qi Xing should only have to crook a finger, and there will be endless suitors vying to serve him. He should have plenty of boyfriends. Why would he bother with a blind date? Qi Xing gave them a disdainful look, not wanting to elaborate. I'm not a fox spirit, he was tired of repeating this. What kind of species is your match? Everyone curiously asked. Qi Xing replied, cat. Is it really a cat-dog pairing then? Everyone started talking animatedly. Some say that cats and dogs do not make good pairs due to incompatible temperaments. Others argue that cats and dogs complement each other perfectly. Everyone debated heatedly, and for a while, they failed to notice that Qi Xing had already slipped away under the commotion. It wasn't intentional on his part, he just needed to head to his blind date. Speaking of Qi Xing's blind date, everyone would recognize the person, because he is the president of this company, named Mingqian. Mingqian comes from a noble tiger lineage. Everyone knows he is the strongest fierce tiger, but no one has ever seen him transform into his true form. Of course, such large carnivorous animals cannot reveal their true forms in human-populated areas. However, he hasn't even shown his tail or ears, which is rare. Generally, members of the demon race would expose their tails when they are relaxed, excited, or happy. Sometimes, it's done just to act cute. But Mingqian never does this. He always dresses even more human-like than humans, wearing a suit covering muscles that contain infinite power. His silver hair combed back reveals a chiseled, stern, and serious face. If it weren't for his silver white hair and ice blue pupils, probably no one would guess he is a member of the demon race. According to his own words, he is an educated cat. But when he says this, his expression stiffens, which isn't surprising. Felines naturally have limited facial expressions. Polite way to put it is cold, less polite is expressionless. Lying flat-faced, he speaks with a cold tone, "Hello everyone, my name is Mingqian, I am an educated cat." This isn't his heartfelt truth, but the text written by PR. If he claims himself to be a tiger demon, it could easily cause panic among the public. On the contrary, claiming oneself as a cat earns a lot of affection and enhances friendliness. At the moment, this educated cat is wearing a suit and sitting fully as a human on a solid wood boss chair, looking profoundly at the secretary. The secretary is human, instinctively feeling fear under the gaze of a tiger, despite its current humanoid form. Still, those non-human animal pupils cause discomfort and unease. And Mingqian isn't deliberately trying to scare anyone, it's simply the nature of a large cat to give that same intimidating look even when staring at a pile of feces. Just like how the charm-filled fox spirit gazes upon a pile of feces with deep affection. You mean, Mingqian said slowly, my blind date happens to be an employee of our company? Mingqian's blind date was arranged through the ancient noble bloodline matching system. Anyone included in the ancient noble database must surely be from ancient nobility, and logically speaking, they should not be working. Yes, the secretary didn't dare to meet the tiger's eyes, instead lowering his head to fiddle with a tablet computer, pretending to read documents carefully. Although he comes from a prestigious family, he doesn't overly rely on them. He is economically quite independent. The secretary paused for a moment and said, "This also proves that Mr. Qi is an independent young man who does not depend on his family." Very good, Mingqian appraised. Yes. The secretary nodded, indeed, very good. I meant that it's great that he is an employee of our company, Mingqian said indifferently, it will save time, I can see him during lunch break. I have exactly 10 minutes to spare. The secretary felt a sense of despair. No wonder the president is so handsome, so rich, yet never had a partner. There's indeed a reason. Thus, during the lunch break, Qi Xing arrived at the executive office level as scheduled. Apart from the CEO himself, there were 6 executive secretaries and 4 executive assistants on this floor. All 10 employees were human. It wasn't because the CEO favored humans, he prohibited demon races from working upstairs for a reason. Most animals, except for humans, emit pheromones. The existence of human pheromones has always been controversial. Animals like tigers enjoy marking their territory with pheromones. Therefore, the entire top floor was filled with Mingqian's pheromones. This smell could cause fear among most demonic beasts, and very few of them could work cheerfully while constantly smelling the odor of an apex predator. For this reason, only humans, who cannot detect pheromones, worked on this floor. The last time, a timid rabbit spirit mistakenly entered the area and directly experienced a stress response, falling into apparent death. Since then, pheromone calming agents were always available on the top floor. When Qi Xing stepped out of the elevator, a sister secretary was already holding a bottle of calming agent, asking, "Mr. Qi, would you like some calming agent?" Qi Xing smiled, his fox-like eyes shimmering with deep emotions, captivating even a secretary who was used to seeing beautiful people. Qi Xing shook his head, "No, thank you." The secretary regained her senses and secretly marveled. She had never seen a non-carnivorous demon remain completely calm after smelling the scent of a large feline CEO. Stopping at the door of the office, the secretary did not follow inside. Qi Xing walked alone into Mingqian's private office. The style of the office was simple, with warm overall tones, not following the stereotype of cold executives creating a severe atmosphere with black and white. The walls were covered with vintage green non-woven wallpaper, because when left alone, the cold executive liked scratching the walls, and the wallpaper still showed obvious claw marks, just like the torn sofas in cat-owning households. A handcrafted white bookshelf rested against the wall, its wooden planks crisscrossed with scratches. The silver-haired big cat CEO sat in his chair, attentively reading reports, finally glancing at Qi Xing only after hearing him enter. Truly, cats, when looking sideways, are really asking for a punch. But again, pretty kittens looking sideways, though they deserve a punch, they're oddly charming too. Qi Xing took his seat on his own initiative. "Hello, my situation is..." "I am already familiar with your situation." Mingqian's voice remained indifferent, "otherwise, I wouldn't see you." Qi Xing thought, this cat lacks manners. But this cat looks so good. Fine, let me forgive him. Mingqian continued, "As for my situation, you must understand it as well." Yes, Qi Xing nodded. For such family alliances, both parties certainly investigate each other meticulously before deciding to meet. "Do you have any place you find unsatisfactory?" Mingqian asked. Qi Xing didn't expect Mingqian to be so straightforward. Pausing for a moment, he replied, "No." "Good, that concludes today's meeting," Mingqian said. "Interview passed." Qi Xing's eyes widened in surprise. "Interview? Passed?" Mingqian said, "Isn't a blind date just an interview?" "Well, that makes sense." Qi Xing was taken aback. "Alright, I have another meeting soon," Mingqian said. "I'll inform you about further arrangements later." Listening to Mingqian's official tone, with a dismissive manner evident, Qi Xing couldn't help but stand up and protest. "I have questions." "Questions? About the mind?" Mingqian asked, "or the body?" Qi Xing suppressed his impulse to hit the cat. After careful consideration, he probably couldn't fight this cat anyway. He clenched his fists tightly, calming his anger, and said, "I want to ask some questions." "Fine, go ahead." Mingqian's voice was lukewarm. When a word of "please" came out of Mingqian's mouth, the top predator with such noble elegance, it unexpectedly reduced Qi Xing's anger by 7/10. Qi Xing scratched his soft hair and said, "So, can I take this to mean that we're starting to date?" "Certainly." Mingqian replied. Qi Xing was shocked for a second but, upon careful reflection, thought it pretty good. After all, he had liked Mingqian for quite some time, way back when. He never expected gaining Mingqian's favor would be so easy. Could it be that Mingqian subconsciously remembered him? At the thought, a bit of excitement crept into Qi Xing's heart. Then I have no issues," Qi Xing said, amazed at how fast things were progressing without him realizing it. He considered, Mingqian was of cold demeanor, highly guarded, like a large feline. He should leave now or else he might annoy the other party. "I'll head back first." Qi Xing stood up to bid farewell, and turned around as he spoke. But Mingqian's voice stopped him from behind. "Wait. What's wrong?" Qi Xing turned back only to find that Mingqian was already standing behind him. Qi Xing didn't feel a single sound. And just like that, Mingqian was right before him, proof that cats truly make no noise when walking. It was frightening. Mingqian said, "You are now my partner, so there is something that must be done to a spouse." "Something that must be done to a spouse?" Qi Xing's ears suddenly heated up, almost instantly transforming into aeroplane-like canine ears. "Now." "Of course." Mingqian, a man of action, leaned towards Qi Xing as soon as he finished speaking. Cats naturally show little expression even in their human form, and Mingqian's doll-like face approached Qi Xing's cheeks without any emotion, causing Qi Xing to freeze in place. He was going to kiss me? In Qi Xing's swirling thoughts, those inorganic-looking eyes of glass beads grew larger and larger before he slowly closed them. However, his cheek was brushed against. Qi Xing blinked, puzzled. Mingqian hadn't kissed him but instead rubbed his face just like a cat would do to its own. Qi Xing's feverish brain began to cool down, recalling a cat's habits. Everyone knows dogs have a keen sense of smell, but few realize that cats are equally dependent on scent. The glands that produce odors in cats are distributed across their heads, including around the mouth, both sides of the face, and around the ears. A cat's rubbing behavior is closely related to its scent glands and akin to a dog marking territory by urinating. Qi Xing pointed at his cheek that had been rubbed. So you're marking my territory? Mingqian responded solemnly, continuing to rub his silver hair, soft yet stern-faced, against Qi Xing's neck. A flicker of anxiety crossed Qi Xing's mind. Returning to the office covered in big cat pheromones, how would everyone look at him? #ref. Qi Xing didn't want to go back to the office smeared with fierce animal pheromones, so after leaving Mingqian's office, he headed toward the secretary's sister. The human secretary couldn't detect the mighty tiger scent that sent demons fleeing in fear, and she smiled at Qi Xing. The entire CEO office knew only Qi Xing's personal secretary, a Tai, about the blind date. Others, including this secretary's sister, were unaware of why Qi Xing was there. Therefore, the secretaries treated Qi Xing kindly but not overly warmly, a polite neutrality. Certainly, Qi Xing wouldn't expect more, finding mere politeness satisfactory, nor did he plan to flaunt his status as the future president's wife. He smiled at the secretary's sister and asked, "Could I please have some of the calming agent you provided earlier?" "It's available," the secretary's sister nodded while inwardly wondering, why request calming agents now after leaving? Wasn't this demon's reflex arc too long? Though she wondered internally, the secretary maintained her professional smile and refrained from making any remarks, handing over the calming agent to Qi Xing with both hands. Then, she watched Qi Xing spray it furiously onto his face as if it was free. Stunned, the secretary wondered if she should remind him, this is a calming agent, not skincare spray. After spraying himself liberally with the calming agent, Qi Xing smiled at the secretary's sister and said, "Thank you." Qi Xing's fox-like jade face glistened with water droplets, resembling peach blossoms cleansed by rain. Paired with his charming smile, it was irresistible. The secretary's sister hesitated for a moment, captivated, and lowered her gaze shyly. "No need to thank, Mr. Qi." Speaking which, unable to resist, she asked another question, "Would you care to share a cup of coffee? The coffee in the CEO office tastes better, you can have a drink before leaving." Seeing the secretary half bowing her head, her rosy cheeks blushing, Qi Xing immediately understood her implication and reproached himself silently. Why is someone else attracted to me again? This cursed charm of mine. As the secretary's sister was anxiously awaiting a coffee invitation, a Tai, the only one in the entire office who knew Qi Xing was the future president's wife, was internally conflicted. He couldn't let the secretary flirt with the boss's blind date. However, this matter had to remain secret. A Tai could not rush over and shake the secretary by her shoulders yelling, "Wake up, how can you think it's heroic to seduce the boss's fiancée?" So, a Tai cleared his throat and said, "Yeah, premium coffee really suits someone as gay as you." Qi Xing was momentarily stunned and at a loss for words. The secretary's sister's face turned pale upon hearing this, gay. Nowadays, if a person or an animal is polite, they must be gay, be it cats or dogs. Is there no space left for heterosexuals in this world? Seeing the change in the secretary's sister's expression, Qi Xing immediately caught on and chuckled, saying, "No need, I have to get back to work." Finishing speaking, Qi Xing quickly escaped while the awkward atmosphere had yet to envelop the room. Qi Xing was relatively junior staff, working on a lower floor. In their department of 20 people, 10 were humans, and 10 were beast folk. The balance was perfect. Humans tend to be rather numb, but the beast folk colleagues almost instantly picked up the scent wafting off Qi Xing. "How come your smell of calming agent is so strong?" a colleague wrinkled his nose. Aki, the dog beast with the keenest nose sneezed, "Achoo, achoo." Another colleague asked, "That's right, how much calming agent did you spray? What's going on? Are you rabid?" "No," Qi Xing laughed and shook his head. The rabbit colleague questioned, "Can foxes get rabies?" "Foxes belong to the canine family, why shouldn't they suffer from rabies?" Another colleague responded with a laugh. Pale-faced, Qi Xing explained, "I'm not a fox." After using a tissue to blow his nose, Aki added, "Besides the scent of the calming agent, there seems to be a trace of tiger on you." Qi Xing raised an eyebrow, not expecting Aki's nose to be so sharp. It wasn't surprising though, although Aki might not be smart, being a dog, his nose certainly ranked highest among all of them. Qi Xing didn't deny it and said, "That's right. I just went to the CEO's office for something. Sprayed some calming agent kept there." "Oh, that explains it." The rabbit colleague remembered the incident when he went to the CEO's office and nearly fainted from the big cat's pheromones. The pheromones of the CEO are truly terrifying. After work, Qi Xing headed home. He rented a nearby small apartment. Due to poor security, lack of lighting at night, and the danger of walking alone at night, the rent was very cheap. For safety reasons, generally, humans or herbivores wouldn't rent that place. Thus, most residents of the apartment complex were low-income beast folk like Qi Xing. As a carnivore, Qi Xing found eating meat too expensive, so he lived off nutritional supplements. His friendly neighbor ant often sent him a steaming bowl of soup. Qi Xing always thanked her sincerely. Occasionally, when the ant glanced at the large scratching post hanging on his wall, she would smile and say, "It's been so long since the cat left, and you're still keeping it?" Smiling nonchalantly, Qi Xing said, "Haven't thought about throwing it away." The ant sighed, "Dogs are just too emotional." The ant asked again, "You're such a good-looking young man with a strong body, when do you plan to find a partner? Let me introduce you." Smiling, Qi Xing replied, "I'm already on a blind date." The ant was startled, thinking for a moment before saying, "Good, good. It's time for you to move on, finding a new person would be great." Qi Xing couldn't bring himself to say, "It's not a new one, but the old cat." Before Friday, Qi Xing received a call from a Thai. A Thai told him, "The CEO wants to meet you for a weekend date." "Sure." Qi Xing sounded genuinely pleased. A Thai hesitated and said, "It's just that." "What's the issue?" Qi Xing asked. A Thai paused for a moment and then said, "He wishes to work overtime while on the date." Qi Xing paused for a moment, then said, "All right, no problem." A Thai thought, the future president's wife sure is easygoing. The weekend date was set in the group CEO's office. Upon pushing open the door of the office, Qi Xing saw Mingqian coolly sitting and working without any emotion showing on his face. As soon as Qi Xing stepped in, Mingqian looked up, his pupils narrowing into a line, his figure flickering silently assassin-like beside Qi Xing in no time. Qi Xing instinctively stepped half a step backward, while Mingqian leaned forward, his round pupils reflecting Qi Xing's exquisite face. "Something's wrong," Mingqian murmured. "What's wrong?" Qi Xing was dazed. "The scent's gone." Mingqian stretched out his hand, holding Qi Xing's cheek in place, and then rubbed his own stern handsome face against Qi Xing's. Being so affectionately rubbed by his beloved cat, Qi Xing, though knowing it wasn't exactly a lover's cuddle, couldn't help but feel extremely gratified. Mingqian carried out the routine task of marking Qi Xing with his scent, then let go and returned to his desk to continue reviewing documents. Seeing this, Qi Xing took out a stack of files from his bag and said, "If I also work, can I get overtime pay?" Mingqian said, "If I hadn't invited you, would you have come back to work overtime?" "No," Qi Xing shook his head. "That means it's unnecessary overtime," Mingqian replied without looking up. "The company doesn't advocate unnecessary overtime, so I won't approve your overtime application, and naturally, you won't get any overtime pay." Qi Xing sucked in a breath. Capitalists are all stingy. And capitalist cats are no exception. "So, no money then?" Qi Xing muttered. Mingqian looked up and said, "Are you short of money?" Qi Xing said, "Who works if they're not short of money?" "I do." Mingqian answered. Qi Xing was momentarily speechless. But Mingqian was indeed a typical example of someone who worked despite not needing the money, and judging by the looks of it, he was working quite enthusiastically. Mingqian took a gold-edged black card from his pocket and handed it to Qi Xing, "Take it." Qi Xing was surprised, accepted the black card, and blinked, "For me?" "For you," Mingqian nodded. "Why?" Qi Xing said, "It feels awkward." "There's no need to feel awkward," Mingqian said. "Huh. You just took it and put it in your pocket, clearly very happy," Mingqian calmly analyzed. "You didn't look awkward at all." Qi Xing was speechless. In fact, he was used to accepting Mingqian's kindness and treating it as something to be taken for granted, just like how he got used to accepting Mingqian's bad side without feeling disheartened or sad. No matter what Mingqian became or what he brought, Qi Xing could gladly accept it all. Qi Xing shrugged indifferently and said, "I still need to be polite." "There's no need to be polite with me," Mingqian said faintly. Qi Xing looked at Mingqian's face, memories surged in his heart, making him feel sweet inside, and he smiled. Seeing him smile, a hint of joy appeared at the corner of Mingqian's eyes, but because of his too cold expression, this bit of happiness was barely noticeable. "That's good," Qi Xing's smile resembled a fox, his eyes would curve like crescent moons when he laughed, "We're dating now, right?" As he spoke, Qi Xing reached out and adjusted Mingqian's tie. "Your tie is loose." The next second, a slight pain shot through Qi Xing's wrist. Before Qi Xing could react, his hands were already tied by the tie. He was astonished. He didn't even see clearly how Mingqian moved, yet within a second, he had transformed from a dog trying to untie someone's tie to a dog whose hands were tied by the same tie. "Sorry," Mingqian frowned slightly, reflex action. Then, Mingqian helped Qi Xing untie the binding around his wrists, but Qi Xing's skin had already developed red marks from being squeezed by the tie. Mingqian explained, "I've been trained, if someone gets too close, it easily triggers my defensive instincts." "My fault," Qi Xing blinked, "it's my mistake for reaching so close to your throat without saying anything. Feeling threatened is normal." Ming Qian nodded, that is indeed your fault. Qi Xing swallowed hard and observed that Ming Qian did not seem offended by his touch, thus continued, so, if I want to get closer to you, I should tell you first, right? Otherwise, it will trigger your reflex mechanism. It can be said that way, Ming Qian said. Qi Xing then asked, can I touch you now? Ming Qian hadn't expected Qi Xing to say that, hesitated for a moment before answering, no. Why? Qi Xing asked, is it because you dislike me? Not that reason. I'm not sure if I can control my reflex mechanisms. Ming Qian squeezed his fists, after all, one punch from me might kill you. Qi Xing was silent for a second, almost ready to blurt out, oh, forget it then. Compared to stroking a cat, it seems more important to preserve a dog's life. It wasn't like this before. But then again, his mental state hasn't been normal recently. A very practical question crossed Qi Xing's mind, so he frowned and asked, then, have you thought about how we're supposed to mate? I've thought about it already, Ming Qian seriously answered, the key is to avoid making me feel threatened, ideally maintaining a sense of control. That means I'll fixate your four limbs from behind and bite your neck. Qi Xing was shocked and interrupted him, how long have we known each other? You've already thought this far. Ming Qian candidly admitted, there's nothing I can do about it, I'm an animal, it's instinct. Qi Xing was stunned for half a second and said, it's fine. I understand. After all, Qi Xing is an animal too. Moreover, although Qi Xing appears refined, as a canine, he has considerable needs in that aspect. That's good, Ming Qian nodded, don't worry, I was just thinking about it, I won't actually do anything. Then, Ming Qian added another sentence, before we get married. Qi Xing was shocked, just thinking about it. No action before marriage. What kind of beast are you? Qi Xing squeezed the condom tucked in his pocket and almost cried out, you weren't like this before. He missed that big cat lover who wanted to mate on their first day of meeting so much. #ref. Past timeline, 5 years ago. Qi Xing had been called a mongrel since he was young. Those who cursed him like this were usually members of his family. Yes, family members. He didn't want to be part of a large family, and the family didn't fully accept him either, this mongrel. He came from an ancient family, the Hidden Wolf clan. Hidden wolves are a wondrous race. They're not ordinary wolves but wolf-kind carrying traces of dark witch blood, meaning their ancestors were a black wizard and a wolf. Merely imagining this made him feel something unspeakable below the neck. The hidden wolves are adept at concealing their presence. Unlike other top predators who easily emit terrifying pressure, although they possess immense power within them, their appearances resemble beautiful little foxes. They specialize in lowering their enemies' defenses, striking quietly and without sound. Similarly, they have less sensitivity to other top predator scents and aren't easily influenced by pheromones. In general, hidden wolves are very powerful beasts with strong fighting prowess. Their lineage is also highly noble, naturally looking down upon Qi Xing, this mongrel, who is half noble hidden wolf and half lowly dog. However, the reason his mother could act so recklessly, ignoring the family's arrangement for marrying nobility and coupling instead with a canine demon who bore Qi Xing, this mongrel, entirely because she had real talent. She was the alpha among the wolf pack, able to slap 2 adult male wolves away with one palm, thus no one dared to criticize her behind her back. During his mother's lifetime, people still gave Qi Xing some respect and maintained a pleasant smile. After his mother tragically perished in a battle, Qi Xing didn't gain any benefits as a martyr's child. Instead, he descended into being someone everyone could tread on, a mongrel. Qi Xing's registration with the government couldn't list him as the noble, hidden wolf, but rather was recorded as wolf dog. He actually wasn't fond of the title of hidden wolf anyway, finding dogs quite cute instead. Qi Xing left the tribe when he grew up, becoming a lone wolf or perhaps more accurately a stray dog. Qi Xing arrived in the capital 5 years ago. When he got here, as usual, he rented a room and then bought some necessities. During this period, he would also work, earning some petty cash to sustain his basic living needs. His daily expenses were minimal, the largest expense being eating a meal of meat every quarter. And purchasing long-acting suppressants. Being a hybrid of both a male dog and wolf, Qi Xing could experience arousal throughout the year, with a particularly intense need in that area. But due to his traditional hidden wolf trait of choosing only one partner for life, he could only maintain control through prolonged intake of suppressants. The stronger the species, the higher grade the suppressant required, as ordinary suppressants had no effect on these apex predators. Thus, the main reason Qi Xing couldn't afford meat was because he needed to continuously purchase high-grade suppressants. This was not paradoxical, those requiring high-grade suppressants were generally great demons, most of which hailed from wealthy and influential families. For them, working was impossible. But Qi Xing happened to be one of the few hard-working demons with no recourse. These demons receive suppressant subsidies and large carnivorous beast meat consumption subsidies, yet Qi Xing couldn't claim these benefits. Because Qi Xing's government record stated wolf dog rather than hidden wolf. Correspondingly, the trust funds distributed to each offspring of the hidden wolf household wouldn't allocate Qi Xing even a cent. Qi Xing could only depend on himself. Not long after breaking ties with his family, the special department sought him out. The special department invited him to undertake a very dangerous mission, but higher risks meant higher rewards. If he completed this mission, he would achieve freedom to eat meat. Qixing thought for a moment and said, "Your department must have many elite operatives. Why insist on recruiting me, someone who has never received relevant training?" The director of the department was an old goat. He stroked his pointed goat beard and replied kindly, "Naturally, it's because you are uniquely talented, with extraordinary bones." "There's no need for pleasantries," Qixing said. "Let's get to the point." The old goat bleated a couple of times before saying, "Because you are a hidden wolf." "I'm not," Qixing narrowed his eyes. "I am just an ordinary wolf dog." "You are a hidden wolf," the old goat said. "You can't fool me, my boy. If I were a hidden wolf, why haven't I received government subsidies or funds from the Hidden Wolf Foundation?" Qixing asked back, clearly unhappy. The old goat chuckled, "I am a magical goat and I didn't receive the fund for the proper treatment of magical races. Because my clan thought my goat horns aren't pretty enough to qualify me as a true magical goat." Qixing was stunned. The old goat continued slowly, "This world is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it. Geniuses like us, who are different from others, can only rely on our own efforts." Only now did Qixing start to feel some kindred sympathy with the old goat. He was another poor soul excluded by family for reasons beyond control. Years later, Qixing would find out that the old goat had never been rejected. He was the leader of the magical goat tribe, living a great life full of pleasures. Moreover, after watching a cheesy soap opera called Ballad of Torturous Love, The Wolf Who Loved a Goat, he became obsessed with wolf-goat couples. For this reason, he kept a group of male wolves as his lovers, being a goat but happily engaging with them daily. In short, all those pitiful words were merely tricks to resonate with Qixing, deliberately deceiving him. The elder magic goat told Qixing, "This time, our target is a dark witch. Since hidden wolves have traces of dark witch blood, they're more likely to find him." "But I'm just a hybrid hidden wolf," Qixing said, "why don't you recruit pure-blooded hidden wolves for help?" The old magic goat, bleat, "Because the pure-blooded hidden wolves are rich and cherish their lives so much that I can't afford to hire them. I can only rely on poor souls like you who can't even afford meat to risk your life for us." Bleat, The old magic goat continued, "Since you have unique talents and exceptional bones." This dark witch was a dangerous figure, skilled in using dark magic to eliminate the intelligence of beast demons. He often said, "I hate intelligent animals the most. That is an insult to humanity's supreme status among all creatures." In other words, this dark witch was an extreme, human supremacist. He believed that beast demons infringed upon the unparalleled status of humans, so he used magic to erase the intelligence of these beast demons, returning them to their original forms. "Animals should act like animals," the dark witch always claimed, "do not dare to compare yourselves with the wise beings of all creation." The old magic goat listed the numerous crimes committed by the dark witch. For instance, a chicken demon worked as an ordinary office employee. The dark witch erased the chicken demon's intelligence, turning him back into a regular chicken, then slaughtered him and served him at a company gathering dinner. Another case was that a bull demon married a human. On their wedding night, he suddenly appeared, casting a spell to transform the bull demon back into a bull. The scene immediately turned grotesque and indescribable. The human groom was so scared that he lost the ability to consummate his marriage. "Wow, that's quite disturbing," Qixing was shocked by the dark witch's deeds. The old magic goat stroked his beard, "That's how nasty this dark sorcerer is. Could he also erase my intelligence?" Qixing felt uneasy. The old magic goat laughed, "Don't worry, since you have traces of dark witch blood, your intelligence originates from the same source as his, so he cannot erase yours. But he can kill you directly, something I won't tell you right now, bleat." Feeling slightly reassured, Qixing asked again, "So what do you want me to do?" The old magic goat said, "He kidnapped an important nobleman, and we hope you can rescue this nobleman." "Which noble?" Qixing asked, "Do I know him?" The old magic goat replied, "He is Mingqian of the Tiger Clan." Qixing paused in surprise, "Is he the Mingqian who sells extremely expensive suppressants?" "Yes," the old magic goat hesitated before answering. The Ming family was fabulously wealthy, mainly due to pharmaceuticals. Those prohibitively expensive special effects suppressants drained Qixing's wallet, leaving him unable to afford meat. Therefore, mentioning Mingqian made Qixing grind his teeth. What difference does it make if a money-sucking capitalist like him dies? The old magic goat coughed and said, "Have you ever considered why the dark witch would kidnap a big cat instead of directly erasing its intelligence?" "Why would he do that?" Qixing asked. The old magic goat responded, "According to our information, Mingqian is the embodiment of a heavenly disaster beast." And then? Qixing had no clue what a heavenly disaster beast meant. The old magic goat worried, what the dark witch plans to do might not be simply turning Mingqian into an unintelligent tiger. He probably intends to use magic to control Mingqian, transforming him into a killing machine at his disposal. Qixing sharply sucked in a breath, "So you mean he plans to turn Mingqian into a weapon to massacre all beast demons?" The old magic goat sighed. "If that happens, it will be a calamity for the entire demon race." Qi Xing's expression grew serious. Then this matters greatly, it concerns the survival of our race. Exactly. The old magic goat, pleased with Qi Xing's compliance, gently guided him further. So. Qi Xing confidently interjected, we need more money. In the end, the old magic goat offered Qi Xing an extremely high price, convincing him to participate in Operation Rescue Ming Qian. Using the old magic goat's magical positioning and Qi Xing's dark witch bloodline detection, they quickly pinpointed the dark witch's location. The self-preserving old magic goat chose remote command. He had no intention of getting close to the dark witch and ending up as a mindless bleeding goat. Thus, Qi Xing, risking his life for the money, ventured alone into the dark witch's lair. The dark witch lived in a modern apartment, but the interior was styled after medieval times. Rough honey-colored stones were carelessly stacked to form walls resembling those of a castle's exterior. Embedded within the walls was a wooden strip inscribed with incantations. Below it stood a fireplace flanked by white candles whose flames burned fiercely, radiating a strange mix of deep blue and bright red light. Painted on the wooden floor was a magical array, at its center lay a slumbering silver tiger. Under the firelight, the silver tiger's fur shimmered brilliantly like the finest silk. The dark witch, cloaked in black, held a wand and chanted spells next to the array, seemingly about to summon a fearsome ghost. But no ghost appeared. Instead, wisps of black mist seeped out from the patterns of the magical array on the floor. The silver tiger's tail, once pristine white, began to stain black upon contact with the mist, as though ink spreading over white paper. At this moment, the window shattered abruptly, and Qi Xing leapt inside, agile as ever. In hand was a large fan, which he immediately used to blow towards the magical array, paying no heed to the bewildered dark witch. This action was swift and effective, the white candles went out instantly due to the fan, and the chanting spell was brutally interrupted. The pale-faced dark witch fumed and widened his eyes. What manner of inferior being dares interrupt my spell? Saying so, the dark witch cast a glance at the silver tiger whose tail had turned black and smirked. It doesn't matter anyway. It already bears the mark of dark witchcraft and has become my magical slave. What? Qi Xing was shocked, it is already. Correct, the dark witch's pale lips curved into a sneer. Anyone who falls under my dark witchcraft will become my slave. Isn't the silver tiger known as the most noble king of beasts? Ha ha ha. I'll make the king of beasts my slave. Laughing boisterously while leaning on his wand, like the brainless villains in TV dramas, the dark witch let out a powerful laugh lasting a full minute without pause. Perhaps his laughter was too loud, the black-tailed silver tiger woke up, opening its eyes slowly. Suddenly, the dark mist surged, flooding the array entirely, engulfing the silver tiger in deep darkness. The dark witch laughed even louder, excitedly eyeing the thick fog. Gradually, the mist dissipated, revealing the human form of the tiger demon now corrupted by dark witchcraft, a tall and well-built figure draped in a silver robe, with a black tail extending elegantly from the hem. This tail, moving as if having a will of its own, resembled Medusa's hair, elegant yet menacing. Qi Xing could not take his eyes off this creature. As a hidden wolf, his primal instincts told him to run, this black-tailed creature before him wasn't someone to provoke easily. Yet Qi Xing couldn't move. An instinctive pull felt like a huge net binding him tightly to the spot, confined within the small area affected by pheromones. He knew what happened. He was entering estrus. Shit. Where were the suppressants? Forgot them. Shit. Seeing the beautiful yet dangerous tiger spirit, the dark witch joyfully commanded, good. Go kill that presumptuous hidden wolf. Qi Xing's infatuated thoughts dissipated, his muscles tensed as he was about to shift back to his original form to flee, but he didn't have time to react. Black Ming Qian's movement was lightning fast, surpassing any biological reaction capability. In the blink of an eye, Black Ming Qian's delicate fingers gracefully twisted off the dark witch's head. Qi Xing felt a chill down his spine. Of course, Qi Xing's spine wasn't as chilled as the neck of the dark witch. The dark witch's prowess lay in his ability to keep babbling even after his head was twisted off. His severed head emitted an astonished scream, this is impossible. How dare you harm me? You should be my magical slave. Magical slave? Black Ming Qian tilted his head, his expression resembling a puzzled cat. What's a magical slave? A magical slave obeys every command of mine and follows my orders completely. The dark witch explained. Aha, you mean a dog then, Black Ming Qian smirked. Fine, you can be my dog. What? The dark witch's eyes turned red with anger. Never. Black Ming Qian chuckled, I have my ways to make you agree. It's impossible, how could I, a noble human and the essence of all beings, become a beast's dog? The dark witch sneered coldly. A flash of malice passed through his eyes as he opened his lips, spitting out icy green poison flames. Unlike regular fire, the green flames carried witchcraft that could instantly consume the life force of any living thing it touched. When the sudden flames appeared, Qi Xing, who was watching nearby, was startled. He hadn't expected the dark witch to be so powerful, even decapitated, he could still cast such formidable sorcery. The icy green flame slid along the dark witch's lips like a focused flame, licking up Black Ming Qian's sleeve. A sinister smile spread across the dark witch's face, until that smile froze on his lips the next moment. Black Ming Qian frowned, casually tearing off his burning sleeve, revealing unscathed arms with not a trace of burn. Impossible. The dark witch was shocked, finally sensing at this moment just how dangerous the ferocious creature he had unleashed truly was. Though unafraid as a beast, Black Ming Qian still instinctively disliked flames and tore off the burning sleeve. Before the dark witch could react, Black Ming Qian picked up the flaming sleeve together with the dark witch's head and strolled into the bathroom. He tossed them into the toilet, casually slammed the lid shut, and pressed the flush button. The dark witch continued to wail and screech helplessly as he spiraled down the toilet water. Black Ming Qian furrowed his brow. Can't flush him away, huh? After removing the toilet lid, Black Ming Qian saw the green flames had died out inside. The dark witch's face bore intersecting burn marks, his eyes wide as if they might pop out, an image both horrifying and grotesque. Black Ming Qian tilted his head, looking much like an innocent kitten. You're not dead yet. The dark witch's eyes widened further. You want me dead? Didn't you say you wanted me as your dog? You weren't willing before, right? Black Ming Qian seemed to lose patience. I'm willing. The dark witch cried out desperately. Master, I'm your loyal dog. Upon hearing this, Black Ming Qian immediately broke into a radiant smile. Good, you're my dog now. Black Ming Qian's smile was mesmerizing and stunning, and then he looked at Qi Xing, asking, and you? Qi Xing pursed her lips. I have no interest in being a dog. You don't have to be a dog, Black Ming Qian smiled again. How about being my mate instead? Qi Xing paused. Your mate? Exactly, said Black Ming Qian, appearing almost like a humble gentleman, for someone whose hands were soaked in blood after just wringing the head off a wizard, will you agree? Despite Black Ming Qian's evident danger, Qi Xing found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Indeed, from the first moment she laid eyes on Black Ming Qian, Qi Xing had a thought of, what a beautiful big cat, I really want to take it home. An irresistible impulse for mating surged deep within her body. But as a hidden wolf, Qi Xing wasn't ready to easily agree to becoming a mate under what felt like a humiliating condition. She stiffened up, responding stubbornly, even if I don't want to, what can you do? Black Ming Qian also smiled, repeating, I have my ways to make you want to. #ref. Black Ming Qian grinned and placed the dark witch's head back into the toilet, closing the lid carelessly. From Black Ming Qian's smile, Qi Xing detected a hint of coercion. He assessed his speed, strength, and distance between them, but upon reflection, these calculations were meaningless. After witnessing how the infamous dark witch, feared by countless demons, was toyed with effortlessly by Black Ming Qian, Qi Xing should have already realized how terrifyingly strong Black Ming Qian was. Given the enormous gap in power, whether Qi Xing intended to fight or flee, it likely wouldn't matter. Though a little anxious inside, Qi Xing maintained an appearance of calmness, saying, let's not discuss this in the bathroom, okay? Sure. To Qi Xing's surprise, Black Ming Qian agreed smoothly, unlike the tiger who had tortured the dark witch earlier. Where do you want to talk? The living room? Qi Xing suggested. For Qi Xing, the living room offered more space, less suffocation, plus access to doors and windows for easier escape. Bad idea, Black Ming Qian declined. Qi Xing was startled and asked, then where do you want to talk? A smile flickered across Black Ming Qian's face. Although it was an extremely charming smile, it made Qi Xing's spine feel cold. Qi Xing swallowed hard. You're not going to suggest we talk directly on the bed, are you? Not that crude. Black Ming Qian assumed a civil posture. I still need to take a shower first. As he spoke, Black Ming Qian picked up Qi Xing and headed straight for the bathroom. Qi Xing hadn't expected that she would just be carried off like this without any resistance. Damn. Black Ming Qian, however, thought he had been very polite and civilized. He even planned to shower. Animals in heat don't usually require showers, after all. But because this little wolf was so refined and beautiful, Black Ming Qian decided to be more gentle with her. Black Ming Qian tossed Qi Xing into the bathtub. Apparently pretty treasures loved bubble baths. Qi Xing was thrown onto the hard porcelain bathtub. If he weren't also a sturdy great demon, he probably would have ended up dizzy from the fall. Black Ming Qian, though, believed, I am truly a man of sophistication. This little wolf is sure to like it. To make the bathroom more romantic, Black Ming Qian waved his hand, using his devilish power to ignite all the candles placed inside the bathroom. It was rumored that candles and bubble baths went well together. What Black Ming Qian didn't know was that the candles in the Dark Witch's house were not ordinary candles, they were used for summoning evil spirits. When ignited by Black Ming Qian's lethal devil fire, the sinister energy doubled, filling the bathroom with eerie green light, as the voices of resentful spirits approached gradually, wailing mournfully. Listening to these ghostly cries, Black Ming Qian mused silently, ah, there's even a cappella harmonizing. The atmosphere has become even more romantic. The faucet turned on, and the sound of running water colliding against the porcelain bathtub created a strange melody amidst the ghostly lamentations. Qi Xing lay back in the ever-deeper pool of water, looking at Black Ming Qian sitting atop him. Black Ming Qian's white robe, soaked and clinging to his body, revealed a waistline as fluid as water. The muscles of cats differ from those of canines. Canines possess lines that are clearly defined, solid and lean, akin to structures carved by a blade. Great cats' bodies always appear softer, like those of lazy ones, but when their muscles bulge, one realizes how they earn the title, King of Beasts. Qi Xing instinctively reached out to block Black Ming Qian's approach. However, Black Ming Qian emitted a low growl from his throat, his lips brushing against Qi Xing's, releasing pheromones. Hidden wolves, born in the dark forest, are sensitive to the dangerously enticing scents emanating from wicked beasts. Black Ming Qian's pheromones surged forth like thriving vitality, like the sharpest thorns of the most beautiful rose, piercing through Qi Xing's defenses and igniting a surge of passion deep within the wolf nature of Qi Xing. Black Ming Qian wasn't human, nor was he a tamed wild animal. He was closest to his primal desires, following his wild instincts. When beast demons meet their suitable mate, they don't consider too many factors. If they desire, they act on it. Lying on the bathtub, Qi Xing, without suppressants, easily succumbed to the allure of compatible pheromones. Even in human form, his posture differed from others. As a wolf demon, his legs were slimmer yet stronger than average people's, his delicate ankles rubbing against the intricate patterns on Black Ming Qian's white robe. Stroke by stroke, until Black Ming Qian could no longer hold back, binding Qi Xing's pale ankles tightly with his glossy black tail. Low growls of hidden wolves and mighty beasts echoed throughout the flowing water. Meanwhile, the Dark Witch's had soaked in the toilet bowl overnight. The next morning, Black Ming Qian woke up refreshed and cheerful, thinking, so this is the happiness of courtship. Last night, he and the female creature he courted had spent the entire evening well, starting from the bathtub and returning to the bedroom. However, the half-breed hidden wolf didn't have the stamina to match the ferocious tiger that came into the world, eventually losing strength during the latter part of the night. Black Ming Qian mocked him, such a fragile puppy. As the fighting champion of his tribe, Qi Xing had never received such an evaluation before. But he now truly felt very weak, as if he were a tiny iris flower battered soft by a storm. He covered his face with a pillow and rolled over to sleep some more. Black Ming Qian gently nudged his arm with his tail, only to have it furiously swatted away by wolf claws. It didn't hurt, and Black Ming Qian found nothing improper about being scratched by his mate. He got up from the bed, draped himself with his robe, and walked to the washroom. The Dark Witch who had spent the whole night in the toilet jumped upon hearing noises. Is he waking up just to urinate? The Dark Witch hastily shouted from the toilet, watch out below. Black Ming Qian lifted the toilet lid and saw the Dark Witch's head still inside. The burn scars on his face had completely healed, restoring his appearance to one that could be described as clear-eyed and handsome. All healed. Could the toilet water have some therapeutic function? Black Ming Qian raised an eyebrow. Then you really should soak in it more often. It's due to my own magic spells. The Dark Witch's head slowly floated into mid-air, like a wounded bird struggling upward in wobbly lines. I'm also a witch doctor. Ah. Black Ming Qian's dark eyes fixed on the floating head, seemingly pondering something. Under the Dark Witch's gaze of the large fierce beast, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck but flattered himself by saying, you are a celestial calamity incarnate, majestic and invincible, I'm sure the half-breed hidden wolf can't keep up with you. At the mention of this matter, Black Ming Qian's gaze changed slightly. He nodded and said, what methods do you have? The Dark Witch strategized as a loyal demon servant would. I happen to have a protector of chrysanthemums in my home, which can invigorate blood circulation and relieve pain, soften keratin, and strengthen the physique. Black Ming Qian stroked his chin, asking, how come you have such things at your place? The Dark Witch swallowed hard, awkwardly replying, well. I need a life too, don't I? Bring it over then, Black Ming Qian said. But I'm now without hands or feet, it's quite difficult for me to accomplish this, the Dark Witch complained. Could my master kindly allow me to reattach my head to my body so that I may serve you better? Although the Dark Witch could reattach his own head to his body if necessary, it required a long recitation. Without Black Ming Qian's permission, it might not be possible for him to achieve this. Black Ming Qian responded, do you want a body, right? Isn't that simple? Saying so, Black Ming Qian delivered a punch through the bathroom wall, revealing a hollow space behind it that led to a hidden chamber. The Dark Witch trembled with shock. How did you know there was a secret room here? Last night, there were resentful spirits, and I could sense they came from here. Black Ming Qian pointed to the hidden chamber, though understanding in his heart, he ignored their existence for the sake of seeking a partner. Black Ming Qian gripped the Dark Witch's head and boldly stepped into the hidden chamber. Inside, there were various carcasses of demons and beasts arranged chaotically. It wasn't surprising that the Dark Witch, known for enjoying hunting and torturing demon beasts, would possess such a location. However, at this moment, the Dark Witch was rather afraid, fearing Black Ming Qian's potential blame. He apologized beforehand. It was my past cruelty that killed many demon beasts, but now that I am your demon slave, I shall never. It's fine, Black Ming Qian seemed completely unbothered. The Dark Witch was somewhat taken aback. Are you not angry about what I've done? What is there to be angry about? Black Ming Qian looked puzzled. Do you think tigers get upset over the deaths of pigs and dogs? Come to think of it, both Black Ming Qian and the Dark Witch shared a common trait, no mercy for the weak. With that, Black Ming Qian casually picked up a headless dog corpse lying on the ground and snapped it neatly together with the Dark Witch's head. The Dark Witch was stupefied. I said let you become a dog, because you cannot be human. Black Ming Qian narrowed his eyes, flashing a radiant smile. #ref. Present timeline. Completely unlike the utterly immoral Black Ming Qian clearly is a big cat bound by societal norms. His conduct is always proper, even though sometimes less than satisfactory and occasionally unintentionally offending others. Perhaps it is because he is such a very civilized cat that made him say the words, no premarital activities. Qi Xing smiled, deciding to follow virtuous advice, temporarily setting aside those thoughts of bestial matters. Ming Qian was working overtime, and Qi Xing accompanied him. They formed an excellent unspoken understanding, which was mutual non-disturbance without feeling any loneliness or awkwardness. When Ming Qian glanced at Qi Xing out of the corner of his eye, he frequently experienced fleeting moments of dizziness. Although they just met, he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Was this what people called compatibility? As humans say, meeting you for the first time feels like returning to an old friend, perhaps referring precisely to such feelings. Around 6:30 p.m. in the evening, Secretary Tai knocked on the door, gently reminding them, it's time to go to the banquet. Let's go, Ming Qian said to Qi Xing. Banquet? Qi Xing wore a look of confusion. Ming Qian said, didn't you say you'd be free tonight? Qi Xing hesitated, saying, I thought, we'd just be having dinner together, but how is it turning into attending a banquet? Isn't going to a banquet just eating? Ming Qian asked. Qi Xing found himself speechless. Ming Qian attending a banquet really meant just going there to eat. Everyone knew that when ferocious animals feed, it's their most dangerous time, they cannot be easily approached. Therefore, when Ming Qian sat down and started eating, others didn't dare to approach him or engage in casual conversation. While everyone else went to the banquet hungry, laughing and networking, Ming Qian ate quietly and comfortably until he was full. However, the solitary nature of tigers is something that is generally accepted, whether by humans or demons alike. But in reality, what everyone respected wasn't the solitude of the tiger, but its ferocity. Although everyone feared the tiger, this fear would also translate into profound respect. Therefore, whenever there were grand banquets, all must invite the tiger. Tigers usually prefer solitude and like to go their own way, seldom attending feasts. But Ming Qian was different. He liked to attend banquets, yet when he came, he ignored others, sat down, and ate 20 kilograms of roasted meat, leading everyone to suspect he only came for the free meals. But then again, they felt it couldn't be just for food. Ming Qian was a billionaire after all. Could he possibly be interested in this much food? This time, Ming Qian arrived with a beauty who looked suspiciously like a fox spirit. The beauty wasn't dressed formally but wore only a hoodie and jeans. This didn't attract criticism, as demon races often didn't wear formal attire. But this young demon was extraordinarily good-looking, even without makeup, incredibly alluring. Everyone secretly wondered. Everyone knew Ming Qian was a typical tiger, solitary and never brought a partner. Today, however, he brought a male companion. What could this mean? After bringing the beauty, Ming Qian took his seat calmly. Everyone was curious to see how the beauty would interact with Ming Qian. Unexpectedly, the beauty sat down next to Ming Qian and immediately started eating meat hungrily. The beauty's appetite is terrifying. Did the beauty eat 10 kilograms of meat? Oh my, it's already 11 kilograms. So far, the beauty hasn't had any interaction with Ming Qian. That's right, could this really be Ming Qian's companion? I think this isn't his boyfriend, probably just a dining partner. Oh, it's a dining partner, huh? In this society, where both human and demon races coexisted, there were many wild forests designated as protected areas for demons. As a result, food became a luxury, and fresh meat especially so. Most residents could only afford nutritional supplements or canned foods. Such was the case with Qi Xing. Poor Qi Xing relied on nutrition agents to get by, and it had been a long time since he tasted such fresh meat. He heard about the dinner invitation from the big cat CEO and specially starved himself for 3 days before coming. Fresh meat really was delicious, simple charcoal grilled, no seasoning needed to satisfy his taste buds. Ow. Qi Xing practically wanted to lick the plate clean. One plate of roasted meat cost him an entire month's salary. If he licked once, it'd be like licking a handful of insurance premiums. Both Qi Xing and Ming Qian, being carnivores, devoured dozens of kilograms of roasted meat with gusto. After having their fill, both felt extremely satisfied. If in beast form, Qi Xing might have licked his paws, but now, he could only use napkins to wipe his mouth. Are you finished? Ming Qian asked. I'm full. Qi Xing closed his eyes contentedly. Let's go then. Ming Qian said. Qi Xing hesitated. Just leave after eating? What else do we need to do? Ming Qian asked. Ming Qian stood up with Qi Xing, preparing to leave. Though lacking in social graces, Ming Qian still knew it was proper to bid farewell to the host. Thus, he led Qi Xing over to the host and said, "Thank you for the hospitality." "It's my honor to have invited you," the host smiled and glanced at Qi Xing. "Oh, and who might this be?" The host only tentatively inquired, ready to stop if Ming Qian showed displeasure. Unexpectedly, Ming Qian introduced straightforwardly, "This is the person I'm currently dating." The host was greatly surprised and looked at Qi Xing differently, so the quiet tiger liked fox spirits? Qi Xing held a polite smile, "My name is Qi Xing, and I belong to the canine demon species." Seeing that Qi Xing seemed approachable, the host cautiously asked, "Forgive me for asking, but are you a fox?" Fearing offense, the host added with a laugh, "I've always admired foxes and have always wanted a fox friend." Qi Xing shook his head, "I'm not a fox." To prove it, Qi Xing howled, "Ow." The host chuckled, "This enchantress pretending to be a dog doesn't look a bit convincing. It is well known among animals that predators at the top of the food chain are relatively scarce, and this applies similarly within the demon race. Among 100 demons, one might be hard-pressed to find even a single tiger demon. Besides, having too many creatures like tigers or lions, whose mere presence could intimidate other demons, would indeed disrupt social stability. So it's better for them to be fewer in number. In this city, tiger demons could be counted on one hand, and they were mostly related in some way. The most renowned noblewoman in the city was Ming Qian's adoptive mother, Madame Huabian. Madame Huabian was not only Ming Qian's adoptive mother, but also his aunt. With Ming Qian's biological mother having passed away early and his father unknown, he had been raised by Madame Huabian. Among all the noblewomen of the city, Madame Huabian could be considered the queen, as she always had her fingers on the pulse of every piece of gossip. The previous evening, Ming Qian brought Qi Xing to the banquet, and the next morning, Madame Huabian already had Qi Xing's personal information. A little dog? Madame Huabian arched an eyebrow at Qi Xing's information. That boy really isn't picky, he actually chose a dog as a mate. The butler filled Madame Huabian's teacup while replying, "Young Master Ming has always been different from others since childhood." "Well," said Madame Huabian, "for someone like him, an outsider, I can't help but worry about him more as his adoptive mother." She shook the dossier in her hand, glancing at Qi Xing's photo as though it were a speck of dust. Qi Xing often saw videos and pictures of Madame Huabian on social media, but this was the first time meeting her in person. When he went out that day, he was approached by one of Madame Huabian's subordinates, who invited him to sit for a chat at a certain restaurant. Qi Xing brightened immediately upon hearing this. A restaurant? That meant meat. With joy in his heart, Qi Xing sat down in the restaurant and directly ordered a low-sodium whole lamb roast suitable for dogs. After he had eaten 2 legs of the lamb, Madame Huabian finally arrived. Madame Huabian originally thought that calling him to an unfamiliar place and leaving him waiting would make him uneasy. But unexpectedly, this dog appeared perfectly comfortable, cheerfully digging into the food. How typical of a dog. Smiling, Madame Huabian said, "Are you Qi Xing?" Qi Xing looked up and, seeing a well-preserved face of a noblewoman, couldn't help but stutter, "You are Madame Huabian?" "It's me," Madame Huabian smiled in reply. Qi Xing said, "Hello, I'm Qi Xing." Madame Huabian took her seat and asked, "Are you enjoying your meal?" "I am," Qi Xing replied, "thank you for treating me." Madame Huabian narrowed her eyes, "Given your financial condition, you probably don't get to eat meat very often, do you?" Qi Xing immediately detected a tone of hostility, but on the surface, he still grinned foolishly, "That's true, thank you, madam, for treating me to some meat." Madame Huabian saw no change in Qi Xing's expression, and he continued smiling widely. She wasn't sure if it was feigned or if he truly had such a big heart. In any case, dogs were known for their cheerful dispositions. Therefore, Madame Huabian decided to make her words clearer. To be honest, a child like Ming Qian, blessed with great fortune, favored by nature, belonging to a prestigious tiger clan, and possessing extraordinary intelligence and agility, his status and position surpass those of ordinary demon races, they simply cannot match him. Qi Xing responded, "Oh." Madame Huabian choked slightly on her words, deciding to be even more direct, "Do you think you deserve him?" "What good does my opinion do?" Qi Xing said, "It depends on what he thinks." Madame Huabian sneered, "He's just infatuated with something new. Have you thought about the future?" "Nope," Qi Xing answered straightforwardly in a dog-like tone. Madame Huabian covered her mouth with a napkin, coughed lightly, and then said, "All right, let me speak frankly. The tiger clan will never accept a dog into their family. You'll gain nothing. If you persist, it will bring you no benefit at all." As she spoke, she pulled out a card and tapped it on the table. "Here's 5 million. Take it and leave Ming Qian alone. #ref. Qi Xing blinked. 5 million. Is this a deposit or the full amount? Pre-tax or post-tax? Do you know that for income of 5 million, you have to pay 1 million in taxes? Madame Huabian froze, for she truly didn't know. But after all, she had seen much. Quickly regaining her composure, she caught onto the key point, deposit or full amount. Pre-tax or post-tax? Your meaning is, you think the money is too little? Exactly, exactly, Qi Xing nodded, and paired with his fox-like handsome face, he looked like a greedy and shallow beauty. Do you really think Ming Qian's marriage is worth only this much? Madame Huabian laughed coldly. How greedily ambitious you are. Then she asked again, how much do you want? Qi Xing said, how much can you give? Madame Huabian's face turned colder. Don't be so greedy just because you're a dog. Qi Xing grinned and took out a black card from his pocket. The black card featured a gold-embossed tiger face, marking its holder's distinguished identity. Just showing it let everyone know who the owner was. Qi Xing jiggled the card before her and asked, can you offer more than this? Madame Huabian's complexion changed slightly, realizing that Ming Qian had been so generous as to give this young spirit beast such a valuable card. Qi Xing noticed her changing expression and quickly said, what's wrong? Is this card worth a lot? Through gritted teeth, Madame Huabian muttered, don't be too smug. Qi Xing, however, said, how could I be too smug? On the contrary, I am quite disappointed. From your tone, I thought you were quite wealthy. But apparently. Here Qi Xing sighed deeply, pretending to show his disappointment. Madame Huabian suddenly stood up, you prefer punishment wine to courtesy wine. Do you not know what it means to offend the tiger clan? Qi Xing didn't reply as Madame Huabian already exuded the unique aura of a tiger. She was about to use her racial superiority to force Qi Xing to submit. After all, top of the food chain tiger demons weren't something to trifle with. When she unleashed her overwhelming presence, even the demon waiters in the restaurant trembled, their faces ashen white, some couldn't bear it and fled into the restroom for comfort spray. Yet Qi Xing remained calmly seated in the booth, staring at Madame Huabian with dark eyes. Madame Huabian originally thought Qi Xing was just holding out, ready to mock him, but unexpectedly, Qi Xing picked up a piece of roasted lamb and continued eating. If standing still could be understood as Qi Xing trying hard to hold on, then continuing to eat normally meant he was definitely unaffected. Madame Huabian faltered, retracting her aura, knitting her brows and saying, your self-control is quite admirable. Qi Xing laughed, I'm not afraid of Ming Qian, so why should I fear you, a little kitten that files its claws for manicures. Upon hearing she was called a kitten, Madame Huabian became irritated again. Qi Xing added fuel to the fire, to me, tigers that have been pampered to the point of losing their hunting ability can no longer be considered tigers. Calling them cats even insults the cat demons. After all, there were plenty of powerful cat demons. The annoyance in Madame Huabian's eyes deepened, but strangely, she had no rebuttal. Since her birth, she had always lived a life of luxury, never learning hunting or combat skills. She'd ground down her sharp claws from childhood into smooth shapes for aesthetics. In her school PE classes in the past, she really used to run slower than cat demons. She tried to scare Qi Xing earlier by using her pressure, an ability that was all she had left in her arsenal. After all, she didn't even know how to roar like a tiger. A tiger's roar could intimidate hundreds of beasts. It was a unique, commanding skill of the tiger clan. However, since she'd been trained to speak softly, her voice was made cute and gentle, making it impossible for her to let out such an intimidating roar heard miles away. Not to mention any sort of combat or stealth skills, which she knew nothing about. But usually, she didn't need those things anyway. After all, she was a noble woman. When she got angry, releasing her aura was enough to frighten the subordinates. Who would have guessed that now, she couldn't even dominate a dog? Madame Huabian gritted her teeth, maintaining a proud expression. It's difficult for someone like you to understand our aristocratic lifestyle. Those vulgar and barbaric actions are not recognized in high society. Qi Xing blinked and asked, vulgar and barbaric actions? Are you talking about me being able to punch your feline face off with one blow? Madame Huabian showed displeasure but more so disdain. How dare a mere dog talk nonsense about her being a cat? In order to maintain her composure, she didn't say anything, merely giving a glance to the bodyguard beside her. The bodyguard immediately understood and attacked Qi Xing from behind. Qi Xing was slender, his neck seeming like it could be snapped with ease. When the bodyguard's hand was just about to touch Qi Xing's neck, Qi Xing suddenly twisted his body, leaped onto the bodyguard's back. Before the bodyguard could react, Qi Xing slammed him twice on the table, knocking him into stars. Madame Huabian, having lived in a stable environment all her life, had never seen such fierce fighting skills. Shocked, she forgot she was a tiger herself and sat down helplessly on the chair out of fear at the sight. Qi Xing maintained his human form but went down on all fours, showing animal-like gestures. He tilted his head up, his eyes turning into wolf-like pupils, shimmering with menacing cold light. Madame Huabian's instincts rang like an alarm bell, her breath became irregular as she instinctively grabbed her bag and rushed out of the door. After going home, Madame Huabian was embarrassed to tell anyone about this incident. After all, it would be utterly humiliating for a tiger to be scared off by a dog. The bodyguard was also terrified beyond words. He was a brown bear. A brown bear, beaten by a dog. Could he ever call himself a bear if that got out? Covering his big bare face with his bare paws, the brown bear security guard began to sob uncontrollably. This time, Madame Huabian came with the brown bear and a check, originally intending to try soft approaches first, then hard. Unexpectedly, Qi Xing resisted both, leading to quite an embarrassing situation for her. Qi Xing found this matter somewhat peculiar. On Monday, while in the president's office, he casually brought it up, asking Ming Qian, "How's your relationship with Madame Huabian?" Ming Qian paused for a moment before saying, "She's my birth mother's sister, and she raised me after my mother passed away. I respect her deeply, but it seems there were some unpleasant moments between us in the past." Qi Xing asked, "What kind of unpleasantness?" Ming Qian struggled to describe it and instead started recounting some events that happened many years ago. When Ming Qian was still a little tiger cub, Madame Huabian taught him many civilized norms, such as how to maintain human form, and how to dine gracefully. Having grown up in the wild as a child, Ming Qian did not understand these things, especially the concept of dining elegantly with utensils. As a young tiger cub, his eating style was particularly aggressive. Even after transforming into human form, he preferred to eat while crouching. Madame Huabian tried to teach him multiple times but failed to reform him, losing patience and angrily whipping him with a small leather whip. She would also bind him to a chair and force him to eat gracefully like a nobleman by sitting upright and using both hands. Sometimes, Ming Qian would be punished by being locked in a dark room for a whole day just because he stirred his spoon in the wrong direction. In short, Madame Huabian exerted tremendous effort in an attempt to correct his barbaric habits. Of course, Ming Qian, who had grown up in the wild, also resisted at times. Once, when Madame Huabian whipped Ming Qian, he suddenly retaliated, biting her hand and injuring her. Outraged, Madame Huabian forcibly pulled out 2 of his upper fangs. Fortunately, the teeth Ming Qian lost were baby teeth, and new ones eventually grew in, so he didn't end up becoming a toothless tiger. Listening to Ming Qian recount these stories, Qi Xing was dumbfounded. He finally understood why Ming Qian, despite being a mighty tiger, acted no differently than a human noble gentleman. This is how he was trained. Just imagining the scene made Qi Xing so angry that his fists clenched tightly. All he wanted was to drag Madame Huabian out and scold her. How could she treat such a cute little tiger cub this way? This is animal abuse. Upon hearing these words, Qi Xing felt both rage and sorrow, tears welling up in his eyes. She went too far. How could she do that to you? You must have been very upset back then, right? However, Ming Qian responded expressionlessly, "No. No." Qi Xing was shocked. This Ming Qian was truly too tolerant. Ming Qian said, "I don't even remember these things happening." His glass-like eyeballs clouded over with confusion. "I have absolutely no recollection of any of it." Qi Xing was astonished and momentarily speechless. Ming Qian, as if finally finding someone to confide in, continued on his own, "But they all say this is normal. Many people don't remember their childhoods." According to the servants, Ming Qian's childhood was filled with misconduct. For instance, one of Madame Huabian's dog guards had its head crushed by Ming Qian after barking at him. Another time, one of Madame Huabian's cat maids had her whiskers plucked and tied into a bough before being buried in the litter box due to mocking Ming Qian. When Madame Huabian became enraged and lashed out at Ming Qian, he retaliated by biting her, breaking her fingers, though, as a pure-blooded powerful demon, she later recovered from the injury. As Ming Qian spoke, a look of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. "I can't picture myself doing those things." The narrative of Ming Qian's past seemed like a mist, but Qi Xing glimpsed a glimmer of light through it. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "When did you become the person you are now?" Ming Qian pressed his lips together slightly, his expression somewhat strange, as though unexpectedly hit by a small stone. Qi Xing noticed Ming Qian's discomfort and smiled. "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. I'm not unwilling to speak, it's just that I don't remember." Ming Qian's voice deepened. "Those childhood memories involving having your teeth pulled, surely you don't remember them either." Qi Xing probed further, "So how do you know about them?" Ming Qian replied, "The butler, the servants, the elders, and others told me." "Did they tell you when you changed?" Qi Xing continued. Ming Qian furrowed his brow. "According to them, Madame Huabian took me to a place. #ref. Past timeline, 5 years ago. Having the head of a sorcerer attached to a dog's body was undoubtedly a source of great humiliation. But he could only lower his head, concealing the twisted hatred on his face that spiraled out of control. After all, circumstances outweighed individual strength. There was no way he could match the power of that accursed tiger. His only choice was to endure the shame, biding his time for revenge. Deep down, he still believed human intelligence was superior to brute force. No matter how strong animals might be, they eventually fell to human ingenuity. As long as he remained alive, there would always be a chance for him to turn the tables. The shadow sorcerer flapped and fetched the chrysanthemum protector, pretending to be a tame dog but filled with hatred inside. But Black Ming Qian knew nothing about the shadow sorcerer's inner thoughts, or rather, he simply didn't care. Black Ming Qian weighed the ointment in his hand. The shadow sorcerer looked up, thinking that Black Ming Qian might suspect there was something wrong with the medicine. Honestly, the shadow sorcerer did harbor sinister intentions to harm secretly through poisoning, but it was impossible for him to directly poison the chrysanthemum protector. The plan was to wait until Black Ming Qian let down his guard before making his move. Therefore, this tube of chrysanthemum protector was absolutely safe. Thus, the shadow sorcerer explained, "This is brand new, still unopened. If the master is not reassured, I am willing to test it on myself." "There's no need for that," Black Ming Qian said, "you just clean around here and prepare some food." My female beast should be hungry too. Yes, master. The shadow sorcerer paused briefly and then tentatively suggested, but isn't my current body inconvenient for cleaning? You've got your dogs, haven't you? Black Mingqian remarked. The shadow sorcerer was taken aback. He realized this great cat knew more than he had expected. Black Mingqian was indeed correct, the shadow sorcerer did have magical slaves. He'd been raising several ghosts as his slaves in this place. Originally, the shadow sorcerer planned to use these ghosts as his ace card, summoning them at the crucial moment to assassinate Black Mingqian. However, Black Mingqian actually knew about their existence. The shadow sorcerer lowered his head and said, yes, I'll summon them to start working immediately. Black Mingqian wore an expression of apparent indifference. Black Mingqian didn't turn the shadow sorcerer's magical slaves into his own servants. Instead, he allowed the ghosts to continue serving the shadow sorcerer. Not only that, Black Mingqian hadn't even shackled the shadow sorcerer or imposed any other restrictions on him. In a sense, the shadow sorcerer was relatively free, except for one thing. Black Mingqian strictly forbade both the magical slaves and the shadow sorcerer himself from entering the bedroom, because it was designated as the nest. From the door to the window to the carpet, every spot had been meticulously marked by him and his female beast with boundless passion. For him, it was his most private place, off limits to anyone except himself and his female companion. Any intrusion would be considered an attack. At that very moment, his female beast lay dozing on the soft, large bed, half awake and half asleep. Due to extreme exhaustion, Qi Xing currently appeared listless, her body somewhat out of control. Her ears and tail were exposed, a gray wolf tail partially covering her posterior. As soon as Black Mingqian's hand lightly touched the wolf tail, it startled Qi Xing. Qi Xing quickly hid under the quilt anxiously. What are you doing? Black Mingqian pulled open the quilt with a smile. I'm applying the medicine for you. Qi Xing blushed, pulling the quilt tightly around herself while shaking her head. No need. No need. Black Mingqian countered. Don't push yourself, your anus is swollen, don't tell me you can't feel it. Qi Xing's face heated up upon hearing the handsome man nonchalantly say the word anus so boldly, and she nearly fumed. Even if, it doesn't mean you have to help. I can do it myself. Black Mingqian glanced at Qi Xing and responded, how can you do it yourself? Show me how. Qi Xing felt even more embarrassed and shook her head. Why would I show you? Black Mingqian narrowed his eyes, as if suddenly understanding something. Are you feeling ashamed? Qi Xing choked, her cheeks becoming even hotter. Her reaction implied confirmation. Black Mingqian looked puzzled. What is there to be ashamed of? You're my female mate. Qi Xing remained stubborn. I never agreed. Black Mingqian frowned. We've already mated, and you've moved into my nest. You're my mate, there's no doubt about it. Qi Xing stared at Black Mingqian's completely matter-of-fact face, unsure whether to laugh or cry. What nonsense about being a female mate. Why must I be the female one? Black Mingqian laughed. If you're not satisfied, shall we decide who's stronger once more? Qi Xing turned red in the face. Seeming to not understand Qi Xing's embarrassment, Black Mingqian grabbed her tail to apply the medicine. Qi Xing was so upset that her tail hair bristled, the whole tail puffing up like a feather duster. Black Mingqian rubbed against her wolf tail with his cheek, applying the medicine without caring about Qi Xing's resistance. Despite her protests, Qi Xing's attempts to stop him were futile, causing her face to flush red. Her two wolf ears atop her forehead stood straight up in anger, resembling airplane wings. Black Mingqian found this amusing and leaned over, lightly nibbling at Qi Xing's upright ears from behind, making her blush fiercely and pant heavily for a moment. It wasn't until much later that Black Mingqian and Qi Xing finally emerged from the bedroom together. Qi Xing was surprised when she caught sight of the man-headed, dog-bodied dark sorcerer. Under Qi Xing's gaze, the dark sorcerer felt even more humiliated but could not help but pretend deference. Master, the house has been cleaned, and dinner has been prepared. Black Mingqian exhaled a faint sound from his nose, resembling a proud cat. He didn't even glance at the shadow sorcerer, acting arrogantly, contrasting with the carefree manner he had when playing with Qi Xing earlier. The shadow sorcerer had the magical slaves prepare food that large carnivorous animals would like, mostly plain meat without much seasoning. Black Mingqian and Qi Xing sat down together to eat heartily. Qi Xing hadn't eaten so much delicious meat in a long time and was naturally very happy. Besides, after such intense exercise last night, it was time for her to replenish her strength. As Qi Xing ate halfway through her meal, her phone rang. She casually picked up the phone and saw that it was an old goat demon's message asking about the progress of her mission. Old goat demon's question made Qi Xing struggle to answer. How was the mission going? The task assigned by old goat demon was for Qi Xing to rescue Mingqian. But now, did Mingqian need rescuing? It seemed like the shadow sorcerer needed rescuing more. Qi Xing paused for a moment, replying with a message. Things are a bit complicated, I'll tell you later. After sending it, she stuffed her phone back into her pocket and spoke to Black Mingqian. I have something to do, I'll be out for a bit. This statement was actually a test. She still wasn't sure about his attitude toward her or whether he would allow her freedom. But Qi Xing didn't want to seem overly cautious, so she spoke casually. What she didn't know was that this exact attitude pleased Black Mingqian. If Qi Xing had cautiously sought his permission, it would have annoyed Black Mingqian instead. With Qi Xing speaking freely and casually, Black Mingqian responded casually as well, just come back soon. Hearing this, Qi Xing let out a quiet sigh of relief, but she didn't show it on her face, only nodding lightly. After finishing the meal, Qi Xing left with a casual posture. Qi Xing went outside, took a vehicle, and arrived at the special department where Old Goat Demon worked. Just as she entered the office building, she noticed all the demon races were behaving stiffly, and some glanced at her and fled quickly. Qi Xing was puzzled when Old Goat Demon stepped out of the office. Once outside, Old Goat Demon took a deep breath and then said, "Impressive." Qi Xing looked confused, "What's impressive?" Old Goat Demon made a clicking sound and replied, "Your whole body smells of tiger pheromones, yet you ask me who's impressive? If you're not impressive, then who is?" Only after hearing these words did Qi Xing understand why the demon race had reacted so strangely. She couldn't help but feel her cheeks heat up and gave a couple of "ooh" sounds. No. No. Being a sun-eating wolf, the third sun being a verb, who'd seen the world, Old Goat Demon carried himself with dignity and didn't get as startled as other demons. He calmly smoothed his mustache and said, "Since that's the case, I'm relieved to see that you've successfully rescued Mingqian." Qi Xing's face showed embarrassment. "Actually, it's not quite like that. It's a long story." Old Goat Demon led Qi Xing into the office, brewed tea, and listened as Qi Xing recounted the events of last night in detail. Qi Xing explained how she had infiltrated the Shadow Sorcerer's home and witnessed the Black and Baihu abusing the Shadow Sorcerer. Hearing this, Old Goat Demon frowned. "Isn't there something important you haven't told me?" Qi Xing shook her head. "No, I've already told you everything about what happened." "That doesn't make sense." Old Goat Demon sipped a mouthful of grass tea. "You still haven't told me how your body got covered in tiger pheromones." Qi Xing blushed red instantly, shaking her head. There's no need to mention that part." "But, this is the main point." Old Goat Demon said curiously, "We're both our own kind here, what's there to be shy about?" Qi Xing shot a glance at Old Goat Demon and realized this old man was too improper, so she coughed twice. "Old friend, isn't this somewhat intrusive?" When Old Goat Demon saw that Qi Xing wouldn't talk, he felt slightly disappointed, but since Qi Xing didn't want to say, Old Goat Demon couldn't force her. He repressed his nosy expression and said, "I never thought you'd view me this way." Sigh, "Well, I won't ask anymore." Qi Xing then brought up the topic she cared about. "Then, can I claim my reward?" "What was your task again?" Old Goat Demon asked. Qi Xing said, "Wasn't it to rescue Mingqian?" "What were the specific requirements of the task?" Old Goat Demon asked further. Qi Xing hesitated for a second, realizing she didn't remember them clearly. So she took out her phone, flipped through the message records, and read aloud, "Trace the Shadow Sorcerer's whereabouts, stop Mingqian from turning dark." Qi Xing paused mid-sentence, a look of bewilderment flashing across her face. Old Goat Demon sighed. "Now, Mingqian has already turned dark. Your mission has failed." Qi Xing didn't have much of a real sense of Mingqian's dark transformation, and only said, "You mentioned before that we needed to prevent the Shadow Sorcerer from converting Mingqian into a devastating weapon for annihilating the demon race. But in my view, Mingqian hasn't turned into a killing machine, let alone become a mere blade in the Shadow Sorcerer's hand. It's rather the Shadow Sorcerer who is close to being toyed with by him. What do you know?" The Old Goat Demon shook his head and replied, "The Mingqian I know is a gentleman, he's certainly not the fierce tiger you describe. This shows Mingqian has already transformed into a ferocious beast. Though he hasn't been controlled by the Shadow Sorcerer, he's still a dangerous figure." He sighed deeply as he continued, "You still don't understand his destructive power." Qi Xing wasn't entirely oblivious either. The ferocity she witnessed from Mingqian last night was shocking enough. She furrowed her brows, asking, "Then what do you suggest should be done?" The Old Goat Demon thought for a moment and replied, "Since he's intimate with you now, you can stay near him and see if there's any abnormality. Don't startle him, just go along with everything he does." "Does that mean I'll practically end up selling myself?" Qi Xing joked. "In that case, this definitely warrants a pay raise." The Old Goat Demon remained silent at first. This child must be broke to the point of losing all integrity. After leaving the special department, Qi Xing returned directly to the Shadow Sorcerer's place. As soon as she entered the house, the two magical slaves treated her very respectfully, offering slippers and trying to help her take off her shoes and clothes. Qi Xing quickly waved them away, saying, "No need, I can do it myself." With that, Qi Xing sat down. The Shadow Sorcerer, now with a dog's body but a human's head, crouched on one side, blinking at Qi Xing. Qi Xing still wasn't used to the Shadow Sorcerer's current half-human, half-dog form, especially under the Sorcerer's solemn gaze. The feeling made her extremely uncomfortable. Just as Qi Xing wanted to say something, she heard the Shadow Sorcerer's voice resounding in her mind, an odd sensation indeed. Despite the fact that the Sorcerer did not move his mouth, Qi Xing could somehow hear him loud and clear. "Are you, with your ancient and precious alpha wolf lineage, really willing to degrade yourself as the female companion to some beast?" Qi Xing's heart stirred slightly at this. Her eyes narrowed sharply, evoking a somewhat wolfish demeanor. The shadow sorcerer's voice continued, let's cooperate. I can help you get rid of that tiger's interference. According to the shadow sorcerer's logic, as an apex predator himself, Qi Xing would surely refuse such degradation. Alpha wolves are proud, and within the ranks of these high-tier demon beasts, the domination between males often constitutes a kind of disgrace. Moreover, the shadow sorcerer personally overheard Qi Xing express refusal the other night, which suggested he had been coerced. Therefore, the shadow sorcerer believed they could establish an alliance, given their mutual resentment towards Black Mingqian. What the shadow sorcerer didn't realize was that while Qi Xing had voiced refusal, his body enjoyed itself quite thoroughly. Being a hybrid of hidden wolf and male canine, Qi Xing always relied on potent suppressants to curb his needs. That night was his first time experiencing heat without relying on drugs or sheer willpower. It was akin to tasting spicy food for the very first time, both pain and pleasure intertwined intensely, creating an addictive cycle, and afterward, leaving behind considerable discomfort. Qi Xing naturally felt embarrassed to reveal this internal process to the shadow sorcerer. The shadow sorcerer, however, assumed Qi Xing's compliance stemmed merely from fear under Black Mingqian's authority. He wouldn't believe that a proud alpha wolf would willingly submit to such a role. In his eyes, Qi Xing, like himself, was just biding his time. Thus, the shadow sorcerer utilized witchcraft to privately communicate with Qi Xing using telepathic whispers, aiming to collaborate secretly without arousing suspicion from Black Mingqian. Qi Xing could guess the shadow sorcerer's thoughts, yet he kept silent. Even if he wanted to respond, he couldn't. Lacking expertise in witchcraft, Qi Xing could neither perform telepathy nor whisper into another's mind. To answer the shadow sorcerer, Qi Xing would have to speak aloud. However, though Black Mingqian wasn't in the living room, he was still somewhere in the house. Neither Qi Xing nor the shadow sorcerer was certain about how sharp Black Mingqian's hearing might be, whether he could overhear their conversation through walls. Therefore, discretion seemed wiser. Qi Xing shot a sidelong glance at the shadow sorcerer and walked away. Seeing Qi Xing not utter a word, the shadow sorcerer grew more confident. Looks like he's also unwilling to submit to that tiger. Without further ado, Qi Xing went straight to the bedroom. Turning the doorknob, a startling scene greeted her. Black Mingqian was sitting in front of the computer, focused intently on watching videos about cats. Seeing the round, furry cat bell briefly appear on the screen, Qi Xing's scalp tingled uneasily. Am I interrupting your art appreciation? It's not art appreciation, it's skill learning. Black Mingqian turned around, grinning warmly. You've come at the perfect time. Let's learn together. Ah. Instinctively, Qi Xing took a step backward. But Black Mingqian stepped closer, pressing in on her space. I happen to want to discuss something with you. Discuss what? Qi Xing tried to back out, but the bedroom door had already been shut. The large black cat's tail hooked Qi Xing's pale wrist, pulling him inwards. Black Mingqian's voice sounded leisurely. Look at this, didn't we not try this all night last night? Black Mingqian pointed at the screen with his finger. Qi Xing's attention was diverted as well, thinking to himself, didn't try. After going at it for so long last night, are there still positions we haven't tried? This film is truly professional. Given the flexibility that cats and dogs possess, able to lick themselves, and the peak physical prowess of top predators, Qi Xing confidently believed that even the professional positions performed by seasoned actors could be learned, imitated, or even surpassed. Therefore, Qi Xing muttered, what's so interesting about these things, while casting an eager gaze towards the screen. #ref. But on the screen, the two professional actors were not demonstrating any advanced position. Instead, they were performing a French kiss. Seeing the passionate kissing scene, Qi Xing was momentarily speechless. Come to think of it, he and Black Mingqian had fought all night, yet never once kissed, just brushing lips slightly here and there. These were mere touches with cheeks and corners of the mouth, the kind where cats rub scents onto each other, not the kind of deep, tongue-involved kisses. Most of the time, Qi Xing and Black Mingqian, both inexperienced beasts, followed their biological instincts, engaging in simple and rough acts. As Qi Xing remained silent, Black Mingqian had already drawn closer. By the time Qi Xing realized it, the fierce aura of the tiger had enveloped him. The scent of tiger pheromones was domineering and intense, especially during arousal, like a surging flood threatening to engulf everything. However, Qi Xing wasn't overwhelmed. What he felt was a tentative light flick of a cat's tongue. It was akin to a newborn kitten instinctively licking soft fur without knowing why. Unlike kittens, though, Black Mingqian knew the sharpness of his teeth and carefully retracted them, only using his soft tongue to touch the partner he pursued so earnestly. Moved by this gentleness, Qi Xing parted his lips slightly. When it comes to licking, no animal licks the ones they love more than canines do. Despite being top-tier predators, at this moment, they were like kittens or pups just growing fur, tenderly curled together, silently and intricately expressing warm intimacy through slow, careful licking. The big bed was soft, and the wolf's long tail intertwined with the cat's tail in a way that showed no signs of separating. They spent the whole afternoon on the bed doing nothing sexual, just hugging, kissing, wrapping tails around one another, revealing their ears, and resting their soft heads against each other. The sunlight filtered through the windows onto their bodies, bringing a cozy warmth. After sunset, the temperature dropped. Sensing the evening chill, Black Mingqian suddenly muttered, "I've never done this." "Never done what?" Qi Xing turned his head, asking Black Mingqian. Black Mingqian frowned, "I don't know either." Qi Xing suddenly remembered old goat demon's words, "The Mingqian I know is a gentleman, he's certainly not the fierce tiger you describe." This shows Mingqian has already transformed into a ferocious beast. Though he hasn't been controlled by the shadow sorcerer, he's still a dangerous figure. Qi Xing also recalled how media portrayals depicted Mingqian as the educated cat and this century's most cultured beast. Even if the phrase, Mingqian is a gentleman, was just part of his public persona, surely it wouldn't match the current image of him twisting necks casually. So, Qi Xing sat up and asked, "What were you like before?" A bewildered look flashed in Black Mingqian's eyes, "I don't remember." Qi Xing was inwardly amazed but unsure what to say, only thinking, he lost his memory, must be confused and scared, I should comfort him. However, before Qi Xing managed to organize his words for comfort, Black Mingqian leaped off the bed and said simply, "Whatever. Let's eat first." Qi Xing. It seems he doesn't need any comfort at all. What am I thinking? To comfort such a violent tiger? Black Mingqian paid absolutely no mind to the issue of memory loss and walked away directly, asking, "Where's dinner?" The fawning voice of the shadow sorcerer responded, "I'm preparing it, master." "Hurry up," Black Mingqian said arrogantly. "Yes, master," the shadow sorcerer replied. Actually, preparing meals for Black Mingqian and Qi Xing was quite straightforward. As beasts, they preferred meat with minimal seasoning, which made meal preparation quick and easy. The only challenge was their massive meat consumption and its cost. But Black Mingqian, being a tiger, would never consider issues of price. Likewise, the shadow sorcerer, as a villain, probably had no financial concerns either. Throughout history, villains rarely have been poor. Probably because villains are all smart bad guys. If a person is both bad and smart and not in jail, then they are most likely doing pretty well. Even though Black Mingqian had no memory, he naturally revealed an attitude of, "It's your blessing to work for me and you should thank me," which was very annoying, but his strength was there, making the shadow sorcerer dare to be angry but not say anything. But Qi Xing, being half wolf and half dog, was more sensitive to others' emotions. He could smell with his nose that this dog-bodied and human-headed shadow sorcerer was definitely up to something. Qi Xing thought that even though Black Mingqian had astonishing physical prowess, his behavior and manners showed a touch of childish naivety. This shadow sorcerer has always been the government's biggest concern, clearly not someone to be underestimated. If he were to scheme, as they say, an open insult is easier to guard against than covert slander. Qi Xing recalled how the shadow sorcerer communicated telepathically with him earlier, as if wanting to team up with him. Qi Xing would certainly not stand on the side of the shadow sorcerer, but he felt it would not hurt to pretend to cooperate and see what hidden cards this already abused shadow sorcerer still held, also letting Black Mingqian be aware. Therefore, during dinner, Qi Xing acted like someone who had lost all hope, looking melancholic, a small pitiable wolf coerced into becoming a scapegoat. Seeing Qi Xing look depressed, Black Mingqian asked, "What's wrong, darling?" Upon hearing "darling," Qi Xing almost spat out his food. "What did you call me?" "Darling." Black Mingqian repeated. "Where did you learn that?" Qi Xing asked. Black Mingqian replied, "From the video." Qi Xing fell silent, but was glad that the video Black Mingqian watched was relatively civilized, only saying, "darling," instead of other indecent terms. Qi Xing's gloomy expression confirmed in the shadow sorcerer's eyes that Qi Xing was indeed coerced into becoming a scapegoat. However, the shadow sorcerer would not act rashly, and he continued to act submissive, serving Black Mingqian front and back, just like a loyal dog. After dinner, Black Mingqian returned to the bedroom with Qi Xing. After the door was closed, Qi Xing lay on Black Mingqian's arm and asked, "Do you remember your name?" Black Mingqian replied, "No." Seeing Black Mingqian's calm expression, Qi Xing doubted, "Aren't you curious about your own name?" "I'm somewhat curious, but I don't think it's a big deal." Black Mingqian leaned on the bed, one hand supporting his head, the other stroking Qi Xing's animal ears. "Isn't a name just a title? It's like I don't know your name, but I know you're my female mate, my pretty darling, and that's enough." Qi Xing found it unpleasant but sweet at the same time. Black Mingqian reached out to pull down Qi Xing's pants, but Qi Xing shook his head and said, "I'm too tired from last night, let me rest today." "You're truly delicate." Black Mingqian let Qi Xing go, merely holding him, licking his tongue, and rubbing his cheeks against him until Qi Xing was fully covered in Black Mingqian's scent. Strangely, Qi Xing had known Black Mingqian for only 2 days, yet the lone wolf within him had completely accepted Black Mingqian's intimacy. But wasn't it strange for Black Mingqian too? Wolves are inherently social animals, but tigers are entirely solitary beings. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Black Mingqian not only tolerated this wolf dog he met by chance but also shared a bed and meals with him. When Qi Xing talked about this, he also asked, "Do you find this strange?" Black Mingqian however responded, "What's so strange? No matter what kind of loners or fierce beasts you are, when in heat, you have to obediently build nests and hunt for your partner. That's natural law." Qi Xing hesitated and added, "I've heard that a mountain can only hold 1 tiger, but during the mating season, it can hold 2. But after the mating season, the paired tigers will go their separate ways. Is that true? Qi Xing was actually asking indirectly, will you send me away when you've had enough? It's unclear whether Black Mingqian understood. Being straightforward, without hesitation, he answered, I don't know any other tigers, where would I know? What about you? Qi Xing asked again, regretting the question once it was out, fearing that the answer might embarrass himself. #ref. Current timeline. Qi Xing told Mingqian, you know, Mrs. Huaban came to see me not long ago. She said I am a dog and not good enough for you. She offered me $5 million to leave you. Mingqian seemed a little surprised, paused for 2 seconds, and then said, she said that because she doesn't know you. If she knew you're a pure-blooded hidden wolf, she wouldn't have such thoughts. Because Qi Xing was expelled by the tribe, all public records list him as wolf dog. Only the bloodline matching database registers his real biological information. Mingqian, matched with Qi Xing through the bloodline database, naturally knew Qi Xing had the bloodline of a hidden wolf. However, Mingqian's visit to the lineage database for matching was his personal privacy. Apart from his assistant Tai, he hadn't told anyone. Therefore, Mrs. Huaban didn't know that Mingqian and Qi Xing met because of a system match. Seeing that Qi Xing worked for the Ming Corporation, she assumed they met in the office. Thus, in Mrs. Huaban's eyes, Qi Xing was nothing more than an ordinary hard-working dog. That's why Mingqian said it was due to Mrs. Huaban not knowing him well enough that such a misunderstanding arose. Qi Xing chuckled, so you also agree with her, that only those with noble bloodlines are worthy of you? Perhaps love did drive one's mind into irrational corners. Qi Xing's mood shifted abruptly as he muttered under his breath, in that case, if I were a dog, you'd also think I'm unworthy of you, right? Mingqian was always very rational. Faced with his lover's reproach, he had no inkling to immediately profess loyalty. Instead, he spoke in an even tone, you're not a dog. Such an answer naturally left Qi Xing unsatisfied and made him even angrier. Folding his arms, Qi Xing sat on the couch and said, I am. Don't forget, I'm the son of a canine demon. How can I not be a dog? Mingqian still seemed clueless about the art of nonsensical flattery to pacify his wife, instead continuing matter-of-factly, you are the son of a canine demon, but at the same time, you are also the son of a hidden wolf. So you are not a dog. Yes, born from the union of a wolf and a dog, so I'm just a mongrel. Qi Xing glanced sideways at him, a mongrel is essentially a dog, how could I possibly match up with you, a prestigious tiger demon? If we were not suited for each other, the matching system wouldn't have paired us together. Mingqian took out the official pairing system as evidence. Data doesn't lie. Based on all our parameter values, we match perfectly. Mingqian thought Qi Xing was upset over the notion that a half-breed like Qi Xing couldn't possibly measure up to pure-blooded Mingqian. Therefore, Mingqian repeatedly emphasized, you are worthy of me, unaware that this was tantamount to praising himself rather than addressing Qi Xing's underlying feelings. What Qi Xing wanted to hear was something along the lines of, forget about you being a dog, I would marry you even if you were a rat. This was a foolish statement only a love-struck fool might utter. The more Mingqian dissected point by point to prove that Qi Xing's bloodline was as noble as his own, the angrier Qi Xing became. Qi Xing grew more irate, his eyes revealing wolf-like intensity, great. So, it's clear now that the only reason you chose me was based on what the matching system calculated. If tomorrow the system finds someone with an even higher compatibility rating, you'll just choose them instead, right? Mingqian, hearing Qi Xing say things like, if I were a dog, or, if there was someone with higher compatibility, suddenly felt overwhelmed. Where did all these ifs come from? Hypothetical questions seemed impossible to answer correctly. Mingqian was like a computer struck by a bug, he froze there, silent and lost in thought, unsure what he was pondering. Seeing Mingqian stay silent, Qi Xing grew even angrier. Qi Xing abruptly stood up from the couch, angry to the point where his beast ears emerged, sticking out like airplane wings. So, that's it then. It looks like Mrs. Huaban was right. I should take her 5 million and leave you forever. After speaking, Qi Xing turned sharply and started walking away. Perhaps it was the final sentence spoken by Qi Xing that triggered something. Mingqian, the crashed computer, mysteriously rebooted as if kicked forcibly back to life. Mingqian moved so fast it was almost like lightning striking directly in front of Qi Xing. An overwhelming surge of feral pheromones bloomed as if spring flowers carpeted a slope, completely enveloping Qi Xing. Qi Xing instantly felt his steps turn heavy, his entire body locked down by the fierce aura of the animal kingdom. Don't go, Mingqian wrapped his arms around him from behind. The rugged scent unique to tigers carried a trace of bitterness. You are my mate. You are forbidden from going anywhere else. Qi Xing suddenly remembered a question he asked many years ago to Black Mingqian. Qi Xing's eyes flickered, fixing his gaze on White Mingqian. They say a mountain can only hold one tiger, but during mating season, it can temporarily hold two. However, once the heat period ends, the paired tigers disperse again. Is that true? It's true. Most tigers do behave this way, Mingqian answered. This was different from what Black Mingqian had said, whose response was, I don't know any other tigers, where would I know? This indeed highlighted the difference between Black Mingqian and White Mingqian. Black Mingqian was a truly solitary tiger who rarely encountered other tigers. White Mingqian, however, was a highly socialized tiger spirit, knowledgeable about much more. Qi Xing's grip tightened, asking anxiously, "And you?" "I'm different," White Mingqian replied. Mingqian's deep blue eyes resembled the ocean, profound enough to make Qi Xing's soul drown. Qi Xing entirely forgot the unpleasantness brought about by their previous argument regarding bloodlines. In the end, Mingqian, such a beauty, with just that kind of tender gaze at you, could make you lose most of your anger. Mingqian's hair was silver white, his eyelashes too. His cheeks were jade white, and his lips so pale they carried just a thin shade of pink, resembling pear blossoms filled with spring. Qi Xing suddenly remembered that afternoon when he had spent kissing Mingqian. Even those kinds of kisses had been absent for many years. Qi Xing's heart suddenly surged, an uncontrollable impulse driving him to rise on his tiptoes and press a kiss to Mingqian's thin lips. Perhaps the impulse was too strong, causing him to forget something crucial. White Mingqian had a conditional reflex self-defense mechanism, no one could ever touch him first. The last time Qi Xing tried tightening Mingqian's tie, Mingqian had bound him up. And this time, Qi Xing attempted to kiss Mingqian, but before his lips even touched him, the world spun as his body was thrown onto the couch. Fortunately, it was a couch. If it were the floor, well, actually, even the floor would be all right. Qi Xing, after all, was a hidden wolf with excellent physical conditioning. Whether it was a carpeted floor or steel plates, a fall wouldn't do much to him. So being thrown onto the couch caused him absolutely no harm. It was rather comfortable, like a child jumping on a trampoline. The next moment, Qi Xing saw a great tiger looming over him. Mingqian supported one hand beside Qi Xing's body and the other on the backrest of the sofa, looking down at the beautiful person lying on the couch and saying, "I'm sorry, I just..." There was both apology and confusion, curiosity mixed in his tiger eyes into an innocence that didn't belong to adult predators. "It's fine," Qi Xing gave a considerate smile of understanding. "I know it wasn't intentional." Mingqian said, "What did you want to do to me just now?" Qi Xing smiled mischievously and replied, "I wanted to kiss you." Mingqian hesitated for a second. Qi Xing sighed again, "Unfortunately, your reflexes are too quick. I can't even get a kiss." "You may not be able to get it, but I can give it," Mingqian said as he leaned down, delivering both his lips and a strong wild beast breath to Qi Xing's mouth. It was the same kitten-like licking kiss, the same warm yet dominant scent. Qi Xing was completely sure about one thing, the cat he loved was indeed the very same one. #ref. Once more, Mingqian and Qi Xing lay together on the couch, kissing each other, just like that afternoon. They continuously licked each other, as though never intending to stop, until a phone call interrupted them. It was Huaban's call. Huaban's call was directed at Mingqian, her tone gentle yet with a certain pretense of familiarity. "Qianer, I heard you have someone you're seeing. Why didn't you tell me? I only found out from others. You kid, bring this person home quickly and let me meet them." Mingqian said, "Didn't you already meet him?" Huaban was momentarily speechless, not expecting Mingqian to already know. Her thoughts churned, that wolf dog is truly heartless. Not only did it offend my security guard and tarnish my face, but it also went to tattle on me to Mingqian. Clearly not a good guy. How could such a wolf dog be a proper companion for Mingqian? Swallowing her dissatisfaction, Huaban still spoke in a soft tone, "Yes, I've seen him, but haven't the other members of the family? If you're seriously dating him, then bringing him back for everyone to meet is proper etiquette. But if it's just casual friendship, disregard what I said." Huaban smoothly glossed over the fact that she had met Qi Xing before, dragging the focus back to bringing Qi Xing home. By saying, "if it's just casual friendship," she employed clever language tactics. She knew Mingqian's nature, having been single for so long, finding a partner now surely meant more than casual acquaintance, this must lead to marriage. Otherwise, Huaban wouldn't have bothered spending 5 million yuan to send him away. This statement placed Mingqian in an awkward position. It implied that if Mingqian refused to bring Qi Xing home, he wasn't serious about him. Lacking cunning, Mingqian fell directly into Huaban's linguistic trap and agreed, "All right, I'll find a time to bring him home." "Very good, once you've decided, please let me know." Huaban smiled in response. After hanging up, Mingqian mentioned this matter to Qi Xing, simply asking, "When do you think you'll have some free time?" Qi Xing thought about it and judged this as likely a banquet with sinister intentions. How could Huaban genuinely welcome him to visit? This overly enthusiastic invitation surely indicated issues. But Qi Xing was neither timid nor cowardly. At the end of the day, he intended to marry Mingqian, and since marriage was involved, visiting the family was an essential part of the process. As for this so-called First Lady of the capital, Huaban, Qi Xing didn't find her too hard to deal with. With just a 5 million yuan check thrown out aimlessly before fleeing in fear after being punched twice, she probably lacked both brains and physical ability. Mingqian began discussing his family situation with Qi Xing, only mentioning that this time he would be taking him back to his main household. They wouldn't need to face other members of the tiger clan yet. Tiger demons were originally a rare race, and Mingqian's family wasn't large either. Above him was merely Huaban, the tiger lady. The tiger lady's eldest son was named Mingda, the second son Mingqian, and the youngest daughter was Mingboozu. Mingqian was adopted, while Mingda and Mingboozu were Huaban's biological children. The more top-tier a demon was, the harder it was for them to reproduce. Huaban could become the first lady of the capital not only because she herself was a tiger demon but also because she had 3 tiger offspring. Normally, 1 tiger was already enough to dominate a mountain. Being the mother of 3 tiger demons naturally made her more respected, meaning no one dared offend her when her identity was revealed. The Ming clan held great power partly due to their strong reproductive capability. Thus, when Mingqian chose a partner of another race who was male, the entire clan felt dissatisfied. And the most dissatisfied one was Mingboozu. Why? Because Mingboozu thought, elder brother is so mighty and valiant, the strongest presence in the tiger clan. Such an excellent tiger as him should definitely find a noble, powerful, and fertile tigress. Ah, isn't that me? Elder brother should marry me. Being a beast demon, she harbored no concept of ethics and did not perceive sibling incest as taboo, especially since Mingboozu and Mingqian weren't biological siblings. Mingboozu increasingly believed that only she matched up to Mingqian. Simultaneously, she also felt that only Mingqian matched her. Therefore, she rejected many wealthy and handsome suitors, steadfastly guarding Mingqian alone. However, Mingqian was slow on the uptake and completely unaware of her feelings. This was actually something Huaban also found troubling. Qi Xing came to the Ming residence on a bright and pleasant weekend. What was referred to as the Ming family was essentially Huaban's residence. Tigers, being creatures accustomed to solitude, tended to live separately even among offspring once they reached adulthood. Still, for the occasion of meeting Mingqian's chosen companion, both Mingda and Mingboozu returned home. In order to show off as the hostess, Mingboozu arrived much earlier, decked out dazzlingly, determined to outshine that wolf dog of unknown origins. When Mingboozu laid eyes on Qi Xing, she gritted her teeth. What nonsense was this about a wolf dog? How come he looks like a fox instead? He must have learned fox charms and seduced my upright elder brother. Arriving together, Qi Xing greeted Huaban warmly without tearing things apart. On the side sat Mingda, appearing quite the playboy, lacking entirely the charm Mingqian possessed despite being part of the young tiger race. As the young tiger lord, Mingda displayed a look of disdain towards Qi Xing, though he still managed polite words occasionally. The only one who showed no courtesy at all was Mingboozu. She sat glaring daggers at Qi Xing, practically ready to pounce and bite a chunk out of him. Huaban asked with a smile, come to think of it, how did you two meet? Mingqian truthfully replied, through a genetic system match. Upon hearing this, Huaban, Mingda, and Mingboozu were all shocked. Unable to contain herself, Mingboozu exclaimed shrilly, how is that possible? Must be a mistake. How could the genetic system make a mistake? Huaban quickly recovered from her surprise, recalling the stunning martial prowess Qi Xing had displayed that day in the restaurant, and finally pieced it together, so, Qi Xing isn't a dog. Qi Xing responded, my mother is Qi Xian Nu. Qi Xian Nu. Isn't she the famous female hidden wolf general? Mingda suddenly perked up, you're the puppy she gave birth to. Qi Xing immediately detected arrogance and disdain in those words. He had heard such insinuating remarks often within his tribe. He never imagined that prideful, aloof tiger demons could also excel in sarcasm and mockery. Clearly, not every tiger was as genuine and endearing as the one beside him. And indeed, the straightforward and endearing Mingqian couldn't detect any sarcasm in Mingda's words. He simply nodded alongside from the side, that's right, he's the pup of the hidden wolf general. Saying it with a proud undertone, as if he truly considered it something remarkable worth proclaiming loudly, look, this is the famed female general's pup, fierce and adorable. The irritation Qi Xing had initially felt upon hearing Mingda's taunt vanished instantly when he saw Mingqian's earnestness. His lips curved into a slight smile, yes, I'm the puppy of my warrior mother wolf. So writing wolf dog in my records isn't wrong either. Mingda stroked his chin with a finger, then tilted his head up slightly, glaring at Qi Xing as he said, that's interesting. I haven't fought an invisible wolf before. Qi Xing burst out laughing, saying, you just called me a puppy earlier and now you acknowledge me as an invisible wolf? Mingda didn't feel there was any problem with what he had said, simply replying, wolves and dogs are all the same in a tiger's eyes. True, said Qi Xing, sounding as if he couldn't detect the contempt in Mingda's tone, flashing a canine-like bright smile, it's like, tigers and cats being almost the same. After this sentence, Mingda, Huaban, and Mingboozu were all enraged. There's a saying that goes, when the tiger doesn't show its power, you mistake it for Hello Kitty. Wild tigers hated being referred to as cats the most. Therefore, most of the tiger race disliked being called feline animals, or big cats. Gritting her teeth, Mingboozu said, are you calling us cats? Blinking innocently, Qi Xing replied, what's wrong with that? I think cats are cute. Saying this, Qi Xing looked at Mingda again, didn't you call me dog-like just now? Wasn't that a compliment? You can't be insulting me to my face, right? Jaw clenched tightly, Mingda retorted, of course not. Qi Xing showed off his dog-like brilliant smile, yet his eyes still radiated the cold gleam peculiar to wolves. Mingda felt that his fists big as sandbags were itching to punch Qi Xing in the face. If they weren't used soon, he would surely develop gallstones as large as those sandbags from frustration. Mingda bared his sharp white teeth in a snarl, resembling a grin, but everyone knew well enough that beasts showing their teeth usually meant threatening rather than smiling. Today is such a fine day. Why don't we have a little sparring match? Qi Xing was merely a mixed-blood invisible wolf. Even pure-blooded invisible wolves wouldn't be able to put up much resistance in front of Mingda at the peak of youth among the tiger clan. If Qi Xing dared fight back, he'd likely end up unrecognizable to even his own mother. By logic, the combat ability of wolves manifests in pack attacks. A lone wolf would never be able to spar with a tiger, it would only get battered mercilessly. Upon hearing Mingda wanting to spar with Qi Xing, Mingboozu almost laughed aloud. This fox spirit was quite smug, wasn't it? What if he got crippled? Then would Mingda still want him? Huaban coughed dryly and said, "What kind of talk is this? It's the guest's first visit, how could we start sparring so abruptly?" Mingda chuckled, "Isn't wrestling around common practice among our tiger clan? That's normal. Since this pup wants to join our kinship circle, he naturally has to wrestle with us too. It's also one of our ways to express intimacy. Right?" Turning to Mingqian, he added, "You agree, don't you? Haven't all of us gone through fights since childhood?" Mingqian nodded, "Exactly." Seeing that Mingqian actually agreed made Huaban quite surprised. This child really fell prey to manipulation easily. "Then let's go." Standing up, Mingda swung his fists, "Let's have our little match." Mingda wore a look of certainty on his face. This was expected, no one would believe a young tiger in his prime could lose to a mere wolf dog. Moreover, Mingda was no ordinary pampered house tiger. He was a robust tiger general trained by the army. Huaban held great confidence in her accomplished son. Her worry at present was that if Qi Xing got disabled during his first visit, the news would spread and tarnish her image as a philanthropist noblewoman. Seeing Mingda's fiery-eyed appearance, she knew it was impossible to dissuade him. Her son's temper was always volatile. So, she turned to Mingqian, "Aren't you going to say anything?" Mingqian replied, addressing Huaban directly, "Big brother makes sense. As a family of fierce creatures, sparing matches are routine matters. Wrestling around among relatives helps deepen emotions and foster ties. Big brother probably suggests this because he wishes to improve relations with Qi Xing. I think it's an excellent suggestion." Huaban caught her breath, realizing that this was the nature of Mingqian, someone who couldn't be swayed. She then stated, "But what if someone gets hurt?" "What's the issue?" asked Mingqian, puzzled. "Don't you always say big brother is sturdy and can withstand punches? Now is precisely the time for him to display his prowess." Huaban. At this comment, Mingboozu sneered, "Has second brother shown concern for the wrong person? While big brother is indeed sturdy, it's uncertain whether Qi Xing, this little dog, can take the hits. If his arms break or legs get lost, won't he become a handicapped dog? That's too pitiful." Laughing merrily, Mingboozu covered her mouth. "Beast battles, getting injured is a commonplace thing." Mingda laughed too, "There's nothing unusual about it." Qi Xing also smiled, agreeing, "Indeed. As powerful demons, growing another limb after losing one isn't a big deal at all. There's nothing serious about it." Mingda found Qi Xing's sly fox-like smile even more amusing. This dog mutt has obviously been driven out of his tribe since youth, knowing nothing much. He probably only sees a mix of cats and dogs daily, thus believing himself to be invincible, unaware of the prowess of tigers. Today, I will enlighten this mongrel. #ref. Past timeline, 5 years ago. What? He Mingqian seemed not to understand. Are you one of those tigers who separate from their mates after the mating season? Qi Xing asked. Even though Qi Xing feared the answer might embarrass him, his personality wouldn't allow him to act like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Ignorance was no bliss in this case. That wasn't the way wolves behaved. After hearing Qi Xing's question, He Mingqian paused for half a second before bursting into laughter. Though Qi Xing had known He Mingqian for only a short while, he discovered that He Mingqian was fond of laughing. That was rare because, as far as Qi Xing knew, felines naturally have limited facial muscles, so they rarely showed expressions. Moreover, when felines bared their teeth, it was often meant to intimidate rather than human smiles of goodwill. Even when these felines attained human forms, most retained this limited expression, maintaining an aloof air. He Mingqian was among the few who liked to laugh. His laughter, however, wasn't the kind that put people at ease. It contained 8 parts pleasure reserved solely for himself, and 2 parts threat, akin to a wild beast baring its fangs. It wasn't intentional intimidation, rather, it naturally emanated a dangerous aura. When He Mingqian didn't express any emotion, this aura wasn't too intense, but once he smiled, showing teeth, it would often instill fear. Whenever dark witches saw He Mingqian smile, they reflexively felt their scalps go numb. The same effect happened with his less sentient magic servants, triggering soul quivering. But Qi Xing remained unaffected. The danger He Mingqian exuded reminded Qi Xing of roller coasters, skydiving, or haunted houses at amusement parks. It was thrilling, exhilarating, and above all, safe. He Mingqian's laughter made Qi Xing feel slightly more relaxed, yet what He Mingqian said next quickly deflated his cheer. "You're worrying about nothing. Not even close." Qi Xing's heart sank. What did this mean? Seeing Qi Xing's downturned mouth, He Mingqian used his thumbs to lift it up, smiling amiably and said, I haven't even hit my heat cycle yet. Ah. Haven't reached? Qi Xing blinked in surprise. How could you possibly think a tiger in heat behaves as easily satisfied as I was last night? He Mingqian drew back his hand, supporting his cheek with an almost childish air. Qi Xing froze. You were easy to satisfy last night? Qi Xing then couldn't help asking tensely, how long is the typical heat period for a tiger demon? About a week, He Mingqian answered. Qi Xing nodded, feeling slightly reassured, that wasn't so different from our wolf clan. However, He Mingqian continued explaining, in general, there'd be about 100 rounds during that week. Qi Xing turned pale with shock. Did I just hear wrong? 100 times a week? Could anything else get done? Although normal tigers only take a minute during natural mating, transformed tigers were another matter entirely. In human form, the duration would be similar to humans. And with someone as robust and potent as He Mingqian, endurance would naturally be top-notch. According to He Mingqian's stamina, 100 rounds in a week? Time constraints and heavy workload indeed. Apparently, canines and felines differ quite a bit. In a wolf pack, hierarchy is strict. Most male wolves don't possess the right to mate, so they can only deal with urges quietly during heat periods. Thus, wolves maintain some rationality during such times and won't continue indefinitely. Qi Xing found it hard to imagine how labor-intensive the heat cycles of great cats were. He Mingqian comforted him further, don't worry. If we do more now, by then you'll adapt. Qi Xing was thoroughly shocked. Before Qi Xing fully understood, He Mingqian pushed him down on the bed and showered him with big cat kisses. Qi Xing's focus immediately shifted from, will the big cat still care about me after the courting period ends, to, will I even survive the courting period? The Ming family, known for their strong breeding capacity within the tiger clan, typically had members who could go into heat at any time throughout the year, without specific seasons. Due to this, Qi Xing had no preparation time. Unexpectedly, during their first month together, he faced He Mingqian's very first courting phase with memory. Tigers tend to become restless and exhibit aggressive behavior when the courting period approaches, with their demonic powers also abnormally increasing, due to the needs of reproduction and competition for female beasts. However, none of these abnormal states were noticeable in He Mingqian. Firstly, the rise in He Mingqian's demonic power was imperceptible. To put it simply, when it rains, the water level of rivers rises significantly, but the ocean doesn't swell much. In other words, the strength of ordinary demons is like rivers and lakes, whereas He Mingqian's demonic power is akin to the ocean. The increase in energy during the courting period is negligible compared to his astonishing original value. As for tigers becoming irritable and aggressive during their courting periods, He Mingqian was irritable by nature and displayed aggression daily. His attacks on dark witches and his sexual behavior toward Qi Xing happened every day. Of course, this was also why Qi Xing had mistakenly thought He Mingqian was in his courting period earlier, even asking him, will you leave after the estrus period? Who would have guessed that He Mingqian's normal state was similar to a common beast in heat? When He Mingqian's courting phase actually arrived, Qi Xing finally got a real eyeful, of various kinds. #ref. One morning, Qi Xing felt something wasn't right. He Mingqian's pheromones were extremely strong, which Qi Xing had already noticed. If not for this, Qi Xing, who was naturally drawn to strength, wouldn't have fallen in love with He Mingqian at first sight. But his pheromones had never been as intense as they were at this moment. Qi Xing inherited his mother's superior bloodline and was naturally immune to the pheromone suppression of powerful demons. This meant that even if a much stronger beast emitted pheromones, Qi Xing could maintain his composure without being overwhelmed by an overwhelming presence. It was because of this that Qi Xing's time spent around He Mingqian had been normal with no discomfort. A weaker, more sensitive minor demon would probably have been terrified just from the scent alone. Qi Xing had always thought He Mingqian's aura, though potent, hadn't reached an unbearable extent, until now. He Mingqian's aura felt like thick ink, flooding the entire room. Qi Xing's mouth and nose were nearly drowned in the rich, domineering aroma reminiscent of musk. However, this scent didn't repel. It might be because Qi Xing was already very familiar with He Mingqian's smell, so he didn't feel afraid. Despite this, Qi Xing's whole body tensed up, instinctively wanting to flee from the source of danger. Before he'd taken 2 steps, his delicate ankle was grabbed by a black tail. Before Qi Xing could react, he was dragged under some wild male beast by the black tail. And then, he didn't leave the bed all day. Qi Xing tried communicating, reasoning, and pleading with He Mingqian, but nothing seemed to work. It proved fruitless trying to reason with an aroused tiger. Each time, all Qi Xing could do was whimper brokenly or make sounds like a distressed puppy, until his mouth was blocked by something. He Mingqian appeared to have lost all sense of reason. Low growls and heavy pheromones permeated the room, but the dark witch's spell kept them contained. If the seal hadn't been cast, half the city would know there was a top-tier fierce tiger in heat here. Finally, it's here. The dark witch said softly, smirking. A mating season is a beast's most dangerous time, yet simultaneously its most vulnerable time. If the dark witch wanted to counterattack, this would likely be the best opportunity. The Dark Witch originally intended to conspire with Qi Xing to deceive He Mingqian, but He Mingqian's courting period came unexpectedly fast. Before any alliance between the Dark Witch and Qi Xing could form, this chance arose. Naturally, the Dark Witch wouldn't let it slip easily. Under cover of night, the Dark Witch cautiously crept into the bedroom, not through the front door, as that would surely be detected. After all, this was the home of a Dark Witch, filled with various traps and arrays known only to them, secret passageways being a necessity. The Dark Witch carefully infiltrated the bedroom via one such secret passage, though transformed into a semi-human, semi-dog form, a humiliation indeed, it made stealth easier for him. Emerging quietly from the hidden passageway, the Dark Witch heard movement on the bed, this bed, still a noble-sized bed seized by the Dark Witch from the frontier, with a frame made of demon bones, incredibly hard, yet currently groaning loudly under the irrational ferocity of the savage beast. Along with the creaking sounds of the bed came the tiger's low growls, accompanied by the howling of the poor little wolf dog underneath the tiger demon. What animals? The Dark Witch thought, beasts are just beasts, completely unable to resist these low instincts, riddled with vulnerabilities. No wonder only humans deserve to be called the pinnacle of creation. While pondering this, the Dark Witch crept closer to the bed. He Mingqian had lost all sense of reason. His dark eyes were fixated solely on the mate he had identified. Not even an earthquake or a fire could possibly make He Mingqian stop now. The Dark Witch narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He must unleash his ultimate power. A glimmer of ghostly green light flashed in the Dark Witch's eyes as he began muttering incantations. In response to his chanting, every single demonic bone in the bed frame glowed with emerald green spell inscriptions. Indeed, this soft, luxurious bed was the strongest magic artifact in the entire house of the Dark Witch. This, of course, was understandable. A random candle in the bathroom of the Dark Witch's home could summon spirits. How could this grand bed be an ordinary item? The name of this bed was 77 Demon Bone Bed. As the name suggested, it was made from 49 bones of mighty demons, each inscribed with incredibly profound spells by the legendary Dark Witch, known as He Tan, or Grand Witch He Tan. Although the Dark Witch was already one of the top figures today due to his exceptional abilities, people no longer remembered his real name, simply calling him the Dark Witch. Despite his prowess, after studying for half his life, the Dark Witch could only decipher 7/10 of the inscriptions that Grand Witch He Tan had carved into the demon bones. But even this partial comprehension was enough to make him invincible in the mortal world, allowing him to casually deprive demonic spirits of their intelligence, making him a figure millions of demonic races dreaded upon hearing his name. Besides the spells, the 77 demon bones themselves were also a major weapon in the realm of dark witchcraft. It was said that back in the day, Grand Witch He Tan used this very 77 demon bone crafted bed to imprison a terrifying celestial slaughter great demon. Even during the witchcraft class where this was studied, the Dark Witch was deeply moved by the story. Asking his teacher, why did He Tan use a bed to imprison the celestial slaughter great demon? Why not a cage? The teacher gave him an enigmatic look and replied, you'll understand when you grow up. The celestial slaughter great demon imprisoned by Grand Witch He Tan, though not a tiger demon, shared similarities with He Mingqian. They were both top predators, burdened with celestial slaughter, possessing extraordinary demonic powers that couldn't be harmed by sharp weapons or poison fire. That celestial slaughter great demon, equal in strength to He Mingqian, was still locked down by the 77 demon bones. Therefore, the Dark Witch believed that if the 77 demon bones were used properly, they would surely cause severe damage to He Mingqian, even at his peak condition. Nevertheless, out of caution, the Dark Witch still chose to remain dormant until this moment to strike. After all, the 77 demon bones could definitely break through the defenses of celestial slaughter ferocious beasts, let alone this tiger who was now in his most vulnerable and unguarded state. #Ref. Current timeline. The aristocracy valued both literature and martial arts. People of standing set up arenas in their estates, and homes of powerful demons were no exception. Behind Lady Huabanzufuren's estate lay a dedicated arena that was often just a showpiece meant to cultivate an elegant image. The lady herself was practically a toothless tiger, utterly lacking in martial abilities. Her family's arena mainly served two purposes: first, as a place for children to play and brawl, but now the kids were all grown and no longer lived at home, leaving it unused; second, as a venue for male suitors to duel over her affections, but as she grew older, her pheromone allure faded, and fewer powerful male demons were willing to risk their lives to share her estrus period. Therefore, this arena largely fell into disuse. Who would have guessed that in recent years, the arena was reopened because of her own son's need to fight with his adoptive brother's fiancé. Ming Baozhu had already taken her seat in the viewing stand, eyes gleaming as she waited to see how her elder brother would disable Qi Xing, that lustful fox dog. Lady Huabanzufuren sat beside her, having summoned the medical team just in case Qi Xing didn't know when to quit. Clutching her handkerchief, she lamented, young males these days are so full of fiery energy. Always wanting to duel. She then turned to Ming Qian and asked, why don't you try to mediate? Ming Qian responded calmly, didn't our eldest say this is an exchange for building familial ties? I think this is excellent. Lady Huabanzufuren was left speechless and could only ask the medical team to stand closer. From a young age, Ming Qian and Ming De received different educations. Lady Huabanzufuren claimed that Ming Qian was too wild as a child, difficult to tame, so strict discipline was necessary. Therefore, Ming Qian underwent rigorous civilization education, constantly learning how to become a polite cat. Meanwhile, Ming De, intended to inherit the title of Tiger General, was trained in martial arts from a young age and left free to express his innate feral tendencies. When the children grew up, Lady Huabanzufuren arranged for Ming Qian to enter business, becoming a peace-loving, civil cat managing the family enterprise. And Ming De entered the military, becoming a formidable demon race general. Naturally, Ming De's combat prowess was extraordinary. As the saying goes, a strong human warrior can kill a tiger with one punch. And a warrior of Ming De's caliber among the Tiger clan could defeat Wu Song with one punch. As for the hidden wolves, while there were excellent members from the military, they mostly excelled in group attacks and ambush tactics. In direct one-on-one combat, the hidden wolves had little advantage among ferocious beasts. To make matters worse, Qi Xing wasn't even a pure-blood hidden wolf. The sun blazed like fire, reddening Ming De's tiger face. Standing on the sparring ground under the blazing sun, his imposing figure cast a shadow resembling that of a giant beast, striking fear into the hearts of all who saw him. In contrast, Qi Xing standing opposite to him appeared much smaller. Originally, the size difference between wolves and tigers was already significant. As a half-breed, Qi Xing was slightly smaller than an average wolf, making him look even more disadvantaged against the mighty tiger. Despite sensing the power of his opponent, Qi Xing's eyes remained firm, as though fearless. This fearlessness struck Ming De as ignorance. Puppy, Ming De moved suddenly, lunging toward Qi Xing. You know nothing about strength. Ah, wait. Qi Xing abruptly held up a stop sign and whistled to indicate a pause. Although Ming De was a fierce tiger, he had been through rigorous training and reflexively adhered to rules. Hearing the whistle signaling a break, he immediately stopped mid-charge, rolling himself on the ground. Seeing Qi Xing's fox-like smile, Ming De realized he'd been teased and growled irritably. Are you afraid? Nope, Qi Xing replied. I just remembered something important I needed to confirm with you. Ming De tilted his head, asking, what needs confirming? Qi Xing said, we're not fighting some typical male-beast duel but just sparring, right? Right. Ming De nodded. Male-beast duels always resulted in injury or death. Sparring, on the other hand, was different. Cats in close kinship often engaged in playful fights without causing real harm, instead promoting camaraderie while honing their skills. Still, although Ming De verbally agreed to simply spar, deep down, he intended to injure Qi Xing. After all, actions might get out of hand easily. What if he accidentally hurt him? Qi Xing nodded and asked, if we're sparring, how do we determine a winner? Shouldn't we avoid hurting each other unnecessarily? Upon hearing this question, Ming De assumed Qi Xing was getting cold feet. He felt both irritated and amused. The pup had pretended to be so composed before, but now it seemed he'd found something to fear. Waving his hand dismissively, Ming De replied, if it's sparring, naturally the one knocked down loses. If you're scared, why spar at all? Let's play dice games instead, it's safer, right? Lady Huabanzufuren interjected, Qi Xing is correct, why cause bad blood? Let's just fight until someone concedes. But how do we decide when it's enough? Qi Xing questioned. It's hard to define that touch moment. Ming De let out an exasperated sound, so what's your suggestion? Well, Qi Xing suggested, let's stop once one of us reveals our beast form. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ming De, Lady Huabanzufuren, and Ming Baozhu all exchanged startled glances. Even Ming Qian frowned uneasily. Most adult demons only expose their original forms when their magical energy becomes unstable. Fighting until revealing your true shape may do more damage than incapacitating an opponent. Revealing the original beast form under force was commonly known as being reverted. Reversion represented a great disgrace to these demons, perhaps even more humiliating than being beaten senseless. Yet Ming Baozhu loved the drama and chuckled, I think it's a fantastic idea. I've never seen a mixed-blood hidden wolf's true form before. This will surely be quite educational. As she spoke, she pouted her red lips and playfully nudged Ming Qian, trying to lightly punch his chest. However, Ming Qian reflexively launched her several meters away. Watching his adopted sister soar like a broken kite, Ming Qian apologized helplessly, sorry, my reflexes got triggered. Qi Xing also stared dumbfounded. When he had interacted with Ming Qian earlier and was subdued by him, he hadn't thought much of it. Now it became clear, Ming Qian's reaction to others was far stronger, enough to send them flying. Ming Baozhu and Ming Qian had grown up together, so she was well aware of his reflex mechanism. Being flung away was no surprise to her. Rising quickly, despite being a powerful demon herself, she continued her coy walk back toward Ming Qian and said, Big brother Qian, you're mean. You hit me again. Humph, you better come up with a good way to apologize. Yes, certainly. Ming Qian responded with a faint voice. Scenes like this had probably happened many times before, and Ming De and Lady Huabanzufuren were so accustomed to them that they remained completely unfazed. Qi Xing, however, watched with growing irritation. Wasn't it obvious that Ming Baozhu was fishing for trouble? She was definitely doing it on purpose, just to get close to Ming Qian and make him find a way to apologize, cajoling her into happiness while enhancing their interactions. Though Qi Xing felt upset inside, he didn't show it. Right now, his main task was still dealing with Ming Da's challenge. So, Qi Xing asked Ming Da, "What do you think?" Ming Da shifted his gaze back to Qi Xing's face from his sister, sneering coldly, "Don't say I didn't warn you." "Then let's begin." Qi Xing threw away the stop sign and blew the whistle again. The shrill sound of the whistle signaled too fast for even Lady Huaban's Furin, who intended to mediate, to intervene in time. Ming Baozhu, on the other hand, became extremely excited and jumped up shouting, "Big brother, go for it." At the sound of the whistle, Ming Da instantly pounced towards Qi Xing. Tigers always pounce quickly, ferociously, and precisely when attacking prey. Qi Xing's reaction was also swift. He swiftly adjusted his body posture. His pupils shrank into sharp points, lightly tiptoeing on his heels, leaning forward into a posture ready to confront head-on instead of dodging. Seeing Qi Xing assume such an aggressive stance, the few tigers watching nearby were all surprised, including Ming Qian. Ming Qian could feel Qi Xing was a powerful demon, and judging by his movements and behavior, Qi Xing was agile, quick-witted, and brimming with demonic energy. This is why Ming Qian wasn't worried that Qi Xing would be at a disadvantage during the duel against Ming Da. However, as Qi Xing didn't dodge or evade Ming Da's fierce charge, Ming Qian furrowed his brows deeply, worry clouding his eyes, and prepared his strength. If Qi Xing failed to guard himself, Ming Qian would step in to protect him. In Ming Qian's judgment, Qi Xing, fighting with his hidden wolf form against a tiger demon, should rely on flexible movements combined with the potent demonic energy stored within his body. In short, he should adopt a sophisticated tactical route. No wolf, when facing a young adult tiger, could simply fight head-on. Not even if that wolf was the alpha of his pack. Race determined natural talent and imposed a ceiling. Upon seeing this, Lady Huaban's Furin already exchanged meaningful glances with the medical team. Ming Baozhu, however, clapped joyfully with a handkerchief. Facing the formidable tiger charging towards him, Qi Xing had no chance of winning. He knew it himself but still stood there, watching the mighty tiger come hurtling toward him. Suddenly, Qi Xing moved. He turned around, pulled out a white stick, and swung it toward Ming Da's chest. Ming Da, being a great demon, was tough-skinned. Having undergone physical enhancement in the military, he could be described as having bronze skin and iron bones, invulnerable to knives and swords. Looking at Qi Xing's ordinary-looking short stick, Ming Da dismissed it without concern and continued to pounce recklessly. Ming Da believed that upon reaching Qi Xing, not only would he knock Qi Xing down, but he'd also easily break the stick as if it were tofu, deeming no further necessary actions needed. Yet, an unexpected change occurred. As soon as Ming Da's chest made contact with the stick, an electric current traveled through his entire body, causing Ming Da to slump instantly. A flash of bright light followed. Ming Da's human form disappeared, replaced by a striped white tiger standing on the training ground, snorting heavily. What? How is that possible? Ming Baozhu screamed, "Big brother." Ayu. The white tiger responded to Ming Baozhu's scream, turning its head, roaring as a tiger does. It froze briefly, realizing something unusual, and then looked down at itself. Upon discovering that it had unexpectedly transformed into its true shape, it jumped startled, roaring several times in succession. "You lost," Qi Xing said. How could, not only Lady Huaban's Furin, Ming Baozhu, and Ming Qian found it hard to believe, but even the large tiger on stage, suddenly reverted to its original form, appeared bewildered. "It's impossible." Ming Baozhu leaped off her seat. How could Big Brother lose? "You must have," she recalled the scene, her mind sparked with realization, and she blurted out her speculation urgently, "Your weapon. Is there some kind of dark witchcraft on that stick of yours?" Dark witchcraft was forbidden magic. If Qi Xing had violated the rules by using dark witchcraft, he could end up in prison. Ming Qian frowned. "You cannot accuse Qi Xing of such charges. But he definitely has a problem." Ming Baozhu shouted, "Hand over the stick for us to inspect." "That would be fair." Qi Xing answered with ease, "No problem, you can take a look." With that, Qi Xing handed over the stick. Ming Da transformed back into human form and stepped out to check the stick along with Lady Huaban's Furin and Ming Baozhu. Ming Qian walked over to Qi Xing's side and inspected him closely. Qi Xing asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me? Why don't you check the stick?" Ming Qian also asked oddly, "Why would I bother checking the stick? Naturally, watching you is more important." Qi Xing paused, asking, "Why are you looking at me?" "To check if you're injured." Ming Qian sniffed, finding no trace of blood on Qi Xing, and relaxed. Qi Xing felt a warmth in his heart and asked, "Aren't you going to inspect the stick?" "I trust you," Ming Qian said earnestly, "you wouldn't deceive me." Qi Xing's heart skipped a beat. "Ah. That's really hard to say." Ming Da, Lady Huaban's Furin, and Ming Baozhu thoroughly checked the stick from top to bottom. They found it was just an ordinary stick with no magic involved. If there was anything special about it, it would be that the material wasn't common wood or steel but rather the bones of a great demon. However, demon bones were often used to craft high-end weapons and were not forbidden items. It could only mean that though Qi Xing had appeared so poor and humble before, he actually possessed a weapon made of demon bones. It seems there is truly no dark witchcraft at all, Lady Huabenzufuren sighed regretfully. Mingda nodded. Also, if there had been any dark magic, I would have sensed it during the match and wouldn't have charged him like that. Mingda had undergone special training and was highly sensitive to dark witchcraft. If the stick had been imbued with such power, he would certainly have noticed. Not finding any anomalies in the short stick, Ming Baozhu not only felt disappointed but also angry. She stomped her foot and said, regardless, he went too far. How dare he humiliate Big Brother like this? Big Brother is so esteemed, yet he... Hey, you're talking badly about me so close by, and even if you whisper, I can still hear it clearly. Qi Xing couldn't help but shout loud enough for them to hear, pointing at his sharp dog ears. Caught red-handed, Lady Huabenzufuren simply addressed Qi Xing directly. What Bao Yu said was indeed over the line. However, in a normal martial arts competition, stopping upon touching each other is sufficient. Why did you have to force the transformation? You've been away from our family for so long and wander recklessly. Perhaps you don't know, for nobility, being forced into their true form is akin to an ordinary person being stripped of their pants, utterly disgraceful. Qi Xing felt nauseous at this statement and was about to retaliate, but unexpectedly, Mingda spoke up. Mingda only said, of course fighting means completely humiliating your opponent, leaving him nothing but underwear ground into the dirt, and taking away every ounce of dignity. Otherwise, why fight? Should we dance instead? What's the point of being overly gentle? I think Qi Xing was right, the one who was wrong was me. I'm not strong enough. With these words, Mingda saluted Qi Xing, saying, I admit defeat. You're awesome. After being defeated by Qi Xing, Mingda displayed an appreciative expression. Alright, I officially accept and acknowledge you as part of our family. Qi Xing hadn't expected Mingda's attitude to shift so quickly that he was momentarily speechless. However, Qi Xing reflected, if I hadn't learned dark witchcraft or gone through strengthening, and fought Mingda at a regular hybrid hidden wolf level, probably Mingda would have shown no mercy, stripping me and grinding me into the dirt. Thinking about that scenario, Qi Xing started to be grateful to that initial wolf-headed dark wizard who didn't harbor good intentions. Ming Baozhu never imagined that her own big brother would call a mixed-breed dog creature terms like admit defeat, awesome, acceptance, and recognition. Such a shock was similar to her godlike second brother bringing back a dog and announcing him as his mate. Shit, it turned out those two dogs were the same one. Ming Baozhu's eyes nearly sparked with hatred, as she furiously barked, you mangy mutt. Hearing this, Mingda exploded in anger, grabbing his sister by the ear and scolding, how dare you talk to your future sister-in-law like that? Be civilized. Do you even understand what civilization means? Since childhood, the noble young lords and ladies of the Ming family had to attend etiquette classes to learn human civility. Of course, it goes against their very nature. Someone like Lady Huabenzufuren could be considered entirely tamed, thus accepting civility wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Mingda belonged to the type who struggled with learning such things. Ming Baozhu fumed even more. What future sister-in-law? What makes him my sister-in-law? Ming Baozhu knew that according to human civilization, she shouldn't be with Ming Qian. Thus, she pulled out the excuse she had prepared well in advance, Ming Qian isn't even my real brother. If you don't regard him as your real brother, I do. Mingda retorted, so, his wife is my sister-in-law. Instantly speechless, Lady Huabenzufuren, Ming Baozhu, Ming Qian, and Qi Xing collectively lost their words. Faced with the bewildered expressions, Mingda showed an expression of righteous matter-of-factness. Isn't it common among demon clans for brothers to share wives? So, Qi Xing will be the wife of my second brother, making her your second sister-in-law, and she will also be my wife, making her your eldest sister-in-law. Therefore, you must respect her doubly, understand? Before Ming Qian and Qi Xing could respond, Ming Baozhu lost it, screaming wildly, "No! I can't accept this Aya." Mingda hadn't expected that either. Huabenzufuren also became speechless, her face pale as she tried to object but found herself tongue-tied. Regaining his composure, Ming Qian calmly said, I refuse. What? Why? Mingda seemed genuinely surprised, you're not treating me like a real brother then? It's true. Ming Qian replied. Mingda was momentarily at a loss for words. Then Ming Qian continued, besides, our opinions are secondary here. What matters most is Qi Xing's thoughts. Saying this, Ming Qian looked at Qi Xing with his ice-blue eyes filled with quiet anticipation. He was waiting for Qi Xing to give the same answer as he had. Hearing Ming Qian's words, Qi Xing was surprised for a moment. According to the logic of powerful beast demons, once they set their sights on a female, they claimed her. If there were males competing with them, their instinctive reaction would be to duel, and the winner took all. Qi Xing never expected Ming Qian's first reaction to a rival to be asking for Qi Xing's opinion rather than engaging in combat. Mingda didn't expect Ming Qian to say such a thing either, but he quickly caught on to Ming Qian's train of thought. Moving closer to Qi Xing, Mingda said, I heard wolves and dogs are particularly active in this regard. Don't you think having two tigers by your side sounds great? Moreover, tigers are among the most sought-after spouses in the demon clans. So many beasts would envy you. You get two, how lucky can you be? I'm happy for you. As Mingda spoke, Ming Qian appeared slightly more tense, his gaze intensifying in its anticipation toward Qi Xing. Qi Xing, however, did not reply directly but instead turned his attention to Huaban Zephyrin, whose complexion was growing increasingly pale, and teased with mock sincerity, "Ah. Is that so? But what does Lady Huaban Zephyrin think?" Seeing the almost taunting look on Qi Xing's face, Huaban Zephyrin wanted to tear him apart. However, remembering how both her brown bear bodyguard and tiger son had fallen before this dog, her arrogance immediately subsided. No matter how civilized they pretended to be, demons instinctively respected strength above all else. Wasn't it ironic that Mingda, who had previously despised Qi Xing, groveled after getting beaten? Clutching her handkerchief tightly, Huaban Zephyrin gritted her teeth and said, "Though Qi Xing is undoubtedly talented, we belong to noble families, not some lowly savage tribes. Sharing wives is simply unacceptable, it would disgrace our lineage." I believe Qi Xing would agree, wouldn't you? Although Qi Xing had planned to needle Huaban Zephyrin a little longer, he couldn't help noticing Ming Qian's hopeful stare out of the corner of his eye, like a kitten fixated on a piece of fish dry. Qi Xing decided against provoking Huaban Zephyrin further, not wanting to upset Ming Qian. Thus, without further delay, he firmly declared his position, "Of course, Ming Qian and I both support the one-man one-wife system." With that, Qi Xing smiled mischievously at Ming Qian, his eyes twinkling slyly like a fox, "Right?" The brightness returned to Ming Qian's eyes as well, of course. Hearing Qi Xing's response, Mingda felt disappointed. "So, it's a one-man one-wife system?" "Yeah," Qi Xing nodded. "Well then, there's no way I could fight Ming Qian for a wife now," said Mingda casually. At last relieved, Huaban Zephyrin remarked sarcastically, "It seems you still know something about propriety." Mingda added with a smirk, "After all, I can't beat Ming Qian." The pallor on Huaban Zephyrin's face made the paramedics nearby tighten their grips on the oxygen pumps anxiously. Just when this drama seemed destined to end poorly, an unexpected visitor changed the atmosphere dramatically. The Tiger Clan leader had arrived. Since everyone still had to show proper respect, especially Huaban Zephyrin, who placed immense value on appearances, she swiftly regained her composure and instructed everyone to feign harmony while preparing to formally greet the clan leader at the front gate. The clan leader possessed magical powers, so although his hair and beard appeared snow white, his skin was remarkably smooth, devoid of many wrinkles or age spots. His handsomely aged face remained striking, a classic example of graceful aging. However, subtle signs of senility lingered in his slightly hunched back, slow gait, and dim, turbid eyes. A noteworthy detail was that while the clan leader had whiskers, they grew not from his chin but near the intersection of his nose and cheeks, much like the original feline form's whiskers. These few strands shimmered silver and moved slightly with his actions, appearing quite playful instead of old. Qi Xing stared at the clan leader's tiger whiskers and secretly thought that even tiger whiskers on a human face looked surprisingly handsome. Seeing Qi Xing's eyes glued to the Tiger Clan leader with an unmistakable look of interest, Ming Qian felt a strange pang of jealousy he rarely experienced, especially given his usually emotionless nature, which made it harder for him to identify this odd feeling. Being straightforward by nature, Ming Qian didn't hesitate to ask directly, "Why are you staring at the clan leader so intently?" Qi Xing, not suspecting anything unusual about his gaze, replied without hesitation, "I'm just wondering why his whiskers look different from normal people's." "Because he's not human," Ming Qian answered plainly. "Tiger's whiskers always look like that." Qi Xing remarked, "If that's true, then tiger whiskers are much cuter than human ones." Ming Qian nodded in agreement, saying, "Tigers are simply much cuter than humans altogether." Qi Xing quickly nodded along in accord, replying affirmatively, "Absolutely." As the conversation progressed, Qi Xing suddenly thought of something and looked at Ming Qian's face, asking curiously, "Then why don't you guys have whiskers?" With patience, Ming Qian explained to Qi Xing one question after another. All tigers have whiskers, but just like tails or animal ears, they can be hidden when transforming fully into human form. Understanding now, Qi Xing nodded and asked further, "Oh, then why doesn't the Tiger Clan leader hide his whiskers?" Tiger whiskers are special sensory organs to tigers, similar to how whiskers work for kittens. Ming Qian slowed down his explanation. "Or compare them to snails' feelers if you'd like. Do you understand now?" "Yes, I get it," Qi Xing replied. "Cats use their whiskers to sense the environment around them. It's like an extra supplement to vision. They act almost as radar." "More or less correct," Ming Qian confirmed with a nod. "However, powerful tiger demons possess excellent eyesight and sufficient demonic power, so there's no need for their whiskers while young. When older and weaker in vision and strength, they reveal their whiskers again to assist daily activities." Listening carefully, Qi Xing nodded repeatedly, showing comprehension. "I get it." "Bullshit." The Tiger Clan leader suddenly interjected harshly. "This old man has perfectly good vision and demon power. Showing the tiger whiskers is purely aesthetic." He finished his statement by glaring fiercely, his eyes widening to demonstrate vitality, evidently proving he still had vigor despite his age. Caught red-handed gossiping, both Qi Xing and Ming Qian found themselves somewhat embarrassed. Qi Xing hurriedly changed the subject, saying flatteringly, "Ah. So that's why. No wonder those silvery white whiskers look so stunning. It's all part of your perfect image. Tiger clan leader is truly elegant. The Tiger clan leader's mood slightly improved at this compliment. Continuing his sycophancy, Qi Xing added smoothly, in fact, I've never seen such exquisite styling before. Hence my curiosity. Upon hearing the reasoning, I must admit, I deeply admire the beauty of tiger whiskers, they're undoubtedly the most beautiful in all the world, such a major bonus. Absolutely gorgeous. With this, the Tiger clan leader's sour expression turned sunny. So, you prefer tiger whiskers? Upon hearing this, Mingde gave a quick shake of his head, revealing silver, long whiskers on either side of his cheeks, gleaming elegantly under the sunlight. Mingde, known for his muscular physique and fierce appearance, had an unexpectedly charming effect when paired with these soft features. Qi Xing, a self-proclaimed cat enthusiast, was immediately attracted by the contrast. Seeing Qi Xing's captivating eyes fixed attentively on him, Mingde became even more encouraged internally. I initially thought I couldn't compete with Ming Qian, but it seems like I may still have a chance. This only caused Ming Qian's previous jealousy to bubble up once again. Unable to control himself, he also shook his head lightly, causing large feline-like white tiger whiskers to appear on his icy handsome face, a complete juxtaposition that radiated immense charm. Qi Xing couldn't help but become momentarily transfixed. Thus, the two mighty tiger lords from the Ming family now crouched in front of a mere dog, shaking their heads and whiskers back and forth while wearing hopeful expressions seeking admiration. Ming Baozhu and Huaban Zufuren watching this scene couldn't suppress their anger. They could see their noble sons were clearly hypnotized into looking like idiots by some seductive fox-dog hybrid. #ref. Past timeline, 5 years ago. Back then, Qi Xing hadn't systematically studied any knowledge related to dark witchcraft yet. Speaking of dark witchcraft, it was indeed a very fascinating concept. The reason humans managed to coexist peacefully with beast demons was due to the existence of witchcraft. Some had compared witchcraft and demon power to humanity's and beast demons' equivalent of nuclear weapons, this item being incredibly dangerous yet crucial in maintaining peace. Because this weapon was exceedingly powerful, no one wished to provoke its use, nor did they want to risk using it themselves. Thus, peace was maintained. Beast demons possessed natural, demon powers granted by the earth. These powers not only allowed them to evolve intelligence but also bestowed upon them formidable martial prowess and defense. More terrifying still, they had unbelievable regenerative abilities. As long as their demon power remained strong, they could recover lost limbs, even regenerating severed heads, a horrifying yet awe-inspiring ability. By comparison, humans seemed extremely frail and vulnerable. However, neither extinction nor slavery befell humankind because they developed witchcraft. In other words, witchcraft was a human exclusive. Beast demons were unable to learn witchcraft, whereas witchcraft could suppress demon powers and seal them away. For instance, the infamous Dark Witch could utilize witchcraft to obliterate the intelligence of spirit beasts with unwavering effectiveness, until he encountered He Mingqian. Of course, there was one exception among beast demons, those who could learn witchcraft, the concealed wolves. This was because the ancestor of the concealed wolves was a black witch and a wolf. Hence, concealed wolves carried within them the bloodline of witches, granting them a talent for dark witchcraft unmatched by other beast demons. However, concealed wolves were strictly prohibited from coming into contact with any form of witchcraft. According to official statements, this was due to the need for peace and fairness. Under the peace agreement between humans and beast demons, witchcraft was exclusive to humans. Only humans could become witches. Any beast demon caught studying witchcraft would be subjected to severe punishment. Therefore, Qi Xing knew very little about black witchcraft, holding it in high regard without understanding it fully until he met the Dark Witch. Only then did he realize how powerful black witchcraft truly was, though this power was quickly overshadowed by an even more formidable He Mingqian. Thus, Qi Xing's experience with the strength of black witchcraft was still rather limited. He even thought, it seems that the legendary black witches are not all they're cracked up to be. Why did the war between humans and beasts end in a stalemate 1,000 years ago? But Qi Xing's thoughts soon changed. After battling intensely on the demonic beast bed with He Mingqian, just as they were lowering their flags and taking a temporary break, suddenly, an unprecedentedly powerful force surged up from beneath the bed, a force beyond description, marvelously strange, filled with unfamiliar scents Qi Xing had never encountered before or seen. Yet, Qi Xing instinctively recognized it as black witchcraft. And this black witchcraft was different from any other kind. The Dark Witch was already a top-notch figure in the world of black witchcraft, able to wipe out countless beast demons with a mere wave of his hand. The first time Qi Xing met him, he was thoroughly impressed by his power. However, compared to the aura emanating from the bed frame, the Dark Witch's power seemed like fireflies compared to the moon. A fleeting thought crossed Qi Xing's mind, could this be the true form of dark witchcraft? When the incantations carved onto the demon bones of the bed glowed with a dark green light, Qi Xing's pupils also flickered with a trace of green glow. It was as if he saw something others couldn't. An inky black shadow suddenly appeared on the snow-white wall. Judging by the silhouette, this should have been a tall man draped in a cloak, gripping a magic staff. I wonder what has awakened my soul. A rich voice seeped out from the bed frame. Ah, it's my lineage, no wonder. Qi Xing was bewildered. You, who are you? Do you not even bother putting your pants on when meeting your ancestor for the first time? That voice chuckled softly. You really treat grand ancestor as one of your own. It took Qi Xing a while to process that the ghostly shadow on the wall was his ancestor, He Tan, the Great Witch. The ancestor of the concealed wolves was a werewolf hybrid, which was already quite miraculous. Even more incredible was the fact that the wolf demon who bore the world's first concealed wolf was male. He Tan was a legendary witch from 1,000 years ago, and the father of concealed wolves was the harbinger of calamity. This powerful combination made the merely 1,000-year-old concealed wolf clan one of the high-grade beast demons, included in the noble gene pool. Grandfather. Qi Xing was completely at a loss regarding the awkwardness of meeting his ancestor sans pants. Before he could savor the awkwardness, the sharp laughter of the dark witch rang out next to him, drawing his full attention. Even if the harbinger of calamity comes, what can he do against the noble witchcraft of humans? The dog-bodied dark witch said with pride, lifting his human head, looks like alliances aren't necessary anymore. Upon hearing the dark witch's words, Qi Xing noticed that Black Mingqian, who had been so fierce earlier, had now reverted to his original form, transforming back into a black-tailed silver tiger with his eyes closed peacefully, seemingly having fallen asleep. Furious and alarmed, Qi Xing shouted, "What did you do to him?" As a villain, the dark witch spent less than a minute laughing evilly and more than 5 minutes explaining everything unnecessarily. Thus, after laughing enough, he began elaborating at length on the origins of the 7-7 demonic beast bed, then discussed how he had endured humiliation and fought desperately to achieve such a brilliant counterattack. "Originally, I thought about forming an alliance with you, but it seems unnecessary." The dark witch smirked. "Besides, how could someone like me, a noble human, possibly need the help of a foolish beast?" "Noble human?" Qi Xing raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you look at your dog paws before saying that?" Mentioning dog paws struck a nerve with the dark witch. He was a staunch, human supremacist, who looked down upon beast demons. However, his exalted human head was now attached to the lowly body of a dog he once despised most, which was an extreme humiliation for him. Initially, fearing the power of He Mingqian, the dark witch had pretended to submit. Now that He Mingqian was sealed, the dark witch naturally wasted no time leaping onto the bed and opening his mouth to spit a lump of emerald green poison fire straight at He Mingqian's cheek. The ghostly fire, laced with deadly venom, was mere seconds away from licking the serene, beautiful sleeping face of the giant cat. It was easy to imagine that the giant cat, whose powers were currently sealed, would be utterly defenseless against such witchcraft. A single lick from the fiery tongue would destroy half its face instantly. Qi Xing wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Acting faster than thought, he hugged the giant cat tightly and used his bare shoulder to shield it from the toxic flames. Ow ow. Suddenly, the giant cat's eyes snapped open, and it opened its mouth to swallow the poisonous flame whole. It swallowed it. This unexpected twist left both Qi Xing and the dark witch dumbfounded. "Ah, don't eat everything." Qi Xing reacted first, anxiously petting the giant cat's furry neck. The giant cat licked its paw and remarked, "Tastes terrible." The dark witch's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? "You were obviously..." Before he could finish, the giant cat swatted him onto the wall with a clawed hand, leaving him battered and bleeding. The dark witch screamed as he slid down the wall, leaving a streak of blood on the pristine white surface. The shadow of Great Witch He Tan on the wall seemed quite disdainful, shifting slightly to the side. Only now did Qi Xing realize something strange. It appeared that no one had noticed the dark shadow on the wall. Qi Xing pointed at the shadow of Great Witch He Tan. "Can you see this?" The giant cat said dismissively, "It's just some blood, this dumb dog will lick it clean later." Qi Xing and the dark witch were speechless. Yet, Qi Xing realized that it seemed no one else besides him could see the shadow of He Tan. The dark witch, his eyes filled with whites, exclaimed in astonishment and confusion, You were supposed to be sealed. How can you suddenly awaken?" The giant cat replied calmly, "There was nothing wrong to begin with, just messing with you." Saying that, the giant cat gracefully leaped off the bed and slapped the dark witch's head right off the dog body. The head rolled several times across the floor while issuing incredulous protests. "Impossible. Impossible. This is the artifact of Great Witch He Tan. It should be able to trap the fiercest celestial beasts." He Tan's rich voice, like fine wine, came from beneath the bed sheets. "That's because you're too weak." This answered the dark witch's doubt. The artifact was indeed powerful, but the dark witch lacked the ability to support its full strength, so it couldn't work properly. However, the dark witch didn't hear He Tan's explanation, lost in questioning his own existence. Could it be that the abilities of this giant cat had already surpassed even those of Great Witch He Tan? At the thought of this possibility, panic and fear clouded the dark witch's eyes. Interrupted during his mating season, the giant cat grew restless and had no patience to torment the dark witch further. So it tossed his head into the toilet and quickly retreated back to the bedroom. Qi Xing glanced at the shadow on the wall. He certainly didn't want to get lucky under the gaze of his ancestor. The shadow seemed to understand Qi Xing's thoughts and slid along the wall out of the bedroom, disappearing somewhere. Qi Xing still harbored many doubts. Why was the shadow of Great Witch He Tan here? But before Qi Xing could figure it out, he was once again pinned down by the giant cat. And then he couldn't think about anything else. After enduring a week-long estrus period, Qi Xing staggered about, dark circles under his eyes, resembling a panda that had indulged excessively. Meanwhile, He Mingqian looked perfectly content. Sated cats tend to play with everything in their reach, whether it moves or not. At this point, He Mingqian finally seemed to remember the Dark Witch. Lifting the lid of the toilet, he fished out the Dark Witch's head, which had been submerged for 7 days, and played with it like a ball of yarn for a while. Cats naturally have an instinct to torment and play with their prey, whereas wolves lack such playful tendencies. Due to this species difference, Qi Xing found He Mingqian's actions rather perplexing. Shaking his head, Qi Xing said, "Stop playing with him." The Dark Witch, having endured unbearable torture, felt deep despair. When he heard Qi Xing's words, he was momentarily surprised that this hybrid werewolf actually possessed a compassionate heart. Qi Xing continued, "He's been soaked in the toilet for 7 days, it's filthy." The Dark Witch. "Damn." He Mingqian replied casually, "Are you serious? The water in the toilet looks pretty clean to me." Indeed, cats never consider toilet water dirty. In fact, toilet water that hasn't been contaminated by waste is comparable to tap water. Though unsuitable for drinking, it is still relatively clean water. Having been exhausted over these few days, Qi Xing's mind was hazy. Now somewhat clearer, he reflected on what happened earlier and still had questions. Why did you pretend to be sealed by the 7-7 demon bed back then? Isn't it about playing? He Mingqian replied, and I was curious. Curious. Indeed, cats can be considered one of the most curious species in nature. Cats can risk their lives to satisfy their curiosity, which is why there's a saying like, curiosity killed the cat. Qi Xing asked perplexedly, what were you curious about? That bed. I knew it was special at first sight. He Mingqian answered, also, I wanted to see what tricks this foolish human had up his sleeve. It certainly piqued my interest greatly. Qi Xing understood now, He Mingqian naturally possessed an innocent quality but still retained the instincts and sensitivities of a wild beast. So, he knew full well that the Dark Witch had sinister intentions and the bed was peculiar. But because of an overwhelming, irresistible curiosity, He Mingqian chose to go along with it. Qi Xing didn't know how to evaluate He Mingqian's self-destructive behavior pattern for a moment. He Mingqian seemed to really love playing around. After tormenting the Dark Witch to near death, he let him go, tauntingly saying, find some more fun for me. Try to kill me. The Dark Witch probably realized that trying to deceive He Mingqian any further was futile and that He Mingqian had no intention to kill him. Thus, he decided to lay all his cards on the table, activating all the magical artifacts and arrays throughout the house and sending them all hurtling towards He Mingqian. However, these attacks were like stones thrown into the ocean, completely silent as they were neutralized by He Mingqian. Everything else aside, the magical array and artifacts all sounded together, unable to withstand the chaotic barrage of mixed attacks. In the end, they exploded into a mass of flames, blowing up the entire house. Bang, a mysterious green mushroom cloud bloomed. Looking from afar, anyone would know that someone here was practicing black witchcraft. Originally, Old Demon Goat was pretending not to know that this place was a lair for antisocial dark witches. Now, with the green cloud visible, Old Demon Goat had no choice but to lead the special department team to arrest the Dark Witch. The special department had initially braced themselves for a fierce battle, only to find the notorious Dark Witch beaten to a pulp. It wasn't even necessary for the elite members of the special department, even an ordinary dog without awakened intelligence could have carried the Dark Witch off like a frisbee now. When Old Demon Goat led the team to arrive at the scene, the house was already blown apart, and among the debris, only the Dark Witch's head remained on the ground. Qi Xing and He Mingqian were nowhere to be seen. Old Demon Goat understood well enough that the person who severely injured the Dark Witch had to be He Mingqian. But he said nothing, merely instructing his subordinates to bring the Dark Witch's head back for harmless disposal. After the explosion, Qi Xing actually knew that it would inevitably draw the attention of the special department. Therefore, Qi Xing took He Mingqian away first. He Mingqian, who originally feared neither heaven nor earth, had absolutely no intention of avoiding anyone. But since Qi Xing suggested leaving, He Mingqian couldn't very well oppose him. Before leaving, Qi Xing turned back to look at the sea of fire, where he faintly discerned the shape of the 7-7 demon bed amidst the flames. A thought occurred to him, and he ran toward the bed, finding that even amidst the green toxic fire, the demon bone-made bed frame remained intact, pure white and beautiful. Qi Xing reached out to touch the demon bones, but just as his hand touched it, the demon bone bed transformed into a short white rod, quietly lying in his palm. Qi Xing was quite surprised. Watching from the side, He Mingqian said, looks like this demon bone is like me. Like you. Qi Xing didn't understand this sentence. He Mingqian smiled and explained, impervious to water and fire, immune to blades and bullets, but once it sees you, it becomes completely submissive. #ref. After the explosion at the Dark Witch's residence, Old Demon Goat tidied up the scene and quickly contacted Qi Xing. After ensuring He Mingqian was settled down, Qi Xing went to the special department to report to Old Demon Goat. Naturally inclined to cover for He Mingqian, Qi Xing avoided detailing the violent actions He Mingqian had committed. He merely stated that the Dark Witch harbored malicious intentions and took advantage of He Mingqian's weakened state during estrus, activating all the artifacts and arrays in the house to ambush He Mingqian, thus causing the explosion. Old Demon Goat felt that Qi Xing's narration was basically consistent with the scene. Qi Xing, feigning innocence very convincingly, managed to fool Old Demon Goat too. Moreover, Old Demon Goat no longer cared much about the Dark Witch, because the Dark Witch had essentially lost the ability to harm society. He's become a complete invalid now, Old Demon Goat said, well, technically not even a person anymore. All that's left of him is a head. Thinking about that shocking explosion, Qi Xing also felt amazed inside. The Dark Witch is one of the top black witches alive today, and he's been reduced to this? Indeed. At this point, Old Demon Goat was also quite surprised. Who would have thought that the Dark Witch who troubled us for so long would be so easily wiped out by Tian Sha? So you understand now, it's truly the fierce creatures of Tian Sha that are the ultimate weapons. This is exactly why I asked you to keep a close eye on him. Old Demon Goat's words sparked worry in Qi Xing. Though Qi Xing was young, he was not ignorant of social subtleties. A single Dark Witch could already make the special department wary and prepared for battle. A completely unrestrained Tian Sha creature would certainly become a key target for governmental surveillance. If one day, the human government decided arbitrarily to incarcerate He Mingqian, Qi Xing wouldn't be surprised. Humans, when faced with any potential threat, are fully capable of acting without mercy because lack of humanity is indeed part of human nature. It's like in ancient villages. If villagers discovered a monster, they would mostly try to capture or burn it directly without investigating whether the monster was malevolent, unless it was extremely powerful. Monsters that can be killed outright often posed little to no danger and were thus frequently victimized under the banner of demon slaying for justice. As for those monsters too powerful for mere humans to eliminate, villagers would instead venerate them as deities rather than hunt them. According to records, many mountain gods from ancient times were actually ferocious great demons, not benevolent divinities at all. So, the grand act of exterminating beastly demons by a Dark Witch might have made him a renowned beast hunter in ancient times. And someone as brutal and bloodthirsty as He Mingqian, who viewed human life as insignificant, might have become a revered mountain god. In modern times, humans and demon beasts exist in an uneasy peace, where both human hunting of beasts and beasts eating humans are illegal activities. Therefore, Dark Witches became antisocial elements subject to punishment. And He Mingqian became a potential destabilizing factor, requiring surveillance and even control. Qi Xing worried that the authorities wanted more than just to monitor He Mingqian. He feared that once the authority learned of He Mingqian's true power, they would, out of fear, preemptively take actions harmful towards He Mingqian. However, Qi Xing couldn't show such concerns in front of Old Demon Goat representing officialdom. He had to appear entirely loyal to the authorities in order to gather information and better help protect He Mingqian. Thus, Qi Xing set aside the topic of He Mingqian and instead questioned the matter of the Dark Witch. Is that so? Since the Dark Witch only has his head left now, does he still need legal sanction? Old Demon Goat replied, as long as he draws breath, he needs to face legal sanctions. How else would we explain ourselves to the demon beast side? True enough, the Dark Witch was now a common enemy to demon beasts. Qi Xing then asked again, how about from the human side? Won't humans pursue humanitarian considerations? Of course. Old Demon Goat nodded. According to humanitarian principles, we've provided medical treatment for him, allowing him to recover to some extent. Once he regains full health, we will legally sentence him to imprisonment. Thus, we balance both humanistic and supernatural law. So that's how it is, Qi Xing nodded, so he can still recover. Aren't you afraid that once he's well again, he'll bring havoc back to the human world? That, we're not worried about, Old Demon Goat answered. We didn't catch him before because the Witchcraft Association didn't intervene. Now, the Witchcraft Association has signed a new agreement with the Beast Association, and the Witchcraft Association will join in protecting demon beasts. Look, the #1 witch of the Witchcraft Association has arrived to take charge of the Dark Witch's detention and care personally. He will watch over the Dark Witch directly and seal his abilities to prevent further mischief. Qi Xing paused briefly, questioning curiously, who exactly is the #1 of the Witchcraft Association? It's Great Witch Baitan, said to be the most spiritually powerful white witch in centuries. Old Demon Goat spoke respectfully when mentioning him. Baitan the Great Witch? Qi Xing blinked. What's his relation to He Tan the Great Witch? Old Demon Goat explained. It said that on the dark witchcraft side there's a legendary figure called He Tan the Great Witch. During the time He Tan was alive, the white witches were consistently embarrassed. To counteract his fame, the white witches specially nurtured a white witch named Baitan. This Baitan was carefully raised under artificial control over factors such as parents' DNA, birth date, and even the feng shui of their birthplace, all done to cultivate a white witch who could surpass He Tan, restoring pride to the white witches. Qi Xing remained silent, deeply shocked. Old Demon Goat continued on his own. Because he was precisely positioned from birth, Baitan had an excellent bloodline and perfect 8 characters right when he was born, descending into a feng shui treasure land. Those who taught him were all elite wizards, even the foot-washing water was spirit spring water. One could say that his success and excellence were also a kind of inevitability, in a certain sense. Qi Xing was speechless, inwardly sighing. Human competitiveness is really unimaginable. Hadn't Great Witch Hei Tan been dead for almost 1,000 years? And yet the White Witches couldn't let go, insisting on cultivating a comparable, Bai Tan. Qi Xing's mind turned, asking, so does that mean this Bai Tan is much stronger than the Dark Witches? Of course, Old Demon Goat answered, previously it was because the Wizard Association didn't budge that we had to figure out our own ways to deal with the Dark Witches. Now that the wizards are cooperating with us, I've witnessed it. You know, when I found the Dark Witch, I thought he was as good as dead. Qi Xing recalled the situation at that time and nodded along. It was indeed perilous, wasn't it? However, when Great Witch Bai Tan arrived, after chanting a few spells, the Dark Witch's body grew back. It was almost like a deity. Old Demon Goat's tone was filled with admiration. After the Dark Witch recovered, he started to cause trouble again, with that black witchcraft surging up like a sea tide, but it was suppressed by Great Witch Bai Tan with just one finger. Isn't that impressive? Qi Xing kept nodding, unable to help but inquire further, then wouldn't you say this Bai Tan is even stronger than Hei Mingqian? Old Demon Goat paused momentarily, saying, that I do not know. In the end, Qi Xing was still more concerned about Hei Mingqian, so he added, you've always sent me to keep watch over Hei Mingqian, when will it all come to an end? If Bai Tan is that powerful, wouldn't it be better to have him seal Hei Mingqian? Do you think they don't want to? Old Demon Goat countered. At these words, Qi Xing felt a jolt inside. I knew it, those above definitely won't let Hei Mingqian alone. Old Demon Goat continued, it's our leaders on the beast side who are resolutely against it. Why? Qi Xing was curious about this. Old Demon Goat said, because we detected an abnormal fluctuation in dark witchcraft, possibly indicating another great dark witch is about to emerge. Upon hearing this news, Qi Xing suddenly recalled the shadow that slipped away from 7/7's demon bone bed. For some reason, Qi Xing remembered only now, that's right, the house exploded, but where did Great Witch Hei Tan's shadow go? Is he still there? Old Demon Goat went on, such a level of black wizard energy is too terrifying. We need a fierce celestial beast to put us at ease. Qi Xing raised his eyebrows, isn't Bai Tan himself guarding? Can we fully trust humans? Old Demon Goat retorted, whether black witches or white witches, though they claim to be sworn enemies outwardly, they're actually family behind closed doors. Otherwise, when the Dark Witches created chaos, the Wizard Association wouldn't have simply turned a blind eye. Qi Xing instinctively nodded, indeed, that's how it is. After hearing what Old Demon Goat said, Qi Xing felt reassured somewhat. It seemed that while celestial fierce beasts were scary, humans were even less trustworthy to the demon race. The Bai Tan who could subdue the Dark Witch with a single finger appeared quite respectable to Old Demon Goat. At the end of the day, Old Demon Goat hadn't seen the legendary Hei Tan either, and so mumbled, it's a pity, Hei Tan has already passed on for 1,000 years. Otherwise, we could see firsthand which one between Bai Tan and Hei Tan is more formidable. But Qi Xing cared more about, who is more powerful between Bai Tan and Hei Mingqian. Qi Xing had learned from Old Demon Goat that the human side considered the celestial vicious beasts to be calamities, and the Wizard Association tended towards sealing Hei Mingqian. Although the beast side opposed it, preventing the humans from having much to say. But would the White Witches take action forcibly against Hei Mingqian if anything unexpected happened in the future? The way Old Demon Goat described Bai Tan made Qi Xing even more worried. Old Demon Goat then asked upon Qi Xing mentioning Hei Mingqian, by the way, since the Dark Witch's house exploded, where are you and Hei Mingqian staying now? Qi Xing replied, at my rental place. Such a simple place, can Mr. Ming from the noble family adapt? Old Demon Goat questioned. Upon hearing this question, Qi Xing froze for a moment. Up to now, he barely felt any real sense of having a spouse from a noble family. The rumored Ming Qian was gentle and graceful in demeanor, with manners and etiquettes akin to nobility among the human race, a well-educated cat. However, Hei Mingqian wasn't anything like that, rather, he seemed not only unlike a noble son, but more like a wandering pirate. He seems to be adapting pretty well, Qi Xing replied with resignation. This wasn't a lie. Hei Mingqian even preferred Qi Xing's little nest over the luxuriously decorated Dark Witch mansion. Qi Xing asked, why is that? Hei Mingqian answered, because this place is all filled with your scent. Qi Xing asked, do you like my scent? Of course, Hei Mingqian replied. Qi Xing laughed and said, I thought big cats only liked their own scent. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave scent marks everywhere. I like your scent, Hei Mingqian said, but I like you even more when you carry my scent. After saying that, Big Black Cat pressed Qi Xing onto the sofa and rubbed against him wildly, leaving a strong scent mark on Qi Xing once again. The exact age of the Tiger Clan chief was a mystery, but most people guessed it was in the triple digits. It was basically certain that the Tiger Clan chief was a 100-year-old elder with the face of a handsome young man. His graying hair fell beside his apple-like cheeks, with plump cheeks growing a few silver-white tiger whiskers, swaying slightly with his movements, looking quite attractive. The reason for this visit to the Ming family was to deliver an invitation. The Tiger God Festival is coming up, so we invite everyone to participate in the celebration, the Tiger Clan chief said while stroking his white whiskers, glancing at Qi Xing's face, why don't you come too? Qi Xing didn't decline and naturally agreed. Mrs. Huabang wasn't pleased about letting Qi Xing join the celebration, it would indirectly acknowledge Qi Xing as part of the Ming family. But with the Tiger Clan chief present, Mrs. Huabang couldn't say much. Only after the Tiger Clan chief left did she tell Qi Xing, the Tiger God Festival will be held on Tiger God Mountain. There will be nothing but tigers there then. As a mixed-blood wolf dog going there, it might be a bit inconvenient for you. Qi Xing feigned ignorance and asked blankly, why would it be inconvenient? Mrs. Huabang coughed dryly and said, tigers are pretty aggressive and xenophobic. Are you worried I'll get attacked? Qi Xing flashed a toothy grin, Mrs. Huabang caring for me makes me so happy. Mrs. Huabang had no response to this type, smiling sweetly but thinking nasty thoughts. Instead, Mingda interjected from the side, Qi Xing can even KO me. Mom, instead of worrying about him being beaten by the tigers, you should worry if he'll beat the tigers. Mrs. Huabang sighed inwardly and managed a fake smile, is that so? Smiling, Qi Xing told Mrs. Huabang, you truly care for me, madam. Though Ming Qian and I aren't married yet, consider me as half a son. Mrs. Huabang, go to hell, I'm not, I haven't. However, used to human pretense, she couldn't directly swear and could only laugh, hee hee hee. Qi Xing thought, how stupid. A cat dares to play mind games with a wolf. Typically, in this society, humans make up a larger proportion of the population and possess both science and witchcraft, wielding considerable power over beast spirits. For beast spirits who wish to obtain extraordinary resources in this society, there are usually two paths to choose from. First, grow larger and stronger, making humans dare not look down on you, allowing the strength-admiring humans to worship you. Second, submit to humans, accept their teachings, becoming civilized, elegant, harmless spirit creatures, such that humans not only won't be on guard against you, but also like and become infatuated with you. Mrs. Huabang had undoubtedly chosen the second path. And her status as the first noblewoman of the capital seemed to indicate she'd taken the right path. Thus, though weak in martial prowess and unworthy of the title, Tiger Spirit, Mrs. Huabang possessed social resources that were far beyond what ordinary humans or beasts could achieve. Despite her secure position, she couldn't help but worry about her children's futures. Looking at her son, she wasn't overly concerned. Visibly, her son would follow the first path, namely, subduing others through martial prowess. Although a little crude, its results were excellent. As for her daughter, Ming Baozhu's martial ability clearly wasn't enough to subdue others, and the spoiled, capricious Ming Baozhu also failed to learn Mrs. Huabang's docile elegance. That is to say, Ming Baozhu was blocked from both paths. It was foreseeable that her future would be fraught with many grievances. Although, given the wealth and status of the Ming family, Ming Baozhu would certainly live without concerns about food and clothing. But precisely because Ming Baozhu grew up in a lavish environment, merely being free from worries about food and clothing wouldn't make her happy. Ming Baozhu would need to live like a princess to just barely satisfy her desires. Seeing Ming Baozhu's determination to win He Mingqian, Mrs. Huabang sometimes thought, actually, if He Mingqian married Ming Baozhu, it might be pretty good. Mrs. Huabang also had this idea, wanting Ming Baozhu to become even closer with Ming Qian. But who would have thought that Qi Xing, coming from no one knows where, would suddenly appear? This dog, does it even deserve it? If Mrs. Huabang was already 7/10 reluctant to let Qi Xing enter their family before, now she was entirely against the idea. Because even Mingda had set his eyes on Qi Xing. This almost made Mrs. Huabang spew blood. To prevent Qi Xing from entering their Ming family door, Mrs. Huabang decided not to allow him to attend the Tiger God Festival as Ming Qian's mate. She had a separate invitation sent just for Qi Xing, saying it was a personal invitation out of respect. In fact, she prohibited Qi Xing from using the invitation labeled the entire Ming family. Thus, Qi Xing attended the Tiger God Festival under his own name. Moreover, Mrs. Huabang wouldn't let Qi Xing hitch a ride in their Ming family car. We should not go together, Mrs. Huabang provided her reason, the car is too small. She then added, seemingly considerate, I will arrange a special car for Qi Xing. Ming Baozhu clearly didn't understand Mrs. Huabang's efforts and wasn't satisfied with such an arrangement. Why does Qi Xing get a private car? Mrs. Huabang found it annoying dealing with this useless teammate, but simply said, after all, he's an important guest. She deliberately emphasized the word guest to indicate that Qi Xing wasn't part of the family. Yet, none of her three tigers caught the meaning. Ming Baozhu still grumbled while Mingda and Ming Qian nodded in agreement. This arrangement isn't bad either. Mingda asked further, will he leave with our car? He doesn't live with us, there's no need for him to go together, Mrs. Huabang replied, I will send a car directly to his house to deliver him straight to Tiger God Mountain. This way is much more convenient. Neither Mingda nor Ming Qian had any objections. They also felt it would be more convenient for Qi Xing this way. Qi Xing also had no objection. He didn't care about participating in the event as a member of the Ming family. He had zero interest in such a title. Actually, he believed participating personally was the best. Mrs. Huabang's statement that sending a personal invitation was a sign of respect coincidentally matched Qi Xing's preference. The Ming family arrived at Tiger God Mountain in the morning. But Qi Xing's car only reached late in the evening. That was also deliberately arranged by Mrs. Huabang. She intentionally staggered the arrival time so they wouldn't meet up. Moreover, by the evening, all villas on top of Tiger God Mountain were fully occupied. Mrs. Huabang could conveniently instruct someone to send Qi Xing to stay at a smaller house at the foot of the mountain. This way, no one would link Qi Xing with the Ming family. Some nasty tiger demons might even make Qi Xing suffer a little. Mrs. Huabang's calculations sounded perfect, yet everything backfired. Qi Xing indeed separately took the car to Tiger God Mountain, and indeed brought a personal invitation. However, everyone knew that Qi Xing was Ming Qian's officially acknowledged mate. His entire body is filled with Ming Qian's scent. The driver reported to Mrs. Huabang, "Were they doing exercises last night?" Mrs. Huabang couldn't believe it. Impossible. Ming Qian is absolutely a virgin tiger. How can you be sure? The driver questioned, "Did you even mark him with chastity sand?" But Mrs. Huabang insisted firmly, because he would never engage in premarital sex. The driver shook his head unconvinced. "He is a tiger though." Mrs. Huabang confidently claimed, "He is a tiger, but not just any ordinary tiger." Not an ordinary tiger, could it be an impotent tiger? Indeed, Mrs. Huabang's judgment was correct. Ming Qian remained resolute and didn't engage in premarital relations, a fact which he had also expressed to Qi Xing. Qi Xing felt it was regrettable but respected his decision. Still, the territorial instinct inside Ming Qian remained strong. Ming Qian daily embraced Qi Xing and vigorously rubbed against him, making sure Qi Xing was completely covered in his scent. This caused Qi Xing quite some trouble. Since he needed to work, take public transportation, and visit the supermarket, walking around smelling of pure tiger pheromones would make him seem like the wildest kid on the street. If he went shopping for groceries, would the older women dare to take his money? Therefore, after each date, Qi Xing always sprayed large amounts of calming agents on himself to erase the smell of the big cat. Next time they met, Ming Qian would furrow his brows and say, "The scent has disappeared." This puzzled Ming Qian. Why does the scent dissipate so quickly? Qi Xing could only explain, "It could be that you haven't applied your pheromones deeply enough." Deeply enough? Ming Qian asked curiously. Qi Xing continued, "Do you know when the pheromones are at their strongest and most concentrated?" "I know, it's during heat," Ming Qian said in the same tone a biology teacher might use when discussing heat, with an utterly serious demeanor. But as Qi Xing listened, he instead found it more arousing. As a wolf dog who acted shamelessly yet pretended to be proper, Qi Xing also replied seriously, "Indeed, if we want to thoroughly cover ourselves with our mate's scent, then mating is necessary, isn't it?" Saying this, Qi Xing put on a look of unavoidable reluctance, eager and unable to control himself. "Ah, how troubling. Is mating really necessary? Ah, that's quite a dilemma. #ref. Qi Xing put on a face of fake purity. Mating being necessary is such a dilemma. Ming Qian said, "If it's troublesome, then we shouldn't do it." Qi Xing was dumbfounded. "I don't want to make you uncomfortable." Ming Qian seemed to have genuinely taken in Qi Xing's words. "How troubling it is, too difficult." He extracted the key phrases, troubling, too difficult, placing Qi Xing's wishes first, and thus very considerately said, "Rest assured, I will absolutely not disregard your will and insist on mating." Qi Xing swallowed, "Then thank you." Ming Qian didn't forcibly make Qi Xing fully covered inside and out with his smell, even though this idea was very tempting. No, not tempting, but cat-enticing. At the thought of Qi Xing's body emitting his own scent, Ming Qian became visibly agitated, like a cat smelling a can of food mixed with appetizers. Instantly, he started meowing hungrily. Ming Qian repressed all wicked thoughts and with a completely pure expression told Qi Xing, "Don't worry, I won't commit any indecent acts." Qi Xing, who longed deeply for such indecent actions from the other, was forced to show a pure smile. Suddenly, Ming Qian rolled around on the ground once, and a white light flashed over his body. When the dazzling light dissipated, Ming Qian had transformed into his true form, a large tiger with silver-white fur. Qi Xing specially looked at the large tiger's tail, noticing it was silver-white as well, without any trace of what black Ming Qian had left behind. 5 years ago, Qi Xing had spent a very intimate period of time with black Ming Qian. Unlike white Ming Qian, black Ming Qian hadn't adhered to societal norms so strictly, often transforming back into his original form. Qi Xing had frequently cuddled up against the large feline's original form, brushing cheeks, purring together while embracing the big tail, becoming used to this handsome tiger whose silver-white fur ended with a glossy black tail. Now seeing him again, the black tail was nowhere to be found, which made Qi Xing feel somewhat sorrowful. While Qi Xing was lost in sentimentality and deep thought, suddenly, something soft hit him squarely in the chest. It was the fuzzy head of the large tiger. Being rubbed against by the tiger's head, Qi Xing's heart immediately softened. It turned out that the top and sides of the tiger's head secrete a great deal of pheromones, so Ming Qian liked to rub his cheeks against Qi Xing's. Now, Ming Qian felt that rubbing as a human form wasn't efficient enough, so he transformed into the large tiger form, using his big head to rub against Qi Xing. Qi Xing obediently let the large tiger nuzzle him into its embrace, vigorously rubbing until Qi Xing successfully carried the heavy pheromones of the large tiger. Considering there was no need to work or go shopping the next day, and the destination would be Tiger God Mountain full of tigers, Qi Xing did not specially remove the strong tiger scent using calming agents and cleaning agents. Thus, when Qi Xing arrived at Tiger God Mountain, his body was already filled with Ming Qian's scent marks. As long as the tigers weren't suffering from severe colds, they should all be aware of Qi Xing's identity. The gatekeeper even did not check Qi Xing's invitation and let him pass directly. Although Mrs. Huabang instructed someone to send Qi Xing to the small house at the foot of the mountain, upon smelling Qi Xing's scent, the gatekeeper did not inquire further but sent someone with a car to drive Qi Xing up the mountain, directly delivering him to the Ming family's resort house. For the same reason, the guard standing outside the resort house dared not stop Qi Xing either. This pervasive, bold aroma on Qi Xing was nothing less than a mobile pass, causing all large and small tigers to keep their distance. This gave him a sense of absurdity akin to borrowing the tiger's might. Of course, the tiger most sensitive to Ming Qian's scent was naturally Ming Qian himself. When Qi Xing reached the small garden of the vacation house, Ming Qian had already come out of the house. Although Ming Qian's face was emotionless, Qi Xing believed he could see the gleam of joy in Ming Qian's eyes. Ming Qian stepped forward and said, "You've come late." Qi Xing said, "Is that so? When did you arrive?" "We came in the morning." As Ming Qian spoke, he gently held Qi Xing's hand. But Mrs. Huabang's car was scheduled for this afternoon. Qi Xing bent his eyes into a smile as Ming Qian supported him. "Why are you helping me up?" "To climb the stairs." Ming Qian pointed at the stairs beneath their feet. "I see others help their wives up the stairs." Qi Xing smiled in response, "But I'm not your wife yet." Ming Qian paused for a moment and said, "We can get married right away." Upon hearing this, Qi Xing almost tripped over. "That's too rash." By the time they finished their conversation, Ming Qian and Qi Xing had already entered the resort house. Inside, they found Ming Baozhu, Mrs. Huabang, Mingda, and the tiger chief sitting there. When Mingda saw Qi Xing enter, he was the first to react, jumping up and shouting, "Hey, second wife." Hearing that title, Ming Qian's fists tensed up for no clear reason, but he still chose to retract them politely. Mrs. Huabang agreed with Ming Qian on one point surprisingly. Her fists were also hardening, but she managed to suppress her anger under a facade of politeness, saying only, "What nonsense." "What, second wife?" Mingda asked. "Isn't the second brother's wife called the second wife?" The tiger chief couldn't help but interject, "That's called younger sister-in-law." "How could it be younger sister-in-law?" Mingda clearly didn't understand human titles well. Sister is Ming Qian, younger sister is Baozhu, how could younger sister-in-law be Qi Xing? Besides, younger sister-in-law sounds so girly, second wife has more masculine air. Why does second wife have any masculine air? Ming Baozhu couldn't help but counter, a single wife character is already feminine enough, let alone old wife, it's just old woman. As several tigers were about to fight over the phrase, second wife, Qi Xing quickly played mediator, suggesting smoothly, "There's no need to be so formal, calling my name will do." Just then, a knock came from the door, and another guest arrived. The one who entered was a large, bear-like demon tiger, another tiger spirit from the mountain forest. Even though Mrs. Huabang didn't like Qi Xing much, out of courtesy, introductions were inevitable. This uninvited tiger spirit turned out to be named Ziche, an old friend of Mingda. After hearing Mrs. Huabang introduce Qi Xing, Ziche widened his eyes as he sized up Qi Xing and said, "Oh, so you're the second sister-in-law Mingda wants to attract." Qi Xing's face flushed as he didn't know what to say. Mrs. Huabang felt perplexed, unsure why her silly son would say anything that came to mind. Mingda was also confused, not knowing how Ziche had guessed his thoughts. Ming Qian was also puzzled, not knowing why his fists kept clenching. Ming Baozhu wasn't shy either and directly asked, "How did you know? Isn't it obvious?" The tiger chief chuckled, "Your older brother wears all his feelings on his face." Mingda touched his own face, "But I haven't met Ziche recently to show him my face." Innocent boys like Mingda, Ziche explained, not only were their feelings on their face but also post them on QQ Space. Mingda's most recent QQ Space update read, "There are only lazy elders, no unreachable second sisters-in-law." Clearly, Mingda wanted to be the hardworking elder. And now it was crystal clear who the second sister-in-law was. Ziche appraised Qi Xing after looking him over, saying, "Indeed, beautiful looking. If I hadn't been told, I'd have thought you were a fox spirit." Mingda replied, "Looks come second. Most important is his demeanor. He suits our tiger lineage well." Ziche grinned and suggested, "Since both brothers like him, why not share a wife?" Mingda nodded fervently, "It seems wise tigers think alike." Ming Qian was confused again, not understanding why his fists clenched once more. #ref. Past timeline, 5 years ago. The old demon sheep gave Qi Xing a big cat collar. Qi Xing didn't quite understand what this collar was for. The old demon sheep explained, "Big cat's pheromones are so dominant, if he lives in an apartment, it could disturb the neighbors, and walking on the street could affect public order. This collar is actually a pheromone suppression ring that can restrain his scent. Moreover, it's specially supplied by the military department, superior quality, newly upgraded, utilizing reverse heaven black technology, thoroughly absorbing and locking the pheromones, 3D designed, soft fitting to the body curve, preventing leakages 24 hours a day. Even during special physiological periods, it can absorb in bulk quantities." Special physiological period, bulk absorption. Qi Xing looked at the collar in his hand and suddenly felt something wasn't quite right. The old demon sheep elaborated, it means even during heat, it can absorb copious amounts of pheromones. Qi Xing suspected their product description was copied from Huxubeo's. However, Black Ming Qian indeed needed such a thing. These days, in order to prevent Black Ming Qian's scent from causing panic among the apartment residents, Qi Xing had plastered a massive amount of pheromone-blocking stickers on the doors and windows. This not only hindered proper ventilation but was also prohibitively expensive. Qi Xing, this poor dog indeed couldn't afford it. If there was the high-tech collar provided by Old Demon Sheep, it would truly be an excellent solution. Qi Xing thought for a moment, that doesn't seem right though, Ming Qian's family is so wealthy. Now that the Dark Witch case has been closed, shouldn't we set the tiger free and send Ming Qian back to his Tiger Mountain? Old Demon Sheep stroked his beard with a face that clearly said, "Do you really think I haven't considered that?" and said irritably, "The awakening of a celestial disaster is a secret matter. If we send him back to the Ming family, how could we keep that secret?" Qi Xing was speechless and felt somewhat ashamed, because in his eyes, Black Ming Qian was a cute big kitty, and he completely didn't regard Black Ming Qian as a celestial disaster beast corrupted by dark witchcraft. "But, he's been missing for such a long time," Qi Xing said, "won't his family worry?" "They won't," replied Old Demon Sheep. Qi Xing was taken aback. Old Demon Sheep explained further, "We told his family that he was undergoing special trials. Therefore, the Ming family won't have any issues." "Oh. I see," Qi Xing nodded and then asked, "But if you consider his blackened condition a huge problem, there must be a way to resolve it, right?" "Yes, we are negotiating with the Wizard Association," Old Demon Sheep thought for a moment and said, "However, one issue is our disagreement. The Wizard Association believes that they should use white witchcraft to cleanse Ming Qian of the dark witchcraft, but because there is some risk involved, the Beastfolk faction does not simply want to hand over Ming Qian to the Wizard Association." The relationship between wizards and beastfolk was awkward, and for the beastfolk, the celestial disaster beast was a very important weapon. Hence, the beastfolk were unwilling to easily surrender Ming Qian. Old Demon Sheep whispered lowly, "Last time, we handed over a corrupted beastfolk member to the Wizard Association. When it came back, yes, it was cleansed of its corruption, but it also returned as a cripple. The wizards just said that the corrupted beast struggled too much during their control process, accidentally disabling it. They paid some compensation and apologized, then acted like nothing happened." Upon hearing Old Demon Sheep's words, Qi Xing was shocked. "That's going too far. Isn't it? To those wizards, the beastfolk are merely cattle, they don't regard us as equals at all." Old Demon Sheep shook his head. Qi Xing sighed deeply, "That is arrogance. It's just instinct." Old Demon Sheep remarked indifferently, "In my eyes, humans are just upright walking idiots." Qi Xing finally understood where the contradictions of this society stemmed from. Old Demon Sheep continued, "I guess since the Wizard Association knows about Black Ming Qian's existence, they won't let go easily. They might soon send people to meddle with you. So, take care yourself." Qi Xing was quite worried and said, "I take care. How can I take care? Those guys know witchcraft. Witchcraft naturally counters demonic power. I'm just an untrained hybrid wolf, it's hard for me to confront them directly." "Who's asking you to confront them directly? What are you thinking? With Ming Qian around, what do you have to fear?" Old Demon Sheep looked at him as if he were a retard. "I mean for you to be careful not to let Ming Qian kill any wizards." Qi Xing was speechless. Old Demon Sheep said, "It's fine if you maim them a bit. It'd be best if you beat them up thoroughly, so these upright walking idiots remember their lesson and stop thinking that we beastfolk are easy targets." Qi Xing originally worried that Black Ming Qian would resist wearing the collar, but unexpectedly, Ming Qian did not show significant resistance towards the idea, perhaps because Qi Xing mentioned earlier that, "I think big kitties wearing collars look sexy." Then, a black leather collar adorned Ming Qian's tall, pale neck, which indeed looked quite sensual, not entirely a lie. This collar, as promised by Old Demon Sheep, was military black technology, 3D conforming to body shape, and could even shrink or expand according to Ming Qian's transformations, overall making it quite comfortable. Wearing the collar, wagging his black tail, Ming Qian had a pitiful expression on his face. "Aren't I looking sexy now? Why don't you come for me then?" Qi Xing helplessly thought, "Where does it say it's my turn to go after you? You're always coming for me." However, to reward Ming Qian's good behavior, Qi Xing put on an act saying, "Sweetie looks so sexy, I'm coming for you," then got thoroughly messed up by Ming Qian. After a session of getting wrecked, taking advantage of Ming Qian's good mood, Qi Xing suggested, "When we meet others outside, we just say you're a cat, not mentioning your being a tiger. What do you think?" Ming Qian replied, "That's not good. A majestic tiger, why pretend to be a cat?" Qi Xing had to pick up the biology book. Tigers belong to the cat family. People call them big cats. So, Ming Qian then said, "Then I'll say I'm a big cat." Qi Xing tried to persuade Black Ming Qian for half a day, but he was unmoved. It seemed that tiger demons really hated being called kittens. After thinking for a long time, Qi Xing could only say, "I think kittens are very sexy." Black Ming Qian pricked up his ears, "Is that so?" Qi Xing nodded hard. "Moreover, I never tell others I'm a wolf when I go out, I always say I'm a dog." "Why?" Black Ming Qian asked curiously. Qi Xing said, because role-playing excites me. Black Ming Qian immediately agreed readily with the idea of pretending to be a cat. However, the price Qi Xing had to pay was that every time they came home after going out, he would have to act excited and pull Black Ming Qian for a round. From then on, Black Ming Qian fell in love with pretending to be a cat, asking Qi Xing every day, when are we going out and pretending to be a cat? He was as active as a dog wanting to be taken out for a walk. Qi Xing, who said tiger demons were naturally proud and hated being called cats. To be honest, Qi Xing really couldn't see where Black Ming Qian's blackening lay. Could it be that Black Ming Qian put all his darkened points into sexual interests? They lived quietly in the small apartment for a while until the upright walking-eyed dyads from the Wizard Association came knocking. Look at his tail, obviously polluted by dark witchcraft. Two high-level wizards pointed at Black Ming Qian and said, absolutely an ominous force of evil. At that moment, the big black-tailed tiger was sitting in a large cardboard box, scratching his head with his foot. Seeing such a Black Ming Qian, the high-level wizards paused briefly and then said, although he has turned dark, it seems his intelligence isn't high. We can surely win. #ref. The two high-level wizards broke through the window, waving their wands and chanting spells. The Wizard Association was composed of white wizards, not like the dark witches. Black Ming Qian watched as white light waves emitted from the wands without dodging or moving. He was curious about how white witchcraft felt hitting him. Was it different from black witchcraft? Indeed, it was different. If the dark witches specialized in poison fire, the white wizard's magic flowed like water, serene and fluid, graceful yet intended for attack. However, Ming Qian's energy was like the ocean, trickling streams merging into the sea caused no ripple. Still painless. Black Ming Qian seemed somewhat disappointed. The two high-level wizards felt they had been looked down upon by a beast. Being wizards, they inherently thought themselves superior to beasts, looking down even more on savage animals. They could not bear the disdainful look from the big cat. Fueled with fighting spirit, they raised their wands high and launched even fiercer attacks. Taste the power of wizardry, you foolish animal. White wizards differed from dark witches. Dark witches went mad and blew up entire streets without care, but the registered white wizards were much more orderly, attacking furiously against Black Ming Qian while still taking care not to harm the innocent. They cast an invisible barrier around the apartment, ensuring the neighboring residents remained unaffected. Thus, even though various kinds of magic exploded violently within the apartment, the neighbors heard nothing and carried on as usual. And because of this, Qi Xing, who was buying groceries outside, had no idea his house was almost blown away. When Qi Xing finished shopping and returned home, ready to open the door, he discovered that the door wouldn't budge. No matter whether by twisting the key forcefully or battering the door violently, the thin wooden door did not move at all, as if it had turned into a solid wall. Qi Xing's heart skipped a beat, sensing something. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the cold door panel, feeling a familiar yet strange sensation flowing over his palm, smooth like water slipping away. This is magic. Qi Xing murmured to himself. That's correct. A rich male voice responded from a gap in the wall. Qi Xing was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. A shadow appeared on the white wall. It was a shadow he recognized well. Is that, Grandmaster Black Ebony? You truly live up to your heritage, having strong sensitivity towards magic. Yet, you've never learned any form of magic, truly wasting your talent. Black Ebony's voice floated in the air, ringing gently in Qi Xing's ears. Beasts are forbidden to learn magic. Qi Xing replied in a low tone. Oh. Black Ebony sounded surprised. Since when? Who set that rule? Qi Xing answered, after you died, it was your enemies who made the rule. Black Ebony paused momentarily, surprised, but upon reflection found it unsurprising, only laughing faintly. The strong are not those who follow the rules but those who rewrite them. Do you wish to be someone who follows the rules, or someone who changes them? Qi Xing said, to answer your question, I first need to be human. Black Ebony had to change his rhetoric. Do you want to be the dog that follows the rules, or the dog that rewrites them? Qi Xing thought, this sentence was originally pretty cool, but after changing a word, it became uncool. It seemed that Black Ebony didn't care about Qi Xing's response either, just saying to himself, the bones of Chi-Chi can pry open a door. Only now did Qi Xing remember he still had this ultimate weapon, the bones of Chi-Chi. Qi Xing took out the bones of Chi-Chi and tried to pry the door. That door, which turned into a copper wall and iron fortress due to the wizardry, opened abruptly after being prized by the spirit bone. The high-level witchcraft vanished instantly upon touching the spirit bone, almost disappearing in a moment. Seeing the profound magic array broken in an instant, Qi Xing felt like, I'm a level 0 newbie, but I have cheats activated, so I'm really awesome. However, when Qi Xing entered the room and saw the two high-level wizards having their heads played with like yarn balls by the big cat, and century-old wands made from magic forest trees stuck in the cat litter box, Qi Xing realized he couldn't count as a cheat player. The real one was here. This is, Qi Xing pointed at the mess in the house, asking in confusion. Black Ming Qian sat down when he saw Qi Xing come back, his tail obediently resting on his front paws, just like a tame pet cat. Two bad people came home and attacked me right away, they scared me meow. Black Ming Qian seemed to remember the setting that, pretending to be a cat in front of outsiders would please Qi Xing, so he licked his paw beside the two wizards whose heads had been twisted off, striving to show the cute manner of a pet cat. Qi Xing said with bad temper, quickly put their heads back. Oh. Black Ming Qian obediently placed the white wizards' heads back onto their bodies. The two white wizards cried out pitifully, you installed them wrong. Is that so? Sorry about that. Black Ming Qian decisively twisted off the two heads again and installed them once more, this time installing them correctly. But the two white wizards seemed to be broken too, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if losing hope for life. Nevertheless, they were high-level wizards who had gone through countless battles. They recovered soon and could even retrieve their precious wands from the cat litter box, shook their beautiful wizard robes, and took their seats in front of Qi Xing. Qi Xing also acted innocently, politely serving tea to the two while asking, why did the two wizards break into my house and attack my pet cat? Pet cat. The barely maintained calm face of the white wizard almost cracked. You don't actually know where this big cat comes from, do you? Hearing what the white wizard said, Qi Xing seemed to understand part of it. Old Mao Yang probably didn't tell the wizard association much, only told the association that Ming Qian has turned dark and was wandering around outside, without revealing any other information. So, the wizard association didn't know the details about Qi Xing, nor why Black Ming Qian lived together with Qi Xing. Thinking about it, old Mao Yang had many tricks up his sleeve. How would he honestly confess everything to the wizard association? And Qi Xing wasn't exactly honest either. But Qi Xing understood well how to act honestly, immediately putting on an innocent look. What does that mean? He's a stray cat, I picked him up, is there a problem with that? The white wizard froze for a moment. You saw him defeat us two high-level wizards, does that sound like a regular stray cat? Ah, is that so? Qi Xing blinked his eyes, it seems not very ordinary indeed. Saying this, Qi Xing showed a brilliant smile, baby, you're so great. As he said that, Qi Xing also patted the big cat's head. Black Ming Qian closed his eyes happily, enjoying the patting. Both white wizards were shocked, because at this moment, the celestial demon really resembled a tame pet cat. Maybe it wasn't all his fault for mistaking this cat as an ordinary feline. Especially, the pet collar worn obediently around the neck of this spirit cat. Who would believe it belongs to a celestial tiger demon? White wizards are humans, they cannot smell pheromones, and rarely study beast technology, naturally unable to identify the military-grade beast material on Black Ming Qian's neck, thinking it was a common pet collar. However, speaking of which, Qi Xing turned his head to look at the high-level wizard. Even if he isn't a kitten, you can't intrude on someone's private property, right? Aren't you registered wizards with the association? You used witchcraft in residential areas and destroyed my home, is that compliant? As he spoke, Qi Xing glanced around the apartment that looked like it wasn't housing a cat but rather a husky, revealing a serious expression. Though the person in front was clearly a canine spirit, the wizard still felt a sense of oppression, as if this seemingly honest dog was also an extraordinary great beast. The older white wizard quickly prepared his statement and replied, we sensed the aura of a dangerous beast and traced it here. Breaking into your residence was truly a last resort, but this aligns with the emergency conduct guidelines, making it a lawful action. As for the damage caused to you, our association will provide appropriate compensation, please rest assured. Then write a guarantee first, Qi Xing said. The white wizard initially didn't want to give Qi Xing any face, but under Black Ming Qian's true tiger-like glare, he complied and wrote an apology letter along with a guarantee. These two white wizards were senior members of the association, having subdued countless ferocious beasts before, considering themselves strong. However, they never expected their heads to be toyed around like capsule toys by a large cat that didn't look particularly intelligent. Generally, arrogant wizards who are defeated by beastly creatures would feel humiliated. Just like what happened to the dark wizard at first. Yet, when they realized the overwhelming disparity in strength, humiliation faded, replaced by intense fear from deep within. All right. Qi Xing said, you can go now. The white wizards hurried away. They didn't want to relive the terror of their heads being dominated by the big cat. The big cat didn't kill, just played around. And this playful attitude was more cruel than simple hunting, making people feel pain, weakness, even despair in darkness. The two wizards fled swiftly, not even bothering to wonder how the barriers they set up had been broken. When they returned to the association to report to their leader, the leader didn't notice this detail either because they were already shocked by the terrifying power of the heavenly calamity beast which simply twisted off two high-ranking wizards' heads and yet is now a house cat living with a dog. The leader thought these two white wizards might have been scared dumb by the celestial demon beast and thus their minds went haywire. The white wizards muttered, leader. Maybe we should call on Baitan the great wizard. Hold your tongue. The leader scolded, for such trivial matters, do we really need to bother Baitan the great wizard? But, that is the celestial calamity beast. The leader stated, so what? Don't forget, we've always kept tabs on Ming Qian's growth, deliberately suppressing his demonic powers, keeping them low. If he were truly that powerful, he wouldn't have been kidnapped by the dark wizard back then. The white wizards thought to themselves, it's because we trusted your claims that we foolishly sought trouble with Ming Qian and ended up being crushed into nothingness. The Wizard Association had calculated ever since Ming Qian was a pup that he was the incarnation of a celestial calamity. Therefore, early on, they placed a forbidden curse upon Ming Qian. At the same time, Spotted Misses, who belonged to the pro-human faction among beastly creatures, followed the Grand Wizard's instructions and fed Ming Qian medicines to suppress his demonic forces, giving him all sorts of courtesy education so that Ming Qian's animalistic nature and demonic power remained within the safe zone. Had it not been for Ming Qian looking relatively powerless, the Dark Wizard would not have confidently tried to turn Ming Qian into a magic pet through black sorcery in the first place. The leaders still believed in their own judgment and sent out stronger white wizards. You are my strongest elite. This time, you must bring back the celestial calamity beast. Understood. The elite wizard looked full of confidence. But the two high-ranked wizards were full of worry on their faces. The leader noticed the worried expressions of the two high-ranked wizards, pondered for a moment, and added, "It might be risky for you to go alone. All right, I'll dispatch a small team to accompany you." The elite wizard chuckled and said, "To deal with Ming Qian, who has grown eating monster suppression pills all his life, I'm more than enough." As he spoke, he cast a mocking glance at those two wizards, as if saying, "Trash, watch Grandpa show you real skills." #ref. Current timeline. Zish and Mingda were childhood friends, with a rock-solid relationship, and also good relations with the other members of the Ming family. He could flatter Lady Huaban well and also knew how to make Ming Baozhu happy, but there was always a gap between him and Ming Qian. However, Zish didn't feel anything odd about it, because no matter who it was, there was always some distance between them and Ming Qian. Ming Qian gave people the impression in 8 characters: polite, disciplined, emotionless, indifferent. His social interactions were rather contradictory. While he was friendly to everyone, he also treated everyone coldly. Therefore, when Zish heard that Ming Qian had a partner, he found it hard to believe. He didn't think Ming Qian's personality would allow him to form any intimate relationships. But soon afterward, he learned from Lady Huaban another new piece of information: Ming Qian's partner was the first match from the genetic pairing system. Zish nodded and dispelled all doubts in his heart. That makes sense. Why did he say, "This makes sense"? Because Ming Qian was an extremely rare great beast who was very law-abiding and valued propriety. In terms of obeying civilized rules, he might even surpass 99% of humans. The demon race has a policy encouraging gene-excellent great demons to marry and have children. Therefore, when a great demon reaches a certain age but remains single without offspring, the gene system will proactively match them with suitable partners, mainly extracting the best matches from various genetic data. Of course, being matched doesn't necessarily mean one has to get married. The great demons can choose to refuse. However, based on Zish's understanding of Ming Qian, it was unlikely that Ming Qian would reject an arrangement from the authorities. As a big tiger, Ming Qian rather strangely possessed compliance, a trait rarely seen in the tiger clan. Generally, Ming Qian would obey the arrangements made by elders. For instance, even though Ming Qian had greater talent for combat, he followed Huaban Lady's arrangement and calmly gave the joining the military department opportunity to Mingda. Another example, despite having little interest in business and making money, Ming Qian still followed Huaban Lady's arrangements and diligently managed all aspects of the Ming family's industries. Furthermore, even though Ming Qian had a gentle character with no criminal record, he still cooperated with human official surveillance, allowing himself to be implanted with a subcutaneous GPS tracking device normally reserved for dangerous criminals. Moreover, Zish suspected that the human side had been giving Ming Qian drugs through Huaban Lady that weakened his demonic powers. It was likely that Ming Qian himself had noticed this but chose not to resist. So, when the official system matched a partner for Ming Qian, it wasn't surprising that he wouldn't refuse. Zish wasn't shocked at all. Zish believed that the union between Ming Qian and Qi Xing was hastily arranged by the officials without any emotional foundation, which explained why he boldly suggested, if Mingda liked second sister-in-law, they could share her. This careless remark didn't seem to cross his mind at all. He couldn't imagine that such a casual joke would make the usually submissive Ming Qian react strongly. Even Ming Qian himself couldn't understand why just one sentence caused him to become so agitated. Though Zish had said much ruder and disrespectful things before, this thoughtless joke really didn't amount to anything significant. Yet, a strange restlessness arose within Ming Qian. It was as if there was an inflated balloon inside his chest, and someone kept blowing more air into it. His chest grew increasingly tense, and he felt suffocated as if blocked by invisible gas. He needed to let it out with a punch. But like restraints, propriety bound his hands and feet. He had to endure it. After taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down, returning to the most civilized cat of this century. "Don't joke like that," Qi Xing responded smoothly. "I wouldn't look twice at a male animal who I can easily defeat." Upon hearing this, Zish was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. Qi Xing waved a hand. "Let's not talk about sharing a wife anymore. Who else besides Ming Qian deserves to be my spouse?" After hearing Qi Xing's words, Ming Qian's restlessness gradually subsided. His gaze shifted to Qi Xing's face, seeing her glowing expression, strikingly dazzling. When Qi Xing realized Ming Qian was looking at her, she smiled brightly at him, her radiance shining through. Ming Qian's mood improved significantly almost instantly. His chest no longer felt tight, but his heartbeat quickened. Zish thought Qi Xing was joking and turned to Mingda. Seeing the guilty look on Mingda's face, Zish believed a bit but was more surprised. Mingda, you can't win against this dog. Mingda couldn't stand such comments and hit Zish, saying, neither can you, okay? Zish still didn't believe, probably because you saw their pretty fox face, your body went soft, and you couldn't throw punches anymore. Mingda also got upset. What do you take me for? Haven't I seen flirtatious foxes? If I lack such self-control, how can I join the military? Forget it, I'd rather quit. Zish still didn't trust him, so Mingda started arguing with him loudly. Qi Xing found it boring and pulled Ming Qian aside, saying, this is truly boring. Why don't you show me around? All right. Ming Qian replied. Ming Qian held Qi Xing's hand, sniffing the scent of his pheromones coming from her, feeling extremely comfortable inside. He only thought that there were too many tigers on this mountain. If only him and Qi Xing, a wolf and a tiger, were left alone, it would be perfect. The sight of Ming Qian and Qi Xing walking together pierced deeply into Ming Baozhu's eyes. Originally, Ming Qian's indifference towards Ming Baozhu was bearable, as she thought that was just his nature. But now, realizing that Ming Qian could be kind and amiable to others made Ming Baozhu envious, her eyes turning red. Unfortunately, Ming Baozhu had no way to deal with this sly fox dog. Primarily, Ming Baozhu discovered she couldn't beat Qi Xing. Ming Baozhu's thinking was simple and brutal, scratch anyone she disliked. Out of 10 people, 9 usually couldn't withstand a female tiger's slap, except Qi Xing. Ming Baozhu felt chest pains and anger and sat alone on the balcony swing chair, sulking silently. After an unknown amount of time, a familiar voice sounded beside the rocking chair. What's got you in such a huff, miss? Ming Baozhu glanced up and saw Zish appear soundlessly. She wasn't particularly surprised. It was common knowledge that big cats walked silently. Besides, she and Zish were on familiar terms, so without much reservation, she spilled her woes to him. Upon hearing Ming Baozhu's complaints, Zish crouched on all fours like a cat, scratching his chin with a claw, and said, we're tigers, not humans, we don't have to care about righteousness or propriety. If you want someone, just go and snatch them. Why are you sulking instead? But I can't beat her, can I? Ming Baozhu puffed her cheeks, unsure whether she was mad at others or herself. Zish thought for a moment and said, then use human methods. Ming Baozhu's eyes widened. Didn't you say that since we're not humans, we don't need to bother with those things? Why use human methods now? Who says humans follow propriety anyway? Zish replied with a smirk, humans can be the most shameless creatures around. Moreover, they've got plenty of, I may not physically overpower you but I'll ruin you from the shadows tricks, particularly dishonorable and highly effective. They're worth us learning from. Hearing this, Ming Baozhu's eyes lit up, really? Tell me fast. Zish then pulled out the Complete Guide to Underhanded Tactics Used by Wicked Supporting Females in Rich Family Novels and offered it to Ming Baozhu for reference. Ming Baozhu asked, what's a wicked supporting female in a rich family novel? You, my dear, Zish answered. Furrowing her brow, Ming Baozhu flipped open the first page and read, the wicked supporting female in rich family novels is usually a well-born beauty, proud and overbearing, unconstrained by trivialities, with high standards who invariably falls in love with a prince-like figure. However, the prince chooses a partner of humble origins, neglecting or even looking down upon the wicked supporting female. Stunned, Ming Baozhu exclaimed, so? I really am the wicked supporting female. Treating this newfound information as a treasure, she immediately immersed herself in the book with great curiosity. As she read through, she concluded, why do these underhanded tactics keep repeating themselves? Slip them some drugs. Convince him to tie the knot hastily. Ming Baozhu furrowed her brows deeply. Where would I even find such drugs? Coincidence? Right here. Zish pulled out 2 small vials from his pocket. And guess what, I've got just what you need. He explained, this is specially designed by humans to aid beastly mating rituals, it stimulates lust. Thrilled, Ming Baozhu immediately reached for the bottles. Zish froze momentarily, surprised that Ming Baozhu had so quickly snatched the drugs. Slightly exasperated, he took them back into his hands. Seeing Zish do this, Ming Baozhu frowned unhappily, weren't they for me? Why take them away now? Just let me finish, Zish grumbled inwardly thinking, this tiger chick was too impulsive. Still, if it weren't for Ming Baozhu's impetuous nature, it wouldn't have been so easy to provoke her, right? There's always a trade-off for everything. Ming Baozhu humphed and said, fine, tell me more then. We should have a plan, shouldn't we? Zish remarked. Ming Baozhu pondered and said, isn't it simply slipping drugs to big brother Ming Qian and then making sure I and him consummate our union prematurely? That isn't completely foolproof, Zish pointed out. First, you need to ensure private time with him, second, make sure Qi Xing won't interfere. Additionally, even if you and Ming Qian consummate your relationship, there's no guarantee Qi Xing will walk away. You see, the schemes used by the wicked female characters in human dramas target humans. But beasts aren't as sentimental as humans, they might not necessarily stay together forever after consummation. Ming Baozhu, reminded of this complication, became perplexed again and asked, so what's your suggestion then? That's why I prepared 2 vials of medicine. Zish swayed the small bottle in his hand, one is for Ming Qian, and one is for Qi Xing. For Qi Xing. Ming Baozhu looked puzzled, why give Qi Xing any drug? Lowering her voice, Zish said, don't you wish your older brother could get his desire fulfilled? Ming Baozhu's expression changed, your implication is. If Qi Xing and Mingda start dining together, she naturally won't have a chance to spoil your union with Ming Qian, right? Zish whispered softly, moreover, once Qi Xing has hooked up with Mingda, she'll lose face and won't dare interrupt your plans with Ming Qian, right? Hearing this, Ming Baozhu suddenly understood, her look at Zish, this old playmate of hers, entirely altered, my goodness. I never realized how sneaky you really are. Ming Baozhu further said, brilliant, thank you so much. With that, she grabbed the 2 vials and shoved them into her pocket. Rubbing his forehead helplessly, Zish couldn't help doubting whether he'd found himself a less than ideal teammate. Feeling a sudden headache, Zish added, won't you mix up the recipients? Maybe we should mark them beforehand. Why make things so complicated? Ming Baozhu shook her head. Zish was concerned about Ming Baozhu making a mistake, so he reminded her, what if you mix up the recipients? Ming Baozhu, losing her patience, said, that's enough. There are only 2 vials, how could I possibly mix them up? I'm not stupid. Zish helplessly reminded her again, be more careful. The 2 vials of medicine are different, don't look at them wrong. What's the difference? Ming Baozhu asked. Aren't they both aphrodisiacs? They're both aphrodisiacs, and both for males, Zish explained, but why should one turn aggressive after taking it, while the other turns submissive? Huh. Ming Baozhu looked confused. What's aggressive and submissive? Zish didn't know how to explain for a moment. Curious like a child, Ming Baozhu asked again, so what does it mean that one turns aggressive and the other turns submissive? After a few seconds of thought, Zish said, one makes him soft, the other makes him hard. Ming Baozhu sort of understood but still looked a bit puzzled. Zish continued explaining, the bottles have numbers on them. Taking reagent 0 makes one soft, and that's for Qi Xing, reagent 1 makes one hard, and that's for Ming Qian. When Ming Baozhu rushed downstairs with the drugs, she couldn't find either Ming Qian or Qi Xing. After asking around, she learned that the 2 had gone out for a walk because they were bored. Having no choice, Ming Baozhu decided to put the cup in place first and wait for Qi Xing and Ming Qian to come back. Fortunately, Qi Xing and Ming Qian hadn't been out long, they returned shortly after circling near the house since dinner time was approaching. Qi Xing loved eating meat, and sat down next to Ming Qian to chow down happily. Don't be fooled, though Mingda and Ming Baozhu might seem clumsy, they were educated by Lady Huabang from a young age and actually followed decent dining etiquette. And Ming Qian, as a civilized model, went without saying. Lady Huabang and Zish were also well-mannered, elegant at the table just like human nobles. This made Qi Xing's eating appear too primitive when she dived into the meat. Qi Xing eating meat could only be described as a gale sweeping through fallen leaves. Literally, she ate like a wolf gulping down food. Actually, according to an old saying, wolfing down food like a tiger, both wolves and tigers eat roughly the same way. These noble beings only appeared elegant due to their civilized education. Qi Xing ate quickly, swallowing without much chewing and finishing off an entire plate of meat in no time. Lifting her head, she noticed everyone else was eating slowly, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Ming Baozhu wasn't about to let this chance slip by to tease Qi Xing. She smiled brightly and said, you're a member of a distinguished family, aren't you? Why haven't you learned proper table manners? Qi Xing raised her eyebrows and asked, table manners? Aren't those things just human affectations? Why should beastly creatures learn that stuff? We might as well practice a couple more martial arts routines instead. Ming Baozhu was about to call Qi Xing coarse and dumb when Mingda suddenly applauded, good point. I've been sick of all these etiquette rules already. We're tigers. Why should we learn from humans? Bring out the cat cakes. Lady Huabang gave a dry cough, what nonsense is this? Mingda remembered his mother was a proponent of etiquette, so he shut up. After the meal, Ming Baozhu seized the opportunity to grab Ming Qian's arm and said, elder brother, last time you sent me flying, didn't you say you'd make amends? You didn't forget, did you? I remember, Ming Qian replied. I knew elder brother wouldn't go back on his word, Ming Baozhu grinned. Go catch 100 fireflies for me on the hill behind the house, and I'll forgive you. Upon hearing this, Qi Xing arched her brow and said, what has the fireflies done wrong? Ming Baozhu muttered unhappily, I'm talking to my brother here. What's it got to do with you? Ming Qian was used to indulging Ming Baozhu's various quirky requests. His indulgence always gave Ming Baozhu the illusion that he was outwardly cold but inwardly warm, he might look aloof, but was actually a kind man. However, Zish clearly knew the truth, it was quite the opposite. Ming Qian seemed nice to everyone, but in reality, he cared little for anyone. Ming Qian would indulge all of Ming Baozhu's coquettishness, tolerate Mingda's arrogance, even ignore Lady Huabang's plots against him. Zish had observed all this and found it a rather strange phenomenon. As a feline creature naturally bursting with curiosity, Gish found Ming Qian's psychology fresh and interesting. How loyal will such an indifferent big cat be to a mate? Does he even have feelings? Cats who risk everything out of curiosity die in large numbers, probably much like humans who take dangerous risks for money. Given Ming Qian's usual attitude of indulgence bordering on spoiling, there was no way he would refuse Ming Baozhu's request to catch fireflies. So Ming Qian simply said, fine. However, Qi Xing suddenly interjected, are there really that many fireflies left on the hill? I'll go too. Ming Baozhu's face froze for a moment, surprised. She was not surprised that Qi Xing wanted to go to the back hill with them, but rather that Zish had already predicted Qi Xing will probably insist on following. What startled Ming Baozhu was that Zish's prediction had come true. Because Zish had anticipated this situation, Ming Baozhu wasn't flustered and carried out her planned response, why are you coming? Ming Qian and I are going to catch fireflies, what business is it of yours? Qi Xing smiled and said, I'll help count them. Ming Baozhu gave a snort and continued, who specifically needs your help? Why don't we just ask brother one to join too? Nearby, Mingda nodded eagerly when he heard this, sure. I want to go as well. Ming Baozhu could hardly believe it. Not only did she concede to Mingda's cluelessness, but also to Zish's impressive foresight. Zish had said, if you suddenly suggest all four of you travel together, that would seem too suspicious. After all, you and Qi Xing don't get along well, inviting her would definitely be unsuccessful. If you propose going alone with Ming Qian, Qi Xing will likely demand to follow. The more you resist, the more determined she'll be to tag along. At that point, if you casually mention Mingda, he'll undoubtedly join as well. Naturally, all four of you will head off together. At first, Ming Baozhu was half believing what Zish had said. Now, seeing 3 tigers and 1 wolf dog heading towards the rear mountain, Ming Baozhu finally believed it, and was shocked anew. How could I have known Zish has such an ability, even though we've known each other since childhood? But Zish thought to himself, and here I thought I knew Ming Baozhu well, but turns out she's far less clever than I thought. After considering this, Zish still felt uneasy about letting Ming Baozhu carry out the plan alone, so he volunteered, if all of you are going, there's no point for me staying behind. Let me come along. Thus, 4 tigers and 1 wolf dog set off, leaving Huaban Lady, the empty nest tiger, in the villa knitting sweaters. Though Zish calculated meticulously and felt everything was under control, he didn't know an unpredictable factor was quietly emerging. Right now, at the headquarters of the Special Department, a meeting was underway. A procession led by the High Priest of the Mage Association and several high-ranking mages had arrived grandly at the headquarters. Old Mayong naturally had to personally receive them. Despite finding humans extremely bothersome, he still acted politely on the surface. The senior officials of the Mage Association also found Old Mayong unpleasant but maintained their courtesy outwardly. May I ask why the honored wizard's visit? Old Mayong asked, stroking his beard while smiling inwardly with impatience, is there any urgent matter? A critical prisoner has escaped from the heavenly jail. The High Priest cut straight to the point, knowing how Old Mayong preferred things direct, we need the cooperation of the Special Department. Old Mayong became even more annoyed upon hearing the haughty tone of these humans, but given the high magical powers they wielded, he dared not argue. With forced laughter, he replied, such a major incident certainly warrants our full cooperation. What kind of critical prisoner is this? It happens that this prisoner was captured by you. The High Priest paused briefly before saying, do you remember the Dark Mage from 5 years ago? Old Mayang's expression shifted sharply. The Dark Mage, the one who erased the consciousness of countless beast spirits and polluted Ming Qian's tale using dark magic. Yes, that's him, the High Priest grimaced. Initially, I opposed restoring his health. But Bai Tan, the great shaman, was too merciful and used pure white healing magic to heal him. Unfortunately, instead of showing gratitude, the Dark Mage plotted meticulously to escape, an infuriating act indeed. Old Mayong didn't feel angry in the least, thinking, this infuriating action is not my problem since I'm not human. Who cares? Nevertheless, he put on a fake look of outrage, ah. This is truly enraging. The High Priest added, Bai Tan sensed unease and performed a divination ritual. It revealed the Dark Mage's escape must aim to awaken Black Ming Qian. You mean? Old Mayong was finally alarmed, he wants to awaken Black Ming Qian. Old Mayong was confused, why would he do that? Is he brainless or obsessed with soaking in a chamber pot? Why does he want to awaken Black Ming Qian? I am unsure, the High Priest paused pensively, however, Bai Tan's divinations never fail. Old Mayong reflected for a moment and asked, by the way, how did you succeed in sealing Black Ming Qian in the past? The High Priest hesitated momentarily, his face stiffening, why do you suddenly ask this? Old Mayong thought to himself, isn't it because your attitude is so odd? Are you afraid that if Black Ming Qian wakes up, he'll retaliate against you viciously due to some wrongdoings on your part? If this inference were true, that He Mingqian and these wizards were irreconcilable foes, then Old Mayong wouldn't be willing to get involved. The High Priest was also troubled. Originally, he had wanted to kidnap Qi Xing as leverage against He Mingqian, but unexpectedly, Bai Tan, the great shaman, vetoed this plan. Bai Tan had said, it's better to untie enmity rather than intensify it. We should seek reconciliation with He Mingqian instead of fostering resentment. The high priest swallowed, saying, however, He Mingqian has an extreme temperament, unlikely to reconcile easily. If he becomes violent and harms innocence. Harms innocence? If you cared about not harming innocence, you shouldn't have entertained the idea of kidnapping Qi Xing. Because Qi Xing is innocent, Bai Tan responded calmly. The high priest thought inwardly, damn, nothing irritates me more than righteous people. After the incident 5 years ago, the high priest had realized one truth: the so-called elites of the Mage Association were all amateurs in front of He Mingqian. Only Bai Tan, the great shaman, could counter He Mingqian. But Bai Tan spent his days tirelessly advocating love from the world center, not only refusing to annihilate He Mingqian root and branch, but also claiming they should coexist peacefully with him. Had Bai Tan gone crazy from practicing white witchcraft? What a lunatic. The high priest wanted to scold Bai Tan but didn't dare. Nevertheless, the high priest couldn't sit idly by either. Should he really wait for He Mingqian to wake up and bring trouble upon himself? #ref. Past timeline, 5 years ago. Elite mages marched proudly to Qi Xing's house, intent on teaching He Mingqian a lesson using their white witchcraft. Unbeknownst to them, this merely provided He Mingqian with another head to play with like a yarn ball. Each time an elite mage was beaten, another would come forward. Repeatedly, they fought back and forth. Records showed that already 5 or 6 elites had come. He Mingqian found it very strange. Why did these mages keep coming here to be bullied? Did they have some peculiar preference? His place was a love nest with a beautiful partner, not some strange place for sadomasochistic experiences. They should have made a reservation if they intended to visit. Coming unannounced, in He Mingqian's view, created some troubles. Naturally, Qi Xing felt even more troubled. After all, while He Mingqian enjoyed bullying weaker individuals, what did Qi Xing gain from it? She had to deal with everything afterward. The house collapsed, furniture broke, all responsibility fell on Qi Xing to repair it. Qi Xing was furious. Next time the mages came, Qi Xing grabbed their ears and said, "Fix my house before you leave." Therefore, those mages who came to challenge not only got severely beaten by He Mingqian, but afterward had to be used by Qi Xing as domestic workers and repair personnel. Fortunately, white witches were adept at restoring and curing, thus, even after being nearly killed, they could recover efficiently and were quite useful in helping Qi Xing fix her home. Like how the Gourd boys took turns saving Grandpa, after sending a dozen elite witches, the senior wizard finally accepted the fact, Tian Sha demon beast was indeed extraordinarily strong. This made the senior wizard more uneasy. Having such a powerful blackened demon beast loose outside was truly unsettling. As a result, the senior wizard had no choice but to seek help from Bai Tan, the great shaman. As rumored outside, Bai Tan, the great shaman, was someone who even bathed in holy spring water, a person living in luxury. Usually, he would never leave the Mage Tower. The Mage Tower, where Bai Tan resided, was privately mocked by many witches as the Ivory Tower. This phrase originated most directly because Bai Tan's Mage Tower was an ivory-white tall tower, with smooth lines and elegant color, just like an ivory carving treasure. Moreover, since Bai Tan's birth, he had almost never left this magnificent and exquisite tall tower. White witches and black witches were sworn enemies. Although this century the white witches' influence was greater, they were often mocked by black witches as cowards who ganged up on the weak, merely hyenas among beasts, forever unable to produce a remarkable individual like He Tan. This became a heartache for the Mage Association. The high priest proposed setting up a Bai Tan project. The association calculated the optimal timing, location, and genetic combination, using technological means to create a test tube baby born at the right time and place, with excellent 8-character destiny and superior gene combinations, named Bai Tan. The calculations of the Mage Association were correct. Bai Tan's birth was accompanied by a fragrant room and red skies, fitting all signs of a son of great fortune descending. The high priest also felt a vigorous innate force from the small infant. The mages were overjoyed, placing high hopes and treasuring this infant greatly. However, they soon discovered another problem. While creating Bai Tan, they focused too much on the software parameters and neglected strengthening his physical attributes. As a fragile baby, unable to withstand excessively high spiritual power, his body became weaker than normal people's. The wizards took out precious demon bones, inscribed them with protective spells, and built an ivory tower to protect the chosen infant. Bai Tan grew up in the ivory tower from childhood, served by devout attendants, guarded by loyal guards, and educated by the most outstanding wizards of the time. It is well known that ivory carvings are very delicate. They cannot be dropped, squeezed, or bumped. They are afraid of fire, water immersion, and even wind that may cause oxidation. And great shaman Bai Tan was the same. As he grew older, his spiritual power became stronger, but his physical body grew weaker. He was very strong, just moving his fingers could summon thunder and lightning, devastating everything. He was also very weak, just moving his fingers could snap his thin neck. At a certain distance, great shaman Bai Tan was a godlike existence. But if one could get close to Bai Tan, then he would be as easy to crush as an ant. Therefore, no one was allowed to approach great shaman Bai Tan. Great shaman Bai Tan almost never left the ivory tower, spending all his time cultivating witchcraft inside. Because of this trait, the high priest did not want to disturb Bai Tan easily. He sent a dozen elite witches outside, and they all had their heads twisted off before Baitan reluctantly visited the ivory tower, asking the great shaman to leave his tower. Standing on a towering altar, Baitan wore a white artificial fur coat, soft and fluffy like a fox's tail, wrapping around Baitan's frail body, making his face appear even paler and smaller, like a delicate little orchid that feared both cold and heat. However, according to the rule that no one can approach Baitan, the high priest standing far below the steps did not clearly see Baitan's face. From his perspective, he could only see a white figure standing proudly like plum blossoms in a crystal-clear world. The matter is as such. The senior wizard in his 60s bowed low and reported the situation to this young adult wizard. Were their heads twisted off? Baitan asked lightly, in a lethargic tone, yet every word was clear. Did they return alive? Did they suffer any damage? Their heads were twisted off, but they were put back in place, the wizard replied with his head lowered. Since the wizards have healing magic, they all returned unharmed. So the Tian Sha demon beast didn't kill them outright, Baitan stated. Upon hearing this, the high priest felt a sudden unease and quickly defended, but the wizards were. Tiger demons have a very strong territorial awareness, let alone a Tian Sha ferocious beast. You intruded into his home without hesitation and attacked him. Did you expect him to welcome you with open arms? Baitan questioned. The high priest was speechless. Baitan continued, you went to a civilian residence, so when you fought there, did you destroy any homes or harm any civilians? No, we were careful about it, the high priest hurriedly defended. There were barrier arrays around Tian Sha's quarters, and no one else was harmed. Things that were accidentally damaged during the fight have been compensated for and repaired. Only some furniture was broken? Baitan asked, no one else was injured. No, the high priest said. So that shows great restraint, Baitan commented. The high priest laughed bitterly, of course our wizards at the Mage Association no restraint. I'm talking about the Tian Sha ferocious beast, Baitan slowly said, don't you think it's rare? What? What's rare? The high priest felt as though he hadn't kept up with Baitan's line of thought. Baitan said, ordinary tiger demons, when they show their aggressiveness, will destroy entire forests. However, the Tian Sha ferocious beast fighting only broke a few pieces of furniture, showing such restraint. Isn't that rare? The high priest found no words to counter with, only stuttering for quite some time before saying, but, that's still the Tian Sha ferocious beast. Exactly because it's the Tian Sha ferocious beast, it makes it even rarer, Baitan faintly remarked. Since humans and demons have already reached a peace agreement, we should live in harmony without preconceived notions against each other. Since the Tian Sha ferocious beast is not harmful, we shouldn't disturb him, let alone attack him. Otherwise, what was right becomes wrong. We are humans, we should originally be more reasonable than beast demons. The high priest had come to ask Baitan to teach He Mingqian a lesson, but unexpectedly, he himself was lectured by Baitan. While grumbling inwardly, this Baitan really has stayed in the ivory tower and gone silly, he obediently muttered, yes, you're absolutely correct. In the end, the high priest slinked away from the ivory tower. Current timeline. By Tiger God Mountain, there was a river ravine where many fireflies gathered on nights during this season. Fireflies danced in the air, each a flickering light point, just like the red dot from a laser pointer, an irresistible temptation for cats. The 4 big cats chased the fireflies around, not really trying to kill them, just for fun. Qi Xing always found it hard to understand what amused cats so much, but seeing his beloved cats enjoy themselves made him happy. Bai Mingqian was usually rather serious and rigid, but now, chasing fireflies, he seemed more lively, which pleased Qi Xing. Mingde was naturally clumsy, having a blast chasing the fireflies. And Ming Baozhu was also completely engrossed, forgetting her task as the vicious female supporting character to play dirty tricks. Ziche looked at how seriously Miss Baozhu was pursuing insects, feeling totally perplexed. He coughed twice and hinted, 100 fireflies. How long are we going to chase them? Aren't you tired? None of the cats paid attention to him. Ziche had no choice but to loudly prompt Ming Baozhu, Baozhu, are you tired? Want to take a break? Ming Baozhu was so absorbed that she didn't get Ziche's meaning and instead rebutted, don't drag me down because you're weak. I'm not tired. Ziche, is this what they call a pig teammate? Ming Qian stopped and asked Ziche, are you tired? Ziche fanned himself with his hand and said, I'm kind of thirsty. Ming De said, Ziche, you're dumb. You're saying you're thirsty next to a river. It's like standing in front of a toilet and dying of constipation. Why not just drink the river water? Ziche never thought there would be a day when even Mingde would look at him with a glance reserved for fools. Ziche massaged his aching temples and said, the river water isn't clean. Is there anywhere nearby where we can find drinking water? After thinking for a moment, Ming Qian said, I know there's a hunting lodge nearby where nobles rest during their hunts. Ziche was waiting for Ming Qian to say exactly this and immediately nodded, right, I remember now. There's drinking water and food there. Would you like to go there and rest for a bit? Qi Xing wasn't particularly interested in chasing fireflies but perked up at the mention of food and said, sure, let's go there and relax. Since Qi Xing decided to go, so did Ming Qian. When Ming Baozhu heard Ming Qian was going, she remembered her task and said she'd join too. With only Ming Da left, it wasn't ideal for one cat to stay behind chasing fireflies alone, so he went along too. The hunting lodge was a two-story Western-style house, usually unattended. However, during such holidays, it was cleaned, and servants were present. Since these servants were all humans, they couldn't sense the strong tiger pheromones anyway, so Tiger God Mountain mostly hired humans who were immune to pheromones as assistants. They wouldn't think, as superior beings, how can we serve tigers? Instead, they'd think, being a poop scooper for big cats with a monthly salary over 10,000. I'll do it. They generally hired humans who liked felines. Surveys showed many people liked felines, a fact that even confused the cats themselves. When the 4 cats and the dog reached the hunting lodge, the servants greeted them warmly, serving tea and offering water enthusiastically. Ming Baozhu wanted to act opportunistically, glancing around deviously, planning her move. Seeing how utterly clueless Ming Baozhu was, Ziche felt like grabbing her hand and doing it all himself, but he couldn't. Ziche didn't want to get tangled up in trouble. Thinking about what might happen next, he stood up and said to the servants, "How is the small garden behind the house being taken care of? Take me there to check it out." The servant agreed and led Ziche to the back garden, leaving Ming Baozhu, Ming Qian, Ming Da, and Qi Xing inside. Ming Baozhu took advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to Ziche's words and turned to slip something into the water glass. Looking at the drugged glasses on the table, she clenched her molars anxiously, waiting for the next step. At this moment, the indoor light suddenly went off with a click, plunging the room into darkness. In the pitch-black room, sinister black magic surged, window frames clattered in the eerie wind, producing mournful whistling sounds. The timid human servants screamed in fright, "Ah, ah, ah, ah." "Don't be afraid," Qi Xing reassured them. The servant whimpered, "So scary." Qi Xing said, "It's just a power outage and some wind noise outside. What's there to be afraid of?" "The blackout and wind noise are bearable," the servant replied, "but once the lights went out, your eyes started glowing, so scary." When the lights went out, neither Ming Qian, Ming Da, Ming Baozhu, Ziche nor Qi Xing were affected much. As animals, they could still see in the dark. However, in the human's vision, once the lights went out, everything became pitch black, and all they could see were the bright flashes of their beastly eyes, terrifying indeed. Ming Baozhu looked at Ziche in confusion, seemingly saying, "This wasn't part of our script, was it?" Ziche also revealed a look of astonishment. He could sense the presence of dark witchcraft, which proved this wasn't an ordinary blackout. Ming Baozhu whispered, "What should we do now?" "Ziche, are you still going to drink water?" The demons present all had sharp hearing, although Ming Baozhu spoke in a low voice, everyone could hear her. Upon hearing her words, Ming Da immediately became agitated and said, "Do you even realize what's going on? You're still thinking about drinking water? It's obvious that there's a dark wizard at play here." It was well known that out of 10 dark wizards, approximately only one would be a normal person, with 8 having a deep-seated animosity toward demon beasts, and the last one being someone like He Tan, the great witch who loved demon beasts so much they couldn't stand it. According to probability, they should not encounter that one normal person. Living in comfort and never having encountered a dark wizard before, Ming Baozhu shrugged it off. "What's the big deal? We have 4 high-powered powerful spirits here." Qi Xing coughed slightly and said, "Actually, there are 5. Miss Baozhu hasn't counted me, right?" Ming Baozhu responded, "No, I haven't counted myself." Qi Xing was speechless. Ming Baozhu continued, "I know my own level quite well." Qi Xing thought to himself, this spoiled young lady surprisingly has self-awareness. A shadow emerged from the darkness, accompanied by several glowing green orbs hovering around him, illuminating his jet-black robe and pale cheeks. Once they identified the visitor's face, Qi Xing exclaimed involuntarily, "A dark wizard?" The dark wizard smirked and said, "We haven't seen each other in ages, Mr. Qi Xing. 5 years ago, timeline." After enduring a series of challenges from witches, Qi Xing's household had been peaceful for some time again. Being disrupted like this made Qi Xing rather upset, so he went to the special department to inquire about the situation with old Ma Yang. Old Ma Yang simply remarked, "Didn't I warn you early on that those people from the Witch Association would come to cause trouble? And didn't I tell you to be careful?" Qi Xing asked, "What exactly did you tell me to be careful about?" "Didn't I ask you to make sure Ming Qian doesn't kill anyone?" Old Ma Yang reminded him when she saw Qi Xing forgot, then anxiously inquired, "He didn't kill anyone, did he?" "Of course not," Qi Xing replied. "That's good." Old Ma Yang nodded, "To these witches and us beastly beings alike, as long as they're not dead but retain spiritual energy, they can recover. So maiming them means no legal responsibility and no feelings of debt, truly delightful." Qi Xing looked at this kind-faced herbivore, and his perception of sheep changed completely. He had always thought sheep were submissive and docile species. Old Ma Yang added, "I've met Bai Tan the Great Witch a few times and figured out his temperament somewhat. As long as Tian Sha doesn't hurt people, he won't intervene. And as long as Bai Tan does not act, the others from the Witch Association are just insignificant pawns to you." Qi Xing nodded, "I don't understand why everyone says Ming Qian is a savage beast. In my view, his temperament is gentle, he never hurts people intentionally, nor harbors ideas of world destruction. He is one of the most harmonious ones I've ever seen. It's no wonder that group of witches keep provoking him, one after another. They have no excuse to blame him for being upset. To put it bluntly, savage beasts such as lions, tigers, leopards are defined from the human perspective. As for Tian Sha, it refers to Millennium Heavenly Calamity Force. It is a very strong natural force, originally flowing within the demon realm, nourishing the realm. Every 1,000 years, it overflows once. You can think of it as a tidal phenomenon. Every millennium, this Tian Sha energy rises to a critical point, then overflows. The extra Tian Sha will choose the strongest and healthiest demon beast body as its host, where it resides until the beast dies naturally, thus dissipating itself. Old Ma Yang explained gently, because Tian Sha is so potent, the chosen host must be a once-in-1,000 years robust body. Such a beastly being capable of housing such strength is undeniably ferocious. Therefore, the term Tian Sha ferocious beast came into being. Although it sounds fearsome, in my opinion, it's merely a neutral term. Upon hearing what old Ma Yang said, Qi Xing felt slightly more reassured and asked, then why does the Witch Association detest the Tian Sha ferocious beasts so much? Rather than saying they detest them, it might be better to say they fear them, old Ma Yang responded. Tian Sha's force is strong, and so is its bearer's physique. This formidable combination makes Tian Sha's savage beasts born to be superior. Moreover, demons don't consider human lives precious anyway, let alone a 1,000-year rare existence. Therefore, it's only natural for humans to fear such a being. Qi Xing thought for a moment and said, encountering such a thing once in 1,000 years, the previous Tian Sha savage beast wouldn't have been your hidden wolf ancestor, the heavenly disaster wolf demon. Old Ma Yang explained, the great witch He Tan used dark witchcraft to corrupt the wolf demon and made him his slave. The corrupted wolf demon massacred a large number of white witches, which is where their hatred and fear of heavenly disaster stems from. Qi Xing paused for a moment, then said, the dark witches also corrupted Ming Qian using dark witchcraft. Yes, that's probably because they were imitating He Tan's method. But it ended up being like trying to paint a tiger but only producing something dog-like. They wanted to tame the beast but ended up making themselves look more servile instead, old Ma Yang scoffed with derision. However, a heavenly disaster beast corrupted by dark witchcraft has already become the greatest fear in the minds of white witches. That's why they keep devising plans to exterminate Ming Qian. Qi Xing often visited the special department not just to exchange messages with old Ma Yang but mainly to collect subsidies. Both Qi Xing and Ming Qian were big meat eaters, and relying solely on Qi Xing's funds wasn't enough to even cover snacks between meals. Moreover, in order to complete the special department's tasks and take care of Ming Qian, Qi Xing had quit her job. Her income now solely depended on the salary subsidy provided by old Ma Yang. Fortunately, old Ma Yang was very generous with money, much more so than the capitalists outside. One day, Qi Xing bought dozens of pounds of red meat from the market and carried it back to the apartment building. On the way up the stairs, she just happened to bump into the neighboring auntie. They exchanged greetings and started chatting. The neighbor auntie said, have you seen the recent news? It's quite scary. What kind of news? Qi Xing asked. The neighbor auntie replied, don't you know? There have been reports of several white witches getting killed by demons recently. Qi Xing felt a jolt in her heart, white witches getting killed. That's right, isn't it terrifying? Who doesn't know how powerful white witches are? And those who got killed were registered members of the Witch Association, they're all very capable. The neighbor auntie patted her chest with a curious expression. They also mentioned on the news that traces of black witchcraft were found at the crime scene, suggesting that the culprit might be a beast corrupted by dark witchcraft. Upon hearing about a beast corrupted by dark witchcraft, Qi Xing had an uneasy premonition. She merely forced a smile, chatted a little more with the auntie, and hurried home. As soon as Qi Xing got home, Black Ming Qian started shouting, hungry, hungry. Meat, meat. Sighing helplessly, Qi Xing took out the meat and said, eat cooked food, raw meat isn't healthy. I'll cook it for you. Black Ming Qian crouched beside the counter like a cat, eagerly waiting for the meal. Looking at Black Ming Qian wearing a cat collar so obediently, Qi Xing felt sorry for him, mainly because she pitied Black Ming Qian. Although Black Ming Qian was such a cute and obedient kitty, stupid humans would still bear enmity towards him, maybe. Qi Xing couldn't help thinking back to what the neighbor auntie had said about the case earlier, and this made her feel increasingly uneasy. The beast corrupted by dark witchcraft. Wasn't that exactly Black Ming Qian? Registered members of the Witch Association weren't ordinary, beasts able to kill them would surely be few. The presence of black witchcraft marks at the scene suggested that the killer was likely a darkened beast. Generally speaking, beasts polluted by black witchcraft should be sent to the Witch Association for purification. Therefore, there weren't many of these beasts wandering freely around outside. That meant the range of suspects was quite narrow, and within this narrow scope, there was one Black Ming Qian. Qi Xing finished cooking the meat, and both she and Black Ming Qian ate the meal together. Once full, Black Ming Qian attempted to pin down Qi Xing. But Qi Xing was distracted by thoughts about the murders. Black Ming Qian asked her, beautiful treasure, what's wrong? Qi Xing shook her head. At that moment, her phone rang. Qi Xing stopped whatever she was doing and picked up the phone to check. It was old Ma Yang calling. She answered the phone while walking onto the balcony and asked, "What's up?" Instinctively, she thought old Ma Yang's call would bring bad news. It turned out her intuition about hidden wolves proved correct once again. Old Ma Yang asked, "Did you hear about the recent deaths of white witches?" Qi Xing's heart sank. "What's wrong?" "There was another incident today. The Witch Association has gone crazy, going as far as inviting Bai Tan the Great Witch to come after you. From what I see, Bai Tan might actually agree." "Why are they coming after us?" Qi Xing's heart tightened. "This wasn't us who did it. You may not know yet, but the white witches who fell victim recently were all elite witches who used to provoke your household," old Ma Yang said quietly. The news didn't specify the victim situations clearly, so Qi Xing hadn't realized this fact yet. Initially, she had assumed regular witches were the ones targeted, but upon hearing that these were elite witches with grievances against them, her tension heightened. "They had conflicts with you before, and based on what we know, a demon beast that could easily slay elite-level witches. There's only Black Ming Qian," old Ma Yang continued gravely. "Black Ming Qian is a prime suspect." Qi Xing furrowed her brows and said, "So what do you suggest we do?" Old Ma Yang lowered his voice and said, "Are you sure it wasn't Black Ming Qian who did this?" "Of course not." Qi Xing's tone involuntarily rose. All right, I'm not trying to doubt you guys," old Ma Yang said when he saw Qi Xing was upset. "It's just that I'm worried." "Worried about what?" "What else? If the killer isn't Black Ming Qian, then it means there's actually another darkened beast out there so powerful that we don't even know about its existence," old Ma Yang said with concern. "Isn't that worth worrying about?" Qi Xing suddenly asked. "A darkened beast is a beast corrupted by dark witchcraft, right?" "Yes," old Ma Yang answered. "Normally, very few beasts are capable of killing elite witches, right?" Qi Xing asked again. "Of course. Beasts capable of killing elite witches can be counted on one hand," old Ma Yang said. "We've already checked, none of them are darkened." Qi Xing asked again, "Will a beast's power increase after being darkened?" "Though they say, blackening makes you 10 times stronger, purification weakens you threefold, it doesn't always apply, it depends on the strength of the dark witchcraft. For example, though He Tan corrupted Ming Qian, his spirit energy was insufficient, so he couldn't control Ming Qian or enhance his power much. Therefore, there wasn't too much of an impact," old Ma Yang said. "What if it was He Tan the Great Witch?" Qi Xing suddenly asked as if she thought of something. "What if it was He Tan the Great Witch?" "If it was He Tan the Great Witch, that would definitely be different. 1,000 years ago, they say he once turned a rabbit spirit into a familiar. After being enlightened by him, that rabbit spirit wielded 2 large axes and obliterated an entire wizard outpost. It was quite frightening." Thinking about this made old Ma Yang shudder inwardly. However, there hasn't been anyone like He Tan in 1,000 years. Besides, isn't he dead already? With a troubled heart, Qi Xing hung up the phone. No sooner had she hung up than a low voice came from the wall. "Do you suspect me?" Qi Xing jumped slightly, turning around to see a floating shadow on the wall. "You, He Tan the Great Witch." He Tan the Great Witch said, "You have my bloodline running through your veins yet you still doubt me. Truly ungrateful." "I." Qi Xing swallowed hard. "I didn't doubt you." He Tan the Great Witch replied, "One day you will understand that white witches are the greatest enemies of demon beasts." "Is that so?" Qi Xing frowned. He Tan the Great Witch continued, "The one called Bai Tan, that flawed creation, is almost here. If you want to protect your partner, it would be best to trust me." Qi Xing retorted, "Why? Do you all think my kitty can't beat Bai Tan?" "It's not a matter of thinking, it's the truth," He Tan the Great Witch said. Qi Xing had witnessed Black Ming Qian's prowess and felt that he was invincible. Yet, she grew up hearing about He Tan the Great Witch's legendary fame. So for a moment, her confidence wavered a little. Why? Are demon beasts naturally inferior to humans? Even the heavenly disaster beasts cannot match top-level witches. As she asked, Qi Xing suddenly recalled how her ancestor, the heavenly disaster wolf demon, despite being immensely powerful, was transformed by He Tan into a new species. Thinking about this history softened her words slightly. Unexpectedly, He Tan the Great Witch said, "Not necessarily." Qi Xing was stunned for a second. Beasts and witches originally balance each other in checks and counters. There is no inherent hierarchy between the two, He Tan the Great Witch said. "If there's anything that might be considered the strongest, it could probably be a beast that can cast witchcraft." Qi Xing paused in surprise. "A beast that can cast witchcraft? I've never heard of such a thing." "That's precisely why the Witch Association forbids beasts from learning witchcraft," He Tan the Great Witch muttered faintly. "If you're willing, you can become the first beast capable of casting dark witchcraft. The strongest dark witch in the world will be your teacher, teaching you everything he knows without reservation." Qi Xing looked at the shadow on the wall, caught in internal conflict. But what? Qi Xing, growing up in a society governed by laws and possibly because of the canine lineage within her, tended to follow rules and obey laws. It was already illegal for beasts to learn witchcraft, let alone forbidden arts like dark witchcraft, a grave criminal offense. Who would willingly commit such a crime, which guaranteed a lifetime sentence? Moreover, based on her general education, dark witchcraft was classified as a forbidden art because of its malevolent, terrifying, and chilling nature. It was entirely opposed to white witchcraft, which was curative and brought light. Dark witchcraft controlled, polluted, invaded, and destroyed, affecting those who learned it, making them cruel, obsessive, extreme, and short-lived. Even He Tan, the strongest wizard, couldn't escape an untimely death. Therefore, Qi Xing was not only hesitant but also inclined to refuse. However, He Tan's voice was like a spell, magnetic in its subtlety, too enchanting. When he made a suggestion with such a tone, it was hard for anyone to refuse. Qi Xing fell silent, her mouth moving as if to say, no, then reconsidered, feeling that refusing the legendary figure outright would be disrespectful. As Qi Xing hesitated, the shadow on the wall suddenly vanished, leaving behind a neat gray-white outline, as if He Tan's presence had been nothing more than an illusion. Knock, knock, the door panel rattled. Qi Xing felt curious, who could be visiting at this time? She stepped out from the balcony into the living room and saw Black Ming Qian had already transformed into his beast form. His fur bristled, and his pupils contracted into needle-like slits. Qi Xing exclaimed in alarm, "What's going on?" Black Ming Qian replied, "I don't know, but I sense danger." Qi Xing immediately entered a state of readiness, cautiously approaching the door and peering through the peephole. She thought that any character who could evoke Black Ming Qian's instinctive danger would surely look intimidating. Instead, outside stood a clean-cut and refined young man. Behind him followed several older figures wearing elaborate cloaks, clearly executives from the Wizard Association. So they really showed up. Qi Xing felt slightly annoyed but opened the door anyway. To show she wasn't nervous, she provoked them right off the bat, so. The Wizard Association has finally realized they should knock before entering someone's home. I thought you all just broke windows. You. The Grand Wizard didn't expect this humble mixed-blood wolf dog to act so defiantly, anger flaring instantly. Do you all usually break windows? The young man suddenly asked. The Grand Wizard's rage subsided instantly. I'm not quite sure about this. Hello, my name is Bai Tan. The young man bowed to Qi Xing and apologized for the rude behavior of the wizards from the association. You are Bai Tan. Qi Xing was shocked. The powerful Bai Tan everyone spoke of, capable of defeating Black Ming Qian, was, so, what? What to even say? So frail-looking. Bai Tan wasn't wearing a cloak but a white shirt. Because of his bowing motion, the thin fabric clung to his waist, revealing the bony ridges of his spine under the cotton. He was too skinny, a delicate spine and prominent scapulae were clearly outlined beneath the pure cotton material. Seeing how fragile he appeared, Qi Xing instinctively wanted to step forward to help him, but unexpectedly, the moment she moved, it felt like she'd hit an invisible wall and was immediately repelled. Qi Xing stumbled backward, only to collide with the soft feline body of Black Ming Qian, quickly catching her. Bai Tan looked up and said, I apologize, but no one can enter within a meter radius of me. This was because Bai Tan's frail health required him to always carry a protective barrier when going out. Black Ming Qian harbored no goodwill toward Bai Tan and asked guardedly, what do you want? The high priest responded, regarding the recent cases of white wizards being killed, we hope Ming Qian will accompany us to assist with the investigation. What case? Black Ming Qian retorted. It has nothing to do with me. The Grand Wizard snorted derisively, all those killed were wizards who once intruded upon your house. And the culprit is a darkened beast. Do you dare claim it isn't related to you? It's unrelated, period. Black Ming Qian shot back irritably, you humans are strange. When your comrades are killed by beasts, instead of training harder, you come to provoke a stronger opponent. It's foolishness personified. As he spoke, recalling how he'd recently been playing too many games, Black Ming Qian grew cautious, asking, are you here just to level up by grinding on me? The wizard couldn't respond. It was Bai Tan who spoke next, if this incident has nothing to do with you, we certainly wouldn't wrongfully accuse you. This visit isn't to condemn you but rather to clear your name. Clear the name. Qi Xing frowned, asking. Bai Tan nodded and explained, yes. We've already collected traces of residual beast power and black witchcraft power from the crime scenes. What we need now is to collect Ming Qian's beast power and black witchcraft samples for comparison. Since Mr. Ming Qian is innocent, through matching these samples, we can clear his name. That benefits both sides. Qi Xing's guard lessened considerably and asked further, how will you extract it? Will it hurt Ming Qian? Of course not, Bai Tan smiled faintly, looking weak yet kind. For some reason, Qi Xing felt a great sense of familiarity with Bai Tan, intuitively believing him to be approachable. As a wild beast, Qi Xing always trusted her instincts. Qi Xing glanced at Black Ming Qian, what do you think? Black Ming Qian, in his feline form, crouched on the ground and looked at Qi Xing, you sound like you want me to cooperate, right? Qi Xing rubbed her nose and said, it's always better to avoid conflict if possible. In that case, I'll follow your lead. Black Ming Qian had never feared a fight, but he always followed Qi Xing's wishes. So how do we extract the samples? Asked Qi Xing. It's simple, Bai Tan said to Black Ming Qian. Attack me. At the 3 words, Black Ming Qian immediately became energized. This was a first. He'd never been asked this way before. This is what you said. Black Ming Qian licked his paw. Bai Tan smiled faintly. Just attack briefly, I wouldn't be able to handle too much. Black Ming Qian coiled his strength, leapt into the air like a gust of wind, and pounced toward Bai Tan. When his feline body touched Bai Tan's barrier, unlike Qi Xing, he wasn't immediately repelled. At the moment he struck the barrier, a crack appeared on its surface, though it quickly mended itself with white magic. Still, a strand of beast energy slipped through from Black Ming Qian's claws, forming a wisp of black mist that Bai Tan's bony fingers lightly grasped. Is it him? The Grand Wizard and High Priest approached to ask. Holding the dark mist in his hand, Bai Tan's face showed a trace of solemnity for a moment before he nodded. Yes. Upon hearing this news, the Grand Wizard and High Priest were more joyful than surprised. Sure enough, it's Ming Qian. I've always said, it must have been caused by a heavenly calamity fiend. Qi Xing could hardly believe it. How could that be? Are you sure there isn't some mistake? Bai Tan shifted his gaze to Black Ming Qian, with a look of caution and seriousness added to his expression. Would you please come back with us? Qi Xing immediately jumped in front of Black Ming Qian, spreading her arms wide like a protective mother hen. Impossible. He's been with me all along, he wouldn't kill anyone. The Grand Wizard snorted at Qi Xing. I see, you're also a beast. Perhaps this murder has something to do with you too. Yes, chimed in the High Priest from behind Bai Tan, take them both back together. Bai Tan only replied, we won't wrongfully accuse any good people. If our investigation shows it wasn't you. Bullshit. Black Ming Qian sneered. You play gods, you play devils, how can I trust your wizard's words? Besides, when you arrived, I already thought something was off. Now I remember, I recognize you. Bai Tan asked curiously, what do you recall? Black Ming Qian wasted no more words, directly pouncing toward Bai Tan again. Before, Black Ming Qian had made a feint attack. This time, however, it was an actual fatal strike attempt. He lunged forward with a determination to kill. His claws shot out from his paws, flashing with a cold gleam as their tips carved several cracks across Bai Tan's protective barrier. Though these fractures mended instantly, Bai Tan's reaction was swift as he fired several beams of bright white light towards Black Ming Qian. Twisting and dodging, Black Ming Qian struck once more. Bai Tan, secure within his shield, skillfully repaired the damaged barriers while launching his attacks remotely, handling everything calmly and confidently. Meanwhile, Black Ming Qian, despite having to attack and dodge simultaneously, showed no sign of fatigue due to his ample stamina. For a while, they fought fiercely without resolution. Since becoming self-aware, Black Ming Qian had not encountered a true equal in battle until now. Seeing such an opponent stirred up fierce fighting instincts, driving his aggression even higher. The fiend beast is going to kill Great Wizard Bai Tan. The Grand Wizard and High Priest shouted excitedly, feeling morally justified. From this elevated position, they spared no more talk and summoned their magical artifacts, ready to assist Bai Tan, not by attacking Black Ming Qian but by turning against Qi Xing. Qi Xing lacked formal combat training, though her physical resilience was fairly strong. However, because of her mixed lineage, her body was still weaker than an average hidden wolf's. In other words, whether it was software or hardware, she stood no match against either the Grand Wizard or the High Priest. In fact, either of them alone could easily overpower her. After their initial moves, Qi Xing was quickly revealed in her original form, a wolf-dog hybrid. So you really are a mongrel dog? The Grand Wizard mocked, swinging his staff as a streak of cold light split towards Qi Xing. As Qi Xing couldn't avoid the blow, a silver flash interrupted, revealing Black Ming Qian who had leapt down to bite the back of her neck and carried her nimbly through the window. Don't let them escape. The Grand Wizard and High Priest shouted and pursued by jumping out of the window after Black Ming Qian. Bai Tan sighed deeply and vanished, following closely behind. In theory, the Grand Wizard and High Priest couldn't keep up with Ming Qian's speed, but since Ming Qian had to carry a wolf dog in his mouth, his pace slowed. On the other hand, with Bai Tan's spiritual energy boost, their speed improved considerably, allowing them to close the gap and catch up with Black Ming Qian. The 3 of them surrounded Black Ming Qian and Qi Xing in the woods outside the city. You might as well give up, shouted the Grand Wizard and the High Priest. Meanwhile, Bai Tan silently erected a barrier around them so as not to accidentally harm any bystanders. After setting up the barrier, Bai Tan seriously asked again, did you kill those people? Qi Xing frowned. What people? Bai Tan replied, the white wizards killed by beast fiends. It wasn't us, Qi Xing firmly denied. We didn't do it. If it wasn't you, why resist? Bai Tan frowned, looking puzzled. I only want you to return and cooperate with the investigation. If we can prove that it wasn't you, I wouldn't harm you. Upon hearing Bai Tan's words, Qi Xing was momentarily speechless. But Black Ming Qian sneered, that's bullshit. That old man almost killed my pretty girl. Bai Tan looked surprised, then turned to ask the Grand Wizard, is that true? At that moment, Bai Tan was focused on fighting against Black Ming Qian and did not notice these details. Faced with Bai Tan's questioning, the Grand Wizard hurriedly shook his head. "No, I just wanted to subdue him. I didn't intend to kill him." "I see," Bai Tan nodded and said to Black Ming Qian, "See? It was all misunderstanding." Qi Xing looked at Bai Tan's clear eyes, confused. Is this person really foolish or pretending to be foolish? Black Ming Qian shouted loudly, "Are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid?" Ordinarily, Black Ming Qian would have already pounced on and killed someone in a fit of rage long ago. However, having experienced the peril earlier, Black Ming Qian contained his anger and killing intent, never leaving Qi Xing's side. He knew for certain that if he were even slightly distracted, those sinister old men would harm his beloved Qi Xing. "Do you insist on resisting?" Bai Tan asked. Black Ming Qian snorted, "Do I look like someone who would surrender? Then there's no way." Bai Tan raised his staff and said, "In the residential area, I held back. Now in the suburbs, I'm afraid I will have to inflict some pain on you." A diamond-like brilliant light emitted from the tip of the staff, and a lightning bolt shot out instantly. Black Ming Qian quickly flipped over, holding Qi Xing, and endured the lightning strike with his back. Originally, given Black Ming Qian's speed, he could have dodged the attack, assuming Qi Xing wasn't there. Black Ming Qian knew Qi Xing couldn't evade, so he decided not to avoid either. Before Qi Xing could react, she saw sparks flashing before her eyes, and smelled the smell of burning flesh. Lifting her gaze, Qi Xing noticed the shiny eyes of the big cat. Tears immediately streamed down her face. You're injured." Black Ming Qian smiled faintly. Despite the excruciating pain brought by the lightning splitting his back, he still forced himself to speak casually. "Yeah, it turns out I can also get hurt. This is quite a new experience for me, meow." Black Ming Qian still remembered Qi Xing's joke about liking him pretending to be a cat, and therefore intentionally meowed once more. Even though Qi Xing hadn't been harmed herself, she felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow piercing through her heart. Never before had she hated her own weakness so much. She had never thought of herself as weak. As a powerful demon, she walked through life as if untouchable, and ordinary thugs were unable to hurt her. But now, she was the one dragging others behind. If it weren't for her, Black Ming Qian wouldn't be in such a passive situation. At this point, she suddenly recalled Black Tan's words not long ago, that inferior copy, called Bai Tan, is coming soon. If you want to protect your partner, it's best to trust me. Had she chosen to follow Black Tan initially, would the outcome have been different? Qi Xing could not help but feel increasingly anxious and grieved within her heart. The High Priest and the Grand Wizard stood beside Bai Tan, enjoying the thrill of being spared while facing the ultimate boss. Thinking about how the celestial calamity fiend in front of them was getting hit by lightning bolts, the Grand Wizard only had feelings of gloating in his eyes, delightedly watching the formerly arrogant fiend. The animal's tiger back split open with scorched edges, revealing dissipating demonic aura deep within the flesh wounds. Demonic aura is the intrinsic source of life for demons. With enough demonic power, a beast can recover even if limbs are severed. Conversely, if all demonic power is lost, despite having all 4 limbs intact, the creature is merely a walking corpse. He neither dodged nor retaliated. Bai Tan said in confusion, was it to protect his companion? The High Priest, fearing Bai Tan might show mercy, hastily added, rather than a companion, they're more likely a pair of co-conspirators. Bai Tan paused for a while, then shouted loudly, you've already injured your own essence. Surrender now. By this time, Black Ming Qian was showing signs of exhaustion and could not respond in human language. He raised his neck and let out a thunderous roar instead. Even with his severe injuries, the beast's howl still echoed through the mountain forest, stunning the Grand Wizard and the High Priest into silence for quite a long time. After a long while, the Grand Wizard finally came to his senses. His hatred and fear for the celestial calamity fiend grew even more intense as he turned to Bai Tan and said, it seems he is unwilling. Allow me to capture him. Bai Tan nodded, this case is still inconclusive. Since they deny the charges, they may be innocent. Do not harm them. The Grand Wizard slightly inclined his head without replying, merely stepping closer to the already powerless dangerous beast. Bai Tan is still too young. The Grand Wizard scoffed inwardly. Rolling up his long sleeves, instead of summoning a beast-catching cage, he conjured a long scythe. Cut off the grass to prevent future troubles, cried the Grand Wizard as he swung the scythe blessed with holy light, an ancient artifact he had taken from the sacred tower. The Grand Wizard slashed downward with the knife, though normally it shouldn't have been so easy to injure Black Ming Qian, but at this moment Black Ming Qian was already heavily wounded, the blade shimmered with dazzling light, severing the silver tiger's unusually black tail as easily as slicing through vegetables. The silver tiger's vertebrae were immediately hit by a sharp wave of pain that traveled along the spine straight to the top of its brain. The silver tiger screamed in agony, emitting a sound akin to a dying wail. Qi Xing was tightly hugged in the silver tiger's arms, unable to see the outside activity, and didn't notice the Grand Wizard approaching. Not until she heard the silver tiger's scream did Qi Xing realize something unexpected had occurred. She quickly looked up to meet Ming Qian's gradually unfocused pupils. Even upon losing consciousness, the silver tiger still held Qi Xing tightly with its body, its soft abdomen pressed against the wolf dog several times smaller than itself, its limbs standing firmly like stone pillars to create enough space and avoid crushing its partner. Its paws clawed into the muddy ground, locking itself securely like a roof over Qi Xing, protecting her from all external weather elements. The Grand Wizard lifted the knife again and swung down decisively, intending to cut Qi Xing as well. However, the sickle unexpectedly split the air, only to be blocked by the ivory-white slender staff of Bai Tan, who hadn't been able to stop the first surprising knife slash in time, but still managed to intercept the second one. Bai Tan, Grand Wizard. The Grand Wizard looked at Bai Tan's face in surprise. Bai Tan said, "I told you not to hurt him, yet you disregarded my words." The Grand Wizard swallowed hard and replied, "This is also for." "Step back," Bai Tan added, his voice becoming somewhat more solemn. Despite being gentle as usual, the Grand Wizard was seeing Bai Tan's seriousness for the first time, feeling alarmed. Not wanting to provoke Bai Tan, the Grand Wizard hastily bowed his head and stepped back. However, deep down, he still thought nothing wrong. After all, what he did was just cutting the tail of the ferocious beast contaminated by dark witchcraft, and no one in the Wizard Association would blame the Grand Wizard for this action except this overly compassionate Bai Tan. When Bai Tan lightly tapped the end of his staff on the silver tiger's body, the silver tiger which was originally stiffly protecting Qi Xing suddenly softened, collapsing onto the ground shortly thereafter. As soon as the silver tiger fell, Qi Xing rushed toward the Grand Wizard with a cold glare of hatred in her eyes. Responding quickly, the Grand Wizard thought, "This is suicide." He swung the sickle, about to chop towards the advancing Qi Xing who, being half wolf and half dog, seemed utterly incapable of resisting this blow. Unexpectedly, the ivory-white staff darted snake-like between Qi Xing and the sickle, gracefully neutralizing the killing intent between them. "Don't hurt him," Bai Tan said. The Grand Wizard took a half-step back and said indignantly, "He wants to kill me." Just as if validating the Grand Wizard's claim, Qi Xing bared her teeth and roared again, rushing towards the Grand Wizard once more. But this time, she was again blocked by the staff. Bai Tan gently touched Qi Xing's forehead with the staff, instantly depleting all her strength. She dropped like a deflated balloon, collapsing limp on the ground and fainting. Lying on the ground were a hybrid concealed wolf and a silver tiger missing its tail. Blood splashed around, creating a strong smell of metallic odor. The Grand Wizard disdainfully glanced at the two beasts lying on the ground, quickly changing his expression to respect and complimented Bai Tan saying, "Grand Wizard Bai Tan is indeed extraordinary, making even the heavenly calamity beast submit." Bai Tan didn't feel pleased because of such flattery, only calmly said, "Take them back first." The High Priest took out a cage for capturing beasts and placed the silver tiger inside. The Grand Wizard also produced a cage, putting Qi Xing in it. As he locked the cage, he suddenly felt dizzy, everything spinning around him as he fell backward. In the blink of an eye, a dark green teleportation array appeared beneath the cage, quietly activating. By the time Bai Tan and the High Priest realized what was happening and tried to stop it, it was already too late. Qi Xing, along with her cage, had disappeared within the array. "This is..." The High Priest was greatly shocked, "It's the aura of black witchcraft." Bai Tan was also surprised. Despite his calm and modest nature, he knew well that he possessed extraordinary talent, yet he never imagined that there could be a wizard who could activate an array silently under his nose without him detecting it. Who could this be? Bai Tan felt not only extreme confusion and astonishment but also, deep admiration and curiosity. There was likely no one else in the entire world capable of making a half-wolf vanish right before Bai Tan's eyes other than He Tan. He Tan had rescued Qi Xing, yet didn't let her out of the cage. Therefore, when Qi Xing woke up from her unconsciousness, she found herself still trapped in the cage. And the cage was inside a dim cave, where shadows of He Tan flickered on its walls. "You're awake. You saved me?" Qi Xing asked. "Yes," He Tan replied. Qi Xing pondered for a while and said, "Thank you." He Tan did not bother with formalities such as saying, "You're welcome," for he expected Qi Xing's gratitude. He was certainly not the type of person to do good deeds without expecting anything in return. Qi Xing then asked, "What about Ming Qian? Why should I save him?" He Tan's tone was indifferent, almost matter-of-fact. Qi Xing was momentarily stunned. Indeed, He Tan had no obligation to save Ming Qian. But still. Qi Xing couldn't help asking anxiously, "Is he alright? Is he okay? Has he been captured by the Wizards Association?" He Tan answered, "He's now in the Wizard Association. Whether he will be fine depends entirely on Bai Tan." Qi Xing felt as if cotton was blocking her chest. He Tan continued, "You must hope that Bai Tan is a truly kind-hearted person, so kind that he would believe in a violent darkened spirit beast that once attempted to attack him, so kind that he would stand up against all objections and withstand pressure from the entire association. However, kindness alone isn't enough, intelligence is also required. Since all evidence points to Ming Qian, if Bai Tan isn't meticulous and intelligent enough, the conclusion might still remain Ming Qian is the murderer. And at that point, Ming Qian will still die." Qi Xing's heart immediately became chaotic. Then who is the real culprit? Qi Xing stared wide-eyed at the shadow on the wall, as if trying to burn holes through the stone wall. "Do you know? Isn't it I know, He Tan said. Qi Xing hurriedly asked, who is it? What use would it be to you knowing? He Tan sighed slowly, you can't even escape from this dog cage. Qi Xing looked blankly at the iron cage, attempting to break it open with brute force but finding it utterly impossible. Of course, this was a special artifact made by the Wizards Association specifically designed to capture beast spirits. How could an untrained hybrid concealed wolf like Qi Xing possibly break it? Helplessness surged over Qi Xing again, just as it had the last time she dragged Ming Qian into trouble. Disappointment, pessimism, and self-reproach swelled like ocean waves, almost suffocating Qi Xing. With a hoarse voice, Qi Xing said, I'm too weak. She looked up at the shadow and said, you surely can manage it, can't you? So you're relying on me now? He Tan chuckled lightly, before you relied on Bai Tan's fairness, now you rely on my benevolence. Qi Xing remained silent. He Tan said, one must learn to place hope in one's own strength, child. Though this advice carried deep significance, He Tan delivered it with a slight mocking tone. Current timeline. The sudden appearance of the dark witch completely disrupted Ming Baozhu's plan to poison the wicked female supporting character. Her mind was overwhelmed by fear, becoming utterly chaotic. After all, most beast spirits acted based on instinct and intuition. Those with powerful beast energy or those who had undergone specialized training might be better off, but Ming Baozhu wasn't like that at all. She merely enjoyed a racial advantage giving her greater strength, and her abilities hadn't kept pace. Being sheltered and pampered, she had never experienced dark witchcraft before. Yet, beast spirits harbored an innate fear of offensive witchcraft, much like wild animals feared fire. As the eerie green flames ignited with the power of witchcraft, Ming Baozhu immediately froze in terror, revealing her true form. She collapsed limply onto the ground, letting out kitten-like wails, truly disgracing the dignity of the great feline race. Zish and Mingda were, after all, trained professionals who managed to hold their ground despite the overwhelming wave of dark energy that made their hairs stand on end and sent shivers down their spines. This level of power was something they had never experienced in either training or combat. When the Dark Witch slowly spoke the words, Qi Xing, Zish, Mingda, and Mingqian were all quite surprised. You two know each other. Mingda seemed rather optimistic. Is he your friend? Did you call him? Qi Xing didn't expect Mingda to be so proactive, leaving him momentarily speechless. Mingda scratched his head and said to the Dark Witch, since we're all acquaintances here, don't be shy. Make yourself at home. Qi Xing, Zish, and Mingqian all shot Mingda a look as if he were an idiot. Mingda, however, had been bathed in such gazes since childhood and was now completely immune, showing no sign of discomfort. He muttered, TSK. We're all friends, but you really have to make such a big entrance. Extinguishing the lights and conjuring ghostly flames, this is some kind of special black wizard's introduction, isn't it? Would it still feel wrong unless you extinguish the house lights? The Dark Witch paused for half a second before replying, not exactly. I was just trying to create a terrifying atmosphere. Mingda nodded understandingly, that was terrifying indeed, my sister was scared witless, like Hello Kitty. He then added, can you turn the lights back on? The Dark Witch remained silent for another second before saying. The lights weren't extinguished by me. You can check the circuit yourselves. I just lit the ghost fire when the lights went out because I'm human, not like you guys. Without a light source, I wouldn't be able to see. It was true, the blackout was orchestrated by Zish and Mingbaozu. Their original plan was to turn off the lights, making it inconvenient for the servants, prompting Mingqian to showcase his night vision skills and volunteer to inspect the circuits with Qi Xing likely tagging along. At that moment, only the oblivious Mingda and co-conspirator Zish would remain behind, creating the perfect opportunity for Mingbaozu to slip the poison into someone's drink. But instead, as soon as the lights dimmed, the uninvited guest, the Dark Witch, appeared, disrupting their plan entirely. Oh, sorry about that. Here, take a seat, Mingda warmly invited the Dark Witch to sit on the couch. Not seeing any reason to decline, the Dark Witch sat down on the sofa. Mingda then asked, could you start a fire to light up the candles? The Dark Witch nodded, sure. He flicked his fingers, and all the decorative candles in the living room ignited, providing much more light than before. The servants stood up, signaling their intention to go check the circuit. Go ahead, Mingda waved them away. With 2 lit candles in hand, the servants left the living room. Zish and Mingbaozu hadn't anticipated this turn of events, neither did Qi Xing himself, whose mind raced in confusion as he watched the amiable Dark Witch settle onto the couch. When had Dark Witches become so agreeable? In the past, wouldn't a Dark Witch typically cackle evilly, unleash her spells, and wipe everyone out? How come? Qi Xing glanced at the floor, where a faint green spell array had begun to rotate, emitting a familiar aura. Qi Xing suddenly looked up as realization dawned upon him, why the Dark Witch seemed so different. You are, Qi Xing tried to say, but before he could utter another word, everything around him began spinning wildly like a changing slideshow. The living room twisted into nothingness, replaced by pitch darkness. Even though it was dark, Qi Xing could still make out his surroundings clearly. It was a cave. He was very familiar with this place. 5 years ago, it was here where He Tan had brought him to learn dark witchcraft. At first, Qi Xing had refused to learn dark witchcraft. However, when he realized how his actions had endangered Ming Qian and caused Ming Qian serious injuries, he regretted his refusal deeply. Qi Xing thought that someone as proud as Master He Tan would probably not give him a second chance. But unexpectedly, Master He Tan appeared during the crisis, saved him, and offered to teach him dark witchcraft, an act that both shocked and confused Qi Xing greatly. Back then, Qi Xing had once asked, "Why do you choose me as your student?" Master He Tan responded, "Do you remember what I said about whether beast spirits or wizards were stronger?" Qi Xing hesitated. "You said, neither beasts nor wizards are innately superior, but beast spirits capable of wielding witchcraft should be the strongest." "That's merely my conjecture," Master He Tan said indifferently. "I wish to verify it." He Tan explained his purpose to Qi Xing. Yin Lang was the only beast spirit capable of learning dark witchcraft, and he wanted to know whether a Yin Lang practicing witchcraft would surpass humans, or rather, if Qi Xing could surpass him. For 3 years, He Tan personally instructed Qi Xing, eventually concluding that it was still not possible. "The strongest in all the world is still me," he thought. "Ah, invincible, how lonely." Thus, He Tan gave up on Qi Xing and said, "We don't need to meet again. Don't say you were my student when you leave." Qi Xing. Perhaps humiliated by He Tan's disdain, Qi Xing initially thought he was truly inadequate until he realized how strong he had become, being able to fight tigers with no trouble at all. Only then did he understand, it wasn't that he was too weak, but that He Tan was too monstrous. "It's you, Master He Tan." Qi Xing looked at the dark witch and his expression slightly changed. "Why do you look like a dark witch?" The He Tan who looked exactly like the dark witch didn't explain, but flicked his wrist, causing a silver tiger covered entirely in white fur to appear on the ground. Qi Xing's eyes changed abruptly as he rushed to the silver tiger's side. "Ming Qian. Why has Ming Qian fainted?" He anxiously looked up at He Tan. "Don't worry, I won't harm him," He Tan said. "Why did you bring him here?" Qi Xing asked. He Tan said, "Do you think Black Ming Qian felt resentment for being beaten by White Tan and his group in the past? If he wakes up, wouldn't his first action be to exterminate those guys?" Qi Xing didn't understand. "What do you mean?" He Tan didn't explain further, but faintly said, "By the way, don't you miss Black Ming Qian?" Qi Xing's expression slightly shifted, momentarily unclear. He Tan smiled, activated the spell array, and within an instant, the silver tiger's tail began to take on a shade of dark black, just like back then. Past timeline, 2 years ago. After this, we don't need to meet again. Don't say you were my student when you leave. After He Tan said this, before Qi Xing could react, he was expelled from He Tan's dark lair. Only after Qi Xing was driven out of He Tan's stronghold did he realize that he had already been there for a full 3 years. Although He Tan's den never saw daylight, making it difficult for those inside to sense the passage of time, it wasn't supposed to be so exaggerated. Qi Xing had spent 3 years there without noticing how long the time had passed. It was then that Qi Xing guessed, He Tan must have used magic to make Qi Xing unconsciously forget the concept of time. Qi Xing speculated that there were 2 reasons why He Tan did this. First, to let Qi Xing focus solely on studying witchcraft, undistracted, improving his learning efficiency. If Qi Xing became aware of the passing of time, he might feel urgent about leaving to search for Ming Qian instead of staying to learn properly. Second, He Tan wished to test Qi Xing's talent. He wanted to see how long it would take Qi Xing to realize that he was under a mental enchantment designed to make him forget the notion of time. To He Tan's great disappointment, it took Qi Xing 3 whole years to even notice. Truthfully speaking, mental enchantments were among the highest level types of spells and also the hardest to detect. Unlike regular curses that often manifest visible harm, such as the curse on Sleeping Beauty, mental curses were invisible, intangible, and sometimes even harmless, influencing their targets subtly over time. This required great skill from the caster. When Qi Xing was expelled from the stronghold, He Tan revoked the forgetfulness spell he had cast upon him. As the spell lost its effect, Qi Xing gradually became more lucid. Qi Xing was shocked to discover that so much time had passed and that he had been under a mental enchantment for 3 whole years. This is terrifying. Qi Xing grew increasingly aware of He Tan's unfathomable abilities. Such a powerful dark witch, instead of wanting to destroy the world, preferred to educate students day after day in the harsh conditions of a mountain cave, truly touching. Qi Xing began questioning what he'd read in books about dark witchcraft and dark witches. For example, dark witches supposedly grew dark and radical due to the corruption of dark forces. Though Qi Xing thought dark witches might indeed be somewhat radical, he hadn't sensed such traits in He Tan. Even Qi Xing himself, having learned dark witchcraft, hadn't noticed any changes in his personality or developed any extreme thoughts. Of course, there was also the claim that learning dark witchcraft affected one's health. He Tan admitted directly to Qi Xing, dark energy will certainly affect human lifespan because human bodies are too weak to bear such immense power. But beast spirits are different. He continued, this is one reason I believe beast spirits are more suited to learning dark witchcraft. The power that humans couldn't withstand, beast spirits could. After all, strong beast spirits were able to endure celestial calamity energy and natural forces. In comparison, the human constitution was simply too weak. Learning white witchcraft for healing was manageable for humans, but studying dark witchcraft would inevitably harm their bodies. Fortunately, Qi Xing, being a powerful beast spirit, had not suffered any health effects from learning dark witchcraft. Qi Xing's first action upon realizing 3 years had passed was naturally to investigate Ming Qian's whereabouts. 3 years, how terrifying a number, with so much happening in such a span. Perhaps his Ming Qian had been through something within these 3 years. Qi Xing didn't dare to think more and quickly rushed to the special department to find the old magic sheep. Seeing Qi Xing, the old magic sheep was also quite surprised. Where have you been these past few years? Qi Xing knew he couldn't tell the truth. The news of He Tan's rebirth as a great dark witch must remain secret. Moreover, He Tan had strictly ordered him not to tell others that he had studied under him. Even without He Tan's command, Qi Xing wouldn't possibly admit that he had learned dark witchcraft. Beast spirit studying witchcraft was punishable by imprisonment. Thus, Qi Xing appeared confused, saying, I don't know, I woke up one day, and 3 years had passed. I really don't know what happened, it's terrifying, so I came straight to find you. The old magic sheep didn't probe further, merely saying, the great white witch has been greatly concerned about your disappearance. Now that you're back, I'll need to inform him. Upon hearing the old magic sheep mention white witch by Tan, Qi Xing felt a sinking sensation and asked, what happened to Ming Qian? He's fine. The old magic sheep saw the concern on Qi Xing's face and reassured him, don't worry. Really? Though Qi Xing felt overjoyed inside, he dared not fully feel at ease, as if unable to trust the reality. The old magic sheep understood Qi Xing's thoughts and nodded firmly, don't believe me? Here, take a look. As he said this, the old magic sheep picked up his phone, typed in Ming Qian, and handed the phone to Qi Xing. Qi Xing looked down and immediately noticed several updates on Ming Qian displayed on the phone. Ming Qian had always been a highly regarded powerful beast spirit, noble lineage, a net worth of billions, and hailed as the most well-mannered big cat of this century. Somewhere along the line, he had become an icon used by the beast realm to gain goodwill among humans. Look at him, a top predator and a naturally powerful beast spirit who is this elegant, this gentlemanlike. He never engages in violence, working quietly in the office every day, passionate about charity, cares for the environment. How reassuring does he seem? Ming Qian had a very large following, comparable to a celebrity, including both beast spirits and humans. In fact, due to the prolonged peace between humans and beast spirits, most humans no longer feared beast spirits as they once did. Many even indulged in things like furry enthusiasts, big cat fans, or cat masters. Choosing attractive, affectionate beast spirits as companions had become a preference for many humans. So when Ming Qian was kidnapped by a dark witch a few years ago and went missing for a while, it caused quite an uproar among his followers. Several months after Ming Qian's kidnapping, he reappeared in the public eye, issuing a statement alongside official parties indicating that a dark wizard had kidnapped him. However, Ming Qian was now saved, and the dark wizard was brought to justice. This statement was the result of negotiations between the human and beast spirit authorities. The beast clan believed that since Ming Qian had endured such suffering, it was important to inform the public of just how pitiable beast spirits could be. Such a strong beast spirit could be harmed by humans, which not only reduced society's fear and hostility toward beast clans but also gained sympathy and support from the public. The human side agreed, making the dark wizard's vile deeds public knowledge, causing public disdain for dark wizards, aligning with the interests of the Mage Association. Later, Ming Qian announced that, considering safety, he would reduce public appearances. Ming Qian's fans immediately voiced their complaints, feeling sorry for their beloved big cat and passionately cursing dark wizards. Indeed, the incident of Ming Qian's kidnapping did increase public goodwill toward beast spirits, reducing society's fear of beast spirits. Ordinary people, unaware of the true might of powerful beasts, increasingly believed that the beast race was not much different from humans, with at most slightly enhanced physical abilities, certainly nothing to be afraid of. What was truly terrifying was still dark wizards. The thought that a tiger beast spirit could be abducted using dark witchcraft was horrifying indeed. As Qi Xing scrolled through the information on Ming Qian on the phone, he indeed discovered that Ming Qian rarely posted updates after the kidnapping case. Yet, as an entrepreneur, he still occasionally appeared in the public eye, but it was the kind, humble white Ming Qian, not the unrestrained black Ming Qian. Where has black Ming Qian gone? Qi Xing raised his eyes from the phone screen, looking at the old magic sheep, still filled with unease. The old magic sheep replied, isn't it obvious? Naturally, he was sealed away. Qi Xing's pupils flickered, but he remained silent. The old magic sheep, as sharp as a monkey, understood Qi Xing's implication and explained, it is indeed a seal, not an erasure. Qi Xing felt slightly relieved but still didn't fully trust. Could the Wizard Association be so benevolent as to not erase him? Because Black Ming Qian and White Ming Qian are one entity, the old magic sheep answered. They share the same soul, the same tiger, they are not a dual soul entity. To kill Black Ming Qian would mean White Ming Qian cannot survive either. Not a dual soul entity. Qi Xing was very surprised. But, they seem so different. Their memories and experiences are different. The old magic sheep kindly offered an explanation. Do you think personality is entirely innate? Perhaps partly, but mostly, people are shaped by their memories and experiences. Qi Xing's eyes darkened. Your point is? The old magic sheep stroked his beard and said, in Black Ming Qian's memory, there has been no education in civilization, and no one, almost no one, could force him to do what he didn't want. Hence, he became a reckless big tiger. Of course, your existence is also part of his memory, which is why he also has a tender side. So what about White Ming Qian? Qi Xing asked. White Ming Qian received elite education and gentlemanly training from childhood, hence he is more disciplined. The old magic sheep slowly replied, but fundamentally, they are still the same tiger, just with differing experiences leading to different personalities. This concept was novel to Qi Xing, who struggled to digest it immediately. For Qi Xing, Black Ming Qian was irreplaceable. Even though the old magic sheep had argued that Black Ming Qian hadn't been erased, Qi Xing still felt as if his beloved one had vanished from the world. Thinking about this made Qi Xing emotionally overwhelmed, grieving so intensely that it was almost unbearable to breathe. After the sorrow came intense emotion, hatred and anger. A wolf's natural fierceness flashed in Qi Xing's eyes, if not for the great wizard. The old magic sheep couldn't see Qi Xing's emotional changes, he was texting by Tan at the time. After some moments, he looked up and said, all right, I'll take you to the Wizard Association. Those wizards want to meet you. Qi Xing had already concealed his previous harshness, now behaving obediently like a puppy. Good, I'd like to meet them too. Present timeline. Seeing Ming Qian's tail turn black, Qi Xing was instantly confused, taking a while to react. For a moment, Qi Xing even feared that He Tan might directly transform Ming Qian into a dark creature, but He Tan did no such thing. He only contaminated Ming Qian's tail before stopping the incantation, ceasing to cast further dark witchcraft. Qi Xing relaxed somewhat, it seemed He Tan truly just wanted to awaken Black Ming Qian. Your mate is about to awaken. Are you happy? He Tan, the Grand Wizard, asked. Qi Xing looked at the still slumbering tiger, brows furrowing slightly. Black Ming Qian awakens, then what about White Ming Qian? For Qi Xing, Black Ming Qian and White Ming Qian were one entity, like the moon's light side and shadow side, seeming different but actually constituting a complete existence together. He cared for Black Ming Qian but also didn't wish to eradicate White Ming Qian. If it weren't for that, he could have awakened Black Ming Qian using dark witchcraft when he gained White Ming Qian's trust long ago. He had always been searching for a solution where both could coexist harmoniously. He Tan smiled faintly and said, rest assured. Assure me of what? Qi Xing was perplexed, shifting his gaze to the large tiger and finding, in the blink of an eye, that the black tail gradually changed its color again, turning back into a silver-white tail. He Tan said, as you said, they are a symbiotic and coexisting entity. Erasing one would equal erasing all. Awakening one would also equal awakening all. Qi Xing gazed at He Tan in confusion, but He Tan provided no further explanation. Instead, he waved his hand, activating the space array once more, teleporting Qi Xing and Ming Qian back to the hunter's cabin on Hu Mountain within a second. In the eyes of Mingda, Ming Baozhu, and Zi Che, they were in the hunter's cabin chatting with the dark witch when everything suddenly went dark. Closing their eyes unknowingly, after an indeterminate amount of time, they reopened their eyes only to find that dark witch had disappeared and Qi Xing and Ming Qian lay sprawled on the ground. The three tigers had been placed under a forgetting spell and didn't remember that the dark witch had ever been there. They only remembered coming to the hunter's cabin, when suddenly the power went out. They sent the servants to check the circuitry, and next thing they knew, Qi Xing and Ming Qian fell off the sofa. Ming Qian appeared dazed and confused, half closing his eyes as if unable to open them. Qi Xing held Ming Qian tightly, looking anxious. Are you alright? Ming Qian stared blankly at Qi Xing, lips moving as if wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat. I think the second young master. Mingda, stroking his chin, said, is 8 parts sleepy. Sleepy? Zi Che was astonished. Mingda nodded, when I'm sleepy, I'm like this too. Qi Xing couldn't say, Ming Qian isn't just sleepy, it's a side effect of the spell, so he rubbed his nose and nodded, saying, yes, I think he looks very tired. I'll take him to rest in the room. After saying that, Qi Xing directly helped Ming Qian into the room. Ming Baozhu forgot about the dark witch but still remembered her wicked supporting role mission. Thinking, this is really a good opportunity, she said, let's have a glass of water to calm down. Qi Xing, now distracted in mind with all his attention on Ming Qian, didn't particularly guard against Ming Baozhu, so he accepted the water cup Ming Baozhu handed over and let Ming Qian drink it. #ref. Past timeline, 2 years ago. The old magic sheep personally sent Qi Xing to the Wizard Association with his secretary and driver, then said to Qi Xing, I don't know what happened 3 years ago. Qi Xing played dumb, I don't remember clearly either. I just recall a group of wizards came to catch me and Ming Qian. The old magic sheep smiled faintly, unsure if he believed it or not, stroking his beard. Anyway, we're all beasts. I like wolves. And after all, you were hired by me. If I can protect you, I will. Qi Xing gave a grateful smile and asked, if you can't protect me, I'll still make sure your body is recovered. The old magic sheep replied, at least I can ensure you're properly buried instead of being cooked into a dog hot pot. Thank you. Upon reaching the Wizard Association, the old magic sheep personally led Qi Xing to a high-level office. Several high-rank wizards lined up, their gazes filled with examination as they stared at Qi Xing. Qi Xing was slightly surprised in his heart. He noticed that his eyes seemed different, he could actually see the wizardry energy emitted from the wizards' bodies. Seemed like the 3 years spent in He Tan's lair hadn't been wasted. Qi Xing had already learned the method to conceal wizardry power from He Tan. This was important because beast demons couldn't practice wizardry, so if he were full of wizardry power when entering the Wizard Association, he'd likely be sent to jail within 3 minutes. Therefore, those high-rank wizards saw Qi Xing as an ordinary beast demon without any wizardry energy. At this time, Qi Xing didn't realize he was indeed exceptionally talented, nor did he know his wizardry strength, under He Tan's guidance, had reached top-tier levels. However, with a brief glance, he could confirm that these wizards were laughably weak compared to him. Thus, Qi Xing absolutely didn't expect these weak ones to be high-rank wizards. He thought these people who possessed only slight wizardry abilities were merely rookie guards. He pointed at the group of elites dressed in elaborate embroidered golden robes and asked the old magic sheep, "Is the Wizard Association pretending to be so prestigious? Even the guards dressed this flamboyantly." The old magic sheep froze. The high-rank wizards also felt angered. Was this mongrel mocking us? The old magic sheep didn't respond and said, Let's go inside first." Qi Xing really thought these people with diluted wizardry powers, which were already quite concentrated, were mere guards, so he didn't pay them much attention and went into the office with the old magic sheep. The high-rank wizards standing outside the office were so angry they were ready to teach this mongrel a lesson, plotting when they would give him a taste of his own medicine. Inside the office, the Grand Wizard and High Priest stood on both sides of the desk, while behind the desk naturally sat Bai Tan, the Grand Wizard, slim but not frail. Qi Xing had already keenly noticed upon entering the office that no fewer than 10 high-rank magical arrays were arranged in this small space. When his gaze moved to the Grand Wizard, before hostility arose, astonishment took hold. What's going on? Is the Grand Wizard also weak? Qi Xing could see the wizardry energy of the Grand Wizard. Although his energy was denser than the guards at the door, it was still much weaker than Qi Xing had expected. Due to He Tan's unhidden disdain, Qi Xing really thought himself to be weak. So, when he saw the Grand Wizard, he realized in surprise, it turns out you are also weak. Then he turned his head to look at the High Priest. How about you? Are you also weak? At this moment, he finally understood. It seems all of us are considered weak in He Tan's eyes. Qi Xing looked curiously at Bai Tan. The last time they met, he almost got thrown away because he couldn't see Bai Tan's barrier. This time, he could see that Bai Tan was indeed surrounded by a glass-like protective sphere firmly guarding his frail physical form. However, Qi Xing couldn't see Bai Tan's wizardry energy. Just like how Qi Xing couldn't see He Tan's wizardry energy. Qi Xing couldn't help but ponder, could it be that Bai Tan is truly as strong a wizard as He Tan? Bai Tan stood up, bowed apologetically to Qi Xing, and said, "Truly sorry, it was my misunderstanding about the incident 3 years ago between you and Ming Qian." Misunderstanding? Qi Xing bristled like a hedgehog, his anger tangible, as if spines rose one by one. You just say it was a misunderstanding and wipe out Ming Qian's existence. Do you know? The High Priest then said, Ming Qian had the same aura as the evidence, which made it hard not to misinterpret. If it weren't for Bai Tan's justice and thorough investigation, your suspicion wouldn't have been cleared. Qi Xing sneered coldly, "Oh. According to you, I should knock my head on the ground in gratitude to the great sky official." The High Priest wanted to reprimand Qi Xing but was stopped by Bai Tan with a gesture. "I haven't erased Ming Qian's existence," Bai Tan said, "he is still fine now." Fine. Qi Xing glared at Bai Tan with icy eyes. The High Priest said, "Isn't he? The wizard arbitrarily cut off Ming Qian's tail, but has already been punished by Great Wizard Bai Tan. Great Wizard Bai Tan also personally used the light magic to heal Ming Qian's wound. Ming Qian subsequently grew a clean white tail again, and his body completely recovered." Qi Xing listened and became extremely angry, saying coldly, "I don't think a black tail is unclean." As he spoke, Qi Xing gave the wizard beside him a cold look. Ever since entering, the wizard hadn't spoken a word, as if feeling guilty. Qi Xing looked at him with dagger-like eyes. "Have you been punished?" "What kind of punishment exactly?" Being questioned this way by a wolf dog felt extremely undignified to the wizard, but under Bai Tan's pressure, unwillingly bowed and apologized to Qi Xing. "I'm very sorry, that time was my rashness. I've already been sentenced to 6 months of solitary confinement and lost my honor." "Just this?" Qi Xing's voice suddenly rose high, full of anger and disbelief. "Just 6 months in solitary confinement? And solitary confinement isn't jail, right? Solitary confinement probably means staying in the wizard's tower enjoying good food and rest for 6 months. The wizard's face showed an awkward expression. "I've been reflecting against the wall all this time." "To hell with you." Qi Xing got mad and let out several words unfit for public viewing. His fists clenched. Had Bai Tan not been there, Qi Xing would have already given the wizard a series of punches. "Sorry, this is the decision of the Wizard Association," Bai Tan said. "Do you feel dissatisfied?" "Of course I'm dissatisfied." Qi Xing answered fiercely. "Then how do you expect us to compensate and apologize?" Bai Tan still retained that mild-mannered tone, as long as it's achievable, I'll agree. Ming Qian had his tail chopped off by him, so I demand a leg be cut off from him, is that too much? Qi Xing sneered coldly. You. The wizard rushed with anger and urgency, you're too cruel. Bai Tan shook his head, saying, every country has its laws, every family its rules. His punishment should follow according to the law. Retaliatory revenge isn't correct. Qi Xing, go F***K yourself. Qi Xing nodded and revealed a puppy-like demeanor, that's true, I was just talking nonsense. 3 years ago, upon witnessing Ming Qian's tail getting severed, Qi Xing lost control and recklessly attacked a more powerful wizard in front of Bai Tan, nearly being taken out in one go. After 3 years, Qi Xing had regained some composure. He saw that the wizard, this crafty old bastard, wasn't someone to let slip easily, but he didn't rush things either. After all, Qi Xing's current strength was no longer what it used to be, and he wasn't afraid of dealing with this old man. Qi Xing asked, by the way, you say the truth has been found out. What exactly is the truth? Who's the murderer? Upon hearing Qi Xing's question, both the high priest and the wizard displayed looks of embarrassment. Bai Tan, however, spoke clearly and candidly, it was someone from the Wizard Association. Qi Xing, am I surprised at all? Bai Tan continued, a white wizard named an Fo, who extremely despises beast demons. He used his pet monsters to kill people and framed Ming Qian in order to get me to eliminate the heavenly calamity. Qi Xing snorted, your white wizards sure have many tricks up their sleeves. Bai Tan sighed, I am also shocked. But, this an Fo must be pretty powerful for his pets to be able to kill so many elite wizards. Qi Xing asked. The high priest said, mainly because the victim had a good relationship with an Fo and wasn't on guard. So, colleagues stab each other in the back, really ruthless, Qi Xing said, humans are indeed complex. It's something a simple little dog like me can't even imagine. The high priest's eyelids twitched, and didn't respond. Qi Xing asked again, but, if his monster pet killed people, how could the residual aura at the scene match Ming Qian's? The high priest swallowed and replied, the victim was once wounded by Black Ming Qian before death, and Fo pretended to help heal the victim but actually secretly extracted Ming Qian's demonic energy from the wound. Qi Xing felt disgusted, and snorted, that's quite an evil calculation. How did you find out the real culprit? Of course, it is thanks to the great Bai Tan Great Wizard. He carefully compared and inspected, discovering traces of demon energy being cleaned at the scene. If the murderer cleared the demon energy, how could there be any residual demonic force left? Based on this discrepancy, Bai Tan Great Wizard carried out further investigations and found hairs of an Fo's magical pet at several crime scenes. Because the victim knew an Fo, no one initially suspected anything unusual about finding an Fo's magical pet's hair. And then? Qi Xing pressed for more. And then, Bai Tan Great Wizard requested to meet that magical pet, and an Fo said he had already butchered it to make soup. That made it even more suspicious, the high priest slowly explained. Bai Tan Great Wizard applied for a thorough investigation of an Fo, and eventually, an Fo couldn't withstand the pressure and confessed everything. Qi Xing simply said, how despicable. So, what punishment did he receive? Executing so many people, of course, resulted in the death penalty, the high priest stated. Qi Xing's anger finally subsided somewhat, only wanting to say, good that he died. However, the old demon goat, who had remained silent all along, suddenly interjected, I seem to recall that an Fo was Bai Tan Great Wizard's nephew, wasn't he? This comment instantly froze the atmosphere like dealing with zombies. Bai Tan Great Wizard exhaled irritably, saying, yes, I am heartbroken too. I never expected him to turn out this way. The old demon goat added, oh, and wasn't that magical pet you gave him? Bai Tan Great Wizard's cheek twitched slightly, yes. Never thought he'd use my gift pet to kill people, and then make soup. Alas. Also, originally an Fo didn't confess, but after you visited him once, he confessed. The old demon goat's questions grew increasingly sharp. Bai Tan Great Wizard coughed and said, yes, I persuaded him not to be stubborn and to accept leniency by confessing. Confessing for leniency, then he was sentenced to death, the old demon goat cut in. Finally, Bai Tan Great Wizard couldn't maintain his composure anymore, and scolded sharply, what do you mean by that? But the old demon goat backed off, nothing, just random chatting. Qi Xing understood the underlying meaning, looking over Bai Tan Great Wizard with an examining eye, and then studying the old demon goat. Actually, Bai Tan also had suspicions about the Great Wizard, after all, an Fo was close to the Great Wizard, and the Great Wizard showed significant hostility towards the heavenly calamity beast. However, Bai Tan believed everything must depend on evidence. One cannot assume guilt without proof. Therefore, without evidence pointing towards the Great Wizard and all evidence indicating an Fo while an Fo himself confessed under ironclad evidence, Bai Tan chose to believe the Great Wizard was innocent. But Qi Xing did not agree, as a wolf-dog hybrid, he possessed an extremely sensitive perception of human emotions. During the moment when the Great Wizard was interrogated by the old demon goat, the look of guilt in the Great Wizard's eyes did not escape Qi Xing's keen wolf gaze. Pretending to have been calmed down by Bai Tan, Qi Xing started plotting in his mind how to eliminate the Great Wizard. Bai Tan asked again, 3 years ago, you were suddenly transported away by a black magic circle. Do you remember this? When Bai Tan mentioned this, both the great wizard and the high priest sat upright, their sharp gazes pointed directly at Qi Xing, taking on some of the air of serious and lofty interrogators. Qi Xing felt uncomfortable immediately but still forced a doggy-compliant expression, I forgot, don't remember. When I woke up, 3 years had passed. I was confused. So, I contacted old demon goat right away. Both the high priest and the great wizard clearly wrote disbelief all over their faces but, constrained by Bai Tan's presence, did not speak outright. They only asked, you really forgot? Yes, Qi Xing blinked those puppy eyes, looking exceptionally innocent. The high priest thought to himself, I believe in ghosts before believing you. The great wizard thought, this wolf sure acts like a dog. Bai Tan great wizard, however, nodded seriously, that's right. The high priest just thought, although Bai Tan is very powerful, his brain doesn't work well most of the time, may be easily deceived by this monster pretending to be a dog. The high priest dryly coughed twice and said, perhaps you fell under a psychological curse, which is why you forgot. Perhaps Bai Tan great wizard should use his wizard powers to probe Qi Xing's memories. Qi Xing's heart skipped a beat, Bai Tan great wizard probing my memories. That might not go well. He became somewhat flustered at the moment because if Bai Tan conducted a probe, it would certainly uncover everything. However, Bai Tan great wizard said, probing into someone's memory is an invasion of citizen privacy. Moreover, during the process, it may cause mental damage to the other party. If not necessary, psychological curses similar to these should not be used on ordinary citizens. Have you forgotten this regulation? High priest and great wizard, damn, how irritating these righteous people can be. Then Bai Tan told Qi Xing, if you remember anything, feel free to visit me at the Wizard Association anytime. Qi Xing nodded, his feelings towards Bai Tan being rather complex. If it weren't for Bai Tan's intervention, He Mingqian wouldn't have been sealed. But in a way, Bai Tan was just enforcing the law impartially. Moreover, Qi Xing instinctively felt that Bai Tan had no ill intentions. On the contrary, Bai Tan was a very amicable person, which made it impossible for Qi Xing to truly resent him. However, Qi Xing still didn't quite like Bai Tan because of some lingering resentment. The great wizard was genuinely annoyed by Bai Tan's constant nitpicking about him, yet he had no way to counteract Bai Tan. Besides, with the heavenly calamity beast's arrival, the great wizard still needed Bai Tan's strength. Therefore, though he had to show respect toward Bai Tan, inwardly he disagreed with Bai Tan and would occasionally think, why should someone as stupid as Bai Tan be granted such immense power? The more the great wizard thought about it, the more discontented he became. After work, he went home alone, his steps becoming increasingly heavy. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the ground grew darker and darker. A flicker of ominous foreboding suddenly crossed the great wizard's heart. Lifting his head, he saw a shadow flashing before him, clad in black robes, wielding a scythe, resembling a grim reaper. The great wizard shivered, but as an experienced wizard, he immediately raised his staff, emitting a bright witchcraft energy that enveloped him softly, like dandelion fluff. Who are you? The great wizard said sharply. Do you dare disturb me, a dark wizard? He 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 he. A chilling laugh emitted from under the black robes. You don't recognize me? The voice was sharp, sounding as if altered by a vocoder, strangely unnatural, not something a human could easily produce. The great wizard wasn't interested in chatter, he swung his staff directly, launching a ball of white light at the figure in the black robe. The black-robed figure raised the scythe and deftly scattered the white light into star-like white specks floating in the air. Startled, the great wizard realized there was no way this could be a mere powerful dark wizard. It's me, uncle, the black-robed figure lifted his cloak, revealing a pale face. It was an FO, the great wizard's nephew and convicted murderer. The great wizard stumbled backward, horrified. How could you? Aren't you dead? Yes, so now I've become a ghost. An FO sighed sorrowfully, but it can also be considered good fortune through misfortune. I learned profound dark magic. Clenching his teeth, the great wizard gripped his staff tightly. Since you're dead, you shouldn't reappear in this world. I died for you, don't you ever feel guilty? An FO glared at him resentfully. You were the real murderer. It was me who took the blame for you. Shut up. The great wizard snapped hatefully. I didn't kill anyone, everything was done by you. An FO tilted his head and said, but at least you should bear the name of incitement, shouldn't you? The great wizard was thrown into turmoil. You clearly promised to take all the responsibility, how could you go back on your word after death? As these words escaped his lips, the great wizard momentarily regained clarity. Yes, an FO, for the sake of the family's reputation, agreed to take full responsibility and showed no resentment even at the time of execution. So, how could he turn into a vengeful spirit? It was as if he suddenly understood something. The great wizard channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body, searching until he found a trace of foreign witchcraft power buried in his mind. It was a psychological curse. The great wizard immediately used his spiritual force to destroy the curse planted in his mind without his awareness. His gaze instantly cleared, and he finally recognized the person before him. No, it wasn't a person. It was a dog. It was Qi Xing. It was dog Qi Xing. It was Qi Xing using psychological magic to make the great wizard fall into hallucinations, thinking he had seen an FO. Because Qi Xing didn't understand what kind of person an FO really was or the ins and outs of the events, he quickly revealed his blunders, awakening the great wizard from his delusions. However, from just these few sentences, Qi Xing had already figured out what happened. He sneered and said, "So it was you." The great wizard looked in shock at Qi Xing, dressed in black robes holding a scythe. You've learned dark witchcraft." "Sure," Qi Xing said casually, as if talking about something trivial. The great wizard exclaimed sternly, "Beasts learning witchcraft is illegal. To say nothing of learning forbidden spells, and assaulting me. When I report to Grand Wizard Baitan, you will surely be executed. Do you think I'd give you the chance to file a complaint?" Qi Xing's lips curled slightly upward like a seductive fox, but he wielded the scythe swiftly, moving like lightning to appear beside the great wizard within seconds. Although the great wizard, as a great wizard himself, was certainly not one to mess with, lifting his staff to block the attack caused him to stagger 2 steps back. His hand even went numb from the impact. The great wizard inwardly marveled, what kind of origin does Qi Xing have? Just 3 years ago, Qi Xing was nothing but weak, so how did he grow so strong? The great wizard never imagined that Qi Xing was a genius in sorcery, 1 in 10,000, so he could learn in 3 years what would take others a lifetime. Moreover, the scythe he wielded was transformed from the bones of 49 evil spirits, doubling its power. The great wizard only suspected Qi Xing had been studying dark witchcraft all along, and the suspicious teleportation array from years ago might have something to do with him. The great wizard became even more serious and quickly began drawing an array with his staff, intending to launch a remote attack. After all, most wizards specialized in long-range attacks. Close combat mages were essentially just a thing in games. But Qi Xing happened to be one of those rare close combat specialists. He hadn't been studying sorcery for very long, his theoretical knowledge wasn't solid, and he had only memorized a few complex spells and arrays, mainly because Baitan hadn't taught him much. Baitan said, "I don't really remember the incantations or spell formations in the books either, they are indeed too hard to remember. Most spells were full of flowery, obscure words, while spell formations were overly complicated, enough to make anyone's head spin. Memorizing them was already tough, let alone using them in combat." Qi Xing curiously asked, "What do you do when you need to use spells and arrays?" "I remember the basic principles," Baitan replied. "So I just improvise on the spot, much like how some geniuses who couldn't remember formulas simply deduce everything from scratch every time." Yet, despite being unable to memorize formulas, Baitan could complete such deductions in a split second, his brain defying description as either competent or incompetent. Qi Xing thought, is this what it's like to be a genius? Qi Xing didn't possess such brilliance, but he had innate demonic powers, as well as a body strengthened through the refining process of sorcery. His physical condition was 100 times stronger than any wizard's, allowing him to fight at close range and catch the opponent off guard. And to top it all off, the great wizard was old, with brittle bones. He couldn't withstand Qi Xing's face-to-face slash with the scythe. The great wizard resented this young man for disregarding martial ethics and had no choice but to focus on defending himself. Despite having sorceress protection, the great wizard still couldn't hold out against Qi Xing's ever-increasing attacks. After about 300 rounds, the great wizard was completely exhausted, his vision blurred. In the dizziness, he saw Qi Xing raise his hand and swing the blade. Aya. The great wizard screamed in pain as his right leg was cleanly severed from his body. You. The excruciating pain crept up inch by inch along the bone, overwhelming the great wizard's aged body. Unable to endure such a severe injury, he collapsed on the ground, emitting pitiful cries with dry, trembling lips. "Hurts, doesn't it?" Qi Xing stood arrogantly before him, placing a foot on the old wizard's face. That's exactly how Ming Qian felt back then. Huff. The great wizard drew in sharp breaths, staring into Qi Xing's now emerald-green wolf-like eyes, filled with terror. I was wrong, please, let me go." Qi Xing glanced down at him indifferently, as if he were just an object. Qi Xing was exceptionally handsome, in a charming, captivating way. His upward slanting eyes and slightly turned-up lips exuded a pleasant smile even without expression, giving off a warm impression. Standing there, head tilted upwards, disdainfully looking down at the great wizard, with his elegant and refined figure pressing down upon the terrified face underfoot, it was a magnificent sight. Yet the great wizard had no capacity to admire such beauty, instead overwhelmed with icy coldness and fear, pleading, "Look. These past few years, haven't crossed swords with Ming Qian anymore. I am remorseful. I will never dare again." The once haughty great wizard sprawled on the ground, crying and begging pathetically as the creature he had always despised trampled on his dignity. "Please don't kill me." "Who said I was going to kill you?" Qi Xing calmly stated. "Didn't I say, since you chopped off Ming Qian's tail, I wanted the same punishment, 1 leg severed?" Eyes brimming with joy at this unexpected reprieve, the great wizard agreed, yes, that's very fair." However, Qi Xing crushed his face further under his heel, saying, "But if you live, won't you expose my study of forbidden magic?" Frantically shaking his head, though unable to move because of Qi Xing's weight pinning him down, the great wizard stammered, "No, I won't expose you. I swear. Present timeline. Qi Xing helped Ming Qian into the bedroom. Ming Qian was truly fatigued and fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. After Ming Qian lay down, Qi Xing wrung out a hot towel, intending to wipe her face clean. At this point, a servant knocked on the door and entered, informing Qi Xing, "Master and Miss San say they have something to find you for." "They're looking for me." Qi Xing frowned slightly, glancing down at Ming Qian who was already sound asleep with no apparent anomalies. He nodded and said, "All right." However, Qi Xing kept an eye out and left a protective array behind in the room. He walked out of the room and followed the servant to the tea hall, where not only Ming De and Ming Baozhu were sitting, but also Ziche, who was there to observe. Ming Baozhu, seeing Qi Xing coming down, decided to ask other questions to lower Qi Xing's guard. "What's wrong with second brother?" "He has gone to sleep," Qi Xing replied indifferently. "Is there anything?" "I'm worried about his health, so if there's nothing important, I'd like to go back and stay with him." Ming Baozhu disliked how Qi Xing always claimed to be close to Ming Qian. She snorted inwardly but forced a smile on her face, then said to the servant, "Why don't you offer Mr. Qi some tea?" Ziche had reminded Ming Baozhu that she should not pour water for Qi Xing as it might make Qi Xing suspicious. Ming Baozhu had always been putting up airs in front of Qi Xing, and if she suddenly served him tea, it would look strange. Qi Xing would definitely become cautious. Therefore, Ming Baozhu made the servant assist her. The servant placed a cup of tea in front of Qi Xing. With his mind preoccupied with Ming Qian, Qi Xing didn't bother with pleasantries. He frowned and asked, "What exactly is going on?" Ming Baozhu coughed, saying, "Older brother has something to say to you. I will leave to avoid interrupting." After finishing, Ming Baozhu dragged Ziche and left the tea room. It turned out that the blackout plan no longer worked, so Ziche had adjusted the operation plan for Ming Baozhu just now. He let Ming Baozhu persuade Ming De to confess to Qi Xing. Being somewhat naive, Ming De was easily convinced. When Ming De was alone with Qi Xing in the tea room, Ming Baozhu immediately rushed to Ming Qian's bedroom, while Ziche waited outside the door to monitor the situation inside. Inside, Ming De looked at Qi Xing with glittering eyes. Initially intending to declare his love outright, he remembered Ming Baozhu's instructions and said, "You, take a sip of tea first before listening to me." Qi Xing cast a dubious glance at him, recalling how Ming Baozhu also appeared eager for him to drink tea. Qi Xing instinctively grew cautious. He picked up the teacup and sniffed it carefully with his sensitive nose. Sure enough, amidst the aroma of tea, he detected a trace of medication. Although Qi Xing wasn't an expert in herbal medicine and couldn't identify what the substance was, he knew something was amiss with this tea. So he casually set the teacup aside, looking skeptical at Ming De and saying, "This tea smells odd. Is the quality bad?" "Ah." Ming De was taken aback. "No way." Qi Xing stared at Ming De intently, trying to discern his intentions. Ming De was straightforward and drank the entire cup without hesitation. Qi Xing was utterly shocked. "You." Ming De licked his lips after drinking and said, "No problem. It's just tea." Ziche, who was eavesdropping by the door, was startled. He hadn't expected Ming De to actually drink the potion. Quickly pushing the door open, Ziche said, "Ming De, I need to talk to you. Come with me." Ming De paused, responding, "All right." Ziche carried antidotes for aphrodisiacs and was glad he brought them along, otherwise, things could have gotten messy later. He wanted to make sure Ming De took the antidote before the drug took effect. Upon seeing Ziche's expression, Qi Xing realized that Ziche was involved in this scheme too. However, Qi Xing didn't have the patience to deal with all this nonsense right now. So he headed upstairs to Ming Qian's room without another word. The protective spell Qi Xing placed on Ming Qian's room earlier proved effective, making Ming Baozhu anxiously pace around outside like an ant on a hot pan. She could already imagine how eagerly her second brother was waiting for her inside the room, but she simply couldn't get through the door. Her attempt to push the door was futile, leading her to believe it was locked. After trying the key, she discovered it wouldn't turn. Thinking brute force would solve the problem, she exerted so much strength that the key broke, yet the door remained firmly closed. Seeing this, she got angry and kicked the door hard. Such violent behavior triggered the rebound mechanism of the protective spell. The next moment, she was flung across the hallway and slammed against the opposite wall, nearly knocking herself unconscious. What the hell is going on? Ming Baozhu massaged her sore head, bewildered. At that moment, Qi Xing returned. Seeing Ming Baozhu lying on the ground, he furrowed his brows. "What are you doing here?" Startled, Ming Baozhu stammered, Why are you here?" "I'm back to take care of Ming Qian," Qi Xing replied. Nervously touching her nose, Ming Baozhu said, I came to see second brother." Looking at the scene, Qi Xing was certain Ming Baozhu was up to no good. Yet, without much interest in dealing with this troublemaker, he waved his hand, sending a wave of magical energy toward Ming Baozhu. Before she could react, she fell into a deep slumber. Qi Xing shook his head, pushed the door open, and entered Ming Qian's bedroom. The moment Qi Xing opened the door, he felt something was off. Not long ago, Ming Qian, who had been in a deep sleep, was now sitting up with a black tail gently swaying behind him. Qi Xing's eyes widened, reflecting the familiar, exuberant smile he hadn't seen in a long time. A surge of emotions washed over Qi Xing like a tidal wave. His mind reeled, his lips trembling as he found himself unable to utter a single word. On the other hand, Ming Qian had no memory of the years of separation and near-death experiences. To him, it was just a nap, holding Qi Xing before falling asleep and waking up to see Qi Xing right away. Thus, Ming Qian's mood wasn't nearly as complicated as Qi Xing's. He casually said, "Hey, beautiful. #ref. Past timeline, 2 years ago. The great wizard begged for mercy, swearing that he wouldn't report Qi Xing. Qi Xing said, "I don't believe you." "Then what would make you believe me?" The old wizard asked, his cloudy eyes fixed on Qi Xing. Qi Xing replied, "Let's do this, cast a spell on yourself to erase your memory of meeting me here. Then I'll trust you." The wizard didn't expect Qi Xing to come up with such an idea but was reluctant. "But I'm severely injured and have no strength left to cast such an advanced spell. How about you do it? I won't resist." Qi Xing sneered, "If you lost your memory due to an injury, you'd surely suspect something was wrong and investigate further. And if I cast a spell on you, I'd leave my magical signature inside your mind. All it would take is one examination by you or your colleagues to find out. Do you really think I'm that stupid?" Under Qi Xing's threat, the wizard reluctantly placed a memory erasure spell on himself. After all, staying alive was more important. When the wizard woke up, he found himself in the hospital ward with one leg broken. Terrified, he looked around and realized that he couldn't recall anything. When he attempted to use healing magic on his leg, he discovered that he could no longer perform it at all. Panicked, he asked the medical staff what had happened. They shrugged and said, "We don't know either. We were hoping you'd tell us when you woke up." The news of the wizard being assaulted and having his leg broken almost immediately reached the Wizards Association. Bai Tan naturally investigated personally. Since the wizard couldn't remember anything, Bai Tan examined him and was astonished to discover that the memory erasure spell had been self-cast. The wizard was shocked too, but he was more concerned about his leg. "What's wrong with my leg? Why can't I heal it?" Bai Tan hesitated, unsure how to explain. The high priest sighed and said beside him, "Your right leg was damaged by an extremely powerful magical artifact." The wizard understood at once and excitedly said, "So what? It can still be healed." Back then, Ming Qian lost his tail to a divine weapon, but wasn't he able to regenerate thanks to Bai Tan's skills? Bai Tan let out a long sigh. Human recovery abilities cannot compare to those of demons. This was obvious enough, the wizard should have known that much. For demons, regrowing severed limbs was elementary. But humans were different, especially an elderly and frail wizard. The wizard simply couldn't accept this turn of events and began crying loudly while pounding on the bed. The high priest frowned and said, "Before this incident, Qi Xing said at the Wizards Association that he intended to break one of the wizard's legs. Could this have been related?" The wizard, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in alarm. "Him? Was it him?" But Bai Tan interjected, "Without evidence, we can't accuse someone without cause." The high priest paused, considering carefully, and added, "I doubt it was him. We've already faced off against Qi Xing, and his skill isn't enough to seriously wound a high-level wizard. One strange dark wizard saved him back when we tried to arrest Qi Xing," the wizard recalled, his voice growing rapid as though eager to expose the perpetrator immediately. "Maybe it was that mysterious witch who attacked me." Bai Tan furrowed his brow. Over the past few years, he had been very curious about Qi Xing's whereabouts because of that same mystery. Back then, an unknown figure whose face was never revealed managed to rescue Qi Xing right under his nose. Who was this person, and what was their motive? The high priest suggested, "In that case, why not let Bai Tan probe the wizard's memory? Even with a memory erasure spell, memories aren't completely erased." The wizard choked, he couldn't dare allow Bai Tan to probe his memory. Qi Xing must have calculated this correctly. The wizard was actually the mastermind behind a string of murders, and Fu was merely a scapegoat. If Bai Tan probed his memory, there was a chance these secrets might come to light. Absolutely, the wizard couldn't take that risk. Swallowing hard, the wizard finally said, "I'm getting older, and my brain might not withstand the stress of memory probing techniques." Adhering to the principle that memory probing invaded personal privacy and might result in brain damage, Bai Tan chose not to force the wizard. The high priest frowned and said, "Come to think of it, Qi Xing was taken away by a mysterious dark wizard many years ago. Now he suddenly returned and said something about Ming Qian losing his tail, so the great wizard should have his leg broken. Not long after that, the great wizard was attacked by a mysterious wizard." Bai Tan rubbed his temples and said, "Then let Qi Xing assist with the investigation." "All right," the high priest nodded. Bai Tan added, "Remember to be polite to him, don't treat him like a suspect." Of course, the high priest nodded. Unexpectedly, Qi Xing also ended up in the hospital, claiming he had been attacked by a dark wizard. The high priest was quite surprised and personally visited Qi Xing in the hospital, only to find that Qi Xing's leg had been cut off as well. The high priest examined Qi Xing and discovered traces of dark magical force on his body, identical to those found at the great wizard's wound site. He quickly reported this to Bai Tan. Bai Tan rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon detecting the aura around Qi Xing, he furrowed his brow and asked again, "What do you remember?" Qi Xing shook his head, "I don't remember anything." Bai Tan lightly touched Qi Xing's forehead with his fingertips and immediately sensed a lingering trace of magical power left in Qi Xing's mind. This was actually the mark of Bai Tan casting the faint time spell in Qi Xing's brain. Bai Tan, comparing it thoroughly, naturally recognized it. This was left by the person who took you using an array back then. What? Qi Xing pretended to be shocked. Why would he cast a spell in my brain? And chop off my leg? Though confused, Bai Tan still proceeded to heal Qi Xing's injury. As a great demon, regrowing limbs was no difficult task for Qi Xing. Moreover, with Bai Tan's healing magic assisting, his leg soon grew back. Qi Xing blinked and gave Bai Tan a dog-like smile, saying, "Thanks." Bai Tan nodded, consoled Qi Xing a few words, and left together with the high priest. When leaving the hospital, the high priest worriedly said, "It seems Qi Xing is also a victim." Bai Tan nodded, "Indeed." The high priest frowned, but why did the mysterious wizard cut off both the great wizard's and Qi Xing's legs? Bai Tan was also deeply troubled. The blood and flesh of high-level wizards and great demons are superior offerings to serve the evil gods. This might be the work of the underground cults. Ah. The high priest became even more concerned. What kind of thing is this? In fact, where were any of these underground cults or evil gods? Qi Xing was just performing. With his suspicion cleared, Qi Xing even received care from Bai Tan. Bai Tan came to visit several times, and Qi Xing always smiled gently, speaking kindly without the previously tense attitude. Neither Bai Tan nor the high priest doubted Qi Xing anymore. However, the great wizard's condition deteriorated day by day. Others thought the great wizard was merely old and weakened by his injuries. Only the great wizard knew that every night he dreamt of Enfu's ghost. Though not completely devoid of feelings towards this nephew, guilt and fear tortured him every night, making him thin and frail very quickly. Hearing that the great wizard was on his last breath, Bai Tan went to visit him along with the high priest. They didn't notice until they visited, and Bai Tan saw a streak of black energy hovering above the great wizard's forehead. Bai Tan furrowed his eyebrows. "You've been afflicted by a nightmare." "What?" The great wizard looked at Bai Tan in a daze. Bai Tan immediately grabbed hold of that clump of black energy, which instantly turned into mist, revealing the great wizard's recurring dreams of recent nights. In the visions, the great wizard sobbed while holding Enfu, saying, "Nephew, it wasn't me insisting that you take the blame for me. It's just..." Inside, the rambling details were almost like an exposé, and he confessed all the facts of framing Enfu within the dream. Seeing these scenes, Bai Tan froze, and so did the high priest. The great wizard's face turned ashen. But it seemed like he had already lost the strength to fight back, merely lowering his head as if in submission. Being committed to justice, Bai Tan immediately reopened the investigation into the serial killings of elite wizards. The great wizard, physically and mentally exhausted, confessed all his crimes without much resistance. Everything Enfu did was indeed incited by the great wizard. After Enfu was captured, the great wizard told him, "If we both get sentenced, our family will be ruined." For the honor of the family, Enfu bore everything alone. And now, with the scandal exposed, the family cleanly disowned the great wizard. His health deteriorating, hit by continuous bad news, the great wizard fell critically ill in detention before even facing sentencing. Despite being sent to the hospital for emergency rescue, he eventually passed away without recovery. Bai Tan tried to track down the source of the nightmares, but these nightmares weren't formed by the witch's magic. They were metabolic products of the nightmare beast, bearing no trace of the wizard's magical signature. Thus, Bai Tan couldn't pinpoint which wizard had cast it. Of course, Bai Tan could hardly imagine that the wizard who had used such a scheme was not a devious great wizard, but Qi Xing, that little fairy with fox-like eyes who always smiled. Current timeline. Seeing He Mingqian's carefree expression, Qi Xing's mood was also affected positively. The great wizard strike 5 years ago had not only slashed at the big tiger's tail but had also wounded Qi Xing's heart. No matter how much time passed, every time he thought about that moment, Qi Xing's heart would ache. He perpetually harbored resentment towards the great wizard just as he endlessly cared for He Mingqian. This interplay of hatred and pain carved scars on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. But then, a casual, "Hey, pretty thing," from He Mingqian seemed like a gust of wind that swept away all the dust accumulated over the years on Qi Xing's heart. His spirit once again felt fresh and light. He Mingqian used his tail to pull Qi Xing close to him, his movement practiced and confident, as if nothing unusual had happened. They had slept in the same bed the night before. "Where are we?" He Mingqian asked. Qi Xing found it difficult to explain their situation to He Mingqian and instead changed the subject. "Do you feel any discomfort?" "No," He Mingqian replied. "Why do you ask?" Qi Xing gently stroked He Mingqian's tail, showing his regard. "Do you remember what happened earlier?" He Mingqian furrowed his brow. "We were sleeping." Qi Xing understood why He Mingqian looked so carefree. He must have forgotten about the attack by the wizard. Qi Xing was about to say something when He Mingqian added, "Anyway, it doesn't matter." Huh? Qi Xing was momentarily speechless. Wouldn't any normal beast be highly cautious upon waking up in an unfamiliar place? How could this not matter? Qi Xing realized he'd never fully grasped He Mingqian's way of thinking. He Mingqian was actually teasing Qi Xing. As a feline creature, he was very cautious in new environments. Some cats would cry incessantly out of unease when placed in a new setting. When He Mingqian first woke up, he was also on guard. By custom, he would emit a powerful aura to intimidate nearby creatures. However, upon seeing Qi Xing, all his vigilance melted away. He, who had been ready to display his fierce authority, instantly became like a docile house cat, retracting his claws and swinging his tail with joy. Still, because he hadn't fully adapted to the new environment yet, he wrapped his tail around his beloved one. Their bodies nestled together warmly. Suddenly, a strong wave of passion surged from He Mingqian's lower abdomen. It came without warning. Not suppressing it, He Mingqian flipped Qi Xing beneath him. A thick musk emanated from his body, a scent familiar yet strange to Qi Xing. Qi Xing was surprised. How, suddenly? This sudden surge of ardor seemed out of the blue. There was usually a gradual build-up to this state. What was happening today? Qi Xing didn't know that this was due to the potion prepared by Ming Baozhu. He Mingqian simply said, "I don't know either." Who cares? Qi Xing's scalp tingled. He now felt that something was amiss. With He Mingqian experiencing memory loss already worrying enough, his abnormal behavior made Qi Xing even more concerned. The abrupt onset of lust was quite irregular. Even though He Mingqian used to be easily aroused, it had never been this sudden. Qi Xing hadn't even considered the possibility that He Mingqian might have been drugged. Instead, his thoughts lingered on previous events. Qi Xing was unable to reciprocate, worried, and frowned. But, don't you find this strange? Aren't you curious about where we are? This is an unfamiliar place. Tigers, known for their territorial instincts, wouldn't normally mate in unfamiliar environments. It is, He Mingqian sniffed, detecting alien scents everywhere that put any feline on edge, but we can make sure every corner smells like us. He Mingqian cheerfully said, proud of his own cleverness. #ref. When the White Wizards learned about the Dark Wizard's breakout and his plans to awaken He Mingqian, they were indeed terrified and immediately sought help from Bai Tan. However, Bai Tan said, "I think we should try reconciling with He Mingqian." The White Wizards almost fainted from frustration and went to see the old demon goat instead. The old demon goat guessed that the White Wizards must have offended He Mingqian. Not wanting to get involved, he pretended ignorance. Meh. I don't know anything about that, meh. The high priest was momentarily at a loss as to what to do with the old demon goat, but became even more worried. After giving the old demon goat an icy glance, he put on a show of force and warned, "This time I won't let things slide so easily. Whether it's Qi Xing or He Mingqian, I won't let either of them off." The old demon goat said, "Then I wish you success." The high priest could only seethe inwardly when looking at the leisurely demeanor of the old demon goat. With no other option, he stormed off, leading a group of high-level wizards towards Tiger God Mountain. The incident involving He Mingqian years ago was highly confidential, only a few core members within the Wizards Association knew about it. Due to the Dark Wizard's attempt to awaken He Mingqian, the high priest had called upon several newly promoted elite wizards and briefly filled them in on the sequence of events. These wizards had never experienced the He Mingqian incident and were unaware of his strength, hence their eagerness to participate in this operation, seeing it as a chance for recognition by the high priest and an opportunity to make a mark. But the veterans within the association, hearing that these wizards were going to surround and attack He Mingqian, all wore looks of surprise, then suggested, "Young people, have a good meal before you go." The young wizards replied, "Are you suggesting we should eat well to gain the energy to surround He Mingqian?" The high priest knew that without Bai Tan's help, there was no way he could handle He Mingqian. His bold move to head to Tiger God Mountain stemmed from his plan to kidnap Qi Xing first, then threaten He Mingqian. Despite Bai Tan's disagreement, the high priest decided to emulate the former great wizard style of act first, ask questions later, since afterward, Bai Tan wouldn't harshly punish anyone anyway. Moreover, the high priest could blame the whole thing on the young wizards. The high priest said to the young wizards, "Once we arrive at Tiger God Mountain, don't startle Mingqian right away. I'll find a way to lure Qi Xing out separately, then all of you rush forward and capture him." The young wizards, brimming with determination, replied, "No problem." They felt that if they could catch the black and ferocious beast, capturing a half-breed dog demon would be even easier. The high priest looked at this group of foolish calves who were fearless despite being new to the world, nodded contentedly, "All right, is there anything else you need to prepare?" The young wizard said, "We need to have a good meal first." The elders all suggested it. Thus, the high priest led everyone to Tiger God Mountain. What they didn't know was that a major event had already occurred there. The Wizards Association arrived quickly, almost on the second morning after the Dark Wizard awakened He Mingqian. They hadn't received any assistance from the old demon goat, expecting some form of obstruction. They made such predictions based on the always delicate relationship between wizards and great demons. Tiger God Mountain was a sacred ancestral worship site for the Tiger clan, which generally did not welcome wizards. For thousands of years, during disputes between the human and demon races, many Tiger clan ancestors died at the hands of the wizard race. Even though things were now peaceful during their ancestral worship, they still didn't prefer wizards' involvement. It was unimaginable that wizards would enter to search through the mountain. Originally, the high priest intended to get an invitation letter from the old demon goat, but the latter avoided it and refused. In a hurry to come, the high priest didn't have time to debate further with the old demon goat, so he brought the wizards to Tiger God Mountain directly. They had planned to employ a strategy of diplomacy first, force second. They would politely inform the tigers of a dangerous fugitive intruding and request permission to search Tiger God Mountain. They expected the tigers would likely decline. "You want to search our mountains while we're in the middle of our ceremonies? Sounds like you're deliberately picking a fight." However, when the high priest arrived at Tiger God Mountain, he was warmly welcomed by the Tiger clan leader personally, who said, "It's good you came." Surprisingly, the high priest maintained his polite facade and explained their purpose. "There is an important fugitive wanted by the Wizards Association, a dangerous dark wizard, whom we suspect has fled to Tiger God Mountain, potentially posing a threat to the Tiger clan." "Ah," exclaimed the Tiger clan leader, "is that so?" The reaction of the Tiger clan leader took the high priest aback, causing him to raise an eyebrow before continuing. "Could we possibly conduct a search?" "Of course," the Tiger clan leader nodded, "we were just worried about this." "You've arrived just in time." The high priest was taken aback. "Worried? About what?" Sighing, the Tiger clan leader replied, "A bloody case has occurred in our mountains. We suspect it might be due to your mentioned dark wizard." The high priest's expression turned serious instantly. "What kind of blood case?" The Tiger clan leader then explained, "As you know, these days are the ancestor worship and deity honoring festivals at Tiger God Mountain. Hence, most of the nation's tigers have gathered here." "Indeed." The high priest nodded. "This morning, we found the body of a tiger named Ahan, who had his eyes gouged out before death." The Tiger clan leader swallowed hard, adding, "We suspect it might be the work of a black wizard. We were just planning to consult you regarding the situation." The high priest was horrified. "Such a thing has actually happened?" A young wizard who was following the high priest asked, "Could it be a fight among the Tiger clan? Why would you suspect a wizard?" The Tiger clan leader stroked the tiger whiskers on his cheek and said, "It's normal for us beast demons to attack each other during fights. Normally, we wouldn't gouge out eyes." From Ahan's corpse, aside from having his eyes gouged out, there were no other wounds. In other words, since he suffered no other injuries, his demonic power hadn't been overly drained. In this situation, Ahan could have self-healed and quickly grown a new pair of eyes. He wouldn't have died. The young wizard nodded. "I see." The high priest also nodded and said, "Based on what you're saying, it indeed sounds like the work of a dark wizard." The Tiger clan leader continued, "We used our magic power detector and found traces of dark wizardry left on Ahan's body, so we became even more certain." The high priest solemnly nodded but inwardly wondered, why would a dark wizard gouge out the eyes of a tiger demon? Could the culprit be the escaped dark witch? However, the death of one tiger wasn't much of a big deal in the eyes of the high priest. What concerned him most was the awakening of He Mingqian. He then asked, Right, is Mingqian alright? Where is he?" The expression on the Tiger clan leader's face tightened slightly. "Why ask about him? Is the case related to him?" Naturally, the high priest couldn't reveal the truth, only vaguely replying, "You know, Mingqian's condition is special. I want to check on him first." The Tiger clan leader nodded. Although the Tiger clan leader didn't know about He Mingqian, as the leader, he understood that Mingqian was a celestial calamity beast, hence the Wizards Association had always kept a close eye on Mingqian. He also knew that Mingqian had once been kidnapped by a dark wizard. The incident where Mingqian was abducted by the dark witch actually happened right under the Tiger clan leader's nose. Back then, Mingqian was still an exceptionally active, demon race mascot, serving as a tool cat to boost public goodwill. That day, after the Tiger clan leader and Mingqian attended a public welfare activity and departed, they encountered a human claiming to be a fan who wanted a selfie. Mingqian, always kind and approachable to everyone, did not refuse. When the fan stood beside Mingqian, they suddenly grabbed Mingqian, who attempted to break free but did not use full force. Out of fear of harming others, he would always hold back when dealing with people. Seizing the opportunity, the fan produced a high-grade magical artifact, later confirmed to be a relic of Baitan the Great Wizard, similar to Chi Demonis Bone Bed. As it turned out, the Dark Witch was the world's biggest collector of Baitan relics and also the #1 brain-damaged fan of Baitan. The artifact trapped Mingqian, and using dark wizardry, the Dark Witch spirited him away. When the Tiger clan leader opened his eyes again, both Mingqian and the fan were gone. In fact, the fan was none other than the Dark Witch in disguise. Reflecting later, the Tiger clan leader thought that if at that moment Mingqian hadn't restrained himself due to the Dark Witch being human and thinking of her as a fan, but instead delivered a direct punch to knock her away, the Dark Witch wouldn't have had time to bind Mingqian with the magical artifact. Perhaps then, the kidnapping wouldn't have happened. At this point, Baitan the Great Wizard commented, "That makes perfect sense." Therefore, after rescuing Mingqian, Baitan placed a psychological spell on him. Anyone who tried to touch Mingqian would trigger a reflexive rejection. This was the origin of Bai Mingqian's self-defense mechanism. After being punched away by Bai Mingqian twice and seeing Ming Baoshu getting sent flying while attempting to act cute near him, the Tiger Clan leader couldn't help but suggest to Bai Tan the Great Wizard, can this mechanism be improved? For instance, if Mingqian recognizes the person, he won't punch them away. Bai Tan replied, are people you know certainly not dangerous? The Tiger Clan leader was left speechless. Indeed, even familiar people could pose a threat. Thus, he revised his wording, then, wouldn't it be better if only those deemed hostile get punched away? But Bai Tan shook his head, the spell itself cannot determine whether someone is friendly or hostile. It's too complicated. To be honest, even the smartest genius in the world can't immediately tell whether others bear hostility towards them, let alone a spell. The Tiger Clan leader had no way to counter. Bai Tan then added, the news that Mingqian is a celestial calamity beast has already leaked. In the future, likely more people will have ideas about targeting him. This serves as a form of protection for him. Indeed, Bai Tan's reasoning proved correct. Many underground dark wizards knew that Mingqian was a celestial calamity beast and heard about how the Dark Witch successfully kidnapped him. They thought, if the Dark Witch can do it, so can I. So they all went to try and test Mingqian in disguise, but every single one of them got sent flying. There was no wizard who could control Mingqian without touching him, purely through remote wizardry, except Bai Tan and He Tan. Facts demonstrated that Bai Tan's protection spell was quite effective. Given Bai Mingqian's character, if it weren't for this defense mechanism, he would likely still encounter a great deal of trouble. Therefore, the Tiger Clan leader collaborated with the doctor to explain to Bai Mingqian that his defense mechanism stemmed from his past kidnapping experience, leading him to develop PTSD, and thus conditionally reflexively rejecting anyone who touched him. Bai Mingqian was swayed by this explanation, believing that his inability to be touched was due to PTSD. The High Priest also secretly hoped that since the last time the Dark Witch managed to defile Bai Mingqian through close-range talismans, now that Bai Mingqian had become harder to approach, the Dark Witch might not succeed either. The High Priest then asked the Tiger Clan leader, where is Mingqian now? Although the Tiger Clan leader was dissatisfied that the High Priest didn't show more concern about the deceased Ahan, he still told the High Priest. They went to the hunting lodge. The High Priest rushed to the hunting lodge with his subordinates. The first thing they saw was the distraught miss of the Tiger Clan. Ming Baoshu clutched her head and cried out to the sky, no. I can't take it. It's no wonder Ming Baoshu couldn't bear it, the events of that night were truly shocking. Last night, she had been knocked unconscious by Qi Xing's burst of spiritual energy. When the effects of the witchcraft wore off and she gradually woke up, she immediately sensed something wrong. She had been woken up by an intense waft of pheromones. Intense feline pheromones leaked out of Ming Qian's bedroom, accompanied by significant sounds. As a tiger spirit, Ming Baoshu's hearing was extraordinary. Through the door, she could tell there was some wild storm in a moment, thunder strikes and dragons awaken, happening inside. No. I can't take it. Ming Baoshu leaped up, unable to believe that her innocent, chaste tiger, since Bai Mingqian had always remained pure. Ming Baoshu believed Mingqian had no sexual experience, had just lost their innocence to that lewd fox dog. My young essence should have belonged to me. Ming Baoshu cried inwardly, pounding furiously on the door, wanting nothing more than to break down the door and drag the lewd fox dog off the bed. But the naive one didn't know the lewd fox dog wasn't even on the bed at that moment. In fact, Qi Xing was being pressed against the door by Black-tailed Tiger. Ming Baoshu pounded too hard on the door herself, never noticing how unusual the vibrations of the door felt. Still, she realized the door wouldn't open. This is bizarre. Due to a memory erasure spell, she didn't remember Qi Xing knocking her out with magic. She vaguely remembered trying to open the door and failing, thinking perhaps she had accidentally hit her head on a wall, which led to her being knocked unconscious. Ah, I'm so stupid. This matter mustn't be disclosed to anyone, or everyone will think my IQ is low. Ming Baoshu whispered softly. Since she couldn't open the door, she decided to seek help from her brother. As she headed downstairs, her keen hearing caught another abnormal noise. No, impossible, she shook her head, it must be a hallucination. Yes. This is a hallucination. She dared not search for the source of the sound or the pheromone smell. At that moment, all she wanted was death. No. I can't take it. Poor Tiger Maiden felt as if the world was falling apart, being the only animal in the house not in heat. Oh my God. Such is the way of the animal world. When spring comes, it means, the mating season has arrived. Her combat strength was too weak. Originally, she relied on Zikex and Mingda for assistance. Now, it seemed clear that she couldn't stop this tragedy. Moreover, she feared staying here too long would lead her to be influenced by her clan's pheromones, potentially escalating the tragedy into an incestuous tragedy. Thus, she fled from the hunting lodge like there was no tomorrow, completely missing the group of uninvited wizards who had come. Seeing her emotional outburst, the High Priest and others were quite perplexed and wanted to ask what happened but felt approaching a deranged female tiger was not wise. So they planned to enter the hunting lodge first. What they didn't know was that compared to approaching a deranged female tiger, disturbing a house full of male tigers in heat was truly less sensible. #ref There's a saying in the world, curiosity killed the cat, because cats are creatures with extreme curiosity. Once curiosity kicks in, they can jump off 10,000-foot cliffs without restraint. Zish, who fancied himself a smart cat, was inevitably victimized by this too. Why did he prepare aphrodisiacs? Was it because he was evil? No, it wasn't. Was it because he was brain dead? It might be possible. But he would never admit it. He did this merely out of curiosity, curious about what attitude Ming Qian, who appeared gentle but was actually cold, would have toward this blind date partner. Of course, he also did it partly for fun, which was also a cruel instinct rooted in the feline nature. Most predators hunt because they need to survive. If they don't hunt, they will starve to death. But cats are different. When cats are hungry, they hunt. When they are full, they still kill. It's common for them to torture their prey just for amusement. Such cruelty doesn't require anyone to teach them. They can naturally derive pleasure from playing with others. Zish acted based on such innate traits. Because he had been educated in propriety and was constrained by social laws, he wouldn't take action himself. Instead, he took advantage of Ming Baozhu's susceptibility due to her not-so-bright mind, her ease of manipulation, and her strong jealousy, thus orchestrating this farce through Ming Baozhu's hands. Before Zish got involved himself, he thought it was just a farce, and even quite amusing. However, when he became one of the parties involved, he realized that it wasn't a farce at all but rather a tragedy. Why was that? It's simple. Zish's plan backfired. When Qi Xing turned away, and Mingda drank the potion, Zish sensed his plan might go awry. But at the time, he still held on to hope. No big deal, I brought the antidote. He even gloated to himself, I am indeed smart, remembering to bring the antidote, preparing well in advance. Thus, when he took out the antidote, he felt quite relaxed. He wouldn't directly give the antidote to Mingda, as the act of giving someone medicine wasn't exactly normal. He turned around to brew tea, mixing the antidote into the tea. As long as he drinks the antidote on time, there won't be any issues, Zish thought silently. Hey! Mingda suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. Zish was secretly adding the antidote at that moment, feeling extremely guilty, so being unexpectedly tapped on the shoulder made him jump and knock over the cup. Looking at the spilled tea on the table, Zish's face turned green. Sensing Zish's abnormality, Mingda asked, what's wrong? Zish stammered, it got spilled. Oh, yeah, sure. Mingda didn't care at all, saying, it's just a cup of tea, no big deal if it's spilled. Zish choked, spilling a cup of tea isn't a big deal, but spilling the antidote is another matter entirely. After pondering for a while, Zish secretly thought, since the antidote is gone, it's impossible to relieve the drug's effects using a chemical method, leaving only the physical method as an option. Though Zish knew the most effective physical method to alleviate arousal was castration as a permanent solution. But that was too brutal and inhumane. Besides, Zish and Mingda were buddies. Moreover, Mingda hadn't consumed an aggressive type aphrodisiac but rather a passive one. Even castration might not cure it. So Zish decided to start with conservative treatment. How about taking a cold bath? Mingda retorted, are you crazy? It's -7 degrees in the mountains to take a cold bath. Zish was speechless for a while before asking, do you feel hot? Mingda was about to say, are you kidding? Who feels hot at -7 degrees in the mountains? But somehow, he actually began to feel heat rising in his body. He said, a little bit. Therefore, Zish took Mingda to take a cold bath, adding ice continuously. Mingda looked at the snowfall outside, then glanced at the bathtub filled with floating ice blocks, and finally turned to look at Zish, saying, brother, did I offend you at some point? Zish chuckled bitterly, replying, nope. You're my good buddy, why would I harm you? Mingda reflected for a moment and thought it made sense. He and Zish had grown up together since childhood. As adults, they joined the military department together, fought together, carried guns together, and their bond was as ironclad as possible. As his thoughts wandered, Mingda's head started heating up, growing increasingly dazed. A wave of intense heat surged through his body, and even the icy water couldn't cool him down. Ahow! Suddenly, Mingda's ears popped out, followed by a wet tail wriggling out of the bathtub filled with ice. Mingda! Zish panicked, shouting, snap out of it. Mingda simply couldn't snap out of it. The effect of the drug was too powerful. This pure zero reagent was truly impressive, turning Mingda, a tough guy, into a submissive type. His overwhelming pheromones wafted towards Zish, startling him as well. This won't do. Looks like the ice water isn't working. Zish shook his head, I'll have to knock him unconscious. Gripping his fists tightly, Zish stared resolutely at Mingda, who had transformed into a coquettish little kitten wagging its tail, crying, ahu ahu. He said, brother, I'm truly sorry. With those words, Zish moved swiftly, aiming a punch directly at Mingda's forehead. Brother. I'm truly sorry. As if possessed by the wind, Mingda pushed hard against Zish's body. Mingda overpowered Zish and sat on him, saying, brother, I don't know what's happening either, but I sure need relief. We've been through life and death together, how could you not help me with this? Zish was greatly shocked but realized he couldn't fight Mingda, getting pinned down. Zish really didn't want to fool around with Mingda, his mind went blank as he struggled and refused, no way. We're half-brothers, different fathers, different mothers, still siblings. Mingda had already been driven by the drug to the point of desperation, his mind full of lustful thoughts, like if he wasn't taken care of, he'd burst into pieces any moment. Thus, he lost all patience. I'm in agony. Are you going to let me die? Zish looked at Mingda's bloodshot eyes and froze for a moment. Mingda's eyes were red, his jaw clenched tightly, the muscles in his arms quivering slightly, clearly enduring great pain. Zish also felt a twinge of sympathy. Sigh. Fine then. A lifetime, 2 brothers. No reason not to help you. The white wizards are humans who cannot smell pheromones. When they broke into the hunter's lodge, they understood instantly what was going on inside. Though they couldn't detect the pheromones, they still smelled the odors of certain bodily fluids. And for the smell to be so strong, that must indicate an enormous amount. The white wizards all showed looks of astonishment. The hunting lodge belonged to the tiger clan, so it had excellent soundproofing to prevent neighbors from being disturbed by tiger roars. When the wizards were outside the house, they hadn't heard anything, but once they entered, they heard overlapping roars of tigers. One tiger's roar could shake the forest, here there were 3 in such a small room, their howls almost bursting the wizard's eardrums. Is this place selling silver, muttered a wizard, or engaging in public lewdness? Can animal lewdness even be called lewdness? Another wizard disagreed. While they despised beast folk, they held rather loose moral standards for them, probably because they didn't think beasts should be compared to humans. Don't get sidetracked, the high priest leaned on his staff. Have we forgotten why we came? The young wizards blushed and lowered their heads. They had forgotten their mission to capture fugitives and stop the black fatal beast from turning dark, only gossiping about the big cat's activities. The high priest knew they shouldn't disturb animals during mating, especially fierce ones like large tigers. He also didn't wish to provoke any conflict with Ming Qian before understanding the situation. Besides, this was the Tiger God Mountain, sacred ground of the Tiger Clan, which was celebrating a festival. With over 100 tiger demons in the mountain, no matter how powerful the wizards were, they wouldn't dare offend them. He decided against questioning the tigers and instead turned his staff, using his magical power to sense the surroundings within the lodge, searching for signs of dark magic. Black and white magic were incompatible, easily detecting each other. Just as white wizards could easily perceive darkness, dark witches were similarly sensitive to pure white power. As soon as the high priest released his divine senses, Qi Xing immediately picked up on it. His expression became clear. Knowing now wasn't the time for indulgence, he quickly pushed Ming Qian away. The white wizards are here. Qi Xing was quite alarmed, not expecting the white wizards to show up so soon. If they discovered Ming Qian, what would happen? The hunting lodge wasn't very large. The high priest's magical energy spread throughout the entire room in just an instant. According to logic, he should have detected the presence of dark Ming Qian within a second. But strangely, something unusual happened. The moment the high priest's pure white power touched dark Ming Qian fell onto the bed. His dark tail rapidly faded in color, turning back to its original silvery white state. Qi Xing was startled by Ming Qian's fall and knelt worriedly to check on him. Seeing Ming Qian's eyes closed slightly, as though he had fallen asleep, with steady breathing as if merely resting, except the dark powers completely vanished from him, as if he had never been tainted. Qi Xing was internally terrified, remembering that it had happened before. After dark tan dye darkened Ming Qian's tail, the tail returned to its pristine white in seconds, as though untouched. What did Black Tan say again back then? Qi Xing furrowed his brow. The high priest released his spiritual awareness, seemingly sensing the presence of dark power for a fleeting second, only for it to disappear like an illusion. The high priest frowned and checked carefully, meticulously scanning every corner, yet found not a trace of dark magic. Thus, he firmly concluded that his initial perception had been a mistake. This calmed him down. It seemed the dark witches hadn't acted, or hadn't succeeded. Either possibility made the high priest considerably more relaxed. He retracted his divine awareness, opened his eyes, and revealed an amiable smile. Let's not disturb these tiger clansmen for now. Let's wait outside. Yes. The young wizards obediently responded. As the group of wizards left the hunting lodge, they noticed that the miss who had earlier gone berserk was nowhere to be seen. Just as they were wondering where this tiger clan miss had gone, Ming Baozhu soon appeared with Huaban Lady. It turned out that after collapsing into a frenzied scream, Ming Baozhu regained her senses and realized she still needed to solve the current predicament. How did Miss deal with problems? By finding Mom. Using her beast energy, she ran back at incredible speed. Upon finding Huaban Lady, Ming Baozhu sniffled as she gave a vague account of the events. Though Ming Baozhu didn't fully disclose everything, just saying something along the lines of, I got aphrodisiacs from a friend, and took them for fun, but accidentally let my brother ingest them. Yet from Ming Baozhu's explanation, Huaban Lady understood most of it already, feeling both furious and distressed. Did you come here to pay respects carrying aphrodisiacs? Are you planning to offer spring medicine to our ancestors? Ming Baozhu remained silent. Huaban Lady scolded, are you brain dead or something? I'm no pig brain. I'm sharp-witted with a tiger head and tiger mind. Ming Baozhu retorted indignantly. Huaban lady was momentarily at a loss for words. Huaban lady couldn't allow this situation to spiral further. It was the day the Tiger clan paid homage to their ancestors. How could anyone commemorate their forefathers like this? Furthermore, she wasn't satisfied with Qi Xing becoming a daughter-in-law and certainly wouldn't want such a thing to happen. And regarding Zish. Hell no, Huaban lady didn't want Zish as a daughter-in-law either. Qi Xing was a mischievous fox dog, whereas Zish was someone Huaban lady had watched grow up since childhood. Huaban lady thought Zish was no good either. Sure, he played and joked around with Minga like a buddy, but marriage? No. I can't accept it. Her 2 sons may appear to be rich and handsome, so why couldn't they just find some normal white wealthy beauties? Instead, they had chosen morally questionable mongrels, infuriating the tigress. When Huaban lady and Ming Baozhu arrived at the hunting lodge, they encountered the wizards. Being one of the supporters and following the orders of the Wizards Association, Huaban lady regularly drugged by Ming Qian, so she greeted the high priest respectfully after paying her respects and then said, "My useless son mistakenly consumed drugs, and I was about to bring him suppressants." "Go ahead," the high priest replied, "once your family issues are resolved, we'll continue." After entering the house, Huaban lady released the suppressants into the indoor air circulation system to calm the male tigers. Sure enough, the roar of the tiger subsided quickly, and with the ventilation system, the pheromones gradually became thinner. Ming Baozhu was particularly concerned about Ming Qian and Qi Xing, so she urgently pulled Huaban lady toward Ming Qian's room to catch the lovers in the act. While running, Ming Baozhu said, "They have cooked raw rice together. Is it harder now to separate them?" "Not at all," Huaban lady smirked. "We'll just put the blame on Qi Xing. You insist you didn't do it, and I'll get the servants to testify that Qi Xing administered the drug. That way, Qi Xing is labeled as shameless and manipulative. We'll cause a ruckus before the clan chief and demand Qi Xing's expulsion. This will ensure they don't end up together." Upon hearing Huaban lady's plan, Ming Baozhu's eyes shone with admiration. "Wow, Mom, you're so clever." When the high priest arrived, Qi Xing had already dismantled the barrier in the bedroom to avoid arousing his suspicion. Thus, when Huaban lady and Ming Baozhu rushed to the door this time, they managed to burst through it easily. Surprised by how effortlessly the door yielded, Ming Baozhu hesitated for a moment, leaving her prepared script undelivered. However, the most bewildered and stunned person in this room wasn't Ming Baozhi, it was Bai Ming Qian, who had just woken up. #ref. Bai Ming Qian woke up to find himself sleeping next to Qi Xing. Qi Xing's rose-like cheeks rested against his chest, releasing a soft, sweet fragrance every time she moved. Male animals' glands often produce special odors that function as pheromones. For example, the pheromones of male musk deer smell so pleasant that they are hunted down for their scent glands, which are processed into musk. Most male animal sex pheromones, however, smell fishy and pungent to others, while some even give off foul odors. The wolf's gland isn't quite as pleasing to the nose as the musk deer's, but in Ming Qian's perception, Qi Xing was utterly different from any other wolves or animals in the world. To Ming Qian, Qi Xing smelled sweet and beautiful, unique among all beings. Of course, there was another smell that Ming Qian favored even more, the blend of Ming Qian's own scent with Qi Xing's. These two scents mixed like intertwined threads, softly entangled in a passionate embrace, where he existed within her and she within him. This mixture was what Ming Qian liked best. At this moment, Qi Xing was precisely in such a state. Her body was like an incense burner, the pheromones wafting gently from her cheeks, neck, and between her legs. This was her innate, voluntary scent. Another layer of Ming Qian's aroma clung to Qi Xing's skin like a second skin, with a velvety texture that felt soft yet rough. A mere brush against her cheek seemed weightless. Qi Xing's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she looked up at Ming Qian, fully understanding, this was the white feline. She smiled sweetly at Bai Ming Qian. Perhaps because they had just engaged in passionate intimacy, Qi Xing's brows and the corners of her eyes were tinged with a blush not seen on ordinary days, and the pheromone-laden scent emanating from her was much more intense than usual. Bai Ming Qian suddenly realized that something unspeakable must have occurred. His heart began thudding wildly like the tolling of a bell. Qi Xing lazily opened her sleepy eyes and smiled, "You're awake." Her simple greeting, "You're awake," was as light as a feather, teasingly stirring his heart. Despite having no memory of the events, Bai Ming Qian's skin still carried the lingering sensations of their previous intimate moments, coupled with her tender salutation which evoked a sense of postmarital bliss, creating a peculiar sweetness in Bai Ming Qian's heart. Still, confusion dominated his thoughts. Amidst the tangled feelings of bewilderment and sweetness, the bedroom door was rudely thrown open. The intruders were none other than Ming Qian's adoptive mother and adoptive sister. The two female tigers stormed in aggressively, less like visiting a relative's bedroom and more like catching a husband in infidelity. Bai Ming Qian didn't recognize who burst in but instinctively covered Qi Xing's body with the blanket. Qi Xing found it rather amusing. Only someone like Bai Ming Qian, who fully comprehended propriety, would care about this. Most animals didn't wear clothes, and even when transformed into human form, wearing garments was usually for aesthetics or politeness rather than due to an inner belief in shame. However, Bai Ming Qian was clearly too well educated, and subconsciously thought the wife's body should not be seen by others, not even by the mother. Hua Ban lady paid no heed to what Bai Ming Qian or Qi Xing thought, following her own script. Upon entering, she trembled her lips, overacting anger flamboyantly before pointing accusatorily with her lacy-gloved fingers at the pair on the bed. You, how dare you commit such vulgar and despicable acts? Qi Xing replied indifferently, what's so bad? Isn't it just mating? Animals mate when in heat, isn't that natural? Is this against the law? Upon hearing the word, mating, Bai Ming Qian's face revealed shock. Although he had previously guessed somewhat, actually hearing Qi Xing say it out loud startled him. Hua Ban lady hadn't expected Qi Xing to be so shameless, blithely talking about heat and mating, truly mortifying this highly civilized tiger mother. You. Hua Ban lady ground her teeth in anger, do you lack any decency? Do you have no proper upbringing? Qi Xing smirked, you're really sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Why are you concerned with other people's manners? Mind your own son's sensitive term. Hua Ban lady couldn't tolerate such coarse language, stunned and unable to respond. Instead, Ming Baozhu, having never heard this expression before, curiously asked, what is sensitive term? Hua Ban lady hurriedly scolded, why do you ask such things? Ming Baozhu pouted but didn't say anything. Infuriated, Hua Ban lady became somewhat muddled, losing a bit of her accusatory edge, sighed and said, put some clothes on. Then she added, I'll wait for you downstairs with Baozhu. After Hua Ban lady and Ming Baozhu left, only Qi Xing and Bai Ming Qian remained in the room. Furrowing his brow, Bai Ming Qian asked hesitantly, we really did. Qi Xing responded, with all these marks around the room, how could it be fake? Bai Ming Qian was astonished. The entire room was filled with signs of intimate activity, proving just how fervent they'd been. But confusion filled Bai Ming Qian's eyes. Seeing his doubt, Qi Xing pretended to be angry, do you think I tricked or deceived you? Did I lure you into it? Realizing Qi Xing's tone, Bai Ming Qian quickly softened his stance, that's not what I meant. I'm just confused. How did this happen suddenly? I remember nothing. Qi Xing winked mischievously, this happened quite unexpectedly, but I believe Hua Ban lady and Miss Baozhu already have a pretty good idea, which is why they called us down to talk. Bai Ming Qian was still dazed. Qi Xing hopped off the bed, her lithe figure gleaming snow-white under the sunlight streaming through the window, looking like a fish gliding through water. Her radiant glow momentarily captivated Bai Ming Qian, yet the constraints of propriety compelled him to quickly lower his eyes, daring not to look closely. As Qi Xing slipped on her clothes, she glanced back at Bai Ming Qian. She saw the tall and handsome Bai Ming Qian with a flushed face and lowered head like a misbehaving schoolboy. Smiling, she asked, what's wrong? Qi Xing hadn't actually thought that Bai Ming Qian would be uncomfortable seeing her body. After all, He Ming Qian's shamelessness had left a deep impression on Qi Xing. Qi Xing only assumed he was still confused. Anyway, let's go downstairs, Qi Xing said as she squatted down, placing both hands on Bai Ming Qian's knees. The madam and miss are waiting. With his head bowed, Bai Ming Qian didn't look into Qi Xing's face but instead noticed her hands stretching above his knees. Qi Xing's hands weren't the typical delicate ones associated with beauties in tradition. Traditionally, beauty meant soft jade-like hands or fine slender fingers that seemed boneless and white as snow. However, Qi Xing's hands were wolfish. Despite transforming into a beautiful human form, her fingers weren't delicate but strong and agile, with knuckles that hit power. Although claws weren't visible, these hands carried an underlying sharpness. And it was exactly these hands that Bai Ming Qian thought to be the most beautiful. A vague memory stirred faintly in Bai Ming Qian's mind, as if remembering those hands clinging to his shoulders and furiously scratching his back, leaving behind a deeply ingrained sensation. Turning to look at the mirror, Bai Ming Qian indeed found red finger marks scattered across his back, clearly caused by being scratched. As the bewilderment faded from Bai Ming Qian's eyes, he muttered, we really did. Seeing the red marks on Bai Ming Qian's back, Qi Xing felt quite surprised. Bai Ming Qian didn't realize the traces he'd left during his excitement. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he blurted out, you remember this now? Bai Ming Qian replied earnestly, of course. Other than you, I wouldn't allow anyone else to leave such marks on me. Qi Xing paused momentarily before understanding, the more advanced the beast, the stronger their natural self-healing abilities. A calamitous creature like Bai Ming Qian could regenerate its head within 5 minutes even if it fell off. Let alone just a few claw marks made unknowingly by Qi Xing. As for the traces of He Ming Qian's escapades on Qi Xing's body, they had already disappeared. Now, Qi Xing's body was perfectly smooth, thanks to her natural self-recovery. Under normal circumstances, any mark Qi Xing left on Ming Qian would have vanished within a minute. The fact that Ming Qian still bore the red marks meant one thing, Ming Qian deliberately chose to keep them by slowing his own self-healing process. Bai Ming Qian wasn't conscious of it, it was likely something He Ming Qian did during their passionate moment. Qi Xing's cheeks turned slightly warm, you do remember this? Bai Ming Qian said, I don't actually remember, but I understand why I did it. Qi Xing said nothing further, silently handing him his clothes. After dressing himself, Bai Ming Qian looked back at Qi Xing. His gaze became even more tender, like looking at his newlywed wife, filled with affection yet carrying a hint of novelty. When Qi Xing was exposed earlier, she wasn't that flustered, yet under by Ming Qian's soft glance while dressed properly, her face heated up so much that it might have been able to boil eggs, and she couldn't comprehend why. After tidying up, they both headed to the living room downstairs. Expecting only Huaban Lady and Ming Baozhu to be there, they were surprised to find Ziche and Mingda also present, with an awkward atmosphere surrounding them. Mingda stood up and said loudly, "It's my fault. My mistake, I forced Ziche." Ziche was embarrassed to the point where he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Huaban Lady scolded, "How can you say it's you who forced Ziche when it was you who took his virginity?" Mingda said, "My initiative was strong, I sat on top and moved myself." Once again, Huaban Lady was struck speechless by the absurdities of the jackal. At this moment, Qi Xing and Ming Qian arrived and overheard Mingda's statement, both too shocked to speak. "You're here," Huaban Lady massaged her temples, "sit down." Bai Ming Qian and Qi Xing sat down, eyeing Mingda and Ziche curiously. Not bothering to hide anything, Qi Xing directly asked, "What happened?" Mingda didn't conceal either, answering straightforwardly, "I suddenly went into heat and forcefully had my way with Ziche." Saying this, Mingda patted Ziche on the shoulder, "Sorry, buddy." Ziche tugged at the corners of his mouth and smiled, "Two ribs speared for a brother. It's not worth mentioning, especially when it's something else getting speared." "Great." Mingda's admiration shone through his eyes, "I haven't made a wrong choice recognizing you as my brother." Upon witnessing Mingda and Ziche's interaction, Ming Baozhu once again felt her tiger-centric worldview overturned. "Can you two still be brothers after that?" Before Mingda could respond, Huaban Lady interrupted first, "It was just an accident. How could it possibly affect their brotherly bond?" This attitude of Huaban Lady's rather amused Ziche. Only then did Ziche realize, it was Huaban Lady's disdain towards him. Huaban Lady absolutely did not wish for Ziche and Mingda to become partners. Thus, seeing that Mingda still regarded Ziche as a brother made her exceedingly pleased, and she certainly wouldn't allow Ming Baozhu to question it. Ziche thought, "I haven't even minded Mingda's stupidity, how come Huaban Lady looks down on me?" Huaban Lady, never expecting the issue with Mingda to be resolved so easily, turned her focus to Qi Xing. Her expression grew serious as she scolded, "Why did all of you go into heat at the same time? It's strange. We must see a doctor and check if there is any problem." Soon after, Huaban Lady invited the medical team. The doctor examined them and concluded that both Mingda and Ming Qian had been given a lust-inducing agent specifically for beast spirits. Mingda and Ming Qian were quite surprised. Ming Qian said again, "Could it be because of the drug that I lost my memory from last night?" The doctor was also puzzled but only replied, "It's possible." "Did you lose your memory from last night?" Mingda asked in astonishment. "But I didn't." Ming Qian asked, "You remember?" "I do, very clearly," Mingda said, "I even remember Ziche's sensitive word is indescribable." Ziche interrupted, "I guess no one wants to hear this." At that moment, a servant prompted by Huaban Lady rushed out, trembling as he said, "Lady, I personally saw Qi Xing drugging the tea." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Huaban Lady and Ming Baozhu's surprise was feigned, after all, they had just communicated with the servant. Ziche was startled that Huaban Lady could arrange everything so quickly and had already figured out a way to cover up for her daughter. As for Qi Xing, Ming Qian, and Mingda, their expressions carried more doubt mixed with surprise. Qi Xing soon understood, he guessed the drug in the tea might have been planted by Ming Baozhu. Huaban Lady allowed the servant to say this, firstly to protect Ming Baozhu, secondly to falsely accuse Qi Xing, achieving two goals in one stroke. What drug? For whom? Mingda directly voiced his internal questions, since he didn't think too much before acting. The servant stuttered. Then, Huaban Lady stated, "Do we even need to guess? Definitely some kind of lust-inducing drug, otherwise why would you all enter heat simultaneously? Did you coordinate it ahead of time?" Qi Xing chuckled, "May I ask who and when I drugged?" According to what Huaban Lady instructed him, the servant responded, "Last night, when you were talking to Master Mingda in the tea house, I saw you put something into the tea through the window." Frowning, Ming Qian clearly doubted the servant's words. His gaze turned cold and sharp like an arrow piercing toward the servant's face. Being just an ordinary human, how could the servant withstand the glare of the tiger spirit? She started shaking, seeking Huaban Lady's help anxiously. Huaban Lady turned to Ming Qian and said, "She merely recounted what she saw and heard, don't frighten her." Ming Qian pressed his lips together, a feeling of explosive anger welling up inside his chest. This emotion was unfamiliar, even confusing to himself. Yet, such rage-like feelings were tightly controlled by reason, as though someone whispered in his ear, "You're the most civilized. You're the most reasonable. You are rational. You can't harm others." This softened his hardened heart. He lowered his gaze slightly, "Yes, mother." Huaban Lady nodded contentedly, she knew Ming Qian would obey her. Qi Xing, however, retorted, "So, you mean I gave Ming the drugs then slept with Ming Qian afterwards?" Ming Baozhu immediately answered, "Since you drugged my elder brother, surely you drugged my second brother as well. You did this only because you feared mother opposing your joining us. You intended to force the consummation before marriage with second brother." Qi Xing laughed. What twisted logic. What am I afraid of? Even taking a step back 10,000 times, if I wanted to do something with Ming Qian, would I really need drugs? Of course, Ming Baozhu justified confidently, second brother opposes premarital sexual relations and certainly wouldn't engage in anything disgraceful with you. Qi Xing didn't respond instantly. He hadn't anticipated that Ming Baozhu knew about this. Indeed, Ming Qian opposed premarital sexual activities, so Qi Xing and him maintained abstinence. Still, Ming Baozhu's knowledge stemmed from Huaban lady's instruction. Rarely becoming eloquent, she added sarcastically, and why you plotted against elder brother? That's because you dislike his advances. So, you schemed for him to take Ziche instead. You're truly petty. Our tiger clan doesn't accommodate wolves like you who are skilled in schemes. Qi Xing let out a laugh with a puff. Firstly, I did not drug your second brother. Secondly, even if I did drug him, how does it lead to the conclusion that your elder brother was also drugged by me? What logic is this? Ming Baozhu huffed indignantly. If you don't believe, ask the doctor if both of them were drugged with the same substance. Since the doctor was employed by Huaban lady, he couldn't clearly state that one took medicine number 0 and the other took number 1, which are different, so he ambiguously said, the drugs have the same origin. With this statement, if questioned later, he could argue, I said they have the same source, not the same type. Upon hearing this, Mingda was greatly shocked. Why, if my second brother and I took the same drug, did we heat up in different areas? The doctor was stunned. Ming Baozhu, fearing Mingda might expose some flaw, spoke without thinking, perhaps because you were originally a number 0. Mingda was greatly shaken. #ref. Just as things were about to take a chaotic turn, the great priest and the tiger clan chief arrived simultaneously, interrupting their dispute. Huaban lady thought, just like when sleepy, someone sends you a pillow. I was just about to complain to the chief about him. Huaban lady asked the servant to prepare tea for the great priest and the tiger clan chief, while saying, even if you hadn't come, I would have looked for both of you anyway. The great priest had visited earlier and generally understood what disgraceful matter had occurred, so he didn't want to mention it, only saying, we came to deliver important news. Implying that her affairs weren't urgent, she should shut up. Huaban lady understood what the great priest meant, thus she smiled and asked, what is the matter? The tiger clan chief then explained the situation of a Han being killed with his eyes gouged out. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. They also understood why the great priest deemed this urgent, asking Huaban lady not to bring up her family's issue. Compared to the murder, taking the drug last night seemed trivial. Huaban lady also felt glad she hadn't previously cried tears over Qi Xing's behavior, as doing so would have made her look petty. The great priest did not mention that dark witch's attempt to awaken Ming Qian, only saying, our association received intelligence suggesting Ming Qian may also be one of the murderer's targets. Hearing this, everyone was more startled. Mingda loudly exclaimed, that would be a good thing. What kind of good thing? Huaban lady angrily retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Mingda explained, if the dark witch attacks Ming Qian, he'll definitely get slapped away by Ming Qian, thus solving our case. Isn't that great? Huaban lady found herself speechless. Qi Xing laughed instead, saying, you certainly have faith in Ming Qian. Mingda answered, of course, I believe in my second brother's abilities. A small-time dark witch is nothing to speak of. The great priest, face full of disagreement, said, a small-time dark witch? Do you know how powerful this witch truly is? If the witch was really capable, wouldn't you have caught them already? Mingda countered. This left the great priest speechless. Aside from the great priest and the tiger clan chief, only Qi Xing knew the dark witch had once kidnapped Ming Qian, hence wasn't very afraid. Ming Baozhu also chimed in, if this killer also wants to attack my second elder brother, they'll surely end up buying coffins without knowing where to deliver them. The tiger clan chief saw their arrogance and couldn't help but smile wryly, this dark witch is genuinely very skilled, or else they wouldn't have escaped from the Wizards Association's maximum security prison. We should still be cautious. Qi Xing suddenly interjected, are you certain the dark witch is the one who killed Ah Han? Both the tiger clan chief and the great priest were taken aback for half a second before replying, could it be anyone else? Qi Xing replied, I don't know either, but there isn't much evidence to point at them. Truthfully, Qi Xing instinctively felt this couldn't possibly be the work of the dark witch. The real dark witch was already gone. The current dark witch was He Tan, and he seriously doubted whether He Tan would arbitrarily go after a tiger demon and gouge its eyes out without any purpose. The tiger clan chief simply stated, all we can confirm right now is that Ah Han was killed by a dark sorcerer. But we're unsure whether it's indeed the dark witch. The great priest snorted, who else could it be? How many black witches can quietly kill a prime tiger demon? Qi Xing refrained from responding further and asked instead, why would the killer gouge out the victim's eyes? The great priest pondered, seemingly hesitant about whether to say something or not, but after a while, finally disclosed, there is an underground cult that specifically collects parts of bodies from major demons and wizards, apparently related to their rituals of sacrificing to an evil deity. Such events exist. Ming Baozhu was surprised, how come we never heard of it? Alas. We'd rather avoid causing panic, the tiger clan chief replied, so, don't underestimate this dark witch. Che frowned as well, saying, I indeed have also heard rumors. It said 3 years ago, the senior wizard from the Wizards Association was attacked by members of this cult, resulting in the loss of a leg. When Che mentioned this incident, Qi Xing's eyelids twitched. Speaking of which, the senior wizard's leg wasn't actually taken by the cult, Qi Xing was responsible for it. But fortunately, with the existence of this cult covering for him, the Wizards Association never suspected Qi Xing. The great priest glanced at Qi Xing and said, didn't you get attacked once as well? It's just that the senior wizard's leg wouldn't grow back, but yours did. Qi Xing, no, I cut my own leg. Back then, Qi Xing had staged the entire incident himself, framing the cult for the attack on the senior wizard. Qi Xing suddenly thought, if the cult finds out about this, will they come after me? Ming Qian was deeply shocked, you were once attacked. Qi Xing smiled faintly and reassured them, it's fine, it was a long time ago. And I recovered well and quickly. Ming De finally revealed his concern, even you, Qi Xing, who is so skilled at fighting, got your leg broken, so this dark witch must really not be someone to mess with. Qi Xing then addressed the Tiger Clan chief and the great priest, since these are the people who kidnapped me back then, I might recognize them. Can I see the crime scene and Han's body? The Tiger Clan chief didn't expect Qi Xing to make such a request and pursed her lips, this is clan business. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm afraid Han's family might not agree. Qi Xing understood, because she wasn't a member of the Tiger Clan, she was being excluded. Ming Qian then said, I'll go too, alright. The Tiger Clan chief seemed unwilling to refuse Ming Qian, hesitating and glancing at the great priest. Seeing their wavering attitude, Qi Xing pressed further, my sense of smell is excellent, I remember the scent of those people from the cult back then. Maybe I can identify them. The great priest pondered for a moment and agreed, alright. In fact, Qi Xing had never met anyone from the cult, he was just bluffing. But to achieve his goal, he lied without hesitation. Who could blame him for looking like a dog but acting like a wolf? Huaban lady appeared to have something to say to the great priest and thus asked the great priest to wait. Therefore, the Tiger Clan chief said, then I'll take Qi Xing and Ming Qian to check out the scene. The great priest nodded, I'll follow shortly. Thus, the Tiger Clan chief took Ming Qian and Qi Xing to where Han had been killed. Han had died in his building, where he lived with his mother and younger brother. The great priest and the Tiger Clan chief suspected that Han had been killed by sorcery in his sleep, because before bed, Han had greeted his mother Luo and younger brother Bin before returning to his bedroom. That night, Han, Luo, and Bin each slept in their respective rooms. Neither Luo nor Bin heard any sound, they both slept until morning. When dawn came, Luo woke up first. As she passed by Han's room, she smelled blood, so she knocked on the door and inquired, but there was no response. She broke the door down and found that Han was already dead. She was shocked and grieving, crying loudly and waking her younger son Bin. After hearing the noise, Bin rushed to the scene, saw what happened, and contacted the Tiger Clan chief and the medical team. Upon arriving at their building with Ming Qian and Qi Xing, the Tiger Clan chief saw the sorrowful faces of Bin and Luo. Ming Qian was a big star in the clan, and Bin and Luo were quite courteous when they saw him, even saying, thank you for coming. Then Luo's gaze turned toward the unfamiliar face of Qi Xing, and who is this? Bin replied with a light-hearted tone, Mom, you're asking. Isn't it all over the mountain? If you meet a dog covered in cat smell, it's Ming Qian's lover. Bin's flippant tone made Ming Qian uncomfortable. Ming Qian corrected him seriously, this is my soon-to-be spouse, Qi Xing. Both Bin and Luo were shocked. Not only Bin and Luo, but even Qi Xing was shocked, The Tiger Clan chief also felt very surprised, why didn't you mention this to me? Ming Qian's expression remained calm, as if proposing marriage was no big deal, and he simply said, now isn't the time to talk about this, let's check out Han's place first. Luo and Bin led Ming Qian and Qi Xing to see Han's bedroom. Han's body was still there untouched. Using her demon power, Luo had preserved Han's body from decaying, keeping it intact except for the 2 hollows in his eye sockets. Luo herself placed a silk eye patch on her deceased son, covering the only injury on his body. Sobbing, she said, like this, he looks as if he's still alive, just sleeping. Beside her, Bin muttered, does he look alive to you? Dead is dead, how can it be compared to sleeping? Hearing Bin's words, Luo retorted angrily, I don't ask you to be an affectionate brother, but now that your brother is dead, you show no sadness and even say things like this. Do you have a conscience? Bin scoffed and said, our beasts don't have something like a conscience. Only weak humans possess that sort of thing. The Tiger Clan chief, Ming Qian, and Qi Xing exchanged glances but didn't say much more. Qi Xing probed the lingering witch power on the scene. He indeed detected residues of dark force but was 100% sure this wasn't done by the great witch of the Black Ebony tribe. From the remaining aura, the murderer's witch power probably wasn't even fit to carry Black Ebony Great Witch's shoes. This thought actually reassured Qi Xing quite a bit. Just as Ming De had said, if the killer intended to attack either him or Ming Qian, it would only hasten the solving of the case. After observing for a while, Qi Xing and Ming Qian returned together to the Ming family building. On the way, green leaves shaded them densely, with butterflies occasionally flitting by. The air flowed fresh, carrying the clean scent of the mountain forest. Qi Xing asked Ming Qian, "Why did you tell them just now that we are getting married soon? Isn't that true?" Ming Qian asked Qi Xing back. "Didn't last night's matter?" Qi Xing paused. "Last night?" His eyes flickered. "Do you mean because of last night's matter, you considered wanting to marry me?" "No," Ming Qian replied candidly. "You were already the person I decided to marry. But because of what happened yesterday, I thought we should expedite the process." Qi Xing seemed to think of something and gave a sarcastic smile. "Is it because you disapprove of premarital sex?" Ming Qian hesitated for a moment, looking somewhat frustrated. "That is true. I hadn't expected this kind of situation to happen. I hope you won't feel wronged or embarrassed." "Why would I feel wronged or embarrassed?" Qi Xing laughed. "I don't think that at all." Saying this, Qi Xing attempted to hold Ming Qian's arm, but Ming Qian swatted it away with one palm, with such force that Qi Xing's hand went numb. Qi Xing couldn't help but recall Ming Da's words, "Anyone who touches Ming Qian gets slapped far away." Ming Qian himself hadn't realized that he'd reacted conditionally and attacked whoever touched him, which would be fine if it was someone else, except that this time, it was Qi Xing. Every time Qi Xing initiated contact with Ming Qian, he got shoved off, not nearly as dramatically as being slapped flying but still very unpleasant, especially given that a slap sound that echoed every time Ming Qian rejected his partner. A look of regret crossed Ming Qian's face. "Sorry. It's all right." Qi Xing had gotten used to it. Roughhousing was common between beasts, so he didn't take it personally. Moreover, Qi Xing had personally seen how even Ming Baoshu, Ming Qian's childhood companion, when trying to touch Ming Qian, would be instantly sent flying. By comparison, Ming Qian's rejection of Qi Xing was very minor. "Would you say, this is PTSD?" Qi Xing furrowed his brows, asking, "Because of your previous abduction experience, leading to this defensive mechanism?" "Yes," Ming Qian answered. Qi Xing inquired further, "Is this your own conclusion, or did someone else tell you this?" Ming Qian reflected for a moment, replying, "The Tiger Clan chief informed me, though I myself also believe it's this way. Otherwise, there's no reasonable explanation." Qi Xing lowered his head, unsure of what thoughts passed through his mind. Ming Qian assumed he was upset, so he reached out and grabbed Qi Xing's hand, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry. It seems it can only be me taking initiative in our relationship." Qi Xing couldn't touch Ming Qian, but Ming Qian could touch Qi Xing. Qi Xing laughed at his statement, "Well, it's not like there's anything wrong with that." As he spoke, Qi Xing tried gripping Ming Qian's hand harder, and this time, he wasn't pushed away. Ming Qian looked warmly at Qi Xing and said, "Once we get home, I'll inform my mother that I intend to become engaged to you." #ref. Ming Qian handled matters methodically. He remembered they started with arranging meetings, followed by dating, meeting parents, then the next step would naturally be engagement, then marriage, and finally, marital intimacy. Even though the intimate encounter happened prematurely due to unforeseen circumstances, this was merely a small detour in Ming Qian's mind, and shouldn't affect the overall framework. The next step remained engagement, rather than rushing into marriage. Qi Xing questioned, "According to your original plan, how long would dating need to last before engagement?" Ming Qian replied, "At least a year or two." Qi Xing froze momentarily, then asked again, "Then how long after the engagement until marriage?" Ming Qian explained, "An engagement should be widely announced, and preparations for the wedding ceremony, clan records, honeymoon house, and all post-marriage affairs must be taken care of. It'll take about a year or two at minimum to make proper arrangements, otherwise, it might be too unfair to you." Qi Xing thought inwardly, "Unfair? I'll tell you what's truly unfair. Not allowing me any intimate activity for over a year and then another year after that is an absolute travesty." He chuckled and said, "I don't particularly care about these formalities." Ming Qian nodded, "I know you don't care." Qi Xing considered for a moment, asking, "So do you care?" Ming Qian appeared confused, "I don't know." Qi Xing couldn't help but ask, "You always follow the rules meticulously, even more so than humans. This has puzzled me for a long time. Why do you follow the rules so strictly? Is it because you truly agree with these obligations from the heart?" Ming Qian's eyes clouded over with a mist, I just think. He paused for thought, "It ought to be this way." Qi Xing stared into Ming Qian's eyes for a while before averting his gaze. It seemed as if he were estimating something. After a period of silence, he asked, "Is it because there's a voice inside you that tells you this?" Ming Qian was taken aback, "How did you know?" Qi Xing laughed and tried to make it sound casual, "Isn't it always like that? Often, when we can't comprehend something, subconsciously, we feel like there's a voice in our hearts guiding us. That's an experience everyone has." "Yes," Ming Qian nodded, "it's like that." Indeed, many people, when pondering matters, often felt as if there was a voice speaking inside them, which represented their inner voice. But Ming Qian's situation was obviously different from ordinary people. The voice in his heart wasn't his own inner voice. Instead, it was a distant sound, like wind blowing from the clouds. The sound lost its authenticity over thousands of miles, becoming indistinct in quality. Yet every word was etched clearly into his heart as if inscribed by a knife. Follow propriety. Refrain from killing. Show benevolence. Be virtuous. Honesty. Filial piety. Since Ming Qian became aware of himself, this had always been the case. He considered it a common thing, one that didn't deserve questioning. Qi Xing questioned Ming Qian, you mentioned once that you were unruly in your childhood. But I don't remember any of it, Ming Qian said. It was all told to me by others. Ah, Qi Xing nodded, because you were too wild back then, Mrs. Huaban sent you to a place for corrective education. What was that place? Do you remember it? Ming Qian shook his head, I don't remember either. It was probably some sort of beast behavior correction center. Tracing which organization was extremely difficult, because this type of correction center had been abolished years ago due to being inhumane. These correction centers would use methods such as electric shocks or whippings to make beasts become gentle and obedient. Such practices were very popular among certain parents in the past. But after numerous malicious incidents were exposed, the general public universally opposed the existence of such institutions. Not only supernatural beings, but even normal human beings were appalled, criticizing this kind of institution as a living hell on earth. In recent years, this type of institution was almost extinct. If any still existed, they operated illegally. Ming Qian losing his childhood memories was something the entire Ming family knew. Both Ming De and Ming Baoshu believed it was because the correction center had been excessively brutal, making Ming Qian suffer immensely, leading to his memory loss. On this point, both Ming De and Ming Baoshu thought Mrs. Huaban had gone too far. Ming De even said, at that time, I was young and didn't understand anything. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have let my mother do such an absurd thing. Zi Che teased, how could you stop your mother? Ming De said, that's easy, I would chase the car. I'd bite the tires with my sharp teeth and burst them. Let's see how they send away my second brother. Zi Che remarked, your intelligence hasn't improved much now either. After Ming Qian returned, having lost his memory, and since the correction center repeatedly had scandals exposed, Ming De and Ming Baoshu both criticized Mrs. Huaban. As a result, she pretended to shed a few tears, pulling Ming Qian's hand and saying, child, it is I who wronged you. I never imagined that the correction center would be like that. They all said they wouldn't harm the children. Wah wah wah. Ming De and Ming Baoshu believed Mrs. Huaban's tears. Ming Qian, however, didn't particularly care about whether he believed her or not. He simply replied, you don't need to apologize to me. In Ming Qian's view, since he had no recollection of what happened, he had no resentment or pain whatsoever, thus no talk of forgiveness or apology was necessary. Qi Xing originally assumed that Ming Qian had been severely harmed by the correction center, which made him this rigid. Now upon further thought, it seemed less likely. There was an eerie aura to Ming Qian's character. Although he appeared gentle, he emitted no warmth, although he appeared courteous, he lacked understanding of etiquette. It was as though a program had been installed within him, causing him to run a series of codes mechanically embedded in his mind without emotion. The Huaban lady sent you for correction, and you weren't angry. The Huaban lady didn't let you join the military, and you weren't angry. Zi Che deliberately provoked you, and you weren't angry. Ming Baoshu acted out, and you weren't angry. The Dark Witch kidnapped you, and you weren't angry. Qi Xing asked, do you ever get angry? Ming Qian hesitated for a moment and said, it seems not. Qi Xing became increasingly uneasy. If a person never got angry, that was understandable, it could mean they were someone who exercised great self-restraint. But if someone not only never got angry but also never experienced even a spark of anger from deep within, then that was quite eerie. Seemingly. Qi Xing asked, is there anger, or is there not? Ming Qian thought for a long while and said, I'm not sure, there have been a few times. I faintly felt some irritation, but then it was quickly suppressed by the voice inside me. Qi Xing's eyes lit up as he asked, what happened? Do you remember? I do remember, it was just recently. Ming Qian lowered his gaze, clearly still unsettled by the matter. Seeing Ming Qian's expression, Qi Xing knew these events had truly upset him and asked again, what happened? Ming Qian answered, they were all related to you. Qi Xing froze momentarily in astonishment. Ming Qian didn't hold back. Since Qi Xing had asked, he openly confessed. When Ming De proposed the idea of sharing a wife, Ming Qian had immediately felt unpleasant. And when Mrs. Huaban scolded Qi Xing, Ming Qian had, against what would be considered filial duty, felt irritated. Upon hearing this, Qi Xing pondered deeply and fell silent. Quietly, he returned with Ming Qian to the Ming family residence. Seeing Qi Xing and Ming Qian holding hands, Mrs. Huaban found it unbearably irritating. She smiled faintly, you're back. Sit down. Both Ming Qian and Qi Xing sat down without exchanging pleasantries. Ming Qian spoke straightforwardly, I plan to become engaged to Qi Xing. Hearing this, Mrs. Huaban was so shocked she nearly fell off her chair. Why so suddenly? Because of what happened last night. Ming Qian paused, then added, I believe we should advance the wedding plans accordingly. Mrs. Huaban managed a strained smile. It's not that I disapprove, but this decision came too suddenly. Besides, after the dangerous event at Mount Hushan and the upcoming mountain worshipping day, one funeral following another, mentioning a joyous occasion right now seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Ming Qian was temporarily speechless. However, Qi Xing chuckled, isn't this a perfect opportunity for a joyous counterbalance? With so many sorrowful things happening, we need something happy to counteract them. Otherwise, life will seem bleak forever. Mrs. Huaban thought privately, this scheming fox dog is really something, challenging me before even crossing the threshold. If he were allowed to marry Ming Qian, would there be any good days left for me? The more she thought about it, the more reluctant she was to agree to Qi Xing and Ming Qian's marriage. However, unwilling to directly reject them outright, she said, there's a valid point to what you say, but things must be handled one at a time. Let's wait until the ancestral worship ceremonies are over before proceeding with what you suggest. How does that sound? Qi Xing noticed that Mrs. Huaban refused to use words like marriage or engagement, opting instead for vague phrases like what you suggest. This made it clear how much she opposed their union. But Qi Xing didn't care, simply smiling and saying, that makes sense. Ming Qian, what do you think? If you think it's fine, then it's fine, Ming Qian readily agreed. Qi Xing offered a warm smile. Seeing how utterly obedient Ming Qian was to Qi Xing, Mrs. Huaban inwardly fumed but refrained from showing it on her face. After concluding their conversation with Mrs. Huaban, Ming Qian returned with Qi Xing to their bedroom. Instinctively, Qi Xing sat on the bed and took out his phone to play a game. At that moment, Ming Qian suddenly asked, by the way, where is your room? Qi Xing froze, we share the same room. Ming Qian hesitated as well before saying, we aren't married yet. How can we stay in the same room? Qi Xing hadn't expected Ming Qian to hold such traditional thoughts and felt irked inwardly but said aloud, but we've already. Sensitive content. That was an accident, Ming Qian maintained gravely. I cannot disrespect you based on that reason alone. Qi Xing muttered to himself, hell, refusing to, sensitive content, me is the biggest form of disrespect. To further demonstrate his respect for Qi Xing, Ming Qian continued, I don't think I should treat you lightly just because of what happened between us. In my view, we should wait until after the marriage before cohabiting. Qi Xing was left dumbfounded, unsure whether to laugh or be touched. Without delay, Ming Qian prepared guest quarters for Qi Xing. As Qi Xing lay in the guest room, he replayed the information he'd gathered today about Ming Qian in his mind. He quickly identified a key point, Ming Qian's emotions seemed to be suppressed by something, was it psychological enchantment? Or a stronger spell than that? Perhaps some beast-induced hypnotism. This required further observation. Qi Xing suddenly sat up, recalling Ming Qian's earlier statement that matters involving him triggered emotional fluctuations in Ming Qian. What if? Qi Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully, I give him a bit of stimulation to try it out. Stimulation should start small. It's not like you pursue extreme stimulation right from the get-go. Meanwhile, the people sent by Mrs. Huaban to investigate Qi Xing had uncovered something potentially stimulating. She knocked on Ming Qian's door with the information she had. Ming Qian opened the door and welcomed Mrs. Huaban in. Mrs. Huaban smiled and said, good child, you just mentioned something to me about Qi Xing, but I didn't approve it, and actually, there is a reason. It's just that I couldn't say it clearly when Qi Xing was around. Upon hearing this, Ming Qian's brow slightly furrowed, what's the matter? Mrs. Huaban sat down and said, last night's events, don't you find anything strange about them? After hearing Mrs. Huaban say this, Ming Qian, for some rare reason, began to feel displeasure toward his adoptive mother. Qi Xing had already warned him today, and Ming Qian started to consciously notice. He rarely ever got angry, but after hearing people talk ill of Qi Xing, he would inexplicably become annoyed. But it wasn't outright anger, more like a few wisps of smoke quickly suppressed by an unknown force. Ming Qian only asked, what's strange about it? Mrs. Huaban detected Ming Qian's unhappiness in his words, and became even more wary of Qi Xing. Ming Qian was always obedient, yet now he seemed to clash with her because of this fox spirit. Mrs. Huaban cleared her throat twice, then said, have you felt an abundance of spiritual energy lately? What? Ming Qian was confused. Mrs. Huaban knew Ming Qian was slow on the uptake, so she came straight to the point. Logically speaking, gaining the yang essence of a great demon should indeed be highly nourishing. Do you feel as if you've absorbed that essence? Ming Qian hesitated. Since he lacked experience, he hadn't thought of this aspect. In reality, last night's act was performed by Black Ming Qian, and years ago, it was also Black Ming Qian who had taken Qi Xing's yang essence. White Ming Qian naturally wouldn't have any feeling of absorbing yang energy. And the reason Mrs. Huaban brought this up was to remind White Ming Qian of something else. I heard that Qi Xing had a live-in boyfriend 5 years ago, who was apparently a cat spirit. After hearing these words, the restless sensation in Ming Qian's heart grew even stronger. But logically, he understood that he shouldn't feel this way. The fact that Qi Xing had a previous live-in boyfriend shouldn't affect their current relationship. After all, it was Ming Qian himself who planned to spend his entire life with Qi Xing. So Ming Qian said, why did mother need to pry into Qi Xing's private affairs? Mrs. Huaban knew Ming Qian would say this, so she explained, it's not that I want to snoop. It's the clan who heard that you found a partner and decided to conduct a background check. It's an old tradition, and I can't stop them. Ming Qian couldn't argue further, so he simply said, even if Qi Xing has dated before, that doesn't mean anything. But Mrs. Huaban continued, I heard from Qi Xing's neighbors that he still holds deep memories of his ex-boyfriend, keeping things like scratching posts and cat collars at home. Over the past few years, he hasn't dated anyone new. When asked by his neighbors, he says he'll wait forever for his ex-boyfriend to return. Is that so? Ming Qian's voice turned hoarse, and then he shook his head, since he chose to be with me, there is no possibility of him having anything further to do with that cat. When Ming Qian thought about how Qi Xing might have had a deeply moving romance years ago, a surge of violent emotions rose within him but were immediately tamped down by reason. Thus, he still appeared composed and calm on the surface. Mrs. Huaban sighed, let me tell you one more thing, please don't get angry. I'm listening, Ming Qian said indifferently, I never get angry. Mrs. Huaban took out a photograph. It was a picture taken secretly by a neighbor's child 5 years ago of Black Ming Qian. The photo was quite blurry, showing only the outline of Black Ming Qian's side profile. Due to its lack of clarity and the vastly different demeanor, appearance, and attire of Black Ming Qian compared to White Ming Qian, no one could associate them as being the same person. Mrs. Huaban said, this is his ex-boyfriend, and isn't he extremely similar to you? Ming Qian's grip tightened unconsciously, crushing the water glass he held, causing a sharp sound as water splashed everywhere and shards of porcelain scattered across the floor. Mrs. Huaban was startled, you. Ming Qian looked baffled too, how did this cup suddenly break? Mrs. Huaban swallowed, perhaps, it was a quality issue. #ref. Qi Xing hadn't anticipated this at all. It turns out, Mrs. Huaban had unintentionally provided assistance, leaving him pondering ways to stir up Ming Qian's emotions. Since matters related to me seemed to easily irritate Ming Qian. Qi Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully, maybe I should try this. Qi Xing hopped off the bed. Seeing the sky beginning to darken outside, he jumped out through the window without informing any of the tigers. With his innate talent for stealth as a hidden wolf, none of the tigers noticed his departure. And thus, he quietly sprinted to Han's building. Not long ago, Qi Xing had come here with Ming Qian and the tiger chief to check on Han's condition. Now, not much time later, he returned alone, which left both Luo and Bin thoroughly perplexed. But since Qi Xing was known as the soon-to-be spouse of Ming Qian, they politely greeted him regardless. Luo served him a cup of tea and invited him to sit down, asking, may I ask what brings you here? Qi Xing said, there is something I came back specially to confirm. What is it? Luo asked. Bin, who was sitting beside, also cast a curious look at Qi Xing. Just now we inspected the scene. After we returned, the chief and the wizards discussed it, and they thought this might not necessarily be the work of that fugitive, or even less likely, that it wasn't done by an outsider, Qi Xing said indifferently, with a stable tone, as if he were telling no lie. But what he was saying was precisely false, there had been no discussion on the case, this was all Qi Xing's individual judgment. This judgment, now supposedly endorsed by the chief and the wizards, became extremely plausible. Qi Xing always feigned innocence, temporarily fooling both Luo and Bin. Bin was very surprised, not an outsider. Wasn't it said that there were traces of a black witch in his room? Qi Xing shook his head and said, there are residual traces of dark witchcraft in his room, but there's no scent of humans. Didn't you notice? Is that so? Both Bin and Luo showed a flicker of astonishment on their faces. Whether it was Qi Xing, such a wolf dog, or Bin and Luo of the tiger clan, their sense of smell was top-notch. They didn't need any forensic professional equipment to confirm that there was no unfamiliar scent in this room. Even throughout the entire building, there was no unfamiliar scent. Tigers are creatures of smell. If there were unfamiliar scents in their territory, they wouldn't need to think, they would instinctively become alert. You weren't disturbed during your sleep either, Qi Xing said. How did the murderer manage to do it without alarming two mighty beasts, and leaving no trace whatsoever? Not only did he leave no olfactory trace, but neither signs of struggle nor violent break-in. Could it be because the other party is a skilled witch? Luo's eyes filled with concern. If it's a highly capable witch, then they could enter the bedroom using a teleportation array, leaving no traces of violent home invasion. Because of their great skill in witchcraft, Han was killed without any ability to resist. What about the olfactory trace? Qi Xing asked. I'm not sure, Luo said, but I guess witchcraft could erase scent traces too, right? Of course it can, Qi Xing said, but ordinary humans generally wouldn't even think about covering that aspect. They know how to clear footprints, fingerprints, but rarely consider scent. He's just meticulous, isn't he? Bin suggested. But if the wizard is highly skilled and meticulously detailed, why would they still leave traces of magic power? Qi Xing questioned. Both Bin and Luo were stunned into silence, unable to respond. Bin scratched his head, what do you mean? Qi Xing said, my point is, the murderer is more likely to come from inside. For example, you, or perhaps your mother. Bin jumped up in anger, you're talking nonsense. Luo's face turned pale, defending, are you joking? How could it be us? Ah Han is our own kind. Qi Xing replied, beasts don't necessarily value kinship, do they? Like Abin, who seems to care little for Ah Han. Abin raised his foot and sneered, I don't care about him, sure, and his death doesn't move me. But that doesn't mean I'd kill him. That's true. Qi Xing nodded. Aluo continued, anyway, it's a fact that the boy was killed by black magic. We're beasts, how could we learn black witchcraft? Who says beasts can't learn it? Qi Xing asked, the law forbids beasts from learning witchcraft, but if beasts secretly study forbidden techniques, as long as it's undetected, no one will stop them. Abin and Aluo both looked shocked, as if they heard some outrageous tale. Abin chuckled, you're good at making things up. And about beasts studying black witchcraft. Everyone knows only your hidden wolves can learn black witchcraft, so, I might as well say the culprit is you. Qi Xing smiled and said, hidden wolves can learn black witchcraft, but other powerful beasts can use tools of black witchcraft too. By simply using these tools, beasts themselves don't need to master black witchcraft, yet the same effect can be achieved. When people arrive at the crime scene and find traces of black witchcraft, they assume it's the doing of witches, naturally never suspecting beasts. Abin and Aluo were speechless. Qi Xing continued, so when everyone arrived at the crime scene and discovered the traces of black witchcraft, they naturally assumed it was the witch's handiwork and would not suspect beasts. Aluo was incredulous, no way. All these, are your speculations, aren't they? Not at all, Qi Xing appeared like an innocent puppy, it's what the great priest said. The tiger chief agreed too. Then they said because I'm a hidden wolf, I'm sensitive to traces of black witchcraft, so they sent me to check if there's anything suspicious in your place. If Qi Xing's own speculations weren't entirely credible yet, when Qi Xing cited the great priest and the tiger chief, both Abin and Aluo appeared shocked. Their eyes first showed disbelief, followed by suspicion as they eyed each other. This mother and son pair suddenly felt unfamiliar with one another. Qi Xing, reveling in the chaos without restraint, propped up his foot and said, I don't want to search your place rashly, so I'm explaining the situation first, just so you don't get upset. If there's no problem, then I'll start searching. Having said that, Qi Xing pulled out a short stick from his hand, this is the artifact detector. Once I activate it, any nearby dark artifacts will respond. Aluo and Abin looked skeptically at the plain-looking short stick, doubting heavily, is this real or fake? It looks completely ordinary. However, the next moment stunned them. As Qi Xing turned the bone-like object in his hand, deep, dark magical power instantly radiated from the short stick, swirling like an electric fan blowing sinister winds. This truly was, a very potent instrument of dark magic. The murderer inwardly gasped. To be honest, Qi Xing's demonic bone had no function to attract magical artifacts, he was just bluffing, deceiving everyone. But Qi Xing's speculations earlier were quite plausible, making the murderer nervous, and upon seeing such a concentrated magical artifact now, the murderer couldn't help but believe him. The murderer pondered internally, no way. I can't let Qi Xing find the magical artifact. The murderer resolved firmly and activated the magical formation inside the building. In an instant, the entire building plunged into darkness. Qi Xing also abruptly found himself surrounded by complete blackness, where there wasn't even a trace of light in sight. The surroundings were silent, devoid of any sound or biological presence. Whether it was Aluo or Abin, both had vanished without a trace. But Qi Xing remained unfazed, this was precisely the outcome he intended. If he truly wanted to investigate the case, he could take his time and conduct secret inquiries. However, he chose to boast boldly in front of the suspects, deliberately alarming the murderer, intending to make them unable to control themselves and act against him. Qi Xing mused while stroking his chin, if I find myself in trouble, Ming Jian should surely get angry, right? This was the method Qi Xing thought of to provoke Ming Jian. Since Ming Jian cared for him, if Qi Xing fell into peril, it would definitely irritate Ming Jian. It's worth noting, this magical formation couldn't trap Qi Xing. After studying it briefly, he could already find its flaws. Yet, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a distressed text message to Ming Jian. In the pitch-black surroundings, the lurking murderer scoffed coldly, humph, childish. In my magical formation, there won't be any signal at all. The distress text will never be sent. Yet, merely minutes later, Ming Jian arrived along with the great priest after receiving the text. Murderer. The great priest and Ming Jian reached the building only to see the house enveloped by a thick layer of black mist, obfuscating the house's outline, indicating that some sort of dark magic formation had been activated. The great priest picked up his staff, muttering incantations as he waved his staff, drawing streams of silver light across the air. Within a brief moment, the black vapor surrounding the room dissipated greatly. A shadowy figure in a black robe became vaguely visible through the thinning mist, it was the murderer. Beside the murderer stood Qi Xing, who looked rather weak. Qi Xing obediently allowed himself to be held hostage, being close enough to sense every bit of information about the murderer, a beast with no magical powers but abundant demon energy, likely intelligent and trained by experts to operate magical instruments, successfully disguising itself as a dark witch. The murderer concealed their face and form under the cloak, flipping their hand to grasp Qi Xing's neck tightly, don't come closer. Or I'll kill him. The voice was sharp, probably altered. Upon hearing the murderer's words, Ming Jian's expression changed drastically, a torrent of emotion nearly bursting forth. You dare. Ming Jian, who was usually composed, now displayed fierce eyes, adopting a threatening demeanor, which was especially terrifying. Seeing how unusual Ming Jian was acting, the murderer faltered slightly but quickly steadied themselves. I don't wish to kill him. Let me go, and I'll let him go. Hearing that the murderer did not intend to kill Qi Xing, Ming Jian's rage subsided, once again restrained by rational thinking, his gaze softening again as if reverting to the gentle giant cat he usually was. Qi Xing saw that this wouldn't do and immediately recklessly jumped around. Never. Even if I die, I won't allow a ruthless killer like you to escape justice. The murderer thought internally, what a weirdo. The murderer tightened their grip on Qi Xing's throat. Shut up. Seeing the murderer choking Qi Xing, Ming Jian's temper flared up again, instantly transforming into his silver tiger form and rushing into the black fog. No. The great priest tried to stop him, shouting, the black mist is poisonous. But Ming Jian moved swiftly like lightning, disappearing into the mist in the blink of an eye. The murderer chuckled to himself, perfect. Once you enter my magic formation, you'll be nothing more than fish on my chopping block. He covertly activated the magical formation, and a swirl of black mist spiraled upwards like twisted ropes from the ground, slithering toward the silver tiger like a snake. The silver tiger swiftly dodged, avoiding being touched by the black vapor. Unperturbed, the murderer sent another surge of black mist, but the silver tiger moved with lightning speed. No matter how dense the attacks were, not a single hair was touched. However, within this thick fog, every inch was saturated with tiny droplets of black vapor. Initially unnoticed when entering the array, as time passed, the silver tiger's sleek fur began to naturally absorb these drops. Black water droplets slid one after another down the tiger's glossy coat. Seeing that the silver tiger had been mostly drenched with the mist water, the murderer smirked wickedly. Here comes the finishing move. With a flick of his fingers, the mist water clinging to the silver tiger seeped into its body. The silver tiger stiffened momentarily, almost collapsing but managing to stay upright, yet changes were occurring. Its tail started to turn pitch black due to the mist's influence. What was once a silver tail was gradually transforming into a black one. Overwhelmed with laughter, the murderer exclaimed, ha 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 ha. Who would have thought I'd accidentally corrupt such a mighty heavenly tiger demon? Qi Xing observed the silver tiger's transformation and muttered, we're in trouble. The murderer gloated, I said it before, I don't really want your life. Looking at the murderer, Qi Xing replied calmly, no, you're in trouble. His face softened with compassion, and neither did I originally intend for Ming Jian to take your life. Qi Xing had only wanted to provoke by Ming Jian, who generally conducted himself with measured restraint. But unexpectedly, Ming Jian was awakened instead. That wasn't going to end well. Silent and thoughtful, Qi Xing said to the murderer, since we've all gathered here at Tiger God Mountain, mainly to honor the departed tigers of old, your addition might just fit right in with the occasion. #ref. Ming Jian regained consciousness. His memory was still stuck in the previous moment, he had been intimately entangled with Qi Xing. Now, however, the scene around him had drastically changed. A stranger in a dark robe held Qi Xing hostage, and ominous mists permeated the surroundings. Droplets imbued with dark witchcraft clung to his fur, leaving it wet and sticky, an uncomfortable feeling. Instinctively, he shook his body, sending arcs of water droplets flying like rain. The murderer was startled to see Ming Jian appear. But even more alarmed was the great priest. Sweating nervously, the great priest thought, I didn't expect this. After all my precautions, I completely missed. In his mind, the dark-robed wizard was undoubtedly the Dark Witch. The Dark Witch had escaped prison, killed Ah Han, then abducted Qi Xing to lure Ming Jian into a trap, finally succeeding in awakening Ming Jian. Everything adds up. However, subduing Ming Jian was now the most urgent priority, thought the great priest. Immediately, he reached for his phone, ready to summon elite witches for backup. Quick-witted Qi Xing spotted the great priest's movements and acted without hesitation. In a flash, darting away from the black-robed murderer like a slippery fish, he turned back into his wolf-dog form and tackled the great priest to the ground. The murderer was shocked. If Qi Xing could escape so effortlessly and break through the black mist's barrier within a second. Doesn't that mean my spells are utterly ineffective against him? Then why had Qi Xing let himself be captured earlier? The great priest, older and with fragile skin, wasn't prepared for the sudden attack. He nearly broke his old bones. Now confused and disoriented, Ming Jian followed Qi Xing's lead instinctively. Seeing Qi Xing attack the great priest, Ming Jian also pounced. Despite his advanced age, the great priest was a seasoned wizard and managed to put up some resistance. Just as he raised his staff, a big black cat leaped forward and struck 2 punches, causing him to lose focus, his entire spiritual power dispersing. Don't kill him, Qi Xing said. With that, Ming Jian ceased his attack. Qi Xing extended his index finger and tapped the great priest's forehead. Normally, his witchcraft wouldn't be strong enough to invade the great priest's spirit directly. But thanks to Ming Jian stunning him earlier, Qi Xing seized the opportunity, injecting a dose of witchcraft that rendered the great priest unconscious. Seeing this, the black-robed murderer knew he couldn't linger, attempting to flee. But Qi Xing's voice rang out behind him, "This beast claimed to choke me to death moments ago." Before the murderer could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp pain shot through his body. Staring in disbelief at his own heart being ripped out by the big black cat, he watched blood gush out from the hollow void in his chest. How could this be possible? The murderer couldn't believe that such a swift motion existed, a single instant, and his heart was torn out by a cat. In that very breath, his life came to an abrupt end. If he were really a human, wouldn't he be dead by now? Fortunately, he was a beast, and when his body was wounded, his demon powers would automatically repair the injured area. Still, the depletion of his demonic energy made his body go weak, and suddenly he fell backward. Perhaps due to the loss of its master, the magical array within the building stopped instantly. With the wind blowing, the black mist dispersed completely, and the surrounding scenery once again became vivid and tranquil. The murderer who had gouged out Han's eyes lay on the ground, though his dark robe still covered half of his face. Anyone who had seen him could recognize who it was, only Ming Qian didn't know. Only Bai Ming Qian had seen him before. Ming Qian had no memory of him, except for Qi Xing's words earlier, "It was this beast who said he wanted to strangle me just now." Truly outrageous. Ming Qian stretched out his foot and stomped on the chest of the killer that had been gouged with holes, grinding it cruelly. The barely healed wound burst open again under the brutal strike, and thick blood flowed anew. Wave after wave of excruciating pain assaulted him, causing unimaginable torment. "Don't kill him yet," Qi Xing stepped forward and, with a gesture, pulled off the black robe covering the murderer. After confirming, Qi Xing realized that the reason the murderer was able to wield black witchcraft relied entirely on this black robe. The black robe was a rare magical artifact. After being stripped of his black robe, the murderer's breathing grew even more faint. Ming Qian, seeing the murderer's face, also looked somewhat surprised. Is he blind? The murderer's two eye sockets were pitch-black voids without any eyeballs. Indeed, the one who gouged out Han's eyes was Han himself. Qi Xing's mind raced. Could this black robe also be a relic of Tan? Perhaps too much time had passed, and there was no longer any trace of Tan's presence left on the black robe, but judging from the patterns and style, it fit well with the shadow form of Tan that Qi Xing had seen in the past. Upon hearing the name Tan, the murderer shivered. "Who are you? How do you know about it?" Qi Xing said, "When did it become your turn to ask me questions? I haven't even asked you anything yet. Why did you gouge out your own eyes and fake your death?" Han shut his mouth. Ming Qian clawed at Han again. "My treasure is asking you a question." Two of Han's teeth flew out from the beatings, but he still remained silent. "Won't talk?" Qi Xing said, "Then I have no choice but to use forbidden techniques." Saying that, Qi Xing extended a finger and pointed towards Han's forehead. Qi Xing's spiritual energy surged like a sharp blade, slicing through Han's mind, stirring up the domain of his memories while naturally inducing intense mental anguish. Han began to struggle fiercely, but his weakened state left him unable to resist, as Qi Xing ruthlessly dug out hidden memories, forcing them to come to light. When Han's eyes were gouged out, the Wizards Association immediately thought this was the work of a cult. The very same cult that collected parts of powerful demons and wizards to sacrifice to an evil deity. And surprisingly, the usually unreliable Wizards Association had not made a mistake in this case. Han indeed belonged to this cult. What shocked Qi Xing even more was that the leader of the cult was the Dark Witch. 5 years ago, the Dark Witch was imprisoned in a heavenly jail by the Wizards Association, and the cult suddenly lost its leader, falling into disarray. Because of this, Qi Xing's actions years ago, where he used the cult's name to harm the Great Wizard, went unnoticed by the cult, since they were in chaos due to their lost leadership. Not until recently did the vice leader manage to suppress various forces and eventually ascend to the position of Grandmaster. Newly taking over, the Grandmaster wanted to make a big move. They decided to focus on the fierce and renowned tiger demons, hoping to gain something valuable. As the Tiger Spirit Festival approached, the Deputy Grandmaster ordered Han to contribute the eyes of a full-grown tiger demon. If Han could accomplish this feat, he would receive a promotion. After some deliberation, Han realized that if he tried against other full-grown tiger demons, he lacked confidence. And targeting his own family members seemed too cruel. Ultimately, he devised a compromise plan, digging out his own eyes. But this act served as a warning to him. If he wished to truly belong to the cult, he needed to sever ties with his relatives and friends. Therefore, after digging out his eyes, he faked his death using witchcraft drugs, hoping his loved ones would believe he was dead. Henceforth, he could fully dedicate himself to the cult. He originally planned to pretend to be dead for a few days, be buried, and then escape secretly. Unknowingly, Qi Xing's unexpected visit disrupted Han's plans, forcing him to reveal himself prematurely. After viewing these memories, Qi Xing frowned. Why did you pretend to be killed? Wouldn't pretending to commit suicide prevent many people from investigating the case, thus making your escape plan easier to execute? Since his memories had already been invaded, Han's willpower had grown weaker. Realizing everything about him had almost been uncovered anyway, he chose to truthfully answer, because the Grandmaster hoped to make a grand statement and declare to the world that this case was done by our sacred cult. Qi Xing was speechless. Doing bad deeds while leaving a name behind, what kind of reasoning was that? Qi Xing's abilities were limited, and he had only unearthed this key memory. The rest remained unseen. To learn more, he had to continue questioning. The Dark Witch was originally your cult leader. There were many relics of He Tan in his room, and the black robe you used is also a relic of He Tan. Could it be that your sacred cult has something to do with He Tan? Swallowing hard, Han, whose mouth had just been pried open a little, now tightly shut it again. A sudden thought flashed through Qi Xing's mind, of the Dark Witch whose body had been taken over by He Tan, and he inwardly started, could all this have something to do with He Tan? After pondering for a moment, Qi Xing voiced a bold guess, could it be that the evil deity you worship is actually the ghost of He Tan? Upon hearing these words, Han's whole body began to tremble violently, as if some restriction had been triggered. His lips turned blue, a trail of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and immediately he ceased to breathe. A chill ran down Qi Xing's spine, no wonder. I said, He Tan had been dead for 1,000 years, why wouldn't his soul have dissipated already? It's because of these obsessed followers who have been diligently nurturing his ghost. Why did He Tan take possession of the Dark Witch's body? Why did He Tan teach me magic? Why did He Tan awaken He Mingqian? No, that doesn't make sense either. If He Tan was associated with the cult, wouldn't it have been easier for him to directly take control of the cult after possessing the Dark Witch's body instead of letting the deputy leader ascend to the top? Since He Tan, originally a ghost, couldn't freely walk the earth, he needed a cult leader as his puppet. Now that He Tan can move around normally, why does he still need someone else to gouge out eyes for him? For He Tan, getting any number of tiger demon eyes would merely require lifting a finger. The more Qi Xing thought about it, the more his brain hurt, there was no way he could figure this out. But time for solitary reflection was running out, the commotion here quickly drew the attention of outsiders. Qi Xing perked up his ears and heard footsteps approaching. Qi Xing glanced at He Mingqian and thought, absolutely can't let anyone discover He Mingqian's presence. If Bai Tan comes, it will be a disaster. Qi Xing hastily gripped He Mingqian's shoulder and said, you hide first, don't let anyone find you. He Mingqian said, all right. Qi Xing was surprised at how readily He Mingqian agreed and hesitated, saying, aren't you going to ask why? He Mingqian licked his claws and said, oh, so what's the reason? Qi Xing was momentarily speechless and replied, I can't tell you right now. He Mingqian thought, if it weren't for my pretty treasure, should be cursing right now. Qi Xing rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat guilty, and said, then you go ahead and withdraw. He Mingqian nodded, and with a whoosh, darted into the grass, instantly disappearing without a trace. As Qi Xing looked at the corpse on the ground and the great shaman lying beside it, he heard the footsteps drawing ever closer. In one bold decision, he knocked himself unconscious with a stick. Therefore, when the Tiger Clan chief and other wizards arrived, they found Qi Xing, the great shaman, and the deceased Han lying on the ground. The Tiger Clan chief immediately had Qi Xing and the great shaman carried away for treatment. The great shaman's memories had been tampered with by Qi Xing. He didn't remember anything about He Mingqian but only recalled by Mingqian breaking through the black mist array to save Qi Xing. The witch controlling the black mist town is very powerful, she knocked me unconscious and took Mingqian away. The great shaman muttered faintly, completely unaware that all of this was the false memory Qi Xing had implanted within him. Qi Xing nodded in agreement and said, yes, that's exactly how it happened. Since both Qi Xing and the great shaman gave consistent accounts, naturally no one suspected them. Has Mingqian been taken by the Black Witch? The Tiger Clan chief asked anxiously, what are we going to do about it? Qi Xing cried pathetically, it's all my fault. If I hadn't acted on my own accord to return to the scene of the crime to look around, the murderer wouldn't have been attracted, woo-woo. You know it's your fault, a sharp female voice suddenly snapped. Without needing to look up, Qi Xing knew it was Ming Baozhu. Ming Baozhu, Huaban lady, Mingda, and Ziche had also rushed over upon hearing the news. They had been standing quietly by the door until then, not speaking, but since their hearing was good, they'd clearly overheard what Qi Xing and the great shaman were saying. Ming Baozhu, who was already agitated and frustrated, couldn't hold back once she heard Qi Xing sobbing, bursting in and pointing her finger to scold Qi Xing, it's all your fault. All because of you, this unlucky star. It's because of you that my second brother got harmed. Ziche held her back, saying, none of us wanted such an event to happen. Taking advantage of the situation, Huaban lady pulled aside the Tiger Clan chief, shedding tears while talking about last night's aphrodisiac mishap incident, directing all accusations at Qi Xing. I think, if it hadn't been for last night's incident, Mingqian probably wouldn't have been captured so easily. I imagine that those drugs are indeed somewhat harmful to the body, and Mingqian just lost his innocence. Qi Xing thought, Mingqian lost his innocence many years ago. Tiger Clan chief, upon hearing Huaban lady's crying complaint, appeared embarrassed, I don't know what to say about this. Huaban lady sobbed to the Tiger Clan chief, ever since Qi Xing came, Mingqian's misfortunes have been one after another. I was so worried that I invited the great shaman for a divination, and he deduced that Qi Xing is someone with a husband-killing fate. Is there such a matter? The Tiger Clan chief was surprised. Mingda and Ziche were also very startled. After hearing this, Ming Baozhu chimed in, I knew it. He's just a bad omen. When did you calculate this? Qi Xing stopped pretending to cry and asked curiously. It was today, Huaban lady said. Qi Xing remembered, when he, Ming Qian, and the Tiger Clan chief went to a Han's place to inspect the crime scene, Huaban lady had deliberately kept the great shaman behind to discuss something important, which must have been this. Since Huaban lady didn't want Ming Qian and Qi Xing together, she asked the great shaman for help with some false divination. The great shaman, fearing black Ming Qian but privately not wanting him with Qi Xing either, agreed to assist Huaban lady. Thus, the great shaman sitting on the side nodded, that's correct. I divined it. Then the great shaman produced a set of prophecy characters from the divination. On them was clearly written, wherever Qi Xing marries, whoever his spouse may be, all of their family will perish. Everyone gasped at the sight. Qi Xing was also astonished. Wow, it's the first time I've seen such a straightforward prediction. Aren't these usually cryptic and hard to understand? This is almost too obvious. Upon seeing it, Mingda said, in that case, I guess I won't marry Qi Xing, sorry. I love my family more. Qi Xing raised an eyebrow and asked, so, what Huaban lady means is? Huaban lady wiped her tears and said, what I mean is, that child Ming Qian has grown up and doesn't really listen to me anymore. I hope the clan chief could issue a ban forbidding Qi Xing from marrying into our tiger clan. By doing this, Huaban lady was trying to prevent both Ming Qian and Qi Xing from getting close, as well as protecting against Mingda. The tiger clan chief felt somewhat uneasy, saying, finding Ming Qian's whereabouts should be our top priority right now. Hearing this, Qi Xing scoffed inwardly, even the tiger clan chief knows that finding Ming Qian is the most important thing right now. But Huaban lady, being his mother, only thinks of taking advantage of Ming Qian's absence to preemptively break off this engagement. She truly shows no consideration for her son. Indeed, Huaban lady wasn't overly concerned about Ming Qian's whereabouts. She just thought, last time Ming Qian was kidnapped and nothing serious happened, so this time it will be the same. After all, Ming Qian is under the influence of evil stars, how easy can anything happen to him? But naturally, Huaban lady wouldn't say it this way out loud. Instead, she claimed, I suspect that it's because Qi Xing is bringing him ill luck. If we call off the marriage, everything will get better. As she spoke, Huaban lady shot the great shaman a look pleading for help. Sir, what do you think? The great shaman, eager to assist Huaban lady, replied, let me make a calculation. The great shaman didn't take the divination seriously, merely spinning a silver coin a few times before declaring, my calculations confirm what Mrs. Huaban has said, if we let Qi Xing proceed with the engagement to Ming Qian, it will bring him more misfortune than good. If Qi Xing does not marry him, then Ming Qian shall avoid danger and find safety. Qi Xing thought internally, how shameless. However, the great shaman's authority was indisputable, so everyone had to believe it even if they wanted to dispute it. The Tiger Clan chief then hesitantly declared, all right, I'll issue the ban, also as a form of blessing for Ming Qian. Huaban lady immediately felt relieved, she knew that even if Ming Qian resented it deeply, he wouldn't be able to defy the ban. It's a rule ingrained in Ming Qian's mind, if the clan chief forbids it, he cannot disobey. No matter how much he might desire. This sudden change made Qi Xing laugh in frustration, though he was irritated, he smiled faintly and said gently, good, fine. Since the Tiger Clan here doesn't welcome me, I'll take my leave. Having spoken, Qi Xing transformed into wolf form and leaped through the window like a shooting star, instantly vanishing. The Tiger Clan chief sighed, watching the disappearing silhouette of Qi Xing, breaking up this couple like this, is it really appropriate? But Huaban lady retorted, young people are just reckless. Once they grow up, they'll understand the hardship we endured for them. The great shaman remarked, with such ominous witchcraft appearing, the situation seems grave. I need to go back to the Wizards Association and report to Bai Tan, the Grand Witch. So, Huaban lady respectfully saw the great shaman off. Facing Huaban lady's provocation, Qi Xing didn't argue much. He simply jumped out of the window and left, partly because arguing would be meaningless, but mainly because he was in a rush to find He Ming Qian. He Ming Qian's memory was muddled, and being a stray cat wandering outside could possibly put him in danger if he met some nasty people. Actually, Qi Xing was overworried. If He Ming Qian encountered any nasty folks, it would probably be those people who'd end up in peril instead. He Ming Qian, following Qi Xing's instructions to hide and not let anyone discover him, slipped away without a sound or trace, no one could track him, not even Qi Xing. It seemed as though Qi Xing had only just realized He Ming Qian was naturally an expert at concealment, and even she might be unable to track him. Qi Xing felt vexed, what should I do? How am I supposed to find him? Qi Xing began to think, this doesn't make sense. He Ming Qian's memory is confused, and he doesn't recognize many people. Where could he have gone? An answer immediately came to Qi Xing's mind. Qi Xing's rental apartment. Qi Xing and He Ming Qian had lived there for a long time, and He Ming Qian had come to consider it their home. Of course, after leaving Hu Mountain, He Ming Qian went straight to Qi Xing's apartment. The apartment looked the same as ever, it still contained items used by He Ming Qian, including his cat scratcher. Seeing these old belongings brought an overwhelming sense of happiness to He Ming Qian. He squatted on the wall, observing the calendar and clock, and suddenly realized that it had been 5 years since he left Qi Xing. So how did Qi Xing spend these 5 years? He Mingqian was filled with both confusion and sadness. What exactly happened? Why did I leave? Why don't I remember anything? He was not someone who would sit idly by waiting for things to happen. Without much thought, he decided to seek answers himself. Recalling that Qi Xing told him not to expose his whereabouts, he used his demon powers to alter his appearance and mask the smell of his pheromones. Remembering that Qi Xing liked it when he acted feline, he transformed into a young cat demon, wearing one of Qi Xing's hanging t-shirts and long pants. Then he strolled confidently out the door and knocked on the neighbor grandma's door. Upon seeing He Mingqian, the neighbor grandma hesitated slightly. Are you? With his current appearance resembling a tame and harmless cat demon, retaining only about 60% resemblance to his true form, He Mingqian asked, I'd like to ask if you've seen the residence opposite your place. Opposite. The neighbor grandma eyed him with some caution. Without hesitation, He Mingqian produced a photo using his demon powers. It showed him and Qi Xing. He said, this is Qi Xing. We know each other. The neighbor grandma then lowered her guard a little, seeing this cute and handsome cat demon before her, making her suspicion drop almost to zero. She simply replied, he hasn't been back for quite a while. Oh. Where did he go? He Mingqian asked, mimicking Qi Xing's usual cat-like tone, which was charming and likable. The neighbor grandma found him irresistibly adorable, unable to resist glancing at him a few more times. Suddenly, she exclaimed, you look really similar to that cat who used to live with Qi Xing. Are you related? Following her lead, He Mingqian said, yes, he's my cousin. Then your cousin is truly trash, the neighbor grandma remarked. How dare he abandon such a cute boyfriend? He Mingqian froze for a moment, experiencing the feeling of embarrassment for the first time in his life. You wouldn't believe how good that child Qi Xing is, continued the grandma, feeling sorry and indignant simultaneously. For years after your cousin left, he couldn't move on. When the neighbor grandma mentioned this, He Mingqian felt both heartache and joy welling up inside him. Although he shouldn't be happy, after all, Qi Xing had suffered so much, he couldn't help but feel delighted, so Qi Xing liked him that much. He Mingqian felt like he'd swallowed honey, completely sweetened by the idea. Fortunately, that child Qi Xing has now gotten over it and found a new boyfriend, added the grandma. #ref. Qi Xing guessed that He Mingqian was likely holed up in his rental apartment. His guess wasn't wrong. When he rushed back to the apartment in a flurry, he saw a large black cat squatting on the ground, its silhouette radiating ominous intent. At the very moment Qi Xing stepped through the door, the hairs on the big black cat's back stood up, its tail rising upright like a flagpole. In the blink of an eye, the cat turned around sharply, its beast-like eyes gleaming. Just from a single glare, it made Qi Xing feel chills running down his spine. Instinctively, Qi Xing braced himself, his back muscles tensing as tightly as stretched rubber bands, but his tone remained steady. What's going on? The black-tailed big cat didn't reply, and instead silently pounced on Qi Xing. Qi Xing neither wanted to dodge nor managed to escape being pinned against the door. Standing upright, the big cat reached nearly as tall as a human, pressing both of its front paws hard onto Qi Xing's shoulders and pinning him immovably against the door. All Qi Xing could do was allow the furred face of the big cat to rub against him. What's wrong? Qi Xing asked repeatedly while attempting to avoid but failing to escape. After He Mingqian inspected him with his nose, his jealousy subsided somewhat upon confirming that there were no lingering scents of another male animal on Qi Xing. Qi Xing noticed that He Mingqian's tail, which had been bristling like a black fur duster, began to sway leisurely, and the ominous aura surrounding the black cat diminished significantly. Qi Xing was puzzled, unaware that He Mingqian had been jealous. He merely assumed that He Mingqian, being a cat left alone here for too long, had grown bored and lonely, leading to his unhappiness. Now with the master back, the cat rubbed affectionately against him, and its mood quickly turned from gloomy to cheerful. Qi Xing stroked the big cat's furry neck and asked, "What's wrong, darling?" Hearing Qi Xing call him darling, He Mingqian felt considerably pleased, but the doubts in his heart remained. I just checked, and it seems 5 years have already passed. Upon hearing He Mingqian ask this, Qi Xing couldn't help but sigh, saying, "You get off me first, then I'll explain." He Mingqian jumped back to the center of the living room and squatted on the ground, looking just like a plus-sized house cat. Qi Xing sat down in front of He Mingqian, not knowing where to start for a moment. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Is there something wrong with your memory?" "I think so too," He Mingqian said. "Either my memory has issues or I inexplicably lost 5 years of my life. But looking at it from all angles, the former seems more likely." Qi Xing stroked his chin and asked, "Since you can remember, how many years have you lived?" He Mingqian froze momentarily, looking down at his cat paws while muttering something incomprehensible. Qi Xing, observing this, asked, "Dear, are you counting on your fingers?" "No need to count," He Mingqian replied. "In my memory, I haven't even lived a full year. However, strangely enough, deep down in my heart, it doesn't feel like this. There must be something I should remember, but I've forgotten everything." Seeing He Mingqian speaking in such a calm tone, Qi Xing commented, "You don't seem worried." He Mingqian wasn't bothered by it at all. "As long as I haven't forgotten the time spent with you, that's all that matters." Saying this, He Ming-qian asked again, do you know how exactly I've left? Qi Xing responded, do you remember the event when the wizards came to capture you? He Ming-qian nodded, that I do remember, didn't I repel them all? Qi Xing then questioned, what about Bai Tan coming over? What Bai Tan? Why would someone who sells stalls come to our place? We're not a marketplace here. It seems like you started forgetting from this point onward. Qi Xing explained briefly to He Ming-qian, it's not selling stalls, it's Bai Tan. Bai Tan is an extremely powerful wizard who caused a commotion with a few other wizards. They captured you and wanted to purify you. Your memory loss probably happened due to their purification ritual. He Ming-qian asked, captured me? Can those human trash really capture me? Qi Xing was momentarily speechless, and replied, actually, Bai Tan isn't entirely trash. He's a great wizard within the Wizard Association. He Ming-qian was dismissive, wizards are trash, and even if he's the one managing them, he's still at most a trash bin. How could they possibly capture me? Qi Xing thought for a bit and said, he does have some skills, don't underestimate him. Continuing, Qi Xing self-critiqued, part of it is also my fault. My fault? He Ming-qian asked. Recalling the scene when He Ming-qian took a heavy hit, Qi Xing felt a piercing pain in his heart, utterly regretful, I was dragging you down. If you hadn't needed to protect me, you wouldn't have been captured. He Ming-qian's face cleared of any puzzlement as he seemed to understand completely, saying with relief, so it was because you were protecting me. Qi Xing, however, couldn't let go of his guilt, I'm truly incompetent, I've dragged you into this trouble. No, it's clearly my incompetence, He Ming-qian insisted. I failed to properly protect my female mate. When Qi Xing heard He Ming-qian say this, he felt both sorrow and a trace of touched sentiment, and a faint bitter smile crept across his face. Seeing Qi Xing upset, He Ming-qian hugged him and gave him a peck on the cheek, asking lightly, who made my pretty baby sad? Qi Xing replied, no one made me sad. Being able to see you again brings nothing but joy, how could I be unhappy? Qi Xing revealed a happy expression. He Ming-qian then asked, so these past 5 years, have you been searching for me? Yes, Qi Xing nodded. I've also trained physically to strengthen myself, so as not to drag you down again. He Ming-qian was deeply moved, now feeling even more convinced that what the neighbor grandma had said was false. How could rumors hold water when their pretty treasure loved him wholeheartedly and wouldn't dream of taking a new boyfriend? He Ming-qian asked again, so how did you find me? Qi Xing replied, by the way, you never asked before about your identity before you were contaminated by black magic, do you even remember? Yeah, He Ming-qian responded, is it important? He Ming-qian's capricious nature was something Qi Xing had never minded. But now that he thought about it, the fundamental questions of independent consciousness were always, who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Yet not a trace of such exploratory spirit could be found in He Ming-qian. He Ming-qian had never cared who he was or where he came from, nor did he consider where he was going in the future. Like a rootless floating weed, he drifted along with complete ease. Qi Xing couldn't help but say, you don't even know your own name. Right, He Ming-qian replied, didn't I say names are completely unimportant? 5 years ago, He Ming-qian had said, a name is just a title. Even if I didn't know your name, as long as I knew you were my female mate, my pretty baby, that's all there was to it. It was only because the dark wizard had called Qi Xing by his name a few times that He Ming-qian learned what Qi Xing's name was. Qi Xing furrowed his brows and seriously told He Ming-qian, I heard they call you Ming-qian. At this moment, He Ming-qian's eyes flashed a brief look of bewilderment. Half a second later, He Ming-qian said, really? I don't believe that. Qi Xing froze, what do you mean? I don't believe it, He Ming-qian answered. Qi Xing was shocked, you actually don't believe what I've said? He Ming-qian frowned, indeed, I should trust my pretty baby. But for some reason, regarding this matter, I can't accept it. Qi Xing's expression turned conflicted, feeling both surprised and suspicious. Seeing Qi Xing upset, He Ming-qian forcibly suppressed the odd feelings rising inside him and said, all right, I'll believe it. I'll believe whatever my pretty baby says. My name is, what was it again? Qi Xing slowly replied, Ming-qian. Ming, what was it again? Ming-qian. What, Qian? Qi Xing spent 10 minutes trying to make He Ming-qian remember the name, Ming-qian, but without success. If supernatural powers didn't exist in this world, Qi Xing would have thought He Ming-qian was mentally challenged. As He Ming-qian tried to pronounce his name following Qi Xing's guidance, his head grew increasingly dizzy. Every time he attempted to focus on Qi Xing discussing anything related to his identity, it felt like waves crashing in his ears, drowning out Qi Xing's faint voice. Although He Ming-qian loved listening to his pretty baby speak, his ears seemed to close off involuntarily, unable to process the information properly. There was also a persistent voice in his mind, whispering, all he says is fake. All he says is fake. It shouldn't be possible. How could his pretty baby tell lies? He Ming-qian consciously resisted this inner voice, as well as the wave-like noise. He strained to hear his pretty baby's words clearly, but the harder he tried to listen, the more his body resisted. His head began to throb painfully, as if trapped in a plastic bag, suffocating, muffled, unable to hear properly. His vision blurred more and more. And then, he passed out. Ming Qian. Qi Xing exclaimed in shock, catching the big cat that collapsed on the ground. Ming Qian, what's wrong with you? To get this far has been quite difficult. He Tan's calm voice echoed, could I say, I'm quite impressed. Truly worthy of an untamed personality. Qi Xing turned around and saw He Tan standing there, clad in dark witch robes embroidered with gold threads. His cheeks were pale, exuding the sickly charm particular to dark wizards. Thinking about that cult, Qi Xing kept an extra level of caution towards He Tan. Why are you here? To take back what's mine. He Tan raised his hand, and a black robe flew out from Qi Xing, zooming into He Tan's sleeve. This black robe was the talisman Qi Xing had stripped off from a Han. That is your relic, Qi Xing said, so it makes sense for you to take it back. He Tan responded, it's just something I've used before. I don't really care. But when it comes to things I've touched, I'd rather destroy them than let anyone use them freely. Qi Xing thought about the segment of 7/7's demon bone still embedded in his body. What about that demon bone? It's a gift to you. He Tan said. Qi Xing originally wanted to ask about the relationship between He Tan and the cult, but now he was more concerned about Ming Qian lying unconscious on the floor. Qi Xing asked urgently, what's wrong with Ming Qian? Just fainted. He Tan replied, but when he wakes up, he will likely forget this whole episode. Forget what? Things related to Ming Qian. He Tan paused, haven't you noticed yet? Qi Xing froze momentarily and voiced the doubt lingering in his heart, it's psychological magic. Not bad, it's psychological magic, He Tan confirmed. Qi Xing stroked the soft fur of the black cat and asked, whose psychological magic is this powerful? Don't you already know the answer in your heart? He Tan said. Qi Xing thought immediately of Bai Tan. The last time Bai Tan came knocking, He Ming Qian suddenly said, I remember you, and then launched an attack on Bai Tan. Apparently, He Ming Qian had met Bai Tan but somehow forgot. Why? Qi Xing was confused. He Tan said, you should ask the spellcaster about that. Qi Xing looked up and asked He Tan, can this spell be lifted? Of course. There's no spell in the world that can't be undone, He Tan replied. Qi Xing hesitated a moment before saying, do you know how to lift it? He Tan laughed, since you don't believe me, how could I possibly help you? Qi Xing was speechless. The information about the cult greatly increased Qi Xing's suspicions toward He Tan. But upon reflection, ever since he and He Tan had known each other, He Tan had never harmed Qi Xing, instead, he had helped him. Qi Xing didn't want to misjudge someone because of his suspicions. So he asked, is there a cult dedicated to worshipping your undead spirit, do you know about it? Yes, He Tan replied, it's thanks to them that my soul has managed to endure for so long without dying. He Tan sounded entirely at ease, which made Qi Xing pause briefly. Then Qi Xing added, do you know that the dark wizard whose body you're currently possessing is the leader of this cult? Yes, He Tan responded, I roughly understood this from the moment I woke up. He Tan continued, I truly awoke on 7/7's demon bone bed. Before that, I was just a wisp of a ghost, with no awareness. It wasn't until I became conscious that I gradually grasped what had happened. What happened? After I died, my followers took my remains and preserved them. They used sacrificial rituals for the undead spirits to keep my dead spirit alive, hoping one day to revive me, He Tan explained, something along those lines. He Tan said all this in a nonchalant tone. Qi Xing asked, so, you mean you didn't know about it? I didn't know, He Tan said, but now I do. To be honest, I don't quite understand their actions. I'm not particularly familiar with them, and their fervent behavior makes me feel very awkward. Moreover, they didn't even ask if I wanted to be resurrected, they just went ahead and did the ceremony, bringing me back. And this physical body. He Tan gestured dismissively as he criticized the dark wizard's form, it's not exactly high quality. This body. Qi Xing widened his eyes, are you telling me that the dark wizard voluntarily sacrificed himself, offering his body to you? Rather than offering me, it would be more accurate to say, forcing me, He Tan clearly had no sense of gratitude toward his followers and showed outright disdain. What this meant was that across generations, the followers of He Tan maintained a sacrificial rite that sustained the essence of He Tan's spirit for nearly 1,000 years. Every generation of the cult leader signed a contract stipulating that, when He Tan's spirit recovers, the leader will voluntarily offer their body as a vessel for He Tan's soul. This contract was seen by many as a benefit of being a leader, causing people to compete fiercely for the position with dreams of one day being entered and possessed by He Tan. He Tan, no one considered my feelings. None of them are true fans. When He Tan's ghost awakened, he began repairing himself piece by piece. When he restored himself to completion, a sudden surge of contract energy forcefully pulled his complete spirit into the body of the dark wizard. At the time, He Tan was utterly confused. Only after becoming the dark wizard did He Tan fully comprehend the ins and outs of the cult. Once he realized he had amassed such a devoted, albeit brain-dead fan base, his first move was, to slip away. Thus, he concealed himself outside under the guise of the dark wizard's body. This also answered a big question Qi Xing had. If He Tan had ties to the cult, why didn't he use the dark wizard's power to lead it but instead let the deputy leader take control? Apparently, He Tan and the cult had a relationship like this. But come to think of it, the main character wanting to escape from a horde of crazed fans who collected every scrap of his clothing, shoes, socks, bags, and even beds could indeed be understood. But because of their efforts, you've come back to life. Qi Xing murmured faintly. I didn't want to come back either, He Tan replied with equal solemnity. Who would have thought that the great He Tan, whose might had been undefeated throughout history, would end up being overpowered by his own fans? Alright, Qi Xing helplessly said, then, what about those great demons and sorcerers who lost their organs in order to revive you? It's not my problem, He Tan coldly stated, showing off his characteristic ruthlessness as a dark wizard. He clearly felt no remorse whatsoever towards the victims. Qi Xing didn't intend to debate this matter with He Tan. Being a wolf, his nature was rather selfish as well. All Qi Xing wanted to ask was the one thing he cared about: how can we break the curse on Ming Qian? He Tan chuckled. Have you ever considered that the layers of complex and mysterious spells on Ming Qian act like a gate, splitting his consciousness into two parts? What do you think will happen if you remove this gate? Will. Qi Xing was startled. Then there won't be two hims anymore. Exactly, said He Tan, stroking his chin. Either they'll turn white to black or black to white. Or, they may mix and become a new grey existence. Anyway, the him you love will at least lose half of himself. Qi Xing felt a chilling panic, fearing he might lose either of the two hims. Amidst his confusion, he still tried to calm down, looking up at He Tan's dark eyes. Why are you telling me these things? And why did you awaken He Ming Qian? He Tan replied, I told you this so that you don't erase He Ming Qian. I awakened He Ming Qian because I need him. Understand, I want to use He Ming Qian to achieve certain ulterior motives. Qi Xing was stunned. Ulterior motives? So you can't tell me? Not exactly, since you're not human. He Tan sharply responded, to put it bluntly, I need He Ming Qian and I also need you. Meaning, I want both you and He Ming Qian to help me with something. Cooperation. Qi Xing became even more confused. What could possibly require both me and He Ming Qian, when you, as a great wizard, cannot do it alone? What do you think? He Tan asked. I believe if you were in my position after resurrection, you'd know what I need most. If I were in your position. Qi Xing followed He Tan's logic, imagining himself stepping into He Tan's shoes. If he had awoken after sleeping for 1,000 years, everything in the world would have changed drastically. So, what did he need most? Qi Xing suddenly looked up. You want to resurrect Jiang Yuan, the celestial demon wolf? I need a vessel, He Tan answered, a container that can preserve Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan? Qi Xing asked. He Tan replied, your ancestor. Qi Xing froze for a second before realizing that He Tan wasn't cursing but meant it literally, his own ancestor. The ancient forefather of the hidden wolves, the celestial demon wolf Jiang Yuan. But he's dead already, Qi Xing thought aloud, and he doesn't have a group of brain-dead fans offering sacrifices to keep his demon soul alive. Interestingly enough, demon souls don't need such offerings, He Tan responded. I've already said it, compared to demons, humans are always too fragile. Qi Xing hadn't considered this point. He Tan continued, the flesh and blood of hidden wolves along with the power of celestial demon Qi can recreate the body of the celestial demon wolf. This is the vessel I need. Qi Xing was astonished internally. My flesh and blood? Do you plan to kill me? Not necessary, He Tan replied, just a part of it. Rest assured, the recovery ability of a great demon is very strong, you won't suffer much harm. Qi Xing agreed with this but remembered He Tan mentioned needing the demonic aura, asking, even so, why do you need to revive He Ming Qian? Doesn't Bai Ming Qian possess the celestial demon Qi as well? Bai Ming Qian possesses it? He Tan retorted. Qi Xing couldn't answer immediately. Doesn't he have it? He does, but very little, nearly all of it has been sealed away, He Tan explained, so, you probably realize that in terms of physical prowess, He Ming Qian far surpasses Bai Ming Qian. Qi Xing originally thought Bai Ming Qian was just more refined, making his malevolent energy appear less intense, unaware that Bai Ming Qian actually lacked He Ming Qian's level of martial strength. After explaining, He Tan said, at least I've done you a favor. You wouldn't refuse to help me, would you? Of course I'll help. Qi Xing, as a wandering wolf, didn't really have a heart full of gratitude. In his view, He Tan's help wasn't motivated by pure intentions, so there was nothing worth reciprocating. But precisely because Qi Xing understood He Tan wasn't a good person, he didn't dare to refuse. He knew that although He Tan seemed cooperative now, once things turned sour, he'd revert back to being the tyrant who conquered thousands. Any peaceful solution was preferable to unnecessary danger. Now, He Tan was merely being polite first to enforce compliance later. If Qi Xing didn't cooperate, He Tan would directly take what he wanted from Qi Xing, and Qi Xing likely wouldn't be able to resist. Qi Xing wore an obedient look and asked, how should I help? I need 3 things, He Tan said, your blood and flesh, He Ming Qian's malevolent energy, and Jiang Yuan's bones. When He Tan mentioned Jiang Yuan's bones, his voice became icy, cooling the room like an air conditioner had been turned on. Jiang Yuan's remains. Qi Xing was bewildered. Where are they? He Tan coldly responded, in ancient times, when a great demon's lifespan was nearing its end, they often chose to die in an uninhabited place. When a great demon's remains were discovered by humans, do you think they would be handled respectfully? Qi Xing thought of the piece of Qi demon bone in his hand and broke out in a cold sweat. Was Jiang Yuan turned into a magical artifact? No wonder He Tan's face had gotten so cold when mentioning Jiang Yuan's corpse. Qi Xing thought about the piece of demon bone in his pocket and then thought again, aren't you also using someone else's bones for your magic? Now, are you upset because your wife's grave has been desecrated? He Tan, on the other hand, held openly to double standards. It's fine if I take others' bones, but it's not alright for others to do it to my wife. At the ivory tower, He Tan said coldly. The ivory tower? Qi Xing thought for a moment, is that where Bai Tan lives? He Tan nodded. You wouldn't think Bai Tan's ivory tower is actually made of ivory, would you? Qi Xing recalled the towering white tower and felt goosebumps on his spine. I haven't been there, but I've seen pictures. I assumed it was made from some kind of white organic material. Isn't bone also organic? He Tan asked. That made sense. Even after 1,000 years, this ancient man had caught up with modern knowledge efficiently. Qi Xing swallowed hard and said, but how could I know which part of such a tall tower our ancestor is in? Would the remains of a celestial demon wolf be used as external wall decorations? He Tan turned away, saying, they are naturally inside the core of the tower, used to stabilize it. Qi Xing thought, at least that was fortunate among misfortunes, not having to endure wind and rain directly. Qi Xing dared not voice that opinion aloud, but instead questioned suspiciously, given how powerful Master He Tan is, you must surely be able to retrieve items from within Bai Tan's tower. Qi Xing's question hinted at more than what he asked outright. Judging by He Tan's resentful expression, it seemed likely that he hadn't yet retrieved Jiang Yuan's remains. The ivory tower is the culmination of the efforts of a few old wizards from the Witch Association, gathering millions of demon bones and thousands of spirit formations, not to mention Bai Tan himself who, well, is somewhat skilled. It's easier defended than attacked. He Tan reluctantly admitted that Bai Tan was reasonably competent. Oh. Qi Xing had guessed as much. If Bai Tan didn't have any skills, Black Tan would have killed him 3,000 times already just for residing in a tower made from Jiang Yuan's bones. He Tan continued, moreover, this container is too weak, unable to bear all my dark powers, hence, I cannot fully unleash my strength. Otherwise, how could a mere Bai Tan even enter my consideration? Qi Xing thought, oh, so you're still boasting. Qi Xing put on an obedient expression, of course, Bai Tan, that guy who gets short of breath walking 2 steps, how could he possibly compare to you? Then, Qi Xing added, but aren't you unwilling to let those wizards continue disrespecting Mr. Jiang Yuan's remains forever? Naturally, not. Once I mend this defective body of mine. A crooked, icy smile curled at the corner of He Tan's lips. Qi Xing shivered. But He Tan did not continue. Instead, he sniffed disdainfully, it just takes too long. I can't let Yuan suffer disgrace for so long. Bai Tan doesn't suspect you, so kindly go into the ivory tower for me and bring back Jiang Yuan's remains as soon as possible. How am I supposed to do that? Qi Xing thought, giving you some of my blood and flesh is fine, but sending me to Bai Tan to steal treasures of witchcraft is another story. That might land me in jail. He Tan laughed scornfully, how clever and resourceful you are, how could you fail? Didn't you attack the Grand Witch quite efficiently before? Qi Xing felt a chill in his heart, damn it, this cunning old man. He Tan smiled pleasantly and said, don't worry, your secrets are very safe with me. I won't let the Wizard Association know about your private study of dark witchcraft or your use of black witchcraft to assault the Grand Witch and the High Priest. Such crimes would leave you incarcerated for life. But you wouldn't even last that long, because I assume the family of the Grand Wizard wouldn't let you live until the end of your sentence. Isn't that worrying? Qi Xing stared at He Tan with sharp eyes, damn it, this sneaky old bastard. He Tan smiled sweetly, what do you say? Can you help me retrieve Yuan's remains? Qi Xing replied, Mr. Jiang Yuan is my ancestor. I should do everything in my power to assist with his matters. How could the remains of our ancestor fall into the hands of witches? I absolutely cannot tolerate it. Rest assured, I will make it happen. Very good, you don't disappoint me. He Tan gave a slight smile and tossed over a secret manual. This is the secret manual that Yuan used to practice back then. Give it to He Ming Qian for learning. Learning. Qi Xing took the manual, looking puzzled, you want a cat to learn. As everyone knows, cats lack both focus and patience. That's completely different from canines. For example, teaching a guard dog to sit only takes a short while. But if you were to teach a big cat to sit, the big cat would tell you to kneel down. He Tan didn't argue much, only saying, if you don't care about him getting beaten down by Bai Tan again next time, feel free to disregard this. Qi Xing's sore spot had been hit. He Tan continued, the power of a Heavensha celestial beast doesn't end here. He Ming Qian shouldn't be this weak in the first place. Normally, if he cultivated properly, I wouldn't have been able to subdue him easily. But now, you see. Where's the majesty of a tiger? To me, he's just like a sick cat. Qi Xing thought, that's only how it seems to you. It was the first time Qi Xing had heard anyone say that He Ming Qian was so weak and like a sick cat. After some consideration, however, Qi Xing realized that although He Ming Qian could crush the group of wizards, against true masters like He Tan and Bai Tan, he was at a disadvantage every time. Qi Xing originally assumed that it was because He Tan and Bai Tan were too strong, but now he understood, it was also because the big cat hadn't trained well, using only brute force without any understanding of how to harness his powers. Sigh, this was truly, a young person who does not work hard will grow up with nothing but regret. At any moment, learning must not be forgotten. The reason why He Tan wanted He Ming Qian to cultivate was also to increase his martial strength. Otherwise, relying on He Ming Qian's current instinct-driven random boxing style, he wouldn't even stand a chance against Bai Tan, let alone help He Tan fulfill his lifelong wish. Even if Qi Xing, being clever, managed to deceive Bai Tan and steal the bones, the Wizard Association wouldn't take it lying down, and one day the truth would come out. When that happened, Bai Tan would surely go after Qi Xing and He Ming Qian. Although Qi Xing had received guidance from He Tan, his talents ultimately fell short of expectations. Meanwhile, He Ming Qian had astonishing talent, but without systematic training, he would also fail to pass Bai Tan's test. Before recovering 100% of his strength, He Tan didn't plan to confront Bai Tan directly. In this period, even if Bai Tan came after He Ming Qian and Qi Xing, He Tan wouldn't step in to help. Therefore, He Tan merely handed over this cultivation manual for He Ming Qian to learn self-defense. After waking up, He Ming Qian had already forgotten about the Ming Qian things Qi Xing had mentioned before. Qi Xing dared not bring it up again, and simply presented the secret manual for He Ming Qian to practice. He Ming Qian was perplexed. Why did he suddenly need to study now? Wasn't love enough? Why bother with studying? With great patience, Qi Xing tried to explain, you don't understand. Making you study is for your own good. The knowledge you acquire belongs to you. Is it going to benefit me if you learn? It's all for you. You may resent me now, but in the future, you'll understand my efforts. He Ming Qian, like a rebellious child, couldn't accept any of this and instead secretly watched TV or played on his phone, refusing to study. Thus, Qi Xing implemented a reward-based education system. For every skill He Ming Qian unlocked, they would unlock a new position. He Ming Qian transformed into an academic genius within seconds, progressing rapidly in his studies. One day, 1,000 miles. This progress left Qi Xing unable to keep up with his repertoire of the 18 postures of Long Yang. Moreover, because of this unique learning system, He Ming Qian kept mixing up the names of his moves. He forgot what skills he had learned but vividly remembered which positions they corresponded to. This resulted in him repeatedly misnaming his techniques, blurting out lines such as, alright, my elder man carrying a cart has reached perfection, or my train bento technique is unparalleled. Embarrassed, Qi Xing had to correct him, this is called whirlwind sweep, and this is heavenly dragon sky split. Aren't these just names? He Ming Qian said carelessly. Qi Xing said, that's not quite right. Saying, behold my heavenly dragon sky split. Versus, behold my elder man carrying a cart. During a fight makes a significant difference in terms of momentum. He Ming Qian was even more confused, why do we need to shout our move names while fighting? Qi Xing didn't know either. But isn't that how it's done on TV? After practicing roughly half of the so-called 18 postures of Long Yang, no, the 18 techniques of Tian Sha, Qi Xing began thinking it was about time to send Bai Ming Qian back. During the time spent mingling with He Ming Qian, Qi Xing occasionally contacted Old Magic Goat to gather information about the movements within the Wizard Association. Qi Xing pretended to be lost and approached Old Magic Goat. Wah, do you know that Ming Qian was captured by dark witches? Have you found him? Old Magic Goat, who shared some familiarity with Qi Xing, replied, we're looking. We're looking. Can you help us look too? 5 years ago, weren't you involved in tracking the dark witches? Maybe you can help out this time. Qi Xing asked, can I get a subsidy this time? Old Magic Goat hesitated, isn't Ming Qian your true love? Qi Xing retorted, even true love needs to eat. Especially since Qi Xing's true love could devour a ton of food. Old Magic Goat still gave Qi Xing a stipend. Qi Xing reported fake developments periodically to Old Magic Goat, siphoning off more information fees. A month later, Old Magic Goat said, since Ming Qian has been missing for too long, the High Priest can't stay idle anymore and has decided to visit the Ivory Tower to ask Bai Tan to come out of seclusion. Hearing this from Old Magic Goat, Qi Xing knew it was time to return Bai Ming Qian. Actually, without He Tan's hint, Qi Xing had already figured out the pattern of Bai Ming Qian and He Ming Qian switching personalities. #ref. Each time Bai Ming Qian turned into a black-tailed silver tiger, it was due to the invasion of dark witchcraft. The first time was caused by a dark witch spell, the second time by He Tan's magic, and the third time by a Han spell. As for He Ming Qian turning back to Bai Ming Qian, it was because of contact with pure white energy. The first transformation likely resulted from Baitan's purification power. The second transformation occurred when the high priest used pure white energy to search for Ming Qian, and when this energy touched Ming Qian, he transformed back. Qi Xing was a dark witch, so she didn't possess pure white energy, but just as a Han could perform spells despite not being a witch using a proper artifact, Qi Xing could do the same with the right tools and methods. However, to affect Ming Qian at such a level, the power would need to be quite strong, perhaps equivalent to that of a high-level witch like a dark witch or the high priest. In Ah Han's case, although he wasn't a witch, he was using one of He Tan's relics, which meant his spell could also count as advanced. Now came the question, where could Qi Xing get an artifact imbued with high-level white witch energy? Should she buy one? But artifacts were controlled weapons. Should she steal one? But if a high-level artifact were stolen, there would likely be consequences. Qi Xing picked up her phone, scrolled through, and opened Baitan's contact information. 3 years ago, Qi Xing orchestrated herself being attacked, and Baitan visited her afterward, leaving her his contact details and saying she could reach out if she ever needed anything. After much deliberation, Qi Xing called Baitan. Surprisingly, Baitan answered quickly. His voice sounded as frail as it did 3 years ago. Hello, Qi Xing. Qi Xing greeted him, exchanged pleasantries, then said, I recently want to volunteer at the disabled Celestial Beast Care Center. The beasts there are truly pitiful, and the medicine available on the market doesn't help them much. I boldly ask if you could give me some medicines with healing power. Is it possible? Baitan was surprisingly accommodating, even asking detailed questions about the number of injured individuals and their conditions. This left Qi Xing, who hadn't prepared well for her lie, struggling to answer, so she vaguely responded, I haven't gone yet, so I don't know all the specifics. I'll confirm and get back to you. Alright, Baitan's soft voice almost drowned in static. To fully act out her role, Qi Xing used her connection with Old Magic Goat to actually volunteer at the Celestial Beast Care Center for a few days, gathering information before reaching out to Baitan again. Not long after, the Wizard Association sent a batch of supplements to the care center. The center's management found this strange since wizards and celestial beasts usually didn't get along, but now they were sending supplies. Upon learning it was Qi Xing's doing, the center head praised her greatly, making Qi Xing feel rather embarrassed. As the recipient, Qi Xing opened the package and discovered inside were ordinary store-bought medicines, but each one was infused with a heavy dose of pure white energy. Baitan must have personally cast blessings upon each one. Qi Xing stealthily took some home under the guise of having access to authority, and nobody noticed. Qi Xing mixed the drug infused with pure white witchcraft energy into water and handed it to Ming Qian. Ming Qian wouldn't suspect Qi Xing, so he drank it without hesitation. With a gentle gaze, Qi Xing stroked Ming Qian's forehead and softly said, Good night. Ming Qian lay down on the bed, feeling drowsy. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. After ensuring Ming Qian was asleep, Qi Xing made arrangements and then called Old Magic Goat, pretending to be frantic, I've located the Dark Witch. Please come support. Upon hearing this, Old Magic Goat immediately gathered the High Priest and members of the special department and hurried to the location Qi Xing provided. The High Priest had been preparing to go to the Ivory Tower to summon Baitan, but upon hearing news of the Dark Witch's whereabouts, led elite witches straight to the location. Qi Xing had set the position at the outskirts of the city, mainly to avoid collateral damage. Qi Xing had suggested He Tan appear there. Since He Tan hadn't fully recovered his strength, he agreed not to make too big a scene. At the mention of his weakened state, He Tan started nitpicking about how weak the Dark Witch's body was. Qi Xing thought, this Dark Witch had been such a devoted fan of He Tan, sacrificing everything, even their life, but now the original owner treated them like garbage. In the end, a die-hard fan ends up losing everything. He Tan currently looked exactly like the Dark Witch, so there was no need for disguise. Just standing there would serve as a giant target. When the High Priest and others arrived at the scene, they saw Qi Xing hugging the unconscious Silver Tiger on the ground while the Dark Witch stood nearby, seemingly ready to attack Qi Xing. The High Priest promptly summoned witch energy and engaged in battle with the Dark Witch. Old Magic Goat and others rushed forward to surround and attack the Dark Witch. With He Tan's power, even if he hadn't fully recovered his peak strength, dealing with these people would be more than sufficient. But He Tan deliberately put on a show of being weak, as if one fist couldn't fight 4 hands. After just a few rounds, he activated a magical array to escape. The High Priest only said, It's definitely the Dark Witch. Old Magic Goat found it strange, in my memory, Dark Witches aren't this weak. Qi Xing thought, that's because He Tan was exaggerating. He Tan was fighting these weaklings and didn't want to accidentally hurt them, so he didn't dare to use much force, which made him appear weak. The High Priest came up with a logically consistent explanation. How could the Dark Witch have the strength to escape from the celestial prison? He must have used some forbidden spell array. Activating such an array damages one's essence. I see that he hasn't recovered yet. Old Magic Goat, who knew little about witchcraft, stroked his woolly beard and nodded, that makes sense. The High Priest had no intention of discussing further with Old Magic Goat and turned to Ming Qian. Was he corrupted? Qi Xing quickly replied, No, I arrived in time and interrupted his spell. The High Priest half believed her and probed Ming Qian with his staff. Finding indeed no anomalies, he finally believed her and immediately sighed in relief. What a relief, what a relief. Old Magic Goat stood aside and said, this time, Qi Xing has done great deeds. Qi Xing modestly said, not really, I just did what you all couldn't. The high priest coldly said, all right, we need to take Ming Qian away with us. Don't try to stop us, or we won't be polite. Old Magic Goat looked at the high priest and thought, this guy is quite arrogant. But Old Magic Goat didn't say anything, only giving Qi Xing a sympathetic glance. Qi Xing also acted obediently, then I'll leave it to you to ensure Ming Qian's safe return. The high priest grunted from his nose, you know your place. After saying that, the high priest flicked his sleeve and left. Old Magic Goat smiled at Qi Xing and whispered, you've worked hard. Qi Xing also smiled, there's nothing to work hard for. As long as Ming Qian is safe, that's enough. Old Magic Goat nodded and had someone carry the sleeping large tiger away. After Ming Qian was taken away, he was directly sent to the VIP ward of the hospital, underwent a series of tests, and confirmed to be unharmed. The next morning, Ming Qian woke up. By the bedside stood the Tiger Clan leader, Mrs. Huaban, Ming De, and Ming Baozhu. Seeing Ming Qian open his eyes, Mrs. Huaban theatrically shed tears, you've finally woken up. Ming De said, Mom, we've only been here 2 minutes. Mrs. Huaban shot Ming De a glare. Ming Qian felt dizzy, and the last thing he remembered was Qi Xing being held hostage. His heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, where's Qi Xing? Mrs. Huaban's face stiffened for half a second, then she immediately plastered on a smile, he's fine, nothing happened to him. On the contrary, you were captured by the Dark Witch and almost didn't come back. We were so worried. Ming Qian felt slightly relieved and asked, where's Qi Xing? Mrs. Huaban shifted her eyes and said, Mother has something to tell you. What is it? Ming Qian said. Mrs. Huaban then said, the wizards calculated that Qi Xing has a husband-destroying destiny. If you two stay together, there will inevitably be disasters and misfortunes. Ming Qian's face turned pale, what do you mean? My meaning. Mrs. Huaban glanced sideways at the Tiger Clan leader, is actually the clan leader's opinion. Being drawn into the conversation by Mrs. Huaban, the Tiger Clan leader had no choice but to echo, indeed, that's how it was calculated. I've already issued an order, Qi Xing is not allowed into the Tiger Clan. Not only you, but no tiger, not even a single one, can marry Qi Xing. Ming Qian felt as if struck by lightning. Wanting to refuse, his brain felt like it was strangled by a rope, unable to think clearly. Helplessly, he engraved the phrase, Qi Xing cannot enter the Tiger Clan, into his mind. Seeing Ming Qian's face turning green and his eyes fixated, seemingly about to faint, Ming Baozhu worriedly said, second brother, are you okay? Ming De also sighed and said to Mrs. Huaban, Mom, second brother just woke up. Why did you tell him this now? Of course, Mrs. Huaban knew this news would be a huge shock to Ming Qian, but she also fretted that if the rules weren't written down immediately, it would become troublesome later. At this moment, a knock came at the door. Mrs. Huaban called out loudly, who's there? It's me, the voice of Old Magic Goat came through the door. Even though Mrs. Huaban belonged to the relatives faction, as a beast demon, she was still courteous toward Old Magic Goat and said, please come in. Unexpectedly, when Old Magic Goat entered, Qi Xing was following behind him. Mrs. Huaban's expression suddenly changed, how did you bring him here? Old Magic Goat feigned ignorance and said, can't we? Ming Qian was saved by Qi Xing from the Dark Witch. I thought you'd want to see him and thank him in person. Mrs. Huaban was so angry she nearly fainted. Ming De was surprised upon hearing this, Qi Xing was the one who saved him. Isn't that right? Old Magic Goat said. Qi Xing was the first to discover the Dark Witch's presence, striving hard to protect Ming Qian, which allowed him to escape unharmed. The way Old Magic Goat exaggerated the story made Qi Xing feel a bit embarrassed. Ming De believed it completely and hurriedly said, then we really must thank you. Ming Baozhu reluctantly said, yes, we do need to thank you. But then she changed the subject immediately, but if it weren't for you bringing bad luck to second brother, he wouldn't have fallen into danger. Bad luck for second brother? What does that mean? Old Magic Goat asked. Mrs. Huaban recounted again the notion about Qi Xing having a husband-destroying destiny. After listening, Old Magic Goat chuckled, you're demons yet more superstitious than humans. Mrs. Huaban felt stuck and replied, better safe than sorry. It's for Ming Qian's own good. Ming Qian simply stared blankly at Qi Xing, his mind began to clear as soon as he saw Qi Xing, but his body was still sluggish, unable to react, only his fingertips trembling slightly. Qi Xing also noticed Ming Qian's unusual state and quickly sat down beside the bed, grasping Ming Qian's fingers and said, what's wrong with Ming Qian? He doesn't seem quite right. The moment Qi Xing touched Ming Qian reacted quickly, pinning Qi Xing onto the bed using some grand beast capture technique. Qi Xing was used to it and didn't get upset, merely a little startled. After all, recently he had been around with the corrupted version of Ming Qian and had momentarily forgotten that normal Ming Qian couldn't be touched. Seeing Qi Xing suddenly pushed down, everyone became somewhat awkward. And Ming Baozhu grew even angrier, why? Why am I thrown away when I try to touch second brother, while Qi Xing gets pushed down and pinned? I want to be pushed down too. Only now did Ming Qian realize their intimate posture. Qi Xing was tightly confined against Ming Qian's chest, their palms touching. Yet, Ming Qian's frozen limbs gradually warmed up. Ming Qian smiled gently and then released Qi Xing. Sitting up properly, Qi Xing said, "Looks like you're all right, so I'm reassured." Seeing the affectionate looks being exchanged between these two, Mrs. Huaban felt uneasy inside and forced out a smile. "Qi Xing, since we're all here, let's make things clear. Although I like you, unfortunately your astrological chart doesn't match. The clan has set rules, forbidding us from forming an alliance. Ah, it's truly regrettable. Nevertheless, I sincerely wish you find happiness of your own." Qi Xing wasn't interested in playing along with Mrs. Huaban and said directly, "Isn't my happiness already right here?" As he spoke, Qi Xing extended his hand, hovering it in the air. It was a silent understanding between them. Since Qi Xing couldn't initiate physical contact with Ming Qian, whenever Qi Xing wanted to hold hands, he would place his fingers near Ming Qian's. Ming Qian seeing this, reached out gently and intertwined his fingers with Qi Xing's. Watching Ming Qian and Qi Xing holding hands like that, Mrs. Huaban felt displeased and said sharply, "Ming Qian, you cannot disregard the rules. Are you going to defy the rules and insist on becoming engaged to Qi Xing?" Mrs. Huaban deliberately emphasized the words, rules, and regulations, pounding them like hammers against Ming Qian's forehead. Ming Qian momentarily saw stars and became disoriented, finding no strength to argue back. He knew deep down he belonged with Qi Xing. Yet, that inner voice clamped down tightly on Ming Qian. Qi Xing, while holding Ming Qian's hand, noticed instantly that his palm was cold. He immediately used his witchcraft powers to inspect Ming Qian, discovering abnormal fluctuations of witch power within him, indicating the activation of a forbidden spell. Unwilling to see Ming Qian suffer, Qi Xing said hastily, "Of course, we won't violate the rules." Ming Qian's mind cleared abruptly. "Qi Xing." Mrs. Huaban was elated, "You are indeed a sensible child." Qi Xing turned to look at Ming Qian, seeing a pitiful expression on his face, resembling an abandoned kitten. Qi Xing quickly tightened his grip on his hand and gently said, "If I can't marry into the Tiger clan, it doesn't say you can't marry me, does it?" Ming Qian froze. Hearing this, Mrs. Huaban panicked, "What are you saying?" Ming De was also shocked but called out, "That makes sense." Ming Baozhu screamed, "Like hell it does." The Tiger clan leader and old magic goat looked at each other in confusion. Qi Xing pulled out a ring from his pocket, knelt down on one knee. "Ming Qian, will you marry me?" The sunlight streamed through the glass window onto the diamond of the ring, casting a brilliant glow. However, to Ming Qian's eyes, it wasn't as radiant as Qi Xing's amber-colored eyes. A gentle breeze seemed to pass by Ming Qian's ear, whisking away all distracting noises, leaving only the distant yet close voice of Qi Xing asking, "Will you?" Naturally, Ming Qian replied, "I will." Ming De stood nearby, his tiger-like eyes glistening with tears. "So touching, our second son is willingly giving up his tiger identity and becoming a dog for love." Ming Baozhu was beside herself, "And oh, I can't accept this." Ah. Mrs. Huaban felt numb. The Tiger clan leader was shocked. Old Magic Goat remained silent, pulling out his phone and starting to type. "Today, I had an absolutely mind-blowing scoop that I want to share with you all, but I'm also afraid it might choke you. Netizens, just tell us already. Our throats are huge, we don't choke easily. Gossip vanguard me, this involves the top romantic news concerning the #1 figure in the demon realm, so please type, protect, on the public screen to show your support." Netizens. What kind of top-tier person? Don't tell me it's someone no one's heard of from the dregs. Exactly, for the sake of gossip, we've been forced to get to know many worthless people. Now even buskers under overpasses can be called top-tier. Gossip vanguard me, truly a top-tier person, someone everyone definitely knows if I say their name. Netizens. Really? I don't believe it. Then why don't you spill the beans? It's not that I don't trust you, I just want to broaden my brother's horizons. Gossip vanguard me, alright then, here goes. Netizens, hurry up. Gossip vanguard me, want to be amazed by the biggest revelation. Tonight at 8:30, don't miss it. Netizens, Yuan, times. #ref. Breaking news. Ming Qian marries down to a dog for love. This piece of explosive news comes from the gossip account at Gossip Vanguard Me, and has set off an intense discussion online. Although since the Dark Witch kidnapping case, Ming Qian has reduced his appearances in public places, not being such a mascot anymore, he still maintains a great popularity. Simply with the two labels of handsome, wealthy president, and gentle, beautiful big cat, he has become the white moonlight in the hearts of countless fans and always appears on the must contest list for the most desired spouse. Now, a shocking rumor surfaces claiming Ming Qian will marry beneath his status to a dog. According to an informed source, Ming Qian is in a relationship with a dog. The family, of course, opposes this marriage proposal. Regardless, Ming Qian decides to leave the family and marry the dog, following the dog wherever it leads. Such news made netizens explode into arguments. A large part of the fan base didn't believe it, criticizing that the blogger was making up tall tales. How could such a noble big cat like Ming Qian leave his family for a dog? As the news spread, fans could do little more than wail and moan. Those who were hurt the most were certainly the Ming family and the Tiger clan. Is it true? Is Ming Qian really getting married? And to a dog? The elders of the Ming family couldn't help but inquire. Mrs. Huaban felt troubled, dragging the Tiger clan leader along to face the elders' questioning. The Tiger clan leader sighed and said, "It's not a dog, actually it's a hidden wolf." Hidden wolf? The elder of the Ming family raised an eyebrow. Is that true? It's true. That one came from a genetic match database for Ming Qian, how could it be fake? While saying this, the Tiger clan leader handed over the genetic match record from the database for the elder to review. After seeing the record, the elder of the Ming family calmed down somewhat, muttering, "Oh, so it's a hidden wolf, genetically suited for Ming Qian." Originally, hearing it was a dog made the elder furious. Now finding out it was a hidden wolf reduced some of that anger, yet there was still discontent. Even if it's a hidden wolf, there's no need to marry him. Why not let the hidden wolf marry into the Tiger clan? Bringing this up caused Mrs. Huaban discomfort. The Tiger clan leader could only explain for her. Mrs. Huaban consulted the high priestess about fortune-telling, divining that the hidden wolf has a husband-destroying destiny. Recently, Ming Qian's repeated issues are related to this life force. Their couple has thought uniquely, if the hidden wolf destroys husbands, then they could simply have Ming Qian marry the hidden wolf instead. Upon hearing this, the Ming family elder became infuriated. Absurd. Tigers' marriages, what does it have to do with humans? Saying this, the elder pointed at Mrs. Huaban's nose and scolded her, "You always fraternize with humans, I've turned a blind eye to it before. But now you even let witch doctors interfere with our children's marriage plans. Are you a tiger or a pig?" Mrs. Huaban and the Ming family elder didn't get along well. The mainstay business of the Ming family was in Mrs. Huaban's hands, and the elder did not respect her much. He also despised Mrs. Huaban's delicate demeanor. In the Tiger clan, strength was respected above all else. Mrs. Huaban, being weaker, relied on befriending humans to reach her current status, something which made the elder dislike her even more. Having found such a sore spot, of course the elder took the chance to berate Mrs. Huaban thoroughly. This was also the reason why Mrs. Huaban brought the Tiger clan leader along to explain. She didn't want to argue with the elders, so she relied on the clan leader for support. To be honest, Mrs. Huaban somewhat regretted playing the husband-destroying destiny card. It was truly a case of lifting a stone only to drop it on her own foot. She originally thought that she could use the rules to restrict Ming Qian, but never expected Qi Xing to be so crafty. He directly overturned the chessboard, making Ming Qian leave to get married. And what she least expected was for Ming Qian to agree without any hesitation. What was going on with Ming Qian? Did he have no dignity as a tiger or as a male animal at all? Yes, indeed none. After Ming Qian agreed to the marriage, Mrs. Huaban pulled him aside privately and said, "Do you still remember the photo I showed you?" Ming Qian's expression changed slightly. That photo, of course, referred to the blurry photo of black Ming Qian. Seeing Ming Qian's change in demeanor, Mrs. Huaban felt delighted and quickly said, "Qi Xing is just pretending to be your ex-boyfriend as a stand-in. And yet you're actually..." Enough. Ming Qian suddenly shouted, unintentionally unleashing the powerful aura of a great spirit, stunning Mrs. Huaban to the point where she struggled to breathe. Mrs. Huaban's chest was compressed by the immense pressure, her lips turned pale, but she heard Ming Qian's deep voice saying, "These hearsay matters need not be discussed further with me." After saying this, Ming Qian left, his usually refined demeanor tinged with a chilling fierceness that made Mrs. Huaban dare not say another word. Since Mrs. Huaban dared not confront Ming Qian alone, she brought along the Ming family elder to head straight for the headquarters of the Ming Corporation. After the Tiger Festival, Ming Qian had already returned to work. As an employee, Qi Xing continued to love Ming Qian quietly, secretly meeting him in the president's office for lunch dates. Basically, everyone in the executive office knew that the dog involved in the Mary Down scandal was Qi Xing. Initially, everyone was shocked, they couldn't imagine Ming Qian lowering himself for love. However, when they found out how good-looking Qi Xing was, speaking beautifully, and switching effortlessly between charming fox-like demeanor and an innocent puppy persona, it was obvious that he was someone irresistible. Who wouldn't like such a person? It was exactly because of Qi Xing's dual charm that Mrs. Huaban secretly called him a sleazy fox dog. When Mrs. Huaban and the Ming elder stormed into the president's office, the secretaries bowed their heads, pretending they were unaware of anything. But upon seeing the two tigers rushing straight into Ming Qian's office, they noticed Ming Qian and Qi Xing eating meat lovers bento together affectionately. Mrs. Huaban almost fainted from anger. The Ming elder stayed composed, stroking his tiger whiskers, and asked, "Are you Qi Xing?" Qi Xing put down the bone he was holding and asked, "Who might you be, sir?" The Ming elder was momentarily speechless, let out a cold snort, and glanced toward Ming Qian. "How bold you become, not even greeting an elder properly." Ming Qian stood up and said, "Elder, good afternoon." The Ming elder lifted his face arrogantly and said to Qi Xing, "I am the elder of the Ming family." Qi Xing nodded and asked, "May I ask what this visit is about?" The Ming elder didn't expect the wolf dog to be so disrespectful. His face darkened. You are too rude to elders. Is this how the hidden wolf clan raises you? Qi Xing smiled and replied, we hidden wolves don't have many rules. Once Ming Qian joins us after marriage, things will be easier for him. As he spoke, Qi Xing moved his mouth subtly. Since Qi Xing couldn't take the initiative to kiss Ming Qian, he pouted slightly, prompting Ming Qian to lean over and let Qi Xing peck him. Watching the two act amorously as if no one else was present, Mrs. Huaban nearly went blind from their display of affection. The Ming elder hadn't expected the normally aloof Ming Qian to show a passionate side, making him realize the situation was more complicated than he had imagined. The Ming elder solemnly asked, have you thought this through? Are you really going to marry into the wolf clan? Ming Qian replied, I am simply marrying Qi Xing. Whatever clan Qi Xing belongs to, I will marry into that clan. Mrs. Huaban interjected with concern, elder, perhaps it wasn't entirely accurate to say, marrying into the wolf clan. What do you mean? The Ming elder asked. Mrs. Huaban fidgeted nervously with her handkerchief and hesitantly said, Qi Xing has long been removed from the hidden wolf clan. His identity records indicate he's a wolf dog. If we follow this logic, Ming Qian marrying him means joining the dog clan. The news saying, marry down to the dog isn't exaggerated, it's true. Upon hearing this, the Ming elder's complexion turned white, muttering, alas, misfortune for our family. Seemingly indifferent, Qi Xing and Ming Qian kept enjoying their bento. Mrs. Huaban had to intervene again, attracting attention, Qi Xing, I know you're a good person who genuinely likes Ming Qian. But Ming Qian is a nationally known celebrity. You mustn't let him become a laughingstock across the country. Qi Xing raised an eyebrow and retorted, Mrs. Huaban, what you're implying is dogs are inferior to wolves, wolves inferior to tigers. Such comments may count as species discrimination. Mrs. Huaban was momentarily speechless, not expecting to be countered so effectively by Qi Xing's sharp tongue. While it was true that there existed a hierarchy of disdain among species, as a public figure, she certainly couldn't verbalize such discriminatory remarks or face heavy backlash from public opinion and cyberbullying. Mrs. Huaban coughed and exchanged glances with the Ming family elder, signaling him. The Ming family elder looked at Ming Qian who seemed utterly unconcerned while diligently gnawing on a meat bone, feeling instantly exhausted. How had he not noticed how naive this child really was? The Ming family elder cleared his throat and said, Ming Qian, if you marry a dog, the resources of the tiger clan and the Ming family will no longer belong to you. Ming Qian didn't seem particularly bothered, of course, I understand. The Ming family elder hadn't expected Ming Qian to not care at all. After thinking it through, he concluded that Ming Qian might be somewhat obstinate and probably hadn't thought it through properly. The Ming family elder added, if you're without the Ming family, you won't remain a noble son or continue as CEO, do you understand that? Ming Qian nodded, I understand, it just means I don't have to work anymore and don't need to attend social gatherings, right? Thank you, elder, I'm satisfied with this wedding gift. The blood pressure of the Ming family elder skyrocketed, like a rocket taking off. Mrs. Huaban interpreted this situation selfishly, this kid mustn't have experienced the hardships of life and didn't know what it feels like to have no money makes every step hard, or, without power even pigs and dogs mock you. She figured it would be more effective to let him taste the life of an ordinary citizen, constantly worrying about firewood, rice, oil, and salt, before trying to persuade him again. Mrs. Huaban shared her thoughts with the Ming family elder. He considered it and thought it wasn't a bad idea, thus replying, you've learned quite some despicable tricks after being a sycophant to humans for years. Truly commendable. Mrs. Huaban's mouth twitched as she retorted, elder isn't human yet knows so much about sarcasm, that's equally impressive. After exchanging barbs a few times, neither tore down their masks, but instead focused jointly on executing a shock education for Ming Qian. Even though Ming Qian was the group CEO, the equity still belonged to the Ming family. At one command from the Ming family elder, Ming Qian's position as CEO was stripped away, along with his economic sources. In turn, Qi Xing could no longer use the black card in his possession. Once the news of the president's replacement was released, it also triggered ripples in public discourse. The Ming family made no secret of its dissatisfaction regarding Ming Qian marrying a dog. As a result, practically the whole nation knew that Ming Qian had not only chosen to become a dog for love but also a poor one. Some were moved, ah, this is true love. Others were puzzled, ah, what a fool. Ming Qian had always been rather single-minded. Serving as the CEO was akin to being a regular employee, having done little over the years to invest in personal assets except depositing his money in the bank. As such, he owned no real estate, and when expelled from home by Mrs. Huaban, he truly had nowhere to go. He thought, for years, I've only taken stock options and salary without engaging in financial management. Now my total assets amount to merely 10 billion. Having no clear direction of where to go, he eventually checked into the top suite of a 5-star hotel, where under the care of a dedicated butler, he lamented the emptiness of unemployment as he watched his savings deplete. Qi Xing dated Ming Qian in the top suite. Beside the floor-to-ceiling glass window lay a large blanket. On the blanket were soft pillows, yarn balls, and bone toys, available for both cat and dog to play with. When they got tired, they nestled together, tails entwining as they gazed out at the urban landscape from the blanket. Qi Xing guiltily told Ming Qian, being with me has made you poor. Ming Qian replied, it's fine. I am willing. However, Qi Xing shook his head, no, your willingness to suffer for me is one thing, but my acceptance of letting my wife endure hardship is another. You are married to me, and as my cat, I cannot neglect my cat. My cat deserves the best. Ming Qian said, you are the best. Touched, Qi Xing cried like a child on the blanket, causing them to eventually have to compensate because the blanket couldn't get wet. They learned that the blanket cost 100,000. Qi Xing. If I don't start striving soon, I really might not be able to afford a cat. Qi Xing sighed silently before saying, in fact, what Mrs. Huaban said that day, while I argued back against it, deep down I actually agree with her. What did she say? Ming Qian asked. Qi Xing gave Ming Qian a deep look and said, if you were to marry a poor dog, it would be akin to lowering yourself, a prince of great wealth, into the mud. It would be like a beautiful flower stuck onto cow dung. Ming Qian said, I don't allow you to call yourself cow dung. Qi Xing choked for a moment and said, I didn't say that. Ming Qian gently nodded, that's good. Qi Xing smiled and said, I've thought it through. I must make sure you continue being a noble gentleman. I know you dislike working and hate socializing, being the company's mascot and CEO was really difficult for you. So after becoming my cat, I am determined to let you live the best possible life as a cat, lounging around lazily all day, ignoring everyone, eating the finest meat and clawing at the most expensive sofas. Ming Qian felt as though a warm current flowed through his heart, warming it after so many lonely years. First of all, Qi Xing declared with grand enthusiasm, I will give you a once-in-a-century engagement ceremony. That shouldn't be too hard to arrange. Ming Qian said, I still have some savings left. Qi Xing immediately dismissed the idea, how could I use your savings? In his capacity as the husband, a peculiar sense of superiority welled up within him, I absolutely refuse to sponge off others. Your money is yours alone. Let me support you. Yet Ming Qian asked, then how do you plan to earn money? Qi Xing smirked in a domineering yet charming manner typical of a tycoon, that's not your concern. #ref. Now, across all online platforms, news about Ming Qian becoming a dog for love, a former great cat turned licking cat, and the once brilliant heir now marrying a dog, was spreading. Neither the Hu clan nor the Ming family tried to suppress these rumors, in fact, they seemed to somewhat enjoy their circulation. Initially, the only source exposing Ming Qian's act of love was at Gossip Vanguard meme. After this explosive information came out, many marketing accounts were intimidated by the might of the Ming family and the Hu clan, so they hesitated to follow up on the scoop. Their articles cautiously added phrases like, perhaps this is true love, or, based on unclear sources. Some even dared not mention Ming Qian's full name, only referring to him as a well-known great cat. However, after testing the waters and realizing the Ming family had no intention of suppressing public opinion, these marketers grew bolder, starting to write posts tinged with personal bias and sensationalism. They nervously awaited cease and desist letters. But to their surprise, no legal warnings arrived, instead, the news of Ming Qian's dismissal from the Ming family did. These gossipmongers finally caught the scent, the Ming family was clearly abandoning Ming Qian. As a result, public discussions flared up instantly, and various paparazzi gleefully churned out attention-grabbing pieces. The better ones praised Ming Qian for choosing true love over billions of dollars and his high status. The poorer ones labeled Ming Qian as a brainless lover, dubbing it a predictable script where a wealthy and beautiful young woman marries an old and cunning dog who is a poor dirtbag. They concluded that this story would inevitably end in tragedy. Still others dug into Ming Qian's past, alleging that his well-read noble beauty cat persona was fake. He was, in reality, just a puppet manipulated without any real authority, a mere mascot. This explained why he held the helm of the family business for years without establishing any significant power, and was kicked out without much resistance. There were also rumors questioning Ming Qian's origin. As everyone knew, he was adopted by Mrs. Huaban and wasn't her biological son. Perhaps there were issues with his bloodline. That's why he got kicked out, supposedly under the pretense of following a dog's fate, which was nothing more than an excuse. It was claimed Ming Qian was actually a mongrel discovered by the family and thus rejected. His marriage couldn't possibly be a good one, hence settling for an old dog. Having read so many reports, Qi Xing was stunned. Why did they all say he was an old dog? Being called a dog was fine, but why old? For this reason, Qi Xing deliberately took Ming Qian's hand and strolled confidently through furniture stores. Without specifically inviting anyone to take photos, thanks to Ming Qian's immense popularity now, within 5 minutes outside their home, passers-by already snapped hundreds of pictures of them. Qi Xing, knowing someone was stealthily taking shots, deliberately straightened his chest, tightened his abdomen, thrust his hips forward, and kept his lips curved upward while tilting his face 45 degrees towards the sky to present his most photogenic side. As the saying goes, effort always pays off. Though a few amateur snaps went awry, 90% of the photos uploaded online showcased Qi Xing living up to Mrs. Huaban's label of lewd fox dog. He radiated a mix of a fox's charm and a pet dog's innocence, a perfect blend of suave allure. Netizens watching couldn't help but shout. I'm in. No wonder. If it was me, I'd become a dog too. How can liking such a beautiful dog still be considered licking? Marketing accounts really can fabricate anything. They said what? An old dog. Clearly, it's a magnificent dog. On second thought, isn't he more like a fox than a dog? Yes, yes. Like a fox spirit. Definitely prone to romantic entanglements. Foxes are a kind of dog too, aren't they? Both belong to the canine family. It makes sense now, if it's a fox spirit, even emperors couldn't resist their allure. Seeing this trend, the marketing accounts quickly adjusted their language, abandoning the wealthy cat deceived into marrying an old poor dog narrative, switching instead to the version of fox spirit luring a pure cat prince. And the easiest way to tarnish someone with good looks? Accuse them of having a decadent private life. Rumors began spreading again, claiming that Qi Xing was a seductive fox pretending to be a dog, who had habitually deceived people for affection. Many came forward saying they had been harassed, hurt, or financially and emotionally scammed by Qi Xing. The rich and beautiful Ming Qian would probably become the biggest victim. After seeing these reports, the one who got most infuriated was Ming De. How dare they smear Qi Xing like this? Ming De seethed, Qi Xing is merely someone who looks seductive. Zi Che was sipping tea when he heard this, nearly spitting it out. Qi Xing must thank you greatly for such words. Ming De said again, shall we just stand by and watch? Shouldn't we do something? Zi Che raised an eyebrow, what do you propose we do? Ming De said, we can talk to the clan chief, my mother, or the elders, see if they can suppress these rumors. Zi Che thought in his mind, aren't these rumors flying because of the tacit approval of the clan chief, your mother, and the elders? He only said, if the elders understood what you comprehend, then why should you interfere with their plan? After hearing this, Ming De couldn't say anything, drooping his cat ears in frustration. After being silent for a while, Ming De said, I'm so annoyed, it's so bothersome. Sigh, let's mate. Zi Che nearly spit out water again, hurriedly setting down his teacup, deciding not to drink during this conversation with Ming De. He asked perplexedly, what did you say? Did I hear wrong? Ming De loudly reiterated, I said, let's mate. Zi Che quickly stopped Ming De from continuing because his voice was too loud, the whole building must have heard him shout. Why bring up this suddenly? Zi Che asked, last time wasn't because of medication. What's happening now? I don't know, Ming De replied, probably because once started, I keep thinking about it. Zi Che felt awkward. Ming De shouted, you won't even do this. Are we not brothers? Zi Che sighed deeply, being your brother isn't easy. Ming De seemed to misunderstand the meaning of not easy, saying, if you lack stamina, just say it, no need to force yourself. Question mark. Zi Che squinted at Ming De. Ming De sympathetically said, I can move myself. In the end, Zi Che took Ming De to the private closed training ground. The reason was simple, the privacy level of this training ground was extremely high, completely sealed off, ensuring that no sound or pheromone would leak out. And this brothers pair, Zi Che and Ming De, used to frequently go to that training field to practice combat moves. Sometimes, after entering, they wouldn't come out all day, making others feel it was perfectly normal. When both tigers walked out of the training field, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, no strange speculations arose. Instead, Ming De would even exclaim along the way, so refreshing. So awesome. Zi Che is so fierce, made me howl. Next time, use more force, don't worry about hurting me. I can take any amount of strength. Occasionally, Zi Che might respond with phrases like, you are really tough to wear out. Okay, next time I'll punish you until you're done for. Why did you beg for mercy earlier if you could handle it so well? Anyone hearing this would only comment, lately, Ming De and Zi Che's training intensity has been getting higher. Truly diligent indeed. We must learn from them. This day, just as Ming De planned to invite Zi Che to the training field again, a sergeant entered to report, Mr. Ming Qian is here to see you. Hearing this, Ming De said, let him in quickly. Ming Qian walked in with measured steps. Although he had already quit work, he still wore a well-tailored suit which emphasized his elegant and robust build, making him look suave and carrying a hint of domineering CEO air. Looking at the current Ming Qian, Ming De sensed a difference in him. In the past, the Ming Qian inside the Ming family always adhered to strict norms, but now outside of the family, he seemed free of restraints, walking lighter steps, even his gaze lost that home cat-like docility, exuding a 12-fold dignity befitting a tiger tribe leader. This dignity momentarily made Ming De feel inferior and unable to assume the familiar elder brother posture. His lips moved, unsure of what to say. But Ming Qian spoke first, sit down. Ming De instinctively obeyed by sitting down. Because of his excessive compliance, he suddenly realized, this was the aura of authority emanating from Ming Qian. In the past, within the Ming family, Ming Qian always subdued his authoritative presence, abiding strictly by rules, which gave Ming De the illusion that he deserved to act as Ming Qian's elder brother. Now he realized that Ming Qian possessed a kind of unattainable heavenly calamity aura that all mystical beasts could never match, akin to winter's freezing wind penetrating through window crevices, cold enough to cut bones. Second brother. Ming De started feeling uneasy. But Ming Qian said, I've left the Ming family, I'm no longer your second brother. Mingda gulped, then how should I address you? Ming Qian was silent for a moment before he said, you can call my name. All right. Mingda replied, Ming Qian, you. Is there anything you want from me this time? Ming Qian answered, it's simple. I am no longer your second brother, so there's no need to act politely anymore. Now I just hope that you return the things you took from me. Mingda was confused, what did I take from you? Ming Qian stretched out his hand, and a streak of silver light flew from Mingda, landing in Ming Qian's palm. Upon closer inspection, Mingda found that the talisman he had carried with him for years now rested in Ming Qian's palm. It was a silver spear, its shaft inscribed with two lifelike tiger eyes that exuded an aura of authority without needing anger. The emblem of the military branch originally belonged to me, Ming Qian said. You might have forgotten. Mingda suddenly became lost for words. Then I. You don't need to worry, Ming Qian said. You can still go back to the Ming family and inherit their assets. You can even become CEO like I used to be. Mingda, become a CEO? This was equivalent to saying, it's cooling down, let the Ming group go bankrupt. The military position was indeed initially assigned to Ming Qian because the high-ranking demons of their species favored Ming Qian's qualifications as the heaven-slaying star. But Mrs. Huaban was extremely envious. She knew well that no matter how wealthy the Ming group was, it couldn't match the raw power that came from the army. If her own son could secure a foothold in the military, she wouldn't have to bow her head to the elders of the Tiger tribe or the Ming family. Not only that, she wouldn't have to continue being the sycophantic lackey of those wizards. Indeed, her flattery toward the wizards hadn't been heartfelt at all. If given the choice, she would never want to grovel as a lapdog. Who wouldn't rather be a fierce tiger? Therefore, she cooperated with the wizard's schemes and administered suppressant medication on Ming Qian, forcing him to restrain his natural authority. Consequently, during Ming Qian's military testing, his results were disappointing. Although the numbers weren't low compared to most powerful demons, they fell far below the expectations of the big shots. Seizing this opportunity, Mrs. Huaban recommended her son Mingda. The night before the exam, using the methods taught by the wizards, she stole a small portion of the heaven-slaying star chi from Ming Qian and covertly injected it into Mingda. During the test, burdened with this cheat mode, Mingda exploded with extraordinary stats, causing the top brass of the military to rejoice. Believing Mingda to be a once-in-a-generation genius, they decided immediately, letting Mingda take Ming Qian's place. And so, Ming Qian returned home to work diligently for the family. Later, the heaven-slaying star chi injected into Mingda gradually dissipated, and his stats returned to their original levels. Nevertheless, due to his innate talents as a great cat warrior, his martial skills were still very prominent. Thus, the military leaders accepted him. As for Ming Qian, he had already been appointed as a mascot for publicity purposes, so the army no longer considered letting Ming Qian join them. At that young age, Mingda didn't realize he'd entered the military through cheating. But Ming Qian understood everything clearly, including many other matters. He knew exactly why Mrs. Huaban oppressed him, yet he never resisted, even showing deep respect for her decisions. Mrs. Huaban benefited immensely from Ming Qian's obedience. Not only Mingda, but even Mrs. Huaban herself had forgotten that Ming Qian was originally a heaven-slaying fierce beast. Thus, faced with Ming Qian now, she was utterly stunned. The senior office of the military department was decorated in a cold, hard style. Since this department was dominated by beast kind, it had fewer desks and chairs compared to human offices, merely possessing an indoor swimming pool, indoor fountain, and small indoor waterfall. One wall was a large fish tank filled with blue water, making the entire office resemble a mini aquarium. The owner of the office was a whale tiger wearing black and white suits. The whale tiger was sitting by the fountain, soaking his feet, his face icy cold. Ming Qian stood nearby, his expression equally cold. When Mrs. Huaban tried to speak to Ming Qian, meeting his gaze rendered her knees weak, leaving her mind blank. Seeing the almost fainting cowardice of Mrs. Huaban, the whale tiger remarked to Ming Qian, retract your oppressive aura. Ming Qian wanted to say, I wasn't spreading my oppressive aura either. At the moment, Ming Qian was in a normal state, neither suppressing nor releasing his authority. Nevertheless, he silently gathered back his oppressive aura without further argument. Once his oppressive aura disappeared, Mrs. Huaban felt as though the air inside the office started flowing again, panting heavily while feeling dizzy. The whale tiger also possessed a cold temperament, disliking talking much, thus he indifferently asked, before coming here, people already informed you about the situation, is there anything else you want to say? Before entering this office, Mrs. Huaban had already been informed of the situation. Ming Qian voluntarily revealed the corruption within the military entrance exams years ago and proposed to reclaim the rank that rightfully belonged to him. The whale tiger was no fool either. Back then, Mingda's initial test results were extraordinary, but they gradually declined afterward. The whale tiger had noticed some issues and had suspicions in his heart. However, those suspicions didn't amount to much because Mingda performed well in the military department, and Ming Qian grew up with less and less aggressiveness, appearing like he had been raised to waste away, not as valuable as Mingda. Thus, the whale tiger felt there was no need to investigate further. Anyway, Mingda was doing a good job in the military department, and Ming Qian was performing splendidly as a mascot, each was handling their own role, so there was nothing wrong with that. But things are different now. When Ming Qian reappeared before the whale tiger, his presence exuded an awe-inspiring pressure capable of an overwhelming demonic aura. The whale tiger's eyes immediately sparkled. Regardless of Mingda or anyone else, they paled in comparison before the whale tiger. All the whale tiger wanted now, this tiger would become his most beloved subordinate. And being of this character, the whale tiger, originally impressed by Mingda's talent, had promoted him exceptionally. Now, favoring Ming Qian, he simply brushed Mingda aside. As for Mingda, he remained bewildered and passive throughout the entire situation. Hence, even though Mingda had taken Ming Qian's place, Ming Qian never intended to hold him accountable. He merely wanted what belonged to him back, beyond that, he had no other demands. This allowed the whale tiger to breathe a sigh of relief. The whale tiger still harbored some feelings for Mingda, and if this matter became public, he himself would also bear responsibility. Therefore, the whale tiger did not disclose the cheating from years ago but instead stated that Mingda needed to return home to inherit the family business, hence removing him from the military ranks. Mingda returned to be the CEO, while Ming Qian came back as an officer, each returning to their rightful position. Mrs. Huaban, coming from a noble background and supported by the Wizard Association, wasn't willing to let it go so easily. Back when Mingda joined the military, you approved of it too. Now you can just discard him so easily and give the rank to our family's discarded son. What kind of reasoning is that? Though the whale tiger did not wish to completely fall out with Mrs. Huaban, he wasn't afraid of confrontation. He coldly sneered, "All right then, let's have a public investigation into what happened back then." How does that sound? Mrs. Huaban immediately froze. Back then. Back then. The whale tiger continued, "Everyone knows exactly what went on back then. If we really stir things up, the worst I'll face is an apology to the public and a bit of self-reflection. But what about you? And Mingda? Have you thought about it?" Mrs. Huaban's face turned pale as she looked toward Ming Qian almost pleadingly. "Ming Qian, you won't stand by and watch your mother like this, will you? You're not my mother. Please respect yourself," Ming Qian coldly replied. For a moment, Mrs. Huaban's heart sank. How could it be? How did Ming Qian's attitude suddenly change? Mrs. Huaban became flustered and attempted to use her usual rule force to control Ming Qian, loudly scolding him, "Treating your adoptive mother this way, how disrespectful. Breaking rules." Ming Qian slightly tilted his head, looking confused and indifferent like a cat. "I've left the Ming family, so naturally, I don't have to honor you or follow the Ming family rules anymore." That sentence struck Mrs. Huaban like thunder, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Could this be true? Mrs. Huaban had always controlled Ming Qian using the notions inside his head, abiding by the rules, being well-mannered, respecting parents. But now that she had kicked Ming Qian out of the Ming family and the Tiger tribe had removed his name, Ming Qian's consciousness no longer obeyed the Ming family or the Tiger tribe. Mrs. Huaban's face turned ashen white. "Damn it, did I end up shooting myself in the foot?" After leaving the Ming family, Ming Qian stopped taking the medication suppressing his demon powers. Moreover, during his memoryless period, he had learned the 18 styles of the heaven-slaying technique. As a result, his demon power once again surpassed its peak, transforming him back into a strong fighter consistent with the definition of a heaven-slaying savage beast. What Mrs. Huaban hadn't anticipated was another layer. In Ming Qian's mind, he no longer belonged to the Ming family or the Tiger tribe. This was the first layer. There was another layer. In Ming Qian's mind, he belonged to Qi Xing. He had embraced the concept of, when a man marries, he follows his wife. Before Qi Xing, Ming Qian remained excessively disciplined, the overly rule-abiding big cat. So these days, Qi Xing hadn't noticed any changes in Ming Qian. In front of Qi Xing, Ming Qian was as obedient and formal as ever, completely concealing his oppressive aura, retracting his sharp claws into his padded paws, exposing his docile feline chin for Qi Xing to fondle. Qi Xing didn't notice any changes in Ming Qian, so she continued to focus on her plans to make money to support the cat. Because she was preoccupied with planning, her time spent with Ming Qian significantly decreased. Unable to resist, Ming Qian asked, "What are you always busy with?" Qi Xing smiled and answered, "I'm working hard to become incredibly wealthy." At this moment, the Ming family elder sought out Ming Qian again and said to him, "Do you really think that with a bit of money in your hands now, you can live happily ever after with Qi Xing?" Ming Qian looked indifferently at the Ming family elder, lost in thought. The Ming family elder sneered and said, "Without money or power, one is like a bun, easily manipulated by others. With money but no power, one becomes a meat bun, not only easily manipulated, but also appetizing. That's exactly your situation. Now that you've lost the protection of the Ming family, you'll soon realize what it means for a tiger to fall on hard times." It was unclear whether it was due to the Ming family elder's instigation or if it was because the newly wealthy but powerless Ming Qian had become an appealing meat bun that everyone wanted a piece of. The five-star hotel suddenly announced they could no longer rent a room to Ming Qian, even if he had the money. The reason given was that Ming Qian's safety certificate had expired, so he was not allowed to stay in the hotel. This safety certificate was specific to ferocious beasts. Every year, all ferocious beasts must undergo testing and receive official certification that they do not have a bloodthirsty nature in order to obtain the certificate. Ming Qian had never remembered applying for such a certificate himself, later learning that he'd been issued one at birth, renewed annually, with his staff handling the renewal process. Now, the certificate had lapsed. Ming Qian went to renew it, only to find the office personnel finding every excuse possible. They stated that since his records listed him as part of the Tiger Tribe, he needed a guarantee letter from the Tiger Tribe Committee in order to proceed. When Ming Qian visited the Tiger Tribe Committee, they explained that since he had already been expelled from the tribe, they could not issue the certificate. Ming Qian knew Qi Xing was busy devising ways to earn money, so he did not bother her with his troubles. Without a certificate, Ming Qian couldn't stay in hotels or rent apartments. In search of a place to stay, Ming Qian eventually wandered into a black market inn that didn't require a safety certificate. Ming Qian stayed there for several days until the owner realized how wealthy he was. The owner then raised the price exorbitantly, demanding an additional 10,000 per night. Frowning, Ming Qian said, "Isn't that illegal?" Laughing wildly, the owner replied, "Operating an illegal inn is already against the law. So what's wrong with being greedy?" He then spread his hand wide, "Pay up." Ming Qian said softly, "I won't pay." The owner, who ran this kind of establishment, was certainly not a good man. A murderer himself, he had failed to get a safety certificate due to his bloodthirsty tendencies. Snarling with malice, the owner declared, "No one has ever dared to stay here without paying." With another raucous laugh, the owner bared his gaping mouth, revealing a long, silk-like tongue that emitted a nauseating stench. 2 seconds later, the owner's fangs were pulled out, blood spurting as his mouth foamed with crimson bubbles. Weakly, he let out pitiful pleas for mercy, "I'm sorry. Big brother, I'm sorry." Since the day Ming Qian regained his memories, he had never injured anyone. This was the first time. When the owner opened his mouth, Ming Qian hadn't hesitated. He simply tore apart the owner's jaws and mercilessly shattered his fangs. In the past, Ming Qian would have just targeted the snake's vulnerable spots, disabling it there and then. But now, as the scent of blood hung in the air, Ming Qian's eyes flickered with a glint of ruthlessness. A terrifying aura of dominance surged forth from his back, causing every beast on the entire black street to shiver involuntarily. The innkeeper, terrified, began to release pheromones in a state of extreme fear, effectively wetting his pants. Ming Qian wiggled his fingers, seemingly about to rip off the innkeeper's head. However, just then, his phone vibrated and rang loudly, "Your darling is calling. Your darling is calling. Your darling is calling. Your darling is calling." The devilish oppressive pressure vanished instantly. Ming Qian's face softened like water. Turning around, he answered the call while leaving the inn. "What's wrong? Are you busy? Are you tired?" Qi Xing laughed gently from the other end and asked, "Where are you?" "I went to the hotel, only to find out you checked out. I was planning to surprise you." Ming Qian's heart warmed at this but regretted concealing his predicament, making Qi Xing come for nothing. After some deliberation, Ming Qian decided to tell the truth. "My safety certificate hasn't been renewed, so I cannot continue staying." Qi Xing, as if realizing this now, paused momentarily before saying, "Ah, right. Have you gone to renew it yet?" Ming Qian replied, "They refused. The Tiger Tribe wouldn't provide the proof." His reply was brief, but Qi Xing, being sharp-witted, immediately grasped the underlying issues. Snorting coldly, Qi Xing retorted, "Why should they be arrogant? Wait till I..." Pausing briefly, Qi Xing reflected that without the safety certificate, akin to an ID or permit, ferocious beasts could not move freely. There was no time to waste. After pondering, Qi Xing said, "As far as I know, members of the military department don't need a safety certificate." Ming Qian responded, "Joining the military isn't as simple as wanting to." Qi Xing also remembered what old Demon Yang had said. Ming Qian was supposed to join the military department, but he was blocked by Mrs. Huaban. Thinking of this, Qi Xing felt so upset that she couldn't breathe out her anger and wondered why she should respect the person as an elder anymore if the person acted shamelessly. Qi Xing indignantly said, "In my view, you are supposed to be in the military department. What Mrs. Huaban has done to you is outrageous. We need to teach her a lesson." Ming Qian hadn't thought about this matter, but after hearing what Qi Xing said, he immediately replied, "All right then, let's go to the military department and teach her a lesson." Mingda was removed from the team for violating discipline. His comrades all felt sorry for him, some even felt angry on his behalf. They believed Mingda had always performed well. So what major offense did he commit to get expelled? The bolder ones went to General Hu Jing and asked for an explanation. What happened exactly? Why was Mingda dismissed? General Hu Jing naturally wouldn't reveal the secret that Mingda actually replaced Ming Qian, so he just said, "Well, Mingda needs to go back to inherit a billion-dollar estate." Suddenly, the comrades were no longer indignant. When Mingda found out the truth behind his entry into the military department, he was deeply shocked. After learning the truth, he obviously wouldn't cling stubbornly to staying in the military department. He felt extremely apologetic towards Ming Qian and wished to apologize publicly. But he was stopped by both Mrs. Huaban and General Hu Jing. Mingda was ordered to keep quiet, which made him very frustrated. Just before leaving the army, his comrades all asked him, "Are you unhappy? What happened?" Ming Da couldn't tell them about Ming Qian, so he could only say, "Sigh, I don't want to go back and work." "Are you really called working?" one of his comrades teased. "You're going back to be a domineering CEO." Ming Da asked, "What is a domineering CEO?" "Anyway, it must be better than fighting and dying here," another comrade joked. "No training, no early wake-up calls, you can sleep as late as you like and do whatever you fancy. No one will scold you, you'll only have the authority to scold others. Moreover, you earn a great deal of money, CEO reportedly earns millions annually." After hearing this, Ming Da was thrilled and exclaimed, "Wow! That sounds amazing. I'm going to be a domineering CEO, while you all suffer here." None of his comrades were indignant for him anymore. Not long after Ming Da left, Ming Qian entered the military department, replacing Ming Da's position. Yao Beast's respected strength above all else, especially in the military department. Now in times of peace, there weren't many opportunities for war. Most actions consisted of capturing Yao Beasts who turned evil and antisocial dark wizards, making individual combat ability particularly crucial. With his powerful force value, Ming Qian quickly gained recognition from his fellow Yao Beast colleagues, earning much admiration from General Hu Jing. As such, Ming Qian felt perfectly at ease in the military department. On the contrary, Ming Da and Mrs. Huaban's situation worsened. Mrs. Huaban insisted that Ming Da take over the leadership of the Ming Corporation as CEO, facing opposition from many members. Grasping Ming Da's hand with tears in her eyes, Mrs. Huaban said, "Mom exerted tremendous effort for you to become a CEO. You must work hard and never betray Mom's expectations." Ming Da said, "All right, I will certainly be a good domineering CEO." However, things didn't go as planned. Although Ming Da excelled at fighting, he failed miserably in being a boss. There were also other relatives of the Ming family occupying important positions within the company. Previously suppressed by Ming Qian, they became restless upon Ming Qian's departure, possibly because Ming Da was restless, prompting their restlessness. Although Ming Qian seemed somewhat rigid and less astute, performing duties by the book, he meticulously managed the overall picture and details without any negligence. Even the hidden undercurrents beneath him were subdued. Now with Ming Da taking charge, those below him all played tricks, yet he naively laughed along, soon getting sidelined. Mrs. Huaban grew increasingly anxious. "Why do you leave work on time every day?" Ming Da said, "The secretary says it's because of my high efficiency." Mrs. Huaban frowned. "Have you handled the XX project and YY project?" Ming Da said, "No. President Wang said that as a CEO, I should focus on big things and neglect small ones. These projects worth tens of billions of dollars are not worth caring about." Mrs. Huaban sighed helplessly. "Tens of billions are considered minor projects. Then what constitutes a major one?" Ming Da said, "It's the largest one in the entire group. Therefore, sitting in the largest office in the group is sufficient." Mrs. Huaban fainted. "He's utterly useless. Utterly useless." Sure enough, huge mistakes occurred in the XX project and YY project. As the nominal responsible party, Ming Da was harshly criticized by the board of directors and deposed with little fanfare. Ming Da wailed and complained to Zhiche, "Tell me, why am I so unfortunate?" Zish said, "Sigh, I don't know how to console you either. Let's have a round." So Ming Da and Zish had N rounds, greatly relieving their troubles. Ming Da thought it through. Being a CEO was no fun anyway, so why not give it up? Zish also said, "You really shouldn't be in this position, it's not good for you, nor is it good for the group. Now getting out early, you can mix as a carefree nobleman, which is the best option." Ming Da was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "Did you always think like this?" "I've always thought this way," Zish answered. Ming Da was even more surprised. "Then why didn't you say anything when I became CEO?" Saying it wouldn't have mattered, Mrs. Huaban would definitely not agree. "You couldn't go against her," Zish said. "We have to let her see her dream shattered right before her eyes, only then can she wake up." Mrs. Huaban indeed shattered so much that she was bewildered. She wondered, looking at Ming Qian didn't seem too smart either. How could Ming Qian handle being the CEO but her own son couldn't? After doing 1/4 of the presidency, he got kicked off the chair. Grass, this was even better than Qin Ershi. Calling him an heir spoiled by family wealth insulted such heirs. The original Qin Ershi lasted at least 3 years before being overthrown. Ming Da only lasted 3 months. Mrs. Huaban shook all over, from soul to face. Her entire body trembled like a sieve. But she felt she couldn't lose. As they say, lose the fight but not the field. She continued socializing as usual, singing, dancing, and pretending everything was fine. The less stable she felt inside, the more gold and jewels she adorned herself with. She still prepared for the spring tea talk party at home, buying flowers, arranging things, enjoying it immensely. Just as she was busy running around like a whirlwind, the housekeeper rushed to her with sweat on his face, whispering, "Madam, here is the invitation for the spring tea talk party." "What invitation?" Mrs. Huaban paused, taking the invitation from the housekeeper's hand, seeing the embossed golden characters reading, "Invitation for the spring tea talk party hosted by Ming Corporation," on it, her face immediately changed drastically. Upon opening, she found that the hostess initiating the invitation was the wife of the new president of the Ming Corporation. The new president of Ming Corporation was that Tiger tribe member who had snatched Ming's position as president. He seized control of Ming Corporation, and gained support from the Ming elders, already becoming the #1 in the clan. His wife assumed the role of first aristocrat lady, replacing Mrs. Huaban's status. Her top priority was to grab the hosting rights of the tea party into her hands. How could Mrs. Huaban tolerate this? Wasn't the wife of Ming Qian just a leopard? How dare such a female leopard step on her head? Mrs. Huaban crushed the invitation in anger, turned back to her room, grabbed the phone, dialed the number of the mother leopard, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, said in an elder's tone, "I have been hosting this tea talk party for many years, everyone has become used to my style. I'm afraid you're too young, rushing ahead might make things worse." Mrs. Huaban's tone was quite skillful, seemingly caring but actually arrogant, intending to suppress the other side. Unexpectedly, the mother leopard didn't fall for it at all, directly saying, "I'm unlike Mrs. Huaban who mixes with humans a lot and speaks well. I don't have much else to say. No matter what, I'll send out my invitations and you won't meddle, and if you send your invitations, I won't stop you. In the end, whoever's tea party has fewer attendees will embarrass themselves." After finishing, the mother leopard hung up directly. This made Mrs. Huaban so angry that she needed a heart revival treatment. They how dare. The more Mrs. Huaban thought about it, the angrier she got, determined to compete with the mother leopard once and for all. She stomped downstairs and instructed the housekeeper, "Go, we must purchase all the banquet flowers available in the city this month. Nobody else is allowed to buy them." Mrs. Huaban, relying on her immense wealth, planned to suppress the mother leopard from the root. However, the housekeeper looked depressed and said, "Madam, we don't have enough money." How could that be? Mrs. Huaban stopped halfway. Indeed, where did Mrs. Huaban's previous money come from? Her son was no longer the CEO, she had lost her military department public position, and she no longer had access to the family fund distribution rights. Starting this quarter, Mrs. Huaban only received 2 million yuan per month as living expenses. Right now, that mother leopard was much wealthier than Mrs. Huaban. If there were to be any economic blockade, it could only be the mother leopard blockading her, not the other way around. Mrs. Huaban sat on the ground and cried meow with grief. There was no need to wait until the tea party day, Mrs. Huaban had already felt that her past glory had left her. Her gate remained unvisited, all the sisters who previously flattered and complimented her had flocked to the mother leopard to ingratiate themselves. When they saw her again, they mocked her, saying, "That leopardess is truly lively and generous, likable. Unlike some tigers who are pinker than Hello Kitty, foolishly following behind humans acting like cats. They lack any dignity as a tiger. They're truly a disgrace to our tiger tribe." Mrs. Huaban was furious but dared not confront them directly because she couldn't stand up to any big cat, it was embarrassing to admit, but as a tigress, she couldn't even defeat a rabbit. She hoped for assistance from the great priestess, but the great priestess had grown cold towards her and paid little attention to her. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out, so she directly ran to the great priestess crying. The great priestess grew annoyed and said directly, "I esteemed you before because you were able to control the calamitous beast. Now that he no longer listens to you, what value do you have to our witch clan?" Mrs. Huaban was completely stunned, her brain went boom like an exploded bomb. Yes, all of her past glories were due to Ming Qian, weren't they? Ming De, through Ming Qian's blessings, had entered the military department and supported her. Meanwhile, Ming Qian controlled the family wealth as her piggy bank. Back then, she could get whatever she wanted, living in great splendor. But now without Ming Qian, she had nothing. Originally, she hadn't intended to give up on Ming Qian. Expelling him from the family was just a strategic retreat. Unluckily, this turned into a miscalculation, lifting a stone only to drop it on her own foot. She regretted it so much that her heart felt bitter like yellow lotus seeds. Thinking more and more, Mrs. Huaban grew increasingly regretful and hurriedly went to the military department to request an audience with Ming Qian. However, Ming Qian didn't see her. The liaison officer asked, "Is she your relative?" Ming Qian replied indifferently, "My only relative is Qi Xing." When talking about Qi Xing, Ming Qian's demeanor softened. Qi Xing was busy leaving early and returning late, claiming it was for earning money to support her cats. Ming Qian said to her, "You don't need to work so hard." Qi Xing smiled and said, "It's not that hard anyway, and it also helps me realize my personal value." Ming Qian said, "Then I'm glad if you're happy." Qi Xing added, "Now that you've gone to the military, you will occasionally be assigned missions. When you're out on these missions, I'll have some free time too. So I might as well find something to do." Qi Xing laughed gently while saying it. This time, Ming Qian received another mission. Hu Jingjun seriously said, "We've received intelligence. This place is very dangerous. It's a secret base for dark witches. Normally speaking, when we come across such cases, we seek help from the Witch Association." Ming Qian asked, "What about now?" Now, Hu Jingjun looked at Ming Qian earnestly, "I want you to challenge it." Ming Qian said, "If I succeed in this challenge, what can I gain?" Hu Jingjun replied, "I've already discussed with the higher-ups. If you can accomplish this task, it proves that our supernatural animal force doesn't need to rely on the witch association anymore. This will be a landmark achievement. We'll exceptionally promote you to general. Ming Qian asked again, what's the use of being a general? Hu Jingjun hesitated for half a day before replying, I don't know, but it sounds pretty impressive. Ming Qian said, I need to discuss this with my wife. Hu Jingjun murmured, do I really have less influence than your wife? Upon his return, Ming Qian told Qi Xing that the upper management had assigned him a dangerous mission. If successful, he would become a general. Qi Xing was startled and said, such a huge reward. Then it must be very dangerous, right? Ming Qian responded indifferently, sounds easy enough. Qi Xing had nothing else to say. At first, Qi Xing hadn't noticed any changes in Bai Ming Qian, but gradually, she began to feel that Bai Ming Qian was different from the past. The aura of his demonic energy was more intense, exuding streaks of ominousness, and his pupils could emit a chill that made other beasts shiver. Qi Xing guessed it was probably because after detaching himself from the family, the restrictions on his body weakened, combined with the operation of 18 techniques of calamity within him. Since Qi Xing believed Ming Qian when he said it wasn't difficult, she knew the current Ming Qian was not the same as before. He was no longer the big cat who could be kidnapped by dark witches easily. Qi Xing then said, if it's not difficult, why are you hesitant? The location is a bit far away, requiring some time. Ming Qian glanced at Qi Xing, I fear I won't be able to see you for half a month. Ming Qian was known for his rapid and precise execution of tasks. People called him the fastest male beast in the entire force. Once, he led a small team on a raid and wiped out the bandit lair within 5 minutes. Afterwards, he still had time to buy a bouquet of roses at a flower shop nearby, saying, today, I finished work early, so I'll buy flowers to send to my little wolfhound back home. The other members of the team didn't catch a single bandit but ended up with sour tastes in their mouths. Over time, everyone knew that Ming Qian completed his missions like cutting grass, swift and efficient, not to vie for recognition, but rather to go home early to feed his dog. Upon hearing Ming Qian's words, Qi Xing faintly smiled and said, there's no problem, go ahead then. By the way, I have something to take care of as well, I was about to mention it to you. Ming Qian nodded, all right. Then, Ming Qian asked again, where are you going? Qi Xing smiled and said, isn't it all for our engagement? You'll know soon. Since Qi Xing was playing mysterious, Ming Qian did not ask further and merely nodded. Ming Qian prepared to go on a mission and first returned to the military department to register. He was preparing in the office when suddenly Zhe Che led Mrs. Huaban into the room. Ming Qian slightly glanced sideways but remained silent. Zhe Che was somewhat nervous. Ever since Ming Qian was expelled from the Ming family, he became a bit eerie, his gaze sometimes was downright terrifying. Zhe Che coughed twice to relieve his tension and said, Mrs. Huaban insisted on seeing me, I couldn't really refuse. After all, she's Mingda's mother. So I brought her in, but she actually came for you, and I couldn't stop her. I understand. Ming Qian responded indifferently. Well. I'll step out then. You two can chat slowly. After saying this, Zhe Che loudly added to Mrs. Huaban, I didn't know you were looking for Ming Qian. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you in. Next time, it won't happen again. It wasn't clear whether he was saying this to Mrs. Huaban or to Ming Qian. Regardless, after finishing, Zhe Che turned around and left, closing the door behind him, giving Mrs. Huaban and Ming Qian sufficient privacy. As soon as the door shut, Mrs. Huaban started up with teary eyes, child, is the military life tough? You've lost weight. Ming Qian replied, I gained 10 pounds. Mrs. Huaban coughed once and continued, oh. I don't see any extra weight on you, so it must be muscle gain, huh? To build that much muscle, it must be exhausting. She even managed to recover smoothly herself. Ming Qian coldly stated, if you have something to say, speak up. Caught off guard by his bluntness, Mrs. Huaban looked down and said, actually, what Mom said about expelling you from the Ming family were just angry words. How could I ever truly abandon you? You are the child I've raised for so long. I just didn't want you to end up with an unworthy dog. The coldness around Ming Qian intensified sharply, did you come here just to slander Qi Xing? The intimidating presence of Ming Qian was no joke. His gaze turned frosty, making Mrs. Huaban feel as if someone had plunged a sword through her, sapping her strength instantly. Quickly, she called upon her demonic energy, steadying her spirit before trembling and continuing, I know you won't like hearing this, but bitter words make good medicine. All I do is for your own good. Ming Qian seemed entirely uninterested in hearing her babble on and wanted to pass her to leave. Hardly managing to squeeze herself in front of Ming Qian, how could Mrs. Huaban let him walk away without finishing her point? She immediately blocked his path and asked, didn't you give Qi Xing the black card before? Ming Qian answered, yes. Do you know how he has spent your money? Mrs. Huaban questioned. Ming Qian retorted, he can spend it however he wants. Mrs. Huaban snorted coldly, what if he's using your money to support some young man? Ming Qian stiffened momentarily at the implication. Seeing her chance, Mrs. Huaban quickly pulled out the credit card expenditure records from her bag and laid them before Ming Qian. On Tiger God Festival, you weren't kidnapped by dark witches and went missing, right? During the period you were gone, your credit card was still being used, which made me curious. Upon closer inspection, it turned out all these charges were made by Qi Xing. He used your card to buy a lot of meat. A single dog can't eat that much. Ming Qian pressed his lips together tightly, seemingly digesting the news that while he was kidnapped, Qi Xing had been using his card to support a younger man. Half a second later, he shook his head. That's impossible. Maybe he just eats a lot. You're still defending him? Mrs. Huaban scoffed. I thought as much, so I went to check the surveillance outside his apartment complex. Guess what I found? He's cohabiting with a male cat demon. Every day, he buys meat to feed that cat. To ensure Ming Qian believed her, Mrs. Huaban further produced 2 photos taken from the apartment building surveillance and slammed them on the table. The photos showed Qi Xing in a black-dressed Ming Qian, who, according to Qi Xing's request, would hide his scent and alter his appearance, so no one could tell that black Ming Qian and white Ming Qian were the same person. Mrs. Huaban, naturally clueless about this, loudly proclaimed to Ming Qian, your wife has been seen cozying up with another cat. #ref. Your dog has been messing around with a cat outside. Anyone who hears such words would find it difficult to be happy. A sudden surge of anger rose in Ming Qian's chest. In an instant, his imposing presence expanded dramatically, sweeping through like a massive iron fan being flung open. The closest person to him, Mrs. Huaban, inevitably got swept into its path. Her delicate face felt as if struck by an invisible hand, stinging painfully enough to bring tears streaming from her beautiful eyes. This tyrannical pressure was too strong, frail Mrs. Huaban could hardly endure it and fell back. Struggling to breathe evenly, she stared up fearfully at the towering silhouette against the backlight. Suddenly unleashing such overwhelming force, the demonic beasts outside the door began to feel anxious, realizing instantly there was some commotion inside the room. Hu Jingjun barged in with Ziche and a few great demons, just in time to see Ming Qian standing there motionless, yet exuding an imposing aura like a mountain. The frail Huaban Mrs. was crushed under it, trembling fearfully in the corner like a quail. Upon seeing Hu Jingjun, Ming Qian seemed to realize something and retracted his overwhelming pressure. In the next second, Huaban Mrs. collapsed as if the taut string within her had been released, gasping for air in large breaths. Both Hu Jingjun and Ziche were aware of the subtle relationship between Huaban Mrs. and Ming Qian, so they did not think much about it. Since Huaban Mrs. had been brought in by Ziche, he offered voluntarily, Mrs. Huaban, shall I escort you out? With her head dizzy and her limbs powerless, Huaban Mrs. was completely unaware of what she was doing, blindly letting Ziche lead her away. Hu Jingjun then said to Ming Qian, even if you intended to intimidate Mrs. Huaban, unleashing such a massive amount of pressure wasn't necessary. Just a hint would have been enough. Now your presence is almost driving everyone in the office out of their minds. Ming Qian slightly pursed his lips but didn't offer any elaborate explanation, merely replying, you're right. Seeing that Ming Qian hadn't harmed anyone and only released a brief burst of pressure, Hu Jingjun couldn't really blame him. Moreover, given that Ming Qian was about to participate in an important mission, there was no way Hu Jingjun would punish him, regardless of whether Huaban Mrs. was merely scared or severely injured. So Hu Jingjun told Ming Qian, you need to keep your mind stable, you've got an important mission ahead. There's no room for carelessness. After some thought, Ming Qian said, can you give me a few minutes? I want to speak with my deputy about a few things. No problem. Hu Jingjun nodded, turned around, and walked out, calling someone to bring in Ming Qian's deputy. The deputy was a marten demon, short-eared and rounded, broad-headed with a short snout, his pupils a pale green. This marten deputy was originally assigned to Mingda. Before Mingda was replaced, and Ming Qian took over, the marten deputy had always felt uneasy. However, ever since working under Ming Qian, enjoying punctual work hours, because Ming Qian left early to feed his dog, easily completed missions, again, because Ming Qian rushed back to feed his dog, and rising salary, benefits, and rank, he had long forgotten about Mingda and was now entirely devoted to Ming Qian. With demons naturally admiring strength, his loyalty to Ming Qian reached 100%. Commander, what are your instructions? The marten asked. Ming Qian paused and said, while I'm on the mission, I want you to quietly watch Qi Xing for me. The words, quietly watch, carried deep significance. Ming Qian naturally didn't want to use words like surveillance or monitoring, which had overly negative connotations when it came to Qi Xing. Deep down, he still believed that his dog-blooded lover was loyal and incapable of infidelity. But the evidence presented by Huaban Mrs. was rather convincing. After calming himself down and considering carefully, Ming Qian concluded that Qi Xing might indeed just be keeping a cat, not anything sinister. Still, why Qi Xing kept a cat demon in his apartment without telling him required further investigation. The marten had always considered Ming Qian and Qi Xing the perfect couple and thus interpreted the phrase, quietly watching, innocently. Blinking his eyes, the marten said, does this mean you want me to protect the lady from afar? Ming Qian didn't deny it, only saying, he is a very powerful invisible wolf demon. Do not attempt to track him, you will definitely be discovered. The marten hesitated, truly never having considered Qi Xing to be a strong wolf demon. He had always assumed Qi Xing was simply a handsome wolf dog. After pondering a moment, he thought, no, if Qi Xing were a dominant demon too strong even for me to follow, why would the commander tell me to protect him? Ming Qian paused and added, recently, he has been leaving early and returning late, claiming to earn a substantial amount of money. You can find out what he's been up to lately. The Martin nodded repeatedly, feeling as though he understood, I get it. How could one suddenly earn a large sum of money? Such ways to make money are all written in the criminal code. It must be that the commander worries the lady might stray into wrongdoing and therefore instructed me to monitor her closely. Ming Qian supplemented, try not to appear in front of him, he will discover you. Yes, Commander, the Martin nodded. If the task was simply checking what Qi Xing was doing rather than protecting him, there was indeed no need to be physically near him. Ming Qian had emphasized that Qi Xing was an invisible wolf demon, both intelligent and powerful. He warned the Martin to keep his distance or risk blowing his cover. Although the Martin found it hard to believe Qi Xing was a formidable figure, he followed Ming Qian's orders anyway. In this advanced age of technology, monitoring the movements of a citizen no longer required outdated tactics like trailing them. Checking phone location data and credit card transactions alone could reveal most details. Qi Xing remained unaware that he was already under surveillance. He continued living life as usual. Since parting ways with the Ming family, although Ming Qian no longer had to endure lectures from the elders, he mostly led the same lifestyle as before. For instance, he still opposed premarital sexual behavior. Qi Xing would dine with Ming Qian but refused to sleep with him. Often, Qi Xing wouldn't spend a night at Ming Qian's place. Even if he did, they'd sleep in separate rooms. Now that Ming Qian was on a mission, Qi Xing no longer visited Ming Qian's residence. Ming Qian's deputy closely observed Qi Xing and found that he stayed in his apartment without stepping out for several consecutive days. The Martin thought, how much of a homebody the lady is. In reality, Qi Xing was no longer in the apartment. The day after Ming Qian left, Haiten visited the apartment again and informed Qi Xing, hey, Ming Qian has awakened. Qi Xing was greatly startled, how could this be? Haiten explained, Ming Qian launched a solo assault on the Dark Witch base, where he came into contact with dark forces and naturally transformed. Could it be, was this part of his mission? Did the military send him to fight the witches? Qi Xing's eyes flickered. Most likely, Haiten replied, I don't know all the details. If that's true, then how do you know he's there? Qi Xing asked suspiciously. Hey, Ming Qian was awakened by me, I left a trace of divine consciousness in him. If he blackens, I'll feel it, Haiten responded. Qi Xing was surprised, you can do that? Haiten said, I could also fully transform him into a darkened beast and control him as my killing machine. Do you believe it? Qi Xing didn't entirely trust this claim but remained steadfast in her belief, I don't believe it. He won't turn into that. Haiten didn't argue further and only suggested, go check for yourself. Since He Mingqian has awakened, it's time for him to continue cultivating the heavenly calamity technique. Though reluctant, Qi Xing stepped into the teleportation array drawn by Haiten. The scenery around them shifted instantly, and Qi Xing arrived at the Dark Witch base. The entire area was saturated with dark powers, no wonder Mingqian transformed so easily. Fortunately, only one feline representative of Ming Qian had been dispatched, and once inside the Dark Witch base, their real-time communication device was blocked by the magical formation. Therefore, the military remained unaware of Ming Qian's transformation. Entering the base, Qi Xing noticed several dark witches lying sprawled on the ground. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a large black-tailed cat leaped toward him. Beautiful darling, you're here. Acting purely on instinct, Qi Xing hugged the charging large cat, rubbing against it affectionately. What happened? Ever since He Mingqian started pretending to be a cat upon Qi Xing's request, he became increasingly affectionate and clingy, nuzzling Qi Xing's cheeks while murmuring, when I woke up, I found myself in this pitch-black place surrounded by people who wanted to harm me. Terrified, I snapped a few heads off. Fortunately, you're here now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. Meow woo. Looking at the endearing yet mischievous cat beside him, and glancing at the heads rolling on the ground, Qi Xing wasn't quite sure whom to sympathize with. After some contemplation, he decided whoever looked cuter deserved sympathy. Thus, Qi Xing began stroking the cat's head gently, saying, all right, there's nothing to fear now. Let's go. He Mingqian obediently followed Qi Xing without questioning how he ended up there. Apparently, He Mingqian, bound by certain restrictions, never questioned, who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Despite awakening under strange circumstances, he adapted effortlessly, caring only that Qi Xing was by his side upon waking. To ensure the memory of the Dark Witch's present faded, Qi Xing cast an amnesia spell, making them forget about Ming Qian's transformation. Afterward, he activated the teleportation array and sent both himself and He Mingqian back to the apartment. Back home, He Mingqian was elated, scratching the cat post before frolicking with Qi Xing on the rug. Having lived ascetically for a long time alongside Ming Qian, Qi Xing couldn't resist indulging in a passionate encounter with He Mingqian. A nosy neighbor grandma, hearing the commotion, the dog next door is doing something interesting. After their passionate rendezvous, Qi Xing had He Mingqian practice the advanced techniques from the 18 styles of Heaven Slayer. Knowing he'd get a reward for mastering them, He Mingqian was highly motivated. Fearing He Mingqian might tire or grow too exhausted, Qi Xing went out to purchase meat supplies. The Martin, keeping a close eye on Qi Xing's movements, noticed that he finally ventured out, not only leaving the house but also making significant credit card purchases. Before figuring out how Qi Xing earned money, the Martin realized that Qi Xing must have struck it rich. His credit limit could even buy a house now. Unfazed by his newfound wealth, Qi Xing cheerfully swiped his card, purchasing dozens of pounds of fresh meat. This sight made the Martin's mouth water uncontrollably. What wealth! Later, Qi Xing shopped at the mall, buying several pieces of high-end men's clothing along with adult toys. The Martin stared in shock. However, the Martin reconsidered. Perhaps the men's clothing and toys were for the superior officer. Though the superior officer is currently away on a mission, it might still be preparation for when the superior officer returns. Yes, it must be so. It must be so. It was said that canine lovers were the most loyal, and there would be no other possibilities. He couldn't help but inquire from Thijin, that. I wonder when the superior officer will return. Jun said, this mission will take at least half a month. Ming Qian hasn't sent back any messages yet. Once they entered the Dark Witch Forest, basically all communication methods became ineffective. However, Ming Qian had an ultra-strong military life detector on his body. If his life was in danger, the military would receive an alarm. Thus, for Ming Qian on missions, no news is good news. Jun wasn't very worried about disconnection. Jun thought would spend at least half a month to complete the task. Unexpectedly, not long after entered, he turned dark-sided, violently twisting heads off people and destroying the entire base in just one day. The darkened Ming Qian was then brought back to the apartment by Qi Xing, where he started learning the 18 styles of Heaven Slayer while also practicing the 18 styles of passionate intimacy. As He Mingqian's mastery over his demonic powers improved, it became increasingly easy for him to hide his presence and alter his appearance. Therefore, Qi Xing didn't hesitate to take him out. Every time they went out, He Mingqian disguised himself as a black cat demon and managed to avoid detection from anyone, except Di, who saw this through surveillance cameras. Di stared with wide eyes as he watched a handsome feline spirit walk hand in hand with Qi Xing through the monitoring footage. Worse yet, the feline wore high-end men's clothing purchased by Qi Xing 2 days ago. Previously, when Qi Xing used Bai Mingqian's card, she would only buy meat and never touched luxuries. She maintained a frugal dog mindset and thought one shouldn't recklessly spend money. Now that Qi Xing had her own money, she transformed from being poor into affluent, thinking she should buy the best for her own kitty. This included fine clothing. However, Di was unaware of these details. All he could think about was, the clothes are now worn by the black cat. Then what about those adult toys? Dare not imagine, dare not imagine. It can't be. It must be my dirty thoughts. Di struggled to believe the superior officer gave up his whole family for him. How could he? Di mulled over the situation. When He Mingqian and Qi Xing left home, he specifically dressed up and went near the apartment building to investigate, finding the neighbor grandma to ask for information. The neighbor grandma was a big mouth, spilling everything she knew in just a few words. The wolfhound across from me hooked up with a cat demon boyfriend a few years ago. He was so handsome, with great stamina, making love every day until the house collapsed several times already. Fact, the house was smashed by witches. But the handsome man was heartless and abandoned the little wolfhound. The wolfhound has been sad ever since. Luckily, he recently went on blind dates and met someone. He pondered, blind date. Could it be that the superior officer was the person he dated? Though, it probably didn't work out, the neighbor grandma added. He asked curiously, why do you say that? Because I haven't seen him bring anyone back, and currently, he's living together with his cousin. Cousin? He questioned, which cousin? The neighbor grandma said, it's the cousin of his faithless ex-boyfriend. He was left dumbfounded. He Mingqian's practice of the heavenly calamity method showed remarkable progress. His demonic powers grew stronger, and his power flow created louder vibrations. Even the barriers around Qi Xing's apartment seemed insufficient. After repairing it multiple times himself without success, fortunately came to help strengthen it further, preventing a major disturbance. Upon seeing Black Tan again, Qi Xing noticed that his condition improved each time. Initially, Black Tan was just a shadowy apparition, later taking over a dark witch's body, appearing gaunt and pale. Now, upon meeting again, although Black Tan's cheeks still lacked color, his eyes shone brightly, indicating a healthier and more vigorous state. Qi Xing couldn't help but wonder, once Black Tan regains full strength, would he target the Mage Association next? Although Qi Xing had no particular affection for the Mage Association, he felt they indeed served some purpose. At the very least, they captured and imprisoned many darkened beasts and mages that endangered society, protecting many civilians. On the other hand, Qi Xing understood Black Tan's desire to retaliate against the Mage Association. His wife's remains were desecrated and used as a foundation, something anyone would find infuriating. However, Qi Xing didn't know how far Black Tan's retaliation would go. If it involved indiscriminate attacks or large-scale massacres, it wouldn't bode well. After getting acquainted with Black Tan, Qi Xing researched his historical deeds. Of course, nowadays white mages hold more authority, and the accounts of figures like Black Tan might not be entirely fair. However, it was undeniable that Black Tan had committed countless murders in the past. A few days ago, Black Tan even asked Qi Xing whether he believed he could fully transform Ming Qian into a darkened beast and control him as a killing machine. Qi Xing initially said she didn't believe it, but after pondering over He Tan's deeds later, she still felt unsettled. He Tan helped Qi Xing repair the barrier and said, "Black Ming Qian is learning rather quickly, his talent far exceeds yours." Qi Xing thought about the 3 years she was neglected and forced a smile as she muttered, "Yeah, you're right." He Tan continued, "This barrier probably won't hold for much longer." Speaking of which, Qi Xing added, "I'm also planning to move out. Renting an apartment has its inconveniences, the place is small, and there are too many people around, gossiping." He Tan responded, "If you had told me earlier that you were moving, I wouldn't have bothered repairing this barrier." Qi Xing smiled faintly, saying, "It's not like I can just move whenever I want. I need a few more days to settle things." He Tan then asked where she planned to move, and Qi Xing only mentioned a nearby location, which He Tan approved of with a nod. They exchanged pleasantries before Qi Xing cautiously broached the subject, "And what about you? What are your plans?" He Tan smiled lightly, "Aren't my plans clear to you?" Qi Xing thought for a moment, saying, "I know, you want to find Jiang Yuan back. But after that? Are you planning to make a name for yourself in the world? Or retire into seclusion?" He Tan simply said, "That will depend on what Yuan decides." Qi Xing, well, asking was pointless anyway. Taking another turn, Qi Xing asked again, "You've been married to Jiang Yuan for so long. Aren't you sure what he's thinking?" He Tan replied, Yuan is different from me. My undead spirit hasn't dispersed, instead, it has been nurtured, preserving its original state. But Yuan's demonic soul. No one knows what happened. Perhaps his demon soul is attached to his remains, or it may be wandering through the mortal world, or it might even have reincarnated. No one can guarantee Yuan is still the same as before. Qi Xing exclaimed in surprise, "So you don't even know where Jiang Yuan's demon soul has gone? Then why all this effort?" He Tan gave a faint smile, "One must do something, right?" Qi Xing involuntarily tightened, for the first time sensing a trace of bitterness beneath He Tan's usually composed smile. However, this fleeting fragility was quickly masked by He Tan's proud expression. He glanced at the pristine white walls and said, "It's about time you focus on getting closer to Bai Tan. Ming Qian's martial arts techniques are maturing rapidly, now's your chance to take him to the ivory tower." "How?" Qi Xing asked, "Do we have a map?" "A map would be useless to you," He Tan chuckled, "that place isn't somewhere you can trespass at will." "I wasn't planning to intrude." Qi Xing defended herself. He Tan then suggested, "So approach Bai Tan. Let him invite you personally." Qi Xing was somewhat nervous inside, Bai Tan is so powerful. Won't Black Ming Qian? "Don't worry," He Tan reassured her, "I'll assist you." Qi Xing thought to herself, how can I feel assured with this? Still, Qi Xing couldn't reject He Tan's request. It was a combination of coercion and enticement. In terms of benefits, He Tan had already taught both Qi Xing and Ming Qian advanced skills and aided her previously. As for the coercion, He Tan hinted if Qi Xing refused to help, he would expose how he turned Ming Qian dark and how Qi Xing learned forbidden black witchcraft, which would mean trouble for both parties. Of course, knowing Qi Xing had some pride, He Tan did not make the threat explicit. Instead, in wrapping up their conversation, he softened his tone and appealed to his own tragedy. His eternal separation from Jiang Yuan was heartbreakingly cruel. Qi Xing knew when someone extended a step down, it was best to take it. Hence, Qi Xing put on a pretense of being moved, saying, "The legendary love story of the ancestors truly brings tears to my eyes. Regardless of anything, Jiang Yuan is my ancestor. How could I not care that his bones were desecrated? Rest assured, I will surely carry out this task for you." Satisfied, He Tan left. Qi Xing let out a long sigh and began preparations for vacating her current rented apartment and moving. Thus, Dee discovered Qi Xing had cancelled her lease, renting another area instead. Yes, she didn't rent an apartment, but land. She rented an entire mountain to raise cats. Some say they hide beauties in golden houses, while others build lush green hills for their feline companions. Of course, it wasn't just the hill that was lush. There was also the most respected superior officer in Dee's heart. Dee was filled with anxiety, frustration, and even anger. His heart screamed for the chance to tell someone else, unload this turmoil onto anyone who'd listen. But whose business was it but the superior officer's? And how on earth could he even bring this up with the officer? All he could do was suppress it. He hadn't wallowed in frustration for long before Bai Ming Qian, who'd been missing for over a month, returned. Upon seeing Bai Ming Qian indeed destroyed the hidden witch base, Hu Jingjun was ecstatic and praised him by patting his shoulder. "I really didn't misjudge you, cat. You're great." Bai Ming Qian remained quiet. Hu Jingjun knew Bai Ming Qian wasn't much of a talker, so he didn't dwell on it and added, "Go write up the report when you get back, I'll apply for your exceptional promotion immediately." Mentioning this, Bai Ming Qian pressed his lips together and said, "About the report, there are many things I don't remember clearly. Don't remember clearly. Hu Jingjun was quite confused. What do you mean? Bai Mingqian recounted that not long after entering the dark witch forest, his consciousness became somewhat blurred. He had no idea what happened next, probably passed out. When he came to, he found himself in a cave within the dark witch forest. After leaving the cave, he discovered the witch base had been largely destroyed. Based on traces and scents, Bai Mingqian himself seemed responsible for the destruction. Hu Jingjun also thought this was strange and quickly asked the medical team to conduct a thorough examination on Bai Mingqian. But nothing abnormal was detected in him, except that his martial and demon power indicators had skyrocketed, marking another big leap in his strength. Hu Jingjun checked around and found there were some hallucinogenic gases in the dark witch forest. He guessed that perhaps Bai Mingqian had inhaled these toxic fumes, leading to his drowsy state. Despite his muddled consciousness as a fearsome beast, Bai Mingqian still managed to destroy the base. Thanks to his powerful demonic energy, his body gradually developed an antidote and he regained consciousness. Still, this is indeed very odd. You shouldn't mention this in your report. Otherwise, those higher-ups, especially from the Wizards Association, might pick at it. Hu Jingjun thought for a moment and said, just make up a story about how a lone hero infiltrated the base. Mingqian replied, I can't fabricate stories. Well, let veto it then, Hu Jingjun suggested. After reporting to Hu Jingjun, Bai Mingqian went to see Thuo with two purposes. First, to ask him to fabricate a report about the infiltration of the base by a lone hero. Second, to inquire if there was anything unusual with Qi Xing. Upon hearing that he was tasked to make up the report, Thi immediately felt faint. Forget it. I really don't want to write any more reports. Rather kill me. Then, upon hearing Bai Mingqian asking about Qi Xing, that hot, I'd rather go back and write that report. What's wrong? Bai Mingqian noticed Thi's troubled expression. Is there a problem with Qi Xing? Thi swallowed hard, it's a bit complicated. It's hard for me to explain verbally. Bai Mingqian nodded, alright, write a report then. Damn it. Thi chose a green cover for environmental reasons and prepared a report on Qi Xing's recent activities for Bai Mingqian. To show that he was impartial and hadn't perceived any hint of betrayal by his superior officer, Thi used his words very cautiously. For instance, regarding Qi Xing buying gifts for a young man, Thi only attached the shopping records and pictures of the young man wearing new clothes in the report. As for the neighbors' gossip, Thi only cited them verbatim, according to this lady, / only her one-sided statements, currently no evidence to support it. After finishing the report, Thi sent it electronically to Bai Mingqian, completely avoiding the awkwardness of handing over the green report to his superior in person. After doing all this, Thi lounged in his office chair, wanting a sip of alcohol but remembering that he still had 2 reports, 1 summary, and 3 overviews to write. This was truly a disaster. After receiving the email, Bai Mingqian immediately checked Thi's report. Being this century's most cultured big cat, Bai Mingqian read extremely fast and finished the entire report at a glance. After reading it, he picked up his phone and called Thi. Thi was just about to leave work when he received the call from his superior, feeling quite uneasy inside. Superior officer. Your investigation was very superficial. Bai Mingqian criticized right away. Yes. Fet hot, any male would have a terrible temper upon discovering such a thing. I'd better not provoke him. For example, you only have the neighbor's account, which you also know is biased, and the physical items corresponding to the shopping record aren't even clarified yet. Yes, please give instructions, superior officer. If Qi Xing has known the cat demon for a long time, surely more than just one neighbor would know about their relationship. This part needs more follow-up work. Moreover, you haven't identified the identity of the cat demon. That's also very suspicious. Bai Mingqian spoke calmly and logically, which, instead of agitating him, calmed Thi a little. He feared being struck by his superior's wrath, but judging from the current situation, the superior seemed relatively calm. Calmly reflecting, Thi realized, that's right, the superior is always calm, devoid of emotions, completely unlike those cats outside who cry and wail if someone steps on their tails. After hanging up the phone, Thi straightened himself up. He realized the importance of revisiting his task. Fine, I'll continue investigating. He sat back down to complete the remaining 2 reports, the summary, and the 3 overviews. The 2_sun calmed down too and said, as for the cat demon's identity. Indeed, I failed to find his information. However, if he has been living secluded in the mountain forest since childhood, or suddenly transformed as a cat from a rich noble family, it's plausible that I wouldn't have found anything yet. I'll look into this further. These aren't urgent, they can be investigated gradually. But you ignored evidence right under your nose. Mingqian stated. What kind of evidence? The 2_sun was taken aback. Mingqian said, he moved house. Ah, yes. There, household waste, did you check? And given that they moved, there should be more garbage discarded. Did you see any? The 2_sun was startled and immediately replied, yes, this was my oversight. Be more mindful next time. With that, Mingqian hung up the phone. Hearing the beep signaling the end of the call, the 2_sun was left stupefied, be more mindful next time. Next time. Damn it, will there even be a next time? According to military regulations, after completing his mission, Ming Qian could not go home immediately. Instead, he first had to submit a report at headquarters and only leave once the report was completed and he received permission from his superiors. Only then could he interact with his family. So, Ming Qian called Qi Xing on the second day after returning, informing her that he'd finished the report and was back. Qi Xing sounded cheerful. Good. Then I'll go home and find you. This made Ming Qian wonder, what place does Qi Xing truly consider home? In fact, Qi Xing's thoughts were very simple, wherever Ming Qian is, that's home. Now that Ming Qian had returned to the hotel was home. Upon opening the door of the hotel room with the room card, Qi Xing saw Ming Qian standing beside the floor-to-ceiling window, somewhat lonely and desolate. Qi Xing vaguely sensed that something was bothering Ming Qian but wasn't sure what, so she still skipped happily toward him. You're back. At the sound of her voice, Ming Qian turned around. His gaze fell heavily, like a night curtain descending. Qi Xing suddenly froze, as if she had never seen Ming Qian like this before. The primal instinct of an animal fearing danger awoke, tightening her breathing. Sensing Qi Xing's change, Ming Qian relaxed his tensed lips slightly and looked down at the bag in Qi Xing's hand. What's this? Qi Xing relaxed seeing Ming Qian acting normally and smiled as she opened her shopping bag. It's new clothes I bought for you. New clothes. As Qi Xing pulled out piece after piece of luxurious menswear from the shopping bag, Ming Qian felt his heart tighten. I doubt the next item would be C-branded pants. Qi Xing was shocked. How do you know? After saying that, Qi Xing really pulled out a pair of C-branded pants from the bag. Before meeting Qi Xing, Ming Qian had repeatedly gone over the 2_Sun's eco-friendly green report in self-torment, memorizing all its details thoroughly. Among them were the records of Qi Xing's luxury men's clothing purchases. Ming Qian knew just by looking at the purchase records that those clothes weren't for Qi Xing herself, they weren't her size. Besides, Qi Xing usually dressed simply and lived frugally, never buying luxuries for herself. However, Qi Xing indeed purchased 10 luxury brand outfits, 5 of which had already been worn by the cat demon according to photos the 2_Sun took. What now lay before Ming Qian were the remaining 5 outfits after being worn by the cat demon. Ming Qian remained silent, and Qi Xing also fell quiet. The sound of the TV playing in the dark night became particularly clear. It was the female lead of the drama laughing while asking, was it sent only to me, or are there others as well? Everyone else has had theirs, these 2 branches are for the young lady. I knew it, no one else picks the leftovers for me. #ref. Ming Qian gently caressed the expensive fabric of the tailored long pants and said, such expensive clothes, you're willing to spend so much. Great clothes for great figures, Qi Xing smiled brightly, they truly suit you. Ming Qian responded, you don't dress nearly as well yourself, yet you're generous enough to buy nice things for others. Qi Xing didn't catch the issue, completely unaware that the other people Ming Qian mentioned really were other people. He just smiled and said, what other people? It's my cat. I already said, I want my cat to eat the best food, wear the best clothes, and be the most affluent cat. At this, Ming Qian thought, but how many cats do you actually have? Seeing Ming Qian's indifferent expression with no joy for receiving the gift, Qi Xing felt a bit disheartened but, after some thought, didn't find anything unusual about it. By Ming Qian's character was quite reserved after all, happiness wouldn't easily show on his face. Qi Xing was direct though, asking him directly, why does it seem like you're not very fond of this gift? Ming Qian considered it for a moment and said, just feels like you've spent too much. Not at all, Qi Xing grinned widely, don't worry, I'm making money now. You shouldn't fret over my spending either. Finally unable to resist asking, Ming Qian said, where exactly is all your money coming from? Qi Xing held his hand and said, I originally planned to tell you, I'm going to reclaim my mother's inheritance. Your mother? Ming Qian thought for a moment, is Qi Xian girl? Qi Xian girl was a generation of hidden wolf female generals, and she certainly had abundant wealth in her hands. Although she died suddenly without time to allocate her inheritance, according to the clan's rules, the inheritance would naturally be passed on after the child came of age. As the only son of Qi Xian, Qi Xing naturally should inherit all her legacy. But after Qi Xian's death, Qi Xing was lonely and unsupported, driven away by the clan, even denied his hidden wolf identity, let alone claiming the inheritance. Currently, Qi Xian's legacy had been divided up, one part was swallowed by Qi Xing's uncle, while another part was confiscated by the clan. So, you've been busy lately because you're seeking out the hidden wolves, asked Ming Qian. Of course. I must restore my hidden wolf status, Qi Xing nodded. Actually, Qi Xing now had quite a few ways to make money, but he was so eager to regain his hidden wolf status mainly because he wanted to be worthy of Ming Qian. He didn't want the outside gossip magazines to keep writing about how Ming Qian followed like a dog. He wanted everyone in the world to know that his cat married well, to a wealthy and noble great demon. In these days, Qi Xing sought out old Mo Yang, asking him to bridge the gap and help restore his hidden wolf identity. Old Mo Yang said, how do I have any say over hidden wolf matters? There's no way I could manage it, meow. So Qi Xing offered, I can track down the base locations of evil cults. When old Mo Yang heard this, he said, your matter is my matter. You were always the hidden wolf, and restoring your identity will definitely not be a problem, meow. Thus, relying on his black witchcraft skills and extracting information from He Tan, Qi Xing gathered many clues about the locations of various cult bases, eventually locking down several sites and passing the information to old Mo Yang. Old Mo Yang and General Hu Jing from the military department confirmed the information with a professional team, eliminating interfering factors and ultimately pinpointing the location of the Dark Witch Forest. General Hu sent by Ming Qian to destroy the Dark Witch base, resolving a major internal concern. Old Mo Yang kept his word and helped Qi Xing recover his identity after confirming the Dark Witch base's location. After Qi Xing restored his identity, he began pursuing his inheritance. One portion was at his uncle's place, and the other was with the clan. Of course, you picked the softer persimmon first, so Qi Xing went to visit his uncle first. Upon seeing Qi Xing arrive, his uncle felt uncomfortable inside, but hearing that Qi Xing and old Mo Yang were now good friends and that old Mo Yang helped Qi Xing recover his hidden wolf identity made him unable to refuse showing some respect. The moment Qi Xing entered, he sat down smilingly and said, "Nice house, huh?" The uncle smiled back, "It's okay. The house built with my mom's money of course is nice." Qi Xing patted his knee and said, "By the way, how much money did you take from my mom? Better spit it out now." His uncle's face immediately turned serious. "How dare you speak like this?" Qi Xing chuckled, "I should legally inherit my mom's estate. If you took it, you broke the law. If you don't return it, I will sue you." The uncle snorted coldly, "Then go ahead and sue me." Who didn't know lawsuits were hard to win? Moreover, being an aristocrat hidden wolf with money and power, the uncle certainly wasn't worried about a legal battle with Qi Xing. At this moment, old Mo Yang stepped in to mediate, saying, "Let me just throw in my fair words here. According to reason, Qi Xian girl's properties should indeed be given to Qi Xing. That's correct. But the circumstances back then were special. Qi Xing was expelled from the Hidden Wolves, essentially losing his status as Qi Xian girl's son. Back then, without Qi Xing, the uncle became the first heir, so inheriting the fortune wouldn't have been problematic either. To reclaim it now certainly creates some difficulties." Hearing old Mo Yang's statement, the uncle felt relieved and snickered, "Isn't that right? Elder people do speak the truth." But, old Mo Yang turned his tone, "If you give nothing to Qi Xing and this goes to court, the rumor wouldn't sound good, would it, meow?" The uncle very well understood this principle, too. Seeing old Mo Yang intervening, he decided to give Qi Xing some money to dismiss him, hoping to buy a little peace and quiet. Asking him to fully return the estate would be impossible. After some back-and-forth negotiation between the uncle and Qi Xing, with old Mo Yang constantly chiming in with supposed fair words, which was really partial assistance, the negotiations dragged on for a long time. Finally, the uncle agreed to give Qi Xing 50 million cash stocks and a few real estate properties, which served as buying a little peace. After receiving these, "You can't ask me for more money," the uncle declared seriously. Old Mo Yang stroked his goat beard and said, Of course. Let me also act as a witness." "Alright," Qi Xing replied, "on account of old Mo Yang's face, I won't quarrel with you anymore." The uncle snorted coldly and summoned a lawyer to handle the transfer of assets. After the procedures were done, Qi Xing instantly became rich. While the uncle lost some flesh, he still felt somewhat satisfied. Who would have thought, just a few days later, Uncle Qi's assets were actually frozen. It turned out that Qi Xing had decided to sue him for the inheritance. Uncle Qi was bewildered. "Didn't you say you'd leave after taking the money?" "I never said that," Qi Xing replied. "Don't think a little money will get rid of me." Qi Xing knew full well that litigation was time-consuming and exhausting with no guaranteed satisfaction, so he pretended to agree to his uncle's terms just to get the initial cash. However, as an influential hidden wolf aristocrat, Uncle Qi had a weak legal awareness and failed to make Qi Xing sign any documents like a waiver of inheritance rights. According to beastly customs, when a prominent figure was found to act as a witness, they wouldn't bother writing contracts since they deemed it something humans would do. Beastly practices tended to be more informal. Qi Xing's flip-flopping shocked his uncle, whose first reaction was to call old Mo Yang, "You're the witness. You must take responsibility." But old Mo Yang replied, "Me? What are you talking about? I don't know anything." "Uncle Qi, shit." After hearing Qi Xing recount this entire story, Bai Ming Qian pondered for a moment and then said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to reclaim all the inheritance through lawsuits either. Indeed, litigation would hardly recover everything." "I'm just messing with him and grabbing some money on the side," Qi Xing smiled. "The main part is still within the clan." Uncle Qi didn't equally divide the inheritance from Qi Xian girl with the clan leader, most of the money was still with the leader. Bai Ming Qian then asked, "What do you plan to do?" Qi Xing blinked at Bai Ming Qian and joked, "Do you want to come with me back to my hometown, my dear fiancé?" Hearing Qi Xing's invitation, Bai Ming Qian felt something tender inside him stir, momentarily forgetting all about the environmental green report. He held Qi Xing's hand and answered, "Wherever you go, I will follow." Qi Xing sensed something was off with Ming Qian but couldn't quite put his finger on it. The next day, when Qi Xing got up, Ming Qian followed suit. Gradually, Qi Xing realized that Ming Qian's previous declaration, "Wherever you go, I will follow," wasn't just empty words, it seemed very real. No matter where Qi Xing went, Ming Qian truly did stick by him. Scratching his head, Qi Xing asked, "Aren't you supposed to return to the military department?" "Just happened to be on leave," Ming Qian replied. "Oh." Qi Xing reflected for a moment. Given how clingy Ming Qian had always been, not seeing each other for such a long period during the leave explained why he acted even clingier now. So, Qi Xing agreed, "Well then, we can quickly tidy up and set off for the Hidden Wolf clan." Ming Qian paused briefly before asking, "I heard you rented a piece of land. Can I see it?" Qi Xing paused too, startled, and asked, "How did you know?" "I heard," Ming Qian responded. "Alright, I was planning to show you anyway," Qi Xing grinned, "I wanted it to be our wedding house. The land is vast enough to accommodate your kind perfectly." Ming Qian hesitated, "Is it for us too?" "Of course," Qi Xing laughed, "would there be anyone else?" As promised, Qi Xing took Ming Qian to the mountain plot he had rented. He rented it because tigers preferred living in the mountains, which Qi Xing carefully considered when choosing this place for Ming Qian. He began rambling, "See? This place suits you pretty well, right? Once I get richer, I'll buy the entire mountain, let you rule it as king." While listening to Qi Xing's sweet words and promises, Ming Qian felt a mixture of warmth and bitterness welling up inside him. He could sense that Qi Xing wasn't deceiving him, he genuinely planned to buy him a mountain. However, the memory of Qi Xing buying clothes for another cat lingered. In his tiger form, Ming Qian roamed the mountain, detecting numerous feline animal scents. Though feline tracks were common around the area, Ming Qian became unusually irritable whenever he caught the scent of another cat. With overwhelming power, he roared across the mountain, startling every demon beast into fleeing far and wide while birds scattered miles away. When Ming Qian was inspecting the mountain, Qi Xing was busy setting up camp on top of the mountain. They had just rented the place and hadn't built any houses yet. Since Ming Qian suddenly expressed wanting to visit, Qi Xing brought him here immediately. Qi Xing was laying down a large fur blanket when a resonant roar came from the mid-slope, filled with menacing aura and formidable demonic energy. Even Qi Xing, a great beast skilled in arts, was shaken to his knees, taking a while to steady himself. After patrolling the mountain for half the day, White Ming Qian returned, seemingly somewhat exhausted. Qi Xing teased, "With that yell of yours earlier, we won't ever have neighbors again." White Ming Qian replied coolly, "What good are neighbors? Just the two of us is plenty." Qi Xing chuckled and pointed at the fur blanket on the ground and the pile of firewood nearby, saying, "We'll sleep here tonight. If we transform, it should work." Bai Ming Qian transformed into his tiger form and lay down on the fur blanket. His nostrils were filled with Qi Xing's scent, and there was no other trace of a cat's presence. This calmed his agitation somewhat, and he closed his eyes to drift off into a deep sleep. After Bai Ming Qian fell asleep, Qi Xing took out his phone and stepped a few dozen meters away to send a message to Bai Tan, aiming to nurture their relationship. He still remembered the mission to steal the ancestors' bones from the ivory tower. To make Bai Tan lower her guard against him would require careful groundwork. Fortunately, Bai Tan had a straightforward mind, which made her rather easy to deceive. At the thought of this, Qi Xing couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for bullying an honest person. Qi Xing chatted for a while, then slipped his phone back into his pocket. When he turned around, he saw a mountain-like dark shadow blocking his way. It was Bai Ming Qian, his face as grim as water. Caught off guard, Qi Xing took a step back. "You." Before he could finish retreating half a step, Bai Ming Qian pulled him back firmly by his waist. The grip on Qi Xing's waist felt scorching hot like a branding iron. Qi Xing's throat tightened slightly. "Weren't you sleeping?" "I woke up again," Bai Ming Qian said indifferently. "Who were you chatting with?" Not knowing why, Qi Xing felt a little uneasy under Bai Ming Qian's gaze. "No one special, just a friend." "Do I know him?" Bai Ming Qian asked. Probably not." Qi Xing stammered awkwardly. He wasn't sure why he felt so guilty that his tongue kept tripping over itself as if caught in some scandal. Bai Ming Qian gave a soft response. "Let's sleep then." Qi Xing could sense the fatigue in Bai Ming Qian's tone. He must be truly tired. "Alright, let's go to sleep together." Both Bai Ming Qian and Qi Xing reverted to their original forms and curled up on the fur rug to sleep. As tigers naturally had a larger physique than wolves, not to mention Qi Xing being a wolf-dog hybrid whose size was even smaller than that of an average hidden wolf, Bai Ming Qian, in his silver tiger form, easily cradled Qi Xing, who was now in his hidden wolf state, in his embrace. Bai Ming Qian's tail coiled around Qi Xing's feet, almost like shackles. Every time the hidden wolf moved his foot, Bai Ming Qian's white tail would catch him. As a result, the hidden wolf Qi Xing couldn't move at all, as though completely restrained by the tiger lying beside him. Attempting to stretch his head out, Qi Xing felt a cool sensation at the nape of his neck. His animal instinct to avoid danger made him stiffen instantly. Bai Ming Qian's fangs were pressed lightly against the back of Qi Xing's neck. The tiger's canines were sharp, yet they slid across Qi Xing's neck teasingly without inflicting any fatal blows. Ming Qian. No matter how powerful a great demon might be, none would be able to stay strong when his neck was held by a tiger. Qi Xing's voice quivered slightly. "Hush," Ming Qian whispered gently. "Don't move. Sleep. Was I moving too much? Don't blame me unfairly. #ref In their animal forms, clothes were obviously unnecessary. In a certain sense, both Qi Xing and Ming Qian were naked. This one cat and one dog lying close together, fully exposed to each other, made their bodily responses very obvious. Silver Tiger by Ming Qian embraced Qi Xing from behind, their lower abdomens naturally close. A burning, hard thing. Qi Xing's pupils contracted sharply. Ming Qian seemed to notice the change as well and drew back a little. Go to sleep. Taking advantage of by Ming Qian loosening his grip slightly, Qi Xing quickly rolled over and looked at him with puppy eyes. Do you want something? The Silver Tiger extended a large tongue and licked the top of the big dog's head, full of yellow dregs. Be good. Qi Xing, hey, who's being naughty here? The Silver Tiger's blue eyes glimmered with the light of the campfire, tinged with red, blending cold and heat as it forged in ice and fire. Qi Xing wagged his big wolf tail. But wouldn't this be exhausting for you? Shall I help you? The Silver Tiger, no need. I can handle it myself. Qi Xing's eyes lit up. Huh. Is Ming Qian going to do DIY in front of me? That sounds amazing. Such a scene would be a masterpiece painting. With apparent innocence, Qi Xing asked in his doggy tone, Then how are you going to do it yourself? The Silver Tiger said, through self-discipline. After speaking, the Silver Tiger fixed his eyes on his nose, silently reciting a set of civilized principles, using his steel-like self-control to suppress what was steel-like beneath him. Qi Xing gawked. So this is the so-called prideful self-control of the stereotypical domineering CEO. Qi Xing said, so you're really against premarital sex? Saying this, Qi Xing asked, but why? Ming Qian replied, I'm not sure, it just feels right. Qi Xing, alright, looks like it's the psychological curse causing this again. Damn it, what kind of thoughts did Bai Tan instill in Ming Qian? After a long silence, Ming Qian finally spoke, actually, you're in favor of premarital sex, aren't you? When Qi Xing noticed that Ming Qian wasn't in a good mood, he comfortingly licked his furry cheek and said, I don't really care about supporting or not supporting. Whatever you say goes. Ming Qian's gaze was deep and heavy, without any words for a long moment before closing his sharp tiger eyes again. After spending a night in the mountain, the next day Ming Qian followed Qi Xing to the hidden wolf tribe. The number of hidden wolves was small and they were truly hidden, being an almost reclusive beast tribe residing within forests far from cities. Even though every year some young hidden wolves went to bustling metropolises looking for opportunities, most of them strictly abided by more primitive rules, living rather traditional lives. If not for this, Qi Xing's uncle wouldn't have been so easy to persuade. Without even considering legal matters, he directly transferred a large sum of money to Qi Xing. This was mainly because the hidden wolves still clung to old traditions, and human civilization had not influenced them as much. Upon restoring his status as a hidden wolf, Qi Xing should have visited the tribal chief according to custom. Although legal procedures recognized Qi Xing's hidden wolf identity, without the chieftain's acknowledgement, he still would not be accepted by the tribe. Qi Xing wasn't in a hurry to return to the tribe. He first secured a lump of startup capital from his uncle, then conducted a patrol of the mountains with Ming Qian before heading to the tribe. Even though it was remote, given their demon strides as powerful demons, both Qi Xing and Ming Qian arrived at the tribe in less than a day. Upon reaching the entrance of the village, many wolves saw Qi Xing and inwardly scorned him. In their hearts, Qi Xing was just a mutt who could only return to the tribe through the help of a sheep. A wolf needing a sheep's influence. That surely was shameful behavior. Indeed, Qi Xing had no sense of shame. Defying these looks, he strutted forward boldly with Ming Qian silently following beside him. Who is this? A high-pitched voice asked, coming from a purebred hidden wolf around the same age as Qi Xing. Come to think of it, the two of them knew each other since childhood, but they hadn't seen each other since Qi Xing was driven out of the tribe. Qi Xing glanced at him twice, pretending not to recognize him. Who are you? The puppy follower of the purebred hidden wolf laughed out loud. Don't tell me you don't recognize Brother Dong. Brother Dong, the purebred hidden wolf, proudly tilted his head up. Qi Xing slapped his forehead, exclaiming, oh right, aren't you Dong Zi, the son of the chief? Dong Zi smiled faintly, at least you haven't lost your memory. Qi Xing grinned, then remember to ask your father when he'll return our family's property. All wolves can't act like dogs. Dong Zi's face stiffened. What did you mutt just say? Qi Xing seemed to have built immunity to the insult of mutt. He didn't flinch or blink. It was only when Qi Xing was disrespected that Ming Qian unleashed his oppressive aura. A chillingly cold killing intent radiated outward, making Dong Zi turn pale, barely standing on his feet. As for the followers accompanying Dong Zi, they became so frightened their legs went weak and knelt down, immediately bowing deeply. This was the racial suppression, and there was nothing else to say about it. Qi Xing then patted Ming Qian on the shoulder and whispered softly, take it easy, darling. Ming Qian withdrew his aura only then, yet his expression remained icy and cold, those tiger eyes instilling fear in anyone who looked. The puppy followers struggled hard to stand back up holding onto a tree trunk. Qi Xing found their reaction amusing and said, you've just met my wife, so there's no need for such formalities. A simple greeting will suffice. Wife, wife. Both the doggy follower and Dong Zi were stunned. Dong Zi realized that the person beside Qi Xing was indeed formidable. He was likely a big cat, probably the reason why Qi Xing could walk around so confidently, displaying the little dog borrowing the tiger's might. Who would have thought this tiger would be his sister-in-law? Qi Xing explained, news doesn't spread quickly in your mountains here, does it? I participated in genetic matching and selected someone, I'm talking about him. Ming Qian, a tiger demon. We're now discussing marriage arrangements, which is why I've brought him back to acknowledge our ancestral roots. Tiger demon, from the Ming clan, acknowledging ancestral roots. Dong Zi and the puppy followers were thoroughly shocked. Was this some sort of joke? The Ming family tigers belonged to a noble household. How could one of them possibly follow Qi Xing to the wolf clan to recognize ancestors? Alright, I can't explain too much now, Qi Xing waved his hand. You'll understand when I visit your home tonight. Saying this, Qi Xing extended his hand, and Ming Qian automatically linked arms with Qi Xing. Although Ming Qian had a robust build typical of a tiger's strong back and narrow waist, this gesture made him appear somewhat demure. This action left Dong Zi and the doggo sidekick momentarily astonished. To be honest, it was indeed the smaller Qi Xing who suited to link arms with Ming Qian. But due to Ming Qian's reflexive protection mechanism, which kept others at bay, Qi Xing always had to stretch out his hand, letting Ming Qian come closer. Otherwise, if Qi Xing approached Ming Qian, he'd get struck. To the onlookers, this seemed to confirm that Qi Xing was indeed the true dominant one. As they watched the wolf and the tiger walk hand in hand into the distance, Dong Zi and his dog follower were left floundering in the wind. The dog follower muttered, "My God, this mongrel seems to have really struck it big." Although the dog follower was essentially a dog, he had no hesitation in calling Qi Xing a mongrel. It wasn't that he had forgotten his own race, but rather such followers were quite common across various tribes. Many noble families kept canine demons at home as servants, followers, or even concubines. Qi Xing's father, for example, was one such canine demon raised by the Qi family. They were generally loyal. After the death of Madame Qi, his father had willingly chosen to die alongside her without any second thought, not considering himself or young Qi Xing. Dong Zi's dog follower was similar, his emotions mirrored Dong Zi's. If Dong Zi loved cursing Qi Xing as a dog mongrel, the dog follower would also join in with the insults. Besides, the dog follower genuinely felt he ranked higher than Qi Xing, since Qi Xing was a half-breed while he was a purebred. Dong Zi's face was full of confusion. What great fortune did this Qi Xing strike? Fine, the old sheep supports him, but how did he manage to grab a tiger as a wife? How did he do it? The dog follower said, maybe Qi Xing is well endowed. Herd cats are pretty small. The dog follower gestured with his little finger. Dong Zi suddenly understood. In the evening, as predicted, Dong Zi encountered Qi Xing and Ming Qian in his own home. As these guests arrived, Dong Zi's father treated them with proper courtesy, even particularly reminding Dong Zi, don't cause trouble. And make sure your dog is restrained, don't let him bark unnecessarily. Don't disturb the honored guests. Inside, Dong Zi was fuming, thinking, what honored guests? They're just a mutt and his tiny friend. Though the hidden wolf chieftain may not know all the details, he had heard about Ming Qian's reputation. Therefore, even if he didn't think much of Qi Xing, out of respect for Ming Qian, he still acted polite in appearance. Dong Zi, however, lacked such self-control. His face remained gloomy throughout the visit, occasionally sending disdainful glances towards Qi Xing and Ming Qian. He believed he had the right to look down on Qi Xing because of his superior birth. He also thought himself justified to belittle Ming Qian because of the latter's size. The hidden wolf chieftain shot several stern looks at Dong Zi but saw that he still wouldn't subdue. Reluctantly, he smiled apologetically at Ming Qian and Qi Xing, saying, my son has been spoiled from a young age and knows little of manners. It doesn't matter if children lack manners, Qi Xing said. If their parents understand theirs, when will you settle the inheritance my late mother left behind? Unlike Qi Xing's uncle, the chieftain was more tactful. Seeing Qi Xing accompanied by a tiger, he dared not act haughty. Thus, the chieftain grinned amiably and said, now that I mention it, Pool Maiden's assets rightly belong to you. Hadn't the circumstances changed, these would have already belonged to you long ago. But due to certain events, you lost your inheritance rights, and this sum went into your uncle's hands. A portion of it was also donated to the clan according to our customs. It entered public funds, not my personal accounts. Hearing the chieftain's explanation, Qi Xing thought, this old man has some level of shrewdness, clearly better than my incompetent uncle. Qi Xing had checked. Indeed, Madame Qi's property appeared to have gone into the Hidden Wolf tribe's public fund instead of the chieftain's private account. While there might be little actual difference, legally and morally, they stood apart. The chieftain had meticulously handled matters, solidly holding both moral and legal advantages. Qi Xing leaned his cheek on his palm, pondered for a moment, then showed his teeth in a smile and said, ah, so that's how it is. I understand now. The chieftain had heard about Qi Xing's incident where he went to reclaim debts from his uncle and was quite wary. Several prepared responses to deflect any arguments awaited, yet surprisingly, Qi Xing accepted the explanation so quickly. This not only failed to relieve the chieftain but made him more cautious, fearing that Qi Xing might be planning something underhanded. But since Qi Xing revealed his smile and conversed nicely, the chieftain followed suit and continued to smile cheerfully. After dinner, the chieftain invited them to stay overnight. Since Qi Xing and Ming Qian had no residence in the hidden wolf tribe, they gratefully accepted the invitation and comfortably settled into the luxurious guesthouse arranged by the chieftain. After checking in, Qi Xing said he wished to take a stroll nearby alone and revisit the scenery of his childhood. In truth, Qi Xing didn't head to see the scenery but found an empty place to squat down and sent messages to communicate with Bai Tan. Meanwhile, Ming Qian, who remained in the guesthouse, wasn't idle either, receiving reports from the rabbit cat officer. Upon seeing the environmental green cover of the report, Ming Qian's face turned green too. Following Ming Qian's previous instructions, the rabbit cat officer investigated in two directions: first, the identity of the cat demon; second, clues regarding domestic waste. The rabbit cat officer was still unable to ascertain the identity of the cat demon. This was likely due to the cat demon's own efforts to keep their identity secret. According to statements from neighbors and nearby witnesses, the cat demon had no scent on them whenever they went out, indicating that they deliberately concealed their own smell. Moreover, this cat demon rarely ventured outside, interacting with practically no one except Qi Xing. Furthermore, signs suggested that the cat demon did not permanently reside in the apartment but appeared occasionally and would disappear for a while. There was no shadow when they came and no trace when they left. No one saw how they arrived or when they departed. All these factors pointed to one possibility: the cat demon was likely a noble's private lover, occasionally coming here for a brief cohabitation period with Qi Xing. Just as Ming Qian was about to object to the use of cohabitation being excessive, his gaze fell upon even more outrageous evidence listed below. The rabbit cat officer rummaged through domestic waste, which was filled with used adult toys and bed sheets that had seen much wear. However, probably to obscure the cat demon's identity, all the bedding and sex-related items were carefully cleaned before disposal. The cleaning method was highly professional, leaving not a trace of pheromone residue. The rabbit cat officer, perhaps out of respect for his superior, or perhaps for his own life, specifically noted that these were all circumstantial evidence and could not confirm any improper relationship between Qi Xing and the cat demon. Nevertheless, the rabbit cat officer attached the following materials to the report. Who says canine lovers are the most loyal? Earl's teddy lover betrays him for a couch pillow. The top 10 cheating species ranking. Guess what? It includes canines. Dog loyalty is a joke, in heat male dogs are total jerks. The number one reason why canine infidelity occurs: unmet X needs. Seated on the couch, Ming Qian gazed steadily at the moonlight filtering onto the windowsill. His mind unraveled piece by piece, slowly shattering. Frowning, Ming Qian felt a surge of anger rise from his heart to his brow, the blazing fire reddening his icy blue eyes. Chapter 45, The True Mark. Qi Xing left the chieftain's house alone and went to a deserted place to send messages to Bai Tan for a chat. After chatting for about half an hour, he prepared to go back and rest. Qi Xing also sent a few photos to Bai Tan, telling him that he had returned to the hidden wolf tribe. Following this topic, Qi Xing began reminiscing about his unfortunate past in order to gain Bai Tan's sympathy. Saintly Bai Tan would certainly be moved by his tragic experiences. Qi Xing didn't overly exaggerate his story, just recounting it with an indifferent tone. But as he spoke, Qi Xing himself became somewhat melancholic. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he recalled those events of the past. When Qi Xiannu was still alive, Qi Xing also suffered subtle discrimination, but it never surfaced directly. However, after Qi Xiannu's death, this animosity immediately turned blatant, leaving the young Qi Xing unprepared. The grown wolves were actually not so terrible, their minds were focused on seizing Qi Xiannu's assets. It was the young wolf pups who repeatedly bullied Qi Xing, especially Dong Zi. Dong Zi was the son of the chief, surrounded by lackeys, naturally exuding authority. But upon reflection now, it no longer seemed significant. Qi Xing silently sighed, cut off communication with Bai Tan, and was preparing to return to the chief's home. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he heard some rustling in the jungle. He sniffed slightly and instantly confirmed that it was Dong Zi and his followers. Ah, there you are. Dong Zi emerged from the bushes and said, "Why does a stray dog wander to such a secluded place? Didn't you bring your big cat along?" This time Dong Zi brought 5 lackeys, all squatting nearby, revealing their fangs, poised to pounce at any moment. Qi Xing responded indifferently with a smile, "Do I need to bring my wife along just to take a stroll? That's unnecessary." Dong Zi seized this opportunity to provoke Qi Xing, saying with a grin, "Since you have such poor relations within the tribe, aren't you afraid if you're not by Tiger's side? Won't someone beat you up?" Qi Xing understood that Dong Zi was merely looking for trouble. Not wanting to create conflict with the chieftain's family, he shook his head arrogantly and said, "What is there to fear? Everyone knows I have a tiger wife. Who would dare provoke me? Even if I'm alone, so what? If someone stupid enough touches even one finger of mine, my wife will claim his life." Used to bullying others, Dong Zi grew even angrier when Qi Xing did not give in, spitting and saying, "How dare you talk back? Ever since you came back, I've had my eyes on you with that nose-in-the-air look. Have you forgotten how pitiful you looked when I used to beat you into eating dog droppings?" Qi Xing indeed remembered clearly how his build was smaller than the pure-blood hidden wolves, how his spiritual energy wasn't as high as Dong Zi, who grew up with supplements, and how being a lone wolf in the tribe always meant getting bullied. When Dong Zi and his gang attacked him, they wouldn't try to kill him outright, just a few kicks when they were in a bad mood. Partly it was to vent emotions, partly to assert dominance. Lower status wolves in the tribe were often subjected to similar treatment. As spirit beasts, wounds healed quickly, so the next day everything would seem normal. The leaders knew this but mostly turned a blind eye and would not intervene. Indeed, Qi Xing could recover swiftly after being beaten into submission, standing right back up. But that doesn't mean it didn't hurt. The injuries might heal fast, but the pain was very real. When Dong Zi brought up these incidents, Qi Xing became somewhat irritated too. He had initially intended not to stir up trouble on his first day back, but now it seemed like even if he didn't find fault, others would still come after him. So why should he be polite? Shouldn't he fight back? Qi Xing smiled and said, "Oh, so big brother Dong Zi wants me to revisit those old memories today." Dong Zi bared his teeth, detecting the threatening undertone in Qi Xing's voice, ultimately fearing Qi Xing's tiger mate. Although small, tigers have strong muscles. Thus, Dong Zi shook his head and grinned, saying, "You weren't respectful when talking to me and my dad earlier. I don't like that. If you apologize properly and call me grandfather, I'll let you go." Qi Xing laughed and said, "My mother made great contributions to the tribe, yet your father as the chieftain shows no gratitude or respect and instead bullies her only child and seizes her properties. You don't sound like a good person to me. Insulting your whole family already makes me more than polite." Hearing Qi Xing insult his father, Dong Zi lost his temper and waved his hand, shouting, "Attack." The 5 waiting lackeys obeyed the command, rushing toward Qi Xing without hesitation. Qi Xing realized that Dong Zi had brought 5 dogs with the intent to bite him. By not participating himself, Dong Zi could disclaim responsibility later. Though nobody would truly believe this, Dong Zi was accustomed to acting without restraint, and the chieftain spoiled him excessively. Dong Zi figured that if things got out of hand, he could simply sacrifice his lackeys to take the blame. Qi Xing thought to himself, truly simple-minded, dreaming of something unrealistic. According to Dong Zi's calculations, Qi Xing was just a wolf dog, and 5 trained beast dogs could certainly pin down and beat up Qi Xing. However, it was unforeseen that Qi Xing conjured a demonic bone short staff in his palm, which swirled like mist yet was as swift as lightning. Each strike sent the dog demons yelping in agony. Within 10 minutes, the 5 well-trained hounds were rendered useless, lying on the ground howling. Dong Zi's face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe it. How had the once feeble mongrel become so strong? Qi Xing didn't say much. Instead, he swung the staff at Dong Zi's face. There's a saying that when you hit someone, you shouldn't strike their face, but hitting a dog is fair game. Dong Zi couldn't dodge the strikes and took 7 direct hits from the magical bone staff, causing his teeth to fly out as blood gushed from his mouth, making him wail loudly. The pain caused his fur to bristle as he transformed back into his wolf form, eyes gleaming with ferocity as he roared angrily, "You dared to harm me." Qi Xing replied, "I indeed dare not, I merely wanted to play with you. But who knew you'd be so weak that your teeth fall out at the slightest touch? Not even as good as the few dogs you've raised. Aren't you supposed to be a purebred hidden wolf? Could it be that you're also a dog mongrel?" Being provoked, Dong Zi became furious and growled deeply, lunging forward again. Qi Xing wielded the demonic bone like a circus master, striking left and right, teasing Dong Zi into reckless attacks that lacked strategy. Soon enough, Dong Zi was panting heavily after being struck on the head by Qi Xing, seeing stars. Just as Dong Zi began to feel dizzy, Qi Xing leapt and kicked Dong Zi flat on his back. Using the demonic bone, he pried open Dong Zi's gaping wolf mouth, playing with his fangs while casually remarking, "The price of pure wolf fangs for necklaces must be quite high. Perfect to gift my wife." Huff, huff. With a sudden chill running through his teeth, Dong Zi's jaw wanted to shout insults, but with the stick holding his mouth wide open, no words could escape, leaving his wolf mouth neither able to open nor close properly, helpless before Qi Xing. With another push of the stick, another tooth fell out, blood streaming from Dong Zi's mouth as he bellowed furiously, "I'll kill you." Who would have guessed that when he charged again, it turned into another round of feeding opportunities. In less than 2 moves, he was pinned down again, this time having his chin gripped tightly by Qi Xing, who smiled amiably and said, "You have 2 choices. 1. Apologize to Grandpa. 2. Let me knock all your teeth out. Choose wisely." Tears streaming down Dong Zi's face, he originally intended to refuse fiercely but remembered how excruciatingly painful tooth removal could be. Who isn't afraid of the dentist, especially one so violent? Dong Zi apologized with a bloody mouth, "I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have." "Shouldn't what?" "Speak clearly." Qi Xing maintained his friendly smile. Dong Zi quivered with fear, "I shouldn't have come to provoke you." "Anything else?" I also shouldn't have." Dong Zi paused briefly, unsure of other apologies due to past offenses. Reflecting for a moment, he begrudgingly admitted, "I also shouldn't have bullied you in the past, kicked you." "Well, that can be overlooked." Qi Xing loosened his grip on Dong Zi's chin and laughed, "Our hidden wolves follow the law of strength. When I was weak, you could look down on me and kick me. Now that you're weak, I love pulling your teeth, flaying your skin, nothing wrong about that. Hearing Qi Xing mention flaying the skin cheerfully, Dong Zi involuntarily shuddered. Qi Xing shook his head, finding it uninteresting, and strolled away nonchalantly. Since Qi Xing now smelled of wolf blood, he decided not to enter from the front door but directly climbed back through the window to the guest room where Ming Qian resided. As soon as he leaped through the window into the room, he saw Ming Qian turn around from where he had been facing the window. Those blue eyes immediately focused intently on Qi Xing, the expression resembling that of a shark catching a scent of blood. Qi Xing hesitated. Wasn't this the gaze reserved for prey? No, why would Ming Qian look at him this way? Instinctively, Qi Xing bristled his sweat-soaked hair. Such a defensive posture made Ming Qian pause slightly. He then calmed his gaze, faintly stating, "Why do you smell of blood?" Qi Xing sighed with relief. Oh, it was simply because he caught a whiff of the blood and reacted instinctively. It's those ignorant ruffians. I taught them a lesson. Qi Xing explained, "It wouldn't do well for this smell to linger on me, I'll go wash it off." Ming Qian replied, "No need. My scent will cover it." Due to Qi Xing wandering outside and engaging in combat with a few beast spirits, Ming Qian's scent lingering on Qi Xing had significantly faded. This greatly displeased Ming Qian, who firmly grasped Qi Xing's hand. Although Qi Xing had washed his hands by the river beforehand, they were pristine and bloodless. However, beast spirit's sharp sense of smell still detected the remnants of bloody odor. Ming Qian strongly disapproved. Which foolhardy beast dared defile Qi Xing's hands with such filth? Lowering his head, the big cat's tongue began licking the hand. The tiger's tongue, with its barbs, swept over Qi Xing's skin, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He hadn't been expecting it, and the shock resonated deeply within him. Normally, Ming Qian left his scent on Qi Xing by rubbing against him. Licking like this was likely a first. Before Qi Xing could think further, he found himself pinned down onto the soft carpet by the big cat. The tiger's tongue moved from his fingertips to his wrist bone, licking back and forth. A tingling sensation spread from his pulse points, making Qi Xing's scalp tingle. Qi Xing tried to convince himself, Ming Qian is still innocent, he's just simply marking his scent. Qi Xing muttered internally, only to be caught by Ming Qian, who noticed his distraction. Jealousy surged in Ming Qian's heart. Who was Qi Xing thinking about? Overwhelmed with jealousy, Ming Qian lost control of the strength in his tongue's barbs, scratching Qi Xing's fingertip and drawing out a bead of red blood. SSS. Qi Xing winced in pain. What's wrong? Sorry. Ming Qian immediately retracted the barbs and tenderly licked at his partner's wound. As Qi Xing's blood touched Ming Qian's taste buds, it carried an unexpectedly sweet fragrance that mingled with his senses. I'm fine. Sensing something was off with Ming Qian continuously licking at the wound, Qi Xing quickly used his demonic power to heal the injury. Wiggling his healed finger, he said, "Look, I'm a great demon. This kind of injury heals instantly." Is that so? Ming Qian's eyes suddenly darkened. Did this mean that no matter how rough he treated Qi Xing, it would be acceptable? Qi Xing didn't know what Ming Qian was thinking, but his instinct as a beast for danger prompted him to quickly slip away. He merely said, "I'll go take a shower. After washing, I'll sleep. I beat up the leader's son today, and tomorrow morning there might be another fierce battle. But it's just a few dogs, where would the fierce battle come from?" Ming Qian remarked indifferently. Qi Xing was momentarily at a loss for words, turning around and heading straight to the bathroom. When Qi Xing came out of the shower, he saw the big cat sitting there with a mournful expression. "You washed my scent off." Only then did Qi Xing remember this matter. Smiling, he said, "Then, let you mark me again." This had become habit. Every time Qi Xing took a bath, the big cat would rub against him and embrace him, marking his scent once more. Therefore, Qi Xing didn't put up any guard, directly lying down on the carpet, wagging his tail in invitation for the marking. Ming Qian's tiger eyes darkened heavily. The mighty tiger, walking with the graceful steps of a cat, approached the wagging dog beside him, then straddled atop him. Qi Xing realized something was wrong. What are you? Before Qi Xing could voice his astonishment or ask questions, the back of his neck was gripped gently yet firmly by the tiger's teeth. Instinctively, he held his breath and dared not speak a word. But his mind was filled with question marks. This sequence, first straddling, then biting the neck, is it what I'm thinking it is? It's not. Qi Xing's eyes widened too large to resemble those of a wolf anymore. Didn't you oppose this before? Weren't you saying this is the best way to mark you thoroughly inside and out? Ming Qian's voice turned hoarse, carrying a hint of innocence as if he were saying, "It was clearly you who asked me to do this." Qi Xing, I did say that. That's how it will be then. Ming Qian asked, "Do you consent?" How could Qi Xing possibly refuse? He was merely surprised. But with the situation set, Qi Xing decided against continuing the discussion on this topic. Recognizing the intentions of the dominant male beast atop him, the hidden wolf assumed a position of acceptance. It seemed that this compliance pleased the male tiger, as the tiger's grip on the back of Qi Xing's neck eased somewhat. But the harshness shifted elsewhere. The low growl of the beasts reverberated in Qi Xing's ears, like the sound of a train rushing past. The wind blinded his eyes. The wolf whimpered softly under the cover of the night. Pheromones erupted intensely, filling the entire room, but were isolated by a barrier set up to prevent even the slightest leakage. Given the excellent sealing, the pheromones in the room grew increasingly concentrated, almost becoming too thick to dissolve. If a metaphor were to be made, Black Ming Qian was a great swinging hammer, colliding with great force, executing vigorous movements, ascending to heaven, sinking to earth, extremely intense. On the other hand, White Ming Qian was more akin to a web, a net cast upon both sky and earth, entirely restraining Qi Xing. Possibly due to the restriction imposed, Qi Xing couldn't physically touch White Ming Qian actively. To avoid involuntary contact in the heat of passion, Ming Qian maintained a full suppression posture throughout, biting down gently yet firmly on the soft neck of the hidden wolf from behind, forcing the wolf to remain passively sprawled on the blanket, submitting entirely to the savage creature's demands. Consequently, Qi Xing could only look at the wall or the carpet, never seeing the expressions on the silver tiger's face. And naturally, he couldn't see how the originally clear blue eyes now blazed red with lust. That was definitely not the appearance that should belong to a supposedly purified, 100% pure mascot of the demon race. Whether it was a passionate or beautiful night, they finally passed in heavy breathing. The next morning, Qi Xing woke up feeling sore all over. It had to be said, Bai Ming Qian was truly vigorous. Qi Xing was shocked, but after some reflection, it seemed predictable. The purer they were during the day, the more intense they got at night. Qi Xing's exhaustion revealed his true form as he plodded across the plush carpet on all fours. Over by the bay window, the silver tiger sat elegantly, gazing far into the distant mountains. Hearing the sound of Qi Xing stirring awake, the silver tiger's ears twitched as he turned around and said, "Come here. Let me smell you." Little dog Qi Xing trotted over to the silver tiger. The silver tiger nudged his forehead with his nose, then licked him a couple of times. Qi Xing smiled brightly. "What's wrong?" Confirming whether this method leaves more thorough markings, said the silver tiger. Now indeed, Qi Xing emanated pheromones from head to toe that reeked distinctly of the great feline. This scent was far stronger than any simple rub or embrace could ever produce. However, the silver tiger's gaze darkened further. Had that cat demon used similar tactics, leaving such an indelible mark of pheromones all over him numerous times? When his mate was out of his knowledge, had other cats marked him in similarly intimate ways? And through such profound methods too? Seeing the incomprehensible flicker in the silver tiger's eyes, Qi Xing hurriedly asked, "What's the matter, darling?" "Nothing." Silver tiger subdued his sharp edge, lowering his soft gaze and seriously asked, "Did you like what happened last night?" Qi Xing's ears perked instantly, startled for a moment before answering, "I liked it." "Good that you did," said the silver tiger. "I know canines like that." Qi Xing remarked, "Why does it sound like you're implying that felines don't like it?" Tilting his head slightly, Qi Xing recalled something suddenly and exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that you didn't actually like it?" That created quite an awkward situation. If Ming Qian fundamentally didn't enjoy that kind of behavior and his morality also opposed it, yet he still went along with it. Why? Because he knew canines like that? How? Absolutely. An act of pure sacrifice. A tragedy in the feline world. Seeing Qi Xing's almost petrified expression, Ming Qian roughly guessed what he was thinking about and calmly explained, "Of course I enjoyed it." Oh, Qi Xing sighed in relief. If only one side was enjoying it, then it wasn't really enjoyable. The silver tiger added, "But I do understand most canines have greater needs compared to felines. They are in heat all year round, and when their demands aren't met." The silver tiger stopped himself from saying inappropriate things at the edge of his tongue and for a while didn't know how to continue. It was Qi Xing who continued the sentence instead. "It would be quite painful. Indeed, difficult to endure, which is why your high-end inhibitors produced by the Ming family are so popular. But they're just too expensive, regular working dogs simply can't afford them." Ming Qian realized only now that Qi Xing's demands were apparently so overwhelming that they could only be alleviated using high-end inhibitors produced by the Ming Corporation. So, was it because it was too unbearable? Perhaps, demanding a beast to resist its animal nature was too much to ask for. Ming Qian himself knew how inhumane it was to hold wild animals to civilizational standards. He was suffering deeply from it. Perhaps, he should empathize with Qi Xing as well. An extremely sour emotion surged within Ming Qian's heart. Was it truly empathy? Upon deeper thought, perhaps Ming Qian cared more for being unable to let go. Unwilling to rebuke Qi Xing, unwilling even more to lay everything out in the open. If everything came out in the open between him and Qi Xing, where would their relationship head? Probably no one could predict it accurately. Even if it wouldn't break apart because of this, generating cracks would be unavoidable. Ming Qian didn't want that to happen. So, he chose empathy. Empathy towards the canine's natural limitations. His puppy had simply committed an error shared universally among teddy bears everywhere. All because he hadn't been considerate enough of Qi Xing's needs, causing him such discomfort. That won't happen anymore. The silver tiger flitted his silvery eyelashes, stabilizing his thoughts. He would make sure Qi Xing belonged to him alone. Not long after, both of them transformed back into human forms and put on their clothes. As Bai Ming Qian gracefully dressed piece by piece, Qi Xing experienced a subtle sense of satisfaction, something incredibly hard to describe. After Bai Ming Qian bent down to fasten his wristwatch and looked up, there he was again, the refined gentleman, not the least reminiscent of the one who bit his neck the previous night. Qi Xing reached out his hand, Bai Ming Qian automatically intertwined their 10 fingers together, leading him out of the bedroom hand in hand. Because shielding was cast in the bedroom the previous night, no one outside knew what happened inside. However, when Qi Xing and Bai Ming Qian appeared together in the dining room, every animal indoors smelled something, exchanging knowing glances thoughtfully. Dong Zi, the big wolf pup beaten yesterday but rejuvenated today by the demon power replenishing potion, turned to his doggo underling and questioned, wasn't it supposed to be Qi Xing, right? Why does he look so drained? The minion who had been beaten yesterday but recovered quickly today due to the demon power replenishing potion responded, that's exactly why he looks so worn out. Oh. Dong Zi nodded, that makes sense. He thought inwardly, humph. So tough when beating others, but not so capable in that department. And still pretending to be something special. Dong Zi's father coughed twice and said, don't badmouth our guests. I will say it anyway. Dong Zi stood up, fuming. Father, didn't you see how badly I was beaten yesterday? It was by your guest. Qi Xing laughed but replied, it was just a bit of fun. Didn't we all play like this when we were young? Upon hearing this, the tribal chief understood Qi Xing's meaning. Even as a child, Dong Zi used to beat Qi Xing. Wasn't it reasonable for Qi Xing to retaliate now? According to the wolf tribe's creed, the stronger one is respected. There was nothing wrong with what Qi Xing did. Qi Xing didn't harm Dong Zi severely, only a few teeth lost, which would regrow thanks to demon energy restoration, causing no permanent damage but some loss of face. Thus, the leader could only remark, indeed, indeed. You are both adults now, strong wolves. Just knowing one's limits is fine. He also hinted at Qi Xing to know his own limit. Qi Xing smiled lightly, but whether or not he took the hint was unclear. The leader didn't say more, instead instructing someone to bring tea and breakfast. Qi Xing lifted his teacup, sniffed it carefully, and perceptively detected a problem. However, he didn't want to spoil the mood yet. He was calculating how to subtly switch the tea to Dong Zi without raising suspicion. Unexpectedly, Ming Qian suddenly snatched the cup away, don't drink it. There's medicine in it. Qi Xing was shocked, he hadn't expected Ming Qian to act on impulse. Ming Qian was extremely sensitive to drugs and tea. There was a specific ingredient mixed in it, familiar to him, a suppressant used by the speckled lady over the years to inhibit his magical power. The leader's expression changed, saying, what kind of drug? Dong Zi also asked puzzled, right, what sort of drug? Qi Xing saw Dong Zi's confused state and realized he genuinely didn't know, likely the handiwork of their leader. This demon power suppressing agent was colorless and odorless, perfect for adding secretly into food or drink. After consuming it multiple times, even powerful demons would weaken dramatically. The only exception being its base, which medicine. Qi Xing studied witchcraft, enabling him to distinguish it. As for Ming Qian, frequent exposure led him to develop an instinctual feeling about such things. Thus, when they encountered old acquaintances like these, they immediately knew the situation. Unbeknownst to them, the leader prepared escape plans while secretly dosing them. Pretending to be surprised, he declared, how can there possibly be any drugs in a guest's meal? Perhaps this is all a misunderstanding. Who prepared the tea? Come forward and explain. A scapegoat emerged immediately, sweating profusely under the blame. Lady has issues controlling her magical powers. Maybe she mistakenly received the medicine tea. Are you stupid? How could such a mistake happen? The leader acted angry and kicked the servant. The servant transformed back into its original form upon impact. Everyone stared in astonishment. Ah, it really was a pig. The pig servant sobbed pitifully, begging for forgiveness. I didn't mean to do it intentionally. The wolf leader feigned anger, kicking him again. Even if unintentional, what happens if our guests consume such a drug? Dong Zi watched dumbfounded. Did my mother ever suffer from uncontrollable magical powers? No, wasn't my mother dead last month? Watching the performance between the leader and the servant, Qi Xing couldn't help but enjoy the drama, thinking how appetizing it was. As for Ming Qian, the leader was aware Ming Qian usually had a gentle temperament, courteous and elegant. Even after such commotion, this polite big cat wouldn't delve too deeply. Qi Xing also shared the same belief. Unexpectedly, Ming Qian stood up, flipping the dinner table. Everyone froze. The pig froze. The leader froze. Dong Zi, who had already been in shock, suddenly became crystal clear, this is normal. If someone drugged my husband, I'd flip tables too. Do I even have a husband? Qi Xing was equally baffled, isn't this century's politest big cat supposed to behave? When a fierce cat unleashes fury, nobody dare regard it as a Hello Kitty. The leader's demeanor softened considerably, nervously pleading, Mr. Ming, it's indeed my fault in hosting poorly. I apologize, I seek penance. Tell me, how would you like me to solve this? Ming Qian coldly responded, I don't want to resolve any issues, I just want those issues to cease completely. The oppressive aura of a ferocious beast filled the room, forcing the leader to kneel directly. Nearby dog minions were terrified, reverting instantly to their original forms and whimpering helplessly on the ground. Dong Zi also knelt submissively, unable to lift his head. Even Qi Xing hesitated briefly before focusing his witchcraft, steadying himself to observe the ominous pressure surrounding Ming Qian, looking as though a demon warrior had possessed him. Alarmed, Qi Xing hurried to pull his hand. Stop. Sweetheart, do you plan to slaughter wolves? That'd be a mess to clean up. Ming Qian turned his head, speaking mildly, I can clean it up myself. Though calm, his words struck like a blade, terrifying to hear. Qi Xing was both surprised and doubtful. How did Ming Qian change like this? Ming Qian said with a gloomy tone, isn't this what you hoped for, to reclaim the property? Once this wolf dies, the property will be yours. Qi Xing retorted after being momentarily choked, don't joke around. I'm not even his son, so how could the inheritance possibly be mine? Ming Qian thought for a while and replied, you're right. He seemed troubled as he furrowed his brow, what if his son also dies? Qi Xing responded, it still wouldn't be my turn. Upon hearing Ming Qian speak of death casually, the leader nearly pissed himself out of fear, and Dong Zi almost fainted from lack of oxygen. The leader hastily appeased them, Grandpa Tiger, let's talk sensibly. What you said is indeed correct. Pool Miss Qi's properties should rightfully go to Qi Xing. I'll immediately start the property transfer procedures. After listening, Qi Xing pulled Ming Qian, saying, look, he's quite sincere, so let him off. Ming Qian looked Qi Xing in the eyes steadily, all right, I'll do it your way. Thereafter, the leader scurried around, helping Qi Xing finish the property transfer procedures. Qi Xing had meticulously planned to reclaim the legacy for some time and already had a complete inventory of assets at hand. In a life-and-death situation, the leader dared not haggle over prices and could only grit his teeth and accept Qi Xing's list, trembling as he signed the agreement. When they left the law firm, Qi Xing was somewhat dazed, saying, that's it? It's solved. Ming Qian replied, do you think so? Seeing that Ming Qian's face was much softer than before, without the previous terrifying aura, Qi Xing finally asked, so when you said earlier that you were going to eliminate him, you were just scaring him, weren't you? The icy blue pupils of Ming Qian flickered slightly as he answered, yes. Well. Qi Xing was relieved, laughing again, but you are amazing, scaring him to not even dare fart. I originally thought we'd have a long battle with him, but never expected it to be resolved so quickly. I understand. Ming Qian had roughly figured out Qi Xing's plans. You didn't want to confront him outright. You wanted him to let down his guard first, then use cunning ways to drive him off his position as clan leader. Even you knew. Qi Xing was stunned. You left traces in your actions. If you hadn't left these traces, he wouldn't have felt urgent enough to drug you and act rashly today, Ming Qian explained. Qi Xing gave a faint smile, if you already know my plans, why take today's approach? Proceeding slowly certainly has its advantages, but striking lethally is more in line with beast style. Ming Qian paused briefly, turning his head to look at Qi Xing, continuing, besides, I couldn't wait any longer. Huh? Qi Xing tilted his head curiously. Ming Qian touched the top of Qi Xing's hair, you said you would wait until you were extremely wealthy to keep me. Therefore, I wish for you to achieve your goal as soon as possible. Hearing this, Qi Xing smiled brightly, so it turns out you just can't wait to get married? Yes, Ming Qian replied, marry me quickly. I've been waiting far too long. If another mishap occurred. Perhaps. Ming Qian probably wouldn't know what terrible things he might end up doing. Chapter 47, Finding the Lover. Ming Qian's vacation ended right on the day he was granted the rank of a brigadier general. In order to establish a role model, the military department made a great fuss over Ming Qian's heroic feat of venturing alone into the dark witch forest and destroying the cult base, almost turning it into a legendary tale. This truly boosted the morale of beastkin. They had always believed that wizards were their natural enemies. No matter how strong their physical bodies became, they couldn't withstand magical attacks. The horrifying stories of years ago, where dark witches wiped out the spirits of countless beastkin indiscriminately, were still being passed down orally, casting a shadow over numerous beastkin. But as a beastkin, Ming Qian could take on 10 wizards single-handedly, invigorating the hearts of many beastkin. He instantly became a great hero in the eyes of not a few beastkin. Most beastkin in the military had no objections to Ming Qian's exceptional promotion, only expressing admiration. Ordinary humans have always had a good impression of Ming Qian. As a mascot, he cultivated excellent interpersonal relationships. Therefore, basically, his social evaluation further improved throughout society. The one flaw was, could someone like Ming Qian, who is so outstanding, really end up married to just anyone? The lights in the banquet hall were bright and clear, illuminating the red carpet adorned with classical European patterns. Under clusters of large classical British chandeliers, elegantly dressed guests mingled, all taking part in this celebration banquet held for Ming Qian by the military. And the elders of the Ming family were also among the invitees. Come to think of it, he truly regrets it with all his gut, regretting why he had a momentary brain freeze, pushing away Ming Qian, the beast race mascot, plus fierce beast weapon. Removing Ming Qian from the family ranks was indeed a huge blunder. However, the elder could not admit it was his fault, he could only blame Mrs. Huaban. If it weren't for Mrs. Huaban, how could the elder have agreed to such an absurd matter? When news arrived that the military would host a banquet for Ming Qian, Mrs. Huaban specially came to the elder's place. With just a flicker of the elder's eyelids, he knew exactly what Mrs. Huaban had in mind. I do have an invitation, but I will go along with the new president of the Ming family group and his wife. One sentence cut off Mrs. Huaban's fantasy. Mrs. Huaban's eyes moistened. Why? The new president of the Ming family group usurped Ming's position, and his wife, Leopard Lady, also seized Mrs. Huaban's status as the social queen. Mrs. Huaban hated them immensely and never expected that the elder would completely stand by their side. Mrs. Huaban couldn't bear to be cast aside, weeping pathetically. I know I was wrong, I truly understand now. I shouldn't have pushed Ming Qian away. You understand? Good. The elder said with hatred. While wiping her tears, Mrs. Huaban said, but, the child has always listened to me. It was my fault that hurt him before. Now I realize this. If I gently speak nicely to him and apologize, he will definitely listen. I'll tell him that I no longer oppose his relationship with Qi Xing, and hope he returns with Qi Xing to the Ming family, treating them well. He will surely agree. If you can achieve that, go ahead. The elder pondered for a moment, observing Mrs. Huaban with a hint of suspicion. You promised you can make it happen. If you fail, huff. Mrs. Huaban shivered, feeling uncertain inside. She wasn't sure herself if she could succeed. She felt that Ming Qian seemed to be gradually slipping out of control. At the banquet, Mrs. Huaban changed into fashionable attire, wearing a forced aristocratic look on her face, walking lightly towards Ming Qian. It had been a long time since they parted ways, and Ming Qian's demeanor had already surpassed his previous self 100-fold. One doesn't know if it was due to the training at the military, but nowadays, every move of his carried an imposing air of authority. Standing in front of him, Mrs. Huaban felt slightly intimidated and dared not treat him like the formerly docile adopted son. She vaguely recalled the tiger cub that once bit off her finger fiercely when angered back in the day. However, the tiger cub could only bite off her fingers, but an adult tiger. Mrs. Huaban didn't dare to dwell too much, a cold sweat breaking out on her spine, forcing a smile on her lips. Ming Qian, it's been quite a while. Ming Qian nodded indifferently towards her. Mrs. Huaban spoke softly, I have something to tell you. Ming Qian's gaze slightly condensed, I also have something to say to you. Let's talk in the private room. Mrs. Huaban secretly rejoiced and quickly followed Ming Qian into the private room. Although spacious, compared to the banquet hall, the private room was a closed small space. Here, Ming Qian's aura became more prominent, making the frail Mrs. Huaban feel uncomfortable. In the past, Ming Qian would carefully suppress his pressure, but it seemed he was no longer doing so now. Sitting casually, as though unaware of Mrs. Huaban's discomfort, he let a faint trace of ominous energy seep out from time to time, pricking Mrs. Huaban like needles without truly causing her pain. Mrs. Huaban was tormented, biting her lower lip as she softly said, Ming Qian. How much do you know about Qi Xing and that cat? Ming Qian coldly cut her off, getting straight to the point. Mrs. Huaban was momentarily stunned. This. Tell me everything you found out. Ming Qian's tone carried a trace of cold hardness, as though it were an order. Mrs. Huaban's mind was weak, intimidated by the pressure, so she dared not disobey. Yes. I don't know much, but I happened to find the doorman of the apartment. According to him, the cat 5 years ago and the one appearing now might be the same. Ming Qian's eyes slightly widened. What makes you say that? Mrs. Huaban answered, the doorman used to serve in the military department, where he learned reconnaissance techniques. He suspects that the current cat has undergone disguise. This indicates that what we've seen isn't its true form, Ming Qian judged, but why do you say it's the one from 5 years ago? Mrs. Huaban answered, because I questioned the nearby gossipy neighbors. They had overheard conversations between the cat demon and Qi Xing occasionally mentioning, be more careful when outside so no one recognizes you, along with comments like, 5 years ago wasn't as troublesome or, it's just the same here as 5 years ago, hence these guesses. Upon hearing this, Ming Qian nodded slightly, I understand. Seeing that Ming Qian remained unruffled, Mrs. Huaban suddenly became anxious, if you already know all this, why are you still? Ming Qian sharply interrupted her words, you mustn't investigate this matter anymore, nor tell anyone else. Mrs. Huaban stared at him incredulously with wide eyes, still willing to be together with him. Listen to me, go back to the Ming family. We can continue just like before. No, I will treat you better than before, and I won't let you do anything you don't want to do. Ming Qian coldly responded, you won't make me do things I don't want to do. Is it because you're unable, or unwilling? Mrs. Huaban was immediately speechless. Ming Qian suddenly opened his eyes wide, like a big cat spotting prey, with a flash of cold light in his pupils. I was just about to ask you, what method did you use to make me obedient before? Mrs. Huaban's knees went weak, and her lips trembled. You mean what? It wasn't me, it wasn't. You're naturally kind and gentle. You're a fearsome beast, who could possibly force you? Ming Qian didn't respond to her words. He raised his hand, showing his claws, leaving Mrs. Huaban no time to react before her throat was slashed, crimson blood gushing out, staining her custom-made dress red. She collapsed on her back, her terror-filled eyes reflecting Ming Qian's ruthless face. Just as she was about to sink into death, Ming Qian took out a high-end spiritual energy replenishing agent used by the military department and skillfully injected it into Mrs. Huaban's neck. With the replenishment of energy, Mrs. Huaban's wound stopped bleeding immediately, healing visibly. However, the fear of nearly dying cannot be cured. When she looked at Ming Qian again, she was so afraid that she barely dared to open her eyes. Ming Qian put the replenishing agent back in his pocket, his voice steady. Let me ask you once more, how did you manage it? Naturally, Mrs. Huaban no longer dared to conceal anything. It was Bai Tan. Yes, it was him. He cursed you. This has nothing to do with me. Bai Tan, Ming Qian repeated the name, I see. As he left the private room, Ming Qian still appeared neatly dressed, and nobody could have imagined that the calm individual had almost killed his adoptive mother just moments before. Ming Qian's appearance was too beautiful, his demeanor too strong. He easily became the center of attention as soon as he showed up. People admired and respected him but lamented, such an excellent tiger would choose a dog. What a pity. Yes, it's really like placing a fresh flower on cow dung. Perhaps this piece of cow dung has some remarkable qualities. But no matter how good it is, it's still cow dung. Someone like Ming Qian, how hard would it be for him to find an equally exceptional partner? I seem to recall hearing that the dog is actually a hidden wolf. Amidst everyone's whispers, Ming Qian subtly turned his gaze. Wherever his gaze fell, the whisperers immediately fell silent, as if frozen. At that moment, the host of the banquet, Tiger Whale Jun, stepped onto the stage to speak and announced, "We especially thank the sponsor of this event, the newly appointed wealthiest person of the Hidden Wolf Tribe dash." Curious listeners perked up their ears. The new richest person of the Hidden Wolf Tribe? Who is it? The Hidden Wolves have always been relatively low-key. The more discreet, the greater everyone's curiosity. This ancient tribe possessed quite substantial wealth, and Hidden Wolves themselves were ancient aristocrats. Adding both factors together, the richest Hidden Wolf was the epitome of wealth and nobility. Tiger Whale Jun paused dramatically as if teasing the audience before continuing, also Qi Xing, the fiancé of Junior General Ming Qian. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire gathering burst into an uproar. What? Wasn't Ming Qian's fiancé supposed to be a dog? Who just said that the dog looks like a hidden wolf? Ah, dogs and wolves are practically the same thing, right? Turns out it's the richest hidden wolf. That's insane. Under the spotlight, Qi Xing was dressed in a traditional hidden wolf outfit, a dark black wizard-like long robe. The hood and sleeves were adorned with top-grade wolf hair. With his lavish attire, he smiled brightly, illuminating the whole room. Everyone was astonished. What a handsome face. No wonder Ming Qian would give up his family for him. A wealthy and beautiful person like this, I'd choose them too. Qi Xing gave Ming Qian a faint smile, as if to say, I've succeeded, now I can afford you and be your worthy partner. Ming Qian nodded faintly, eyes solely focused on the handsome hidden wolf on stage. Everything else seemed to fade into insignificance. Standing side by side, Qi Xing and Ming Qian complemented each other perfectly, leaving no one to make comments like, a flower placed on cow dung, or, following whoever you marry. Actually, Ming Qian didn't care about being talked about. Actually, Qi Xing didn't care either. What they cared about was the other being gossiped about. The elders of the Ming family downstairs were also stunned. How did this hidden wolf become the richest? Thinking about this, the elder regretted opposing this marriage even more. Why had they insisted on breaking this couple apart at the time? Had they lost their minds? Alas. The elder sighed, looking around and frowning, asking the assistant, where's Mrs. Huaban? Didn't she go to persuade Ming Qian? Where is she? The assistant replied, she sent a message earlier, saying her clothes got dirty, so she went home first. The elder frowned, displeased, good for nothing. I knew I couldn't count on her. He sighed again and said, I'll have to put aside my pride and plead softly with Ming Qian. However, when Ming Qian and Qi Xing came off the stage, the elder didn't get the chance to speak to them. Qi Xing directly pulled Ming Qian toward a private room, saying, let's sit down. It's so boring here. Ming Qian glanced at the private room where he'd been with Mrs. Huaban and said, let's not go there. I was just talking to Mrs. Huaban inside, and it smells like her. I don't like it. Alright, Qi Xing smiled, though he hadn't realized that the room still held not only the smell of Mrs. Huaban herself but also her blood scent. Despite the cleaning, Qi Xing's nose was sharp, and once inside, he surely would detect it. Ming Qian and Qi Xing then sat in another private room. While Qi Xing messaged a few texts on his phone, he looked up at Ming Qian and said, I want to invite someone to visit our new house. Ming Qian asked, a person? Yes, a human, Qi Xing explained, a wizard. Ming Qian paused silently for half a second before asking, is it Bai Tan? Qi Xing was greatly surprised, you, how do you know? Ming Qian thought, because you secretly send messages to him every night. Recalling this, Ming Qian suddenly overturned the assumption made by the rabbit spirit about that cat demon being a private pet of nobility. Mrs. Huaban found something Ming Qian also found out. It turned out that the reason the rabbit spirit couldn't find the identity of the cat demon wasn't because it was a private pet, it was because the cat demon had disguised itself. Therefore, what they saw might not be what the cat demon truly looked like. In fact, the cat demon might not even be a cat demon at all. It could be a cow, a sheep, or even a human who practices magic. Ming Qian suppressed the turmoil in his heart, calmly saying, I heard you know him. Because of you, he donated a lot of medicinal supplies to the injured beast center. Oh, that happened. Talking about this, Qi Xing felt somewhat awkward. He actually staged this incident just to steal Bai Tan's magical energy, never expecting people to think Qi Xing was such a good-hearted dog. Ming Qian remarked, "That means you two have good relations. How long have you known each other?" Qi Xing didn't hide anything, replying directly, "About 5 years." 5 years, Ming Qian echoed, 5 years. Although Ming Qian chose to understand Qi Xing's actions, he wasn't going to let the adulterer off easily. After intertwining with Qi Xing that night, as Ming Qian gazed at his lover's sleeping face, he had already quietly decided in his heart, he would capture that adulterer, and then he will. Scissors emoji hinting punishment. Chapter 48, Testing the Lover. Qi Xing, who had already become the richest person in the Wolf community, was extremely ostentatious. She proudly flaunted her life on social media, not so much for showing off wealth but to uphold the dignity of Ming Qian. Ming Qian came from a distinguished family and excelled in every aspect, and as a public figure, people were wary of such perfection. Any slight problem with this perfect image would become a target for criticism, even if it wasn't a matter of principle. Ming Qian leaving his family for love for a poor dog became one such target. Whether it was a relatively friendly pity or a more cutting sarcasm, all these turned into words like arrows aimed at Ming Qian. Perhaps Ming Qian wouldn't mind, but Qi Xing still didn't want him to bear such negative comments because of her. First, Qi Xing generously hosted a grand celebration banquet for Ming Qian, then donated large sums of money, establishing herself as a magnanimous and kind wolf in the news. Netizens gorged themselves on this drama, discovering that the person they thought was just an ordinary poor dog was hiding something significant. Not only was he not a mere dog, but he was also a noble-blooded wolf, and the richest of them all. Wasn't this exactly the type of dramatic twist the audience loved? It became an indisputable element of trending news stories. All platforms willingly hyped up this topic, and netizens spontaneously contributed, making it lively and noisy. Moreover, Qi Xing built a cat breeding manor on one of her mountains as their new home, publicly declaring her love and stating that loving her wife was her mission. Netizens shifted from mock jealousy to envy jealousy. What kind of celestial romance is this? I'm so envious. Qi Xing is a pure high-class wealthy man. He dotes on his wife, I want to marry someone like that too. Ming Qian and Qi Xing are perfectly suited. They are both extraordinary individuals, naturally paired. When did it become your business, demons, to oppose them? After going through a phase of image reversal, Qi Xing didn't pay too much attention to this matter anymore. Since she wasn't aspiring to be an internet celebrity, there was no need to continuously boost her profile. Once everyone's impression changed, that was sufficient. Otherwise, overhyped situations could easily backfire. When something reaches its extreme, it often reverses itself, turning happiness into sorrow. So, after publicly displaying affection with Ming Qian a few times, Qi Xing began to retreat, reducing their exposure in the media. Coincidentally, the cat breeding manor was also coming along well. Qi Xing decided to move up the mountain with Ming Qian, isolating themselves from the world and avoiding external distractions. Both Qi Xing and Ming Qian were big cats and dogs, so the manor didn't require excessive renovation. Keeping the natural environment was perfectly adequate for them. Of course, they still constructed a villa on the mountain, which allowed them to live there when in human form and accommodate guests as needed. Qi Xing had previously arranged that the first guest to visit their new home would be Bai Tan. This way, from Ming Qian's perspective, the Qi Xing who was always highly displaying our love began to act subtly after Bai Tan announced her visit. Bai Tan the Great which usually kept a low profile, and it was no easy task for Qi Xing to coax her out. If it weren't for the previous emotional groundwork they laid, Bai Tan probably wouldn't have agreed. To persuade Bai Tan, Qi Xing even played the pitiful card, lamenting unhappily, "Sigh, Ming Qian left his family for me. And as for me, you know how things are with the Wolf tribe, deep down, they still see me as a mongrel, unwilling to truly get close to me. After all, I can only rely on you, willing to warm our house." And so, Bai Tan agreed to come for the warming ceremony. After securing Bai Tan's approval, Qi Xing shared the good news with Ming Qian excitedly, "Bai Tan has agreed to come." "It's rare." Ming Qian asked, "Why is it so rare?" "Bai Tan doesn't like stepping outside much, does she?" Qi Xing said, "She stays locked away in her ivory tower all day. I've heard her outings are quite troublesome, she even has to file reports with the Witch Association." Ming Qian commented, "That makes sense. No wonder she had to disguise herself as a cat spirit to sneak out." Qi Xing quickly shifted from the Bai Tan topic and continued talking to Ming Qian, "I'm planning to hold a grand engagement party, followed by an even bigger wedding. What do you think?" Ming Qian frowned, replying, "This requires a lot of money, manpower, and time." Perhaps, to Ming Qian, the most important thing was still time. Qi Xing hadn't really thought about it this way but casually responded, "All of these aren't problems. According to you, an engagement should last a year, and the period between engagement and marriage another year. That's plenty of time for preparation." Ming Qian remembered that he had indeed said before that the engagement should last a year and the preparations for the actual wedding should take another year, making everything solemn and dignified. At that time, Ming Qian had even stated that mating could only happen after the official wedding. Thinking back on what he had said, Ming Qian felt somewhat strange, Not out of regret or anything, but realizing that his mental state back then was abnormal, under some sort of brainwashing condition, leading to words that should still count now. Yet, he couldn't express this reasoning to Qi Xing. Thus, Ming Qian said, I think this is too troublesome. Let's keep it simple and have the wedding directly. Qi Xing thought about it and said, all right, let's do as you say. The days passed by quickly, and soon it was the day Bai Tan would visit. Every time Bai Tan went out, there were quite a few wizards surrounding her. Qi Xing didn't understand what their presence meant. In her view, these wizards seemed fragile. If they could protect Bai Tan, that would be a joke. Ordinary beings couldn't get close to Bai Tan anyway. If an enemy capable of threatening Bai Tan ever came, those wizards wouldn't be able to offer much protection and might even hold Bai Tan back. Qi Xing had no good expression when she saw these wizard followers at the mountain gate. Mainly, the wizard followers didn't have any good expressions for Qi Xing either. The elites of the Wizard Association mostly didn't like beastfolk, just as the higher-ups among beastfolk didn't like wizards. Qi Xing coldly said, I only invited Bai Tan the Great Witch, not you guys. How dare you come uninvited and act rudely? You don't even know how to say a couple of polite words. The wizard said coldly, we are here to protect Bai Tan the Great Witch, it has nothing to do with you. Qi Xing retorted, please. Protect Bai Tan. Do you even have the capability? Or are you just tagging along? These elite wizards were all pretty offended. Bai Tan the Great Witch gave a warm smile on the side and said, let's stop saying such things. Bai Tan first told the wizards, Qi Xing is my friend, I hope you can treat her as a friend too. The wizards didn't dare to argue. Bai Tan then said to Qi Xing, they are with me, if they offend you in any way, I apologize on their behalf. Qi Xing chuckled and replied, they are one thing, you are another. Why should you apologize for their actions? Don't they have mouths? A few of the wizards were about to lose their tempers. Qi Xing, speaking faster than they could interrupt, continued, they themselves already said they're here to protect Bai Tan the Great Witch, so it has nothing to do with me. If it doesn't concern me, why should I care about their food or accommodation? The guest I've personally invited is only Bai Tan herself. These elite wizards surely can live on wind and dew without my care. The faces of the wizards turned green. How could they, who lived in luxury, survive by eating wind and sleeping rough? Seeing their stiffened faces, Qi Xing felt delighted and happily invited Bai Tan up the mountain. Behind them, several wizards trailed along, their expressions getting worse one after another. Bai Tan sighed and instructed a few wizards to stay temporarily at an inn at the foot of the mountain. The wizards disagreed, how can we allow you to go alone? That's too dangerous. Qi Xing thought that perhaps these wizards hadn't seen Bai Tan simply moving her fingers to trigger thunderbolts striking people down, leading them to believe Bai Tan was frail and vulnerable. Bai Tan smiled faintly, don't worry. You may wait there. Unable to defy Bai Tan's instructions, the wizards reluctantly agreed and headed to a nearby inn on standby. After leaving the wizards behind, Qi Xing and Bai Tan quickly arrived at the half-mountain villa. This villa was newly built, its decoration still incomplete. Eager to strengthen ties with Bai Tan, Qi Xing hastily invited her but apologized again, saying, the preparations were hurried, and my hospitality may not be enough. Bai Tan didn't mind and said, this place is fine. When everyone entered the villa, they saw a broad-shouldered man with narrow build, silver hair, blue eyes descending gracefully from the stairs like a cat. Bai Tan looked up and greeted, Mr. Ming Qian, I'm sorry for disturbing. Ming Qian's animal-like pupils contracted slightly, eyeing the Great Witch in front of him cautiously while trying to conceal his hostility. The legendary, Great Witch Bai Tan. As per Mrs. Huaban's account, this was the famous Grand Witch who could impose a mental prohibition with a mere utterance, causing him distress for half his life while remaining perfectly calm. But Ming Qian never expected Bai Tan to look like this. For a moment, his astonishment overshadowed any animosity, even revealing a hint of surprise on his usually expressionless face. Regaining his composure, he said, hello, Great Witch Bai Tan. Ming Qian descended the stairs and extended his hand toward Bai Tan the Great Witch. At this moment, Qi Xing suddenly remembered that no one must get close to Bai Tan the Great Witch because Bai Tan's physical body was too fragile, surrounded by a protective boundary that made her untouchable. Qi Xing held Ming Qian back and explained, within 1 meter diameter around Bai Tan's body is untouchable, where a magical barrier exists. Ming Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, indeed sensing a flow of magical power revolving around Bai Tan as the center. He asked, why is this the case? Bai Tan didn't seem to mind and honestly explained, because my body is too weak. Everyone is very worried I might get hurt. Indeed, Bai Tan was delicate, pale-faced, and emaciated. A thin shirt draped over her shoulders accentuated the sharp outline of bones beneath. The wrists visible past long sleeves seemed almost flat, like cigarette boxes, with fingers long and thin as incense sticks, fragile to a point they appeared ready to snap at a twist. Great Witch Bai Tan, she wielded the strongest witchcraft power while possessing the friliest physical form. After Ming Qian felt the weakening of the mental prohibition, his own fighting instincts grew stronger and stronger. With a mere glance, he discovered abnormalities in Bai Tan's body. Ming Qian silently thought, he is too abnormal, how can there exist such a strange being like him? However, another question rose in Ming Qian's mind, if she had a protective boundary around her, how could she be together with Qi Xing? Ming Qian asked, can you revoke your protective boundary at will? Theoretically, it's possible, Great Witch Bai Tan replied. But I never do that. Ming Qian absorbed only one piece of information from her response, she could revoke her boundary. As for Bai Tan the Great Witch's words, I never do that, Ming Qian did not believe them. Qi Xing was curious and asked, why not? In this way, no one can touch you, wouldn't you feel uncomfortable? In childhood, I used to feel that way, answered Bai Tan the Great Witch. Privately, I secretly revoked my protective boundary and found its existence to be very necessary after all. Without the protection, I get injured easily. Ming Qian became even more puzzled, if Bai Tan the Great Witch's body was truly so weak, how could she be together with Qi Xing? Dog-like beings were a species with intense desires. Since starting their intimate relationship, Ming Qian has also been able to appreciate that Qi Xing's appetite was quite substantial. For a magician so brittle, how was it possible to satisfy Qi Xing the big wolf dog? Ming Qian was greatly confused. However, Ming Qian then thought perhaps Bai Tan wasn't as weak as she claimed. Because through a protective layer, Ming Qian still could not fully confirm Bai Tan's bodily strength. Besides, wizards have magical powers. Maybe he could conjure some spell to temporarily enhance his body's strength. It makes sense. Probably due to a short-term magic enhancement, Bai Tan could occasionally appear as a strong cat spirit and then return home for recuperation afterward. It was committing adultery at the cost of life. What a hard-working lover. Ming Qian analyzed in his mind, but logically it still seemed somewhat unreliable. But if not Bai Tan, who else could it be? Qi Xing's social network had already been investigated, and there was no other suspicious person. And that cat demon, coming and going without a trace, couldn't even be detected by military black technology. There was only one possibility, the cat demon traveled by advanced teleportation arrays. Only advanced teleportation arrays could evade the surveillance of the heavenly net system. The demon race didn't know about teleports of such kind, only witches did. Saying all that, Bai Tan remained the most likely candidate. Everything might just be her deception. Including this body that looks feeble and unable to withstand pressure. Ming Qian sat down silently, saying nothing. Qi Xing chatted with Bai Tan casually, catching glimpses of Ming Qian from the corner of her eye. She always felt that his condition seemed a bit unusual, so she smiled and said, Ming Qian, what are you thinking about? Lifting his eyes, Ming Qian said, I'm wondering if Bai Tan and I have met before. Yes, Bai Tan said, we indeed have met in the past, when we were both very young. Ming Qian was more surprised by Bai Tan's lack of pretense in revealing this information. Qi Xing was also shocked, in childhood. Bai Tan nodded, the Tiger clan worried about Ming Qian's overwhelming calamity chi, so they brought him to the Witch clan, asking me to seal the calamity chi. That should have been our first meeting. However, you may not remember it. Indeed, I don't remember much from childhood, Ming Qian replied coolly. Bai Tan said, I hope this hasn't troubled you too much. Ming Qian snickered inwardly, finding this person extremely hypocritical, yet he maintained his usual polite demeanor that was warm but slightly cold, no problem. However, I've had quite a few dealings with the Wizard Association, and it seems I've never seen you. I rarely go out, Bai Tan responded. Because of my health conditions. Ming Qian then asked, do you normally watch the news? Yes, Bai Tan replied. It's necessary to stay informed about the outside world. Otherwise, it would be too isolated. Ming Qian asked further, did you see the news about Qi Xing and me? Bai Tan laughed and said, I heard you two are getting engaged. Congratulations. No, Ming Qian corrected firmly, not getting engaged, we're already engaged. We are now fiancés preparing for marriage. Ming Qian spoke bluntly, as if readying for battle. Although Bai Tan did not understand why Ming Qian's attitude had become a little cold and rigid, she still smiled and responded, so it's like that. I'm outdated with the news. Congratulations, congratulations. It seems you still don't know everything, Ming Qian said as he pulled out a thick stack of materials that he had prepared long ago. Qi Xing's eyes nearly popped out when she saw the content. This was a complete collection of all the public displays of affection between her and Ming Qian. Not only did it include their appearances together at various banquets, but there were also Qi Xing's bold confessions such as, I am a wolf, an aloof wolf, but I am also a dog, my wife's dog. There were even some fan comments like, a perfect match with no dissent, or, their union is seamless, no demons allowed to disturb. Ming Qian then slid this huge stack of materials in front of Bai Tan and said, take it back and read through it. Bai Tan. Although confused about the purpose of these documents, Bai Tan still accepted them via her wizards. At this point, Ming Qian further reached into his pocket and pulled out a pigeon egg-sized diamond ring, saying, this was also given to me by my husband. Ah. Bai Tan opened her mouth but could find no words, stammering for quite a while without response. Seeing Bai Tan so uncomfortable, Ming Qian became more suspicious and felt the sharpness of the weapon hidden in his pocket increase. However, Ming Qian still thought it was not wise to conclude Bai Tan's involvement based on this alone. He decided to probe deeper. I have something to attend to tonight related to the military. Since I'm worried about Qi Xing getting bored alone at home, and since you are her friend, why don't you stay here and keep her company? Chapter 49, Tackling Bai Tan. Bai Tan said, I had that in mind. I originally planned to stay here for a night. Ming Qian caught the 4 words, I had that in mind, and felt this person was more unpredictable than ever. Nevertheless, Ming Qian remained unperturbed, silently turning to Qi Xing, what do you think? Qi Xing replied, I had originally invited Bai Tan to stay over for 1 night. There should be nothing wrong with that. If you have a mission, go ahead. I don't mind. Ming Qian, hearing more of this, increasingly thought it wasn't an ordinary matter, but still refrained from further comment, pretended to tidy up a bit, and then left the villa. As soon as Ming Qian left, Qi Xing began getting closer to Bai Tan, saying, where's your place? Is it far from here? I'll visit you someday. Unexpectedly, though Bai Tan got along well with Qi Xing, he still shook his head and said, the Ivory Tower does not allow anyone outside the Wizardry Association to enter. Not allowing anyone outside the Wizardry Association. Qi Xing, undaunted, said, that's fine. I'm not human anyway. Bai Tan was momentarily speechless. That does seem correct. However, Bai Tan did not easily fall into this I am not human logic trap. He only said, but it still requires approval from the upper echelons of the Wizardry Association. Qi Xing sighed deeply, I always thought you, Bai Tan, were the most powerful wizard in the entire Wizardry Association. But now, how come there's no freedom at all? Bai Tan smiled and said, the title Grand Wizard is merely a nominal honor. As for freedom, regardless of who you are, whether your status is high or low, you are always confined within certain boundaries, and there is never absolute freedom for anyone. Qi Xing countered, even if there's no complete freedom, wouldn't restricting movement so much still indicate a lack of freedom? Bai Tan calmly replied, I can choose not to follow their arrangements. But I have not made that choice. This, too, is a form of freedom. Qi Xing didn't quite understand, but could roughly gauge Bai Tan's meaning. Given Bai Tan's abilities, if he decided to disregard the rules set by the Wizardry Association, nobody could stop him. But he chose to obey the regulations. This decision, made freely, constituted choosing his own lack of freedom, which in turn counted as a kind of freedom. Qi Xing frowned thoughtfully, suddenly thinking of Ming Qian, let out a long sigh, and said, Ming Qian clearly has the ability to break free from his family's constraints, yet he lived without much freedom before leaving the family. Do you think this is also a kind of freedom? Perhaps not. Bai Tan said, he is bound by an invisible constraint. He is not free. Qi Xing found that Bai Tan wasn't too evasive about this issue and appeared rather open. Emboldened, Qi Xing followed up with a question, constraint? What kind of constraint? You mentioned once removing ominous aura for him as a child. Is it related to that? Bai Tan honestly replied, yes. I remember, back then, my old master was still alive. He ordered me to cast a curse on the Heaven Sha fierce beast, forcing it to behave properly, adhering to societal restraints, ensuring it would not become a killing machine against society. Qi Xing already had a vague idea about this event, but hearing it directly from Bai Tan now confirmed her suspicions. As the Heaven Sha mighty tiger, Ming Qian had been extremely ferocious even as a child. The leopard spots lady was also inept at raising children, almost causing bloodshed. Taking Ming Qian to seek help from the Wizardry Association, the elder wizards at the time felt powerless themselves and thus sent the equally young Bai Tan to perform a sealing ritual. Although Bai Tan was very young back then, he was a prodigy. Under the guidance of the older wizard, Bai Tan successfully placed a taboo on Ming Qian. This taboo had been binding Ming Qian since then, making him as docile as a cat-like tiger. No matter what happened, he endured quietly. After contemplating for a while, Bai Tan added, now looking back, I feel somewhat regretful. Back then, being too young, I did not know how to set limits appropriately. Nor did I realize how significantly a psychological taboo might affect a living being. Qi Xing recalled the bizarre rules Ming Qian had adhered to in the past, and couldn't help asking, so, exactly what taboos did you place on him? The old master instructed me to make him disciplined, civilized, and mild-mannered. At that time, I myself had limited understanding of these concepts, hence. Bai Tan blushed slightly as he spoke and continued, I first gave him a rule, listen to mom. So this is why Ming Qian has always endured abuse from Leopard Spot's lady and remains so filial towards her. Bai Tan went on, later, according to the wishes of the Tiger Tribe, I added another rule, follow the Tiger Tribe's laws. Afterward, I picked up a moral and ethical education textbook and recited values like honesty, integrity, diligence, bravery. Qi Xing fell silent for a good minute, struggling to contain her laughter for half a minute, before she couldn't resist asking, then what about the rule prohibiting premarital sex, how did that come about? Bai Tan did not expect Qi Xing to ask this, and his pale face flushed slightly with red as he answered somewhat embarrassedly, This is also one of the rules in our wizard's moral code. I just recited it without much thought. In fact, at that time, I didn't even know what it meant. Grass, so that was how. Qi Xing couldn't help but ask again, then why doesn't He Mingqian follow these rules? Bai Tan replied, He Mingqian is a spiritual entity created by dark wizardry, thus, he is not affected by pure white magic. But why? Qi Xing hesitated for a moment before continuing, isn't Bai Mingqian also? Qi Xing dared not voice her concern out loud, but premarital sex had been carried out many times already. Bai Tan cut in, he is no longer subject to my rules, correct? Startled, Qi Xing widened her eyes. You noticed? My own ban spell always brings me some form of awareness. Bai Tan let out a slight sigh. Now he is no longer bound by any rules, I can feel it. Qi Xing momentarily did not know what to say. But Bai Tan went on, it's normal. Originally, I didn't wish for him to endure such constraints for his entire life. Now, it seems, he shows no signs of being antisocial, actually, quite the opposite. I believe, perhaps, his previously established worldview and values remain intact, which is why, even without restriction, he still remains an innocent and kind tiger cat. Bai Tan did not know it, but truly the innocent one was himself. The kind big cat actually carried scissors to deal with him if necessary. Furrowing her brows, Qi Xing asked, with what strength did he break through the ban? Psychological bans are very powerful. They're set in place subtly, almost undetectable, but there's a major flaw. Recalling He Tan's teachings, Qi Xing instinctively interrupted, if the curse recipient realizes the existence of the spell, the ban will weaken. And if the recipient has strong willpower, they could possibly lift the curse, even without understanding wizardry. That's right. Bai Tan looked at Qi Xing, nodded, then paused silently for 2 seconds before saying, do you also understand this? Qi Xing's heart skipped a beat. She inwardly cursed, crap. I forgot I'm a demon beast, I shouldn't be capable of understanding this. Remaining calm outwardly, Qi Xing explained calmly, because I heard rumors about Ming Qian being under a ban, I specially gathered some related information. Is that against the law? No need to worry, Bai Tan said gently, I don't object to demon beasts learning wizardry. On the contrary, Qi Xing became more anxious inside, what does he mean by that? Could he have realized I know wizardry? Despite her pounding heart, Qi Xing maintained an expressionless face and continued chatting casually with Bai Tan. After a while, she took Bai Tan to the guest room and helped him settle in. Qi Xing pondered that the best approach would be for Bai Tan to personally invite her to the ivory tower. Judging from the current situation, this possibility was slim. Then, Plan B must be executed. What Plan B entailed was sneaking into the tower. The first step in achieving this goal was confirming the location of the ivory tower. According to He Tan's reasoning, the ivory tower should exist in a hidden space, definitely not reachable via taxi. The optimal way to reach the ivory tower should involve specific teleportation arrays. Undoubtedly, Bai Tan must carry clues leading to such a space on him. The issue now was that Bai Tan's entire body was protected by barriers. How exactly could one get close enough to touch him? That required He Tan's help. Qi Xing sent a covert message to He Tan, activate Plan B. Unaware that he was being watched, Bai Tan breathed relaxedly in the guest room, opened the window, and admired the misty mountainscape far away. Rare moments like this where he could be so close to nature were rare, especially given how often he stayed within the confines of the ivory tower. His mood lightened significantly. Just as he started relaxing, a black shadow crawled out from the wall, slithering towards the lean white wizard like a snake, swift and nimble. Almost instantly, Bai Tan sensed the presence of dark wizardry. He turned abruptly, his dark strands swaying gracefully with his motion, reflecting radiant gleams in the sunlight. Whenever he employed his white wizardry, his figure naturally gained an indistinct yet luminous glow around him. Such blinding brightness. Dark wizards despised such light the most. Bai Tan chanted spells, making the white light grow stronger, appearing godlike in an oil painting, his skin radiating an alabaster-like luster. Under the influence of the white light, the black shadow revealed its true shape, the very figure of the shadow wizard emerged. Taking over the shadow wizard's body allowed He Tan to appear carelessly in broad daylight. It's you, Bai Tan said gravely. With the burden of the shadow wizard's sins on his back, He Tan wielded the weapons commonly used by the shadow wizard, forcefully cleaving toward Bai Tan. From his standing position alone, Bai Tan could sense the fierce momentum from He Tan, shifting thoughts quickly as he spoke, you aren't. Before Bai Tan could finish his sentence, Qi Xing suddenly rushed out, transforming into her wolf demon form to guard in front of Bai Tan. She shouted dramatically, Dark Wizard. It's you again. What do you want? He Tan had none of Qi Xing's dramatic flair, he didn't reply or utter a word but silently raised his blade and slashed toward Bai Tan. Bai Tan, forming magical seals with his hands, prepared for a counterattack within the protection of his barrier. To his surprise, however, the barrier struggled against He Tan's attack, showing fissures after only 3 or 4 swings of the large sword. Bai Tan inwardly gasped, so powerful. In response, he immediately summoned his wand, recited spells, and a bolt of lightning streaked toward He Tan. Though He Tan blocked it with his blade, his body remained unharmed, he was still forced back 2 meters. Qi Xing had seen this trick before. The lightning bolts almost turned He Mingxian into charred Mingxian. When she heard Bai Tan incanting, Qi Xing knew that the next spell would be a devastating thunderstrike. Uncertain if He Tan, not yet at full strength, could withstand it, Qi Xing screamed, ah! Thunder! I'm so scared. Startled, Bai Tan paused mid-cast, stopping his chant. What is it? Qi Xing said, I just remembered, but left the rest unsaid. As Bai Tan reflected on their past, guilt surged in him, hesitating him. Seizing the opportunity, He Tan attacked again with his blade high above, but then lightning flashed. It turned out he had absorbed Bai Tan's electrical force moments earlier. Soaring as high as the ceiling, He Tan wielded his blade downward in a thunderous swoop, cutting through the dome-shaped boundary from above. The dazzling light of thunder illuminated the scene as the 100-wizard-crafted barrier, which had safeguarded Bai Tan for years, collapsed with a tremendous roar. Now exposed, Bai Tan's fragile flesh quivered defenselessly in the open air. Fearing Bai Tan might dodge, Qi Xing swiftly jumped onto Bai Tan, shouting, "I'll protect you." Deeply moved, Bai Tan slightly twitched his fingers, conjuring an extra protective shield around Qi Xing who stood in front of him. He then urged, "You're no match for him, go now." Overwhelmed by her dramatic flair, Qi Xing barked like a starving dog begging for food, "No. I won't leave. Let's die together. If I leave, how will I sabotage you?" Meanwhile, Ming Qian had been lurking on the rooftop, thanks to his stealth skill maxing out, remaining unnoticed. Yet, he clearly heard everything below, including Bai Tan's barrier shattering and Qi Xing's proclamation, "Let's die together." Concerned for Qi Xing's safety but enraged at the same time, her deep feelings for the adulterer, to the point of life and death, they made him jealous. Still, Ming Qian chose to save his wife, while conveniently saving the adulterer as well. After all, why shouldn't he save his wife wanting to die with her lover? Chapter 50, Ming Qian catches an adulterer. Qi Xing seemed to be protecting Bai Tan with her body, but in reality, she had thrown herself onto the frail Bai Tan, making him unable to move. Bai Tan let out a muffled cry and said painfully, "Would you please get off me first?" Qi Xing looked down and saw that Bai Tan's already thin arms were now covered in bruises. This greatly surprised Qi Xing. Though she had deliberately restrained Bai Tan's movements, she hadn't intended to hurt him. Who knew Bai Tan was so fragile? Without a protective barrier, just a little pressure caused injuries. He Tan swung his great sword, carving chaotic streaks of light through the air. Naturally, these were just feints. Was he really going to cleave Qi Xing in one strike? Qi Xing acted as if protecting Bai Tan, not dodging any attacks, all to entice Bai Tan into activating a magical array. Initially, Bai Tan could still move his fingers, conjure up some electrical sparks for defense, but Qi Xing, this clumsy teammate, had pinned him, causing Bai Tan not only to feel restricted in movement but also cautious about collateral damage. At this critical juncture, Bai Tan disregarded rules and prohibitions and activated the life-saving teleportation array on his body. As He Tan had stated, every wizard who possessed their own wizard tower would have a life-saving teleportation array on them. In emergencies, no incantations or magic staves were required. Just by willing it, the array would immediately transport the wizard to their wizard tower. It was truly indispensable for traveling and household purposes. A powerful wizard like Bai Tan, precious yet physically weak, must surely have such an array. However, at the same time, Ming Qian leaped from the roof like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain. Neither Bai Tan, He Tan, nor Qi Xing had anticipated this turn of events. Ming Qian dove down with clear intent, solely to protect Qi Xing. Seeing He Tan raise his blade against Qi Xing, Ming Qian recklessly blocked the attack in front of Qi Xing, forming an odd tableau: "I protect my wife with my body while she protects the adulterer." In a flash, Ming Qian, Qi Xing, and Bai Tan aligned, their bodies touching. Bai Tan's life-saving array triggered, sweeping all three into its vortex. Staring at Ming Qian, Qi Xing, and Bai Tan vanishing instantly before his eyes, He Tan was momentarily stunned. When he came back to himself, he felt astonished. This cursed tiger has become far too skilled. I didn't even sense his presence. I wonder whether passing on my celestial techniques to him was a blessing or a curse. Inside the teleportation vortex, Ming Qian held tightly onto Qi Xing, fearing for her safety. Because Ming Qian grasped Qi Xing so firmly, Qi Xing tightened her grip on Bai Tan, almost breaking Bai Tan's bones. Fortunately, the speed of the teleportation was extremely fast, instantly bringing them all to the ivory tower. Ming Qian helped Qi Xing stand up. As Qi Xing rose, she turned to check on Bai Tan, seeing his emaciated figure lying pitifully on the ground. Quickly, Qi Xing reached out to support him. "Great Wizard Bai Tan, are you all right?" Bai Tan smiled faintly, pulling Qi Xing's hand to help himself stand with effort. "Thank you. I'm fine." Seeing how Qi Xing showed concern for Bai Tan as soon as they landed, Ming Qian grew more jealous. Recalling how Qi Xing had used her body to protect Bai Tan, Ming Qian felt both heartbroken and infuriated, temporarily unable to speak, lips pressed tight together in silence. Qi Xing remained deep in character, keeping her focus on stealing the tower, looking around and saying aloud, "This place is beautiful. Is this your ivory tower?" Bai Tan nodded, "That's correct." They were in a grand hall, exceptionally high-ceilinged, spacious, adorned with ivory white walls and columns engraved with intricate three-dimensional patterns. The decor wasn't extravagant, yet everywhere exuded elegance and dignity. Qi Xing frowned, saying, "By the way, why did the Dark Wizard suddenly appear and attack us?" This question also drew Ming Qian's attention. Ming Qian cared deeply about this matter. After pondering for a bit, Ming Qian said, "Looks like the target was Bai Tan." Bai Tan reflected silently for a while before responding, "That's how I see it as well." Qi Xing asked again, "But how did he know Bai Tan was at my house?" "Of course, it's because I informed him." Bai Tan considered the situation and said, "Perhaps he has been secretly monitoring my movements for quite some time. I've always been within the ivory tower, making it impossible for him to act." It was a rare opportunity when I left home alone that gave him a chance to ambush. So that's how it is, Qi Xing nodded, appearing fully convinced. Ming Qian also believed this explanation, harboring greater animosity toward Bai Tan in his heart, truly a harbinger of misfortune, implicating Qi Xing. However, Qi Xing continued playing dumb and asked again, but why did the Dark Wizard attack Great Wizard Bai Tan? Ming Qian simply replied, White Wizards and Dark Wizards have always been sworn enemies. Bai Tan thought for a moment and said, not long ago, Ming Qian destroyed the Dark Wizard's base and devastated the Dark Wizard's forest. Perhaps the Dark Wizards bear a grudge against you too. You should be extra cautious. Upon hearing this, Ming Qian became slightly more concerned. He himself didn't care much, but he feared involving his wife. Qi Xing acted frightened and worried at the opportune moment, saying, what can we do? Will it be dangerous if we go back? Bai Tan sighed, saying, the situation is still unclear. It might be better for you to stay here with me for a day. I'll consult with other wizards before making a decision. This was exactly what Qi Xing hoped Bai Tan would say. Qi Xing inwardly rejoiced but continued to pretend to be worried on her face. All right. We'll trouble you then. No problem, Bai Tan nodded politely, then summoned the tower spirit. The tower spirit of the ivory tower looked like an elderly man with a gentle demeanor. Bai Tan introduced him as being modeled after the image of his deceased teacher from many years ago. Qi Xing, after hearing that, it seemed a bit eerie. Bai Tan told Qi Xing and Ming Qian, if you need anything, just call the tower spirit. I will head to the Wizard Association now. Farewell. Qi Xing and Ming Qian bade Bai Tan farewell, watching as Bai Tan activated a magical array and vanished instantly. After respectfully sending off the master of the tower spirit led Qi Xing and Ming Qian away from the grand hall, following the staircase upwards to a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were wooden doors. The tower spirit opened one of them, revealing a delicate guest room inside. Qi Xing and Ming Qian entered the room. Ming Qian had only come to accompany Qi Xing, and he wasn't interested in the room's decor. Qi Xing wasn't interested in the room either, what he was interested in was the ancient demon bone that anchored the tower. However, a problem arose. Although he had designed a plan for Bai Tan to leave the tower, there was still the tower spirit residing in it. With his limited knowledge of wizardry, Qi Xing knew that a tower spirit was usually integrated into the tower itself, much like a house-wide smart system. Though the tower spirit appeared human-like, his consciousness was akin to a home automation system fused into the entire tower. As such, any slip by Qi Xing could trigger a reaction from the tower spirit. Still, it was best not to worry too much. If something did trigger, they'd just confront it head-on. And besides, didn't they have Black Ming Qian? Black Ming Qian had practiced so long, surely he could deal with a tower spirit. Unaware of their guest's thievery intentions, the tower spirit politely spoke a few words and then bowed to depart from the guest room. After the tower spirit disappeared, Qi Xing turned and suddenly took Ming Qian's hand. Confused, Ming Qian looked back at Qi Xing. This time, Qi Xing's proactive touch wasn't repelled or countered, leading Ming Qian to understand that not only were the restrictions lifted, but Bai Tan's protection mechanism cast upon him was also deactivated. 2 seconds later, Ming Qian realized his reaction differed from his usual self. Normally, he would have forcefully pushed Qi Xing away, but this new Ming Qian no longer exhibited such conditioned reflexes. Qi Xing grinned brightly, saying, looks like your PTSD has improved. Ming Qian remained silent for a while, then nodded, it seems so. The past can no longer bind me. Qi Xing smiled, saying, that's great. He tilted his head up, I've always wanted this, then he leaned forward, lightly touching Ming Qian's cheek with his lips, to kiss you like this. Though they had shared moments even more intimate, this kind of kiss was unprecedented. At the moment of the kiss, Ming Qian's heart raced wildly, as if taking some potent drug. How could a simple kiss feel so wonderful? Inside Ming Qian, surprise battled immense resentment toward Bai Tan. Hadn't Bai Tan deprived him of such pleasures? And Bai Tan? Had Bai Tan been kissed this way before? With these thoughts, Ming Qian's mood darkened, filled with jealousy and hatred. Bitterness transformed into impulse as he roughly grabbed Qi Xing by the neck from behind, forcing their lips together fiercely, stealing Qi Xing's breath away. As though set aflame, things spiraled out of control. The cat and dog began to undress each other within the tower. At that exact moment, the tower spirit's voice floated over, saying, everything that happens in the tower, I can see. Like cold water poured over them, this statement doused their fiery passion. Ming Qian's face turned ashen. Qi Xing quickly thought of something, asking, don't you have some sort of privacy mode? The tower spirit replied, there is one, but neither of you has the authority to activate it. Qi Xing paused, then a thought struck him. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Bai Tan, saying, I want to get into bed with my wife. Can you make sure your tower spirit doesn't watch? Bai Tan, probably attending a high-level meeting with the Wizard Association, hadn't expected such a request from the house guests. After a while, Bai Tan responded, how long do you need? Qi Xing thought that as long as the privacy mode was activated, stealing things would go more smoothly. The longer the time, the better. Thus, Qi Xing replied, a continuous week should be fine too. It mainly depends on when you'll return. Once you're back, we'll stop. Bai Tan seemed to be shocked for a moment and then replied after a while, then I'll give you 1 day and 1 night first. Through Bai Tan's operation, the tower spirit's eyes and ears were temporarily turned off. Since they were putting on a full performance, Qi Xing and Ming Qian started their activities. Originally, Qi Xing just wanted to cast a single spell to dye Ming Qian's tail black and then start stealing the tower. But it turned out Ming Qian couldn't stop. Qi Xing noticed that even though Ming Qian was now touchable, he still acted habitually by completely taking control. Qi Xing couldn't move at all, let alone secretly casting a spell on Ming Qian. Until Qi Xing couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. The next morning, Qi Xing woke up leisurely and found himself alone in the bed. He was startled, grabbed his clothes, and was about to step out of the door to look for Ming Qian when he saw the door opened, and Ming Qian walked in, neatly dressed. Qi Xing sighed in relief and asked, "Where did you go?" "To find food," said Ming Qian, "in case you'd wake up hungry." Qi Xing asked, "Did you find any?" "No," Ming Qian replied, "this place is too big. I circled around this floor but didn't find any food." Maybe because privacy mode was activated, calling the tower spirit had no response either. Qi Xing thought, oh, so inside the privacy mode, calling the tower spirit wouldn't trigger anything? That's actually quite good. Ming Qian gently stroked Qi Xing's hair tips. Qi Xing thought it was a good opportunity, so he tilted his face up to kiss Ming Qian. Ming Qian cooperatively lowered his head. Seizing the moment, Qi Xing delivered a kiss imbued with a dark witchcraft into Ming Qian's lips. The pure black force spread rapidly through Ming Qian's body via the mouth. A black tail extended from beneath Ming Qian's waist. Dark Ming Qian awakened, opened his eyes, and saw the appetizing Qi Xing as well as the room filled with pheromone marks. "Hi, beautiful baby," Dark Ming Qian kissed Qi Xing although he had no idea what happened, "we meet again." Qi Xing happily patted Dark Ming Qian's head, "Come, let's go." "Where?" Following Qi Xing out of the room and reaching the grand hall, Dark Ming Qian looked around, frowned, "There are unpleasant scents everywhere." "What kind of place is this?" Qi Xing said, "No time to explain. In short, we need to steal something." "Ah, sure," Dark Ming Qian was very happy, "sounds fun. What are we stealing?" Qi Xing swallowed, saying, "Just, the remains of my ancestor." Dark Ming Qian tilted his head in confusion, "Although I don't know why, if beautiful baby wants it, we'll take it." Dark Ming Qian seemed to have already become accustomed to memory loss. Waking up wherever he was never surprised or saddened him. As long as beautiful baby was there, he could be content. Qi Xing figured the demon bone supporting the tower must be at the bottommost level. So, he walked down accordingly. Due to the narrow staircase leading to the lower levels, Qi Xing and Dark Ming Qian could only walk one after another. Qi Xing, who was acting as the guide, walked in front. Dark Ming Qian followed closely behind, keeping an eye on Qi Xing's nape the entire way. Qi Xing's neck had a circle of bite marks. It was the kind left during the mating between male and female beasts. Dark Ming Qian's eyes became darker, reaching out to touch Qi Xing's neck. Qi Xing felt his nape being touched, and instinctively turned his head. "What is it?" Dark Ming Qian asked, "Who bit you, your neck?" Qi Xing suddenly felt a pang of guilt, but then he thought, "Why am I feeling guilty?" So Qi Xing said, "Isn't it you?" "Me?" Dark Ming Qian was astonished. "Didn't you notice the entire house smelled like your beastly scent when you woke up today?" Qi Xing spoke rather bluntly to Dark Ming Qian, "We were doing it all night." Dark Ming Qian had to admit that both the house and Qi Xing's body were full of his scent. But Qi Xing's demonic power was strong, and the marks left by Dark Ming Qian always disappeared quickly. This bite mark was made using demonic power, able to last this long and remain so clear. When Dark Ming Qian touched the bite mark earlier, he could even feel the lingering demon energy. That wasn't Dark Ming Qian's demonic energy. Looking into Qi Xing's clear eyes, Dark Ming Qian's lips curled slightly. "I don't remember it. How about we do it again?" Chapter 51, Stealing the Pagoda and more. There's no need for that, right? Qi Xing was greatly shocked, never expecting He Mingqian to suddenly have such an idea. "Forget it. We should still focus on stealing my ancestors' bones first, then do something more enjoyable after. Wouldn't that be better?" He Mingqian smiled faintly. "All right." When Qi Xing heard He Mingqian agree so readily, his heart relaxed slightly. But moments later, he saw He Mingqian smiling and saying, "So you actually want to fool around at your ancestor's gravesite?" Qi Xing, "No, I don't." Qi Xing noticed the pressing time and couldn't afford to argue with He Mingqian any longer, remaining silent as they continued downward, accelerating their pace. He Mingqian, however, became leisurely, walking slowly in a relaxed manner, and began making small talk with Qi Xing, incessantly asking trivial questions like, "How long was I asleep this time?" "Oh, really that long? What did you do during that time? Were you happy? Excited? Did you meet any new friends?" Qi Xing, preoccupied with the mission, failed to notice He Mingqian's abnormal behavior. In the past, He Mingqian wouldn't have asked so many questions. Satisfied with having a wife, all he cared about was having Qi Xing by his side, and he would never inquire further. Most of Qi Xing's attention was focused on the task of stealing from the tower. While keeping an eye out for traps beneath his feet, he briefly responded to He Mingqian's queries, answers that came off as dismissive when heard by his lover. He Mingqian increasingly felt displeased but remained as a smiling tiger. Even when unhappy, his lips curved upward, though a menacing glint now shone in his eyes, something Qi Xing didn't notice. The descent proved unexpectedly smooth, either because the ivory tower didn't guard against internal threats or because its guardian spirit had turned a blind eye and deaf ear. They soon arrived at the bottom of the ivory tower, where a narrow staircase led to a carved door. Though closed tightly, both Qi Xing and He Mingqian, relying on their instincts as demon beasts, sensed something extraordinary inside. Even through the cracks of the door, an intense spiritual energy emanated. He Mingqian stroked his chin and said, "It seems your ancestors' bones are extraordinary indeed, an object that stabilizes the entire tower. If removed, it might collapse." "How do you know?" Qi Xing asked in astonishment. "Are you sure?" "I can sense it," He Mingqian shrugged, "I feel uneasy here. This tower is likely built from demon bones. If we compare those bones to bricks, what's within the door must be steel and cement. Without it, the demon bones will loosen and fall apart." Qi Xing hadn't anticipated such severe consequences and asked, "So if I take the demon bones, this tower will immediately collapse?" "Not necessarily," He Mingqian glanced around. "The demon bones should still be maintained by some irritating witchcraft. It may hold for a day or two." "That's good." Qi Xing sighed. Qi Xing felt somewhat apologetic toward Baitan. As a guest in Baitan's home, he was about to dismantle it. What kind of behavior was this? But, there was nothing else he could do. Qi Xing lifted his eyes to the intricate patterns on the door. To an outsider, it might just seem like decorative designs, but Qi Xing knew these were profound magical array spells, meant to protect the bones stabilizing the tower inside. Fortunately, He Tan had already informed him beforehand. He Tan had guessed that there must be a suppressive magical array at the base of the bone tower. For this reason, He Tan specifically tutored Qi Xing on the methods to solve the highest level suppression arrays. Speaking of which, Qi Xing wasn't particularly skilled in this area, but he learned quickly, because He Tan was no longer training him as a regular student. Skipping over basic instruction, He Tan directly drilled the key points, made educated guesses about potential questions, and even gave Qi Xing the standard answers to memorize by rote. He Tan had anticipated several possible magical arrays that the ivory tower might use and provided solutions for them, instructing Qi Xing to commit them to memory. Qi Xing, with his excellent memory, memorized every important point that He Tan highlighted. Before coming, he had some concerns. What if He Tan guessed incorrectly? Although He Tan was powerful, he was ultimately a dark sorcerer, perhaps his knowledge of white magic wasn't as proficient. However, when Qi Xing saw the door, he realized his worries were unnecessary. The magical array on the door was exactly within He Tan's prediction. Qi Xing promptly recalled the steps etched firmly in his memory and applied them immediately, swiftly breaking the spell on the door. Once the seal was broken, the massive door burst open with a thunderous sound. Inside was a spacious inner chamber. The moment the door opened, thousands of candles in the room ignited simultaneously, turning the previously dim space as bright as daylight. As Qi Xing and He Mingqian stepped into the chamber, they found nothing adorning the walls other than candles placed there, except for a coffin positioned right in the center. The coffin bore complex inscriptions. These too were part of He Tan's prepared lessons. With renewed confidence, Qi Xing again applied the memorized answers to break the seal as if cheating on a test. He used his demon blood as ink and his fingers as a pen, quickly inscribing the Puheshi spell on the coffin. When the final stroke was completed, the coffin emitted a clicking sound, like a lock being opened. The traces of the demon blood and the original sealing curse on the coffin vanished simultaneously, leaving it smooth and free of any markings, appearing just like an ordinary coffin. Qi Xing held his breath, pushing open the lid, muttering, "Sorry, great ancestor, this is also done out of filial piety. I couldn't bear to see you." He stopped mid-sentence, wide-eyed with shock. Black Mingqian, who had been standing by him, tilted his head curiously and peeked inside. He exclaimed, "What? This is your ancestor?" Qi Xing stammered, I actually don't know for sure." Inside the coffin lay a human skeleton. Black Mingqian asked, "Is your ancestor human?" Qi Xing replied, "My ancestor can be human. As everyone knows, the ancestors of the Yin wolves were one man and one wolf. But..." Qi Xing hesitated, "The human part shouldn't be here." Black Mingqian questioned, "Why shouldn't they be?" Qi Xing swallowed and said, "Well, why shouldn't they be?" Not wanting to say, "Because I recognize the human," he instead thought fast and retorted, "Didn't you say this tower is made from demon bones? How could the stabilizing item in the tower be human bones?" Black Mingqian mused, "Why not? If it has power, whether it's human, pig, or chicken bones, they can all stabilize the tower." He reached out, tracing his hand over the skeleton as if sensing something before quickly pulling back, saying, "This human skeleton is rather sinister, do you really want to steal it?" "What's sinister about it?" Qi Xing, although lacking Black Mingqian's strong sensing abilities, still felt a chill looking into the skull's dark eye sockets. "How is it sinister?" Black Mingqian said, "There's something strange about it." Before he finished speaking, a cold wind swept through, extinguishing every candle in the room instantly. The entire room plunged into deathly darkness. And silence reigned as well. Without hesitation, Black Mingqian wrapped his arms protectively around Qi Xing, shielding him within his embrace. Qi Xing himself was a great demon who never feared spirits or monsters, but for some reason, icy fear crept up inside him. Normally, as a member of the canine family, he could see in the dark, yet now he was completely blinded, seeing absolutely nothing. In the silent void, his acute hearing picked up a tapping sound coming from inside the coffin, startling him so much that he almost jumped. Fortunately, Black Mingqian held him tight, preventing what would have been a humiliating spectacle. Whoosh! The candles in the room flared back to life. Light returned. A figure bathed in holy light stood by the door, appearing together with the return of illumination. It was Bai Tan, the Great Witch. Bai Tan had originally been at a meeting of the Witches' Guild. Due to the connection between the ivory tower and Bai Tan, when the problem with the stabilizing object arose, Bai Tan immediately sensed it and rushed back to the ivory tower, arriving at the basement just in time to witness this scene. Black Mingqian was holding Qi Xing, glaring vigilantly at Bai Tan. Seeing Black Mingqian, Bai Tan's expression shifted, then turned towards Qi Xing, revealing a mix of shock and disappointment. "You were my friend, yet you sneaked into my home and stole from my tower while I wasn't here." Qi Xing inexplicably felt guilty, blurting out instinctively, "Bai Tan, believe me, things aren't what you think they are." Even Bai Tan, known for his calm demeanor, had to get angry now, face dark as night. "I saw it with my own eyes." Qi Xing wanted to say, "It was too dark, how could you have seen anything?" But realizing that would only worsen his situation, he hurriedly pushed Black Mingqian aside, spun around to look at the coffin, intending to defend himself, only to discover, surprisingly, that the coffin was completely empty. The human skeleton had vanished without a trace. Shit! Wasn't this thief accusation now confirmed? Bai Tan appeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing the empty coffin, Bai Tan's complexion turned whiter than arsenic. "I swear I didn't know." Qi Xing raised both hands in defense. "I didn't touch anything." Desperate, Qi Xing tugged at Black Mingqian, "He can vouch for me." But after uttering those words, Qi Xing froze internally for a moment. "Oh no, it's Black Mingqian right now, and Bai Tan will definitely react." "Pretty baby, who exactly is he?" Black Mingqian frowned, dissatisfied. "Why did you push me away just because he showed up?" With an awkward expression, Qi Xing stammered, He is. Bai Tan, too, scrutinized Black Mingqian, his expression serious. "Judging by the way it seems, he has been around you for quite some time, hasn't he? Why haven't you told me?" Recalling Qi Xing's previous statement to Bai Tan, "Things aren't what you think they are," and noticing the bite mark on Qi Xing's neck, Black Mingqian exploded with rage, highly hostile towards Bai Tan. "What kind of thing are you? Why should he tell you anything? I'm his boyfriend." Bai Tan couldn't figure out what Black Mingqian was upset about, nor did he know what to say to him. So, after pursing his lips, he decided not to respond and instead said to Qi Xing, "If things aren't as I think they are, then perhaps you'd like to explain them to me properly." Qi Xing felt like he had two headaches now. How could he possibly explain? Black Mingqian realized that not only was he being ignored by Bai Tan, but also seemingly by Qi Xing. He became even more irritated and pointed at Bai Tan, saying, "What's your relationship with Qi Xing? Did you leave the bite mark on his neck?" Bai Tan was confused. "A bite mark? What bite mark?" Upon hearing this, Qi Xing lost all composure. What? Qi Xing didn't understand why Black Mingqian would say that. The bite mark on his neck was clearly left by Mingqian. However, neither Qi Xing nor Bai Tan knew that although Black Mingqian and White Mingqian were different personalities of the same body with the same scent, their demonic powers were different. Bai Mingqian's demonic power was purer, whereas Black Mingqian's had been tainted by black witchcraft, leaving his power tinged with a bit of dark force. Furious, Black Mingqian stomped his feet and no longer concealed his frustration, declaring directly, "Don't pretend like you don't know, it wasn't me who left the bite mark on the back of your neck." Qi Xing, what? Bai Tan was also shocked. "Qi Xing, you're the dog who announced to the world you have a fiancé and even knelt down in public to propose. How could you commit adultery?" Black Mingqian's temper flared instantly. "What fiancé? What kneeling proposal? Adultery? What adultery?" Bai Tan hadn't expected Qi Xing to be such a dog, one who not only stole from towers but also cheated on his fiancé. Chapter 52, He Mingqian was deeply shocked. Qi Xing was also bewildered. Who would have thought things would turn out this way? He Mingqian's anger was about to go rampant. If Qi Xing didn't calm him down soon, it could get ugly. The problem was that Qi Xing didn't know how to explain for now, and could only awkwardly say, "This matter, it's not what you think." Bai Tan quietly glanced at Qi Xing and said, "You just told me the same thing a while ago." Qi Xing choked on his words and replied, "That shows it's a good line, often used yet always new." Bai Tan was speechless. He Mingqian's temper flared up even more. His mind was filled with terms like fiancé and proposal, and all he could see were the bite marks on Qi Xing's neck. His beautiful treasure. How dare anyone? He Mingqian was still furious, his overwhelming killing aura hard to suppress, leaking out in strands, forming an ominous net similar to spider silk. Without its stabilizing artifact, the ivory tower was already unstable. Now encountering the malevolent aura, every bone in the entire tower groaned under the unbearable pressure. The tower swayed precariously, as if it would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, both Bai Tan and Qi Xing immediately changed their expressions. Bai Tan raised her staff and began drawing a teleportation array on the ground, intending to take everyone away from this dangerous building. However, just as the teleportation array needed the final stroke, Bai Tan paused, looked up, and said, "Hurry up and come over. I'll take you away first." But He Mingqian, currently full of rage, wouldn't listen. He scoffed, "Why should I follow you when I'm here with my precious?" With the ivory tower nearing collapse, if He Mingqian and Qi Xing didn't evacuate quickly, they would surely be in mortal danger. Though Bai Tan had suspicions about He Mingqian and Qi Xing, she was inclined to protect them nonetheless. Seeing how ungrateful He Mingqian was, Bai Tan wasn't angry, but rather worried. Now isn't the time for tantrums. You must listen to humans. He Mingqian said coldly, "Don't feed me such lies. I can tell at a glance that you're not human." Upon hearing this, Bai Tan's pupils constricted. "What did you say?" But He Mingqian said no more. Instead, he shot a blast of lethal aura at Qi Xing, who instantly reverted into the form of a wolf. Before Qi Xing could react, He Mingqian transformed into a tiger, grabbed Qi Xing by mouth, and ran off, creating gusts of wind beneath his paws. Within half a second, he had disappeared without a trace. The enraged tiger was much larger than usual, almost resembling an Asian elephant in size. In contrast, Wolf Qi Xing seemed as helpless in his mouth as a small dog. Qi Xing was still confused, unsure of how he got carried off like this. The tiger went straight up the stairs. In the precarious building, the higher floors were often more dangerous, swaying so violently that it felt ready to crumble. Qi Xing was nearly shaken senseless, asking repeatedly, "Where are you taking me? It's dangerous here. Do you know that? I want to go back to that room. There must be evidence of the adulterer." The tiger said aggressively. Qi Xing was almost passed out. How could he be thinking about catching adulterers at such a critical moment? In minutes, the tiger returned Qi Xing to the original room where the pheromone traces still lingered. The tiger let go of Qi Xing and sniffed around diligently like a police dog despite being a magnificent feline. Lying on the rug and feeling the vibrations passing through the ground, Qi Xing became anxious. "Smell carefully. It's your scent. Where is there any sign of another lover?" The tiger sniffed left and right, seemingly unable to detect a third-party smell, growing increasingly puzzled and skeptical as he stared at Qi Xing. "Then why does the bite mark carry power not mine?" Qi Xing was also perplexed. "It's impossible. Could there be something wrong? But it definitely couldn't be another cat. It has to be you. Perhaps the wizard tower affects your spiritual aura." Though the tiger noticed Qi Xing's face didn't look false, he was almost convinced until Bai Tan's words resurfaced, igniting another surge of fury. "Then how about the fiancé and proposal on the knees? What about those?" This was truly difficult to explain. Qi Xing thought that Bai Tan really dug a big pit for him. Yet, he himself had initially tricked Bai Tan. Now he fell into her inadvertent remarks, possibly paying back what he owed. While Qi Xing hesitated in silence, the ivory tower shook even more violently. The floor tilted, causing Qi Xing to lose balance and slide toward the slant. Although the tiger was annoyed, he reflexively shielded Qi Xing, making wild growling sounds typical of an angry beast. As a beast spirit, Qi Xing instinctively recoiled upon hearing such sounds. Good heavens, save me. If this continued, he'd either be crushed by the falling tower or forced to death by this great tiger. Just then, Qi Xing suddenly remembered the life-saving talisman given by He Tan. Qi Xing raised his palm, quietly chanting a spell. The talisman left by He Tan in his palm emitted an eerie green light, and the next second, a teleportation array appeared under his and He Mingqian's feet. In less than half a breath, the teleportation array took effect, sending Qi Xing and He Mingqian out of the ivory tower directly to He Tan's lair. He Tan's lair was still the same old place, a sinister cave. Suddenly teleported to a strange place, He Mingqian as a big tiger felt very uncomfortable and instinctively roared. His roar immediately filled the entire cave. In such a confined space, the sound had more of an echo effect, sounding extremely intimidating. Annoyed by the noise, He Tan slowly paced out from the depths of the cave. "So noisy. Why didn't you knock him out before coming over? Qi Xing, look at him, and you'll know that now it's only he who can knock me out, not the other way around." He Tan came closer and saw that both the size and demon power of the black-tailed silver tiger had greatly increased. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. It is indeed a heaven-defying fierce beast, truly not to be underestimated. He Mingqian let out a low growl from his tiger nose, eyeing He Tan, saying, "Are you the adulterer?" He Tan was confused. "Adulterer? What adulterer?" "No," He Mingqian shook his head, "you're not." Qi Xing helplessly frowned. "Of course not. Where is there any adulterer?" If it were another time, He Tan would have been quite interested in hearing some gossip about adulterers, but now, with his mind on the demonic bones, he did not bring this up. Instead, he simply asked, "Where's Yuan Yuan?" Mentioning this made Qi Xing somewhat irritated, and he even began to suspect He Tan. He shot He Tan a suspicious look. "Are you sure the remains of ancestor Jiang Yuan are in the ivory tower?" Of course, He Tan said firmly, but upon hearing Qi Xing's question, his face suddenly changed. What? Did something unexpected happen? Qi Xing carefully scrutinized He Tan, then thought He Tan didn't seem to be lying. Come to think of it, when the bones were discovered at the base of the tower, Qi Xing was already quite puzzled. And when the bones suddenly disappeared, Qi Xing's first reaction was actually to suspect He Tan. But looking at it now, He Tan might not necessarily be lying. If it was really He Tan who schemed to steal the bones, there'd be no point in lying to Qi Xing anymore. Not to mention, Qi Xing's intuition still trusted He Tan. Demon beasts always relied more on intuition. Qi Xing then said, "A coffin stabilizes the tower, inside which is a set of human bones." He Tan's expression drastically changed. "Human bones." Qi Xing continued, "That's right. I opened the seal using the method you taught me and found a set of human bones inside the coffin. After seeing the bones, I was very surprised, but before I could take a closer look, the candlelight went out. Normally, I should be able to see in the dark. But strangely enough, my vision turned completely black. That should be the ghost covering your eyes." He Tan replied. Qi Xing shivered violently. "Ghost? What ghost?" He Tan said, "When people die, don't they become ghosts?" Qi Xing's teeth started chattering. "My goodness, so there was a ghost covering my eyes at that time. How terrifying. Goodness gracious." It was the first time in his dog life that Qi Xing realized he was actually afraid of ghosts. He wasn't afraid of ghosts before because he could see the undead, and generally, the undead also feared him as a great demon. Now he encountered an undead that he couldn't see, one that wasn't afraid of him, and his legs were shaking. Is this what it feels like to be afraid of ghosts? Damn. Humph. He Mingqian sneered through his nose. "Do you believe what he scared you with? You were in my arms back then, how could the ghost touch you? Or cover your eyes?" He Tan said, "How do you know you were holding Qi Xing at that time?" He Mingqian was startled. Qi Xing was frightened to the point of going pale. If Mingqian wasn't holding me, then who was he holding? Apparently immune to ghost stories, He Mingqian still didn't believe. When the lights came on, we were holding each other. This way. He Tan said, "Did you separate between the lights going off and coming on again?" Qi Xing immediately recalled the situation at the time. Before the lights went out, Qi Xing and He Mingqian were not embracing. After the light extinguished, He Mingqian voluntarily hugged Qi Xing. In the darkness, Qi Xing could see nothing but heard movements, startling so much he tried to jump and escape from He Mingqian's embrace. However, He Mingqian quickly embraced him again. Finally, when the lights came on, Qi Xing and He Mingqian were hugging each other. After understanding it clearly, Qi Xing's brain went buzz, and his face turned white. After the lights went out, Mingqian hugged a ghost, while the ghost hugged me. The ghost used this opportunity to cover our eyes. After the coffin made sounds, I jumped out of the ghost's embrace in fright. Meanwhile, the ghost in Mingqian's arms mimicked my actions and jumped out too. When I broke away from him, Mingqian immediately hugged me again. This time, he hugged the real me. So, when the lights came back on, we embraced together. He Mingqian didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he found it absurd. So, there must be at least two ghosts. Why don't I see them? Moreover, both He Mingqian and Qi Xing are demon beasts. Can we possibly mistake the smell of our mates? He Tan smirked faintly. If your visions were so easily deprived by him, can you confirm that your sense of smell is not affected as well? Qi Xing had already completely believed this and his knees went weak. What kind of ghost is it? If I am not wrong. He Tan spoke softly. This is a long story. Tell me. Qi Xing was now both afraid of death and curious. What to tell? He Mingqian interrupted. It's meaningless. Let's talk about the adulterer instead. The failure of stealing the bones left an empty feeling in He Tan's heart. However, he had some spare time to listen to He Mingqian talk about the adulterer, so he asked, "Yes, what about the adulterer?" He Mingqian then said, "Beautiful baby, who exactly did you get engaged to? And on whose knees did you propose?" Qi Xing's face turned awkward, seeking help by glancing at He Tan. Once He Tan heard, he understood immediately. "Oh, you're talking about that." Upon hearing this, He Mingqian was greatly shocked. "You know?" "Of course, I know," thought He Tan. "I thought it would be some juicy gossip to cheer me up. But this? Boring. So, quickly tell me who the adulterer is. So I can kill him." He Mingqian rubbed his fists eagerly. He Tan said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Follow me first, and I'll tell you." Qi Xing hurriedly said, "What are you two whispering alone?" He Tan used witchcraft and whispered into Qi Xing's ear, "Since you don't want the spirit fusion of black and white Mingqian to happen, naturally you shouldn't let He Mingqian know too much. I will help you deal with this trouble." Because it was done through whispered conversation, He Mingqian couldn't hear the conversation between He Tan and Qi Xing. What He Mingqian saw was Qi Xing and He Tan starting a silent stare. Qi Xing looked suspiciously at He Tan. Do you have a way to stabilize him without telling him that he is married to a cat? Of course, He Tan replied confidently, your ancestor is still your ancestor. Although Qi Xing was a little skeptical about He Tan's sudden kindness, he had no other methods. Therefore, he could only silently watch ancestor lord bring lady wife into the private room. As soon as He Mingqian entered the private room with He Tan, he impatiently asked, in the end, who is that adulterer? He Tan said, I called you alone here to let you know, you need to find your place. What? He Mingqian had never heard anyone dare speak to him in such a tone before and almost wanted to twist off the person's head immediately. However, before He Mingqian could act, He Tan continued, since Qi Xing has an engagement, doesn't that make you the adulterer? Exclamation point. He Mingqian was utterly shocked. Chapter 53, The Lover Turned Out to Be Myself. Ordinarily, if someone were to approach He Mingqian and say, know your place, Mr. Lover, He Mingqian would surely let him know what it means to experience the full force of a brain axe punch. However, this secret chamber was filled with incantations carved in black sandalwood covering all four walls, and all the wall decorations were enchanted artifacts imbued with its sorcery power. They were arranged into a magic array according to He Tan's design. He Tan usually practiced here, and these objects had gained life after long usage. Within this space, He Tan's witchcraft powers would be amplified 100-fold, and even if he wasn't fully restored to his peak strength, he could still conquer all enemies. Relying on this home field advantage, He Tan secretly utilized his sorcery power to cast a mind curse on He Mingqian, whose thoughts were relatively simple. He Mingqian, being surrounded by intense magical energy, found his mental state affected gradually, and he started listening to He Tan's absurd talk. Right now, the only thing filling his mind was, what the heck? The lover turned out to be myself. What a jaw-dropping affair. Since you are the lover, you must look like one. He Tan instructed earnestly. Don't overreact, or you'll appear undisciplined. Undisciplined? He Mingqian felt somewhat dazed. He Tan explained, as a lover, it's most important to know your place. If you pressure too much, you will only make the Wolf Lord irritated, causing him to return to the gentle and generous first wife, severing all ties with you. Upon hearing this, He Mingqian panicked greatly, how can this happen? He Tan nodded and asked, so do you know what to do now? He Mingqian responded in a daze, I must position myself correctly. Good, He Tan said approvingly, teachable child. Qi Xing was completely unaware of what happened inside the secret chamber. She was feeling quite anxious, sitting and standing restlessly without knowing how long she waited until she finally saw He Tan and He Mingqian walk out side by side. Qi Xing hurriedly approached them, looking nervously at He Mingqian's face. She noticed that He Mingqian appeared calm, no longer harboring any resentment that he had before entering the chamber. Qi Xing was surprised, she never thought that He Tan could have calmed He Mingqian down so effectively. Don't worry, He Tan said with a smile, I've already reached an agreement with him, and he is also very reasonable. Reasonable? Qi Xing questioned, looking at He Mingqian and asking, what reason did you comprehend? He Mingqian replied, I know I need to be wise. Don't worry. Qi Xing was confused, not knowing what to say. He Tan continued, you're all tired. Rest for a moment. Qi Xing frowned and asked, are you not letting us go back? Go back where? He Tan laughed, it's foolish to think you're innocent when everyone else sees you as the chief culprit for stealing holy relics and destroying the divine tower. What fate awaits you upon returning? Qi Xing hesitated, but we are truly innocent. He Tan retorted, who believes you? Qi Xing grinned, I doubt Bai Tan doesn't trust me. He Tan chuckled, would he believe you? Is he really that dumb? Qi Xing remained silent for a second before answering, not entirely sure. Seeing He Tan and Qi Xing chatting animatedly, He Mingqian naturally didn't want to be left out and interjected, he does indeed seem not very smart to me. He Tan silently pondered, even He Mingqian thinks he isn't intelligent, so maybe he really is that stupid. Qi Xing straightened her posture and responded, anyway, we didn't steal anything. Since we didn't, Bai Tan, who is fair-minded, would obviously trust us. He Tan sneered, so the white sorcerer manages to cultivate such a fool. Indeed fitting for a white sorcerer. Aside from that, Qi Xing paused, this matter involves He Mingqian. She went on, what identity does He Mingqian hold now? The military wouldn't just sit by and do nothing. Let alone whether it's actually our doing, even if it was, I'm confident the military would step in to protect us. This argument managed to convince He Tan, who admitted, you've thought ahead pretty thoroughly. Of course, Qi Xing reflected inwardly, having agreed to help He Tan with this matter, everything was pre-planned. How could they attempt to steal something without making any preparations? Bank robbers even remember to put on stockings. He Mingqian suddenly asked, who is Mingqian? Qi Xing choked on her response, only then remembering that due to the spell, He Mingqian would never recall his own name. Therefore, He Mingqian repeated his question, who is Mingqian? Annoyed by the interruptions, He Tan curtly answered, the fiancé of Qi Xing. Upon hearing this, He Mingqian's face darkened instantly, what a ridiculous name, Mingqian. So childish sounding. Qi Xing froze momentarily, no, my dear. Translation note, here the phrase suggests Qi Xing doesn't approve of this derogatory remark about He Mingqian's self-identity. Recalling his role as the lover, He Mingqian composed himself a bit but continued to stare awkwardly at Qi Xing, leaning his head to act coy. Meow. Then he used his head to rub against Qi Xing's body affectionately. Qi Xing couldn't figure out why, just a moment ago, He Mingqian had been irked, but now he was rubbing up against her. However, she enjoyed the attention nonetheless and petted He Mingqian's cat-like head affectionately. He Mingqian, seeing Qi Xing's affection toward him, thought, so it was true what He Tan had said, the Wolf Lord really does like an understanding and obedient lover. He Tan continued, since you've already planned your retreat, you should head back first. I won't keep you any longer. But Qi Xing asked, then what about Master Jiang Yuan's remains? At this question, He Tan's heart sank as he replied, the ivory tower has collapsed, rendering its defenses ineffective. I'll go there myself to have a look. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. Qi Xing frowned and asked, how can you be certain that Master Jiang Yuan's remains are within the ivory tower? He Tan simply stated, it was naturally derived from my divination. He Tan had immense confidence in his own divination abilities, let alone the fact that this was a calculation made by using his very life essence. The accuracy rate was 100%. However, there was one issue, divination results often aren't clear-cut but only give a vague direction. After meticulous study, He Tan narrowed down the minimum range indicating that the bones were inside the ivory tower. But neither the exact position nor how long they had been there could be determined. He Tan assumed without much reasoning that, given the preciousness of the fiendish beast bones, they must have been used to stabilize the tower. But it turned out not to be the case. After pondering silently for a while, He Tan went on, the divination also pertains only to what happened at the time. Perhaps, when I did the divination, the fiendish beast bones were indeed within the tower. But with time passing, they might have been taken out. Nevertheless, removing something meant to stabilize the tower is such a complicated process filled with danger, any misstep would result in the collapse of the tower and loss of lives. Usually, no one would attempt it unless absolutely necessary. Qi Xing could feel the weight in He Tan's voice and her own brows furrowed accordingly, I believe we'll still find Master Jiang Yuan's remains. We just haven't hit the right moment yet. He Mingqian stood idly by, squatted on the ground out of sheer boredom. So bored, in fact, that he began scratching his head with his feet and then used his head to scratch his feet. Qi Xing stroked He Mingqian's head to soothe him. Upon feeling this, He Mingqian eagerly pressed his head against Qi Xing, acting quite obedient. Qi Xing adored him greatly, showing no sign of disliking this head that had just been scratching his feet. He Mingqian said, pretty treasure, when are we going home? Now, Qi Xing petted the cat-like head and answered. He Tan didn't detain them any longer and sent them away via the teleportation array once again. Qi Xing and He Mingqian returned together to their forest residence. To He Mingqian's memory, this was the first time visiting this new home, everything felt fresh to him. And since no one lived here in the mountains, Qi Xing simply let He Mingqian roam around as he pleased. Once He Mingqian arrived at a new peak, his first action was, of course, to claim it as territory by marking his scent. What puzzled He Mingqian, though, was that his scent was already everywhere, and there was no need for him to mark it again. After patrolling through the mountain, he returned indoors to ask Qi Xing about his confusion. Qi Xing replied, you've been here before, you just don't remember. He Mingqian was accustomed to his habitual amnesia and therefore didn't ask further questions. Looking at the home filled with traces of use, he felt warmth in his heart. Being both curious and energetic, He Mingqian wandered around and explored every corner with great vigor. Qi Xing, on the other hand, couldn't do so. Stealing the tower had left him utterly exhausted, so he decided to rest in the bedroom. He Mingqian wandered aimlessly in the house until he reached the guest room where Bai Tan had stayed earlier. Wrinkling his nose, he could still detect traces of Bai Tan's lingering smell. The presence of an outsider's scent on his territory irritated him, so he covered it with his own. In the process, he noticed something Bai Tan had left behind on the table, a romantic couple-themed notebook gifted to Bai Tan by Bai Mingqian. He Mingqian flipped open the notebook curiously. It was filled with reports of Bai Mingqian and Qi Xing showcasing their affection publicly. Despite some photos being included, deep down, He Mingqian, under the spell's influence, subconsciously ignored the face in the photos that looked exactly like his own. He Mingqian became increasingly infuriated as he read, eventually tearing up the thick notebook violently. Anger ablaze, he stormed toward the master bedroom. Yet, as he burst in forcefully, He Tan's voice resounded in his mind, know your place, lover. His fire immediately died down, his gaze landing on Qi Xing's sleeping face, lying soundly in bed. Qi Xing was sleeping deeply, his ears and tail peeking out as his body curled into a fetal position, soft and adorable like an infant. Though He Mingqian felt sourness in his heart, he consoled himself, pretty treasure has just fallen asleep, better not disturb him. The meek lover quietly turned away and left the bedroom, instead opening the door to the neighboring study. The study belonged exclusively to Bai Mingqian, storing books and a computer. A hanging rack sat nearby holding 2 military uniforms belonging to Bai Mingqian. He Mingqian found the attire rather unfamiliar, this wasn't something he'd wear, nor did it match Qi Xing's size. Yet, he seemed to have seen it somewhere. A flash of insight crossed He Mingqian's mind, wasn't this the outfit that someone called Jenner wore in the news? The anger he had just suppressed flared up again, and he quickly strode forward to yank the military uniforms off the rack. The uniforms were clean, so they had no smell. However, inside the hidden pocket of one of the uniforms was a military knife that retained a trace of familiar demonic energy, the exact same as the demonic energy from the bite mark on Qi Xing's nape. He Mingqian's fury spiked. This is the lover's uniform. How dare my wife hang the lover's clothes in our home? It makes me furious. But within half a second, He Mingqian thought again, no, wait. I'm the lover. He Mingqian started feeling around here and there, circling the house once more, checking various signs of life left behind. Eventually, he reached a conclusion, damn it, this is Bai Mingqian's home. So, it wasn't my wife who hung the lover's clothes in our home. It was beautiful treasure bringing the lover into the house shared with the original spouse. Thus, the cat who should be furious shouldn't be me, it should be the original spouse. Upon realizing this, He Mingqian strangely felt quite refreshed. Perhaps, life is like this, when you change your perspective on the world, you see an entirely different view. He Mingqian opened the canisters filled with snacks Bai Mingqian ate daily, grabbed some food and started munching, thinking, this Bai fellow not only shares the same taste in lovers with me but also likes eating the same things as me. While snacking on Bai Mingqian's supplies, He Mingqian turned on the TV. On screen, an actress coyly held a bowl and gently said, darling, it's time to take your medicine. He Mingqian watched and couldn't help but clap his hands in approval, great drama. A classic indeed. After finishing this program, He Mingqian switched channels. Seeing a male actor asking, why are you wearing Pinru's clothes? He found it highly entertaining too, not bad at all. No wonder it's the top-rated show. Meanwhile, Qi Xing was still sleeping upstairs. By evening, Qi Xing felt something heavy pressing on him, making it hard to breathe. Half asleep, he opened his eyes and saw Bai Tan standing before him, startling Qi Xing awake. How did you? Am I wearing Qian'er's clothes, aren't I? He Mingqian smirked seductively. Qi Xing scrutinized carefully and realized it wasn't Bai Mingqian but He Mingqian dressed in the military uniform. However, his silence eerily resembled Bai Mingqian, leading Qi Xing to momentarily believe Bai Mingqian had returned unexpectedly. Seemingly intrigued, He Mingqian donned Bai Mingqian's clothing and commenced his work as the lover. Qi Xing was dumbfounded yet secretly pleased. Admittedly, the usually carefree and unrestrained He Mingqian looked surprisingly charming while performing unrestrained actions in the rigid uniform. Still, what annoyed Qi Xing was that He Mingqian kept asking questions. Who looks better in these clothes, me or him? Who makes you feel better, me or him? Whose? Indescribable, is better, mine or his? Qi Xing. Spare me, please. Chapter 54, The Confusion of the Cut. He Mingqian was working very hard. After all, according to tradition, the paramour must outperform the main consort in bed. Otherwise, what is the point of having a paramour? If I cannot serve the Wolf Lord, what use is this iron rod to me? He Mingqian had already positioned himself correctly, knowing that he was the paramour. Since he was the paramour, he had to act the part. Haydn's hypnosis in this regard was quite successful. He Mingqian had decided to position himself appropriately. The issue was that even though He Mingqian thought of himself as the paramour, he didn't feel any moral qualms or need for shame. His first reaction after accepting the role of paramour was to figure out how to get rid of the original spouse and rise to his position. As a beast, he was simply without a moral compass. Initially, He Mingqian intended to directly confront the paramour and cut him down. However, after Haydn's pointing out, it became clear that the paramour should not stand too high lest they seem unruly and irritate the Wolf Lord. The Wolf Lord preferred obedient and wise little demons. After listening to Haydn's words, He Mingqian finally understood why Qi Xing enjoyed having him pretend to be a little kitten. Apparently, when acting like a big cat, he was a great demon, not a little demon, and thus not enough to elicit pity from the Wolf Lord. He Mingqian thought about enduring humiliation, solving problems not in the manner of great demons but through the ways of little demons. He Mingqian served Qi Xing so attentively that Qi Xing lay paralyzed on the bed as if he'd taken 10 fragrance muscle-relaxing powder, completely wasted, like a ruined dog. He Mingqian looked darkly at the bite marks on the back of Qi Xing's neck. During their recent intimate moment, He Mingqian had healed the old bite marks. But just when Qi Xing's neck was smooth again, He Mingqian bit down again with force, leaving deep marks. His tongue licked Qi Xing's blood, finding its bitterness tinged with sweetness. The next morning, Qi Xing woke up because of his phone ringing. He picked it up and found it was Admiral Hu Jing asking about Bai Mingqian's whereabouts. I can't reach Mingqian, Hu Jing said, do you know where he is? Qi Xing hesitated a moment and said, oh, we played not long ago, and we haven't turned on our phones. Hu Jing interpreted this playing as something suggestive and remained silent for a while before saying, is your play done? Can he take the call now? He's not available right now. Are you in a hurry? Qi Xing asked, if it's not urgent, I can have him call you back later. Hu Jing pressed his lips and said, it's an important matter. Please let him respond as soon as possible. Upon hearing Hu Jing's serious tone, Qi Xing felt worried and asked, could you let me know what this is about? Perhaps I can, since it also seems to concern you, Hu Jing replied. Concerns me? Qi Xing immediately thought about the collapse of the ivory tower incident. Hu Jing said, Bai Tan wants to see you both. I understand. Qi Xing paused, then said, is there any specific thing mentioned? Not yet, Hu Jing replied. Why do you say, important, if you don't know what it is? Qi Xing asked. Hu Jing answered, because even I don't know, making it seem more crucial. Qi Xing swallowed and nodded, all right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Qi Xing was truly troubled. There were still issues regarding the ivory tower that needed resolution. Still, amid this worry was a sliver of relief. The Wizard Association did not come demanding retribution, indicating that Bai Tan might be willing to give Qi Xing a chance to explain. It was now up to Qi Xing how to handle it. However, before everything else, one task awaited. That was bringing Bai Mingqian back. Not bringing Bai Mingqian back meant failing to account to Hu Jing. Yet, even before returning Bai Mingqian, another task stood first. And that was cleaning the house. Looking at the battlefield from last night, along with the filthy uniform, Qi Xing could only sigh. Last night's pleasures had brought today's woes. Qi Xing furrowed his brows, holding the uniform in his hand, and turning to Heming Qian, said, come, let's clean up together. Heming Qian was inwardly indignant, clean what? Why should I clean the love nest between you and the original spouse? I refuse. I want him to come back and see all my traces here. But Heming Qian had to feign the cute kitten act, saying, all right, mew. When washing clothes, he tore the uniform with one swipe and innocently said, oops, I didn't mean to, mew. Qi Xing sighed helplessly, what tricks does this little kitten have? After wrecking the clothes, Heming Qian went on to rip apart the sofa and scratch holes in the walls. Qi Xing began to suspect that Heming Qian wasn't cleaning but destroying. Still, what tricks does this little kitten have? Qi Xing thought it was all his own fault for asking a cat to clean up. Shouldn't that be his mistake? Hence, Qi Xing didn't blame Haiten but said to him, good baby, you've done an amazing job. I see you're tired too. Why don't you go rest and leave the rest to me? All right. Haiten nodded cheerfully and went back to his room to become a lazy cat again. Qi Xing cleaned the house alone, though he could do nothing about the clothes, sofa, and walls damaged by Haiten. Subsequently, he took a bottle of medicine containing Bai Tan's magical power from the cabinet and mixed it into Haiten's food before feeding it to him. After Haiten consumed the drug, it quickly took effect. Half an hour later, the silver tiger woke up in bed. The moment he opened his eyes, he sensed something amiss. Jumping off the bed, Bai Mingqian glanced at the calendar and frowned, how did several days pass when I woke up? The last time this happened was in the dark forest. Bai Mingqian struggled to recall what had occurred before he fell asleep. Memories surged back immediately, it was in the ivory tower. Before falling asleep, he and Qi Xing were intimate in the guest room of the ivory tower. Why did I end up at home after waking up? At this moment, the door opened, and Qi Xing walked in, looking surprised as he exclaimed, Mingqian, you've awakened? Bai Mingqian looked up at Qi Xing and relaxed upon seeing that he was fine, yet asked, what happened? Why am I here? Ah. Qi Xing started acting again, you don't remember? Bai Mingqian then replied, yes, I remember we kissed in the guest room at the ivory tower. I have no memory of what happened afterward. Feigning worry, Qi Xing asked, do you feel unwell anywhere now? Should you see a doctor? Bai Mingqian shook his head, I'm fine. Just tell me what happened after that. Qi Xing sat on the edge of the bed and confidently started fabricating a story. We were bored in the ivory tower, so we wandered around together. It was my fault. I was overly curious and dragged you down to the basement where I unknowingly triggered some mechanism and collapsed the ivory tower. You collapsed the ivory tower? Even someone as calm as Bai Mingqian couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, Qi Xing blinked innocently, I didn't intend for it to happen. What next? Bai Mingqian asked, why can't I remember? Well, Qi Xing made up another detail, when the mechanism was triggered, magical energy chaos erupted inside the ivory tower. You passed out trying to protect me. That might have been why you don't remember. Bai Mingqian felt confused but remained silent, only saying, it's good that you're safe. Qi Xing then added, actually, I'm not completely alright. There's something I've been keeping from you. Bai Mingqian thought, could it be that he wants to confess his affair with Bai Tan to me? No. Bai Mingqian discovered he actually didn't want to face the honesty of his lover. Qi Xing held Bai Mingqian's hand and said, the truth is, I. With a heavy gaze, Bai Mingqian lowered his head, seemingly unwilling to make eye contact with Qi Xing. Qi Xing continued, the truth is, I secretly learned witchcraft. Is this what you mean? Bai Mingqian lifted his head, a subtle sense of relief evident in his tone. Yes, Qi Xing blinked again, alas. Actually, I didn't want to, but to grow stronger, I secretly studied forbidden arts. Otherwise, how could a dog with impure blood like me ever rise in the wolf clan? I understand. Bai Mingqian said, you don't need to feel guilty. In fact, I think the Witch Association prohibiting magical beasts from learning witchcraft is utterly domineering behavior. We even have magical beasts in the military department who understand witchcraft. Qi Xing said, exactly, it's great you're not mad at me for keeping this secret. Bai Mingqian wasn't really upset about Qi Xing studying forbidden arts, but indeed cared about his act of secrecy. When Bai Mingqian wanted to say, if there's anything, you can always tell me, he paused. Perhaps he cherished the current stability and quietness of their relationship more. Thus, Bai Mingqian said, this is a minor issue. I can take you back to the military department and find a way for you officially. Then you won't have to sneak around anymore. The military department has a special force authorized to learn witchcraft with credentials. Though the Witch Association opposed strongly, the military department didn't take it seriously. Swallowing, Qi Xing said, however, what I've learned is black witchcraft. Bai Mingqian also got choked. Black witchcraft isn't the same as normal witchcraft. Even the Witch Association itself doesn't practice black witchcraft. Be it humans or magical beasts, everyone fears black witchcraft as if it were the open sea. After half a moment, Bai Mingqian slowly responded, actually, we do have a department studying black witchcraft. This came as quite a shock to Qi Xing, really. Black witchcraft is a powerful weapon with strong attack capabilities, and no force would not be tempted by it, Bai Mingqian explained gently. As far as I know, even the so-called upright gentlemen of the Witch Association have a department studying black witchcraft. This came as quite a shock to Qi Xing. But upon further reflection, although it was unexpected, it made sense. So, you don't need to be afraid, Bai Mingqian patted Qi Xing's hand. I can help you. Qi Xing indeed felt much more at ease. If only I had known earlier, I wouldn't have worried about going to jail for learning black witchcraft and stolen that bone from the ivory tower. It just caused trouble. But then Qi Xing thought, Bai Tan was also pretty cunning. Even without this leverage, Bai Tan could still think of other ways to make him work. If nothing else worked, Bai Tan could use psychological spell on him, which Qi Xing might not be able to withstand. Sigh. This old ancestor really is an ancestor. Qi Xing snapped back to reality and continued talking to Bai Mingqian. I triggered the mechanism in the ivory tower using black witchcraft, and the collapse of the ivory tower might be related to me. So. In my panic, I used black witchcraft in front of Bai Tan and teleported us back. Bai Mingqian realized that the problem might be more serious than he imagined. You used black witchcraft in front of him. Qi Xing nodded. Bai Mingqian continued, did you also collapse the ivory tower in front of him? Qi Xing put on a meek and timid expression, yes. Haida called just now and said Bai Tan wanted to see you and me. It's probably because of this matter. Bai Mingqian frowned, realizing that this was not something that could be easily resolved. But he thought again, wasn't Bai Tan the adulterer? Qi Xing was willing to live and die with him, why couldn't he forgive such a small mistake? Bai Mingqian said somewhat discontentedly, when the dark witch attacked him, you didn't care about your own safety and blocked the attack in front of him. He should cherish this sentiment. At the mention of this, Qi Xing felt somewhat guilty, fearing that Bai Tan might realize they were faking it to trick him into opening the ivory tower. If Bai Tan mentioned it face to face, Bai Mingqian might not be able to protect him. Qi Xing gritted his teeth and told Bai Mingqian the truth, actually. It was an act. What? Bai Mingqian was surprised. Qi Xing nodded earnestly, saying, that person was actually not a dark witch, but a free-spirited black witchcraft practitioner. He was the one who taught me black witchcraft. Bai Mingqian's expression stiffened for a moment before settling down, his ice-blue eyes deeply gazing at Qi Xing. I shouldn't be thinking this way, but I couldn't help it. Under the gaze of the tiger, Qi Xing's nerves were tightly strung. Why, you thought of what? I thought you didn't accidentally trigger the mechanism of the ivory tower, Bai Mingqian said. You conspired with the fake dark witch. Exclamation point. Qi Xing's complexion changed slightly. Bai Mingqian continued, the ivory tower is a crucial place. The mechanism that could collapse the ivory tower surely wouldn't be easy to touch. The probability that you accidentally triggered the mechanism is small. And why did the fake dark witch attack Bai Tan? Why did you fake defending him? Is it because he wants to bring down the ivory tower and you're helping him, right? Qi Xing didn't expect Bai Mingqian to think so quickly, perhaps he unconsciously tried to deceive Bai Mingqian as if he were heightened. But this was clearly unsuccessful. After pondering for a bit, Qi Xing admitted honestly, not entirely. But. Bai Mingqian sighed, how could you do something so dangerous? Qi Xing didn't expect that Bai Mingqian wouldn't blame him but only showed concern, feeling even more ashamed. Seeing Qi Xing upset, Bai Mingqian softened his tone, since you've done it, there must be a reason that requires it, and I won't blame you. I just hope you inform me beforehand, and we can share the worry. Perhaps it sounds presumptuous, but if you had planned with me, maybe things wouldn't have gone this far. I might have been able to help you complete the task without Bai Tan detecting a thing. Hearing Bai Mingqian say this, Qi Xing became somewhat confused. It's true, perhaps he could be honest with Bai Mingqian. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Bai Mingqian paused the conversation, not wanting to make Qi Xing unhappy, and switched topics. Why do you want to help the fake dark witch destroy the ivory tower? Qi Xing didn't hide anything and told him the truth but omitted any part involving Haiten. Upon hearing this, Bai Mingqian was astonished to learn that the fake dark witch was none other than the legendary Black Great Witch. Black took a liking to Qi Xing and taught him witchcraft. Qi Xing heard from Black that the remains of the hidden wolf patriarch were used as the foundation of the ivory tower, so he immediately agreed to help Black steal the bones. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, they discovered it was a human skeleton. I really didn't steal anything, Qi Xing swore. The moment I saw it was a human bone, I knew I'd made a mistake. At that time, I even suspected Black had tricked me. Bai Mingqian didn't expect such a significant secret hidden within Qi Xing, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. If not for such a major mishap, would Qi Xing have planned to carry these secrets all the way until old age? Nevertheless, Bai Mingqian still gathered some information from Qi Xing's fragmented words, so, it seems like you and Bai Tan aren't actually close. Not at all familiar, Qi Xing shrugged. Speaking of which, I feel pretty guilty toward him. Sigh. I do wish to be friends with him. But, with the relationship involving Black Patriarch, it's impossible. Black Patriarch detests him so much. Bai Mingqian mumbled quietly, it's not Bai Tan. Not Bai Tan. Then who is it? Could it be Black? No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible, it couldn't be Black. Then who could it be? Confused, truly confused. Suddenly, Bai Mingqian's direction in life seemed lost. Qi Xing noticed Bai Mingqian lost in thought and suggested, don't think too much about it. You should return Haida's call first. He must be worried sick after losing contact with you. Bai Mingqian nodded, all right. I'll let him know what's happening. Qi Xing turned to fetch Bai Mingqian's phone. As soon as he turned his body, a ring of fresh bite marks appeared on his neck. Chapter 55, Blackened Mingqian. Qi Xing was disoriented when he was tackled. Just a moment ago, Yin who had been calm and self-possessed. Now, he straddled Qi Xing, leaving the latter's fragile nape exposed under the tiger's jaws. Wolf in the tiger's mouth. Qi Xing trembled violently, his hand that had reached for the mobile phone wavering helplessly as his voice softened. Mingqian, don't you still need to make a call to Hu Jingjun? That won't delay us. Bai Mingqian said calmly. Bai Mingqian opened his phone as usual and reported his whereabouts to Hu Jingjun, moving unhurriedly. At the same time, Qi Xing bit into the pillow with all his might to keep from making a sound, yet his body shook uncontrollably, even exposing his tail which swung restlessly. Qi Xing had been thoroughly drained these past few days. His body was quite weak today, giving off a feeling of, I truly have nothing left. Bai Mingqian saw this but didn't say anything, only biting down harder on Qi Xing's neck. The pain and chill ran through Qi Xing's neck, causing him anxiety, as if he were about to meet his end in the tiger's jaws. Yet Bai Mingqian did love him, restraining himself as his tiger fangs didn't completely pierce Qi Xing's neck. As blood trickled out, Bai Mingqian felt pity again, releasing the bite and gently licking his wound. Does it hurt? Bai Mingqian asked softly. Qi Xing's wound tingled with numbness, goosebumps forming from his neck up to his ears. It doesn't hurt. Bai Mingqian then lightly tapped the bruise at Qi Xing's neck with his fangs, making Qi Xing instantly wince in pain. SSS. You say it doesn't hurt, Bai Mingqian said, his tone slightly reproachful, I know you best, you always lie. Worn out from being roughed up, Qi Xing went back to bed without energy, resting heavily. Bai Mingqian gently caressed the back of his neck and silently observed him for a while before finally leaving the bedroom. He habitually went to the study first. The moment he opened the door, he almost immediately sensed that someone had tampered with the contents of his room. Normally, Qi Xing wouldn't touch his things. And there was no third person in this house. Frowning, Bai Mingqian stayed alert, scanning the entire room and soon noticed something unusual. One piece of a uniform hanging on the wall was missing. Using his heightened sense of smell, Bai Mingqian quickly located the missing uniform in the laundry trash bin. What was originally a perfectly smooth uniform now lay pitifully crumpled in the trash can. Bai Mingqian frowned, picking up the clothes and shaking them slightly, revealing several tear marks on the fabric, as if caused by cat claws. Hold on, cats. Bai Mingqian's gaze became sharper, recalling the fresh tooth marks on Qi Xing. This proved that the adultery incident happened not long ago. Could it be that it happened right here in this house? And they used his clothes. Bai Mingqian was instantly filled with murderous intent, his eyes radiating a chilling aura. He laid the clothes flat on the table for closer inspection, discovering that the clothes had been washed, so there was no residual scent of other beastly odors. But Bai Mingqian wasn't ready to give up. Upon close examination, he found black animal hair in the garbage bin where the clothes were placed. Black. Bai Mingqian, who was pale like Snow White, contrasted with Qi Xing, who was gray. How could there be black animal hair on his clothes? Bai Mingqian activated his piercing vision and began a thorough search throughout the house. This led him to find more traces of the adulterous partner, claw marks seemingly caused by a cat on the sofa and walls. Near these crime scenes, he also found black cat hair. Of course, there were silver hairs too, but those obviously belonged to Mingqian, so Bai Mingqian had no suspicion. As everyone knows, cats shed everywhere. If Bai Mingqian paid enough attention, he could indeed find a fair amount of black cat hair. He even discovered some in the study and bedroom. And Bai Mingqian was genuinely furious. When Qi Xing woke up, he felt as if the temperature inside the whole house had dropped several degrees. Ah, is the air conditioner on? Qi Xing innocently thought. He shivered his large tail and hopped off the bed barefoot, heading downstairs to the living room, only to see Bai Mingqian sitting on the damaged couch, absently fiddling with the destroyed spot, casually picking up a clump of cotton stuffing and crushing it between his elegant fingers. Mingqian, Qi Xing softly called out. Bai Mingqian turned around, his icy blue pupils reflecting Qi Xing's beautiful innocent face, yet his gaze exuded a coldness. Qi Xing couldn't help but shiver instinctively, muttering after a while, "Is the air conditioner on? Why do I feel a bit cold?" "Cold?" Bai Mingqian said gently, "Come here, let me hug you." Qi Xing felt his scalp go numb, but under the intimidating presence of the savage beast, he complied and obediently leaned into the large cat's embrace. But strangely, he only felt colder. Qi Xing's mind was a jumble of confusion, sensing that something ominous had occurred. He asked anxiously, "Is anything wrong? I feel like you're not very happy." "Nothing," Bai Mingqian said. "I'm just thinking about how good you are at attracting trouble and wondering how to deal with it." Qi Xing thought Bai Mingqian was referring to the destruction of the ivory tower, so he sighed and said, "I've caused you so much trouble. By the way, when will we meet Bai Tan?" Bai Mingqian said, "Let's see who Jingjun first." Bai Mingqian held Qi Xing's hand as they headed toward the military department, never letting go. Qi Xing felt a little clingy and tried to move away but found that he couldn't break free. It was less like holding hands and more like handcuffs. After arriving at the military department, Bai Mingqian told Hu Jingjun directly, "Qi Xing is a hidden wolf who learned dark witchcraft according to the family's secret manual." Qi Xing didn't expect Bai Mingqian to be so straightforward without any build-up. Hu Jingjun was also surprised after hearing this, but quickly responded by saying, "So your meaning is? I want him to join the special department. He can contribute his part to the military department." Bai Mingqian answered. Hu Jingjun didn't doubt Bai Mingqian's statement. After all, the ancestors of the hidden wolves were indeed dark witches, and hidden wolves were the most suitable beasts for practicing witchcraft. It wasn't unimaginable that Qi Xing would learn witchcraft through the family manual. Although this was somewhat against the rules, Hu Jingjun didn't care about the human regulations. Hu Jingjun thought for a moment and said, "All right, let me discuss with old Ma Yang. He's the head of the special department, so his agreement is necessary." After saying this, Hu Jingjun furrowed his brows and said, "Bai Tan specifically requested to see both of you. Could this have something to do with that matter?" "Perhaps." Bai Mingqian answered vaguely. Hu Jingjun smacked his lips. "If it does, then things might get a little complicated." "It's fine," Bai Mingqian replied calmly. "Qi Xing has learned witchcraft, but he is kind-natured and has never harmed anyone." Qi Xing, feeling thoroughly humiliated by the 8 words, kind-natured and never harmed anyone, could barely lift his head. Bai Mingqian, however, spoke with unwavering confidence, "Without breaking a sweat, we can explain everything clearly to Bai Tan." Hu Jingjun replied, "Even if we can't explain it, there's no problem. You know, as long as we support you from behind." After being summoned, old Ma Yang learned from Hu Jingjun about Qi Xing learning dark witchcraft and inwardly was shocked. After observing Qi Xing a few times, he asked, "How come I don't see it?" Qi Xing said, "If it were that easy to tell, I'd have been arrested and thrown in jail by the Witchcraft Association long ago." In front of old Ma Yang, Qi Xing demonstrated a few simple spells of dark witchcraft. Old Ma Yang observed and said, "Good foundation, acceptable, looks like the hidden wolf really is suited to practicing dark witchcraft." Qi Xing intentionally hid his true abilities and did not reveal his full strength. Old Ma Yang guessed internally that Qi Xing must have more capabilities. Just based on Bai Tan's inability to detect Qi Xing's witchcraft power, it was enough to make people wary. However, old Ma Yang always followed the motto of, "I don't know anything, Ma," and thus didn't say much. He only issued Qi Xing a supernatural power researcher qualification certificate. Since demons were prohibited from studying witchcraft, the special department exploited a loophole and formed a team of supernatural researchers composed entirely of demons. Officially named the Supernatural Research Team, it was essentially a group for learning witchcraft. The Witchcraft Association was quite dissatisfied but hesitated to provoke direct conflict with demons. Given the team's small size and low profile, the Witchcraft Association decided to turn a blind eye. After receiving the certificate from old Ma Yang, Qi Xing met Bai Tan with Bai Mingqian together. Surprisingly, Bai Tan was actually in a hospital ward. It turned out that after Bai Tan's barrier was split apart by Black Tan, his delicate body struggled to resist external attacks. Even though he cast a protective barrier on himself, the collapse of the ivory tower still affected his health. Not long after leaving the tower, he fell ill and now rested in the hospital. When Bai Mingqian and Qi Xing arrived outside the ward, Qi Xing proposed seeing Bai Tan alone first. Bai Tan agreed, so Qi Xing entered the ward first while Bai Mingqian waited outside. Upon entering, Qi Xing saw Bai Tan, looking frail in his hospital gown, sitting gently on the bed, immediately embarrassedly apologizing, "Sorry, I didn't mean for." Bai Tan raised a hand, saying, "At this point, can you at least tell me the truth? What exactly are you, and what was your purpose in destroying the ivory tower?" Qi Xing hadn't expected Bai Tan to be not at all angry with him. According to the wizard's attitudes outside the door earlier, Bai Tan probably hadn't revealed that Qi Xing had toppled the ivory tower. Otherwise, the Witchcraft Association would likely have come to arrest him and dunk him into a dog cage long ago. Qi Xing indeed felt quite guilty thinking about these matters. Bai Tan's nature was excessively good, to the point that even Qi Xing, a wolf so dog-like, had developed a conscience. His conscience was now starting to bother him. Qi Xing could only vaguely say, I thought my ancestors' remains were used to stabilize the tower, so. Ah, I see. Bai Tan's brows lightly relaxed as he said, this is indeed not your fault. Qi Xing was greatly shocked, Are you some kind of saint? You just forgive me like this? Bai Tan softly said, I've also heard that the ivory tower was built from countless demonic bones and protected by heaven-defying fierce beasts. From a witch's perspective, there's nothing wrong with this. But from a beast's point of view, this is actually quite horrifying and disgusting, isn't it? Qi Xing was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Bai Tan asked again, did you retrieve your ancestors' remains? Qi Xing was made too embarrassed by Bai Tan's attitude, his face flushing red as he shook his head, no. It was a mistake on my part. There were no ancestral remains of Master Jiang Yuan there at all. Bai Tan's expression changed slightly, there weren't. Then what stabilized the tower? Qi Xing frowned, it was a human skeleton. As soon as I saw it, I knew I was mistaken and didn't intend to take anything away. But then the light suddenly went out, and I couldn't see anything. When the lights came back on, you arrived. The skeleton had already disappeared. Bai Tan listened intently, his face growing more serious as he leaned forward, honestly tell me, what did Ming Qian mean when he said he saw that I wasn't human? Qi Xing, momentarily unresponsive, hadn't given much thought to the statement amidst the urgency of the situation earlier, assuming Black Ming Qian had merely been cursing. Now seeing Bai Tan react so strangely, Qi Xing began to look puzzled himself, I don't know. Maybe he just said it out of anger, something like calling someone a pig, not human, or a dog. It didn't actually mean you aren't human, right? Bai Tan shook his head and said, is Ming Qian here? Have him explain it to me. Feeling rather awkward, Qi Xing replied, regarding Ming Qian, I think I should clarify. Actually, Black Ming Qian and White Ming Qian are quite different. I can see that, Bai Tan answered. Seeing Bai Tan seemed open to discussion, Qi Xing boldly requested, though Black Ming Qian might seem unruly, he has never harmed an innocent soul. He's a very well-behaved, adorable cat. Just, his claws are a little sharp. He's really not aggressive at all. Could you not seal him up? Without him, I simply couldn't survive. Bai Tan looked at him strangely, saying, but isn't there still White Ming Qian? I've seen how well you two get along. You clearly aren't dying without him. Qi Xing hadn't expected Bai Tan to suddenly become difficult to deal with, hesitating for a moment before pleading pitifully, how can they be the same? They are both very important. I need them both. Bai Tan responded, isn't that like stepping into two boats at once? Qi Xing immediately became frustrated, shaking his head while arguing, they're the same cat. How could it be stepping onto two boats? Why won't you use a dualistic perspective to analyze things? Bai Tan truly didn't understand such philosophical issues. After contemplating for a bit, he said, that's your own matter. I was just casually making a comment. Qi Xing widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, so, does that mean you don't plan to seal Black Ming Qian anymore? Bai Tan bitterly smiled in reply, you can rest assured. Right now, I'm ill. Even if I had the intention, I lack the strength. Qi Xing wanted to ask further, then what happens when you get better? But he realized asking this now would be inappropriate. So, he instead inquired about Bai Tan's condition, what exactly is wrong with your body? Why do you have so many ailments? Bai Tan coughed lightly, shaking his head as he said, call Ming Qian in first, I want to ask him a few questions. Qi Xing stood up and moved toward the door, intending to open it but found the handle wouldn't turn. What's going on? Qi Xing frowned deeply, forcefully turning the handle but it remained stubbornly stuck. Just then, a strange force crept in from all directions. Qi Xing's heart rate quickened as he turned around to see a doll jump off the bedside table looking exactly like Bai Tan. The doll leaped onto the bed and tightly hugged Bai Tan. Before Bai Tan could escape, both disappeared in a sudden burst of eerie green light. Qi Xing was momentarily frightened and dazed, unable to recover for a long time. By the time he regained his senses, the witches rushing inside had noticed the disappearance of Bai Tan from the bed, though the room was heavy with dark forces. The witches immediately surrounded Qi Xing, pointing at him accusingly, speak. Where did Great Witch Bai Tan go? Qi Xing was dumbfounded, how would I know? Furious, the witches shouted, don't waste time talking to him. Arrest him first. Qi Xing wasn't planning on being arrested without resistance, but while hesitating whether to expose his witchcraft power, he heard Ming Qian coldly say, who are you trying to arrest? The wizards, knowing Ming Qian was a celestial evil beast, were somewhat afraid. But then a high-ranking wizard stepped forward, head held high as he spoke to Ming Qian, you are the celestial calamity. Great Wizard Bai Tan's disappearance must surely be related to you. With the bravado of a high-ranking wizard leading the charge, a few underlings also grew bold, nodding in agreement, that's right. That's right. Otherwise, how could this coincidence happen? Buoyed by the support of his lackeys, the confidence of the high-ranking wizard swelled. Come on. Seize them both. Qi Xing thought that perhaps White Ming Qian still intended to reason with them. Sigh, if Black Ming Qian had been here, he would likely have just twisted off the wizard's head. Muttering this thought, Qi Xing looked up and saw White Ming Qian stepping forward, wrenching off the high-ranking wizard's head. Complete silence fell over the room. The severed head rolled on the ground, shouting half a second later, "Damn it, pick me up and put me back." White Ming Qian cast a cold glance, and the junior lackeys quailed like frightened partridges, not daring to utter a peep. Lifting his long leg, White Ming Qian kicked the head outwards. The junior lackeys trembled even more. "Isn't that your boss?" White Ming Qian said. "Now that his head has flown off, why don't you go pick it up?" Startled into awareness, the followers raced frantically to retrieve the head, for that was their leader who had lost his authority. Alas! White Ming Qian extended a hand toward Qi Xing and said, "It's dangerous here. Let's go home first." Qi Xing hesitated, extending his hand to grasp White Ming Qian's. The moment their fingers touched, a bone-chilling coldness akin to a snake slithered into Qi Xing's heart. Qi Xing suddenly withdrew his hand. White Ming Qian smiled at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Qi Xing took a step back. The same eerie coldness from when he embraced the wrong cat in the dark base of the ivory tower surged through him once again. He stammered, "No, you're not." Once mistaken, one might call him foolish; twice mistaken, he'd call himself an idiot. The smile on White Ming Qian's face remained fixed, unchanging, as the body continued to move closer to Qi Xing. Qi Xing observed carefully and noticed that this White Ming Qian moved stiffly, almost like a marionette controlled by strings. In the face of White Ming Qian's relentless approach, Qi Xing summoned his courage, stretched out his wolf claw, and directly tore open the face of White Ming Qian. White Ming Qian's head shattered instantly upon impact, yet the body continued to lurch towards Qi Xing. Ah shit. Qi Xing didn't know what to do. Could this thing be indestructible? As these thoughts rushed through his mind, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead, White Ming Qian's chest was hollowed out by a jade-white, slender hand that extracted a cotton-stuffed heart. Qi Xing blinked in shock for half a second before exclaiming joyfully, "Ming Qian." Expressionless, Ming Qian crushed the cotton heart, and immediately the White Ming Qian turned to ashes, dissolving into the wind. Qi Xing immediately embraced Ming Qian, breathing in a unique scent that radiated from him to confirm that this time he hadn't embraced the wrong feline. His heart immediately calmed down. "Where were you just now?" Ming Qian replied, "I was deceived away by a doll disguised as you." There was a trace of annoyance in his tone, as if he felt stupid about it. Qi Xing exhaled and said, "Are you injured?" "No," Ming Qian shook his head. "Just because it looked like you, I hesitated to use too much force, wasting a bit of time." Actually, Ming Qian wasn't entirely truthful. After special training, White Ming Qian had almost instantly recognized that fake Qi Xing was a cursed puppet. Thanks to this training, White Ming Qian also easily identified that fake Qi Xing's vital point lay in its heart. What made White Ming Qian hesitate was whether he could kill the puppet without damaging any part of it. He wanted to perfectly preserve this puppet. But when he saw the strange expression on fake Qi Xing's face, and actions unlike those of Qi Xing, a fierce killing intent arose in him. He considered this fake Qi Xing a desecration to the real Qi Xing. Thus, without mercy, he destroyed fake Qi Xing, watching as the disgusting puppet turned to flying ash. When the ash finally dissipated, Ming Qian suddenly realized that what he wanted to collect wasn't a puppet but Qi Xing. "Let's go home," Ming Qian said to Qi Xing. Qi Xing furrowed his brows and said, "Bai Tan has been captured." If Bai Tan has been captured, there will naturally be people from the Wizard Association to handle it," Ming Qian said indifferently. "Let's go." "But I've already sent the alarm," Ming Qian said. Qi Xing rolled his eyes and said, "But just now the dummy posing as you injured a wizard." "So what?" Ming Qian said. "It's no big deal." His tone was as though it wasn't just a doll pretending to be him injuring someone, but even if he himself had hurt 10 wizards, it wouldn't matter much. Bai Ming Qian took Qi Xing away with almost the toughest attitude. They went to a place that Qi Xing had never expected. Chapter 56, I Kill Myself. Qi Xing returned to the original rental apartment where he had first lived. "This is..." Qi Xing was stunned. "This is where you used to live, have you forgotten?" Bai Ming Qian said gently. How could Qi Xing forget? He was just too astonished to close his dog mouth. He remembered that he cancelled the lease here after becoming a rich dog. What he didn't expect was that Bai Ming Qian bought this place right after he vacated it. When Qi Xing moved out, he threw away all the domestic waste, leaving the house as it was at the start. The house had simple furniture and old appliances, everything was exactly as it was when Qi Xing first moved in. Qi Xing restored the house to its original condition when he cancelled the lease. Unexpectedly, Bai Ming Qian, after buying the house, also left everything untouched. Bai Ming Qian said gently to Qi Xing, "I think we can temporarily live here before marriage. Then after marriage, we'll move into the new house, what do you think?" "I think." Qi Xing looked around and found that the whole room was filled with Bai Ming Qian's smell, indicating Bai Ming Qian had just marked the territory. It was quite weird for Bai Ming Qian to claim the territory of his previous rental place. Even though he couldn't figure out why, Qi Xing subconsciously felt something was off and shook his head saying, "This place is too shabby." "Is it that you don't like here?" Bai Mingqian sounded somewhat disappointed. Qi Xing couldn't bear seeing the disappointment on the cat, so he quickly consoled him, "It's not about disliking it. It's just that you are a nobleman, how can you live in such an old dilapidated house? I've worked so hard so that you could become a wealthy pampered cat and live on a mountain. How come we end up back in this tiny rundown house?" Hearing this, Bai Mingqian smiled and said, "You worry unnecessarily. We will only stay here for a while before the wedding." Qi Xing raised an eyebrow. "Why? Are we going to remember hardship and cherish sweetness?" "It's actually to make up for my regret." Bai Mingqian furrowed his eyebrows lightly. "What regret?" Qi Xing was puzzled. Bai Mingqian explained, "My biggest regret is that I did not participate in your past. I always think, if I met you earlier, wouldn't that be much better?" Upon hearing such words of affection, Qi Xing felt moved and smiled, "We met at a good time." "It's still too late." Bai Mingqian's voice deepened, his long hand caressed Qi Xing's cheek. "I want to make up for these lost times. I hope you need not think about anyone else, only you and me, together." Bai Mingqian's voice was gentle, like a lullaby. Qi Xing nodded dazedly and embraced Bai Mingqian. "How could I think about others? I only like you. You only like me. That's truly wonderful then." Bai Mingqian's corner of the mouth twitched with a bitter smile. And so, Bai Mingqian and Qi Xing settled down in the small apartment. This caused Qi Xing to feel a fleeting sensation. Before, he spent a long yet short period of time with He Mingqian in this little house. During He Mingqian's absence, Qi Xing tried his best to preserve his traces of life, like the worn-out cat scratching board and sofa, the cardboard box placed in the middle of the hall, etc. But now, none of these things remained. All traces of He Mingqian were erased and replaced by those of Bai Mingqian. Bai Mingqian bought a brand new fabric sofa, but he never scratched it. Bai Mingqian also didn't use the cat scratcher. Instead, he covered one wall with non-woven wallpaper and casually scratched at it from time to time without damaging any furniture. The lively and carefree black cat who once moved around in the house has now been replaced by a steady and elegant white cat. There was another difference too. In the past, Qi Xing often went out to shop and took the cat out occasionally. Now, however, it was completely different. When Qi Xing wanted to go shopping, Bai Mingqian would not agree. A civet deputy would deliver the goods they needed on time, so they really didn't need to go out shopping. Since there was no need to go out, Bai Mingqian always stayed close to Qi Xing, rubbing heads. Qi Xing almost forgot which day it was. "I want to take a stroll outside." Qi Xing put forth his request during a rare moment of clarity. "Being stuck in the room all the time makes me feel a bit stuffy." Bai Mingqian gazed deeply at his partner and wiped his forehead, which was breaking into a slight sweat. "Are you bored being with me?" "No, not at all." Qi Xing thought, "It's too stimulating. I'm drained." Thinking that unlike cats, dogs still need to be walked to stay healthy, Bai Mingqian reluctantly agreed. Nevertheless, Bai Mingqian would never let Qi Xing go out alone. So, they held hands and went for a walk every day. After returning, Bai Mingqian hugged Qi Xing again, acting like a very clingy big cat. Qi Xing lay in bed, unable to sleep. He was still quite worried about Bai Tan and turned to say, "When Bai Tan was kidnapped, we were there, so why did the Wizard Association make no move at all? And they didn't even bother us?" Bai Mingqian answered lightly, "Because Bai Tan has returned." "Returned?" Qi Xing sat up. "When did that happen? Is he alright?" Although Qi Xing knew Bai Tan was unlikely to be an adulterer, Bai Mingqian still disliked seeing him get excited over someone else. Slightly furrowing his brows, Bai Mingqian responded indifferently, "He is one of the top wizards, what could possibly happen to him?" But Qi Xing silently thought, "He's one of the top wizards, but he's also among the most fragile. Why don't we go see him?" Qi Xing suggested, "We can figure out what actually happened." "We are already people with sensitive identities," Bai Mingqian said indifferently. "If we go ourselves, it will raise suspicions instead." This sounded somewhat reasonable, but Qi Xing still said, "Sigh, but I just feel uneasy. I really want to see him, check if he's fine." Bai Mingqian's displeasure had reached its peak, but he didn't want to appear angry with Qi Xing suppressing his discomfort. He showed an extremely pitiful expression and said, "Didn't we already agree that here, we would only look at each other and stay by each other's side? Can't you only think about me?" Qi Xing couldn't bear the look of a sad cat and hurried to comfort him. Yes, it's my fault. How could I think about anyone else? Of course, I'll only think about you. You're the only cat in the world for me. I love you the most." Bai Mingqian immediately showed a satisfied look and asked, "Really? You only think about me? You won't ever think about anyone else again?" "Of course not." Qi Xing stroked him while soothing, "I don't care about anyone else, I only like you." After hearing these words, Bai Mingqian felt as if warm sunshine had filled his heart, but shadows remained. Half happy and half bitter, he said, "I'll believe you this time. You mustn't deceive me again." As Qi Xing heard Bai Mingqian mumble, he wanted to protest, "When have I ever deceived you?" But before he could speak, his mouth softened. Indeed, he had lied to Bai Mingqian before. So Qi Xing cleared his throat twice, patted Bai Mingqian's head sincerely, and said, "In the past, I haven't told the full truth. But there is one thing you can trust me on, and that's my feelings for you. Is that true? Bai Mingqian raised his head, his cat eyes brimming with emotion. Yes. Qi Xing nodded emphatically, I only love you. Bai Mingqian's animal pupils seemed like half-lit, half-extinguished candle flames. What if you lied to me? Qi Xing then said, then I would suffer. Before Qi Xing could finish his sentence with die, Bai Mingqian interrupted, why take oaths? As long as you promise me, from now on, you'll only look at me, stay by my side, and never leave except to stay beside me. Qi Xing hadn't noticed the gravity behind these words and happily agreed, all right, I promise. From now on, I'll only look at you, stay by your side, and won't go anywhere without you. Hearing Qi Xing's promise, Bai Mingqian's eyes indeed brightened, revealing immense joy. Then let's wear these. Bai Mingqian opened the bedside cabinet and took out a pair of couple necklaces. While wedding rings are rarely worn constantly by demons due to inconvenience when they transform into their beast forms, passionate lovers in the demon world prefer collars. These special collars adapt to the wearer's size changes, meaning even if the wearer transforms from human form into beast form suddenly, they won't be strangled. Moreover, this particular collar was equipped with military technology, fitting the body better while providing health protection. Qi Xing vaguely remembered how he had once put such a collar on He Mingqian, which made him feel sweet inside, so he laughed and said, all right, let's wear them. Seeing Qi Xing accept so readily, Bai Mingqian became even happier and gently picked up the leather collar, fastening it onto Qi Xing himself. Qi Xing also picked up the collar and put it on Bai Mingqian. Looking at Bai Mingqian's tender gaze as he looked down, Qi Xing felt as though exchanging rings during a wedding ceremony. This act and conversation before bedtime acted like a tranquilizer for Bai Mingqian, making him more peaceful and enabling him to fall deeper into sleep. On the contrary, Qi Xing still worried about Bai Tan and couldn't fall asleep. He quietly got out of bed, tiptoed into the living room, and picked up a divination board to perform a simple prediction, checking Bai Tan's auspiciousness. If the reading showed good fortune, then he wouldn't worry anymore and continue staying with Bai Mingqian. However, if the reading indicated misfortune, Qi Xing still needed to persuade Bai Mingqian to visit Bai Tan with him. After all, Bai Tan's bad luck had something to do with Qi Xing as well. Qi Xing lit a few candles, his fingers touching the divination board as he closed his eyes and whispered incantations. Though the sounds were faint, Bai Mingqian was naturally alert and woke up soon. Upon waking and finding Qi Xing absent, his expression darkened. He immediately jumped out of bed and opened the door, only to see Qi Xing sitting cross-legged in the center of the living room, eyes closed, with strands of dark magical energy swirling around him. Bai Mingqian, as a celestial fierce beast with thick skin, wasn't supposed to fear dark witchcraft, so he walked straight over. The dark magic, sensing his presence, seemed drawn toward him. Although Bai Mingqian wasn't particularly fond of black witchcraft, thinking it belonged to Qi Xing made him feel somewhat closer to it. So, he reached out and actively welcomed the approaching dark magic. Qi Xing was deeply engrossed in divination, and Bai Mingqian moved so silently that Qi Xing didn't notice him at first. By the time he did, Bai Mingqian had already been corrupted. Hey, beautiful baby. Dark Mingqian cheerfully asked, what are you playing with? Qi Xing's eyebrows twitched slightly, unsure what to do, he smiled bitterly and replied, I'm doing divination. What does it say? Black Mingqian asked. Qi Xing answered helplessly, it wasn't done yet. You interrupted me. Sighing in frustration, Dark Mingqian propped his chin on one hand and gazed at the leather collar around Qi Xing's neck, his expression turning cold. What's this? This. Qi Xing looked down and touched his own collar before smiling and lightly tapping Black Mingqian's collar. You have one too, don't you? Dark Mingqian only then noticed there was a collar around his neck. Because the craftsmanship of this collar was excellent, it felt as light as air when worn, so it hadn't caught his attention until now. What is this? Black Mingqian asked as he touched the leather collar. Couple collars, Qi Xing grinned and said, ours. At the word ours, Black Mingqian's heart bloomed with joy. When Black Mingqian touched Qi Xing's collar, a familiar demonic force emanated from it, the same as from that bite mark earlier. Black Mingqian instantly realized it was Mingqian's mark. This realization left Black Mingqian nearly gasping for breath as if about to faint. What's wrong? Qi Xing asked upon seeing the darkened look on Black Mingqian's face. Through clenched teeth, Black Mingqian spat, you said this was ours. Ours. We. Not the two of us, but we. So, we consists of 3 people. Right? Qi Xing blinked, looking entirely innocent, yes, it's ours. No one else has them. Black Mingqian erupted in anger. Of course no one else should have them. Or what? Are you trying to spread them around like candy? That cat was absolutely furious. In rage, Black Mingqian lunged forward and tackled Qi Xing to the ground, biting down hard on the collar. When the collar was attacked, a pure burst of celestial malevolent chi instantly surged out and defensively rebounded onto the attacker, Dark Mingqian's face. Taken by surprise, Dark Mingqian fell backward. Qi Xing panicked and tried to help him up, but saw Dark Mingqian's face covered in malevolent chi, unconscious, he appeared to have passed out. Qi Xing quickly realized how serious the matter was and exclaimed in shock, this is, curse. Who would have thought Bai Mingqian had embedded a curse into the collar? No. Who would have thought Bai Mingqian even knew curse? Curse, literally, means a curse mixed with Sha energy. It's considered one of the darkest, most evil substances. Qi Xing suddenly remembered Bai Mingqian mentioning the military having a special department studying witchcraft. Therefore, it wasn't impossible that Bai Mingqian learned curse from the military. But ordinary curse might be manageable for Qi Xing. However, since this was heavenly malevolent Qi-based curse, things were. Qi Xing was completely flustered. Without hesitation, he used a teleportation array, carrying Black Mingqian to seek He Tan's help. When He Tan, who was drinking tea leisurely in his lair, saw Qi Xing rush in holding Black Mingqian, he was quite surprised. Ancestor. Quickly check Mingqian, he's cursed with Sha. Qi Xing anxiously said. Hearing, curse Sha, He Tan immediately showed great interest. What? Curse Sha capable of felling a heavenly malevolent beast. Fascinating, fascinating. Let me take a look. He Tan instructed Qi Xing to lay Black Mingqian flat on the ground, then added, to counter curse Sha, we must first know the content of the curse. Right. Qi Xing nodded urgently, do you know a way? He Tan instead asked, where did the curse Sha come from? Qi Xing immediately pointed to his own collar, here. He Tan narrowed his eyes, his interest intensifying further. Stretching out his finger, he lightly flicked at Qi Xing's collar several times, muttering, looks like an amateur put this curse here. Even though it was an amateur attempt, the power behind it was strong, relying solely on the innate malevolent energy of the caster. And because it was done by an amateur, they weren't adept at hiding their tracks. He Tan quickly cracked the code of the curse, curses any biological entity intending harm to Qi Xing. Qi Xing shook his head, no, Mingqian wouldn't harm me. There's another part, He Tan continued, cursing any beast who has engaged in X behavior with Qi Xing. Qi Xing was completely bewildered. What did it mean? Was Bai Mingqian cursing himself? Killing himself? Qi Xing was dazed, why would Mingqian want to kill himself? It's not like that, He Tan replied calmly, curse Sha wouldn't harm the caster. But Qi Xing insisted, isn't Mingqian the caster though? He Tan explained, the curse Sha recognizes the demonic force. And Bai Mingqian and Black Mingqian had different demonic forces. Awkward, right? Chapter 57, hold on. He Mingqian is now unconscious, which worries Qi Xing greatly, what should we do now? Beasts basically have no function of cultivating witch power, except for special beast species like the Een wolf and devil sheep. You should know this. He Tan stated. Yes, Qi Xing replied, like the tiger demon we encountered earlier at Tiger God Mountain who used witchcraft, it was also reliant on a magical artifact to perform sorcery. He Tan said, Mingqian is no exception. He also relies on an artifact to enact curses. Once the artifact is destroyed, the curse can be lifted. Artifact. Qi Xing, stroking her neck collar, suddenly comprehended, it's this. He Tan nodded and smiled, correct, not too dumb. Qi Xing, feeling the collar, hesitated somewhat, this material is special, how can I destroy it? He Tan replied, I have a knife here that can destroy all magical artifacts. You may borrow it. Qi Xing recalled He Tan's massive blade that had effortlessly shattered Bai Tan's ancestral barrier, brightening up instantly, then, I am deeply grateful. Hefty price of 5 million. He Tan remarked. Qi Xing paused in confusion, what? What did you say? 5 million. He Tan explained, is one cat's life not worth this price? Qi Xing mumbled uncertainly, didn't expect even our ancestors to be so greedy. He Tan said generously, I admit, I need money. What does the ancestor need money for? Qi Xing asked. Nonsense, there are plenty of things money can do. Even just admiring it has its own appeal, He Tan commented nonchalantly, but I cannot possibly work, so I can only depend on you, the richest among hidden wolves. Qi Xing inwardly. Damn. Qi Xing grinned, honoring our ancestor is indeed my duty. He Tan continued, by the way, could we settle the hourly fees for my previous one-on-one tutoring? Qi Xing silently realized that this ancestor truly needed money. The reason He Tan required money wasn't anything else but mainly due to recently learning how to use the internet. After mastering the internet, material desires naturally expanded, this and that seemed worthy of purchase. He Tan was not someone who would suppress his nature and desires, hence there were many avenues for spending money. Since his resurrection, he'd been using the funds from the Dark Witch account. Surprisingly, even the Dark Witch's money didn't last long under expenditure. Initially, He Tan intended to engage in illegal activities as rumors suggested illicit activities brought quick cash. However, upon further thought, illegal acts required capital, and making money faster by asking the richest man seemed quicker. Qi Xing knew with He Tan, the Great Witch, possessing such mysterious powers, acquiring money was quite easy. His asking for money probably meant he hadn't yet crossed into criminal territory. Qi Xing thus harbored more thoughts, better let the ancestor stay obediently without causing trouble, otherwise it might drag down my entire clan. She then told He Tan, the cave where the ancestor resides is indeed too frugal. If there are any needs, feel free to mention them to me. After pondering, He Tan said, "Oh, then give me a credit card subsidiary, and make sure it's a black card they talk about online." Qi Xing silently reflected that the ancestor truly treated him like an insider. He Tan went on, "Aren't you the richest? Your wealth should last through countless generations, right?" That's true. Qi Xing believed this reasoning. It was perfectly acceptable to support the ancestor. Hence, the amount of money given to He Tan inexplicably shifted from 5 million plus hourly fees to a black card with unlimited credit limit. Still, He Tan remained an esteemed elder. Qi Xing half-jokingly said, "Don't waste recklessly, or I'll cancel your card." With a dignified air, He Tan retorted, "I have plenty of ways to make you activate it again." Qi Xing had no counter-strategy against this elder and could only respectfully ask, "Could I borrow your large blade?" He Tan nodded. "First, take off the collar. Otherwise, would I chop your neck?" Qi Xing removed the collar, then watched as He Tan swung the massive blade to split the collar. The collar, protected by malevolent energy, withstood several strikes before finally breaking. Due to the backlash of this malevolent energy, He Tan felt his palm ache, yet chuckled, "That cat you raised truly is remarkable." Qi Xing didn't have time to listen to He Tan's mockery, hurriedly holding up He Mingqian while observing carefully, "Why hasn't he awakened?" "Just wait, fairy pills don't act this fast." He Tan explained, "He Mingqian is physically strong, and though affected by the curse energy, he can endure it. For others, being subjected to such a dominant curse would result in death immediately." Qi Xing heard this and shivered with dread. Mingqian acted so severely, did he not know the potency of the curse? Hearing this, He Tan smirked, "Are you joking? Do you really think your tiger behaves like a kitty?" Qi Xing became uncertain. Thinking back, Qi Xing could have mentioned He Mingqian always handled people kindly, but now. He Tan further questioned, moreover, why would he place such a curse? Qi Xing froze, confused, "What?" He Tan reminded her, "It's normal for him to have inscribed a curse on the collar saying, a spell that kills creatures that harm your life. But why add another clause targeting a beast that had relations of kind X with you? Is he suspicious of you having an affair with some other beasts? It should be, otherwise why specifically mention beast rather than living being?" Qi Xing's face drastically changed. How could this be? How could he possibly think this way? He Tan wore an expression of oddness. "Even He Mingqian, the fool, has guessed you've had affairs. Why do you so confidently assert Bai Mingqian wouldn't notice anything?" Qi Xing sat down heavily, tears brimming in her eyes but unable to cry, "But I haven't had any affairs." He Tan stroked Qi Xing's head, smiling silently. Qi Xing truly found her headache worsening as she thought more. Then, does Bai Mingqian suspect me of having affairs with other cats and is planning to kill them? Isn't that normal? He Tan responded, "Could one possibly tolerate their mate straying?" Qi Xing shuddered through clenched teeth. "One can't just go around killing people." He Tan said, "Well then, if not killing them, should he congratulate them instead?" Qi Xing was speechless. Perhaps for someone like He Tan who's steeped in dark magic and bloodlust, killing might indeed come without a second thought. But by Mingqian, he's an educated, refined cat. And yet. Sigh, "It's all my fault," Qi Xing lamented, beating her chest. "Cats could have what bad intentions? All because of me, because I didn't handle things properly." He Tan refrained from remarking that, "Your partner isn't a kitten but a ferocious tiger," agreeing smoothly instead, "Isn't it true?" Qi Xing berated herself, "What shall we do now?" He Tan stayed silent. Qi Xing suddenly recalled something, looking at He Tan hopefully, "Great ancestor, didn't you pacify He Mingqian back then with just a few words? Could you help me stabilize Bai Mingqian as well?" He Tan's eyes shifted slightly, replying, "I'll give it a try." "Thank you, great ancestor." Qi Xing said happily. "More money," He Tan declared, "but I can't guarantee success. No refunds in case of failure." "You're truly a wonderful ancestor." Qi Xing replied. He Tan directed Qi Xing to move He Mingqian into the inner room and lay him on the bed. He Tan then lit a few tranquilizing candles to nurture the damaged spirit within He Mingqian. Qi Xing expressed her gratitude. "Great ancestor is indeed considerate. This counts as an extra chargeable service," He Tan informed her. Qi Xing thought silently, "Is the ancestor really short of money? Did he buy rockets online or something?" He Tan added, "Let's step out first, let him rest in tranquility, and he will recover soon." "All right." Qi Xing agreed and exited the bedroom together with He Tan. With Mingqian temporarily stable, Qi Xing recalled Bai Tan, asking, "Do you have a divination board here?" He Tan was about to respond when Qi Xing seemed to understand already, adding her own sentence, "This is probably another chargeable service, right?" Naturally, He Tan answered. Qi Xing thought that perhaps it explained why He Tan opted for fleecing her instead of committing crimes for money. This must be far more lucrative than robbing banks. He Tan questioned, "What do you wish to divine?" "I can also read omens for you, though it would be pricier." Qi Xing reflected that compared to herself, He Tan would definitely be more reliable. To get an omen read by Great Witch He Tan was likely something many people would vie for, offering gold mountains and silver seas to grab such a chance, thus it wasn't a bad deal. Therefore, Qi Xing laughed and said, "All right, may I kindly trouble you to read Bai Tan's fortune?" "Bai Tan?" He Tan frowned, "What's wrong with him?" Concernedly, Qi Xing explained, after the collapse of the ivory tower and loss of his protective barrier, he fell ill. That day I went to visit him, strange things happened. What strange occurrences? He Tan asked. Qi Xing recounted the matter concerning the mannequin to He Tan. Upon hearing, He Tan nodded, "Ah, I see. This is Bai Tan's personal issue. Why concern yourself with it?" Startled, Qi Xing asked, "You know who acted against him?" He Tan countered, "Didn't you make any guesses?" Swallowing, Qi Xing finally said, "Is it related to the human bones pressed under the ivory tower at that time?" "You are somewhat astute," He Tan nodded, "it was him." Overwhelmed with questions, Qi Xing wondered, what exactly is it? He Tan, however, remarked, "Does this have anything to do with us? Why meddle in the Mages Association's mess?" Qi Xing felt even stranger, the Mages Association's mess. So this involves secrets of the Mages Association? Qi Xing asked, "Do you know much about their secrets?" Qi Xing speculated that the human bones buried beneath the ivory tower were likely enormous secrets of the Mages Association. Judging from Bai Tan's behavior, even Bai Tan seemed unaware of the matter. However, He Tan appeared well informed, which wasn't odd. Perhaps realizing Qi Xing's confusion, He Tan chuckled, "It wasn't me, but the Dark Witch." The Dark Witch? He has always been keeping an eye on the Mages Association, thus knowing some confidential information. He Tan stated, "I learned it from him." So that's how it is. Qi Xing nodded and couldn't help but ask a question she was very curious about, then, Bai Tan isn't really human? He Tan's expression suddenly changed, "What did you say?" Qi Xing frowned, "You don't know either. What does not human mean?" He Tan became extremely serious, "Explain yourself." "I also can't explain clearly," Qi Xing replied hesitantly, "Ming Qian said it." "What did he say?" He Tan asked urgently. Qi Xing answered, "Ming Qian said he realized long ago that Bai Tan isn't human." He Tan stood there, stunned. Qi Xing continued, "I didn't take this statement seriously before. But later Bai Tan asked me anxiously what exactly Ming Qian meant by this sentence. I don't know what it means either." He Tan remained silent, picked up the divination board, and started lighting candles. Qi Xing was surprised, "Ancestor, what are you doing?" "Isn't it as you said," He Tan remarked, "to divine Bai Tan's fortune?" "But wasn't it you who said," Qi Xing retorted, "we shouldn't care about Bai Tan's affairs?" "I never said that." He Tan's voice paused, with some embarrassment. As Qi Xing was utterly confused, the oracle already formed. He Tan stared at the divination board with an unfriendly look. Qi Xing quickly asked, "What's wrong?" He Tan only asked Qi Xing, "Isn't Bai Tan the Witch Association's treasure? Did no one go to find him when he went missing?" "He returned on his own," Qi Xing answered. He Tan snorted coldly, "Where exactly did he return to?" Qi Xing shook her head, "I don't know." "Just let me check," He Tan muttered. Qi Xing was unsure why He Tan suddenly cared about Bai Tan's whereabouts, but he still reminded, "Continuous divination harms the body." "Who says I'm divining?" He Tan responded, "Am I that stupid?" Yet, in He Tan's heart there was another voice muttering, "I'm such a fool." "How will you check?" Qi Xing's words hadn't finished when she saw He Tan walking straight into another room. Qi Xing followed behind He Tan, watching as He Tan opened a door to reveal a room full of computer equipment. Several screens were hanging there, leaving Qi Xing completely startled. Then she saw He Tan sit down, turn on the computer, and in front of Qi Xing, hacked into the Witch Association's internal system. Qi Xing was greatly astonished, "You actually know how to do this?" "Kept up with the times, learned," He Tan answered. Qi Xing never thought that the old ancestor would be so motivated, 1,000-year-old elder teaching himself programming in a cave. "Found it," He Tan said, "housed in a temporarily constructed bone wizard tower. Far inferior to the ivory tower, can break in directly." "Does this mean?" Qi Xing was dazed, "I just rush in." "You don't have to go," He Tan said, "stay here and keep your cat company." After saying that, He Tan flickered once, accompanied by a flash of green light, and then disappeared. Qi Xing glanced at the address on the screen, wondering whether she should wait for Ming Qian to wake up and go together with him. But compared to Bai Tan, Qi Xing cared more about Ming Qian's safety. Seeing He Tan had gone, Qi Xing returned to the rest area to check on Ming Qian. She found Ming Qian lying in bed, breathing steadily, looking very stable. Qi Xing sighed in relief, pulled Ming Qian's blanket tighter, and out of the corner of her eye noticed that Ming Qian's tail had turned white, his eyelids slightly twitching, as if he was about to wake up. Qi Xing's face immediately changed drastically, "Oh. I'm not ready to face him. Ancestor. Ancestor. Come back quickly." Chapter 58, Unveiling Bai Tan's background, less interaction between main CP. The moment Bai Mingqian opened his eyes, the world spun wildly before him. His vision seemed trapped in a massive spiral that endlessly rotated, and the dizziness almost pushed him back into a deep coma. It felt like an invisible hand pulling him, drowning him into a black whirlpool. This was a familiar sensation. Bai Mingqian moved his eyeballs slightly, then closed them again, losing consciousness. When he woke up again, it was He Mingqian once more. Qi Xing let out a sigh of relief. When Bai Mingqian had just regained consciousness, Qi Xing panicked and struck him with a blow of dark witchcraft, summoning He Mingqian once again. He Mingqian woke up groggily. As his eyes met Qi Xing's face, he suddenly became alert, and his face lit up with a smile. "It's my pretty baby." "It's me." Qi Xing smiled warmly and pressed her cheek against his. He Mingqian loved to rub his face against Qi Xing's, savoring her scent all over him. "I fell asleep again," He Mingqian asked. "Are you lonely?" Qi Xing hesitated for a moment, then turned to He Mingqian with a smile. "You've been by my side all along, how could I be lonely?" He Mingqian asked, "Is that true?" As he gazed at Qi Xing's bright eyes, he dejectedly said, "But there are so many things I don't seem to remember." Qi Xing's heart tightened. She grasped He Mingqian's hand and said, "I remember. I remember everything." He Mingqian blinked and asked, "While I was asleep, weren't you always with Qianar?" Qi Xing paused for a while, then said after a short while, "I was just with the patriarch." "Huh?" He Mingqian looked around and realized they were in the cave of He Tan, so he asked, "How did we end up here again?" Qi Xing then said, "It seems like Bai Tan might be in trouble. Shall we go check on him?" Though He Mingqian wasn't particularly concerned about either Bai Tan or He Tan, since the pretty baby wanted to go, he naturally followed without hesitation. Qi Xing witnessed Bai Tan being abducted at the hospital, misunderstood by the wizards. During this time, even the puppet disguised as Bai Mingqian poured oil onto the fire. Qi Xing initially thought she would be visited by trouble from the Wizard Association, but surprisingly, nothing happened. All in all, this was because Bai Tan returned unharmed shortly after being taken. Upon returning, Bai Tan informed his subordinates that the matter had nothing to do with Qi Xing, and hence everyone ceased holding Qi Xing accountable. From the sudden collapse of the ivory tower to Bai Tan's mysterious assault, each incident pointed to someone attempting to harm Bai Tan in the shadows. As He Tan had mentioned, Bai Tan, the great sorcerer, was a treasure of the Wizard Association, as precious as a panda bear. Naturally, the higher-ups were extremely nervous and hastily constructed a demon bone tower for Bai Tan's temporary recuperation. Although this hastily built demon bone tower was far inferior to the carefully prepared ivory towers made by century-old witches, it still provided some solace. Given Qi Xing's abilities, infiltrating such a fortress would not be easy. Observing the tightly closed doors, she asked He Mingqian beside her, "Do you think we should knock and request an audience?" "Knock and request an audience?" He Cat tilted his head in confusion. Qi Xing explained, "We knock on the door to see if anyone inside is willing to open it. It's more polite." However, Qi Xing also considered that since He Tan had arrived before them, it was uncertain what might have already transpired within. There was no guarantee that knocking would get any response. "Alright, then let's do what baby says, knock on the door," said He Mingqian. Lifting his tiger claw, he tapped the door, and it immediately cracked. Qi Xing. He Mingqian stared at the wide-open gate and said, "So does this mean we can enter?" "Meow. I suppose." Qi Xing managed a strained smile and stroked the big cat's head who sought praise. As Qi Xing and the big cat walked into the tower, they found the interior decoration completely different from the ivory tower. It was practically a different style altogether. The overall color scheme of the ivory tower was clean white, exuding a sense of purity and sanctity. In contrast, the place here was highly gothic, primarily featuring the color black. Most unsettling was the array of dolls of various sizes placed throughout the house, each one lifelike and seemingly human. Deep purple glass windows allowed sunlight to illuminate the dolls' crystal-like eyes, glinting with an eerie sheen. Qi Xing couldn't help but wonder, is the safely returned and currently residing Bai Tan truly Bai Tan? Qi Xing suddenly recalled that after telling He Tan that Bai Tan came back himself, He Tan gave a faint sneer. Could it be that He Tan also suspected that the one who returned might not be Bai Tan? If it isn't Bai Tan, then it must be that skeleton. That skeleton was incredibly extraordinary. It could control human-shaped puppets to perform various tasks. What an evil creature. What exactly is it? He Mingqian glanced around at the dolls in the scene and said, "They're so ugly." The dolls, as if understanding him, blinked their eyes and all lunged toward He Mingqian with murderous intent, aiming to break his mouth. He Mingqian was no pushover either. He immediately transformed into his original form and unleashed a series of powerful punches with his tiger claws, reducing the dolls to shattered pieces with a cacophony of breaking sounds. Unlike Bai Mingqian, who targeted the hearts of the puppets explicitly, He Mingqian simply went wild without any particular target, just ripping and biting as though he were an ordinary cat torturing plush toys. Cotton flew everywhere around the room, yarn threads falling off. As it turned out, not only are mice and birds enemies of cats, but so too are plush dolls. Cats truly have no qualms about opposing the world. Speaking of which, this was He Mingqian's first encounter with plush toys. Initially, he found these puppets ugly, but then realized that while they looked like wax figures, their texture was cotton-like and provided a very satisfying hand feel when clawing and tearing. No cat can resist plush toys. He Mingqian began playing happily. Not employing the black tiger rips heart technique as Bai Mingqian did, some of the dolls could withstand multiple rounds before He Mingqian accidentally destroyed their hearts, causing them to vanish into ashes, more akin to being executed by torture, rather than Bai Mingqian's quick kills. He Mingqian continued his rampage for a while, pulverizing all the dolls in the room into dust, leaving none behind. Qi Xing was just about to praise He Mingqian for his prowess when He Mingqian frowned. Is that it? Are there more dolls? Saying so, he started looking around, searching for more. Qi Xing tugged on He Mingqian's collar and said, let's go find Bai, intending to say, Bai Tan, but hesitated momentarily, correcting herself, let's look for He Tan. Just as He Mingqian was about to respond, the ceiling emitted a tremor. In an instant, He Mingqian used his body to shield Qi Xing. A second later, the ceiling cracked open, and two figures descended, one black and one white, none other than He Tan and Bai Tan. The precision of the Bai Tan puppet was evidently far superior to the dolls in this room, at least at first glance, one wouldn't identify it as a puppet. Even the high-ranking officials of the Wizard Association thought it was real. This Bai Tan moved swiftly, its combat power formidable enough to match He Tan in 300 rounds, not a single round more. On the 301st round, He Tan pierced its cotton heart cleanly. With the cotton heart breached, the Bai Tan immediately disintegrated into ash, vanishing without a trace. Upon witnessing this scene, He Mingqian beat his chest regretfully. Why didn't you leave it for me to play with? Such a big toy. Qi Xing tugged at the corner of her mouth, stroking He Mingqian's cat head and said, don't play with dirty or smelly things. He Tan interjected, but isn't that what all cats do, even with dead rats? Qi Xing had no words. He Tan sheathed his sword, shaking off his black long robe and asked, what are you doing here? Qi Xing replied, we're worried, so we came to check. As she spoke, Qi Xing grew increasingly anxious. It seems the one who returned is not Bai Tan. The Wizard Association has been deceived. He's so skilled. Who could this person be? And where has the real Bai Tan gone? After pondering deeply for a while, He Tan said to Qi Xing, he is the real Bai Tan. Qi Xing was shocked. Without elaborating further, He Tan simply proceeded toward another door. Qi Xing followed closely behind, naturally accompanied by He Mingqian, inquiring curiously, what do you mean, the true Bai Tan? What exactly happened? Walking ahead without slowing down, He Tan questioned, do you know Bai Tan's origin? Qi Xing answered, I heard he was the Wizard Association's carefully cultivated, artificial legend. Everything from the DNA of his parents, birth chart timings, feng shui of his birthplace were artificially controlled, all aimed at cultivating a white wizard capable of surpassing you. Thus, his name was chosen to echo yours. Do you think such a large and complex experiment could succeed from the start? He Tan queried. Qi Xing paused briefly, saying, well. She initially wanted to say that Bai Tan seemed unsuccessful, frail body, simplistic mind, but upon further reflection, given his extraordinary talent, Bai Tan couldn't be considered a failed product. He Tan posed another question, do you know why Bai Tan's body was so weak? I heard it's because human flesh cannot carry such immense spiritual energy, Qi Xing responded. When they were cultivating Bai Tan, they focused too much on the software parameters and forgot to enhance his physical parameters. As a fragile infant, enduring excessively high spiritual energy resulted in Bai Tan having a weaker body than average people. As he grew up, his weakness only increased. Hence, they built Bai Tan an ivory tower and collectively created an ultra-high-strength protective barrier for him. They didn't forget to reinforce physical parameters. Instead, they discovered that no matter how much they reinforced, humans couldn't withstand potent spiritual energies, He Tan corrected. Qi Xing's eyes widened in astonishment, then how did you manage to endure the spiritual energies? I cultivated them bit by bit on my own. Even so, I still couldn't avoid having a short lifespan, He Tan answered. Not to mention an infant born with such overwhelming spiritual powers. Qi Xing was stunned, so. He Tan continued, the first child they experimented on died right after birth. What? Qi Xing exclaimed in shock, then what about those bones in the coffin? That's their closest success. That is also the Bai Tan you've heard about, born into a room full of fragrance and red light. He Tan replied. Qi Xing took a step back, how was that possible? The Grand Elder of the Wizard Association had a foul idea. He gathered the resentful spirits of the infants from the failed experiments and used them to enhance their seventh test subject, concocting something neither human nor ghost. He Tan replied, this seventh subject was half human, half ghost, so it didn't die right at birth, and it lived all the way to 7 years old. Qi Xing shivered at this revelation. Was the Wizard Association insane? They weren't entirely mad, He Tan said, this plan was completely directed by the Grand Elder. The foul idea originated from him too. Since he anticipated opposition from others, he didn't inform anyone else in the Wizard Association. Qi Xing paused for a moment before asking, then how do you know? He Tan responded, the Grand Elder studied white witchcraft. Do you think he naturally understood such dark and malevolent magic? Qi Xing was confused. He Tan kept walking forward while using his magic to unlock another door. The structure of this demon bone pagoda was peculiar. A long narrow corridor was interrupted by one door after another with binding spells, leading to an unknown final destination. He Tan proceeded with patience, breaking the spell bindings on the doors as easily as solving elementary school math problems, yet managing to chat with Qi Xing along the way. Dark witches knew about the repeated failures of the White Tan plan, so they specially made this knowledge of evil magic available to the Grand Elder. They gambled that the Grand Elder couldn't resist the temptation. Dark witches. Qi Xing paused. Why would dark witches do such a thing? It's obviously because they dislike the Wizard Association, He Tan said. Dark witches believe that if a half-human, half-ghost monster could become the Great Witch by Tan, it would be incredibly amusing. He Tan chuckled and said, my worshipper may not have much skill, but has plenty of schemes. Qi Xing was speechless. But upon further reflection, dark witches were known to kill pig demons by erasing their intelligence, turning them into pork sent to their families to eat. Was there any harm they wouldn't perpetrate? Qi Xing asked again, then why did this True by Tan die at the age of 7? Because the resentment was too profound, He Tan explained, his spirit body was cast using 6 extremely powerful baby spirits. Naturally, these baby spirits wouldn't let him live well. Therefore, no matter how much care the Wizard Association provided, he ultimately met his demise. Qi Xing finally unraveled the mystery. Previously, she'd heard that the Great Witch by Tan had been protected exceptionally well since childhood, with many guards in the ivory tower and accompanying wizards who ensured he soaked his feet daily in spiritual springs. But upon meeting by Tan and visiting the ivory tower herself, she saw neither guards, accompanists, nor enough spiritual spring water for soaking feet. Now it was evident that the treatment involving soaking in spiritual springs and being accompanied by wizards was reserved for the original True by Tan. After True by Tan passed away, the Grand Elder concocted another, final product, which was the by Tan you met, He Tan explained. Even other high-ranking members of the Wizard Association didn't know that by Tan had died, or that he had been replaced. Ah. Then how did the Dark Witches find out? Qi Xing asked. When the Dark Witches taught the Grand Elder the method to create the half-human, half-ghost by Tan, they deliberately left a soul mark, He Tan explained. Unfamiliar with black witchcraft, the Grand Elder wasn't aware of it and unknowingly imprinted the mark on by Tan according to the method given by the Dark Witches. As a result, the Dark Witches could sense it. When True by Tan died, the Dark Witches immediately noticed. However, since they never heard news of by Tan's death, they guessed that the Grand Elder might have created a replacement. Yet, they never figured out how this replacement came about. Later, the Grand Elder also passed away due to illness, taking the secret to his grave. Qi Xing was quite shaken by the revelation. Upon careful consideration, this Grand Elder should be the master teacher by Tan had once mentioned. By Tan showed great respect and trust towards this elderly man, even shaping the tower spirit of the ivory tower into his likeness. Who would have thought? After much contemplation, Qi Xing said, my cat said that he realized by Tan wasn't human. Could it be? By Tan is actually a ghost. He Tan didn't answer, focusing instead on deciphering the spell inscribed on a door. After remaining silent for a long time, He Mingqian suddenly spoke up, nope. He isn't. Qi Xing then asked, then what is he? Can't be a beast, right? Probably not. He Mingqian replied, he seems to be half and half. Half and half. Qi Xing became even more confused by this explanation. He Tan opened another door and simply asked, do you remember why I took you as my disciple in the first place? Qi Xing blinked her eyes and recalled for a while before saying, you said that humans learning witchcraft would become short-lived due to their weak physical bodies. Beasts learning witchcraft might not even reach the initial stage because of their limited talent. Hybrid like the hidden wolf would be the most suitable material for practicing witchcraft. You wanted to see if it's true. He Tan nodded affirmatively, probably the Grand Elder had the same thought. You mean? By Tan is the hidden wolf? Qi Xing was greatly startled. Impossible. If he were the same as me, a hidden wolf, I would certainly feel it. He isn't, He Mingqian interjected, who'd been waiting patiently to add his 2 cents after hearing He Tan's response. I think he has human flesh, beast bone. It's like a bioengineered human forcefully created. Beast bone, Qi Xing shuddered in alarm, could it be that? He Tan ultimately concluded, this is also my guess. After witnessing one after another failure, the Grand Elder resolutely pursued increasingly limitless approaches. Not only did he manufacture the half-human, half-ghost prototype, but also created a hybrid of human and beast. He took Jiang Yuan's beast bones and fabricated a biochemical being with DNA identical to True by Tan's. After True by Tan passed away, the Grand Elder promoted by Tan to the position of Great Witch. He utilized psychological magic spells to implant True by Tan's childhood memories into by Tan. Being young and trusting his mentor, by Tan fell under the spell without realizing it. As they looked exactly alike, no one within the association questioned by Tan's identity. To prevent any leaks, the Grand Elder dismissed the group of guards and attendants from the ivory tower and raised by Tan personally. Because the Grand Elder removed the beast bones that suppressed the ivory tower, to avoid its collapse, he wasted no resource by placing True by Tan's remains in the tower. By Tan possessed 2 formidable forces within him, an abundant spiritual power and the fierce chi of evil bones. Despite these conflicting forces clashing, they created a subtle balance. By Tan lived all the way through adulthood smoothly, though plagued by illness. Still like a severely wounded big boss, he continued on stubbornly, spitting blood while maintaining powerful output. This barely satisfied the Grand Elder's expectations. When the Grand Elder passed away from illness, his heart must have been quite delighted. But perhaps he never imagined that He Tan could be revived or could guide Qi Xing to dismantle the tower. Wasn't True by Tan dead? Qi Xing was shocked. Why did he come back to life when I opened the coffin? Probably due to profound resentment. He Tan responded. He turned into a vengeful spirit trapped in the ivory tower's formation, unable to find peace. His resentment grew day by day. I understand, Qi Xing mused. Did he transform into a malevolent ghost? That's a plausible interpretation, but not entirely accurate. He Tan paused briefly. Nevertheless, let's prioritize retrieving Jiang Yuan's remains first. His remains. Qi Xing paused again. Are they inside Bai Tan? Yes. So are we going to look for Bai Tan now? Yes. Do you know where Bai Tan is? Qi Xing frowned. Oh, I shouldn't have smashed that puppet straight away earlier. Then we could have figured out where true Bai Tan went. I don't care at all where true Bai Tan is. He Tan responded indifferently. Qi Xing was surprised, but, wasn't Bai Tan taken by true Bai Tan? It doesn't mean Bai Tan is nearby just because true Bai Tan got him. Qi Xing questioned curiously, do you know where Bai Tan is? I can take a guess. He Tan said, opening another door. This door was different from others. It didn't lead to another door, instead to a stairway going down. He Tan walked downstairs directly. Qi Xing followed him. Do you think Bai Tan? She didn't finish her sentence as both encountered yet another door. He Tan easily unlocked it to reveal a secret room inside filled with candles and a central coffin. Qi Xing was startled. It was identical to the secret chamber beneath the ivory tower. This is the array used to stabilize the tower. He Tan paused slightly, saying, if I were true Bai Tan, I'd confine fake Bai Tan here for revenge. Qi Xing gazed into He Tan's deep eyes, feeling chills, and dared not look directly. The Grand Elder confined true Bai Tan beneath the tower. Bai Tan had no knowledge of this. Who cares about that? He Tan sounded capricious. Let's settle accounts first. Qi Xing couldn't help admitting, He Tan indeed resonated deeply with the mindset of a villain. He Tan used his hand to sketch a few movements on the coffin, and before long, he unveiled it. As expected, Bai Tan lay inside, still alive. Qi Xing sighed in relief. I was worried that Bai Tan had already died. How could he? He Tan questioned dubiously. Leaving him to die of suffocation here would surely make true Bai Tan much happier. Qi Xing choked momentarily and retorted. It seems like you don't care about Bai Tan's life or death either. As long as he is not dead without a whole body, I don't care whether he is dead or alive, He Tan responded coldly. In fact, it might be more convenient if he were dead. Extracting bones from a living person is always more difficult than from a corpse. Qi Xing shivered. At this moment, Bai Tan stirred awake gently, softly coughing with frailty. His eyes swept across the faces of those present, showing a flicker of surprise. What are you all doing here? He Tan leaned against the side of the coffin, examining Bai Tan with an unusually serious look for the first time. I need something from you. Bai Tan's eyes flickered slightly. It's you. What do you want? In an instant, He Tan's blade was pressed against Bai Tan's delicate neck. Your body. Chapter 59, Qi Xing's Downfall. Qi Xing never expected that Haiten the Great Witch would truly harbor thoughts of extracting bones from Bai Tan. Qi Xing, standing nearby, was already stunned. Ancestor. Haiten's knife seemed poised to slice through the delicate skin of Bai Tan who lived in luxury. As if awakened, Baitan's eyes lit up with vitality, strength coursing through his body. His thin form lifted as easily as a paper kite and gracefully evaded Haiten's blade. Haiten swung the knife again, narrowly grazing Baitan's cheek. Your power is not weak, so how did you get captured by that ghost doll? With a calm voice, Bai Tan replied, I just wanted to know who he is, and who I am. As he spoke, unmistakable pain flashed through Baitan's eyes, his trembling lips tightening shut, as if swallowing bile. Ever since discovering human bones in the Demon Bone Tower, and when Himinkian pointed out that Bai Tan wasn't human, Bai Tan had foreseen that he probably carried a heavy, dirty secret. Therefore, when the ghost doll appeared, Bai Tan didn't struggle too much but followed it willingly, driven by curiosity. When the real Bai Tan stood before him, doubt in Baitan's heart transformed into immense pain. Indeed, as Haiten mentioned, psychological curses were powerful but had one fatal flaw. Once the victim realized something, cracks would appear in the curse. At that moment, anything could break this seemingly impenetrable yet fragile veneer. Bai Tan regained his rationality and broke free from the spell cast by the Great Elder. Everything came flooding back. He remembered he was a monster made of demon bones and a human body. He recalled how the Great Elder had hypnotized him. And he also remembered how young True Baitan was sent down to the bottomless depths of the tower, nailed inside a coffin with resentment, never seeing the light of day. The Great Elder had died, leaving True Baitan unable to take revenge on him. He redirected all his hatred towards this fake Bai Tan. You imposter, enjoying my glory for so many years, shouldn't you return everything to me? Bai Tan couldn't have anticipated that he was such an ugly existence, his mind chaotic, his chest heavy with guilt toward True Baitan, like carrying a massive boulder that left him breathless. Thus, he submitted himself silently to be suppressed under the tower, covered by the coffin without any resistance. Qi Xing looked at Baitan's pale face and couldn't help but say gently, Grand Witch Bai Tan, don't. I'm not Grand Witch Bai Tan. Bai Tan said with self-mockery, I remember now, my original name was Bai Yuan. He was neither Bai Tan nor Jiang Yuan, but Bai Yuan. This was the name given to him by the great elder from the start. Upon hearing him use the word Yuan in his own name, Haiten's expression darkened instantly. What are you? I don't even know what I am, Bai Yuan answered faintly. Is that so? Haiten chuckled. I suppose so. You mistakenly thought yourself to be the sacred son, only to find out you're that kind of creature. You must despise your own body greatly, right? Why not give it to me, let me solve it for you. I can ensure no future concerns. Haiten's voice was rough, his tone gentle, whispering as if speaking kind words. Bai Yuan's gaze flickered slightly, and you? Who are you then? After 2 encounters, Bai Yuan had already realized that this dark witch before him was not a true dark witch. Haiten's long fingers stroked the blade edge, smiling without answering. Bai Yuan said, I should know who you are now. Haiten seemed intrigued. Oh. Say it then. If you're right, I might graciously allow your soul to enter the cycle of rebirth. Bai Yuan said solemnly in a soft voice, you are my destined rival. After these words flowed softly from Bai Yuan's lips, it was as if he suddenly understood something, his confused eyes focused sharply, becoming sharp and radiant. I exist to defeat you. Qi Xing stared at Bai Yuan in astonishment. In Qi Xing's impression, Bai Yuan had always been soft like smoke and water, but in this moment, that smoke and water suddenly turned into ice blades, gaining both edges and shapes, standing there clear and sharp, reflecting piercing cold light. Since his birth, Bai Yuan had been aimless, going with the flow, non-competitive, and as though upon encountering Haiten, a sudden specific goal emerged. I know about you, heard about you ever since my birth, people around me talked about you constantly. When they discussed you, their voices carried disdain, yet involuntarily held awe. I knew, you're special, Bai Yuan said. My mission is to defeat you. Haiten laughed, you? How could you possibly succeed? Bai Yuan also smiled, there's always worth in trying. Qi Xing became even more anxious. Frankly speaking, he had developed feelings for both Bai Yuan and Haiten and didn't wish them to fall into a life-or-death situation. Bai Yuan was injured, and Haiten hadn't fully recovered either. If the two were to confront each other now, they would likely end up both gravely wounded. Qi Xing was just pondering how to ease the tension between them when he noticed that Bai Tan's gaze had landed on his face. Bai Yuan said gently, you two should leave first, so as not to get hurt. As he spoke, Bai Yuan drew a magical array in mid-air, sending Qi Xing and Heminkian back home. The moment Bai Yuan's witchcraft touched Heminkian, he became severely dizzy, closed his eyes, and sank with the array into unconsciousness. When he woke up, naturally, he had turned back into Beiminkian. Beiminkian's eyes gradually brightened, but his memory still lingered at the moment before he fell unconscious. As his heavenly curse power grew stronger, his time to regain consciousness shortened. The faster he regained consciousness, the more he could remember about the time before he passed out. He even remembered waking up once during his unconscious state, a very brief awakening, after which he was quickly pulled back into sleep by a force. What kind of force was it? Beiminkian traced back his memory further. The last time he fell unconscious, it happened in the apartment where he came in contact with Qi Xing's dark forces. And the time before that? He couldn't confirm exactly. But at that time, he was with Qi Xing. And the time before that, he was in the Dark Witch Forest. A theory formed in Beiminkian's mind, could the force causing my unconsciousness be this dark force? Beiminkian sat up in bed, looking around and confirming that he had returned to the mountain villa he shared with Qi Xing. But he should have been in the apartment with Qi Xing originally. His cat-like steps made no sound on the soft carpet. He slowly pushed open the door and followed the scent trail into the kitchen, where he indeed saw Qi Xing's back. Beiminkian's pupils contracted sharply, Qi Xing's collar. It was gone. As the caster of the curse of hexes, Beiminkian could sense its presence. Noticing that Qi Xing wasn't wearing the collar, Beiminkian closed his eyes and activated his senses. He could trace back that the hex in the collar was activated once but was quickly neutralized, by brute force, as the collar was directly destroyed. Mingqian. Qi Xing turned around, surprised to see Beiminkian standing by the door with his eyes closed. Are you awake? Beiminkian opened his eyes, looking deeply at Qi Xing, slowly nodding before asking, how did we come back here? Qi Xing replied, you fainted, I got a bit worried, so I brought you back. I thought if you didn't wake up soon, I'd find a wizard to take a look at you. Beiminkian asked, aren't you a great wizard? Qi Xing choked for a moment, then bitterly laughed, saying, I'm average. Beiminkian had participated in missions to exterminate dark witches for a long time, and therefore had seen many wizards. In his view, Qi Xing's witchcraft was undoubtedly top-notch. However, Qi Xing didn't think so himself. The only wizards Qi Xing had truly interacted with were Great Wizard, High Priest, Bai Yuan, Haiten, and the elusive Trubitan. Among all these people, Qi Xing believed he was merely mediocre. Suddenly, Beiminkian suggested, why don't we spar? Qi Xing was startled, why? In my missions, I often encounter dark witches. Sparring with a dark witch regularly should help me, Beiminkian gave a reasonable explanation. Qi Xing felt he shouldn't refuse. Frankly speaking, although Beiminkian turned into Heminkian upon coming in contact with dark forces, it wasn't something that could happen easily. Only a certain level of intensity of dark magic entering his body could trigger the transformation. Generally, during his missions, the dark witches seldom even grazed him, and even if they did hit him, it was painless. Therefore, except for the time in the Dark Witch Forest, Beiminkian had never become Himinkian during missions. Qi Xing also held the attitude of, as long as I don't strike him forcefully, he won't turn dark, so there's no problem, and started practicing with Beiminkian. However, upon starting, Qi Xing felt something was off about Beiminkian's state. He suspected it was because Beiminkian had just awakened or perhaps due to the damage from the curse of hexes that caused him to not be fully recovered yet, hence making his movements slower than usual. If Qi Xing put all her strength into fighting, she might land a blow. But Qi Xing couldn't use full force, so her actions slowed down as well. A sparring session where one is a cat and another a dog holding back their true strength resulted in a fight that looked like infants playing with pillows, soft and lacking vigor. Beiminkian narrowed his eyes, you can go all out. Qi Xing mumbled, it's obviously because you're not trying. Beiminkian smiled, his movements suddenly speeding up. In an instant, he pounced like lightning, almost pinning Qi Xing under his claws. Out of reflex, Qi Xing used her witchcraft to dodge, summoning the demon bone staff to seriously combat Beiminkian. Beiminkian's attacks were incredibly fierce. According to Qi Xing's normal physical capabilities, she wouldn't be able to defend herself. Thus, she had no choice but to use witchcraft to enhance her own strength. Qi Xing's demon bone staff waved a few times, drawing a crescent-like shadow of dark energy, the trace of the dark force. Beiminkian saw this attack but didn't dodge, he just stood there waiting for the slash to reach him. Startled, Qi Xing quickly jumped over and pushed Beiminkian down to avoid the strike. Beiminkian's expression remained unchanged as he stared into Qi Xing's shocked face. Qi Xing exclaimed, why didn't you dodge? Beiminkian replied, even if I didn't dodge, I wouldn't get hurt. Qi Xing hesitated, unable to continue. While that blow might not harm Beiminkian physically, it would cause him to turn into his black-tailed form. She suppressed her thought and instead said, there's no reason to charge head-on against an attack. But Beiminkian said, I rather wanted to try how it feels to be struck by you. Why don't you hit me again? Qi Xing's mouth twitched at the strange request, what kind of weird demand is this? I won't get injured, Beiminkian asked, so why can't I ask this? Qi Xing shook her head, I'm not some dog who beats his wife. Under this provocation, Beiminkian grew more suspicious that Qi Xing knew encountering the dark force made him lose consciousness. Perhaps her previous actions had also been behind his lapses into unconsciousness. Each time he came to after passing out, she must have done something while he was without awareness. Maybe even met with that cat demon. At these thoughts, Beiminkian's face grew dark. Qi Xing noticed Beiminkian's grim expression and asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Beiminkian's eyes locked on Qi Xing's neck. Where is the collar? Feeling guilty, Qi Xing touched her neck but couldn't immediately come up with a response. Beiminkian wasn't interested in listening to her excuses anyway. He slowly spoke, you promised. His tone turned plaintive, from now on, only to look at me, stay by my side, never go anywhere other than beside me. Qi Xing gripped Beiminkian's hand and said, that's what I've been doing. I only look at you, stay with you, and haven't gone anywhere. Beiminkian pressed his head close to Qi Xing's cheek and sniffed slightly. Then why does your body smell unfamiliar? Exclamation point. Qi Xing froze. True, dogs have keen noses, but cats are hardly inferior. Qi Xing had been to Hetton's lair and then the Demon Bone Tower, so she was bound to return carrying a mix of scents. Didn't this completely negate the statement, I've stayed by Mingqian all the time? But, she really had stayed with Mingqian all the time. She hadn't lied. Qi Xing was left speechless, attempting an explanation, I indeed have been with you all along. As she spoke, she raised her head and caught Beiminkian's gaze, only to freeze abruptly. Beiminkian's current expression was one Qi Xing had never seen before, dark and gloomy like storm clouds ready to smother a whole city, heavy with impending rainfall. Qi Xing almost felt short of breath. Don't bother explaining. Beiminkian reached out to caress Qi Xing's lips. Gazing at them intently, they were such beautiful lips, clever enough to produce sweet words, yet skillful at deceiving with lies. You promised to only watch me, to only stay with me, and I believed it sincerely, Beiminkian spoke gently. If you can't achieve that, I'll help you make it happen. Help me. Qi Xing hadn't fully comprehended the meaning when a wave of dizziness struck her. In a flash, she collapsed, finding herself in Beiminkian's warm embrace. Chapter 60, Ming Qian is outside with a cat. Qi Xing woke up. When he awoke, he found that he had reverted to his original wolf form. It was probably due to the impact of demonic power that he couldn't maintain his human form. He stood up, shook his doggy head, spinning it fast like an electric fan, then stretched in a puppy-like manner. He was very relaxed and comfortable, perhaps because the place he was in was warm and cozy, with every corner emitting a familiar smell. There was his own smell, as well as the scent of a large cat. In theory, the smell of a big cat could easily make a dog uneasy, but this was different, it was a familiar smell to him. The bedroom door opened, and a big cat with the same smell walked in from outside. It was a silver tiger, looking mighty and spirited. Qi Xing happily nudged over, are you my friend? The silver tiger narrowed its ice blue eyes, looking at Qi Xing as if sizing up some rare treasure. Do you remember my name? No, Qi Xing shook his head, then added, but I remember your smell. You must be my friend, right? No, the silver tiger rubbed its head against the furry cheek of the wolf dog. I am your mate. Upon hearing this, Qi Xing was so surprised that his doggy eyes widened. Is that true? The silver tiger asked, don't you believe me? Not at all, Qi Xing tilted his head. It's just, too good to be true, isn't it? Waking up and getting such a fine husband, how lucky could one get? Of course, this was based on Qi Xing liking what he saw when the silver tiger first appeared. If it were someone he didn't like, Qi Xing would have surely thrown a punch to teach them about real iron-blooded wolves. You're my mate? Maybe you're my ancestor. Now, meeting someone he liked, Qi Xing blinked his doggy eyes. Is that true? So happy. Almost can't believe it. The silver tiger softly said, but you've forgotten. Doesn't matter. Qi Xing was highly excited. We can start over together. To start over. The silver tiger nodded contentedly. That's wonderful. This was exactly what Bai Ming Qian wanted. Should we repeat the courtship ritual? The silver tiger suggested. How do you wolves perform courtship? Qi Xing thought for a moment, then said, for us wolves, our hierarchy is very clear. If a higher-ranking wolf wants, they just act, and the lower-ranking wolves cannot refuse. So, there's no such thing as courtship. The silver tiger had heard about this before, nodding. That's why we can't refer to your ritual. Let's skip it. Qi Xing thought, why skip it? Can't you figure out my meaning? Just do it already, no need for fancy things. The silver tiger asked Qi Xing if he was hungry, then let Qi Xing eat first before leaving. While seated at the dining table eating meat, Qi Xing thought about courtship. He ate with great relish, not at all curious about why he was here or who he used to be, showing no subjective will to investigate the past. He seemed more like a tamed puppy, obediently eating the food provided by his owner, playing alone in the house for a while, then started missing the owner, squatting by the door with his ears perked up, waiting for familiar footsteps. After a long while, Qi Xing still hadn't waited for Bai Hu to return. He looked slightly dejected. However, like a little dog, he never considered running out of this room to look for the tiger. As if his mind had no option of leaving this place. His curiosity about the outside world dropped to the lowest level. He didn't even pay much attention to himself. For instance, he had always been unconcerned about why he wore a leather collar around his neck. Squatting by the window, watching the sun slowly set, his beloved spouse still hadn't returned. He started feeling restless, as if it was something intolerable. Looking down through the window, all he saw was lush mountain forest, beautiful yet lonely. Not sure how long he'd been keeping watch, his sharp ears suddenly perked up. He heard it, a distant roar of a tiger. The tiger's roar spread from the deepest part of the mountain forest. The sound wave rippled through the air, finally reaching Qi Xing's ears. This was his summon. Qi Xing's beast instincts were triggered, telling him this was the sound of the tiger courting. This was Bai Hu calling him. Upon hearing the other's summon, the idea of leaving this room popped into Qi Xing's mind, rushing out happily. Following the sound, he leaped over mountains and forests, heading towards his spouse's side. His wolf paws moved lightly, as if stepping on clouds and wind, faster than any bird's flight. The fading sunlight bathed him in warmth, making his entire body feel cozy. Closer and closer. He saw that deep within the forest lay a cliff, with a towering mountain standing high. The cliff face seemed to cut through the sinking sun, its rays fierce under the setting glow. Bai Hu, the silver tiger, stretched his neck to roar, his body dyed golden by the sunset, appearing noble as if about to claim kingship. But there was no crown here, nor any throne, only a rose-colored carpet and clusters of vibrant pinkish-blue hydrangeas. At one end of the mountain, through calling, distant beasts were lured across peaks to unite. This was the courtship ritual of the tiger clan. Bai Hu's eyes were tinted with the warm hues of the sun, not looking as cold as usual. He lowered his head gently and said to Qi Xing, "Thank you for running to me." Qi Xing looked at the hydrangeas which clearly did not grow naturally in the mountains, the rose-colored carpet, and the path adorned with petals, deeply moved. He thought inwardly, just do it already, why bother with all these fancy decorations? Will you consent to be my mate? Bai Hu asked solemnly. I will. Qi Xing answered without hesitation. Bai Hu felt genuinely touched. Using the collar talisman, he cast a mental spell on Qi Xing, making Qi Xing forget everything. However, he didn't use the mental spell to make Qi Xing fall in love with him. He had even mentally prepared himself. Qi Xing, having forgotten everything, wouldn't easily trust him. He would need more time and effort to win Qi Xing's unique affection. Unexpectedly, everything went so smoothly. Qi Xing trusted him from the start, agreeing to pair with him on the very first day. Bai Ming Qian felt as though he had been hit by a falling pie from the sky, dizzy with happiness. The sun finally sank slowly into the very bottom of the cliff until not a single ray remained. A deep blue sky gradually revealed a bright moon. The gentle moonlight illuminated the rose-colored carpet and the dew-drenched hydrangeas. This was their wedding night. In the mountains, under heaven, upon the earth. Bai Ming Qian experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Qi Xing officially became Bai Ming Qian's mate. The cat and the dog began their happy married life in the mountains. There were only the two of them in this mountain, no other intelligent beings, actually, not just intelligent beings, but very few birds or beasts either. Every day, Bai Ming Qian marked his territory, fiercely guarding the forest, such that aside from plants, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, basically no living creature dared to set foot here. Since Qi Xing could remember, Bai Ming Qian was the only being he ever encountered. It was as if the world contained only him and Bai Ming Qian, but Qi Xing knew there was at least one other existence in the world, a civet cat. Though the civet cat always approached extremely cautiously, its stealth skills were far from sufficient to escape Qi Xing's sharp senses. Qi Xing vaguely understood that Bai Ming Qian disliked him interacting with outsiders, so Qi Xing simply pretended to know nothing, treating the fridge as an independent smart system that automatically updated daily, producing fresh food. What sin did the civet cat commit in its past life to get involved in the commander's household affairs now? The once commendable commander had now lost all ambition, refusing any tasks and spending every day in the mountains with his wife. Upon reflection, it wasn't hard to understand, fighting outside versus staying home with a beautiful wife. Normally, anyone would choose the latter. And what's more, this wife had extraordinary combat skills and often left the house when tasked, returning greenhorned each time. The civet cat didn't dare to advise Bai Ming Qian. And now, Bai Ming Qian held the prestigious rank of general, with Whale Bai tacitly allowing most of his choices up until recently, where an exceedingly difficult task loomed, one that likely none but Bai Ming Qian could accomplish. Whale Bai personally came to the mountain seeking Bai Ming Qian, requesting his assistance. As Whale Bai approached the large house nestled among the hills and found Bai Ming Qian tending to flowers in the garden in leisure, he couldn't help but sigh. "You're not thinking about retiring so young, are you?" Bai Ming Qian replied, "I'm merely living the life I want to live." Whale Bai chuckled, "I hope everyone can live the lives they wish for. If there weren't any necessity, I wouldn't disturb you. But for this mission, there's no one else besides you suitable for the job." Bai Ming Qian frowned slightly, seemingly considering something. Whale Bai added, "I know, you're rich and worry-free now. But there will always be some areas where you'll need my support, like getting things done through the civet cat, or accessing certain military equipment." Whale Bai's hint was clear enough. Bai Ming Qian's ability to keep Qi Xing secluded in the mountains depended greatly on Whale Bai's implicit backing. First, Whale Bai was aware of and had approved Bai Ming Qian's improper use of magical artifacts. Bai Ming Qian said indifferently, "All right, but I can't be gone for too long." "Sure," Hu Jing smiled and said, "I also hope you can finish the battle quickly." This house was kept in excellent condition, especially the small garden in front of the house, filled with plants that Qi Xing liked, all planted by Bai Ming Qian himself. Even the clothes on Qi Xing's body were sewn by Bai Ming Qian. In order to spend every day with Qi Xing, Bai Ming Qian learned various life skills such as handicrafts, repairs, cooking, etc., except he didn't farm. He really didn't want anyone else to touch Qi Xing or even look at him too much. Qi Xing was like the most precious treasure this fierce tiger in the mountain hid deep in his cave. No one could get close, offenders would not escape the tiger's mouth. On this day, Qi Xing transformed into human form, wearing a sack-like garment. This was the first piece of clothing made by Bai Ming Qian. It was a rainy-sewn large shirt without any shape, loose and baggy, hanging off Qi Xing's slender body like a big bag, showing two long legs, yet it had some charm to it. Later on, Bai Ming Qian's craftsmanship improved greatly, and he made quite a few better clothes, but Qi Xing still preferred wearing this one at home. Qi Xing ran barefoot around the room twice, then sat on the sofa. Bai Ming Qian also sat down, putting Qi Xing's feet on his thigh, carefully helping him put on newly made cotton socks while saying, "I'll be out for 2 days." Qi Xing, who had been swinging his legs leisurely, immediately became anxious upon hearing this. "Are you leaving? Where to? Can I go with you?" Like a clingy puppy. Qi Xing's attitude gave Bai Ming Qian unprecedented satisfaction. In the past, when Bai Ming Qian had missions, Qi Xing never showed much reluctance. Bai Ming Qian hadn't noticed anything unusual then. Later on, knowing Qi Xing had met a cat spirit during his missions, his feelings became indescribable. Now, Qi Xing clung to him and asked, "Where are you going? Can't I go together?" Bai Ming Qian's eyes grew gentler, and his fingers lightly played with Qi Xing's hair, saying, "Wait for me at home." Qi Xing reluctantly nodded, "Then come back as soon as possible." Bai Ming Qian promised and stayed up with him all night. The next day, Qi Xing slept deeply after being exhausted from play. Bai Ming Qian kissed his cheek tenderly before reluctantly leaving this cozy home. After leaving the forest, Bai Ming Qian's gaze became cold and sharp again. He reviewed the information about the mission, finding the whereabouts of Great Witch Bai Tan. Great Witch Bai Tan had been missing for a long time, and the Wizards Association was truly worried and humbled itself by seeking help from the military department. The military department's advanced technology did prove useful and located an abnormal area. Hu Jing felt something was not right here and did not directly inform the Wizard Association of the location, instead dispatching Bai Ming Qian to investigate first. Following the coordinates, Bai Ming Qian arrived at an old abandoned house. The house was badly maintained, filled with chilling winds, clearly indicating it was a haunted house. Bai Ming Qian was not afraid of ghosts, so he went straight inside. Inside, the place was empty as if it were a cave, with only an old sofa placed in the center of the hall. A frail-looking wizard sat on the sofa, holding a doll in their hands, staring eerily. When Bai Mingqian saw the youth, his expression also changed drastically. The person looked almost identical to Bai Tan. No, not exactly. Although their eyebrows and eyes resembled each other, Bai Mingqian's recognized Bai Tan would never have such a gloomy gaze. You're not Bai Tan. Bai Mingqian made the judgment. Just this sentence completely enraged the wizard sitting on the sofa. If a second ago they still appeared calm, now their ferociousness was fully revealed, almost shouting hysterically, I am Bai Tan. I am the true witchcraft genius Bai Tan. Chilling winds erupted in the house, ghostly shadows rushing toward Bai Mingqian from all sides. Bai Mingqian, who never feared fighting any wizard, instinctively became highly vigilant in this moment. Ghostly shadows turned into flying dolls attacking Bai Mingqian. Seeing these dolls, Bai Mingqian suddenly understood, this was the same wizard who attacked Bai Tan, him, and Qi Xing in the hospital last time. True, Bai Tan faintly said, you only have 1/3 of your power, you cannot be my match. If I were you, I'd run immediately. It turned out that although Mingqian split into two, talents were not equally distributed. Black Mingqian was free from reason's restraints, possessing greater strength. White Mingqian had less power but possessed stronger willpower and self-control. Therefore, Black Mingqian could easily crush most wizards even though he had not learned much. While White Mingqian relied on his own rationality and willpower to break away from the control of the forbidden spell. Each has their own advantages after all. However, Bai Mingqian didn't understand True Bai Tan's words fully. With puppets attacking from all sides, he had no time to think about these matters. True Bai Tan couldn't help but think of the Black Mingqian who was at ease facing a room full of puppets and smirked, you're nowhere near his level. But then he thought again, isn't this a good thing? Why not take care of him now while he's in his weak personality? With that thought, True Bai Tan moved swiftly, appearing in front of White Mingqian in an instant. His fingers curved like hooks, plunging directly toward White Mingqian's heart. The moment the dark energy swirling around True Bai Tan's fingertips touched White Mingqian's tail suddenly turned black. An enormous aura of calamity automatically formed a protective barrier, repelling True Bai Tan a meter away. Startled, True Bai Tan assumed, could this be because of the danger triggering a self-protective switch of personalities? Black Mingqian was still confused, looking bewilderedly at True Bai Tan. True Bai Tan decisively said, farewell. In a flash, True Bai Tan and all the ghost puppets vanished without a trace. Black Mingqian. Right at this moment, the Wizards Association people also arrived nearby. Unlike Black Mingqian's rashness, they didn't rush in immediately. Upon reaching the haunted house area, they activated an array to investigate first. Pure white force surged out from the array, pushing straight into the haunted house. Still dazed, Black Mingqian was hit by these waves of pure white energy, quickly reverting back to White Mingqian. Awakening amidst confusion, White Mingqian had no idea what happened yet, but he could sense a group of wizards heading here. And there was no one left inside the haunted house. Frowning slightly, White Mingqian decided to leave first. Back at the military department, he reported the entire event. Hu Jing was equally perplexed, finally only saying, all right, you should go back and rest for a bit. This incident seems quite complicated, we may need your assistance again later. White Mingqian neither confirmed nor denied, returning home filled with doubt. Qi Xing, like a little puppy waiting for its owner for a long time, was already guarding the door when he heard footsteps. The moment White Mingqian opened the door, Qi Xing enthusiastically rushed over, kissing White Mingqian, I've missed you so much. Why did it take you so long to come back? White Mingqian gently embraced him, saying, I've missed you too. Qi Xing asked, will you have to leave again sometime? White Mingqian frowned slightly, perhaps. Disheartened, Qi Xing sighed, can't you just look at me, just stay by my side? Upon hearing this, White Mingqian murmured, from now on, only look at me, stay with me, never go anywhere except by my side. This seemed to be the promise White Mingqian had once made Qi Xing make. Unbeknownst to them, now it was Qi Xing's turn to make such a demand. White Mingqian wasn't troubled at all, rather, he was overflowing with sweetness incomparable to anything else. He happily hugged Qi Xing, saying, all right, let's agree on this. From now on, we'll only look at each other, stay by each other's side, and never go anywhere else. Qi Xing, a bit befuddled, didn't know why White Mingqian was so happy, but upon hearing these words, he felt immense joy, only responding, all right, let's agree on this. White Mingqian's heart was brimming with happiness as he walked with Qi Xing back into the house. Following closely behind White Mingqian, Qi Xing suddenly changed his expression, grabbing the hem of White Mingqian's clothes and asked, are you seeing someone else on the side? White Mingqian froze for a moment, what? Qi Xing, with anger evident on his face, took out several strands of black cat fur, then explained this, why is there this on your clothes? Chapter 61, Bai Mingqian's plot to kill the adulterer. Bai Mingqian's expression changed, this is. Qi Xing sniffed the cat hair in her palm, and a sudden smile crept up on her lips as she said, ah, it's yours, so that's settled. Mine. Bai Mingqian was momentarily taken aback. Qi Xing said, yes, it's yours. How did you confirm this? Bai Mingqian couldn't understand. The hairs were too fine, with only a faint trace of smell left, which wasn't enough to identify their owner, rather, it was demonic aura that remained. But for Bai Mingqian, demon energy was unique. Bai Mingqian shook the hair in his hand. The demonic aura on this is different from mine. Qi Xing laughed. It is different, but isn't it still yours? Mine. Bai Mingqian understood even less now. This residual demonic aura carries a slightly different scent, but its essence is still you. Qi Xing answered earnestly, it's like dyed fur, it's still your fur. Then, Qi Xing asked, but, why did you dye your fur black? After thinking for a moment, Qi Xing widened her eyes. Oh, did you go out these past 2 days, dye your fur black, and then dye it back? What kind of hobby is that? Bai Mingqian stood there dumbfounded, unable to answer Qi Xing's question. He was still processing Qi Xing's statement, this belongs to you. Bai Mingqian locked himself in the study and stared intently at the few black cat hairs as if researching some centuries-old riddle. At first, he hadn't thought they belonged to him because the demonic powers felt off. However, inspired by Qi Xing, he began to perceive an eerie similarity. If one disregarded the swirling pitch-black force within his power, it fundamentally originated from the same malevolent energy as his own. It was demonic aura tainted by pure black force. Where did the pure black force come from? A significant clue sprang to Bai Mingqian's mind. Each time he came into contact with the pure black force, he would lose consciousness. An unreliable yet plausible conjecture struck him, causing him to suddenly stand up and gaze toward the dressing mirror in his study. In the mirror, his own reflection carried wariness and doubt in his eyes, as though staring at an unwelcome intruder. The phrase Qi Xing had smiled and said before, it's different, but doesn't it belong to you? Once again echoed in his ears, sending a shock through him. No. It's impossible. Even as he shook his head in denial, Bai Mingqian still cautiously locked the door behind him, placed a white witch artifact on the doorknob, and subsequently opened the drawer of his desk, withdrawing a box. The box was exquisitely decorated, secured by a copper lock imprinted with magical seals. It was a trophy obtained when he eradicated the dark witch lair. Packed with dangerous forces, he maintained great caution and refrained from using it, especially after realizing he would pass out upon coming into contact with the pure black force. His eyebrows raised as he set up surveillance inside the room while unlocking the box, retrieving a black short dagger. The dagger gleamed completely black, akin to being forged from obsidian stone, casting a faint emerald glow and radiating intense pure black force. He narrowed his eyes, spread out his left palm, and grasped the black dagger in his right hand, slicing it across his own palm. Blood gushed forth, and the pure black force surged forward, invading his injured muscles like bloodthirsty phantoms. Influenced by the witchcraft power, his vision grew hazier. An unknown amount of time later, Bai Mingqian woke up again, this time near the door, which seemed to corroborate his hypothesis further. His heart sunk more as he looked down at his left palm. Thanks to his robust demon energy, the wound had healed, leaving no traces or scars behind, leaving the skin perfect without any marks. He turned toward the computer, retrieving the surveillance footage. Faithfully, the screen documented everything that just happened, Bai Mingqian cutting his palm with the black dagger, succumbing to the dark power, collapsing to the ground. But shortly thereafter, he regained consciousness. Only this time, he possessed an extra black tail. Upon seeing the black tail on the screen, Bai Mingqian immediately linked it to the black-haired figure, his expression growing all the more serious. On the monitor, Mingguan's Bai woke up, took a look around the room, and intended to leave. His hand touched the artifact Bai Mingqian had set on the doorknob, instantly purifying him with white power, causing him to once again lose consciousness. After watching the whole segment, Bai Mingqian let out a heavy breath. Leaning back in his office chair, his gaze grew extraordinarily deep. Qi Xing's words, different, but isn't it still yours? Rang in his ears once more. Is it? Does Qi Xing think so? No wonder. Bai Mingqian's feelings became increasingly complex. No wonder Qi Xing would declare herself solely devoted to him, promising to love only him. It wasn't that Qi Xing excelled at lying, nor was it that Qi Xing played around with feelings. Rather, in Qi Xing's heart, he was truly just one. Be it black or white, to him, though different, they were both Mingqian. Such an answer could not ease Bai Mingqian's unease but rather made him even more restless. If the rival was someone else, he could still come up with a way to get rid of them. But if the rival was himself? How could he win over that? His existence meant the existence of a rival. The hands that embraced Qi Xing and the lips that kissed her would all be used by another revolting black presence. It was utterly humiliating. When realizing there was a black force in his body, Bai Mingqian's first reaction was repulsion, disgust, even hatred. Cats are animals with extremely strong territorial awareness. Even a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, let alone 1 body. Bai Mingqian had always been composed and courteous, yet now rarely showed an angry expression, especially toward the mirror, where his own reflection revealed fangs protruding from under thin lips, eyes full of ferocity as if he were an untamed fierce beast rather than the so-called educated big cat. Qi Xing managed to conceal the truth, but Bai Mingqian eventually caught sight of it. Qi Xing concealed the truth because heightened the great which had hinted, these 2 personalities cannot coexist peacefully, either one kills the other, or they perish together to form a new personality. And what Qi Xing feared might soon come to pass. But now, Qi Xing who had lost his memory didn't remember any of this. In his world, there was only Bai Mingqian. For such a long time away from home, Qi Xing waited for Bai Mingqian, only to find upon his return that Bai Mingqian did not properly play with him but instead locked himself in the study alone. Qi Xing was filled with grievances but could not lash out, so he sat at the study door waiting patiently for Bai Mingqian to appear. Who knew Bai Mingqian would keep himself locked up for an entire day? It wasn't until late at night that Bai Mingqian opened the door and came out. As soon as the door opened, Qi Xing perked up his ears, wagged his tail, and shone bright eyes at Bai Mingqian. "You're finally out." Bai Mingqian was too focused on his affairs in the study and didn't notice that Qi Xing had been waiting outside. When he opened the door and saw Qi Xing looking eagerly at him, how could he not realize Qi Xing had been waiting outside for quite some time? Thinking about how long Qi Xing had squatted by the door, Bai Mingqian felt sweet tenderness mixed with heartfelt pity. On one hand, he wondered why Qi Xing had to burden himself like this, feeling it truly shouldn't happen. On the other hand, he thought how glad he was that Qi Xing was willing to bear so much for him, but this happiness was also something that really shouldn't exist. In apology, Bai Mingqian said, "I'm sorry." "It doesn't matter." Qi Xing hugged Bai Mingqian's neck and said, "Just come and play with me, that'll do." Bai Mingqian was restless too, picked up Qi Xing, and headed towards the bedroom to play with him. Qi Xing played joyfully, shouting happily. As Bai Mingqian played with him, his gaze unconsciously shifted to the large mirror placed against the wall. Ordinarily, Bai Mingqian found this mirror rather romantic. He liked seeing the conquest scenes reflected in the mirror. However, now, he was brimming with annoyance, gazing at the body of his mirrored self and feeling immense animosity. Aversion. Hatred. An urgency to eliminate it at once. Earlier in the study, he attempted to explore his consciousness using his mind, trying to find traces of the other, him, existing within him. But it seemed as if a dam had risen in his mind, as if some mysterious power had split his consciousness into two parts. The two were blocked by an impenetrable wall, forever unable to feel each other. Bai Mingqian was already very familiar with this kind of banishment spell. It was a psychological incantation restriction. From the aura, it seemed like Bai Tan's handiwork. Realizing this, Bai Mingqian grew even more dissatisfied with Bai Tan. Just what exactly had this self-righteous witch put inside his brain? If earlier finding the whereabouts of Bai Tan the Great Witch was merely something Bai Mingqian had to do, now it became something Bai Mingqian must do. He must catch Bai Tan before the Wizard Association does and interrogate him thoroughly, asking just how many disgusting hypnosis spells he had planted in him. If Bai Tan wanted to stay alive, he'd better undo all these baffling banishments. Bai Mingqian tried to push away the restriction using willpower as he had done before. This time he was much more experienced and quickly, cracks appeared in the mental barrier. Vaguely, he sensed the aura coming from the other, him, intense heavenly kill energies intertwined with dark powers, emitting an overwhelmingly powerful pressure. Sure enough, Bai Mingqian recalled Bai Tan saying, "You have only 1/3 of your strength." Then, the other existence had usurped 2/3 of his strength, which was absolutely absurd. Neither his strength nor his beloved would Bai Mingqian ever share with him. While Qi Xing was playing, he noticed the great cat getting distracted and grabbed its tail unhappily, saying strongly, "What are you thinking about? Don't tell me there really is another cat outside." Bai Mingqian came back to his senses, looking at Qi Xing whose face was flushed like rouge, with a gentle gaze. "I only want you, and you only me. Wouldn't that be good?" "Of course it would." Qi Xing replied with a smile. Holding the beauty in his arms, Bai Mingqian cast aside all thoughts and threw himself wholeheartedly into this game of cat and dog. After one round of the game, Qi Xing hugged the blanket and asked him, "I felt something was off about you since you returned. What happened?" As soon as Bai Mingqian returned, he locked himself up in the study. This wasn't normal at all. More importantly, what troubled Qi Xing was that Bai Mingqian had zoned out for the first time ever during their intimate activities, which definitely set off huge alarms for Qi Xing. Bai Mingqian wasn't usually like this. The big cat was always very focused when eating and never lost focus. Something major must have happened. Qi Xing looked at Bai Mingqian's furrowed brows and gently said, "You can tell me all your worries." After pondering for a while, Bai Mingqian finally said slowly, "Those black cat hairs really aren't mine." Upon hearing this, Qi Xing practically blew up. "What do you mean? You really have someone else outside?" Qi Xing had been pretending to behave well, but now couldn't sit still any longer. His claws were almost showing, ready to rip apart whoever Bai Mingqian pointed at. Bai Mingqian hurriedly calmed Qi Xing by saying, "Of course not." "Then what is it?" Qi Xing barely managed to steady his mind. Bai Mingqian said, "This time I went out on a dangerous mission." "I have a rough idea," Qi Xing replied. Although Bai Mingqian kept Qi Xing confined on the mountain and forbade him from leaving, it didn't stop him from browsing online. Bai Mingqian even let Qi Xing see their fan sites more often. Qi Xing learned a lot about himself and Mingqian from there. Mingqian was the iron-blooded big cat of the military, often responsible for dangerous missions dealing with dark witches. Worried, Qi Xing said, "Is something wrong?" Bai Mingqian didn't intend to weave colorful lies to Qi Xing like how he had deceived himself, not because Bai Mingqian had high moral standards, but because he believed the more lies one told, the easier it was to get caught. Qi Xing himself was an example of this. So Bai Mingqian half-covered the truth and said, "It's confidential. There are many things I can't tell you, it wouldn't be good for you to know." "Ah." Qi Xing dejectedly lowered his head, "I see." However, there's one thing you must bear in mind, Bai Mingqian seriously said. Hearing Bai Mingqian's solemn tone, Qi Xing also tensed up. All right, speak, I'm listening. If you see someone exactly like me, except with a black tail and dark power on his body, Bai Mingqian said, you need to remember, he isn't me. Qi Xing widened his eyes greatly, taking some time to fully understand, someone identical to you but has a black tail, and covered in dark powers. What is it? He thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, is it the owner of those few black cat hairs? Exactly, Bai Mingqian nodded gravely, he's a dangerous element, extremely eloquent and cunning. If you encounter him, don't give him any chance to persuade you, don't listen to him. Qi Xing was still somewhat confused. But Bai Mingqian explained earnestly, he will wear my face, pretending to be close to you, deceiving you into trusting him. Ah. Qi Xing, hearing Bai Mingqian's description, found it quite terrifying. Don't give him any chance. Bai Mingqian instructed. Qi Xing, seeing Bai Mingqian's stern expression, felt tense inside, if I meet him, what should I do? Don't be afraid. Bai Mingqian produced a pure white dagger from somewhere and said softly, use this, stab it into his heart. Bai Mingqian's tone was very gentle, as if persuading a child to take a piece of candy. Chapter 62, Does Brother Dislike Me? Bai Mingqian and Qi Xing fell asleep in each other's arms. Ordinarily, Qi Xing was always the one who slept more soundly between them, but today the situation was reversed. Qi Xing was unsettled by Bai Mingqian's words, his hand tightly gripping a pure white dagger, as he stared at the ceiling with a dazed expression, still processing the information given to him by Bai Mingqian. Qi Xing suffered from amnesia, but it only affected his declarative memory, his procedural memory remained intact. For example, he might forget who taught him how to tie his shoelaces, but he still remembered how to do it. He didn't remember where he learned witchcraft, yet he could freely call upon knowledge of it. So, he knew that the dagger clutched in his hand was no ordinary weapon, but a very special magical instrument. This kind of device was specially designed for demonic beasts. Unlike humans, 90% of these beasts cannot harness witch power, but they can wield such specially empowered instruments. The dagger in Qi Xing's palm had clearly been infused with an exceptionally powerful pure white force. There seemed to be a hidden spell within it, but Qi Xing wasn't skilled in deciphering such brain-taxing advanced techniques, so he couldn't identify it. Sigh, if only he could get in touch with. Qi Xing hesitated momentarily. Who could he contact? He couldn't recall. But there was a faint notion lingering in his mind, if he could contact someone, that person would surely be able to remove the curse. In comparison to Qi Xing's restlessness, Bai Mingqian was surprisingly deep in sleep today. On normal days, whenever Qi Xing tossed and turned like this, Bai Mingqian would wake up halfway through the night and attentively ask what was wrong with Qi Xing. But today, Bai Mingqian was sleeping deeply, as if not even thunder could rouse him. Again, Qi Xing's mind replayed Bai Mingqian's warning before sleep, it's a malicious demon that steals possession of human bodies. It could attach itself to my body at any time, you must stay vigilant. As if confirming Bai Mingqian's words, a surge of dark witch power arose from the bedside. Qi Xing immediately sat upright, swallowing hard, carefully observing the large cat on the pillow. A mysterious dark force like smoke enveloped Bai Mingqian's body, entwining with the silver strands of Bai Mingqian's hair. The scene was eerie enough to make Qi Xing feel fear. He immediately swung the white dagger in his hand. The blade contained pure white power, which cleanly severed the black mist like cutting through hair effortlessly. However, it was still impossible to stop the transformation happening to Bai Mingqian's body. Qi Xing acutely noticed a strong force emanating from Mingqian's body, a black tail snaking out from under his clothing like a terrifying snake. Qi Xing felt both alarmed and afraid, gripping the dagger even tighter. Bai Mingqian's words were still ringing in his ears, don't give him any chance, pierce straight through his heart. Qi Xing had solemnly promised, but when confronted with Black Mingqian face to face, he found himself unable to fulfill his promise. His hand, holding the white dagger, trembled involuntarily, as if his body was protesting against such an action. While Qi Xing hesitated, Black Mingqian had already woken up completely, opening his eyes and staring at Qi Xing with round, feline eyes, seemingly assessing the current situation. In Black Mingqian's line of sight, what was clearest was Qi Xing's full face of hostility, dagger in hand, pointed at his chest. Pretty darling, Black Mingqian asked somewhat bewildered, are you going to kill me? Black Mingqian's expression was fragile to the extreme, as if he was already suffering unbearable pain before the knife even pierced his chest. Hearing the 4 words, pretty darling, Qi Xing's heartstrings were as though scratched by a cat, trembling uncontrollably. However, Bai Mingqian's voice still echoed in his ears. He is dangerous, cunning and smooth-talking. If you encounter him, don't give him any chance to persuade you, don't listen to what he says. He will appear as me, pretending to be intimate with you to gain your trust. That is an evil spirit that will steal your flesh, always be on guard. Qi Xing was agonizing internally. Bai Mingqian's warnings made him see Black Mingqian as a mortal enemy logically, but looking into those bright eyes of Black Mingqian, his heart softened considerably, making it hard for him to act decisively. Qi Xing, what cursed cat lover am I? Black Mingqian seemed to sense Qi Xing's internal struggle and confusion, and then asked, baby, are you here to take my life? Or just to gouge out my heart? If said aloud, others might not believe it, but if Black Mingqian's heart was dug out, he wouldn't die. His demonic powers were too formidable, even decapitation or removal of his heart wouldn't stop him, just a bandage would keep him alive. When Bai Mingqian told Qi Xing to stab Black Mingqian with a knife, he didn't actually intend for him to die. No, precisely speaking, Bai Mingqian did not plan for this body to perish. After all, it was also Bai Mingqian's body. Upon hearing Black Mingqian's words, Qi Xing became even more confused. What does that mean? Just stabbing my heart won't kill me. Black Mingqian sat up casually, not caring at all about the dagger pointed at his chest. Qi Xing instinctively pulled back when he saw Black Mingqian's carefree movements, not wanting to hurt him. Seeing Qi Xing's retreat, Black Mingqian's look of pain vanished and was replaced with a wide grin. I told you, pretty darling, that you wouldn't really harm me. When Black Mingqian opened his eyes and found Qi Xing aiming the dagger at his chest, he had been surprised and hurt. However, seeing that Qi Xing couldn't bring himself to kill him, he forgave everything, ceasing to be upset. He blinked his cat-like eyes and asked, "Is this some new game?" Qi Xing felt both laughter and sorrow welling up inside him as he recalled Bai Mingqian's descriptions, incredibly cunning, deceptively persuasive, pretending to be intimate with you, making him uncertain. Is this guy really just pretending? How could he possibly be dumb? But somehow, it seemed like he might actually be, not very bright. And yet, he seemed genuinely close, to me. Qi Xing swallowed, knowing that he usually relied on his intuition, which has never let him down. His intuition told him that the silver tiger with the black tail before him wasn't devious or malicious. As a saying goes, what bad intentions could little kittens have? But Bai Mingqian's warnings couldn't be easily dismissed. Bai Mingqian had warned that this was a highly dangerous, extremely ferocious evil spirit. Clutching the dagger awkwardly, Qi Xing hesitated and finally blurted out, "Are you really an extremely ferocious and wicked demon?" As soon as the words were out, he regretted them. What a stupid question. Who would say, yes? Of course. Black Mingqian replied. Stunned, Qi Xing asked again, really? Really, Black Mingqian answered seriously, I'm super fierce. Qi Xing didn't know how to respond. Is this the deceitfully persuasive, manipulative evil spirit Bai Mingqian spoke of? Even if this does count as deceitful persuasion, I'm almost enchanted by him. For some inexplicable reason. He is so cute. Black Mingqian grew impatient and swayed his black tail irritably, asking, what's the matter? Qi Xing also felt bewildered. I don't know either. Seeing that Qi Xing still clutched the dagger without letting go, its tip aimed directly at him, Black Mingqian then asked, so, are you going to stab me? If so, just do it quickly, and after that we can play something else, right? Qi Xing was completely perplexed. Black Mingqian leaned in closer, urging, come on, pretty darling. No, no, no. Qi Xing immediately shrank back, trembling uncontrollably, don't get too excited, it's dangerous. Unconcerned that Qi Xing clearly showed no intention to hurt him, Black Mingqian simply slapped the dagger out of Qi Xing's hand. Qi Xing hadn't expected to disarm himself so quickly, and before he could react, Black Mingqian had already pounced on him and begun doing unspeakable things. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Qi Xing was utterly shocked. Not wasting words, Black Mingqian bit into his neck. As an animal, it was extremely hard to resist when the fated nape was bitten. Qi Xing was dazed, but he also enjoyed it. How strange. Even though Qi Xing knew for certain this was an evil spirit, its face, smell, caresses, and kisses were exactly the same as Mingqian's, so familiar and affectionate, that Qi Xing couldn't bring himself to put up much resistance. Instead, he felt this was entirely acceptable. After a round, this devilishly clever evil spirit gave him gentle strokes and licks, displaying intimate gestures, full of undeniable familiarity, as if such a scene had played out countless times. And Qi Xing's body reacted positively. This was entirely. Qi Xing became confused and conflicted, tears streaming down his cheeks after a long pause. I've become dirty. Black Mingqian glanced back and saw Qi Xing's tearful eyes, visibly startled. Oh. Was it that pleasurable? Yet, Qi Xing sobbed and said, I've wronged Mingqian. At this, Black Mingqian's expression darkened. You're with me, but you're thinking about that bastard. Huh? Qi Xing stared blankly at Black Mingqian. Enraged, Black Mingqian retorted, I, an immensely ferocious evil spirit, am quite aggrieved being your mistress, alright? Please concentrate during our affair and stop mentioning the official spouse all the time, don't forget basic etiquette when playing around with two boats, will ya? Adding further frustration, Black Mingqian whined, in the past, you never mentioned him in front of me. You've changed. Qi Xing sighed helplessly, what, do you mean? With that, Black Mingqian stormed off, angry, yet didn't dare go too far in case Qi Xing lost interest. He squatted in a corner, his back facing Qi Xing, with his tail dragging listlessly on the ground. Although Qi Xing didn't fully understand the situation, he couldn't suppress his affection for Black Mingqian, and immediately went over to rub his head, smoothing out his fur in a very skilled manner. Qi Xing grew increasingly suspicious about his deep connection with this evil spirit. After soothing Black Mingqian's ruffled fur, Qi Xing sighed, saying, you might not believe it, but I actually lost my memory. Lost your memory? Black Mingqian was slightly surprised but quickly accepted it. It doesn't matter. I lose my memory quite often too. Qi Xing smiled and asked, then can you tell me what you meant earlier by having an affair? Black Mingqian unhappily replied, what else could it be? You hooked up with that cat named Qianer, then came to seduce me. I was humbly trying to accommodate the situation. Qi Xing's expression changed drastically. Ah. Is that true? But Mingqian didn't say so. What did he say? Black Mingqian asked. Qi Xing said, he said you're a parasitic demon spirit, and I have to eliminate you. Black Mingqian leapt up in anger, goodness. I wasn't causing him trouble, yet he's plotting to kill me. Qi Xing started imagining a story of a promiscuous wolf dog having affairs with two partners. But little did he know, he himself turned out to be that exact dog. Impossible. How could he possibly be such a womanizer? Black Mingqian was about to grab a knife to kill Qianer, but then remembered that as the adulterer, he should keep low-key. He thought, that Qianer didn't come personally to kill me but instead sent Pretty Darling, clearly he's aiming not only to take my life but also destroy me mentally. If I go after him, I'll just play into his hands. Thus, Black Mingqian assumed the pitiful demeanor expected of an adulterer, mewing, so brother has no place for me anymore, Brother? Qi Xing questioned. Isn't your official husband my big brother? Black Mingqian reluctantly engaged in tea-flirtation. I've always respected him and never disrupted your lives, yet he still won't tolerate me. Now thoroughly confused, Qi Xing had nothing to say. What on earth is this devilish trial field? Black Mingqian continued, Pretty Darling, do you also plan to let him kill me? Of course not. Qi Xing answered hoarsely, but, the situation is now very complicated. I. Black Mingqian wouldn't let up, never thought Big Brother would act like this. I assumed I just had to stay out of his sight and we could coexist peacefully. Didn't expect, sniff sniff. Alright, why don't you bring me to meet Big Brother so I can explain things clearly to him? And then kill him. Black Mingqian had already harbored murderous thoughts towards this Qianer. Qi Xing's face shifted as he said, you haven't seen him. Black Mingqian shook his head, nope, never seen him. Chapter 63, the two Mingqian are fighting. How could that be? Qi Xing felt incredulous, then how did you possess his body? Possession? He Mingqian's cat face was shocked, what possession? Qi Xing suddenly felt the situation was unclear, wasn't it possession? Then how did you jump out of his body? I jumped out of his body. He Mingqian was greatly surprised, what do you mean? Is he my mom? Even though He Mingqian had no sense of ethics, this situation still shocked him deeply. Qi Xing hurriedly shook his head, that's not what I meant. He Mingqian was unusually patient with Qi Xing, so he said, then explain, what exactly do you mean? Qi Xing then recounted everything he knew to He Mingqian. When He Mingqian heard that he had possessed Mingqian's body like an evil demon and even sprouted a black tail, his expression turned extremely ugly. Seeing his face like that, Qi Xing asked concernedly, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? He Mingqian's mouth opened slightly but then closed, as if there were some words hard to speak on the tip of his tongue that retreated back down his throat. Although He Mingqian was rash and straightforward, he wasn't entirely stupid. He always experienced memory loss and inexplicably moved from one place to another. Despite Qi Xing having another cat, there had never been other sense. In He Mingqian's mind, some notion seemed to be budding, hitting his brain in such a way that it tingled with pain. Unable to endure, he suddenly leaped up and rushed out of the room. Seeing this, Qi Xing quickly followed him into the study when He Mingqian entered after leaving the bedroom. Inside, Qi Xing saw He Mingqian take a CP booklet between himself and Mingqian from a prominent spot on the desk. This wasn't the first time He Mingqian had seen this book, but when he tried to recall it, he realized he couldn't remember what Qianer looked like or what name went with the face. It was as if there was a cloth covering the key parts, blinding his mind and eyes. This time, upon opening the booklet, his eyes firmly locked onto Mingqian's photo. Strangely, although everything else in the book was crystal clear, whenever his gaze fell on Qianer's name and picture, the vision became blurred as if looking through a thick layer of frosted glass. Most terrifyingly, he hadn't noticed this at all before. According to the nature of psychological curse spells, once he became aware of this frosted glass, he was already halfway free, and cracks had started appearing in this piece of glass, just needing more forceful impact. He gritted his teeth, forcing his eyes wide open, trying to see clearly. In Qi Xing's view, it seemed like He Mingqian was using every ounce of his strength to glare at the book in his hands, veins protruding on his temples. What's wrong with you? Qi Xing worriedly asked. As if not hearing Qi Xing, He Mingqian concentrated fully on the photo in his hand. Who is this? That face. Cracks like a spider web appeared on the frosted glass, gradually spreading apart as small shards fell, making the face in the photo gradually clearer. With bloodshot eyes, He Mingqian let out a cry of shock, it's me. Me. The real owner of the body is, myself. Staggering, He Mingqian felt weak, as if drained. Though he possessed 2/3 of demonic energy and malevolent qi, his spiritual power was relatively weak. He could not maintain calmness like by Mingqian after breaking the psychological banishment. His trembling lips were akin to a kitten suddenly discovering a cucumber behind its back, jumping up in surprise. "What's wrong with you?" Qi Xing asked anxiously. But He Mingqian fell backward, lying flat on the ground, closing his eyes, unconscious. Apparently, due to excessive mental exhaustion, he entered sleep mode. He would recover after sleeping for a while. Qi Xing, extremely worried, carried He Mingqian off the ground, put him to bed, and thoroughly checked his body. In the end, she confirmed that He Mingqian's demonic energy was fine, his physical indicators normal, and it simply appeared that he was just exhausted and fell asleep. Relieved, Qi Xing stayed by He Mingqian's bedside waiting for him to wake up. He Mingqian felt as if he had sunk into a sea. In that ocean-like consciousness sea, part of the water was separated by a tall wall. Cracks appeared on one end of the high wall, and his side was also fractured. It seemed like this wall separating the two seas was going to collapse any time. He Mingqian's consciousness swam towards the wall, following the broken cracks. On the other side, he saw a white presence. Pure white things. Disgusting. He Mingqian instinctively disliked the other. Moreover, he soon realized, this aversion was mutual. His gaze soon drew caution from the opposite side, where the white presence also looked back at him with equal loathing. The white voice was calm, "You've seen me." At this point, He Mingqian hadn't realized that the one across from him had a voice identical to his own. Indeed, He Mingqian had never recorded his own voice, and everyone hears their own voice differently than how others hear it. Thus, He Mingqian didn't know his voice sounded like this. "Yes, I've seen you," He Mingqian said provocatively. "So what if I look at you?" "Vulgar," Bai Mingqian coldly remarked. "I don't understand why Qi Xing would take interest in such a crude soul." "You." He Mingqian snapped upon hearing the mention of Qi Xing, waking as if from a dream. "You're that jerk." Bai Mingqian could sense that He Mingqian's soul was without flaw. This made him quite disappointed. "Qi Xing hasn't laid a finger on you." Thinking of the dagger pointed at his own chest, He Mingqian grew enraged. But he refrained from hurling curses and instead gloated, "The beautiful baby couldn't bear to hurt me." "You miscalculated, bro." Hearing the term bro, Bai Mingqian's soul shivered, as if struck by lightning. If he weren't a civilized, well-read big cat, he probably would have sworn right then. He Mingqian occasionally used snide comments, though he wasn't genuinely adept at it, and he wasn't enthusiastic about verbal sparring. There was no need for sarcasm or foul language here. The only solution was destruction. Crushing the other would be the definitive way to eradicate the problem. Bai Mingqian wanted to kill He Mingqian, but did He Mingqian not also wish to destroy Bai Mingqian? The black soul hovered around the edge of the wall, darting through cracks like an arrow toward the white presence opposite. And the pure white spirit was no ordinary opponent. It immediately formed light shields to block the black arrow's attack. Meanwhile, it unleashed waves of snowy white light sword striking chaotically toward the opposing side. In an instant, the sea of consciousness roared like a tsunami. He Mingqian wielded greater power, attacking ferociously. In a physical battle, he would likely have already triumphed. But alas, this was a spiritual war within the mind. With stronger mental power, Bai Mingqian gained considerable advantage. Both spirits possessed unique strengths, and they clashed fiercely, making it difficult to discern the victor. No matter how intense the fight raged in the consciousness, the physical body remained tranquil. Mingqian's body still lay sprawled across the bed, eyes tightly shut. Qi Xing, who had been guarding by the bedside and started to feel drowsy, suddenly seemed startled by something. His ears perked up, and his eyes abruptly widened as he became alert, crouching protectively over Mingqian's body. Mingqian appeared normal on the surface, but Qi Xing acutely sensed something was different. He pressed his ear against Mingqian's chest and heard the heart pounding violently, racing as if participating in an Ironman triathlon. "What's wrong?" Qi Xing raised his head suspiciously and placed his palm on Mingqian's forehead, trying to detect any fluctuation in the demonic energy within Mingqian's body. Without probing, things might have stayed fine, but once he pushed his demonic energy inward, it was like touching an overwhelming wave of towering seas. He was instantly shoved away. His body became weightless as he was sent flying toward the opposite wall, sliding heavily down. "Mingqian!" Qi Xing cried out. What was happening? In a panic, Qi Xing rushed back to the bedside, trying to wake Mingqian, but all efforts were futile. Qi Xing violently shook Mingqian's body, growing so anxious his eyes turned red. "Mingqian! Mingqian! Wake up! What's wrong with you?" The Mingqian before him appeared trapped in some deep and bottomless nightmare. Unless he woke up himself, nothing outside could shake him loose, not even lightning. Qi Xing felt helpless and frightened, even developing anger towards his own inadequacy, anger at being powerless. Why can't I do anything? Why am I utterly unable to help? A feeling of déjà vu swept over Qi Xing, as flashes of memories began flickering through his mind. A vague picture appeared, lightning flew in from somewhere, but none of these strikes hit him because there was a big cat shielding him with its body. So I could get hurt too. Qi Xing's eyes suddenly became clear. Past memories fell like snowflakes, swirling wildly before his eyes. Sometimes it was the unrestrained yet charming He Mingqian, sometimes it was the steady and cool but secretly passionate Bai Mingqian. All the memories returned. Breaking free from the psychological curse left Qi Xing utterly drained. He collapsed onto the floor, his breathing erratic, vision blurred by hypoglycemia-like darkness. No. I can't faint. Qi Xing forced his eyes wide open. I must find out what's wrong with Ming Qian. Struggling to stand, he leaned against Ming Qian's chest, hugging him tightly with all his strength. Drawing teleportation symbols with his fingers, he teleported them both to the lair of Black Ebony the Witch. With no other options, he had to resort to seeking help from the Ancient One, Black Ebony, hoping he could find a way to break the curse. To be honest, he still didn't understand what had happened. His mental exhaustion after breaking the taboo spell left his mind foggy and unclear. After barely drawing the magical array, he passed out from the effort. When he woke up, he found himself lying on the floor of Black Ebony's lair. This is... Qi Xing sat up, blinked, and glanced around, Black Ebony's place. He struggled to stand. Where's Ming Qian? Ming Qian. The air still carried Ming Qian's scent, but judging by its intensity, Ming Qian wasn't here and had been gone for quite some time. Did Ming Qian leave on his own? Or was he taken? Qi Xing thought anxiously as he began shouting the Ancient One's name again, but there was no response. By the sharp sense of smell characteristic of canine creatures, Qi Xing judged that the Great Witch Black Ebony hadn't returned for a long while. It was like he hadn't come back since he last left. Qi Xing, sitting on the ground deep in thought, made an inference. Last time at the Demon Bone Tower, Bai Yuan and Black Ebony had fought. What was the result? No matter the outcome, it seemed that Black Ebony hadn't returned since that day. Could it be that Bai Yuan annihilated him? Or maybe, they destroyed each other. This guess was too terrifying. Qi Xing stood up, finding Black Ebony's divination board, lit a candle, and prepared to perform calculations. As he prepared to divine Black Ebony's fortune, his hand hesitated, then pulled back. He sighed and said, Ancestor, I admit I'm not filial enough. I'm more male without humaneness. Divination consumes spiritual energy, vitality, and even life force. Qi Xing couldn't possibly determine the fate of multiple individuals in one go. So, he prioritized figuring out Ming Qian's whereabouts. Despite Qi Xing's diligent efforts at divination, the results were extremely obscure, leaving him unable to comprehend them clearly. Damn, I really should have studied more. Qi Xing cursed inwardly, feeling mentally strained. He had no choice but to sift through Black Ebony's discarded notes while trying his best to decipher them, much like a student 5 years out of college attempting difficult math problems with increasing frustration. Fortunately, Qi Xian was both smart and determined. After 3 days and nights of calculation, he finally cracked it. Ming Qian went somewhere 3 kilometers southeast. Without hesitation, Qi Xing set off toward the place indicated by the divinations. What he didn't expect was that the place pointed to by the divinations turned out to be where True Bai Tan was currently residing. True Bai Tan was stitching a doll with tender eyes gazing upon Ming Qian's face. I never imagined, catching the fusion of 2 personalities of the heavenly disaster beast. Just as Black Tan had told Qi Xing before, if the taboo in the sea of consciousness is shattered, either the black dyes the white completely black or the white purifies the black half, or, they merge into a single gray, becoming another new existence. 2 soul entities violently attacked inside their brain, crashing against the unstable wall of the taboo, mixing together, tearing each other apart, swallowing one another. In the end, neither side won. They seemed to still exist but also appeared as though they vanished without a trace. Coincidentally, Qi Xing had teleported Ming Qian to Black Tan's lair, which wasn't far from True Bai Tan's residence. The abnormality of the heavenly disaster beast caught True Bai Tan's attention. After sensing the location, Bai Tan arrived at Black Tan's lair and lured Ming Qian away. Ming Qian opened his eyes, his pupils carrying a hint of bewilderment, akin to a newborn infant. True Bai Tan greatly favored this innocent and ignorant look. It indicated this was a clean slate that he could freely draw upon. True Bai Tan smiled faintly. Good child, call me dad. Bewildered, Ming Qian looked at True Bai Tan, raised his hand, and with total innocence twisted Bai Tan's head off. #ref. When Qi Xing arrived at the place indicated by the divinations, he discovered a major issue. It was a private estate, unauthorized entry strictly prohibited. Of course, Qi Xing wasn't exactly an obedient pup. Flipping over walls to find his husband gave him no qualms. The problem was, this wall, he couldn't climb. It wasn't because the wall was particularly tall or electrified. If that was the case, it would be easier to handle, but rather this wall was inscribed with profound spells beyond Qi Xing's capability to decode. If he tried to break in forcibly, he'd probably cost himself his life first. A very powerful witchcraft trace. Qi Xing closed his eyes and sensed it. This isn't pure white power, nor is it dark power. It resembles. It's more like the pure white power polluted by dark power. His eyes flickered with doubt. This kind of power was something he had only heard of from Black Tan, supposedly the characteristic of a white witch corrupted and darkened by pollution. So then, did this estate house a skilled and powerful darkened white witch? Could it be? Could it be Zhen Bai Tan? Qi Xing shuddered. If it was Zhen Bai Tan, that wasn't a good omen. Storming in wasn't an option, he had to call in reinforcements. In the past, he might have shamelessly asked the ancestor for help, but now the ancestor was no longer an option, so he sought another way. Qi Xing considered thoroughly and decided to contact the military department and the special division. He got in touch with old Ma Yang and Hu Jingjun, giving them a semi-true report. Ming Qian had gone missing, potentially connected to the disappearance of Bai Tan. Ming Qian was originally the military department's prized gem, and Bai Tan's disappearance was one of the recent big cases. The linking of these two incidents immediately drew the attention of both the military department and the Wizard Association. Hu Jingjun very seriously urged Qi Xing to quickly return to the military department for a meeting to clearly report the situation. When Qi Xing heard about the meeting, he felt things wouldn't be handled efficiently. The decision-making process of these departments through meetings was probably slow. But there was nothing else he could do now, so Qi Xing returned to the military department to make his report. As soon as he entered the conference room, Qi Xing felt the serious atmosphere. Not only were powerful beast elders like Hu Jingjun and old Ma Yang sitting in the meeting room, but also several high-ranking members of the Wizard Association including the Great Priest. It seemed the higher-ups were taking this matter very seriously. The moment Qi Xing entered, the Great Priest stood up and said anxiously, "You say this incident is related to the disappearance of Great Wizard Bai Tan. Why do you think so? Do you have any leads?" Upon hearing this question from the Great Priest, Qi Xing realized the Wizard Association cared more about Bai Tan than Ming Qian. However, this was understandable. Qi Xing replied, "I vaguely saw that the wizard who abducted Ming Qian looked very much like Bai Tan." The Great Priest's expression turned extremely solemn, yet he harbored little doubt. In fact, when Qi Xing mentioned Ming Qian being abducted, both the military department and the Wizard Association wanted to shout, "Impossible." Ming Qian was no longer an amateur. Everyone had witnessed his recent victories. This Ming Qian was not the same person as 5 years ago who could easily be kidnapped by dark witches. Right now, he could probably knock out a dark witch with a single punch. What kind of wizard could abduct Ming Qian? In their understanding, it seemed only Bai Tan could manage it. Are you sure? The Great Priest, though without too much suspicion, still didn't fully believe. Is it really the Great Wizard Bai Tan? I've already said, I just vaguely saw. Qi Xing responded, "It was chaotic at the time, he appeared and disappeared suddenly, leaving me no time to get a clear look. I can only say it looked very much like him." Old Ma Yang immediately sensed something off in Qi Xing's statement. Such remarks would fool humans, but they weren't normal for beast entities. Qi Xing, being a canine creature, unlike humans, didn't identify people solely by sight. His nose would be enough. However, Qi Xing made no mention of any scent-related information, only saying it somewhat resembled Bai Tan, which sounded very problematic. But old Ma Yang remained as usual, adopting an attitude of, "I don't know anything," feigning ignorance while completely avoiding mentioning his suspicions. Old Ma Yang glanced back at Hu Jingjun, who seemed to share the same thoughts. Hu Jingjun also didn't intend to bring it up, not because he loved playing dumb like old Ma Yang, but because he was against the Wizard Association. Therefore, he did not plan to question Qi Xing in front of these outsiders. It would be better to ask behind closed doors. Qi Xing continued, "My tracking led me to discover that they seem to be hiding in a private residence. That place is sealed off by a strange magical array, preventing me from entering. But I vaguely sense that there exists a white wizard corrupted by darkness inside." Qi Xing's words caused great concern among the Wizard Association. Not long ago, after Bai Tan went missing and returned, his behavior and mannerisms had become somewhat peculiar. The Wizard Association, unaware that it was indeed Zhen Bai Tan, only assumed that perhaps Bai Tan's mental state had changed, but they dared not inquire. Later, when Zhen Bai Tan moved into the newly constructed Demon Bone Tower shortly before disappearing, the senior members of the Wizard Association searched the tower thoroughly and discovered traces of black witchcraft. They began to suspect whether Great Wizard Bai Tan had been tainted. Yet they dared not disclose this publicly. Now, Qi Xing's statements fully corroborated their suspicions, making them increasingly uneasy. Great Wizard Bai Tan wasn't merely their living banner but also their mainstay. If there truly was a problem with Bai Tan, then the Wizard Association would lose both its face and dignity. To save face and dignity, the Great Priest slammed the table and exclaimed, "A corrupted white wizard? How could that possibly be the Great Wizard Bai Tan? Did you see incorrectly? It's possible." Qi Xing didn't insist further, only saying, "I'm merely stating what I saw." Hu Jingjun narrowed his eyes and said, "This seems quite serious. Let's hold a meeting to decide when we should investigate further." "Another meeting?" Qi Xing was shocked, "Aren't we already in a meeting?" Hu Jingjun replied, "This meeting is to discuss when we should hold another meeting to investigate the path. The next meeting will be about when we should investigate the path. The one after that will decide how to conduct the investigation, arrange manpower, set time limits." Qi Xing said unhappily, "So we have to wait until that meeting is over before we can rescue anyone? Even after that, there are still feasibility analysis meetings, budget meetings, mobilization meetings." Qi Xing, damn. Several human members of the Wizard Association were already very familiar with these types of meetings and raised no doubts, so they simply said, "All right, then we'll discuss the exact time at our next meeting." After a brief agreement, the human members of the Wizard Association departed one by one, leaving the conference room. Left behind were the high-ranking members from the Beast Entities faction as well as Qi Xing, who had turned pale. Qi Xing angrily said, "Do we really need all these meetings just to decide on something this important? By the time you finished your meetings, I could become a widow long enough to deserve a chaste monument." Old Ma Yang consoled him saying, "What's eating you? Don't be angry." Listening to old Ma Yang repeatedly using his tone made Qi Xing even angrier. Hu Jingjun, however, said, "We're beast entities, how could we possibly love having meetings like humans do?" That was just to fool them. The word them likely referred to the human members of the Wizard Association. Upon hearing Hu Jingjuan's explanation, Qi Xing paused for a moment. To fool them? Yes, Hu Jingjun nodded, just like how you tricked them. I. Qi Xing felt guilty for an instant. I didn't. Hu Jingjun asked, "Did you really see someone resembling Bai Tan?" Qi Xing nodded innocently like a good dog. Yeah. Of course. And the scent? Hu Jingjun, as a marine creature, stared with deep dark eyes that were rather terrifying. Qi Xing shivered, realizing he had been found out, so he coughed and said, "The scent wasn't the same. I intentionally didn't tell them earlier." "Why didn't you say anything?" Hu Jingjun stared at him with those ocean-like eyes. Under immense pressure but managing smoothly nonetheless, Qi Xing explained, I deliberately led them to think it was Bai Tan, so they would pitch in the effort." His words flowed effortlessly, and his expression seemed sincere, so Hu Jingjun reluctantly believed him and nodded. "Our goals are aligned." "What?" Qi Xing questioned. Old Ma Yang explained, "Judging by their reactions, they probably suspect Bai Tan has gone dark too. So, when you mentioned the corrupted white wizard looked like Bai Tan, they got nervous." "Is that so?" Qi Xing had somewhat sensed it as well. After pondering for a while, he realized everything. "So, you intentionally suggested multiple meetings because you knew they wouldn't want us to act together with them. To cover up the scandal involving Bai Tan, they'll secretly go ahead and investigate. By mentioning more meetings, we play right into their hands. We stay back pretending we know nothing, saving both effort and responsibility." Qi Xing asked again, "Then why not directly hold a meeting and decide to let them go ahead as pioneers? They'd probably agree." "This isn't acceptable," Old Ma Yang explained. "If we decide only they will act as pioneers and we do nothing, any misfortune befalling them would make us look bad publicly. We'd also have to answer to both the public and the human side. But if they act on their own initiative without telling us, then it has nothing to do with us." Qi Xing was momentarily speechless, looking at the kind and benevolent Old Ma Yang, thinking, are herbivorous animals this terrifying too? Old Ma Yang possessed devilish intuition and had a strong feeling something would go awry concerning the great priest. And his intuition didn't lead him wrong. That night, the great priest along with several high-rank wizards secretly went to the private estate mentioned by Qi Xing to explore the situation. Afterward, none of them returned. Both the Wizard Association and the Beast Military Department attempted every method imaginable, but could not establish contact with them, proving they had indeed run into trouble. As Old Ma Yang deduced, the president of the Wizard Association questioned, why did the great priest's small team undertake such a dangerous mission without permission? It appeared like they were preparing for accusations. Old Ma Yang responded, what mission? Ma, what mission? I know nothing about it. Hu Jingjun also said with a tiger-like face, yes, we're waiting for the meeting to decide when to send people out. How would we know they took action on their own? Qi Xing also cooingly remarked, I'm so worried about my wife. I'm still abiding by the rules waiting for the meeting. Didn't expect them to be more proactive than me. May good things happen to good people forever. The president of the Wizard Association, damn. Why are these beasts acting so cunningly? The Wizard Association then instructed the divination department to divine the fortune or misfortune of the great priest's small team. The divination department calculated quickly, report to the chairman, they're gone. Exclamation point. The chairman of the Wizard Association was about to lose it. Their grand wizard had passed away 3 years ago, the great priest met the same fate this year, and their living legend Bai Tan turned dark. Their association. Was there any hope left for them? According to the tradition of divination, a wizard could only perform one divination per day, and if the matter was of great significance, the interval should be even longer. The Wizard Association maintained a whole department that did nothing else but took turns doing daily divinations. They were quite efficient. Qi Xing looked at them enviously and asked, could you help me divine my wife's fortune or misfortune? Do we really need to calculate? The professional diviner looked at Qi Xing as if he were an idiot. He is the Heavensha fierce beast. You can observe his star. Exclamation point. Qi Xing, damn, observing the stars would work. Why didn't Bai Tan teach me? Following the diviner's guidance, Qi Xing quickly located the Heavensha star. Seeing its bright light, he was reassured. That's good then. The people from the Wizard Association felt discontented. Why did the great priest die while the Heavensha fierce beast seemed so well, sparkling brightly in the sky? Qi Xing was not aware that others were criticizing him silently. He had no thoughts other than for Ming Qian. After leaving the divination department, Qi Xing wandered alone in the office building of the Wizard Association. His sensitive nose wrinkled upon smelling a familiar scent, this is. Following the trace of the smell, Qi Xing ran all the way until he actually saw a familiar figure, it was the great priest. Qi Xing's face suddenly changed. The great priest, wasn't he supposed to be dead? Seeing that the great priest's scent, body, and appearance were all genuine, yet his behavior showed signs of stiffness and unnaturalness, Qi Xing had a sudden realization: this wouldn't be. Watching the great priest walk into a secluded corner, open an invisible door with fingerprints and retina scans, Qi Xing became greatly alarmed and immediately followed up. What are you doing? Ignoring Qi Xing completely, the great priest entered the door directly. Moving like the wind, Qi Xing quickly followed and also jumped into the hidden space behind. Behind the invisible door was a small secret chamber, in the middle of which lay a crystal ball. With clear intent, the great priest walked straight towards the crystal ball. This crystal ball appeared to be some kind of precious item, protected by both artificial technology and magical barriers. It rested inside a high-tech anti-theft glass case covered with protective spells. Nevertheless, neither the protective spell nor the anti-theft system resisted the great priest, allowing him to easily retrieve the crystal ball. When Qi Xing attempted to hold the great priest back, he found the arm he grabbed onto being effortlessly removed by the great priest, who continued to take the crystal ball. Qi Xing grew more certain: this must be a puppet made by the real Bai Tan. This body might have originally belonged to the great priest, but Bai Tan had transformed it into a puppet. Its mission was to steal this very crystal ball. Having taken the crystal ball, the great priest recited incantations and activated the teleportation array. Qi Xing hesitated for a moment. The teleportation room was too small, pulling Qi Xing into the portal as well. And just like that, both the great priest and Qi Xing were sent to Bai Tan's private estate. Qi Xing was dumbfounded and unsure what to do next. Fortunately, the great priest currently acted like a mindless marionette and hadn't realized Qi Xing had returned with him. Clutching the crystal ball, he simply proceeded forward without paying Qi Xing any attention. Qi Xing looked around. It was a garden here, so he hurriedly found a corner to hide. Knowing he couldn't possibly defeat Bai Tan, but knowing that he also couldn't escape now, his mind quickly came up with a plan. He reached into his storage bag and pulled out a disguise mask he had plundered from Bai Tan's den. He stunned a male youth servant within the estate and disguised himself as him using magic to alter his own scent. Disguised as a servant, he carefully moved through the estate. Following the trail of the scent, he arrived beside a flower bed. According to the scent, the great priest was nearby. However, he didn't dare to follow too closely, stopping at a distance where he pretended to care for the flowers but was actually using his acute hearing to capture information. True, Bai Tan's voice sounded in the distance: this is the treasure of the witch tribe, the tears of heavenly maidens. It's a sphere. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice responded. Qi Xing's heart shuddered. Was it Ming Qian? Yes, but it seemed not entirely correct. He strained his ears further. Yes, it's a sphere. Bai Tan's voice wavered slightly. A crystal sphere. What's interesting about a crystal sphere? Ming Qian said impatiently. I don't want it. Bai Tan thought inwardly. What kind of a heaven-sha fierce beast goes around under the sun playing with a yarn ball? It doesn't look appropriate at all. Flatteringly, Bai Tan said, then I will take it away. No, Ming Qian extended his hand and directly crushed the crystal ball. Zhen Bai Tan looked on in shock as the witch tribe treasure turned into pieces falling onto the grass, its refracted light under the sun looking pitiful. You. Zhen Bai Tan was heartbroken. Isn't this what you wanted? Ming Qian rested his cheek on his palm, speaking with ease. You said you were finding me a toy, but you know I wouldn't be interested in something like that. You thought, I'd just throw it away, and then you could pick it up again, right? Under the sharp gaze, Zhen Bai Tan trembled but didn't dare to admit his scheming. You're using me, aren't you? Ming Qian smiled lightly. It's not like that, I haven't. Zhen Bai Tan shook his head. I was wrong. Ming Qian snapped his fingers, and several magic servants walked forward, bowing their heads respectfully. In a lazy voice, Ming Qian said, drag him away to feed the dogs. No, please don't, Zhen Bai Tan cried out in despair. Qi Xing was dumbfounded after hearing all this. Wasn't it supposed to be my poor wife who got captured by the evil wizard? This seems off somehow. If you don't believe it, originally Zhen Bai Tan also thought so. He had intended to bring the pitiful little cat home, but never expected that instead of keeping a cat, he would become dog food. The magic servant responded calmly, Master, we don't have any dogs here. Ming Qian lazily rested his chin on one hand and pointed towards Qi Xing with the other. Isn't there one over there? Chapter 65, The Youth Ming Qian. Ming Qian now was clearly the master of the estate. With just a point of his finger, all eyes followed to pool directly on Qi Xing. Qi Xing had originally intended to be a low-key dog, but it seemed he couldn't remain so anymore. If at this moment he still crouched low beside the flower bed, it would instead attract more suspicion, wouldn't it? He also wasn't sure if he could leave without being detected. It would be better to go with the flow and watch the situation change. Slowly, Qi Xing stepped out from behind the flower bed, imitating the other magical servants by lowering his head and bending over, not daring to look anyone in the eye. This estate had once been Zhen Bai Tan's residence, and all the magical servants were transformed by Zhen Bai Tan. However, when Zhen Bai Tan brought Ming Qian here, the estate changed hands overnight. All the magical servants now obeyed Ming Qian. More absurdly, Zhen Bai Tan himself had seemingly turned into one of Ming Qian's magical servants. Zhen Baitan had originally thought that by bringing Ming Qian here, he could transform Ming Qian into his own magical servant, never imagining that the magical servant would turn out to be him. When Zhen Baitan looked at Qi Xing, he failed to realize that this magical servant had already been switched. Upon hearing Ming Qian call Qi Xing dog, Zhen Baitan tried hard to recall, was this magical servant originally a dog? I forgot. It wasn't Zhen Baitan's fault. When he first arrived at the estate, he was short of attendants and converted many magical servants at once. Who was who, he couldn't quite remember. Come over, lift your head, let me take a look, Ming Qian said. Obediently, Qi Xing moved forward, lifting his gaze, only to freeze momentarily. On the garden lawn was a recliner sofa, and there sat Ming Qian on the sofa. At that moment, Ming Qian appeared exceptionally handsome, as a handsome youth. The Ming Qian in Qi Xing's memory was an adult. He finally understood why earlier he felt familiar with Ming Qian's voice, yet something different. This Ming Qian spoke with a youthful tone, considerably less mature than his future self. His hair was light gray, his pupils too, and under the sunlight, they shone brilliantly. There was an innocence on the youth's face that made it impossible to associate with his previous chilling command of drag him away and feed him to the dogs. Qi Xing started doubting whether this young Ming Qian was actually Ming Qian himself. And more bizarrely, the Ming Qian before him seemed to have no memory related to Qi Xing. Young Ming Qian stared at Qi Xing for a long time, then stated firmly, "You are the dog." Unsure whether to refute or admit, Qi Xing merely responded as a dutiful magical servant would, "If you say I am the dog, then I am the dog." Young Ming Qian smiled and said, "Good." He then pointed at Zhen Baitan and told the magical servant, "Now, can we drag this guy away and feed him to the dogs?" The magical servant loyally carried out the order, dragging Zhen Baitan right in front of Qi Xing. Truthfully, the magical servant didn't have enough power to control Zhen Baitan. Zhen Baitan just wore a face of pleading without putting up much resistance. After interacting these past few days, Zhen Baitan had gotten a feel for young Ming Qian's temperament. The more you resist, the more determined he is to crush you. But if you lay down and pretend to be dead, he might lose interest and thus let you go because of boredom. When Zhen Baitan was dragged in front of him, Qi Xing still found the scene surreal. His scenario was supposed to be, Ming Qian gets captured by an evil wizard into an estate filled with black magic, waiting for him to heroically rescue the cat. Reality however was, the evil wizard was dragged away to be fed to the dog, which turned out to be none other than himself. This, Qi Xing hesitated slightly. Young Ming Qian looked excited, "Eat quickly." This expression and tone sounded like a child coaxing a newly adopted puppy to eat canned food. Qi Xing's mouth twitched in rejection. Suddenly, the previously cheerful face of young Ming Qian darkened, those youthful eyes that had been cute a second ago now resembled those of a vengeful ghost child, utterly terrifying. Both Qi Xing and Zhen Baitan shivered. Young Ming Qian asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Qi Xing thought, "Because I don't have the hobby of eating people." The youth in front of him bore no resemblance to his beloved big cat. At this moment, Qi Xing didn't see this cat as his beloved pet at all. Instead, all he felt was the unknown and fear. Confronted with young Ming Qian's shadowed gaze, Qi Xing felt like sitting on pins and needles. Young Ming Qian shifted his focus to Zhen Baitan, "Do you know why he isn't eating you?" Daring not to remain silent like Qi Xing, Zhen Baitan knew how impatient and temperamental this young tiger was. Even the slightest delay in answering could cost him his life, speaking of which, he no longer remembered how many times he'd lost his head. "It might be, because I'm not to his taste," Zhen Baitan replied. Hearing this, young Ming Qian said, "I'll count that as self-awareness. Knowing your kind, even a dog wouldn't eat it." Zhen Baitan. Qi Xing kept his head lowered, silently thinking how strange the entire situation was. He was thoroughly confused. Young Ming Qian then asked Qi Xing again, "Do you have a name?" Qi Xing hesitated for a moment, his mind racing, "Do I have a name? I don't seem to know what this magical servant is called." "Never mind." Young Ming Qian crossed his legs and said, "I am your master, so let me give you a name." "Thank you, master." Qi Xing obediently played the part of a submissive magical servant. "I'll call you." Young Ming Qian struggled to come up with a good name, scratching his head with his foot before saying, "Let's just call you Doggy." Qi Xing. Young Ming Qian leapt up and said to Qi Xing, "From today onward, you are my doggy." "It's my honor," Qi Xing replied flatly. Young Ming Qian nodded approvingly and moved forward, nodding his chin at Qi Xing. Qi Xing obediently followed young Ming Qian. As young Ming Qian passed by Zhen Baitan, he gave him a kick. Zhen Baitan didn't dare to utter a sound, though he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. "It seems he has spared me." To be honest, ever since Zhen Baitan brought young Ming Qian home, he had been living in constant anxiety, fearing that any misstep might lead to his death. He didn't understand why he had invited this calamity into his home. Once summoned, gods were hard to send away. Qi Xing followed closely behind young Ming Qian, who walked swiftly and lightly. Thanks to his racial advantage, Qi Xing was able to keep pace with young Ming Qian. As Qi Xing watched young Ming Qian's retreating figure, he felt a little puzzled. How could Ming Qian have become so much younger? And act so strangely? Was it because of some strange curse? After stopping, young Ming Qian turned around and asked Qi Xing, "What do you like to eat?" Qi Xing truthfully answered, "I like roasted meat." Young Ming Qian suddenly understood, so, the reason you refuse to eat wizards is because I haven't roasted them yet? That's not it. Qi Xing quickly shook his head, I don't eat humans. Do you eat pigs, sheep, or cows? Young Ming Qian asked. I do. But not humans. Young Ming Qian wasn't convinced, is there something special about humans? Young Ming Qian seemed naturally to see himself as sitting atop the food chain, looking down upon everything else as potential food. Qi Xing paused, then said, not only do I not eat humans, I also don't eat pig demons or cow demons. In short, I don't eat intelligent beings. Young Ming Qian questioned, why? For a moment, Qi Xing was at a loss for words, and could only look intently at Young Ming Qian. The young face looked both naive and clean, with a touch of innocence, as if asking an adult why grass is green. Young Ming Qian thought for a bit and said, is it because they're dirty? Qi Xing was surprised, dirty? Animals with consciousness are dirty. Young Ming Qian explained, like completely clueless cats and dogs, they're cute. Qi Xing found it difficult to comprehend Young Ming Qian's worldview and asked, then how do you see yourself? The moment these words came out, Qi Xing regretted them slightly. After all, he was just a magical servant, how could he talk to his master like this? Unexpectedly, Young Ming Qian showed no sign of being offended by this breach of propriety. He calmly answered, of course I'm dirty. There was a hint of disgust in his voice, as if he didn't even like himself. Qi Xing murmured softly, then, what about me? The youth smiled, you're not dirty. Why? Qi Xing was confused, didn't you say animals with consciousness are dirty, and only clueless cats and dogs are cute? That's right. You're one of those clueless dogs. The boy stood on tiptoe and reached out to pat Qi Xing's head. His voice was sweet and filled with delight, like a child touching a puppy for the first time. Though shorter than Qi Xing, Young Ming Qian always had that sense of superiority when looking at Qi Xing. Qi Xing followed by Young Ming Qian sighed, utterly baffled. He still couldn't figure out what exactly had happened to Ming Qian. Young Ming Qian ordered the servants to prepare dinner and, due to Qi Xing's preference for roasted meat, specifically instructed the magical servants to prepare an additional portion of roast meat to feed the dog. In no time, Young Ming Qian led Qi Xing to the dining hall. The butler had a severe expression, pale like a zombie. He stiffly rotated his eyes to look at Qi Xing before asking Young Ming Qian, is the master planning to promote Ah Rong to be a personal valet? Ah Rong? What Ah Rong? Young Ming Qian asked, his name is Doggy. Qi Xing's lips twitched slightly, but he thought, so, that magical servant was named Ah Rong. Yes, he was knocked out by me, I wonder when he'll wake up. If he wakes up, won't that be troublesome? However, the butler readily accepted Young Ming Qian's explanation, corrected himself and asked again, is the master planning to promote Doggy to be a personal valet? No, Young Ming Qian responded, Doggy is just a dog, not a valet. The butler seemed to be pondering over Young Ming Qian's meaning and fell silent for a long while. Young Ming Qian didn't plan on explaining further and simply sat at the dining table, then told Qi Xing, Doggy, sit down too. The butler finally realized this and said, it seems improper for a dog to eat at the table. Young Ming Qian's attitude towards the butler appeared to be much better than it was towards Zhen Baitan. To be fair, when Young Ming Qian first woke up, even though he seemed confused, he still knew how to differentiate between kindness and malice. He sensed malice from Zhen Baitan who had tried to get him to call him father, yet he detected goodwill from this stiff and awkward zombie butler. Thus, Young Ming Qian trusted the butler more and tended to listen to his advice. Young Ming Qian then showed a childlike expression again and asked, so, where should a dog eat in order to be polite? The butler replied, leave this to me. With that, the butler took Qi Xing away. The butler led Qi Xing to where the servants ate and, with an extremely stern look, said, even if the master shows interest in you and might favor you, please don't forget your place, otherwise, becoming flour mud will be your fate. Qi Xing didn't know how to respond for a moment and could only compliantly say, yes, butler. The butler snorted coldly and turned to leave. Qi Xing sat down by the table and there were also 5 or 6 magical servants eating together with him. When the butler reprimanded Qi Xing, the magical servants all heard it, especially catching phrases like, the master has interest in you, and, might favor. Their expressions visibly changed. Once the butler left, they openly mocked Qi Xing with sarcasm, Ah Rong got himself a new catchy name. Did you know? He's called Doggy now. From now on, we should all call him Doggy. They burst into loud laughter. Qi Xing had gotten used to it after all these years, compared to being called a bastard dog for so long, Doggy sounded quite tolerable. Thus, he calmly ate the roasted meat on his plate without showing any agitation. Is that roasted meat? One of the magical servants exaggeratedly asked. Indeed, didn't you hear from the kitchen? The master specially instructed them to prepare a dish of roasted meat, to feed the dog. They roared with laughter once again. Qi Xing started to feel annoyed and suddenly looked up, saying, a bunch of vegetarians mocking someone who eats meat, what do you think is going on with yourselves? Their faces immediately changed, Ah Rong, you don't really believe you're the master's favorite, do you? He just wants to play with a dog on a whim. Don't overestimate yourself. Or you won't even know how you'll die. Qi Xing felt rather speechless, wondering why a group of servants were bickering like this. Everyone works for a living, so why make things so hard? What are you arguing about? Zhen Baitan's indifferent voice rang out. The magical servants immediately bowed their heads and stopped talking. Though the manor had changed hands, seeing the formerly high and mighty Zhen Baitan act like a servant before young Ming Qian made them feel good inside. But they didn't dare say anything out loud. After all, with a flick of Zhen Baitan's finger, he could crush them to death. What they dared to criticize was merely the seemingly harmless, Rong. They didn't know this, Rong could easily crush them with just a flick of his fingers too. You come with me, Zhen Baitan pointed at Qi Xing and said, the master calls for you. Qi Xing sighed helplessly and followed Zhen Baitan. Zhen Baitan led Qi Xing to a room. When Qi Xing entered, he was shocked. Lying there in the room was none other than Rong himself. This. Qi Xing suddenly retreated a step, but it was already too late to escape as Zhen Baitan waved his hand and sealed the door. Qi Xing couldn't turn the handle, knowing full well that he wouldn't stand a chance against Zhen Baitan either, his forehead slightly perspiring. Zhen Baitan gave a chilling smile, you're not Rong. Let's see, who exactly you are. Speaking, Zhen Baitan moved his fingers, tearing off Qi Xing's disguise mask. Seeing Qi Xing's face exposed, Zhen Baitan was surprised too, it's you. At this point, Qi Xing stopped pretending and acted carefree, it's me. I came looking for Ming Qian. I see, you found him. Zhen Baitan smirked, are you happy about it? Qi Xing raised an eyebrow, what have you done to him? Why is he like this now? But Zhen Baitan replied, have you ever thought it wasn't him turning into this state, but rather, this has always been him? Qi Xing paused, so you mean? Before Qi Xing finished speaking, he understood everything. Chapter 66, Isn't this the puppy I lost? Qi Xing suddenly realized it as if struck by lightning. As a child, Ming Qian, the heavenly calamity tiger, was extremely fierce. Hua Ban lady was not someone who knew how to take care of children, she nearly caused a bloodbath. When Hua Ban took young Ming Qian to the Wizards Association for help, the old wizard at that time felt powerless and thus appointed Bai Tan, also still a child, to perform the sealing ceremony. Although Bai Tan was very young back then, he was a prodigy. Under the old wizard's guidance, he successfully cast a prohibition spell on Ming Qian. Ming Qian's personality came into existence at that time. 5 years ago, a dark wizard caused He Ming Qian to appear. Then, before Bai Ming Qian and He Ming Qian. That ferocious tiger cub born in the wild forest was. Xiao Ming Qian was the original Ming Qian. His memory had stopped in the year he was sent by Hua Ban to the Wizards Association. When he woke up again, it was already in Zhen Baitan's estate. When Xiao Ming Qian first awoke, his body was still that of a child, his expression somewhat bewildered, this made Zhen Baitan mistakenly believe he could manipulate him. However, Xiao Ming Qian, despite his young age, was anything but well-tempered. Moreover, his body brimmed with overwhelming power, something he had not possessed during his childhood. It was like a kid suddenly owning nuclear weapons, the consequences were quite terrifying. In 3 days, his body rapidly matured, growing from a toddler into an adolescent. Upon reaching adolescence, it seemed like his growth halted, and he never appeared more mature afterward. However, his control over the Sha energy within his body grew increasingly sophisticated, causing Zhen Baitan to become greatly wary of him. Zhen Baitan stared at Qi Xing, a smirk curling the corner of his mouth, you've come just in time. I was worrying about how to deal with this little rascal. While saying so, Zhen Baitan spread out his palm, and a cluster of ominous green fire sprang out from his palm, reflecting dangerous glimmer. Qi Xing fully understood how malicious such green fire could be, regular beast demons would surely die or get injured upon contact. Despite Qi Xing being He Tan's disciple and possessing magical strength, he probably couldn't fight against Zhen Baitan for more than 30 rounds. Speaking of which, Qi Xing's title as the sole surviving direct disciple of the great witch He Tan was rather exaggerated. He hadn't truly gained He Tan's acknowledgement. Even He Tan looked down on him with the expression, don't say you're trained by me when you're outside. Nevertheless, Qi Xing did obtain an extraordinarily important artifact from Great Witch He Tan, a life-saving teleportation array. Qi Xing raised his hand, silently chanting a spell. The talisman left by He Tan in his palm emitted a dim green light. In the next second, a teleportation array appeared under his feet. Zhen Baitan's face flashed with surprise, clearly not expecting Qi Xing, who he previously saw as merely a chicken, to possess a god-level item. By the time he realized this, Qi Xing had already vanished without a trace. Damn! Zhen Baitan gritted his teeth. If earlier he only thought of Qi Xing as a mere weakling, now he started to reconsider Qi Xing. Though Qi Xing's own magical strength wasn't impressive, he possessed various incredible tools, like a disguise mask that could even fool his magic eye and a life-saving teleportation array used by top-ranking wizards. No matter which one, they were no ordinary things anyone could obtain easily. But Qi Xing didn't seem to cherish them at all, as if these were trinkets effortlessly within his reach. Humph. This time, I underestimated you, but next time it won't be that easy, muttered Zhen Baitan to himself. He quickly shifted his attention from the previous, short episode, to something more significant. He took out a small velvet pouch from his pocket, opened it, revealing fragments shimmering with exquisite radiance, the broken pieces of Tian Envy's tears, treasures of the witch clan. Zhen Baitan resentfully thought, such precious items were seen as nothing more than a ball in the eyes of that ignorant tiger cub. Worse, they were less interesting than a ball of fur. Perhaps Xiaoming Qian agreeing to let Zhen Baitan use the Grand Shaman rites to retrieve the treasure wasn't because he wanted this ball but rather to have Zhen Baitan witness it being destroyed personally. In this way, the tiger cub with a vile temper could relish Zhen Baitan's shattered look. A faint, cold smile crept onto Zhen Baitan's lips. The tiger cub was indeed smart, but unfortunately still too naive. Closing his eyes, Zhen Baitan picked up the fragments and slashed his wrist, letting the pitch-green blood flow down and seep into the shards of Tian Envy's tears. What Zhen Baitan desired was the fragmented Tian Envy's tears. Relying on the life-saving amulet left by He Tan, Qi Xing instantly teleported back to He Tan's den. Unsurprisingly, He Tan was not there. The den was empty. But after this little adventure, Qi Xing found himself increasingly fond of the place. Everything here was so useful. Qi Xing began rummaging through cabinets and chests, searching for the relics of his ancient ancestor. After all, with all the money he had offered to his ancestor, didn't he deserve a few relics in return? Weren't these things left for the descendants? What's there to argue about? Qi Xing kept muttering, then suddenly paused as a gleam of cunning flashed in his eyes. That's right. Why didn't I think of it earlier? The old man didn't have a single penny, he spent all on my tab. If the old man were still alive, he'd definitely be spending my money. It was also partly Qi Xing's fault now that he had too much money, too many trivial matters, and no time to check his accounts. Otherwise, he should have thought of this sooner. With this realization, he quickly took out his phone and checked the consumption record of the credit card he had given to He Tan. The good news was that the card had been swiping continuously for many days. The bad news was that the card had been swiping an alarming amount of money. This large sum made Qi Xing suspect that the old man had fallen into drug addiction. What's going on? Qi Xing couldn't help frowning. Though originally planning to confront the elder, Qi Xing hesitated at the sight of his own hands already looting his ancestor's nest. Feeling somewhat guilty, he rubbed his nose and muttered, forget it, wealth is but external. Taking care of the ancestor is my duty. Following the consumption records, Qi Xing arrived at a super 5-star hotel. In the SPA room of the hotel's top-tier private suite, Qi Xing discovered He Tan and Bai Yuan soaking their feet in rose flower dew. You too. Qi Xing was stunned. He Tan and Bai Yuan, wearing robes, were enjoying the foot massage services provided by technicians. Seeing Qi Xing come, He Tan greeted him warmly. Ah, grandson, you've come. Join us. At a loss for words, Qi Xing absent-mindedly sat down to soak his feet as well. You too. Qi Xing thought hard for a moment before asking, aren't you supposed to be dueling? How long has that been over? He Tan replied. A duel doesn't last that long. Our bodies can't take it for too long. It makes sense. Qi Xing's gaze flickered between the calm faces of He Tan and Bai Yuan. What was the result of your duel? Bai Yuan smiled and answered, mutual destruction. This was actually within Qi Xing's expectations. During the fight, one had physical injuries, while the other lacked a fully restored soul. It seemed like a death trap for both sides. Yet, they had somehow ended up soaking their feet together after their mutual destruction. So, what are you doing now? Qi Xing stammered. He Tan responded generously, we're heavily injured, physically weak, so we decided to nurture our health together. It sounded reasonable. Bai Yuan said, that's it. Do you have any more questions? Qi Xing hesitated, his gaze landing on the technicians' faces, unable to say something. He Tan caught his meaning and said, don't worry, they can't hear our conversation. He Tan had cast a psychological spell on the technicians. Qi Xing now felt reassured and asked Bai Yuan, the Wizards Association is actively looking for you. Aren't you going back? Bai Yuan's expression turned melancholic. To be honest, I don't want to go back anymore. Qi Xing was slightly startled but understood. Having seen the dark side of the Wizards Association, Bai Yuan could not bear it any longer. Actually, the incident with Zhen Baitan was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. Over the years, as Bai Yuan grew older and gained more experience, he witnessed more and more of the dark aspects of the Wizards Association. He had endured silently until the truth about Zhen Baitan was revealed. He then chose to leave quietly without attempting to justify the situation further. The people from the Wizards Association will probably worry a lot, Qi Xing said softly. They're not concerned about me, they care about a sharp knife. Bai Yuan was crystal clear about his value to the Wizards Association. At this point, he had to admit the painful fact that he was never considered a person in their eyes. Qi Xing sighed and asked, then what do you plan to do? Continue nurturing your health with He Tan forever? Bai Yuan faltered for a moment, having not spoken yet when He Tan interjected, once we recover to full strength, we'll have a fair duel. Frustration was written all over Qi Xing's face, do you two really have to duel? He Tan shrugged, anyway, there's nothing else to do. Qi Xing frowned deeply, then, after some deliberation, recounted the story of Xiaoming Qian and Zhen Baitan to the two great wizards, hoping to gain some useful suggestions from them. After hearing Qi Xing's account, He Tan still maintained his calm, detached demeanor. But Bai Yuan's expression became serious, he actually stole Tian Envy's tears. Qi Xing nodded. However, the crystal ball has already been destroyed by Xiao Mingqian. No, Bai Yuan shook his head. Tian Envy's tears cannot be destroyed. He Tan also chuckled lightly. That's the treasure of the witch clan, not tofu residue. Qi Xing hesitated, but it's indeed broken. The crystal ball is broken, not Tian Envy's tears, Bai Yuan said. The crystal ball was just a carrier. What really matters is the hidden curse power inside. Seeing Qi Xing's confusion, Bai Yuan explained further. The crystal ball was made by the witch clan, merely a container. The truly important thing is the power within the container. This kind of power can be put in a crystal ball, or in a basket, or even in a bowl. The crystal ball locked Tian Envy's tears. When Ming Qian broke the crystal ball, it was also the time when Tian Envy's tears reappeared. Qi Xing was suddenly startled. Then does this mean Zhen Baitan managed to obtain Tian Envy's tears by doing so? Exactly, He Tan cut in. Looks like cats aren't that smart after all. Qi Xing analyzed calmly. Perhaps Zhen Baitan deliberately planned it. Using Ming Qian's strength to break the crystal ball, intending to transfer Tian Envy's tears into another container. Probably, Bai Yuan worriedly replied. He might inject Tian Envy's tears into his birth weapon. I wouldn't do that if I were him. He Tan shook his head. But Bai Yuan questioned, why not? This could bring out the ultimate strength of the weapon. He Tan smiled and asked back, if that's true, why not use your own body as the container for Tian Envy's tears? By merging with it, you would become the strongest weapon yourself, isn't that better? Bai Yuan showed an astonished look on his face. Qi Xing was also shocked. What will happen? Immediately, Qi Xing filled with worry for Ming Qian. If he gets stronger, he would definitely take revenge on Ming Qian first. Qi Xing had witnessed Ming Qian's attitude towards Zhen Baitan. Zhen Baitan was absolutely someone who holds grudges. Once he gets a chance to overturn, he would go berserk in revenge. Bai Yuan was also very concerned. This is quite hard to say. No way, He Tan shook his head. Ming Qian won't be the first. Why? Qi Xing asked. He Tan explained, it's too risky. Qi Xing was stunned, comprehending it eventually. Is it because Ming Qian is too strong? For safety, he would keep pretending to be good before Ming Qian, secretly picking on other weaker ones, and only fight against Ming Qian when he's confident in his strength. Fighting? He Tan laughed. A creature as dark as him, how dare he challenge a full-strength celestial savage beast? It would likely be a flawless ambush instead. Qi Xing was taken aback. Is he at full strength? How do you know? He Tan mysteriously smiled, as if trying to create suspense. Bai Yuan then answered on behalf of him. It can be seen from the light of the celestial star. Ah. Qi Xing understood. A few days ago, he also learned about the celestial star from the Wizards Association, but didn't connect its light to his strength. He Tan continued, when something reaches its peak, it must fall, just like the moon has its phases. The same applies to the celestial star. We can observe the stars, and Zhen Baitan can too. He would probably choose a day when the celestial star dims to make his move. Qi Xing became more and more worried. No way, we cannot let Ming Qian be harmed by him. Bai Yuan comforted him, no need to worry. I have studied Tian Envy's tears, roughly knowing how to counteract it. As long as you give me some time, I can develop a weapon to restrain it. Qi Xing hopefully asked, really? Of course, Bai Yuan gently smiled, making people feel at ease. However, He Tan interjected, but he can only help you here, and not participate in the battle. After all, his health isn't good. But since the weapon is ready, leaving it to the celestial savage beast would suffice anyway. I think so too. Qi Xing also had great confidence in Ming Qian's combat power. After bidding farewell to Bai Yuan and He Tan, Qi Xing went to contact Hu Jingjun. Hu Jingjun was also extremely anxious. They already knew that Tian Envy's tears had been stolen. Combined with the news of Ming Qian's disappearance and the High Priest's murder, both the military and the Wizards Association could imagine a powerful and terrifying enemy behind all this. What made it more distressing was they even didn't know who this enemy was. Qi Xing wanted to say, I know, but refrained from doing so. It wasn't a good thing to let the Wizards Association know about the existence of He Tan and Ming Qian, especially considering the unpredictable nature of the current Ming Qian. If he confronts the military and the Wizards Association, heaven knows what disaster might arise. As for Hu Jingjun, Qi Xing wasn't sure if he could trust him either. After reporting his safety to Hu Jingjun, Qi Xing left the hotel slowly. He walked leisurely, with his mind constantly wavering. Unknowingly, he found himself on an uninhabited little road. It was only when ominous mist rose on the road that Qi Xing tightened his sensitive nerves, nervously glancing around. Let's see who it is. A familiar voice came from behind. Qi Xing immediately identified it. It was Xiao Mingqian. The young tiger demon appeared with a grin. Isn't this the little dog that got lost from me? Qi Xing touched his face, which revealed his true identity without any disguise mask. However, he wasn't surprised that Xiao Mingqian recognized him. As a hybrid demon with such sharp instincts, the heavenly killer beast Ming Qian must have even more frightening intuition. Xiao Mingqian seemed indifferent to the change in Qi Xing's appearance and patted his head familiarly. Why are you so naughty? Running around randomly, The part of Qi Xing's scalp touched by Xiao Mingqian's tiger claws went numb. Qi Xing felt a chill. Am I moved? I don't dare to move. Xiao Mingqian hooked his finger under Qi Xing's chin, just like teasing a dog. So this is what you really look like. So cute. What's your name? Qi Xing stiffly replied, Qi Xing. Wrong answer. Xiao Mingqian's face turned grim. You're called Doggy. Qi Xing's spine tensed up. Doggy was the name given by Xiao Mingqian, and he didn't accept any other name for him. Qi Xing's attempt to flee and his wrong reply had irritated Xiao Mingqian. Xiao Mingqian's gaze became cold as he grabbed Qi Xing by the scruff of his neck and unceremoniously put a dog collar on him. Attached to the collar was a leash, held firmly but gently in the youth's soft palm. It seems, Xiao Mingqian said slowly, you need some training. Chapter 67, The Naughty Child. Qi Xing was brought back to the estate. Xiao Mingqian led Qi Xing across the soft carpet, leading, referring to pulling a rope as if leading a dog, bringing Qi Xing in this manner. Feeling humiliated being led like this in human form, Qi Xing transformed into his original wolf dog shape and was led on all fours. The butler still maintained his zombie-like appearance, his pale face stretched into a polite smile, welcome back, master. Xiao Mingqian responded with an air of superiority fitting for a young master, is the dog's room ready? The butler glanced sideways at Qi Xing from a height that resembled how humans would look down on their dogs, though he quickly retracted his gaze, fixing it flatly on the ground as if bowing humbly to his master, everything is prepared. Good, lead me there, Xiao Mingqian said indifferently. The butler acknowledged, turned around, and walked stiffly ahead, guiding Xiao Mingqian and Qi Xing forward until they reached a room. The butler opened the door, inviting Xiao Mingqian to enter. Xiao Mingqian led Qi Xing inside while asking, how about it, doggy, do you like your room? Qi Xing saw the room, it truly was a dog's room. It had high ceilings with climbing ropes for pets to reach the loft, wooden dog houses, cotton pet mattresses, and various toys on the floor. It was colorful, with pastel tones bringing a light-hearted feeling, clashing with the grandeur of the entire estate. It seemed indeed designed specifically for him. But Qi Xing couldn't feel moved at all. However, meeting the eyes of the young man with tiger-like pupils gleaming with an eerie light, Qi Xing dared not express his true feelings. He only said, what a beautiful house. Xiao Mingqian asked, do you like it? Qi Xing nodded stiffly, yes, I do. If you like it, stay here, Xiao Mingqian said. After speaking, Xiao Mingqian turned around as if preparing to leave. Hold on. Qi Xing shouted nervously, stopping Xiao Mingqian. What's wrong? Xiao Mingqian turned his head. Qi Xing hesitantly asked, do I have to wear the dog collar even inside the room? Oh, you mean this? Xiao Mingqian looked at the rope in his hand and smiled, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. After speaking, Xiao Mingqian hung the rope on the wall with a lock and patted Qi Xing's head, saying, of course, you need to wear it constantly, until you're obedient. Qi Xing roughly understood why he'd been afraid of Xiao Mingqian from the beginning. Though Xiao Mingqian appeared young and adorable, he was undeniably a little devil. He didn't possess Bai Mingqian's restraint, nor He Mingqian's straightforwardness. He was a peculiar existence, blending innocence with cruelty. He was like an undeveloped child, no, not a child, but a fierce beast, truly a fierce beast. This immature fierce beast possessed the power of an adult one. His childlike nature made him incapable of controlling his emotions. When his wishes weren't met, he would vent his dissatisfaction recklessly. Yet, because he was still a child, he wasn't entirely clear on what he wanted, only a vague sense of dissatisfaction spreading in his heart, causing him frustration, or perhaps he did know what he wanted, but his methods and expressions were too crude and violent. Such a person became what was known as a naughty child. Naughty children need to be disciplined, but a naughty child with full strength might not follow rules. He could misbehave wildly, act cruelly, and even cause mass killings. Now, what could Qi Xing do? He could only go along with him first. Qi Xing thought for a moment and acted in a way obedient dogs would, I'll behave well. Really? Xiao Mingqian's eyes sparkled, looking just like a docile kitten. Qi Xing wouldn't let his guard down just because Xiao Mingqian revealed a pretty and cute smile. More obediently, Qi Xing nodded, of course, I'll definitely behave well. As if testing the truth of Qi Xing's words, Xiao Mingqian spoke in a tone used to command puppies, lick me now. Qi Xing was shocked. The butler standing by the door, his zombie face, became even stiffer. The butler remained silent, left the room, and considerately closed the door. Qi Xing stared dumbfounded at Xiao Mingqian. To tell the truth, the youthful face of Xiao Mingqian really made it hard for Qi Xing to take such an action. Xiao Mingqian seemingly didn't understand Qi Xing's hesitation and slowly extended his hand toward Qi Xing, saying, isn't it true that well-behaved dogs love licking their owners? Qi Xing saw something in the youth's innocent face and relaxed, whoa, it's this kind of licking. I was thinking. Damn, it's me who dirted the situation. Thankfully, Qi Xing was in his wolf dog form, so there wasn't much awkwardness. He lowered his head and licked the hand Xiao Mingqian had extended. Although Qi Xing was a wolf dog and had lived as a canine demon for many years, he rarely experienced moments like this of licking someone. The youth's hand was very soft, pale, and emitted a creamy aroma. As if being reminded of his species' innate nature, Qi Xing suddenly understood why dogs like to be licking dogs. Xiao Mingqian was also pleased by Qi Xing's docile actions, reaching out to pat Qi Xing's head and saying, "So obedient." Qi Xing saw that Xiao Mingqian enjoyed it immensely, so his mind relaxed a bit. "So all I need to do is lick him, and I'm good at it, isn't that my racial talent?" Just as Qi Xing felt self-satisfied, an unexpected tightness gripped his neck, the bell on the collar ringing loudly. Xiao Mingqian suddenly grabbed Qi Xing's collar with a sinister look in his eyes. "Then why did you run away?" "Huh." The young tiger demon's eyes were like crystal, seemingly inorganic, and the black vertical pupils made Qi Xing think of cold venomous snakes. Qi Xing's whole body shivered with cold as he responded nervously, "No, it was. I was driven away." "Driven away?" Xiao Mingqian's vertical pupils suddenly became less sharp, and his grip loosened considerably. Qi Xing's neck was relieved a bit, and his head felt clearer, enabling him to say more smoothly, "Yes, I was forced. That wizard was very wicked, wanting to kill me. That's why I ran away." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingqian's vertical pupils immediately rounded, looking just like a tame kitten, quite adorable. He released Qi Xing's collar and gently stroked his fur. "How pitiful, why didn't you tell me?" While speaking, Xiao Mingqian seemed to be trying to soothe him by picking up the wolf dog and petting his fur. If it weren't considered strange for a delicate-looking boy to hug a dog-sized wolf, this scene would have been rather harmonious. "Wizard, which one?" Xiao Mingqian asked. "Wasn't it the one called by something?" "Yes. Yes. It was him." Qi Xing nodded repeatedly. "He wanted to harm you. I knew he didn't have any good intentions." Xiao Mingqian appeared completely unfazed and unsurprised by the "he wants to harm you" part, as though he'd known all along. "How troublesome," Xiao Mingqian murmured in his youthful voice while hugging the wolf dog, giving off a tone that felt almost coquettish. "Now I'll just have to kill him." Qi Xing questioned, "Kill him? But he isn't even human, how can you kill him?" This was what made Zhen Baitan most troubling. In theory, he was already a dead man. If killing a person makes them dead, how could a dead person be killed again? "There's a way," Xiao Mingqian said, "by destroying his soul, wouldn't that work?" Destroyed soul. Qi Xing had heard of this method of destroying a soul, where the person not only dies but dies thoroughly, leaving no possibility for reincarnation or rebirth. "Right," Xiao Mingqian nodded, "I'll take care of it right now." After letting Qi Xing down, he asked, "Do you want to watch?" Qi Xing thought for a moment and said, "I'd like to see." "Great," Xiao Mingqian smiled, "let's go together." With that, Xiao Mingqian picked up the leash once again and led Qi Xing outside. At that moment, Zhen Baitan was sitting in the center of the garden, holding a small doll, the same doll he had been clutching closely earlier. Upon closer inspection, the doll somewhat resembled Zhen Baitan, probably modeled after his younger self. Zhen Baitan tenderly combed the doll's hair, displaying an eerie affection in his gaze. When Qi Xing followed Xiao Mingqian over to Zhen Baitan, Qi Xing suspected that Zhen Baitan might have obtained tears of heavenly maiden. This wasn't entirely baseless, it came from a supernatural instinctual judgment. He could sense Zhen Baitan's aura had grown stronger. Xiao Mingqian should have been able to feel such changes too. But Xiao Mingqian didn't seem overly concerned about the Zhen Baitan mysteriously becoming stronger issue and directly addressed what mattered to him. "Did you lay a finger on my dog?" Zhen Baitan lifted his eyelids slightly and smiled. "Of course not, how could I? Besides, isn't the dog fine now?" "However," Xiao Mingqian said, "but he claimed that you intended to kill him and drove him away." "No," Zhen Baitan frankly replied, "I never intended to kill him." His gaze looked sincere, and the words coming out of his mouth seemed utterly truthful. Zhen Baitan knelt down in an earnest manner and said, "Master, I absolutely did not do such a thing. Does the dog have any evidence to support these accusations?" Qi Xing was momentarily embarrassed since he indeed lacked evidence. Perhaps Zhen Baitan didn't plan to kill him, but he did take action. Maybe Zhen Baitan intended to kidnap him or exploit him for some other evil deed. As Zhen Baitan had said, Qi Xing had not a single scratch on him. With only one side of the story, it indeed lacked persuasiveness. Zhen Baitan lowered his head. "Let me say something with pride, if I truly wanted to kill him, could he possibly have escaped? And that too, completely unharmed?" These words stung Qi Xing deeply, yet they were far from being boastful. In an open and fair one-on-one fight, Qi Xing should be utterly defeated by Zhen Baitan hundreds of times over. Even in an unfair fight, Qi Xing admitted that he was no match for Zhen Baitan's sorcery or underhanded tactics. However Qi Xing saw it, there was no way he could emerge completely unscathed from Zhen Baitan's grasp. The only bug was that Qi Xing had an edge, a charm. Lifting his head, Zhen Baitan cast a straightforward gaze at Qi Xing. "Do you have any basis for accusing me?" Qi Xing hesitated about whether to reveal the life-saving charm in his palm, but his intuition told him not to do so. While he was wavering, Xiao Mingqian interjected, "He doesn't need evidence to back up what he says." After saying this, Xiao Mingqian twisted Zhen Baitan's head right off. Zhen Baitan's severed head rolled onto the ground, its eyes glaring fiercely at Qi Xing, much like Baigan staring at Daji. At the sight of Zhen Baitan's glare, Qi Xing felt an urge to shout arrogantly, "What are you glaring at? My lord simply favors me, so there." But remembering his role as an obedient dog, he shut his mouth tightly without a word. Xiao Mingqian waved his hand and summoned a demon servant, lock him in the dungeon. The demon servant picked up Zhen Baitan's head with one hand and hoisted his body onto their back with the other, heading toward the dungeon. It was then that Zhen Baitan seemed to realize he wouldn't get off easily, shouting loudly, "Master, what are you planning to do to me?" Xiao Mingqian did not answer him. Instead, he petted Qi Xing's head and extended his hand toward Qi Xing's mouth. Obediently, Qi Xing licked twice before asking, "Are you intending to?" "Destroying the soul of a wizard isn't something easy," Xiao Mingqian replied. "We must wait until the night of the full moon." Qi Xing then recalled his original task, to warn Xiao Mingqian that Zhen Baitan had deceit up his sleeve. Once Bai Yuan's weapon was secured, Xiao Mingqian would use it to kill Zhen Baitan. And now? Had the steps been skipped? Could it still be resolved after skipping steps? Qi Xing asked anxiously, "I think he seems to have grown more powerful. Are you sure you can kill him?" "Uncertain. Let's try," Xiao Mingqian said casually. "If once won't work, then twice, if twice don't work, then thrice." Before Qi Xing could ask further questions, Xiao Mingqian led Qi Xing back to the room and locked the door. With the door locked, Qi Xing's collar was also locked. His range of movement was restricted to the length of the leash, but even within this limited space inside the room, it was sufficient, although it gave him a tremendous sense of frustration. Being confined in a closed space, with such a critical part as his neck restrained, and without other sounds or scents around, the air was stagnant as though frozen solid. Xiao Mingqian did not always come to see him. He acted much like a child who owns a dog, although he liked the dog immensely, he wouldn't constantly think of it. There should be other games, toys, and enjoyable moments for him to occupy himself with, until these were all exhausted, when he'd unlock the kennel, pick up the leash with a smile, talk affectionately to the little dog, and play with it nonchalantly. When Xiao Mingqian wanted to touch Qi Xing was not allowed to refuse, even if it was a subconscious act of distance, he would be rudely pulled back, or directly dragged, carried, or reeled back by the leash. There were always ways. He was the master, and Qi Xing was the dog. Whenever Xiao Mingqian stretched out his hand, Qi Xing had to obediently lick it. When he said, "Sit," Qi Xing had to comply immediately. Without the master's permission, he couldn't eat anything. Once, a demon servant placed a roasted rib platter before Qi Xing's table. When Qi Xing bent down to eat, it infuriated Xiao Mingqian. He taught him a harsh lesson, don't eat food given by others. From that day onward, Xiao Mingqian personally fed Qi Xing. If Xiao Mingqian ever forgot to feed him, Qi Xing had to fast. Xiao Mingqian did not consider fasting problematic, he himself didn't require eating every day. Theoretically, even a great demon like Qi Xing could go a week without eating without any trouble. However, Qi Xing was purely a food lover who enjoyed having a full belly every day. Qi Xing pleaded with Xiao Mingqian, "I want to eat piping hot roasted meat every day." Xiao Mingqian retorted, "I haven't obtained what I desire, why should it be your turn?" His tone radiated the arrogance of a high and mighty prince. Qi Xing was utterly helpless against this version of Xiao Mingqian. He could only ask, "Then, what does my lord wish for?" Xiao Mingqian pondered for a moment, a hint of bewilderment passing across his face, "I don't know." Xiao Mingqian touched his chest and said, "I always feel like I'm missing something." Qi Xing thought for a moment and said, "Is it because you've forgotten things from the past?" Xiao Mingqian looked at Qi Xing with an inquiring gaze, "How do you know I've forgotten things from the past?" Under Xiao Mingqian's piercing and cold stare, Qi Xing felt a chill run down his spine as goosebumps rose all over his body. Xiao Mingqian stroked Qi Xing's head, "Did we know each other before?" Looking at Xiao Mingqian's face, Qi Xing's eyes became distant, as if seeing through the youth's still naive features to glimpse the appearance of adult Mingqian, elegant by Mingqian, spontaneous He Mingqian. Memories of the past welled up in Qi Xing's heart, making his nose tingle with emotion. But in the next second, the collar around his neck tightened. Xiao Mingqian had yanked the dog leash and said in a cold voice, "Don't ever give me that look of nostalgia for them again." Chapter 68, Do You Want It? Beg me. Qi Xing was locked inside the doghouse. Perhaps it was really the inadvertent, yearning look Qi Xing showed for them that fiercely stepped on Xiao Mingqian's cat tail, leaving Xiao Mingqian in a state of raised fur and sharp pupils for days. This made all the magical servants in the manor reluctant to approach this young master. Everyone knew his temper was terrible and cruel, so naturally, no one wanted to invite trouble. Fortunately, this young and irascible master didn't seem too interested in interacting with others recently. He would always lock himself in his room or sit alone on the lawn like a solitary cat basking in the sunlight. He could stay alone like that for an entire day, looking not at all lonely or isolated. Reasonably speaking, a large cat is inherently a solitary creature that doesn't need anyone's company. In Qi Xing's perspective, Xiao Mingqian didn't cling like Hai Mingqian or Bai Mingqian, instead, he was more like a lively kitten. He could find amusement by himself and only remembered that he had a very interesting pet at home when he had free time, then would visit Qi Xing and play games with him. But reality was different. Without Qi Xing around, Xiao Mingqian would either be as silent as the dead or as cruel as a tyrant. Most of the time, he wasn't even looking for amusement. The zombie butler understood his master well, he knew what his master was doing, restraining himself from going to see that dog. A truly healthy relationship should be where the dog needs the master more than the master needs the dog. Sometimes Xiaoming Qian would confide his feelings to the zombie butler, isn't that right? The butler obediently nodded. Of course, master's thoughts are wise. In Qi Xing's view, Xiaoming Qian occasionally forgot to feed him because he wasn't too concerned about eating needs. But Mr. Zombie knew the truth was far from it. Xiaoming Qian liked to personally shop for food for Qi Xing when he had leisure time. He likes the roasted meat from this part. Xiaoming Qian was well versed in Qi Xing's preferences. This has the perfect balance of fat and lean, he will like it. The zombie butler nodded. Of course, of course. Xiaoming Qian would bring the food home and cook it himself, mastering the heat as if he prepared countless meals for this dog before. The zombie butler felt somewhat surprised but didn't comment much on his master's behavior. Sometimes, Xiaoming Qian would cheerfully bring the cooked food to Qi Xing's mouth, his expression pleasant, as if Qi Xing's joy in eating could also make him feel full and satisfied. But other times, after finishing cooking, Xiaoming Qian would coldly throw away the food, staring at the meat in the trash can as if it were an enemy, exuding a chilling aura. The zombie butler saw this, but said nothing, just knowing that Qi Xing wouldn't eat again today. However, the zombie butler who had lived for over 100 years could tell that the master didn't regard the dog as merely a dog. His attitude towards Qi Xing was extremely contradictory, like loving him, yet seeming to hate him. Such complex emotions must surely be very difficult and hard to handle for such a young master. Therefore, the master often acted in childish ways, making the zombie butler both laugh and cry. The zombie butler was the only servant in the entire manor who hadn't been transformed by Zhen Baitan. He had actually always been the butler of this manor, serving this family's generations for his whole life. At the end of his life, he begged the manor's owner to allow his humble body to be buried in this noble place. The owner was deeply moved and agreed to his request. He did not know how long he had slept, but what woke him up from the ground and gave him a second life was the big cat in front of him now, acting recklessly. He declared with arrogance, "I am the new master of this manor." The zombie butler offered his loyalty to him. As Xiaoming Qian sat on the grass, looking at the zombie butler standing not far away, he suddenly remembered something and asked him, "Were you loyal to the previous master?" The zombie butler answered, "Certainly." This answer was originally not unexpected by Xiaoming Qian, but it still inexplicably made him uncomfortable. He asked, "Isn't it true that whoever becomes the master of this manor, you will serve them faithfully regardless of your life or death?" The zombie butler seemed to know why the young master was unhappy, but he chose to be honest with his master, "Yes." Not surprisingly, the zombie butler's head was twisted off in the next moment. After Xiaoming Qian twisted off his head, it still wasn't enough for him. He kicked the severed head far away and walked off with a cold demeanor. The zombie butler's body lay rigidly on the ground in an awkward position and had to wait for the magical servants to retrieve his head. Xiaoming Qian paced restlessly and arrived in front of the dog house. He knew that beyond the door was the root cause of his frustration. Maybe, I should kill him, Xiaoming Qian thought idly, and an unbearable pain gripped his heart, damn it. So damn it. He was growing to hate the dog even more. Qi Xing inside the house also felt Xiaoming Qian approaching. He knew that Xiaoming Qian was pacing outside the door but not coming in directly. Qi Xing became a bit nervous. That line from Xiaoming Qian, "A look like this of missing them should never happen again," really served as a warning bell for Qi Xing. Qi Xing suddenly realized, perhaps Xiaoming Qian hadn't forgotten everything. Maybe Xiaoming Qian knew about Haiming Qian and Beiming Qian. If that were true, why hadn't Xiaoming Qian mentioned it? Why did Xiaoming Qian treat him like a dog? After some thought, a chilling suspicion arose in Qi Xing's mind, because Xiaoming Qian hated him. Qi Xing had sincerely liked both Haiming Qian and Beiming Qian, but their later mutual killing seemed to prove one thing: Qi Xing's way of thinking was too dog-like. In Ming Qian's eyes, he might be a real dog man. If Xiaoming Qian could refer to Haiming Qian and Beiming Qian as them, it meant Xiaoming Qian remembered at least some things. In other words, Xiaoming Qian might regard Qi Xing as a deceitful dog who played with cat emotions. Thus, Xiaoming Qian intended to toy with Qi Xing as revenge. At first, Qi Xing thought that Xiaoming Qian giving him a leash, naming him dog, and locking him up for training were simply due to being childish. Now, it didn't seem so simple after all. Perhaps it was the Ming Qian filter that made Qi Xing beautify every move Xiaoming Qian made. Recalling now, Qi Xing could faintly sense the malice hidden beneath Xiaoming Qian's innocent face. Xiaoming Qian had malice toward him. Qi Xing lay sprawled on the floor, his back cold with fear. He had never imagined that Ming Qian would harbor such feelings toward him. Never. Such speculations made him afraid and fearful, but mostly they filled him with guilt, unease, and sorrow. Qi Xing began to deeply reflect on his past actions. Because of Zhen Baitan's warning, Qi Xing decided to keep Haiming Qian and Beiming Qian unaware of each other's existence. When he made that decision, he had already added a layer of deception and concealment to their relationship, all weapons capable of hurting a cat's heart. But even knowing it was improper at the time, he still proceeded. He feared that if Haiming Qian and Beiming Qian learned about each other, they would destroy each other. The facts proved that his worries weren't unfounded. When Haiming Qian and Beiming Qian discovered the other's existence, just as Zhen Baitan predicted, the two personalities fought until they were extinguished, giving rise to a new entity. So me. Qi Xing stared blankly at the ceiling. No matter what choice I make, it's wrong, isn't it? Click, the lock opened. As expected, Qi Xing, truly like a well-trained dog, immediately sat up at the sound. Unsurprisingly, the one entering was Xiaoming Qian. Xiaoming Qian's gaze was icy and calculating, examining Qi Xing as though he were just an object. This kind of gaze was difficult for Qi Xing to adjust to, especially since Xiaoming Qian looked so much like Haiming Qian and Beiming Qian. Again, Xiaoming Qian tightened the dog leash, and a whip swung menacingly in his hand, ready to strike the disobedient dog at any moment. Qi Xing looked at Xiaoming Qian dully, even as he watched the whip cut through the air. He couldn't believe that Ming Qian would actually harm him. Seeing Qi Xing's disheveled state, Xiaoming Qian's chest tightened with pain once more, but he deliberately ignored the discomfort. With pride, he said, "I told you, such a look can never happen again. Looks like the dog's memory is bad and needs the owner to properly train it." Only then did Qi Xing realize that he had revealed his longing for Haiming Qian and Beiming Qian once more. How? How could that be controlled? Qi Xing lowered his head, taking a while to think, then decided to revert to his human form. Rising slowly, he looked up while standing, in human form rather than as a pet dog. Seeing Qi Xing towering over him by a good head, Xiaoming Qian tilted his face up slightly, yet even looking up, Xiaoming Qian maintained a condescending air. This posture wasn't forced, it was natural. Xiaoming Qian possessed immense power and a noble lineage, this arrogance was ingrained in his bones. And Qi Xing's behavior appeared to be the greatest affront to this ingrained arrogance. Cats are proud creatures indeed. Looking down at him, Qi Xing said, "Let's talk." This tone was excessively calm, unlike any tone Qi Xing had used when speaking to Xiaoming Qian before. Since Qi Xing first met Xiaoming Qian, he had chosen the route of endurance, always pretending to be gentle and obedient, going along with everything Xiaoming Qian wanted. Even when Xiaoming Qian proposed the humiliating request for him to act as a dog, Qi Xing complied without resistance. It was as though it were ingrained in his very nature to endure all forms of oppression. But things were different now. Qi Xing's suggestion this time came from an equal footing. At that moment, Xiaoming Qian suddenly realized all his previous efforts to tame Qi Xing had been futile. He had carefully devised a comprehensive plan, first intimidating Qi Xing with force, then scaring him by example, confining Qi Xing in the house to leave him isolated and helpless so he would be the only person Qi Xing could interact with, controlling Qi Xing's food supply and environment. All these actions turned out to be wasted effort. The apparent complete obedience of Qi Xing was nothing more than an act. "What do you want to talk about?" Xiaoming Qian asked angrily, sneering, "Are you, a dog, qualified to talk to me?" Qi Xing replied, "I am a dog, and you are a cat, so we're not that different, right?" Xiaoming Qian's face darkened, showing a hint of childishness. "I'm not a cat, I'm a tiger." Yes, you're a tiger," Qi Xing said gently, "but I'm still a wolf." Xiaoming Qian sneered disdainfully, "You remember you're a wolf? I didn't see any sign of it when you were walking on a leash like a dog." Qi Xing smiled and said, "That's because the one holding the leash is you." Xiaoming Qian felt his heart struck suddenly, and his heartbeat quickened. Qi Xing continued, "If anyone else called me a dog, I wouldn't have hesitated to knock them senseless." Xiaoming Qian tried to mask his accelerating heartbeat by clearing his throat twice before saying, "That's because you can't even beat me." "That's true," Qi Xing agreed, "my master is so mighty, the best there is. Who could possibly stand against you?" When Xiaoming Qian heard these words, his legs felt as though they were treading on cotton, he almost couldn't stand steadily. These words cut much deeper than if someone had just punched him in the head. The young tiger cat was completely unable to defend himself. With a rough voice, Xiaoming Qian said, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think am I those two idiots?" As soon as he thought about those two fools who let themselves get manipulated by dogs, a cold iciness crept into Xiaoming Qian's heart. Like a splash of cool water, it doused the blush on his cheeks. His eyes grew cold again. "Do you really think you're in a position to bargain with me?" Qi Xing replied, "No, master, that wasn't my intention. I just want to have a good chat with you." As he spoke, Qi Xing squinted his eyes, revealing a smile that was 3 parts canine innocence and 7 parts fox-like mischief. Xiaoming Qian's heart began thumping wildly again. His cat-like eyes widened almost to the point where his whiskers bristled, but they did not. As the owner of the manor, he maintained composure gracefully before responding, "Do you think I'll agree?" Qi Xing blinked his dog-like eyes without giving a direct answer. Fuming, Xiaoming Qian turned around and walked a few steps but quickly returned, "You seem to want it so badly, so why don't you come beg me yet?" Chapter 69, I Kill Myself. Qi Xing had no choice but to stand on tiptoe, fists clenched, making a bowing gesture like a dog and saying, "Please, master." Seeing Qi Xing's intentional cuteness, the young Xiaoming Qian almost lost his balance. How detestable, truly detestable. What a despicable puppy. Perhaps already set on deliberately acting cute, Qi Xing even revealed soft animal ears and a fluffy big tail, gracefully spinning and rubbing against the young master like an affectionate dog. Xiaoming Qian struggled to maintain the image of a cruel tyrant, suppressing his rapidly beating heart and sternly said in a cold voice, "That's enough." Qi Xing stopped and looked straight at Xiaoming Qian with innocent puppy eyes. With feigned indifference, Xiaoming Qian said, "I've already seen your sincerity. Excellent. You've come to understand your place." Qi Xing didn't react at all to Xiaoming Qian's deliberate belittlement and instead nodded obediently, "Yes, master." Xiaoming Qian was exasperated by this shameless display but coldly said, "You said you wanted to talk." "Correct," Qi Xing nodded. "What do you want to discuss?" asked Xiaoming Qian. Qi Xing sighed and said, "Let's sit down, have a cup of tea, and slowly talk. Is that okay?" Xiaoming Qian did not say no. He and Qi Xing went to the tea house. The zombie butler personally served the tea. Sitting in the chair, Qi Xing saw the zombie butler and became concerned. The last time I wanted to eat with Xiaoming Qian in the dining room, the butler still said dogs can't join meals. Now he wouldn't kick me out again, would he? As it turned out, Qi Xing's worries were unnecessary. This time, the zombie butler made no comments about Qi Xing's impropriety. After placing the tea and snacks, he bowed and retreated, leaving sufficient space for the cat and dog to be alone. Qi Xing took a sip of tea and gazed into the reflection of his face in the teacup, unable to help but feel a deep sense of sigh within. Xiaoming Qian had little patience for Qi Xing's self-pity and thus coldly said, "You can speak now if you have something to say." Only then did Qi Xing lift his gaze from the teacup to rest on Xiaoming Qian's face. "Do you remember? Do you remember?" Qi Xing didn't specify what to remember. But they both understood tacitly what Qi Xing referred to. Xiaoming Qian paused briefly before asking, "Do you remember how you toyed with feline hearts?" His tone carried disdain as if he thought very poorly of Qi Xing's actions. Qi Xing thought to himself, exactly so. Although expected, Qi Xing still felt deeply upset. With furrowed brows, he lamented, "It wasn't play acting. I was genuine, I just didn't want." "Didn't want what?" Xiaoming Qian sneered, "I'm actually curious too. Why did you toy with them? Watching them being happy, disappointed, jealous, or restrained because of you, is it pleasing? Do you consider yourself highly charming?" Qi Xing, filled with regret, said, "I'm sorry." His tone was so sincere that Xiaoming Qian's heart stirred slightly, as if a part that didn't belong to him had been touched. Yet, there was no sign of being moved on Xiaoming Qian's face. He continued to sneer, "Surely you don't think saying, 'sorry,' will make everything all right?" Qi Xing said, "I've never had a mindset of playing with feelings. This point I must clarify." Qi Xing's tone was resolute, "However, what I've done has hurt your feelings. I need to apologize." "You might not accept." "I definitely won't accept," Xiaoming Qian rudely interrupted him. "What relation are your affairs with them to me? If anyone should accept, it's not me." Qi Xing was instantly speechless, rendering useless any long-winded explanation he had planned to give. Xiaoming Qian snorted, "Of course, those who truly should accept your apology, they no longer exist, so you can save your breath." Upon hearing the words, "they no longer exist," Qi Xing felt as though lightning struck his mind, his vision flashing with stars. No longer exist. When seeing Xiaoming Qian, Qi Xing hadn't failed to consider this possibility. But truly hearing these words shocked Qi Xing as if struck by lightning, unable to regain composure for a long while. After the thunder subsided, dense pricks of pain rained down on his heart like needles. Qi Xing's complexion immediately paled greatly, akin to a patient suffering significant blood loss. After quite some time, Qi Xing managed to find his voice again, "No, they're gone." Xiaoming Qian's heart resonated with a strange melody, as if the rebellious part of him not entirely his own was once more fiercely defying. "They're gone," Xiaoming Qian declared sharply and clearly, "my body belongs only to me." Qi Xing wanted to say, "But they are also a part of you," yet the words got stuck in his throat before he could utter them. Instead, he only muttered faintly, "This is what I didn't want to see, destruction because of self-destruction." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoming Qian felt as if a knife had pierced through his heart. Because of the intense pain, he actually burst out laughing, "Haha. Now I get it. So, what you didn't want to see was me showing up, right?" Qi Xing was at a loss for words. Xiaoming Qian stared at him with eyes brimming with enmity. "You don't want them to harm each other, because you knew that they would be gone and I would be released, right?" Qi Xing tried to deny it, but an overwhelming aura of malice surged from Xiaoming Qian, pressing so hard on him that Qi Xing couldn't even open his mouth, let alone defend himself. Unconsciously, Xiaoming Qian released an immense pressure. His entire body seemed like a razor-sharp blade, anyone who dared touch him even lightly would end up bleeding uncontrollably. Such overpowering pressure had never been exerted by Ming Qian upon Qi Xing. Of course, neither Black Ming Qian nor White Ming Qian had ever possessed complete strength. Even if they attempted to unleash their full power, it wouldn't reach this magnitude. Under the oppressive weight, Qi Xing's face turned deathly pale, and the demonic energy within him began to surge erratically. As if realizing the effect he had on Qi Xing, Xiaoming Qian's eyes flickered uncertainly, and after tightening his lips, he retracted the pressure. Qi Xing, like a fish returned to water, regained the ability to breathe freely once again. However, when looking at Xiao Mingqian, there was now an additional trace of caution in his gaze. This glance once more pricked the sensitive teenage heart of Xiao Mingqian. With a stiffened expression, Xiao Mingqian stood up. I guess there's nothing left for us to talk about. After saying this, Xiao Mingqian strode away without giving any regard to Qi Xing behind him. In his haste to leave, Xiao Mingqian even forgot to lock Qi Xing back in the room. Qi Xing gained a moment of freedom. He drank all the tea in his cup and then left the tea house. He didn't plan to chase after Xiao Mingqian at the moment, fearing it might fuel further conflict, and thus decided to visit Zhen Baitan in the dungeon first. Zhen Baitan obviously had obtained the tears of the celestial maiden, yet still submitted willingly, knowing full well that Xiao Mingqian harbored murderous intentions toward him, and did not escape or resist. That made no sense. Qi Xing didn't believe Zhen Baitan would obediently stay in the dungeon. He had to personally investigate the situation. No time to waste, Qi Xing set off after leaving the tea house and approached the zombie butler, asking to see Zhen Baitan. I'd like to check if he behaves properly so as not to hurt our master. This was a truthful statement. Still, Qi Xing worried the zombie butler might refuse. However, the zombie butler merely glanced at Qi Xing and replied, what you're concerned about aligns with my own concerns. Qi Xing was greatly surprised by the zombie butler's readiness. Is that all it takes? I can think of no reason to stop you, the zombie butler answered. Qi Xing was extremely skeptical and blurted out, when I acted as a dog earlier, you didn't even allow me to eat at the same table as the master. The zombie butler responded, because at that time, I thought you were a Rong. Qi Xing became even more perplexed. I disguised myself as a Rong, clearly suspicious, yet you trust me? The zombie butler said simply, yes. Qi Xing was instead rendered speechless. Without further explanation, the zombie butler led Qi Xing towards the dungeon. The mansion's dungeon was located underground where the lighting was exceedingly dim. Upon arriving at the dungeon door, the zombie butler held up a candle and opened the door. Our master doesn't permit others to enter, therefore, I won't accompany you. Please go inside. Our master doesn't permit others to enter. Qi Xing was momentarily baffled, yet you're letting me in. You're not human, the zombie butler replied. Alright, I'm a dog. Qi Xing boldly stepped into the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, there was no light and the candle hadn't been lit either. But darkness meant nothing to Qi Xing. As a canine species, seeing in the dark posed no problem, let alone being aided by an acute sense of smell. Among the complex scents of the dungeon, one familiar smell caused Qi Xing to pause momentarily. This is. Following the scent, he quickly arrived at a door. The door wasn't locked with iron chains, only a mark of demonic force was sealed on the doorknob. This demonic force wasn't very strong. After hitting the door twice, Qi Xing managed to break it open. Pushing the door aside, Qi Xing was confronted with a shocking sight. The room was furnished in a style he found very familiar, the mansion of the Ming family. Velvet curtains hung gracefully like the Milky Way over the elegant Persian carpet, with European walnut furniture neatly arranged. Tied to the dining chair was a beautiful woman dressed in a luxurious gown, her wide-open mouth filled with blood. Every single one of her teeth had been knocked out. She nervously looked towards the door, trembling as if she were terrified of a ghost. But upon seeing that the visitor was Qi Xing, her expression turned both shocked and expectant, her hoarse voice managing to produce an indistinct sound. Listening closely, it was a desperate plea, save me, save me, save me. Qi Xing's legs almost buckled beneath him. Lady Huaban. Is that you, Lady Huaban? Lady Huaban's eyes welled with tears as she nodded rapidly like a machine. It's me, save me. Approaching Lady Huaban, Qi Xing saw her elegant dress now stained with blood. Not only had her teeth been knocked out, but upon closer inspection, her elaborately manicured hands were also bloody, her nails had been torn off. Qi Xing felt deeply alarmed. Looking around, he noticed a dining table in front of Lady Huaban with plates and utensils, food remnants scattered across it. From amidst the chaos in his mind, Qi Xing grasped a clue. Hadn't Bai Ming Qian mentioned before that when young Ming Qian was just a cub, because of his unruly and rebellious behavior at the dinner table, Lady Huaban had pulled out his claws and teeth, tying him to the chair and whipping him? Isn't this exactly the situation Lady Huaban is in right now? You. Qi Xing hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to react, finally deciding to infuse demonic energy into Lady Huaban. With the demonic energy, Lady Huaban's body recovered swiftly. Her teeth and nails grew back quickly. Though still covered in blood, she no longer looked as ragged and could speak normally again. Tears streamed down her face as Lady Huaban pleaded, Qi Xing, you must help me escape. Ming Qian has gone mad. But Qi Xing replied, even I know he's crazy, but how can I dare provoke him? If I secretly set you free, there's no way he wouldn't punish me mercilessly. Lady Huaban choked on her words, her eyes flashing with despair as tears fell one after another. Then am I supposed to endure this torture day by day until I die? You might as well kill me and give me some peace. Qi Xing tried to soothe her, lady, don't talk nonsense about death. As a powerful demoness, having your teeth and claws pulled won't be fatal. Lady Huaban had always held Qi Xing in contempt, and hearing his dismissive tone now made her anger flare up, snapping, won't be fatal. Why don't you try it yourself then? I haven't tried it, but even when Ming Qian was young, he endured it all the same, didn't he? Qi Xing said coldly, maybe being pulled out so many times actually helps promote metabolism. Although I feel sorry for what you're going through now, I can't help but associate it with Ming Qian's childhood misfortune, so I can't bring myself to sympathize with you too much. Lady Huaban's complexion paled slightly before saying after a while, now I understand. You're on his side, you're here to torment me too. I don't have time for such nonsense. Qi Xing responded indifferently, simply stating, however, if you'd cooperate and answer my questions, I could try to plead for you. Lady Huaban's emotions were complex. After a long pause, she stared intently at Qi Xing and asked, what do you want to know? Qi Xing questioned, when exactly were you brought in here? Lady Huaban seemed lost in thought. Once inside, it was perpetual darkness, so I really don't know how much time has passed. Qi Xing continued, your disappearance must have worried Mingda and Ming Baozhu beyond measure. I had a big argument with them earlier, and we were still in the middle of a cold war. I'm not sure when they'll remember to come look for me. Lady Huaban, reminiscing on this point, filled with regret, began sobbing uncontrollably. After losing her power, Lady Huaban's temper became explosive, often lashing out at her family. But the two tigers in her home weren't ones to take it lying down either. After a major argument, a cold war ensued, and everyone ignored each other. Mingda and Ziche went on vacation together. Ming Baozhu also left the country with her girlfriends, living joyfully without any knowledge that their mother was nearing the end. Qi Xing inquired once more, a person came to the dungeon, did you notice anything? Lady Huaban shook her head, I didn't see anything. Realizing he wouldn't get useful information from Lady Huaban, Qi Xing prepared to leave, alright, stay put. I'll find a good time to plead for you. Lady Huaban became extremely nervous upon realizing Qi Xing was leaving, asking anxiously, what kind of time? When will you plead for me? Plead? Plead for what? Xiao Mingqian's voice echoed in the darkness. In an instant, the candlelight in the cell surged brilliantly bright, illuminating every corner like daylight, including Qi Xing's and Lady Huaban's expressions of astonishment. Xiao Mingqian stood at the door, his features cold and stern, do you intend to plead for this vile woman? Hearing Ming Qian call her a vile woman, the typically arrogant Lady Huaban now dared not utter even a peep, instead silently wishing he would scold her harder, using harsher or foul language, hoping that after venting his anger through words, he might spare her the beating. Qi Xing twitched his lips slightly, unsure what to say. He attempted to say gently, she is the mother tiger of the Ming family. Sooner or later, your imprisonment of her will be discovered. You'll be in trouble then. Do you think I am afraid? Xiao Mingqian's eyes were cold, that group of failures, I also find them disgusting. One of those participants who erased me in the past seems to be some kind of elder. His arrival will be perfect, I want to give him a taste of his own medicine. Qi Xing realized that things might be very serious. It appeared Xiao Mingqian was very fixated on past events. Not only did he want to take revenge on Huaban lady, but he wouldn't let go of the Tiger tribe chief and Ming family elders either, and, even more people. You are planning to. Qi Xing swallowed hard, arrest them all. Xiao Mingqian said coldly, yes, those so-called elders and tribe chiefs, along with those self-righteous white wizards. Xiao Mingqian lowered his head and counted off, Mingda and Ming Baozhu too, they're living too comfortably. I hope they get a taste of the life I lived as a child. Qi Xing looked at Xiao Mingqian incredulously, you really plan to? Xiao Mingqian smiled like a teenager, can't I? Of course not. Qi Xing cried out in his heart. If Xiao Mingqian really went through with this, the military department would definitely not continue supporting him. The military department and the Wizard Association would certainly stop him at all costs. Based on his character, anyone who stood in his way would die. Once a declaration of war was made, both the military department and the Wizard Association would become his enemies. If innocents were harmed in the process, he wouldn't care. Thus, Xiao Mingqian was going against the entire society. If he continued down this path, he would soon become an even more antisocial existence than the Dark Wizards. Zhen Baitan's voice carried over from behind the wall, Master, you are brilliant. By the way, I dislike that group of self-righteous white wizards in the association too. If Master has any use for me, I'm willing to make up for my sins and serve Master. Qi Xing was somewhat upset, saying, you shut up, stinking wizard. Then he turned to Xiao Mingqian and said, don't listen to that guy. He doesn't have good intentions. If he doesn't have good intentions, Xiao Mingqian looked at Qi Xing, then what about you? Qi Xing was speechless. Xiao Mingqian's gaze fell on the neatly aligned teeth and smooth fingertips of Huaban lady, and he coldly told Qi Xing, you healed her wounds. Qi Xing was momentarily dumbfounded and explained, I just wanted to hear her speak. Without teeth, I couldn't understand her clearly. You knew exactly what she did to me, Xiao Mingqian's eyes filled with hatred, yet you healed her, and pleaded for her. Qi Xing felt icy cold, fearing he himself would soon be in peril, Hurriedly, he sweet-talked, everything I do is for Master. She is the mother tiger of the Ming family. She also has connections with the Wizard Association. I feared these people would come after you. Everything I did was because I care about you. How can you not understand my sincerity? Xiao Mingqian looked at Qi Xing half-trusting, half-doubting, alright, if you're truly loyal to me, kill her. Then I'll trust you. Qi Xing was stunned. Huaban lady was also shocked speechless. You too prove love and loyalty by killing me? Qi Xing's hands and feet went cold, trying his best to maintain composure. Not so fast, doing this, you're killing her, it's illegal. If you do this, you will be considered a criminal. Have you thought about the consequences? Which fiend beast in history didn't kill anyone? Xiao Mingqian sneered, 1,000 years ago, old Lord Yinlang killed countless lives, yet nobody sentenced him to death. Qi Xing froze. Mingqian was almost becoming the person the Wizard Association feared he would turn into. He increasingly displayed the savagery of a fiend beast. If left unchecked, he could become a killing machine, an enemy of everyone. Qi Xing gripped Xiao Mingqian's hand, his body trembled as he didn't know where to start persuading him. Xiao Mingqian was different from He Mingqian and Bai Mingqian. Ever since his revival, he had been filled with resentment and hate. He hated being abused as a child, hated having his consciousness erased, and also hated Qi Xing. Xiao Mingqian inherited the full force of malevolence. He was born under ominous stars, now harboring resentment towards the world. It was impossible for him to be peaceful like He and Bai Mingqian and live a sweet life with Qi Xing. It seemed Qi Xing only came to see the reality at this moment, his eyes unable to open from the sharp pain. Xiao Mingqian said bitterly, you refuse to kill her for me, isn't that right? Qi Xing said fearfully, Mingqian, please listen to me. I don't want to hear it anymore. Xiao Mingqian suddenly grabbed Qi Xing's hand and placed a knife in his palm, gripping his hand tightly and stabbing toward Huaban lady. Qi Xing panicked, wanting to break free, but found Xiao Mingqian's strength far greater than his own. All he could do was helplessly watch as Xiao Mingqian forced his hand to stab Huaban lady to death. Mingqian. Qi Xing shouted anxiously. Xiao Mingqian let out a cold sneer, I shouldn't have given you the chance to choose in the first place. You can only listen to me. Be my dog. Qi Xing watched as the knife tip was about to pierce Huaban lady's heart. He simply could not bear it any longer and immediately activated the protective talisman in his palm. Dark green curse symbols surged from Qi Xing's palm. They were the spells of He Tan, taking effect. Is this what you're using? Xiao Mingqian smirked, his lips curling up like an evil child who just found his playmate in hide-and-seek. His fingertips drew a streak of dense Sha energy that could materialize into substance, slicing toward Qi Xing's palm. The curse symbols in Qi Xing's palm grew dimmer due to the impact of the Sha energy. The teleportation array beneath his feet also began to fade slowly. Qi Xing was shocked beyond measure as the knife fell from his hand. He now understood clearly, Xiao Mingqian wasn't forcing him to kill Huaban lady but was forcing him to use the protection talisman. Last time, when Qi Xing escaped from Zhen Baitan, he left Xiao Mingqian with a doubt. Qi Xing's ability seemed far inferior to Zhen Baitan's, so how did Qi Xing manage to escape unharmed? After imprisoning Zhen Baitan in the dungeon, Xiao Mingqian had questioned him about this very point. Zhen Baitan replied, he has a secret technique. Xiao Mingqian asked, a secret technique? Using this spell, he can leave at will, Zhen Baitan explained while looking at Xiao Mingqian, saying, whenever he decides to leave, he escapes unscathed. This certainly struck a sensitive chord in Xiao Mingqian's fragile psyche. He could leave whenever he wanted. How could such a traitorous thing exist on Qi Xing? The talisman was powerful. If Xiao Mingqian hadn't prepared ahead of time by tightly gripping Qi Xing's hand, Qi Xing might have already escaped. This realization made Xiao Mingqian even more wary. Xiao Mingqian used his Sha energy to weaken the effects of the talisman and suppress its strength. However, no matter how hard Xiao Mingqian tried, He Tan's curses continued to work loyally in Qi Xing's palm. The Sha energy Xiao Mingqian released merely delayed its function but couldn't stop it altogether. This meant that under normal circumstances, Qi Xing could escape within a second, but now it would take about 10 minutes for Qi Xing to run away, yet ultimately, the talisman would dutifully transport Qi Xing to safety. Behind the wall, Zhen Baitan was impressed. During Qi Xing's last escape, he must have used this talisman. I didn't expect such a powerful talisman to be reusable. I thought it was one-time use. Who is the caster? Is there still such a powerful dark witch alive today? Qi Xing was breaking out in a cold sweat. Xiao Mingqian's patience was running thin. His eyes glowed with Sha energy, and hatred and resentment clouded his judgment like poison. As Huaban lady had said, he had truly gone mad. Lifting the dagger initially meant to stab Huaban lady, Xiao Mingqian coldly threatened Qi Xing instead, stop it, or I'll cut off your hand. Qi Xing felt a jolt of fear, meeting Xiao Mingqian's bloodshot eyes and realizing he wasn't bluffing, Xiao Mingqian would really sever his hand. Qi Xing panicked, I can't control it. He truly couldn't control He Tan's curse. It seemed Xiao Mingqian also couldn't control himself anymore. Closing his eyes, he thrust the short blade directly toward Qi Xing's pale wrist. Biting his lips tightly, Qi Xing seemed to accept his fate of losing a hand. He even began to comfort himself, no worries, I'm a great demon, severed hands and legs grow back anyway. However, he overlooked one crucial issue, the knife was cursed, and the wounds it inflicted were almost impossible to heal. If not for this, Xiao Mingqian wouldn't have used this cursed knife to threaten Huaban lady's life. When the cursed blade approached Qi Xing's wrist, it suddenly paused, as if an invisible rein tightened around Xiao Mingqian's hand. Xiao Mingqian's hand trembled as he barely restrained the force pressing downward. He said, go. Hearing these two words, Qi Xing's eyes welled with tears. Ming Qian. Is that you? Qi Xing looked up into Ming Qian's face. Ming Qian's face gradually revealed features of a young adult, carrying by Ming Qian's characteristic gentleness. Go quickly, take care of yourself. Saying this, Bai Ming Qian pushed Qi Xing backward. The protective talisman in Qi Xing's palm ceased to be hindered by the Sha energy and began to function smoothly again. The teleportal beneath his feet lit up brilliantly. Bai Ming Qian appeared delighted, but his youthful face soon distorted, gradually being corrupted by the Sha energy, transforming back into the appearance of a teenager. Still suspended between transformations, Bai Ming Qian smiled at Qi Xing and lifted the cursed blade, plunging it gently into his own chest. Ming Qian. Qi Xing reached out in panic, vanishing in the center of the array and instantly transported back to He Tan's lair. Since the emergence of Xiao Ming Qian, the brilliance of the celestial execution star had never faded, but for the first time, it began to dim. Zhen Baitan, who had been waiting for this moment with great anticipation, displayed a satisfied yet bizarre smile on his face. His limbs grew as withered as firewood, allowing him to easily escape from the shackles. His body moved like a spider, quickly reaching the neighboring cell. Inside the cell, Huaban lady was terrified out of her wits, her face pale, nearly fainting. Bai Ming Qian's spirit had completely vanished. Ming Qian's body had reverted to its teenage size, with a cursed dagger embedded in his chest. Xiao Ming Qian stared at the wound he had inflicted on himself, full of frustration and regret, paying no heed to anything else. With a burst of fury, he yanked the dagger out, but the impulsive act caused his chest to bleed profusely and intensified the pain. He could distinctly feel his vitality draining away. Zhen Baitan crawled beside Xiao Ming Qian, grinning widely. Master, your wound is severe. Would you like me, your humble servant, to treat it? From Zhen Baitan's expression, Xiao Ming Qian discerned deep malevolence, like an injured tiger encountering hyenas attracted by the scent of blood on the grasslands. At that moment, the tiger could only issue a threatening growl. Do not come near me. Get lost. That cannot be. Zhen Baitan whispered softly, your injuries are too grave, without proper treatment, you may die. His tone carried an appearance of genuine concern for his master. Xiao Ming Qian didn't want to tangle with him further and lifted his palm to attack the forehead of Zhen Baitan. Unexpectedly, Zhen Baitan neither dodged nor defended, allowing Xiao Ming Qian to vent his anger by twisting off his head. With his head severed on the ground, Zhen Baitan still grinned and chuckled, this is fun, master. You know very well this won't kill me. In an instant, the dungeon floor was crawling with decapitated puppet heads. Qi Xing, after being transported away by the talisman, felt dizzy. The scene of Bai Ming Qian driving the blade into his own chest kept flashing before Qi Xing's eyes. He was frantic with worry, helpless to intervene, leaving him powerless but to allow the curse force drag him out of that space. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to He Tan's lair. He expected to find it deserted but was surprised to immediately smell the scent of another person, widening his eyes in surprise. Is it the elder ancestor? Is Mr. Bai Yuan here as well? Ah, so you've arrived. Bai Yuan stepped out of the darkness. He wore a pure white wizard's robe, which hung loosely due to his slim frame, making it seem like a gentle breeze could topple him over. He extended his delicate hand to help Qi Xing up, his gaze full of concern. You look quite pale. Is something wrong? Before Qi Xing could respond, He Tan said coldly, there's no need to support him. You hardly have any strength left in your hands. Qi Xing noticed how thin Bai Yuan's wrist appeared, so fragile that a slight twist might snap it, and recalling Bai Yuan's frail constitution, he thought the elder was right, then stood up on his own. He Tan lit the lights inside the cave and glanced at Qi Xing's palm, saying, I'll have to take back this protective charm in the future. I can't have you randomly dropping in unannounced. That wouldn't do. Upon hearing He Tan's words, Bai Yuan became curious. You have a protective charm on your palm? I didn't notice it. Could I inspect it closely? Reluctantly, Qi Xing spread out his hand for Bai Yuan to observe. Bai Yuan examined it carefully, marveling with admiration. He Tan appeared smug and boasted, no one compares when it comes to secret enchantments. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement, that's true. He Tan looked even more pleased. Qi Xing paid no attention to He Tan's boasting, however, and anxiously said, let's stop talking about that. Bai Ming Qian is trying to kill himself. I must go back and save him. He Tan replied indifferently, what you're saying doesn't make sense. Isn't Bai Ming Qian gone already? How could he harm himself now? Bai Yuan, seeing Qi Xing's anxiety, consoled gently, he is a celestial execution beast, not so easily wiped out. Do not worry too much. Just check the celestial star, He Tan continued, taking out a star-observing instrument and focusing on it intently. Qi Xing asked anxiously, how's it going, elder ancestor? Is he alright? Don't worry. He's still alive, He Tan answered. Qi Xing sighed in relief, but then grabbed the star-observing instrument to confirm for himself. As soon as he did, his heart tightened again. Why is it so dim? This is normal behavior for such stars, alternating between brightness and darkness. It's natural, He Tan remarked indifferently. Qi Xing remained anxious. Didn't you say that Zhen Baitan might take advantage of the darkening of the star to attack Ming Qian? Could it be happening now? There's a high likelihood, He Tan confirmed confidently. Qi Xing became even more worried, then I must return and save him. Turning to Bai Yuan, Qi Xing said earnestly, Elder, you mentioned creating a weapon that could counteract Zhen Bai Tan. Now. It has been completed, Bai Yuan replied softly, with a calming tone. He Tan simply remarked, these days, he was so engrossed in the cave that he forgot to eat and sleep just for this. You must thank him well. Of course, Qi Xing hurriedly said, thank you, venerable predecessor. Bai Yuan then laughed and said, Mr. He Tan also helped a great deal. Without him, it wouldn't have been finished so quickly. Qi Xing busied himself again, thank you, elder ancestor. Bai Yuan took out a steel nail about the length of a thumb and said, because there wasn't enough time, I've only made one. Qi Xing received the steel nail, observing it carefully. He noticed intricate spells engraved on the nail, too advanced for him to understand, leaving him puzzled as he asked, how do I use this? Bai Yuan explained, I discussed with Mr. He Tan, if according to his hypothesis, Zhen Bai Tan would fuse himself with Tian Nu's tears, then the only way to stop him is to drive this soul-severing nail into his heart. Soul-severing nail. Qi Xing had vaguely heard of this mystical tool before, is it the one that makes the soul leave the body and directly fall into the cycle of reincarnation? He thought carefully, finding Bai Yuan's idea somewhat similar to Xiao Ming Qian's. Xiao Ming Qian also suggested that killing Zhen Bai Tan meant destroying his soul. Bai Yuan, with a much gentler character, decided to let the soul reincarnate instead of being annihilated. But isn't Zhen Bai Tan already dead? How could he still have a heart? Qi Xing furrowed his brows. Look at him, appearing in human form rather than ghost form, correct? He Tan questioned. This is indeed right, Qi Xing paused in surprise, why is this? It's simple, he recreated his own physical body. That's his gift, He Tan stated. Qi Xing suddenly remembered the numerous puppet dolls resembling humans that Zhen Bai Tan controlled, breaking out in cold sweat. Was this his talent? Speaking of those dolls, Qi Xing also recalled Bai Ming Qian mentioning that the weakness of these puppets lay in their cotton hearts. Just squeezing the cotton hearts would make them disintegrate into ash. Thus, it appeared the core technique centered around the heart. Bai Yuan therefore said, hence, driving the soul-severing nail into his heart is the solution. Qi Xing clutched the nail in his hand, feeling tense inside, elder ancestor, will you help me? He Tan replied coolly, at the moment, we cannot utilize any spiritual power, there's nothing we can do to help. Besides, don't you have your celestial execution beast with you? How could you fail to subdue that fellow? Qi Xing thought silently, the celestial execution beast itself is currently quite troublesome. Not knowing what has happened to Xiao Ming Qian. Sigh. Seeing Qi Xing's worried expression, Bai Yuan comforted, don't worry, you still have the protective charm on you. Thinking of the protective charm reminded Qi Xing of the scene where Xiao Ming Qian cut off his own paws, making him break into another cold sweat. The next instant, Bai Ming Qian appeared in Qi Xing's mind, ready to shield Qi Xing from Xiao Ming Qian's attack, sacrificing himself by inflicting a wound on his own chest. This realization moistened Qi Xing's eyes. It also strengthened his resolve, no longer hesitating, now Ming Qian's life is uncertain, it's not the time for me to waver. I must return. Ownership of the private estate changed overnight. Just as how Xiao Ming Qian easily replaced Zhen Bai Tan as the master of the estate earlier, Zhen Bai Tan now retook ownership of the estate in equally swift manner. Demon servants were adept at changing sides swiftly, pledging loyalty to Zhen Bai Tan, and subsequently locking up Xiao Ming Qian in the dungeon that previously held Zhen Bai Tan. The zombie butler was the only demon servant who didn't switch allegiances. Because he swore loyalty to Xiao Ming Qian, until death, he wouldn't change his allegiance. But as an experienced old-timer, the zombie butler didn't dramatically shout about dying alongside his master. Instead, he continued serving Zhen Bai Tan efficiently and flawlessly, just as he did for Xiao Ming Qian. Privately, the zombie butler paid close attention to Xiao Ming Qian's situation, because Xiao Ming Qian's condition looked absolutely dire, likely to die soon if unattended. Xiao Ming Qian could no longer maintain human form, trapped as a tiger in the dungeon, his neck and limbs shackled by heavy chains. His chest wounds waxed and waned, sometimes healing and other times reopening and bleeding. The blood flowing from his heart seemed to carry away his vitality. Within just a few hours, Xiao Ming Qian appeared utterly lifeless. After Zhen Bai Tan fell asleep, the zombie butler cautiously came to the dungeon, tossing Xiao Ming Qian a blood-replenishing pill. Facing the extremely precious pill, the tiger demon didn't even flicker an eyelid. The zombie butler assumed Xiao Ming Qian was asleep, so he called out softly, Master, Master. Only then did Xiao Ming Qian slowly lift his eyelids, the cold gleam in his eyes characteristic of savage beasts. What do you want? The zombie butler said sincerely, I am still loyal to my master. Xiao Ming Qian sneered contemptuously, if I'm not mistaken, you once said that whoever is the owner of the estate, you would be loyal to him. The zombie butler seemed to also guess that Xiao Ming Qian was a vengeful child, so he patiently explained, of course, but the owner of the estate must be the master I recognize. I only recognize you. Xiao Ming Qian fell silent for a moment and then still spoke with that haughty tone, do servants have the right to choose whether or not to recognize their master? The zombie butler slightly lifted his lips, showing a stiff smile, perhaps this is the only right that a servant has. Then, Xiao Mingqian said softly, he must not recognize me, right? The zombie butler fell silent for a while. He knew who Xiao Mingqian referred to as he. It was obvious. Xiao Mingqian was talking about Qi Xing. The zombie butler's statement, whoever the owner of the estate may be, I will serve him loyally, did not touch Xiao Mingqian's heart. What truly pierced him was his thought, no matter who was the owner of the body, Qi Xing liked them all. Qi Xing liked He Mingqian, Bai Mingqian, and it seemed he even liked Xiao Mingqian himself. No, it was wrong, not quite. Xiao Mingqian thought, Qi Xing does not recognize me as the owner of this body. As Xiao Mingqian was lost in thought, the zombie butler interrupted his thoughts urgently, please take your wound medicine quickly. Your injuries cannot be delayed. Xiao Mingqian was rather annoyed by this, are you teaching me how to act? The zombie butler was helpless towards this capricious master, feeling overly concerned. Truly don't know whether to call you capricious or foolish. Zhen Baitan's voice rang out leisurely. The zombie butler tensed up his body and stood protectively in front of Xiao Mingqian. Zhen Baitan slowly strolled over, wearing expensive silk robes, holding a doll that looked like him when he was young, and smiling radiantly as he said, such an annoying cat like you actually has people who like you, it's rare. Xiao Mingqian paid no attention to him and closed his tiger eyes again. Zhen Baitan, combing the hair of the small doll in his hand, laughed, pity, you are not as likable as Bai Mingqian. Qi Xing couldn't wait to leave you. Not to mention him, it seems none of your relatives like you either, how pitiful. Xiao Mingqian had his eyes closed, pretending not to hear, but the thick killing intent and resentment leaking from his body betrayed his unrest. Zhen Baitan closed his eyes, enjoying the comfort brought by resentment and hostility, and continued gleefully provoking Xiao Mingqian, do you remember? The stab Bai Mingqian gave, do you think Qi Xing worries more about who got hurt? You. Or Bai Mingqian? I bet, if he knew Bai Mingqian self-inflicted the injury, and you ended up suffering the pain, he wouldn't worry so much. Xiao Mingqian was infuriated, shaking all over, while Zhen Baitan felt content. Zhen Baitan reached out and pulled the zombie butler to the front, grinning, your skin is quite interesting, making a puppet out of you should be nice. After saying this, Zhen Baitan dragged the zombie butler away. The zombie butler didn't struggle but looked deeply at Xiao Mingqian, as if saying, don't listen to him, you're very good. Xiao Mingqian's body went rigid as he tried to get up and rescue the zombie butler, but the pain and shackles restricted his movements, leaving him like a sick kitten that could only laughably wail. The clinking of chains sounded for an unknown amount of time before Xiao Mingqian collapsed from exhaustion. The wound on his chest split open again, spilling fresh red blood, staining the fur on his chest. Xiao Mingqian faintly thought, maybe this is best. Mingqian, Mingqian. Qi Xing's gentle voice sounded in his ear. Like a breeze blowing past, soft and light like a dream, yet heavy like a hammer striking hard, it woke Xiao Mingqian sharply. Xiao Mingqian suddenly widened his eyes, is that you? Qi Xing was also surprised, is that you? This sentence made Xiao Mingqian's heart instantly cold halfway, and he chuckled coldly, who did you think it was? Qi Xing also paused and said, I. Did you think it was him, right? Xiao Mingqian's heart ached, not knowing whether it was because of the wound or something else, you came to save him. Qi Xing shook his head and said, no, I've come to save you. As if to soothe this restless teenage tiger, Qi Xing stroked his fur with his left hand while extending his right hand to press against Xiao Mingqian's bleeding wound, channeling demonic power. Unexpectedly, the demonic power disappeared without a trace, having absolutely no effect. Xiao Mingqian's wound received no treatment whatsoever. It's useless, don't waste your strength. Xiao Mingqian said indifferently, that knife is a cursed artifact, the wounds it causes are basically untreatable. How could that be? Qi Xing was shocked. Xiao Mingqian glanced at him and said, what's impossible about that? There are plenty of such artifacts in the world. No, what I mean is. Qi Xing hesitated, how could you possibly use such an artifact to chop me up? Xiao Mingqian was momentarily speechless. To be honest, Xiao Mingqian was indeed driven by anger and dominated by evil qi and resentment back then. After reconsidering the matter, he did feel quite regretful, but that changed nothing. Xiao Mingqian knew that if such a thing were to happen again, he would likely take action once more. He also knew that if he weren't currently injured so severely and restrained, and if he still had his energy, there would be no way he'd be able to have this calm conversation with Qi Xing. He would definitely capture Qi Xing again, hang chains on his neck and limbs, lock him up in a dark room without sunlight, and might even bite off his protective talisman. Xiao Mingqian said coldly, of course, I'm not as stupid as them, letting myself get played around and harmed by you without lifting a finger. I am a ferocious beast, do you understand? Qi Xing lowered his eyes and did not give a direct answer. Instead, he just said, I'll bring you back first. He thought that He Tan and Bai Yuan should have ways to save Xiao Mingqian. Back where? Xiao Mingqian asked cautiously. Isn't anywhere better than staying here? Qi Xing placed his hand on Xiao Mingqian's shackle and attempted to find a way to unlock it. Do you want us to tag along? Zhen Baitan stepped out of the shadows, holding a doll and smirking, are we allowed to come? Qi Xing was startled and all his fur stood on end, his whole body on guard. Zhen Baitan laughed, don't be scared. I just want to see what your next move will be and how you can escape so smoothly every time. Who is helping you? It must be a very powerful sorcerer. I'd love to meet someone so talented. You've met him, Qi Xing said coldly. Remember last time in the wizard tower, when someone chopped you into pieces? Zhen Baitan paused and said, him, who exactly is he? Why is he against me? Qi Xing thought for a moment and said, if you release me and Ming Qian, I'll tell you the answer. Zhen Baitan laughed, what gives you the right to bargain with me? If he's your friend, killing you will make him come to me anyway. As he spoke, several puppets flew out of the darkness, each bearing Ming Qian's face and wielding short daggers aimed at Qi Xing. These puppets were incredibly lifelike, appearing almost identical to Ming Qian at first glance, creating a frightening image as they wildly flailed their weapons. Qi Xing, though familiar with puppets, couldn't help but feel startled, yet under the pressing situation, he had to stay focused and transform into his wolf form to counterattack. Zhen Baitan leisurely strolled over to Xiao Ming Qian, grabbed him by the nape, and grinned at Qi Xing, saying, don't think about escaping with your life-saving talismans this time. If you try to run, I'll kill this sick cat. Upon hearing this, Qi Xing became tense, his heart pounding faster. He steadied himself and said, do you actually think your little puppets can make a mighty demon like me flee? Don't joke. To prove he wasn't boasting, he tore through the heart of one puppet, watching its face identical to Ming Qian turn to ashes. Zhen Baitan chuckled mischievously, remaining silent. Xiao Ming Qian's eyes suddenly darkened and, without warning, he lunged at Zhen Baitan. Zhen Baitan didn't evade or defend, instead, he continued to smile happily and let Xiao Ming Qian bite off one of his arms. Xiao Ming Qian's gaze was fierce, but he was panting heavily, smoke billowing from his tiger nose as he stared hatefully at Zhen Baitan. Zhen Baitan said, you broke my arm, so I'll break Qi Xing's arm. That's fair, right? Xiao Ming Qian immediately widened his feline eyes in alarm. Zhen Baitan smirked, why are you glaring at me? Isn't that what you wanted to do to him originally? Pain shot through Xiao Ming Qian's heart, and his eyes seemed to lose focus. Zhen Baitan twirled his fingers, summoning several strands of wire that quickly bound Qi Xing, dragging him closer with just a flick of his fingers. Unable to break free, Qi Xing struggled on the ground like a fish out of water, utterly ineffective. Zhen Baitan picked up a dagger gleaming with cold light. This is the same knife Ming Qian planned to use to chop your hands off, it's top quality. The knife was indeed formidable. After Xiao Ming Qian was stabbed with it, his injuries hadn't healed. For Qi Xing, things would only go worse. Like all vicious villains, Zhen Baitan had to flex his muscles before making his move. He approached Qi Xing and pressed the cold blade against his face, as if simply doing that could torment him. Qi Xing was thinking, however, finally, the fool is close enough. Chapter 71, The Grand Finale. Although Qi Xing's hands and feet were bound, as a wizard, he still had ways to attack. His feigned struggle was merely a ruse to lower Zhen Baitan's guard so that Zhen Baitan would believe he could only surrender and await his doom. By now, seeing Zhen Baitan close enough, within this range, even though there was a disparity in strength between Qi Xing and Zhen Baitan, the quality of his magical artifact could inflict fatal damage. Watching Zhen Baitan's face drawing closer, Qi Xing silently recited a spell, and the concealed heartbreak spike in his arms responded with motion, shooting straight towards Zhen Baitan's chest. Zhen Baitan's pupils abruptly contracted, seemingly unprepared for this sudden turn of events. The heartbreak spike, while not consuming bones, easily pierced through Zhen Baitan's heart just like a knife plunging into tofu. The dagger held by Zhen Baitan clanged to the ground. From his face, down to his neck and waist, gradually from head to toe, he turned into ashes right before Qi Xing's eyes. Qi Xing hadn't expected it to be so easy, however, he didn't have time to celebrate or rejoice. Hastily removing the silk bindings from his body, he picked up the enchanted dagger lying on the ground and walked over to Xiao Ming Qian. With the use of his witchcraft power, aided by the enchanted dagger, miracles truly happened. He forcefully swung several cuts, successfully severing the shackles binding Xiao Ming Qian. Though freed, Xiao Ming Qian remained quite weak, bleeding incessantly. Qi Xing hurriedly activated the talisman in his hand and comforted him, saying, let me take you away first. The teleportation array emitted light, sending Qi Xing and Xiao Ming Qian away together. Arriving again at Heightened Stronghold, Qi Xing felt very different. Yet, Hetan and Bai Yuan seemed not to expect their quick return. Bai Yuan's expression slightly changed, you too. Hetan, on the other hand, rose neatly, blocking Bai Yuan, coldly speaking to Qi Xing, what filthy thing have you brought back? Qi Xing paused, replying, I've brought Ming Qian. He is talking about me. A little doll jumped out of the middle of the transmission array, grinning broadly. Qi Xing received a great shock, pulling Xiao Ming Qian backwards. This doll was exactly the one Zhen Baitan often hugged, a small figure, resembling a child. In a flash of insight, Qi Xing suddenly realized, the one who has been bragging, wreaking havoc, Zhen Baitan, wasn't the real Zhen Baitan. This doll in Zhen Baitan's arms was his true form. Yes, yes. When Zhen Baitan died, he was still young. How could he appear as the form of a youth? It must be the form of this little doll. Understanding this, Qi Xing felt a chill run down his spine. The elaborate efforts to destroy was merely another puppet of Zhen Baitan. For this, he had also wasted his soul heartbreak spike. Zhen Baitan chuckled nervously, his gaze flickering on Hetan's face. It's you, the person helping him is you. Upon seeing Bai Yuan standing beside Hetan, Zhen Baitan's eyes filled with hatred. You fake, why haven't you died yet? After speaking, Zhen Baitan lunged toward Bai Yuan. Hetan had already drawn a magic circle on the ground, blocking Zhen Baitan's attack. Zhen Baitan failed to land the strike but continued to grin. Now you're so weak, can't you use spiritual energy? No stamina to keep up. All you can do is draw magic circles. Qi Xing remembered that when he sought help from Hetan and Bai Yuan, Hetan had mentioned that both of them were severely injured and couldn't use their spiritual powers, thus they couldn't assist him. It turned out not to be an excuse. Hetan and Bai Yuan combined forces, both taking out their magical artifacts which manifested incantations in the air, barely constructing a barrier between themselves and Zhen Baitan. Zhen Baitan showed no signs of discouragement, forming claws with his 5 fingers and striking repeatedly with green ghost lights. Under Zhen Baitan's relentless attacks, the barrier swayed precariously. Qi Xing, supporting Xiao Mingqian, looked extremely anxious. While Bai Yuan was mending the barrier, he turned around and asked Qi Xing, "Where's the heartbreak spike?" Qi Xing replied, full of guilt, "It was used on his puppet." Hearing this, Hetan's mouth twitched as if preparing to ridicule this unworthy descendant, but was interrupted by Bai Yuan who said, "If it's used, then it's used, now we can only think of another way." And Hetan said nothing more. Qi Xing frowned, "What other way?" Xiao Mingqian slowly opened his mouth, "Soul splitter." Both Hetan and Bai Yuan's expressions changed. Hetan only said, "You know quite a lot for someone so young." Xiao Mingqian raised his eyelids, replying, "Isn't it written in that Tiansha Gongfa?" Qi Xing hadn't expected this to relate to the Tiansha Gongfa. Bai Yuan explained, "Both the heartbreak spike and the soul splitter are potent weapons capable of directly harming souls. White witches mostly use the heartbreak spike because evil spirits struck by it can still fall into reincarnation. As for the soul splitter, Hetan added, it will completely obliterate evil spirits, erasing them from existence. Its effects are too extreme, so morally conscious white witches won't use it. Besides, because the overwhelming power of the soul splitter originates from Tiansha's essence, white witches don't have the conditions to wield it either." Then theoretically, Qi Xing interpreted, only a Tiansha beast can produce a soul splitter. "That's correct," Bai Yuan confirmed. Qi Xing then said, "But it took days for senior Bai Yuan, an old ancestor, to create the heartbreak spike. Ming Qian is so heavily injured now, how long would it take him to make the soul splitter?" Before Bai Yuan could respond, a large crack appeared on the barrier in front of them. The true Zhen Baitan crawled over the barrier with a sinister smile, "I'm about to get you." After saying this, Zhen Baitan plunged his hand through the crack, claws extended toward Bai Yuan's heart. Bai Yuan was too frail to withstand such an attack, but at that very moment, Hetan tackled Bai Yuan to the ground, narrowly avoiding the blow. Nevertheless, Hetan's arm was scratched by Zhen Baitan's claws, and the wound turned black, indicating which poison infection. Hetan felt deeply humiliated. How could I be injured by such a low-level opponent? Qi Xing was shocked, so old ancestor actually risked his life for someone else. I misunderstood him before. But this wasn't the time to admire the elder's altruism. Watching Zhen Baitan attempt another attack, Qi Xing immediately transformed into a hidden wolf form and leapt at Zhen Baitan, engaging him in combat. Qi Xing no longer held back, unleashing both demonic energy and witchcraft power, his movements as swift as wind. For a while, he managed to hold Zhen Baitan off. Zhen Baitan chuckled while fighting, "Interesting. Interesting. But how long do you think you can stall me? If you run away now, you might live. If not, you'll be the first to die by my hands." Qi Xing didn't know how long he could last but gritted his teeth and continued to fight. Zhen Baitan clicked his tongue, "What a pity." Instantly, dozens of clones emerged around him. Faced with dozens of eerie dolls, Qi Xing's knees almost buckled under pressure. How can I possibly fight? Dozens of the dolls grinned and pounced at Qi Xing. Unable to face this army, Qi Xing stepped back a few steps and turned his head in surprise. Blood-red needles were flying through the air, each needle piercing straight into a doll's chest with incredible precision. Some dolls skillfully dodged, while those that failed disintegrated into ash immediately upon being hit. Qi Xing hadn't even processed this scene when Bai Yuan gasped aloud, "Ming Qian, are you insane?" "He knows what he's doing," Hetan calmly remarked. After a pause, he added, "We'd better stay clear though, lest we get accidentally hit by the soul splitter ourselves." Qi Xing instinctively looked toward Ming Qian and nearly froze. There stood Xiao Mingqian, pierced through with countless bloody wounds, each spilling streams of fresh crimson blood. Those blood-red needles that had destroyed the puppets had flown directly out from these wounds. "Ming Qian!" Qi Xing cried out and rushed toward him. "Don't come near!" Xiao Mingqian roared hoarsely. Qi Xing stopped frozen in place, dumbstruck. Xiao Mingqian's voice cracked and his eyes bled red, clearly nearing exhaustion. "You'll be harmed if you approach." Qi Xing shakily asked, "Is this the soul splitter that only Tiansha beasts can create?" Xiao Mingqian stayed silent. Bai Yuan replied on his behalf, "The soul splitter must extract the Tiansha beast's refined blood, which enables it to possess such lethal force." "Isn't this harming himself?" Qi Xing asked anxiously. "A little bit," Haydn spoke indifferently. But generally, fierce beasts wouldn't produce several dozen or hundreds of soul splitters at once. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement, her gaze compassionate on Xiaoming Qian. You don't have to do this. Stop now. It's unnecessary to use the soul splitter against mere puppets. You just need to strike down the true body. Xiaoming Qian quietly shook his head and stared at Qi Xing with bloodshot eyes, as if it were his final glimpse. It would be better if I ceased to exist. Qi Xing's eyes instantly filled with heat. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoming Qian laughed bitterly. Wouldn't you be happier if they came back? Qi Xing widened his eyes, completely incredulous. What are you rambling about? Xiaoming Qian's words sounded like a troubled youth murmuring to himself. If it were them, you would surely love them. And unlike me, they never harbor grievances and hatred. They aren't unpleasant. They're always better than me, at least. They wouldn't hurt you. But me? Every day, I keep thinking about ways to trouble you. I am thoroughly wicked. It's not like that. Qi Xing sobbed, shaking his head. After Xiaoming Qian finished his string of words, it was as though he had spent his last breath, unable to exhale again. His body sagged weakly. The wound stopped bleeding and no longer released the soul splitter needles. It was as if he had completely lost all vitality, lying on the ground like a lifeless corpse. Qi Xing's heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife as he rushed to Xiaoming Qian's side, tears streaming uncontrollably. But Xiaoming Qian still had his eyes open, lips lightly quivering. Don't be afraid, cats have 9 lives. Xiaoming Qian's voice was so faint, but Qi Xing, with excellent hearing, could still make out every word, so he gazed fixedly at Xiaoming Qian. Xiaoming Qian tried to smile. I don't count as a real cat, but I have at least 3. Before finishing his sentence, blood spurted from his mouth, his neck tilted, his eyes closed, and then there was no more sign of life. Qi Xing could sense that a unique presence of Xiaoming Qian quietly disappeared. Bai Yuan looked upon this scene, profoundly saddened but also confused. Why did he do that? Haydn remarked, indeed, I think he wasn't quite right either, but cats' thoughts are just different from humans. By the way, are you hungry? Would you like me to cook some noodles for you? Bai Yuan stared incredulously at Haydn, her gaze as if silently questioning how he could think about eating noodles in such a moment. Didn't he have any humanity? Haydn wanted to say he really lacked humanity but knew better than to voice it, so he coughed, averted his eyes, and pointed toward a dark corner saying, there seems to be another one over there, not sure if it's the true body or a puppet. A figure emerged from the shadowed corner, revealing it wasn't a puppet but rather a skeleton. Qi Xing startled when he recognized it. This is the skeleton I saw in the ivory tower. Haydn said, then this must be the true body. Previously, the soul splitters flew around recklessly in abundance, indeed striking the true body of Zhen Baitan. However, while all Zhen Baitan's puppets shared a core in the heart, his true form was in fact skeletal remains. When the heart was pierced, the physical body of his true self turned to ash, but the skeleton fused with the tears of the celestial maiden remained alive. Zhen Baitan's voice drifted through the air, ha 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 ha. So, what I'm saying is, cats really have no brains. Even dying isn't worth it. Initially, Zhen Baitan planned to stay hidden in the corner observing changes, but never expected Ming Qian to die so soon, nor to be exposed by Haydn. So, he stepped out confidently, displaying an attitude of, what can you do to me? The twisted skeleton stumbled forward awkwardly, yet continued emitting strong witch energy, though after enduring attacks from the soul splitters, his combat capability had dropped significantly, but he still held confidence in dealing with Qi Xing and the 2 fragile witches. How could Qi Xing endure Zhen Baitan's provocation in this state of utmost sorrow? He raised his demon bone staff and declared, today, even if I die, I'll drag you along to perdition. Zhen Baitan sneered, with you? You cannot possibly. Before Zhen Baitan could finish his sentence, his head was wrenched off. The one who took Zhen Baitan's head was Ming Qian. More accurately speaking, by Ming Qian. Qi Xing watched in utter disbelief as the young tiger spirit before him stretched, grew taller rapidly, and transformed back into the familiar youth form he knew so well, silver white hair, sharp brows, and decisive movements. In one swift move, taking advantage of Zhen Baitan's unpreparedness, Bai Ming Qian expertly snapped off the skull of Zhen Baitan. Zhen Baitan hadn't anticipated the attack, but it wasn't because he was too weak to withstand Bai Ming Qian's strike. He snarled, you're actually still alive. With claws extended, he turned and lunged aggressively at Bai Ming Qian's vital points. Bai Ming Qian, trained proficiently, managed to dodge skillfully. Nevertheless, the injuries caused by Xiaoming Qian still affected Bai Ming Qian's agility. Bai Ming Qian couldn't help but recall that the wound he had inflicted upon himself earlier had greatly troubled Xiaoming Qian. Was this karma coming full circle? But there was no time for further contemplation, he focused on combating earnestly. Still, Zhen Baitan wasn't an easy adversary, although his vitality was weakened by the soul splitters, the protection of the tears of the celestial maiden shielded his body. He glided ghost-like, striking deftly, each claw imbued with poison capable of invisible harm. After several rounds of battle, Bai Ming Qian also began showing signs of strain. Zhen Baitan chuckled menacingly, your power was weak to begin with. Why pretend to be heroic? You're just giving me another cat life. Qi Xing also grew increasingly worried, unwilling to suffer another loss. Unexpectedly, Bai Ming-Qian merely sighed and said, "You're right." As if surrendering or resigning himself to fate. Both Zhen Baitan and Qi Xing were surprised by his reaction, unsure of its meaning. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Ming-Qian suddenly turned around, and from his back sprang a black tail. "It's you!" Qi Xing exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. "It's you!" Zhen Baitan cried, both shocked and fearful. As He Ming-Qian emerged, demonic power surged within him, and he immediately launched a fierce assault on Zhen Baitan. "You dare to hit pretty baby." Caught off guard, Zhen Baitan's shinbone was twisted off before he could dodge, leaving him only able to protest, "I didn't hit him." "Oh." He Ming-Qian wouldn't listen, hitting was all that mattered. Against He Ming-Qian, Zhen Baitan was at a significant disadvantage and resorted to ghost-like martial techniques to counter. However, the movements of heavenly executioner cats weren't weak either. He Ming-Qian not only possessed greater strength but also excelled in the heavenly executioner art, which naturally overwhelmed the injured Zhen Baitan. Despite having wounds himself, He Ming-Qian fought on relentlessly, his perception of pain highly dulled. In contrast, Bai Ming-Qian was more sensitive than an ordinary cat. Those who didn't feel pain, like He Ming-Qian, inflicted the most painful blows. With grunts, he unleashed a series of devastating feline punches that dismantled Zhen Baitan into parts. Zhen Baitan ceased his snide comments and mid-level proclamations, reverting instead to being the subservient servant, bowing and scraping in the estate, pleading for mercy. "I'm sorry, please spare my dog life." Enraged, He Ming-Qian retorted, "Who are you to call yourself a dog? Do you deserve it?" Exceedingly flexible, Zhen Baitan groveled, "I don't deserve it, I'm merely dog feces. No, dog feces are far more fragrant than me." Stumped by this, He Ming-Qian turned with confusion to Qi Xing, "Pretty baby, what should we do?" Qi Xing's emotions were also quite complex. Though he harbored great resentment towards Zhen Baitan, the return from death of Ming-Qian filled Qi Xing with immense joy. He wanted nothing more now than to embrace his beloved cat tightly and cry. Seeing Qi Xing's confusion, He Tan suggested, "There won't be much trouble from Zhen Baitan now. I'll lock him up in a cage first. Once you've decided, then you can choose what to do." Now, broken bones and damaged soul body had rendered Zhen Baitan extremely weak, even Bai Yuan could restrain him. Unwilling to argue, Zhen Baitan quickly agreed, "Good, good. I adore cages the most. This wizard is highly skilled and exceptionally handsome, his cages must certainly be beautiful as well. Being locked in such a cage would truly be my honor." Frowning slightly, He Tan cast a silent spell, making Zhen Baitan shut up. Wrinkling his brow, Qi Xing asked, "Can we keep him caged?" "Yes." He Tan replied, "This will also give me some time to discuss with Bai Yuan how to extract the tears of the celestial maiden inside his body. If they really can't be separated, we'll have to wait until Ming-Qian recovers before using the soul splitter again. Or else He Tan and Bai Yuan will create another heart-piercer nail and eliminate this calamity." "Alright," Qi Xing still trusted He Tan, "then leave it to you." He Tan locked Zhen Baitan in a cage, waiting for the autumn execution. Qi Xing went home with Ming-Qian. After so many days apart, Qi Xing and Ming-Qian returned to their private villa once more, feeling 1,000 mixed feelings arise in their hearts. Upon returning home, He Ming-Qian disappeared, and Bai Ming-Qian regained control of the body. He embraced Qi Xing from behind gently and said softly, "You've worked hard these days." Qi Xing couldn't help but burst into tears and worriedly asked, "Where did you go these past few days?" "I thought." Bai Ming-Qian paused for a moment before telling him, "At that time, both He Wei and I realized the other's existence." Qi Xing blinked in shock, asking, "And then?" "And then, we engaged in mutual slaughter, collapsing the wall in our consciousness that divided us." Bai Ming-Qian explained quietly, detached as if describing something unrelated to him, "We battled fiercely, indistinguishable from each other, until the collapse of the wall made us realize the danger." Thinking for a moment, Qi Xing said, "I remember He Tan, the great sorcerer, mentioned that the wall separating you created one black and one white. Without the wall, it would mix into gray. But if so, wouldn't He Wei and I merge into that little brat?" Bai Ming-Qian clearly disagreed. Qi Xing hadn't expected Bai Ming-Qian to refer to Xiao Ming-Qian as a little brat, but upon careful reflection, it seemed apt. Bai Ming-Qian stated, "Perhaps he assumed that. If I were to guess, I'd think the same. But reality is different." "What's the truth?" Qi Xing urged. The wall was more like something anchoring the sea. It was Bai Tan. Perhaps it should be Bai Yuan, who used benevolent intentions to suppress the natural malevolence, ominous energy, and hatred of the heavenly executioner beast. Bai Ming-Qian revealed. Startled, Qi Xing opened his eyes wide, but upon deeper thought, it might indeed be true. Neither He Ming-Qian nor Bai Ming-Qian remembered their childhoods. This might have been relevant. Ming-Qian's childhood was filled with grievances, perhaps, his unfortunate youth was the root cause of his rampant malevolence. After the wall was knocked down, the memories of He Ming-Qian and Bai Ming-Qian became interconnected. At the same time, Xiao Ming-Qian, who had been suppressed under the wall, also escaped from the body. He took over the entire body and soul, subduing He Ming-Qian and Bai Ming-Qian instead. Because Bai Mingqian's spirit force was stronger, he managed to break free from Xiao Mingqian's suppression in a critical moment, gaining a brief period of freedom, and stopped Xiao Mingqian from attacking Qi Xing. Bai Mingqian could feel that Xiao Mingqian harbored hatred toward Qi Xing and would harm him. Thus, Bai Mingqian decisively inflicted wounds on himself to protect Qi Xing from being hurt by Xiao Mingqian. However, Bai Mingqian didn't expect Zhen Baitan to take advantage of this vulnerability, which caused significant trouble. Qi Xing actually didn't doubt that Xiao Mingqian would hurt him. He could feel the intense love from Xiao Mingqian, as well as his intense hatred. Xiao Mingqian's statement, "They are unwilling to hurt you, but I am," was his most sincere confession. Perhaps, Xiao Mingqian hated such an aspect of himself too. Choosing suicidal methods to strike against Zhen Baitan was partly out of necessity, but more so it was a form of self-destruction. He knew every day he was being eroded by resentment and killing Qi, starting from just teasing Qi Xing and calling him his dog, to chaining Qi Xing up, and eventually wanting to chop off his hands. From initially just mocking the magic servants of the estate and Zhen Baitan, to leaving the house to attack members of the Ming family, kidnapping Huaban Furen, torturing her, and then forcing Qi Xing to kill her. He knew his next steps would only lead to increasingly terrifying actions. He would cripple Qi Xing's demon power and witch power, locking him at home as a real dog. He would thoroughly take revenge on the Ming family, the Witch Association, and the Tiger Tribe. In this process, he might become a slaughter machine feared by everyone. In the end, many of the people he killed probably wouldn't be his enemies, but innocents. He would become what they called a fierce beast. No one would love him. Xiao Mingqian had always known Qi Xing was different to him. Qi Xing was very close to both Bai Mingqian and He Mingqian from the start. But Qi Xing carried a sense of fear towards Xiao Mingqian throughout. Qi Xing's instincts were indeed very sharp. He knew He Mingqian and Bai Mingqian were lovable. No matter how sharp their claws were, as long as they faced Qi Xing, they would carefully curl them into soft paw pads, never scratching Qi Xing even slightly. Xiao Mingqian was different. Xiao Mingqian knew himself unworthy. While now, covered in injuries, Qi Xing wasn't afraid of him anymore, and even cried and felt sorrow for him. This was the best moment. If things continued, Qi Xing would fear him, despise him, and the original feelings of goodwill and admiration would probably turn into mere disgust. Xiao Mingqian, Qi Xing looked deeply at Bai Mingqian. Is he really gone? Bai Mingqian replied faintly, he is still somewhere, just very weak. Like me and He Mingqian before. Qi Xing sighed in relief. Bai Mingqian did not directly say, Xiao Mingqian isn't dead, he merely wished to be dead. If one day he wishes to live, then he will come back to life. Qi Xing reflected on the harrowing days past, and felt immensely guilty. Actually, everything is because of me. If it weren't for me. If it weren't for you, said Bai Mingqian, I wouldn't be myself. Without Qi Xing, Bai Mingqian didn't know what he would have turned into. Perhaps he would still be under the control of curses, loyal to Huaban Furen. Would he serve honestly as a president until death without ever knowing his true self? Or, if one day he broke free from the binding spells, he might unleash Xiao Mingqian instead. In that case, the consequences would probably be worse. Without Qi Xing, the unleashed Mingqian would likely follow the path predicted by the Witch Association, becoming a cruel and tyrannical killing machine. Bai Mingqian embraced Qi Xing and said, although it may sound cliché, meeting you was the luckiest thing for me. Qi Xing was profoundly moved, unable to utter a word, and quietly buried his head against the chest of the big cat. Ultimately, He Tan and Bai Yuan successfully extracted the tears of the Celestial Maiden from Zhen Baitan's remains. Losing the blessings of the Celestial Maiden, Zhen Baitan immediately vanished. Bai Yuan no longer wanted to deal with the Witch Association. After recasting the tears of the Celestial Maiden into a crystal ball, he continued to live in seclusion with He Tan. Qi Xing returned the tears of the Celestial Maiden to the Witch Association together with Bai Mingqian. A grand ceremony was held for this event. The Witch Association openly expressed its gratitude to Qi Xing and Bai Mingqian. The youngest military general Bai Mingqian received even greater acclaim. Of course, Huaban Furen, who had been trapped in a dungeon, was also rescued. In order to conceal Xiao Mingqian's existence, Qi Xing used a spell to erase her memory. She no longer remembered how she was kidnapped, and remained clueless. As for Bai Mingqian's disappearance, Bai Mingqian and Qi Xing covered it up with a not-so-perfect lie. The old magic goat and Hu Jingjun didn't pursue the matter further, simply saying, as long as you know what you're doing, that's fine. Bai Mingqian and Qi Xing then continued being their loving couple. He Mingqian would occasionally appear as well. He was as always, whenever he saw Qi Xing, he cheerfully said, hi, pretty baby. He Mingqian laughed happily, just like he used to in the apartment. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Every time He Mingqian woke up, he would greet Qi Xing with a cheerful, hi, pretty baby, without asking anything else, and simply started playing around by knocking Qi Xing down. However, He Mingqian wouldn't deliberately avoid mentioning Bai Mingqian. He often made a mess of the house and then slept right away, leaving Bai Mingqian to clean up when he returned the next day. Bai Mingqian seemed to have no complaints about this. To be honest, if it weren't for Xiao Mingqian's issue, Bai Mingqian would never coexist with He Mingqian. Such a situation was unimaginable and would surely lead to great conflict. But after going through all this turmoil, Bai Ming Qian seemed to have thought it through, and told Qi Xing, "You once said that for you, we are one cat." Qi Xing nodded, "You are all part of Ming Qian, just different sides. Like the dark side and the bright side of the moon." Perhaps this sounds like something a dog man would say, but I truly feel this way. Bai Ming Qian replied, "I believe you." When Bai Ming Qian first realized the existence of He Ming Qian, he was extremely repelled. But when they were both suppressed under Xiao Ming Qian at the subconscious level, they supported each other, became interconnected, and even experienced moments of shared intent. Until now, they can switch freely, sense each other, and have truly become one being. Bai Ming Qian has gradually come to agree that He Ming Qian is another side of him. If he had grown up with memories of his childhood, he might have become as radical and violent as Xiao Ming Qian. If his life had only involved Qi Xing from the moment he opened his eyes, without any other people or events, he would have been as simple and crude as He Ming Qian. And Bai Ming Qian was merely the version of himself formed along his personal path. Of course, Bai Ming Qian would never admit this easily. He just said somewhat proudly, "He really is like my tail." The mountain that Qi Xing bought enjoyed a spring-like climate all year round, and on sunny days, clouds floated over the green mountaintops like cotton candy. Deep in the forest, there lived a semi-wolf, semi-dog little cutie, and his spouse, a majestic silver cat whose tail could change color, sometimes pure silver, sometimes deep black. At rare midnight hours, the moonlight illuminated his tall figure, casting a long, pale gray shadow. This cat and dog were like most cats and dogs, very cute, and lived very happily. This is their story. The end.